It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Fan bolted upright in bed, drenched in cold sweat. He clearly remembered dying alone in his shabby rental apartment, a sudden heart attack cutting his life short. So how was it that when he opened his eyes again, he found himself 10 years in the past back in this single dormitory room that haunted him with regret? Even more unsettling, his eyes seemed different. Everything around him, the furniture, the walls, even the dust motes drifting lazily through the air, was bathed in a faint, ghostly luminescence, as if coated in a thin layer of fluorescent film. He rubbed his eyes hard. The glow didn't fade. Curious, he focused on the bottle of mineral water on his nightstand. The moment he concentrated, a vivid image flashed in his mind. The bottle tipping over, crashing to the floor, water spreading into an irregular puddle. The vision vanished in an instant, but he was certain. Had seen it happen. Could it be? A wild thought struck him. Can I see the future? To test it, he turned his gaze to other objects in the room. He saw the desk lamp flicker 3 times before going dark. He saw the curtain billow outward in a gust of wind, then slowly settle back. He even saw the wall calendar flip forward, landing squarely on July 1st, 2013. Each vision was crystal clear, as real as memory. Yet their durations varied wildly. Some lasted mere seconds, others stretched minutes or longer. What's happening to me? Lin Fan's mind reeled. He had no idea where this power came from or how to control it. He walked to the window, staring out at the bustling street below, cars honking, people rushing, life unfolding as it always had. But inside, he felt lost, adrift in uncertainty. Then his eyes drifted to a window across the street. A young woman stood there, hanging laundry. Without thinking, he focused on her. Instantly, a horrifying image flooded his mind. The woman losing her balance, plunging headfirst from the window. No, Lin Fan cried out, already lunging toward the door, driven by instinct to stop the tragedy. But he froze mid-step. He didn't know her name, didn't know which building she lived in, didn't even know when it would happen. Helplessness crashed over him like a wave. He paced the cramped dorm like a caged animal, the image of her falling replaying endlessly in his skull. Calm down, Lin Fan. Breathe. He forced air into his lungs, fighting back panic. Panic wouldn't save anyone. What mattered now was understanding. Was this gift or curse? If I can see the future, he murmured, does that mean I can change it? Memories surged in, wasted years working at a failing state-owned enterprise, missing the internet boom, squandering every chance to get rich, ending up with nothing but bitterness and debt. But if I can foresee those opportunities, his pulse quickened. I could rewrite my entire fate. Lottery numbers. He remembered every winning combination for the next decade. Stocks that would skyrocket. He could buy them before anyone else knew. His imagination soared. Luxury cars, penthouse suites, standing atop the world as a billionaire. But then caution returned. Could this power be used freely? Were there consequences? He thought again of the falling woman. If he altered one event, what ripple effects might follow? Could saving her doom someone else? No, he resolved firmly. I need to understand how this works. Until I master IT, I won't use it recklessly. He pushed aside his excitement and sat at his desk. His eyes fell on the calendar. July 1st. A new beginning. Chapter 2. Back to the past, gold hidden in time. July 1st. Midsummer sun streamed through the office window, casting a perfect square of light onto the floor. Lin Fan reclined in his chair, eyes half closed, soaking in the warmth. Had been reborn, returned to this place, both familiar and alien. Familiar, because every desk, every potted plant, every creaking floorboard belonged to the life had once lived. Alien, because he was no longer the same man. 10 years of failure had aged him beyond his years. Once, had believed hard work guaranteed happiness. Reality had crushed that dream piece by piece until hope itself had died. Now, armed with knowledge of the future, he stood at the crossroads of destiny. This time, he wouldn't fail. It'll change my fate, he vowed silently. It'll rise above everyone. But how? Lottery? Stocks? Real estate? As he pondered, sunlight glinted off his glasses, blinding him momentarily. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, and in that instant, a strange thought struck. If I can see the future, can I see the secrets of the universe? The idea took root like wildfire. Lowering his hand, he stared directly into the sun, searching for hidden truths. Ack! He yelped, slamming his eyes shut. The glare seared his retinas, leaving white voids in his vision. After a long moment, his sight slowly returned. And then 2 strings of numbers appeared in his mind, clear as engraved text. 030-711-18-22-32-05. 010-509-15-26-35-0311. What? His breath hitched. These were tonight's winning numbers for double color ball and super lotto. His heart hammered against his ribs. Trembling, he pulled out his phone and typed the numbers into his notes. My ability, it's stronger than I thought, he whispered, a slow smile spreading across his face. Glancing at the clock almost quitting time, he sprang up and headed straight for the lottery shop downstairs. Boss, one bet on double color ball, he said at the counter, reading off the first sequence. Got it, the clerk replied, fingers flying over the terminal. Wait, Lin Fan stopped him. Add one super lotto ticket, two numbers are. He recited the second set, paid, and left clutching two slips of paper like sacred talismans. Back home, he waited anxiously for the draw. At 9:30 p.m., the double color ball results aired. Lin Fan watched, heart in his throat. One by one, the numbers rolled out. None matched his ticket. What? He stared in disbelief as the paper slipped from his fingers. Not a single number. Had his power failed? No, remembered the feeling that came with the vision. Sharp, undeniable, real. Maybe I only see part of the future, he reasoned aloud, picking up the ticket. His eyes shifted to the super lotto slip. Please let this one work. Minutes later, the super lotto draw began. First number, 01. Hit. Second, 15. Another hit. Third, 09 fourth. 35 fifth. 05. His hand shook. The host paused dramatically. And the sixth number, 26. Congratulations, you've matched 5 main numbers plus the bonus. Lin Fan froze. 5 numbers plus bonus, but missing the 6th main number, 26. Had seen 0, 1, 0, 5, 0, 9, 15, 26, 35, yet the draw gave 0, 1, 0, 5, 0, 9, 15, 35, 26, with 26 as the bonus, not a main number. The jackpot slipped through his fingers. He slumped onto the sofa, drained. Why? Just then his phone rang. Unknown number. He answered hesitantly. Mr. Lin Fan? A crisp, professional female voice. This is Lee from XX Bank. We've detected a large deposit into your account, 5 million yuan. Was this your doing? 5 million? Lin Fan stammered, phone nearly slipping from his grip. Yes, sir. The funds have cleared. Would you like us to run a security verification? No, it's fine. It's mine. He hung up, dazed. 5 million yuan in 2013 was life-changing wealth. Yet compared to the hundreds of millions the full jackpot would have brought, it felt like crumbs. He looked again at the super lotto ticket, then at the numbers in his mind. Was his foresight incomplete? Or was some higher force deliberately obscuring parts of fate? The thought coiled around his mind like a serpent cold, suffocating. Monday morning, Lin Fan dragged himself to work, burying his turmoil beneath routine, filing documents, answering emails, taking calls. Xiao Fan, colleague Wang Jimin, dropped a file on his desk. Get this signed by Director Wang after his meeting. Got it. Lin Fan glanced at the request office supplies procurement. As noon approached, the office emptied. Alone, he stood by the window, watching the human river flow below. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door opened. A tall young woman in a tailored suit stepped inside, graceful, poised, strikingly beautiful. You are? Lin Fan asked, puzzled. She smiled warmly. Lin Fan? I'm Pei Si-si, the new secretary. Looking forward to working with you. Oh, welcome. He fumbled to his feet, gesturing to a chair. Please sit, Secretary Pei. She placed 2 yogurt cups on his desk, sliding one toward him. Bought these downstairs. Thought I'd share. Thanks. He accepted it, charmed by her ease. She radiated energy, exactly what this stale office needed. After a brief chat, she left to settle in. Lin Fan's thoughts drifted back to the 5 million and the missed jackpot. He sighed, opened a browser and froze. Bitcoin surpasses 4,000, the headline screamed. Bitcoin. Had heard whispers of it years ago but never paid attention. Now, reading about its explosive growth and blockchain technology, a daring idea sparked. What if I invest all 5 million in Bitcoin? He dove into trading platforms, studying charts and order types, heart racing with exhilaration. Xiao Fan, haven't you gotten Director Wang's signature yet? He's leaving soon. Wang Jimin's voice snapped him back. All right. Lin Fan grabbed the file and rushed off. That evening, after work, he sat before his computer, staring at the live Bitcoin price chart. Here goes everything, he muttered. He clicked buy. Confirmation prompts flashed. Sweat gathered on his palms as his bank balance plummeted down, until it hovered near zero. In his digital wallet, 20 BTC, glowing gold on screen. He leaned back, exhaling shakily. 5 million yuan gone, poured into something most called internet play money. Even with a second chance at life, the gamble terrified him. Ring. The phone jolted him upright. Shaolin, it's Wang Jimin, came the director's calm voice. Still at the office? Come my office, there's a new secretary here. Take her to HR to complete registration. A new secretary? Lin Fan frowned. According to his memory, Pei Wen, a younger twin sister of Pei Si-si, wasn't due to arrive until tomorrow. On my way, he said, hanging up. Confused, he walked to the director's office. The door was ajar. Inside sat Director Wang, and across from him, the woman in a white dress, long hair cascading over her shoulders. It was Pei Si-si. Director Wang, you wanted me? Lin Fan asked, glancing between them. Wang set down his papers. Xiao Lin, this is our new secretary, Pei Wen. Please escort her to HR. Pei Wen? Lin Fan stared at the woman identical to Pei Si-si in every feature. Then it clicked. They were twins arriving on the same day, just as they had in his original timeline. Had forgotten. Pei Si-si gentle, reserved. Pei Wen vivacious, bold. Rumors once swirled. One married a company executive, the other became a successful entrepreneur. Two lives, diverging paths. You spacing out again, Xiao Lin? Wang prompted gently. Sorry. Lin Fan snapped back. They'll take Pei Wen, Pei Si-si. Wait. He caught himself. Right? Let's go. As they walked, he studied her profile. 10 years had changed her, but the essence remained. Hi, I'm Lin Fan, he offered awkwardly. Office admin. I'm Pei Si-si. She replied softly, voice like flowing water. Silence fell. Desperate for conversation, he nearly panicked until she spoke first. Lin Fan, my sister, mentioned the view from the third floor is amazing. Could you show me? His eyes lit up. The third floor housed executive offices and, crucially, the finance room. And he knew the password, because every month, financial reports were stored there for 3 days. Of course, he said smoothly. Let's go. The elevator rose slowly. Sunlight pooled on the empty third-floor corridor, golden and still. At the end of the hall stood the finance room door. Lin Fan took a deep breath and entered the code. What secrets and fortunes awaited inside? Chapter 3. The newcomer's journey is fraught with challenges. With a soft click, the lock of the finance office yielded. And Lin Fan's heart raced, as if crossing this threshold would allow him to grasp the elusive code to wealth that he had missed a decade prior. So, this is the finance office. It appears rather unremarkable, doesn't it? Pei Si-si peered curiously into the room, where sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating rows of filing cabinets. And the air was infused with a melange of paper and dust. Indeed, let us proceed. I shall show you other places. Lin Fan masked his inner excitement, discreetly closing the door to the finance office as he led Pei Si-si away from the third floor. Upon returning to the office, Wang Jimin was seated at his desk, perusing documents. Noticing their return, he set aside his papers and addressed Pei Si-si. Pei, first, familiarize yourself with the company environment under Lin's guidance. Complete the necessary paperwork. And come back formally in the afternoon. Understood, Director Wang. Pei Si-si responded obediently. Wang Jimin turned to Lin Fan, instructing, Lin, since Pei has just arrived, please take her to the human resources and logistics departments to handle the paperwork. Don't hesitate to run errands. It's all part of the process. Got it, Director Wang. You can rest assured, Lin Fan replied readily. Leaving the office, Lin Fan escorted Pei Si-si to the human resources department on the second floor. The head of HR, Supervisor Chun, was a woman nearing 50, wearing black-rimmed glasses and sporting a bobbed hairstyle that exuded a sense of shrewd efficiency. So you are the new secretary. Pei Si-si, please hand me your documents, Supervisor Chun said, adjusting her glasses and gesturing for Pei Si-si to pass her the file. Pei Si-si promptly handed over the file, and Supervisor Chun extracted various forms and credentials, scrutinizing them meticulously. Lin Fan stood by, observing Pei Si-si as she diligently filled out the forms. And he was flooded with nostalgia. A decade ago, he too had been in her position, youthful and brimming with anticipation as he completed similar paperwork, dreaming of a flourishing career. Here, you need to indicate your political status as ordinary citizen. And here, please provide more detailed information about your family members, Lin Fan remarked, unable to restrain himself from offering guidance as he watched her fill out the forms. Thank you, Lin Fan. Pei Si-si looked up, gratitude evident in her eyes. Not at all. It's merely a small matter. Lin Fan waved off her thanks. By the way, do you have any other questions? None for now, thank you. Pei Si-si replied, shaking her head and returning her focus to the forms. As Lin Fan watched her concentrate on the paperwork, a sudden thought struck him. By the way, what is your sister's name? My sister is named Pei Wen. Why do you ask? Pei Si-si inquired, a hint of confusion crossing her features as she glanced at Lin Fan. Oh, it was just a casual question, Lin Fan chuckled, offering no further explanation. He certainly remembered the name Pei Wen. A decade ago, she had been renowned within the company as a beauty, with suitors aplenty, and he was among them. All done with the forms, Pei Si-si announced, handing the completed documents to Supervisor Chun. Manager Chun received the form and meticulously inspected it before stating, Everything seems in order. Please proceed to the designated area for your identification photo, after which you may head to the logistics department to arrange your accommodation. Thank you. Manager Chun. Pei Si-si expressed her gratitude and walked towards the photo booth with the form in hand. Lin Fan, observing Pei Si-si's retreating figure, suddenly conceived a thought. He was determined to secure the best dormitory for her. Manager Chun, may I discuss something with you? Lin Fan approached her, lowering his voice. Manager Chun regarded him with suspicion. Typically, Lin Fan was discreet and composed in his actions, yet today he exhibited an unusual eagerness. She inquired, what is it? Well, since Miss Pei is new and unfamiliar with her surroundings, could you possibly assist in arranging a more favorable accommodation for her? Lin Fan rubbed his hands together. Appearing somewhat awkward, Manager Chin's expression shifted to one of understanding. It was clear that this was the matter at hand. In this day and age, the disparity between the quality of rooms in the single dormitory was quite significant, which explained Lin Fan's impassioned plea. She teased him with a smile. Lin Fan, you usually come across as quite earnest. I didn't realize you had such a warm heart. Very well, I shall inquire on your behalf. After accompanying Pei Si-si to take her identification photo, Lin Fan hurriedly made his way to the logistics department. Along the way, he racked his brain, recalling the dormitory allocation circumstances from a decade prior, striving to secure the optimal choice for Pei Si-si. Inside the logistics office, several employees were busily processing documents. Upon Lin Fan's arrival, a plump woman looked up and asked, Lin, what brings you here? Hello, Lu Jia. I'm here to assist our new colleague, Pei Si-si. With her accommodation arrangements, Lin Fan replied while handing over Pei Si-si's documentation. Manager Chun instructed me to ensure Miss Pei is assigned a more favorable room. Lu Jia took the documents and casually perused them while muttering, there are many new employees lately, and the vacancies are quite limited. Noticing her demeanor, Lin Fan quickly approached Lu Jia, lowering his voice. What do you think of room 204 in building 3? It faces south, has good lighting, and is conveniently located near the restroom. Lu Jia lifted her gaze, giving Lin Fan a knowing look, and smiled. Lin, it seems you have done your homework, even knowing the room number. How prepared you are. Lin Fan felt a blush creeping onto his face at Lu Jia's remark, awkwardly chuckling. Oh, it's nothing. I merely wish to help a new colleague. Lu Jia ceased her teasing and replied, all right then, as you suggested, we'll allocate room 204 in building 3 to Miss Pei. Once the accommodation procedures were completed, Lin Fan escorted Pei Si-si to the safety department for a mandatory safety training session for new employees. In the conference room, the newcomers sat upright, attentively listening to the safety officer explain the company's safety regulations. During a break, Lin Fan took the opportunity to retrieve personal protective equipment for Pei Si-si from the storeroom. Here you go. This is your work uniform, safety helmet, and gloves. Lin Fan handed her a large bag of items. Thank you, Lin Fan. You've been so helpful today, running around for me. Pei Si-si expressed her appreciation. Not at all. We are colleagues, and it is only right that we assist one another, Lin Fan smiled. Come, let me show you to your dormitory. As they exited the office building, the warm glow of the setting sun enveloped them. Lin Fan walked ahead, with Pei Si-si following closely behind. She gazed at Lin Fan's silhouette, her heart brimming with gratitude and curiosity. By the way, Lin Fan, I haven't asked you yet. How come you are so well acquainted with the company's situation? You seem to know exactly which room is best, Pei Si-si inquired, quickening her pace to catch up. Lin Fan paused, turning to face Pei Si-si, a hint of a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Well, he hesitated for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I've been at the company for a few years, so I've naturally become familiar with it. He couldn't disclose to Pei Si-si that he possessed the ability to foresee the future, at least not just yet. Arriving at the base of Building 3, Lin Fan pointed to one of the dormitories. There it is, room 204. The environment seems quite pleasant, doesn't it? Pei Si-si approached to take a closer look. The room was clean and tidy, with sunlight streaming through the window. Indeed, a lovely space. Yes, it's quite nice. Thank you, Lin Fan. You're welcome. Now, go ahead and settle in. I'll head to my dorm for a bit, and we can go to the cafeteria together later to recharge our meal cards. Lin Fan said before turning to leave. Back in his dorm, Lin Fan habitually opened his computer, browsing the latest news and lottery information. Since his rebirth a few days ago, he had been searching for the opportune moment to leverage his foresight for a substantial gain. Brother, are you there? A knock sounded at the door. It was Pei Si-si. Coming, Lin Fan replied as he rose to open the door. Are you all set? Yes. My sister has also reported to the company. She should be at the cafeteria by now. Let us go together, Pei Si-si mentioned. All right, let us go. Lin Fan locked the door and followed Pei Si-si to the cafeteria. The company cafeteria was situated behind the office building, a two-story structure bustling with activity during meal times. At that moment, during dinner, the cafeteria was teeming with people, and the aroma of food filled the air. My sister is over there. Pei Si-si pointed to a table by the window where a girl, somewhat resembling her, was engrossed in her phone. Sister. Upon seeing Pei Si-si, the girl immediately rose to greet her. So, have you completed the reporting procedures? Yes, thanks to Lin Fan's help, Pei Si-si replied, introducing Lin Fan to her sister. This is my colleague, Lin Fan, and this is my sister, Pei Wen. Hello, Lin Fan and Pei Wen exchanged greetings. Brother, do you also work at this company? Pei Wen asked curiously. Yes, I joined a few years before your sister, Lin Fan nodded. Wow, you must be quite familiar with the company by now, right? My sister just started and doesn't know much yet. I hope you can look after her, Pei Wen said, admiration evident in her gaze. Of course, it's only natural for colleagues to support one another, Lin Fan replied with a smile. You two continue your conversation. I'll go recharge my meal card. As Lin Fan turned towards the card recharge station, he could faintly hear Pei Wen say, Sister, this brother seems quite nice and is also handsome. Have you? Lin Fan chose not to eavesdrop further. He quickly recharged his meal card and found a quiet corner to enjoy his dinner. After dinner, Lin Fan returned to his dorm, beginning to plan for the work ahead. He understood that to establish a solid foothold in the company, relying solely on his foresight was insufficient. He needed to continually learn and enhance his professional capabilities. The following morning, Lin Fan arrived at the office early, ready to embark on his day's work. He tidied his desk and brewed a cup of tea. Just as he was poised to begin, Pei Si-si knocked and entered. Morning, Lin Fan, she greeted cheerfully. Good morning, he replied, setting down his teacup. What brings you here so early? I officially start today and wanted to familiarize myself with the environment, Pei Si-si said with a smile. By the way, what should I do? Lin Fan pondered for a moment. Let me explain the company's administrative structure to you first, he suggested, gesturing towards the documents on his desk. Then, you can assist me in organizing these files by department and category. All right, Pei Si-si responded. Pulling out a chair opposite Lin Fan's desk and taking out her notebook and pen, adopting an earnest student demeanor. Clearing his throat, Lin Fan pointed to an organizational chart on a document and began his explanation. Our company operates under a typical group management system with 8 major departments at headquarters. He elaborated on the responsibilities and functions of each department, as well as their interrelations. Pei Si-si listened attentively, taking notes and nodding occasionally to signify her understanding. The group oversees several subsidiaries, each with its own organizational framework, albeit generally akin to that of the headquarters. After taking a sip of water, Lin Fan continued. Since you're new, focus on familiarizing yourself with the structure of the headquarters first. You'll have the opportunity to learn about the subsidiaries gradually. Got it, Pei Si-si replied, closing her notebook. What should I do now? Lin Fan handed her the files that needed organizing. Please sort these files by department and category first. He paused, and perhaps start tidying up the office. The other colleagues haven't arrived yet, so it would be more convenient. Sure, no problem, Pei Si-si agreed readily, picking up a broom and dustbin to commence cleaning. Watching her diligent figure, Lin Fan felt a flicker of admiration. Although Pei Si-si was a newcomer, her proactive attitude and lack of hesitation indicated she was a promising talent. After about half an hour, Pei Si-si returned to Lin Fan's side. Jianggo, I've finished cleaning. Do you think it needs further tidying? Lin Fan stood up and surveyed the surroundings, nodding in approval. It's very tidy. Thank you for your hard work. He pointed to the files. Once you've organized those, you can take a break. All right, Pei Si-si replied as she resumed her seat to begin sorting the documents. Lin Fan returned to his desk, opening his computer to process emails. Jianggu, I've organized everything. Pei Si-si's voice interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts. He walked over to her side, thoroughly inspecting the neatly arranged files, and nodded with satisfaction. Well done. The categorization is clear and comprehensible. Excellent work, Si-si. You're meticulous and organized. Pei Si-si blushed a bit at the compliment, feeling slightly bashful. Thank you for the praise, Jianggu. I will strive to improve even further. Lin Fan smiled, gesturing towards a stack of files in the corner of the desk. Next, let me introduce you to an important task in our office, the photocopy request form. As the name suggests, this is the application form that needs to be filled out when documents require photocopying. Lin Fan picked up an application form and explained each section meticulously, pointing out the need to fill in the department, applicant, application date, document name, number of copies, purpose, and so forth. Each item must be clearly completed without omission. Pei Si-si listened attentively, nodding occasionally to indicate her understanding. Once the form is filled out, it must be signed by the department head before she can bring it to me for copying. Lin Fan paused, his expression turning serious, emphasizing that this task, though seemingly simple, is of utmost importance as it pertains to the information security of the company. Pei Si-si felt a knot tighten in her chest, realizing the gravity of the matter, and quickly inquired, Brother Jiang, what should I pay attention to? First and foremost, you must remember the names and signatures of all department heads to prevent any impersonation. Lin Fan retrieved a document from the drawer and handed it to her. This is a list of all department heads along with their signature samples. Make sure to memorize it thoroughly. Pei Si-si accepted the document with both hands, nodding earnestly. I will remember, Brother Jiang. I will meticulously verify the signatures and ensure no one can exploit any opportunity. Indeed, I trust you, Lin Fan encouraged, patting her shoulder. You are a clever girl, and I am confident you will soon grasp the essence of this task. Pei Si-si smiled gratefully, returning to her seat, where she opened the list of department heads and began to memorize it earnestly. The dense array of names and diverse signatures made her head spin, yet she reminded herself to commit them to memory as it was a test of her professional capabilities. As time passed, the office remained silent, with only the sound of fingers striking keys breaking the stillness. Pei Si-si rubbed her weary eyes, forcing herself to continue reciting the list, but waves of drowsiness washed over her, her eyelids growing heavier. Pei Si-si, whose signature is on this document. Suddenly, Lin Fan's voice pierced through her thoughts. Startled, she looked up and saw him standing beside her desk, holding a document and regarding her with a serious expression. Oh. Pei Si-si instantly shook off her sleepiness, hastily standing up to take the document, her gaze flitting nervously over the signature. What's wrong? Don't you recognize the signature? Lin Fan's tone was calm, yet a glimmer of subtle meaning flickered in his eyes. I. Pei Si-si stammered, her cheeks flushing crimson. The signature on the document was ornate and unfamiliar to her. Noticing her discomposure, Lin Fan's lips curled slightly in an elusive smile. It seems you have yet to memorize the signatures of the department heads. I'm sorry, Brother Jiang. Pei Si-si lowered her head in shame, wishing she could disappear into the ground. All right, don't be nervous. Take your time. Lin Fan's tone softened slightly. This document belongs to the finance department, and it is signed by Manager Wang. Please take a closer look at his name and signature to avoid any future mistakes. Understood, Brother Jiang. I will remember it diligently. Pei Si-si nodded earnestly, accepting the document and examining Manager Wang's signature carefully, determined to imprint it in her memory. All right, you may continue with your work, Lin Fan said as he patted her shoulder and returned to his desk. Pei Si-si took a deep breath, suppressing the unease within her, and reopened the list of department heads, beginning to memorize it with utmost seriousness. This time, she dared not let her guard down, fearing the recurrence of a similar error. As the minutes ticked by, the atmosphere in the office gradually lightened. Some colleagues engaged in hushed conversations, while others focused intently on their tasks, the rhythmic tapping of keyboards creating a symphony of busyness. Immersed in her memorization of signatures, Pei Si-si remained oblivious to the passage of time, until the sky outside darkened and the office lights flickered on, signaling the end of the workday. Si-si, it's time to leave. Shall we go together? Her colleague Wang Chong approached her desk with a smile. Sure, coming. Pei Si-si quickly gathered her belongings and followed Wang Chong out of the office. How was your first day? Wang Chong asked as they walked. It was all right, just a lot to learn, Pei Si-si replied with a smile. Of course. The beginning is always like this. It will get better with time, Wang Chong reassured her. Come on, I'll treat you at the cafeteria, and we can chat while eating. Pei Si-si initially considered declining, but Wang Chong's enthusiasm was hard to resist, so she agreed. The two laughed and chatted as they made their way to the cafeteria, unaware of Lin Fan's gaze lingering behind them. The cafeteria was bustling with voices, filled with the aroma of delicious food. Pei Si-si and Wang Chong found a vacant table and sat down, just as they were about to dig in. A familiar voice called out from behind, Sister, why are you so late? I'm starving. Pei Si-si turned to see her younger sister, Pei Wen, standing behind her with a frown, holding a tray of food. Why did you take so long? I'm about to starve, Pei Wen complained, setting her tray down heavily on the table. I got held up by work matters, Pei Si-si quickly explained, introducing Wang Chong. Brother Wang, this is my sister, Pei Wen. She also works at our company. Hello, nice to meet you. Wang Chong greeted Pei Wen with a smile. Pei Wen works at our company too? Which department? Lin Fan interjected suddenly. Pei Wen shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, Why do you care? Lin Fan chuckled awkwardly, lowering his head to eat in silence. Noticing the tension, Pei Si-si quickly changed the subject. Wen, Why are you here eating at the cafeteria? Doesn't your department have its own small cafeteria? Don't even mention it. Their little cafeteria is holding some themed event today, and the food is terrible. I couldn't eat a single bite, Pei Wen grumbled. Sister, you won't believe it. I reported to the finance department today, and their manager. Pei Wen began to vent her frustrations about her new job, expressing her discontent with both the work and her colleagues. Pei Si-si patiently listened while occasionally offering words of comfort. Lin Fan and Wang Chong silently dined, exchanging glances from time to time. By the way, sister, how was your day at the office? Are you adjusting well? Pei Wen finally ceased her complaints and inquired with genuine concern. It's quite good. My colleagues are very considerate, Pei Si-si replied with a smile. That's great to hear. I heard that the director in your office can be rather difficult. You should be cautious, Pei Wen whispered, lowering her voice. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Director Wang is quite nice, Pei Si-si remarked. Humph, you haven't really seen him yet. Once you get to know him better, you'll understand. Pei Wen wanted to continue, but was interrupted by Pei Si-si. All right, Wen, let's refrain from gossiping about others. Pei Wen wished to retort, but, upon seeing her sister's serious expression, decided to remain silent. After finishing their meal, Lin Fan and Wang Chong prepared to return to the office, while Pei Si-si intended to escort her sister to the station. Si-si, see you tomorrow, Lin Fan said with a smile as he bid farewell. See you tomorrow. Pei Si-si responded cheerfully, watching Lin Fan and Wang Chong leave the cafeteria. Sister, do you find Lin Fan a bit strange? Pei Wen quietly remarked, gazing at Lin Fan's retreating figure. Strange? In what way? Pei Si-si asked, puzzled. I just feel like there's something off about the way he looks at you. Pei Wen hesitated to elaborate. Nonsense. He's looking at you. Who told you to be so fierce with him? Pei Si-si teased, pulling her sister toward the exit of the cafeteria. As night fell, Lin Fan walked alone on his way back to the dormitory, continually pondering Pei Wen's earlier comments. Strange gaze, Lin Fan murmured to himself, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that his secret could no longer remain concealed. Upon returning to his dormitory, he locked the door and eagerly drew back the curtains. The twilight glow filtered through the window, infusing the room with an unusual energy. He took a deep breath, concentrated, and fixated his gaze on the calendar on the wall. The numbers on the calendar appeared to twist and dance before finally settling on the date XXXX20XX, just 3 days away from the next lottery draw. 3 days. Lin Fan muttered, his eyes glimmering with an extraordinary light. He had a premonition that this time, he would surely win the jackpot. After a simple wash-up, Lin Fan lay on his bed, but found no inclination to sleep. His mind was filled with visions of winning the lottery, luxurious mansions, sports cars, and globe-trotting adventures. Dreams that once seemed unattainable now appeared within reach. The television broadcasted a tedious soap opera, and Lin Fan absent-mindedly flipped through channels, unable to find a program that could calm his restless mind. Wang Chong had yet to return, likely still working overtime in the office. Early the next morning, Lin Fan rose with the dawn and hurried to the nearest lottery store. He bought an array of tickets in various formats, as if trying to compensate for a decade's worth of regrets all at once. Upon returning to the office, Wang Chong was already seated at his desk, sporting dark circles under his eyes, clearly having stayed up late once again. Hey, Xiaolin, why did you leave without saying a word yesterday? You didn't even wait for me, Wang Chong complained while rubbing his temples. I had some matters to attend to, Lin Fan replied. Lin Fan replied ambiguously, deliberately avoiding Wang Chong's gaze. By the way, Xiaolin, what do you think about the matter I mentioned? Wang Chong suddenly leaned closer to Lin Fan, his expression shrouded in mystery. What matter? Lin Fan pretended to be oblivious. I'm talking about your colleague, Pei Si-si. It would be best if you could bring her sister along too, so the 4 of us can have dinner together. What do you say? Wang Chong said with a mischievous grin. Lin Fan scoffed inwardly, amused by Wang Chong's persistence. He replied coolly, I have something to attend to. I must be on my way. With that, he walked directly to his desk, disregarding Wang Chong entirely. In the stillness of the night, the office building was enveloped in darkness. Only the dim light of the printing room on the 3rd floor pierced the gloom, casting elongated shadows on the curtains. Chapter 6. The unexpected task in the midnight office. Why is the printing room still lit at this hour? Could it be haunted? Pei Wen clutched her sister Pei Si-si's arm tightly, her voice trembling with apprehension. Pei Si-si felt a shiver run down her spine, but maintained a facade of calm. Don't be ridiculous. It's probably just Director Wang forgetting to turn off the light. Let us go take a look. The two crept cautiously to the door of the printing room. Just as Pei Si-si was about to knock, she faintly heard the sound of someone typing inside. She froze, wondering if someone was still working this late. Sister, what should we do? Pei Wen asked nervously, gripping Pei Si-si's sleeve. Pei Si-si hesitated for a moment and whispered, Let us leave. We shouldn't disturb anyone. As they turned to depart, the door of the office behind them suddenly swung open, revealing Lin Fan's figure. What are you doing here? He inquired, surprised to see the two sisters. Pei Si-si jumped, nearly dropping the file in her hands. Ellen, director, what are you doing here so late? She stammered. Lin Fan, not pursuing their evident fluster, asked again. Pei Si-si fumbled for her words. We came to find some materials. Lin Fan glanced at the file they held, then at the illuminated printing room, seemingly piecing things together. He smiled slightly and said, come in. Pei Si-si paused, looking up at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with confusion. Don't you want to come in? Lin Fan teased gently. Pei Si-si hurriedly waved her hands, trying to clarify. No, it's not that. Come in. I need your assistance, Lin Fan said, stepping aside to allow them entry. After a moment of hesitation, Pei Si-si looked at her sister, then back at Lin Fan's office. Ultimately, she stepped inside and closed the door behind her. Lin Fan pointed to the door and instructed Pei Wen, who obediently shut it before moving to her sister's side, curiously surveying the office. Lin Fan retrieved a document from his drawer and handed it to Pei Si-si. Please prepare this document into a PowerPoint presentation. I need it for tomorrow morning. Pei Si-si accepted the document and glanced through it, her expression tinged with hesitation as she said, but it's so late. How can I? Lin Fan regarded her with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Pei Si-si quickly shook her head, clarifying, it's not that. It's just that my sister is still here. No worries. Let her assist as well, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. After all, she has nothing else to do. Upon hearing this, Pei Wen instantly perked up, exclaiming, great. I can help with the PPT. Pei Si-si shot her a glare, whispering, don't be ridiculous. Pei Wen stuck out her tongue and retreated behind her sister, falling silent. Lin Fan observed the two sisters, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he asked, so, what do you think? Will you stay? Pei Si-si bit her lip, torn within. On one hand, there was the unexpected work task. On the other, the awkwardness of being alone with a man late at night. She found herself at a loss. Noticing her sister's indecision, Pei Wen tugged at her sleeve and softly urged, sister, let us stay. We have to work tomorrow anyway. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest. Pei Si-si glanced at her sister's eager eyes, then at Lin Fan's calm demeanor, and ultimately nodded. She clutched the file tightly, her knuckles turning pale. The office building was eerily silent in the late hours, and under the dim light, Lin Fan's figure appeared particularly imposing. Pei Si-si wrestled internally. Should she stay to help? What if it became gossip that a man and woman were alone together? Yet, rejecting him might come off as excessively unfeeling, especially since he was her superior. Sister, let us stay. We need to work tomorrow anyway. Finishing early means more rest, Pei Wen insisted, her face alight with anticipation. To Pei Wen, witnessing her sister's professional life and being able to contribute was incredibly exciting. As Pei Si-si looked into her sister's bright eyes, her reservations gradually faded. Indeed, it was merely work. She had overthought it. Taking a deep breath, she finally made up her mind and looked up at Lin Fan. All right, Director Lin. We will stay to help. Lin Fan nodded slightly, stepping aside to allow them to enter the office, gesturing for them to proceed. As Pei Si-si and Pei Wen entered the office, a faint scent of tobacco mingled with the aroma of ink filled the air. The office, although modest in size, was impeccably organized. Pei Wen curiously surveyed her surroundings, her gaze sweeping over the thick volumes on the shelves, the calligraphy and paintings adorning the walls, and finally resting on the large, comfortable executive chair behind the desk, her eyes brimming with envy. Close the door, Lin Fan instructed, pointing towards the office entrance as he addressed Pei Wen. She playfully stuck out her tongue, promptly shutting the door, then obediently moved to her sister's side, her gaze still wandering around the office as if discovering something novel. Please transform this document into a PPT. I'll need it for tomorrow morning, Lin Fan said, retrieving a file from the drawer and handing it to Pei Si-si. She took the document, quickly perusing its contents, her brow furrowing slightly. This file encompassed the company's developmental blueprint for the next 5 years, filled with intricate data and stringent logic. Creating a clear and comprehensible PPT from it would not be an easy task. Noticing the change in Pei Si-si's expression, Lin Fan approached the water dispenser, poured 2 cups of water, and handed one to her. Do not worry. Take your time. I have some ideas that I can share with you. He paused, pulled out a chair, and seated himself at the desk, his long fingers lightly tapping on the surface, his gaze fixed on the documents before him. Pei Si-si accepted the file with both hands and began to peruse its contents. The first page outlined the company's strategic plan for the next 5 years, densely packed with text detailing the direction and strategic objectives of the organization. She skimmed through it quickly, gaining a general understanding of the contents. This document pertains to the company's strategic planning for the forthcoming 5 years. I require a PowerPoint presentation for my report to the board tomorrow morning. Lin Fan's voice was deep and resonant, drawing Pei Si-si back to the present. Focus on the development directions and specific measures for the next 3 years, emphasizing data analysis and graphical presentations to give the board a clear view of the company's growth prospects. Lin Fan moved to the desk, opened his laptop, and swiftly typed on the keyboard, launching a blank PowerPoint document. Familiarize yourself with the document for now. I will have some specific thoughts and requirements to discuss with you shortly. Pei Si-si nodded and seated herself on a nearby sofa, diligently reviewing the file. Meanwhile, Pei Wen curiously leaned closer to Lin Fan, watching him adeptly navigate the computer, her eyes filled with admiration. Go for it, sis. I'll play on my phone for a while. Pei Wen softly encouraged her sister before pulling out her phone to scroll through short videos. As time passed, the office remained quiet, the only sounds being the rustle of paper and the rhythmic tapping of the keyboard. Once Lin Fan completed his tasks, he stood and walked to the water dispenser to pour himself a glass, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the computer screen. The display revealed a lottery website, indicating that there was still 1 hour and 23 minutes until the draw. Holding the cup, Lin Fan moved to the window, staring out into the dark night sky, silently calculating the time. At 9:20, he murmured to himself, a subtle smile forming at the corner of his lips. It should be soon. Returning to his desk, he refreshed the webpage, and the countdown had shifted to 3 minutes remaining. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his focus fixed on the screen as his heartbeat quickened. As the clock struck 9:20, his breathing became more rapid, his gaze penetrating the computer screen as if he could see beyond it. Finally, the countdown on the webpage turned a vivid red, displaying 00000, and the page refreshed to reveal a series of numbers in the center of the screen: 03, 08, 19, 25, 30, 31, 07. Lin Fan abruptly rose, vigorously pumping his fist in the air, his face alight with uncontainable joy. He knew he had won once again. These numbers were already etched in his mind. Fantastic. It seems I can enjoy a good night's sleep tonight, Lin Fan said excitedly to himself in a hushed tone. He opened his phone and swiftly executed a transfer of funds into his account. After completing this, he finally remembered the 2 ladies still present in the office. As he turned around, he noticed Pei Si-si furrowing her brow, intently focused on the documents in her hand, while Pei Wen languidly scrolled through her phone. Clearing his throat, Lin Fan inquired, Si-si, how are you finding the documents? Pei Si-si lifted her gaze, her expression tinged with hesitation. Director Lin, this document is quite extensive and filled with numerous technical terms, making it somewhat challenging for me to comprehend. Indeed, this document is rather intricate and requires some time to digest, Lin Fan acknowledged. He walked over to Pei Si-si, picked up the document from the table, and flipped through a few pages. How about this? I will first explain the key points to you, and then we can discuss the PPT production plan together. His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with a certain magnetism that gradually eased Pei Si-si's initial anxiety. She listened attentively to Lin Fan's explanations, taking notes diligently and asking questions whenever she encountered something unclear. Meanwhile, Pei Wen displayed no interest in her sister's interaction with Lin Fan. Immersed in her mobile device, she occasionally erupted into laughter, oblivious to the fact that it was already quite late. By the time Lin Fan concluded his explanation, it was past 10 in the evening. It's getting late. Let us call it a night for now, he said to Pei Si-si. There's no rush regarding the PPT. I will come to discuss it with you again tomorrow morning. Pei Si-si nodded and began to tidy up the documents on the table. Wen, we should be going, she said to her sister. Are we leaving already? Pei Wen replied with reluctance, but upon seeing her sister's serious demeanor, she begrudgingly set down her phone and followed her sister out of the office. Lin Fan watched the 2 sisters depart, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Turning back to his desk, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Lao Zhang, it's me. Let us meet at the usual place tomorrow morning at 9. I need to discuss something with you. A respectful voice responded from the other end. Understood, General Manager Lin. I will be there on time. After hanging up, Lin Fan's gaze returned to the computer screen, which displayed a newly created PPT document titled Company Strategic Plan for the Next 5 Years. Taking a deep breath, he murmured to himself, a new beginning. Everything is just starting. Meanwhile, the Pei sisters walked home side by side. Sister, what do you think of Director Lin? He seems so young, Pei Wen asked curiously, and he gives off an impression of being quite wealthy. Chapter 7. The bitter of overtime and the sweet of reward. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, the shadows of the 2 sisters elongated. Pei Si-si pondered for a moment before shaking her head. You're overthinking it. Just the new leader, probably in his early 30s. It's not as exaggerated as you think. However, Pei Wen wished to say more, but was interrupted by her sister. All right, enough of the wild guesses. We need to finish the PPT when we get home so we can submit it to Director Lin tomorrow. Upon returning home, Pei Si-si opened her computer, and the newly created PPT document blinked at her, almost mockingly, as if to highlight her confusion. The strategic plan for the company's next 5 years, such an important document. And here I am, just a newly hired secretary. How could I possibly handle this? Pei Wen leaned over, observing her sister lost in thought before the computer screen, and sighed in unison. Sister, why don't we casually find a template online and modify it? Pei Si-si shot her a disapproving glance. Nonsense. Director Lin specifically stated that we must tailor it to our company's actual circumstances. We cannot simply use a template. The two sisters stared at the computer screen, enduring a sleepless night. Various materials cluttered the desk, while the printer emitted waves of heat from continuous operation, rubbing her weary eyes. Pei Si-si gazed at the chaotic content on the PPT, feeling overwhelmed with helplessness. The following morning, Lin Fan entered the office humming a cheerful tune, his spirits unusually high. He had won second prize in the lottery he purchased the night before. Although the prize wasn't substantial, it heralded the arrival of his good fortune. He excitedly approached his desk and slapped it with enthusiasm. Wonderful. The abrupt noise startled Pei Si-si and her sister, who were organizing materials, leaving their faces pale and documents scattered across the floor. Realizing his exuberance was misplaced, Lin Fan quickly apologized. I'm sorry for scaring you. I'm just so happy, haha. Pei Si-si and Pei Wen exchanged glances, perplexed by the new leader's peculiar behavior so early in the day. By the way, how is the PPT coming along? Lin Fan eagerly inquired about the previous night's progress. Pei Si-si hesitated, gesturing towards the makeshift PPT on the desk. Director Lin, we have done our utmost, but, not bad. You've worked hard, Lin Fan replied, his smile unwavering as he scanned the document. Please send me the final version to my email before tonight. Thank you for your effort. With that, he resumed humming, picked up his briefcase, and strode out of the office. Pei Wen watched Lin Fan's retreating figure, hesitant to speak. Sister, is he deliberately making things difficult for us? Pei Wen lamented. How can we possibly create a 5-year strategic plan for the company? Pei Si-si sighed wearily, fully aware of the daunting task ahead, yet feeling powerless to change the situation. Well, complaining won't help. We must think of how to revise it. But we have no idea about the company's future direction. Pei Wen's voice quivered, nearly on the verge of tears. How are we supposed to create this PPT? Pei Si-si bit her lip, suddenly struck by inspiration. I have an idea. Let us consult Director Wang. Wang Jiamin, the office director, had been with the company for many years and possessed an intimate understanding of its affairs. Pei Si-si decided to seek his guidance, hoping to uncover a breakthrough. Upon arriving at Wang Jiamin's office and explaining their predicament, he chuckled. Your Director Lin enjoys challenging newcomers, but this is also a valuable exercise for you. Wang Jiamin patiently elucidated the company's development direction and key projects for the upcoming years, providing them with a wealth of invaluable resources. The sisters felt as if they had struck gold and hurried back to their office. Following Director Wang's guidance, they diligently revised the PPT. Time slipped away, and soon it was evening. The lights in the office remained bright, as Pei Si-si and Pei Wen toiled away, the dense text and charts on the computer screen mocking their fatigue. Sister, I'm hungry, Pei Wen said weakly. Pei Si-si rubbed her aching eyes and glanced at her phone. It was already 10 in the evening. Let me prepare a bowl of noodles for you, she offered. Pei Wen nodded, continuing to gaze at her computer screen. Pei Si-si prepared 2 bowls of instant noodles and placed them on the desk, where the sisters silently consumed their meal. The aroma of the noodles wafted through the air, yet it could not mask the bitterness in their hearts. Dear sister, I feel as if we are akin to oppressed child laborers, Pei Wen complained between bites. Pei Si-si remained silent, merely continuing to eat. Did she not yearn to return home, luxuriate in a warm bath, and then sink into a restful slumber? Yet, this job was of paramount importance to her. She could not afford to lose this hard-won opportunity. Finally, at 1 in the morning, they completed the modifications to the PPT, gazing at the final version. Pei Si-si exhaled deeply, a weary yet contented smile gracing her face. At last, it's done. Pei Wen stretched, collapsing into her chair. A wave of exhaustion washed over Pei Si-si as well. She shut down her computer and stood, stretching her stiff limbs. Let us go home and sleep. The following morning, Pei Si-si arrived at the office with dark circles under her eyes, submitting the completed PPT to Lin Fan. Lin Fan casually flipped through a few pages, his brow furrowing slightly. Here and here, the data is problematic and the logic lacks clarity. We'll need to work late again tonight to revise it. On Wednesday morning, Pei Si-si trudged into the office, placing the revised PPT on Lin Fan's desk. After 2 sleepless nights, her complexion was paler than the data presented in the PPT. Director Lin, here is the revised PPT. Lin Fan took the document, quickly reviewing it, his long fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk, once, twice, each tap echoing in Pei Si-si's heart. Here and here, the data remains flawed, and the logic is still unclear. His calm tone extinguished the last flicker of hope within Pei Si-si, as he instructed her to work late once more. Yet, Pei Si-si hesitated, having already endured 2 consecutive nights of overtime. If this continued, she would truly be overwhelmed. There are no buts, Lin Fan interrupted. As a newcomer, you must possess the awareness of a novice, learn diligently, and familiarize yourself with your responsibilities swiftly. Pei Si-si nodded helplessly, her heart heavy with bitterness. She recognized that Lin Fan was correct, yet she was utterly exhausted. Please help me deliver this document to Wang Chang in the party office, Lin Fan instructed, retrieving a file from his drawer and handing it to her. Remember to follow the formal document circulation process. Pei Si-si accepted the file, her gaze falling upon the densely packed red stamps, instantly feeling overwhelmed. She had never dealt with official documents, let alone navigated the processes involved. Director Lin, I'm not quite familiar with this, she said timidly. Then learn, Lin Fan replied, standing and walking to the filing cabinet. He opened the door and pointed to the rows of documents. All official documents must be categorized and archived by date for easy retrieval. He subsequently brought Pei Si-si to the computer, opened the OA system, and meticulously guided her through the process of filling out approval forms, uploading documents, and checking progress. The flow of official documents is a crucial channel for internal communication within the company, and it must be approached with diligence to ensure timeliness, accuracy, and security, Lin Fan emphasized. Pei Si-si listened intently, fearful of missing any detail. She understood that Lin Fan was imparting not just procedural knowledge, but the essence of work itself. All right, you may go now, Lin Fan gestured with a wave of his hand. Holding the documents, Pei Si-si exited the office, taking a deep breath to steady her nerves. She recognized that this was merely the beginning, and a long road lay ahead, filled with much to learn. As she made her way to the elevator, she recalled Lin Fan's earlier words. Suddenly, she remembered something important. Director Lin, you mentioned yesterday that I should organize our department's WeChat group today and add the new members. When would you like me to do that? Lin Fan looked up from the documents, pondering briefly. Have all the new hire materials been handed over? Yes. Everything has been transferred to Supervisor Chun. Then let us attend to it now. Lin Fan glanced at the time in the lower right corner of his computer screen, urging her to act swiftly, as he needed to visit the bank shortly. Pei Si-si was perplexed but nodded obediently. All right, I will go and organize the member list. Lin Fan waved her off, indicating she could proceed at her own pace. Once Pei Si-si's figure vanished from the office doorway, Lin Fan slowly leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply. For the past couple of days, he had been restless. Living a second life, many things were different from his memories. He had initially believed that with his foresight into the future, he could effortlessly ascend to the pinnacle of success. However, reality had dealt him a harsh blow. The future appeared as a shrouded mist. He could only faintly discern fragments, unable to grasp the entirety. For instance, regarding the lottery, in his previous life, he had won a substantial prize at this very time, and he vividly recalled the winning numbers. Yet in this life, he had only won a meager sum of a few hundred yuan. Such an amount was but a drop in the ocean concerning his future plans. It seemed prudent to proceed with caution, Lin Fan murmured to himself. At noon, Lin Fan hastily consumed a light meal before rushing to the lottery shop. He had not forgotten that there was a drawing for the arrangement 5 scheduled for today. Boss, please place a bet for arrangement 5, with the numbers. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Pei Si-si returned to the office only to discover that Lin Fan was absent. Where did Director Lin go? She inquired of her colleague. Wang Jimin. I'm not sure. It seems he went out and said he would return in the afternoon, Wang Jimin replied without looking up. Engrossed in the documents he was reviewing, Pei Si-si, feeling somewhat helpless, returned to her seat, opened her computer, and prepared to continue modifying the PPT. Time slipped by, and before long, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. One by one, her colleagues began to leave, leaving Pei Si-si alone at her computer, still diligently at work. Just then, her phone rang. It was her sister, Pei Wen. Sister, where are you? Have you finished work? Not yet, still working overtime, Pei Si-si wearily replied. What? Why are you working overtime again? Didn't you stay late yesterday? Pei Wen's voice was filled with concern. There's no choice. The tasks assigned by the leader must be completed. Pei Si-si sighed. Have you finished work? Why not come over to keep me company? I'm quite bored alone. All right, I'll head over immediately. Pei Wen responded without hesitation. After hanging up the phone, a faint smile graced Pei Si-si's face. With her sister's company, no matter how arduous or exhausting, it felt worthwhile. However, unbeknownst to her, a long and arduous night awaited. Chapter 8. The lottery turmoil on an overtime night. As the lights illuminated the evening, the office appeared particularly desolate. Pei Si-si rubbed her weary eyes. Long hours staring at the computer screen left her feeling dizzy. The neighboring workstation was empty. Her colleagues had long since left, leaving only the echoes of keyboard strokes and mouse clicks in the quiet space. Suddenly, a notification ping shattered the silence. Pei Si-si picked up her phone. It was a message from her sister, Pei Wen. Sister, I'm downstairs. What floor is your office on? 6th floor, room 608. I'll come down to get you. Pei Si-si replied, warmth swelling in her heart. Before long, Pei Wen entered, carrying 2 cups of milk tea and a bag of snacks. Sister, you haven't eaten yet. Have you? You should eat something. Pei Si-si accepted the milk tea and smiled, saying, you really know me. Pei Wen observed her sister's fatigued expression and sympathetically remarked, at this hour, and you're still working on the PPT? The boss is too demanding. There's no choice, since I'm new. I must put in extra effort to secure a permanent position. Pei Si-si sighed. By the way, what made you come over so suddenly? I was bored at home, so I thought I'd keep you company and help you with some work, Pei Wen said as she opened her laptop and began to work proficiently. Send me your PPT. I'll help you revise it. Although Pei Wen was not trained in secretarial work, she often assisted the student council with PPTs and posters during her university days, boasting a superior aesthetic sense and efficiency compared to Pei Si-si. As the sisters collaborated, time seemed to pass more swiftly. At 8 in the evening, the office door was abruptly pushed open, and Lin Fan entered, looking somewhat disheveled. Si-si still at work? Lin Fan was taken aback to see Pei Si-si with an unfamiliar girl. Hello, I'm Pei Wen, Pei Si-si's sister. I'm here to keep my sister company while she works overtime. Pei Wen introduced herself with poise. Hello, Lin Fan nodded, then turned his attention to Pei Si-si. Si-si, how is the PPT coming along? Let me see. Pei Si-si quickly opened the revised PPT and nervously handed it to Lin Fan. He quickly browsed through it, a look of satisfaction crossing his face, though it quickly returned to neutrality as he closed the laptop. Not bad, he remarked, but then paused. But what? Pei Si-si's heart leapt to her throat as she anxiously inquired. Pei Wen also ceased her work, casting a worried glance at Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not respond directly. Instead, he approached the water cooler and poured himself a glass of water. He then slowly remarked, Si-si, I must say, your PPT template is rather outdated, isn't it? The color scheme lacks sophistication, clearly the work of a novice. Instantly, Pei Si-si's face flushed crimson. She recognized the truth in Lin Fan's words, acknowledging her lack of proficiency in PPT creation and her infrequent engagement with design elements. Should I make some revisions? She inquired. Revise? How do you intend to do that? Haven't you noticed that the free PPT templates available online are all rather monotonous? Lin Fan set down his glass, moved closer to Pei Si-si, and pointed at the computer screen. To create a polished and impressive PPT, one must employ some professional tools. Pei Si-si and Pei Wen exchanged glances, both unfamiliar with PPT design and uncertain about what Lin Fan meant by professional tools. How about this? I will share with you a subscription-based website that I frequently use. It offers the latest and trendiest templates, ensuring you produce a PPT that will satisfy the leadership, Lin Fan suggested. Opening WeChat on his phone and sending a link to Pei Si-si. Pei Si-si hesitated, aware that a subscription would incur costs. And given her recent entry into the workforce with a modest salary, she was reluctant to spend excessively in this regard. Si-si, Director Lin only wishes the best for you. There's no need to hesitate, Pei Wen softly urged, sensing her sister's concern. Lin Fan, noticing Pei Si-si's predicament, smiled reassuringly. It's nothing. Consider it a privilege from your senior to you newcomers. No need for formality. Unable to decline further, Pei Si-si reluctantly accepted Lin Fan's generous offer. She clicked on the link and discovered that the PPT templates were indeed exquisite, well categorized, and user-friendly, significantly surpassing the free templates they had previously employed. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? Lin Fan inquired with a sense of pride. Yes, it is indeed remarkable. Thank you, Director Lin. Pei Si-si expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. We are colleagues, after all. It's only natural, Lin Fan replied, waving his hand dismissively. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 9 o'clock. It's getting late. You both should head home and rest. All right, goodbye, Director Lin. Pei Si-si and Pei Wen gathered their belongings and bid farewell to Lin Fan as they departed the office. The office returned to its tranquil state. Lin Fan moved to the window, gazing at the incessant flow of traffic below, while numbers from the lottery ticket danced through his mind. He pulled out his phone. With less than 10 minutes until the draw, his heart began to race, and his palms grew slightly damp. As seconds ticked by, Lin Fan felt his heartbeat quickening, echoing in his ears like a drum. He refreshed the page on his phone repeatedly, eager for the results to be revealed. Ding dong. The long-anticipated lottery results finally arrived, and Lin Fan eagerly tapped to view them, his eyes rapidly scanning the numbers on the screen. 05, 12, 18, 23, 30, 07, 11. Initially, he mechanically compared the numbers, but when he saw the last two digits, 07 and 11, his entire being felt as though it had been struck by lightning, leaving him frozen in place. 07, 11. Could it be the very numbers he purchased? He rubbed his eyes and verified once more. Indeed, it was 07, 11. To his astonishment, he had struck a win in the second area of the lotto. Lin Fan was immediately engulfed by a surge of excitement, his heart racing uncontrollably. It is important to note that while the winnings from this segment of the lotto may not rival those of the first segment, they still represent a considerable sum. He inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself, and proceeded to verify the numbers for the 7 lucky colors. 05, 09, 12, 16, 23, 28, 30 with a special number, 11. 11. Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely trust his vision. The special number 11 from the 7 lucky colors had also boldly appeared on his ticket. This meant that not only had he won in the second area of the lotto, but he had also secured the second prize in the 7 lucky colors. A monumental surprise washed over him like a tidal wave, and Lin Fan felt as though he were ensconced in a dream. He clutched his phone tightly, fearing that this might all be an illusion. After some time, he finally emerged from his overwhelming joy, only to be met with a greater concern. Winning 2 major prizes simultaneously, could that attract undue attention? Lin Fan furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, and further pondered how he would explain the origin of such a substantial sum. He glanced down at the ticket in his hand, lost in contemplation. Lin Fan's mind raced as he weighed the pros and cons. While winning was undoubtedly a fortuitous event, could such an enormous windfall be too conspicuous? Moreover, as a newcomer in his workplace, how could he justify the source of this fortune? No, I must devise a foolproof plan, he resolved internally. Claiming the prize directly would be too perilous. He decided to first consult at the lottery center to explore discreet methods of claiming his winnings. Additionally, he needed to concoct a plausible excuse to account for this unexpected wealth. Xiao Fan, what is the matter with you? Pei Si-si asked, noticing Lin Fan's fluctuating demeanor. Her concern evident. Are you feeling unwell? Lin Fan snapped back to reality and forced a smile, replying, It's nothing. I just suddenly recalled some matters. He paused and continued. Si-si, I have a few things to attend to, so I'll leave first. You and one can take your time. Don't wait for me. At this hour. Where are you going? Pei Si-si inquired, somewhat surprised. I have to meet a friend about something important. Lin Fan fabricated an excuse, and I need to go right away. With that, he grabbed his coat and hurriedly exited the office. Pei Si-si watched Lin Fan's departing figure, her heart filled with confusion. Sister, what do you think is going on with him? He seems so secretive. Pei Wen leaned closer to Pei Si-si and whispered, I don't know. Perhaps it's something work-related. Pei Si-si shook her head. Let us not concern ourselves with him. We should continue working on the PPT. After leaving the office, Lin Fan headed straight for a lottery shop. He intended to purchase a few more tickets and some scratch-off tickets to increase his chances of winning in the future. Boss, I'd like 5 tickets for the double color ball. With the numbers selected randomly, Lin Fan instructed the lottery shop owner. All right. The owner responded promptly, printing the tickets and handing them to Lin Fan. Lin Fan accepted the tickets and inquired, Boss, do you have a wide variety of scratch-off tickets here? The proprietor gestured towards the array of scratch-off lottery tickets on the counter and inquired, There are plenty of varieties. Which one would you like? Lin Fan's gaze swept across the dazzling selection, ultimately settling on a ticket named Turning Stone into Gold. I'll take this one, please. Give me 10 tickets, he declared, pointing at the shimmering ticket. Excellent choice, young man. This one has a high winning rate. The proprietor replied with a cheerful smile as he handed Lin Fan 10 tickets. Lin Fan paid for his purchase and left the lottery shop, his spirits lifted, as if he could already envision wealth beckoning him, with life ahead filled with endless possibilities. Meanwhile, in the office, Pei Si-si and Pei Wen were engrossed in their work. Sister, do you think brother-in-law might be in a relationship? He has been acting rather mysteriously lately, Pei Wen inquired, stifling a yawn as she indulged her curiosity. Don't be ridiculous. He is a newcomer at the company. How could he have time for romance? Pei Si-si replied. though a sense of unease crept into her heart. But he has been quite unusual lately, always distracted. Pei Wen insisted. Moreover, I saw a picture of a girl on his phone today. She's rather attractive. Pei Si-si felt a sudden weight in her chest, but quickly reassured herself. Perhaps she's just a friend or a colleague. Sister, don't deceive yourself. A woman's intuition tells me this is more complicated than it seems, Pei Wen asserted confidently. You should ask him directly. Don't let him be misled. Pei Si-si remained silent, but her mind was already racing. As the minutes ticked by, midnight arrived. Finally, they completed the revisions on the PowerPoint presentation. We've done it. Pei Wen stretched, fatigue evident on her face. Sister, let us head home. All right, let us go, Pei Si-si replied, rubbing her sore eyes as she packed her belongings. On Thursday morning, Lin Fan arrived at the office feeling refreshed. He noticed a document envelope on Pei Si-si's desk, labeled PPT Revision Draft. He approached, opened it, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Si-si, this revision is well done. I'm very pleased, he said, standing beside her desk. You must have burned the midnight oil last night. Pei Si-si looked up and was warmed by Lin Fan's smile. It's nothing. It's my responsibility, she replied modestly. Your work ethic and abilities deserve recognition, Lin Fan encouraged. Keep up the good work, and I will recommend you to the leadership when the opportunity arises. Upon hearing Lin Fan's promise, Pei Si-si felt a surge of gratitude and motivation. By the way, Si-si, you won't need to work late tonight, Lin Fan suddenly announced. I have a matter that requires your assistance. No overtime? Pei Si-si was taken aback. But Director Wong, don't worry, I've already spoken to him. He mentioned that you've been working hard and authorized me to give you a break, Lin Fan assured her confidently. Pei Si-si felt puzzled yet. Recalling her fatigue from the previous night, she gladly accepted this unexpected favor. The morning hours slipped away in haste. On the surface, Lin Fan appeared to be diligently working, yet his mind was preoccupied with plans for the evening. He was aware that tonight's lottery draw held the potential to alter the course of his life dramatically. As the end of the workday approached, Lin Fan sauntered over to Pei Si-si's desk and casually inquired, Si-si, do you have any plans for after work? Pei Si-si, engrossed in organizing documents, looked up and smiled gently. No plans. Why do you ask? Well, I have something to attend to tonight and could use your assistance. If it's not too much trouble, Lin Fan said, his eyes reflecting a hint of earnestness. Pei Si-si hesitated momentarily. After all, Lin Fan had previously interceded on her behalf, securing her an exemption from overtime, making it difficult for her to decline. What is it? She asked. Let us discuss the specifics after work. It's not convenient to talk about it now, Lin Fan replied mysteriously, adding, in any case, it will be a mere trifle for you. Her curiosity piqued. Pei Si-si wondered what Lin Fan was truly up to. All right then, we'll talk after work, she acquiesced, feeling a mix of anticipation and unease. As soon as the clock signaled the end of the workday, Lin Fan eagerly took Pei Si-si by the arm and exited the office. Throughout their walk, he seemed distracted, frequently glancing at his watch and looking back over his shoulder, as if apprehensive about something. Pei Si-si, puzzled by his anxious demeanor, couldn't help but ask, Lin Fan, what exactly is going on? Why all the mystery? Halting his steps, Lin Fan inhaled deeply, gazing at Pei Si-si with a blend of expectation and subtle tension in his eyes. It's really nothing major. I just need your help to purchase a few lottery tickets, he confessed, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Lottery tickets? Pei Si-si furrowed her brow, momentarily thinking she had misheard him. You want me to buy lottery tickets for you? Yes, I feel particularly lucky today. So I thought I'd give it a try, but I can't step away right now, which is why I'm asking for your help, Lin Fan explained, producing a crumpled lottery ticket and a 50 yuan note from his pocket. Is that all? I thought it was something significant. Pei Si-si chuckled, taking the ticket and money from Lin Fan's hand. She scrutinized them closely. Are you certain these are the numbers you want? Yes, those are the numbers I'd like you to play, and please select 5 additional numbers at your discretion, Lin Fan affirmed, seriousness etched on his face. This ticket is for the draw happening at noon today. Could you check if I've won? If I have, please redeem the prize for me. Are you not worried I might abscond with your ticket and money? Pei Si-si teased, amused. As it was her first time being asked to buy lottery tickets for someone else, let alone being entrusted with cash. I trust you 1T. Lin Fan replied with a sincere smile, his gaze earnest. This sentiment warmed Pei Si-si's heart, prompting her to set aside her playful banter. All right then. I'll run this errand for you. But you must promise to treat me to a meal. Not a problem. As long as you can help me purchase the lottery ticket, I would treat you to not just 1 meal, but 10. Lin Fan declared cheerfully. Holding the lottery ticket and the money, Pei Si-si followed Lin Fan's instructions to the lottery shop near the company. Boss, please select 5 sets of the double chromosphere for me. And check if this ticket is a winner, Pei Si-si said as she handed the ticket to the proprietor. The owner took the ticket, scrutinizing it carefully, before lifting his gaze and looking at Pei Si-si with a significant expression. Congratulations, young lady. This ticket of yours is indeed a winner, amounting to 2,000 yuan. Pei Si-si was taken aback. She never imagined that a lottery ticket casually given by Lin Fan would actually yield a prize, and a sum of 2,000 yuan at that. Following Lin Fan's guidance, Pei Si-si claimed her winnings. With the newly acquired lottery ticket and the remaining money, she exited the lottery shop, gazing at the ticket in her hand. An audacious thought suddenly struck her. In the afternoon, Pei Si-si approached Lin Fan, placing a lottery ticket and a stack of money on his desk. This is your ticket and the money, a total of 2,000 yuan, not a single cent less. Lin Fan nodded with a smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal another day. By the way, Lin Fan, Pei Si-si hesitated momentarily, her words caught in her throat. I actually didn't intend to assist you in buying the lottery ticket, she confessed, biting her lip and summoning the courage to express her feelings. I believe running errands shouldn't fall within the purview of our secretarial duties. Lin Fan paused for a moment, quickly realizing Pei Si-si was expressing her dissatisfaction. Rather than reacting with anger, he responded with a hint of contrition. I apologize, Si-si. I didn't consider your feelings. Truthfully, I seldom trouble others, but this time, I was genuinely unable to step away. I understand. You said you trust me and wouldn't abscond with your ticket and money, Pei Si-si murmured, her gaze lowered. I genuinely trust you, Lin Fan stated earnestly, looking into Pei Si-si's eyes. You are a reliable colleague and a commendable person. His words washed over Pei Si-si like a warm current, dispelling the last vestiges of her discontent. She lifted her head and bestowed upon Lin Fan a radiant smile. All right, I understand now. In the future, feel free to ask for my assistance, but do refrain from requesting me to run errands. Not a problem, I promise, Lin Fan replied, raising his hands in mock surrender with a grin. After work at noon, Pei Si-si invited her sister, Pei Wen, to join her for a meal. During their lunch, Pei Si-si could not help but vent about her morning experience of running an errand for Lin Fan to buy a lottery ticket. What? He actually asked you to buy him a lottery ticket? Pei Wen exclaimed, her temper flaring. Who does he think he is, making you, a secretary, run errands for him? Pei Si-si sighed in resignation. I mentioned to him that he doesn't seem like the type to exploit others. Perhaps he genuinely had an urgent matter. Sis, why are you so accommodating? Pei Wen retorted, her voice filled with indignation, but she abruptly paused, her eyes darting around as if an idea struck her. Sis, you just said the lottery ticket he asked you to purchase one. How much did it yield? She inquired in a hushed tone. 2,000 yuan. Pei Si-si replied casually, unaware of the shift in her sister's demeanor. 2,000 yuan. Pei Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Sister, do you think we should try our luck and buy a few tickets? Pei Si-si paused for a moment, then quickly grasped her sister's intent. After a brief hesitation, she succumbed to the allure and nodded in agreement. During their lunch break, the sisters stealthily made their way to the lottery shop near their office. Boss, please give us 10 quick picks for the double chromosphere, Pei Wen exclaimed with enthusiasm. The proprietor accepted their money and skillfully operated the machine, soon handing the printed tickets to the sisters. By the way, boss, could you check if this ticket is a winner? Pei Si-si suddenly remembered. Pulling a ticket from her pocket, the owner took the ticket, carefully verified it, and his expression transformed into one of astonishment. Congratulations, young ladies. This ticket, it's a winner. You've won 50,000 yuan. 50,000. Pei Si-si snatched the ticket and scrutinized the numbers, her breath quickening. 50,000 yuan. That was nearly half a year's salary. Beside her, Pei Wen leaped with joy, enveloping her sister in a tight embrace, exclaiming, I knew we would win. I just knew it. The sisters reveled in their newfound fortune, completely oblivious to their surroundings. It wasn't until the owner cleared his throat to remind them to complete the prize claim paperwork that they regained their composure. Winning such a substantial amount for the first time is truly overwhelming, Pei Si-si remarked as she signed the claim form. Indeed, this sensation is exhilarating. Pei Wen chimed in, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Sister, do you think we might win an even larger prize tomorrow? Pei Si-si chuckled, affectionately tapping her sister's forehead. You and your dreams of striking it rich. Remember, hard work is what truly matters. Though she spoke those words, Pei Si-si couldn't help but feel a ripple of hope within her. How wonderful it would be if they could win every day. After finalizing the claim, the sisters linked arms and exited the lottery shop, brimming with joy. Come on, sister, let us buy a few more tickets, Pei Wen urged, her enthusiasm palpable. Another purchase? We've already been quite fortunate today, Perhaps we should stop while we're ahead. Pei Si-si hesitated. Oh, come on. We must strike while the iron is hot. Our luck is exceptionally good today. Who knows, we might win an even bigger prize. Pei Wen coaxed with a playful tone, unable to resist her sister's persistent persuasion. Pei Si-si ultimately relented. The sisters re-entered the lottery shop, and Pei Wen confidently approached the owner. Boss, please give us 2 more quick picks for the double chromosphere. The proprietor smiled and, with deft hands, produced the tickets for them. This time, you must keep them safe. Pei Si-si declared solemnly as she received the ticket, placing it carefully into her wallet as if it were a priceless gem. Pei Wen also took great care in securing her ticket, and the sisters exchanged a knowing smile, their hearts brimming with anticipation. During the afternoon work hours, Pei Si-si placed Lin Fan's lottery ticket and money on his desk, transferring the winning sum of 5,000 yuan to him via WeChat. This is your lottery ticket and money. You won a total of 5,000 yuan, and I have already transferred it to you, Pei Si-si remarked. Thank you, Si-si. I appreciate the trouble you've gone through. Lin Fan replied with a smile as he accepted the ticket and his phone. It's nothing, just a small favor. Pei Si-si smiled back, turning to return to her workstation. Wait a moment, Si-si, Lin Fan called out, retrieving a lottery ticket from his pocket and handing it to her. This ticket is for you. Consider it a token of gratitude for your help today. Pei Si-si hesitated, staring at the 3D lottery ticket in his hand. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? She questioned, reluctant to accept it. I merely assisted you. How can I accept your gift? Please take it. Just a small gift between friends, Lin Fan insisted, playfully placing the ticket in her hand. Besides, this ticket may not win anything. Think of it as a bit of fun. Pei Si-si gazed down at the ticket, her heart a tumult of emotions. To her, this ticket represented more than mere chance. It embodied Lin Fan's sentiments towards her, stirring within her a complex whirlwind of feelings. On one hand, she found his gesture somewhat frivolous, questioning his perception of her worth. Did he believe that such a simple gift could alter her opinion of him? Yet, on the other hand, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of delight at his generosity. Perhaps he truly had an interest in her. Her thoughts wandered back to the midday scene at the lottery shop, where she and her sister had won 50,000 yuan. The sheer joy of that unexpected windfall still vivid in her mind. Though this ticket bore a lesser value, who knew? It might still bring fortune. Very well, thank you. Pei Si-si ultimately accepted the ticket, convincing herself that it was merely a small gift among friends, and resolved not to overthink it. No need to thank me. It's the least I could do, Lin Fan smiled, watching as Pei Si-si returned to her desk. Once seated, Pei Si-si distractedly arranged her documents. Yet her mind replayed the conversation with Lin Fan and the ticket quietly resting in her drawer. Si-si, what are you thinking about? You seem quite lost in thought. Her colleague Wang Chang's voice suddenly broke through her reverie, startling her. Oh, it's nothing, really. She quickly masked her surprise, closing the drawer. Just some work-related matters. Oh, that's good to hear. I thought you might be pondering something else, Wang Chang replied with a knowing smile before turning to leave. As Pei Si-si watched his retreating figure, her agitation deepened. She picked up her phone, wishing to chat with her sister Pei Wen, but found herself at a loss for words. Eventually, with a sigh, she tossed her phone back onto the desk, forcing herself to focus on her work. At that moment, the telephone on her desk rang abruptly. Lin Fan answered. Recognizing it was the office director, Wang Jimin, calling. Lin Fan, please come to my office at once. There are important matters to discuss. Wang Jimin's voice was serious and urgent. Understood, Director Wang. I will be there shortly, Lin Fan replied, setting down the phone, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He rose and approached Pei Si-si's desk. Si-si, could you come over for a moment and assist me? Before Lin Fan could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by the sudden closure of the drawer by Pei Si-si. What is the matter? Lin Fan inquired, puzzled, as he gazed at her. Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all. Pei Si-si hastily waved her hand, taking a deep breath to steady herself. Brother Lin, is there something you need? Lin Fan gestured towards the telephone. Director Wang has requested my presence in his office immediately. It seems there is an urgent matter. Would you accompany me and help me jot down the key points? Pei Si-si nodded, quickly rising to tuck away the lottery tickets and remaining money Lin Fan had previously given her into the depths of her document bag. The two hastily made their way to Wang Jimin's office door, where Lin Fan gently knocked. Come in. Wang Jimin's voice sounded somewhat anxious. Lin Fan pushed the door open, with Pei Si-si following closely behind. Wang Jimin was seated at his desk, poring over documents, his brow furrowed. Upon noticing their arrival, he promptly set his papers aside and gestured to the chairs opposite him. Please, take a seat. Once seated, Wang Jimin got straight to the point. The company leadership will be visiting our factory tomorrow morning to inspect our work. They specifically requested to see our office, and time is of the essence. We must prepare swiftly. Upon hearing the mention of company leadership, Pei Si-si's heart raced involuntarily. Although she had only recently joined the organization, she had heard that the executives of the shareholding company were significant figures, seldom seen. Wang Jimin continued, Lin Fan, you are responsible for organizing our department's recent work reports and printing them out. I need them for the meeting room tomorrow. Understood, Director Wang. Lin Fan nodded in response. Si-si, Wang Jimin turned to Pei Si-si. As you are new, it would be beneficial for you to learn from Lin Fan. You will primarily be in charge of the meeting services tomorrow morning. Meeting services? Pei Si-si was somewhat unfamiliar with the term. It entails managing tasks such as serving tea, organizing documents, and recording minutes during the meeting, Wang Jimin patiently explained. These are all crucial responsibilities, so be sure to take them seriously. All right, Director Wang, I understand. Pei Si-si quickly nodded. Wang Jimin glanced at his watch, stood up, and said, it's getting late. You both should start preparing. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. As they exited Wang Jimin's office, Pei Si-si couldn't help but ask, Brother Lin, what exactly does the meeting service involve? I've never done it before, and I'm feeling a bit uncertain. Lin Fan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll guide you. First, let us arrange the meeting room. He led Pei Si-si to the conference room, explaining the placement of name tags, cleanliness standards, the proper way to serve water, and the preparation of recording devices, among other details. As Pei Si-si listened intently, she marveled inwardly at how many intricacies surrounded what she had thought was a simple meeting. Additionally, taking minutes is quite important. Lin Fan continued, suddenly pausing as his gaze fell on Pei Si-si, revealing a hint of curiosity. What's wrong? You don't look well. Pei Si-si forced a smile, replying, it's nothing. I just feel. Feel what? Do you feel that these matters seem a bit something? Lin Fan inquired. Pei Si-si bit her lip, ultimately swallowing the words that hovered on the tip of her tongue, opting instead for a different expression. It's nothing. I just feel a bit nervous as this is my first encounter with such things. There's no need to be anxious. Practice makes perfect. The more you do it, the more accustomed you will become, Lin Fan reassured her. Let us return and prepare the materials. Pei Si-si nodded and followed Lin Fan out of the conference room. Yet her brow remained furrowed. For some reason, she felt that Lin Fan had seen through her thoughts. Chapter 10. Navigating Workplace Norms. A small fortune brings joy upon returning to the office. Lin Fan began instructing Pei Si-si on how to organize the meeting materials, printing, sorting, and binding, explaining each step in meticulous detail. As she listened, Pei Si-si silently criticized the process. To her, these tasks seemed overly simplistic, easily accomplished with a single click on the computer, yet they were being executed in such a cumbersome manner. What a display of formalism. At that moment, Wang Jimin emerged from the office, observing the two as they worked on the documents, and nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Pei, how are you finding it? Are you adapting well? Pei Si-si promptly stood up, responding politely. Thank you for your concern, Director. I am currently learning from Brother Lin. He has taught me a great deal. Lin Fan is quite experienced. You should learn from him, Wang Jimin remarked, casting an approving glance at Lin Fan. By the way, there is a department dinner tomorrow night. You both are invited. I've made a reservation. Lin Fan felt a spark of interest and casually asked, Director, I have a matter to attend to tomorrow morning and would like to request a half-day leave, returning in the afternoon. Is that acceptable? Wang Jimin pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. That's fine. You consistently work diligently, so taking a break occasionally is no issue. Xiao Pei, please bear with the work scheduled for tomorrow morning. Certainly, Director, Pei Si-si replied promptly. After Wang Jimin departed, Lin Fan turned to Pei Si-si and said, regarding the department dinner tomorrow, don't feel burdened. Consider it merely a casual meal among colleagues to unwind. Pei Si-si nodded, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Noticing her reluctance, Lin Fan smiled and remarked, do you find these matters overly tedious and unnecessary? Pei Si-si hesitated before nodding in agreement. While these tasks may appear trivial, they are an essential rite of passage for newcomers in the professional realm. Lin Fan spoke earnestly. You must learn to find your value amidst these mundane tasks and earn the recognition of your superiors. This will be crucial for your future career development. Pei Si-si nodded, half comprehending his words. All right, it's getting late. Let us call it a day. Lin Fan tidied his desk. See you tomorrow. Goodbye, Brother Lin. After exiting the office building, Lin Fan glanced up at the sky, a faint smile playing on his lips. As night fell, most offices in the building had dimmed their lights, with only the party office still illuminated, where Wang Chang was burning the midnight oil to complete materials. Back in his dormitory, Lin Fan paced anxiously, glancing at his phone from time to time, awaiting the evening's lottery results. Suddenly, the phone rang, and he seized it. His heart racing. He took a deep breath, opened the lottery app, and began to verify the winning numbers, 1, 2, 3, until the final number matched perfectly. His hands trembled uncontrollably. He had won. Truly, he had won. Lin Fan excitedly clenched his fist, nearly dropping his phone in the process. He confirmed the results repeatedly. Indeed, it was the second prize, and due to his tenfold bet, the post-tax winnings amounted to over 1,300,000. The overwhelming joy dispelled Lin Fan's sleepiness, and he remained wide awake throughout the night, his mind racing with thoughts on how to utilize this fortune to transform his life. The following morning, Lin Fan arrived at work early and sought out the team leader, Old Han. After offering him a cigarette, he explained his reason for requesting leave and expressed the need for a vehicle. Old Han, known for his straightforwardness, accepted the cigarette and waved his hand with a smile. All right, your business is the team's business. I'll have Xiaozhou drive you. As Lin Fan settled into the car, they set off towards the city's welfare lottery center. The process of claiming his prize proved to be far more cumbersome than he had anticipated, filling out forms, signing documents, and waiting. Each passing second heightened his anxiety until, at last, he emerged from the welfare center, clutching his bank card, exhaling deeply, and wearing a relieved smile. Upon returning to the city, it was nearly noon, and Lin Fan casually chose a restaurant for a meal. After eating, he handed 200 yuan notes to the driver. Xiaozhou, thank you for your hard work. This is for gas. Oh, Brother Fan, I can't accept this. Xiaozhou protested, yet his hands honestly accepted the money. Back at the office, Lin Fan found only Pei Si-si there, idly scrolling through her phone. Where is everyone? He inquired. The director and Brother Wang went to the city for a meeting. They won't be back until the afternoon, Pei Si-si replied, putting down her phone. She glanced at Lin Fan, hesitating, then spoke up. Brother Lin, what about that lottery ticket you gave me yesterday? Lin Fan's heart stirred, and he feigned calmness as he asked, what about it? Pei Si-si bit her lip, retrieved the ticket from her drawer, and gently placed it on the table. I think I might have one. Her voice was barely a whisper, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes flickered, unable to meet Lin Fan's gaze. Suppressing a laugh inwardly, Lin Fan maintained an impassive facade, picked up the ticket, and feigned astonishment. Indeed. How much did you win? I haven't checked yet, but the numbers seem to match. Pei Si-si stammered, her anxiety palpable. Quick, check it. Let us see how much you've won. Lin Fan urged, handing the ticket back to her with an air of curiosity. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, Pei Si-si retrieved her phone, accessed the lottery app, and entered the numbers from the ticket. In the next moment, a prominent figure flashed on her screen. 100,000. 10,000. Pei Si-si exclaimed, nearly dropping her phone in shock. Is this for real? Lin Fan also pretended disbelief, leaning in for a closer look. Indeed, it's 100,000. Congratulations, Xiao Pei. However, Pei Si-si did not share in the joy. She glanced at the ticket in her hand, then at Lin Fan, her heart a tumult of emotions. During lunch, Pei Si-si was absent-minded, unable to savor her meal. She confided in her sister, Pei Wen, who was equally astonished. Sister, you cannot accept that money. 100,000 yuan is no trifling sum. Pei Wen exclaimed anxiously over the phone. I understand, Pei Si-si hesitated, recalling that she had purchased a double chromosphere ticket the previous night, but had only matched one number, earning a mere 5 yuan. She had jokingly remarked to Lin Fan, hoping to share in his good fortune. Little did she know, today she would indeed partake in it. There is no but about it. Return the lottery ticket to Lin Fan immediately, and tell him you cannot accept such an extravagant gift, Pei Wen insisted firmly. After returning to work in the afternoon, Pei Si-si finally summoned her courage and approached Lin Fan, handing him the ticket. Brother Lin, I cannot accept this money. Please take it back. Lin Fan had anticipated her reaction and smiled, dismissing her concerns. I have already given it to you. It is yours now, and there is no rationale for reclaiming it. But no buts. Accept it as a reward for your hard work during this time. Lin Fan interrupted her, his tone leaving no room for debate. Yet this is too much. Pei Si-si attempted to argue, but Lin Fan cut her off again. It is not excessive at all. Here's an idea. From now on, you can help me buy lottery tickets as a favor. What do you think? He pulled several tickets from his pocket and pressed them into Pei Si-si's hands. Although she wished to refuse, Lin Fan had already turned and returned to his seat. Resigned, Pei Si-si took the tickets back to her own desk. Suddenly, the desk phone buzzed. Pei Si-si picked it up to hear Wang Chang's voice. Little Pei, Secretary Zhou wants Lin Fan to go to the first-floor conference room. Please inform him. Understood, Brother Wang. After hanging up, Pei Si-si called out to Lin Fan's back. Brother Lin, Secretary Zhou requests you in the first-floor conference room. Lin Fan acknowledged her with a nod and rose to leave. Upon reaching the door, he paused, turning back to Pei Si-si. Remember to buy those lottery tickets for me. Got it. Pei Si-si replied with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Once Lin Fan departed, Pei Si-si took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to her sister. As Lin Fan exited the office and descended to the conference room, Pei Si-si noted that many individuals were already seated, representing various departments of the organization. Lin Fan chose a seat towards the back and waited patiently for the meeting to commence. Sister, just listen to me and accept it. Consider it a stroke of luck from the heavens. Pei Si-si read her sister Pei Wen's message on her phone, accompanied by several playful emojis. Yet this money feels tainted. I cannot shake the unease. Pei Si-si typed back rapidly, her heart still torn. Oh, what are you thinking? That lottery ticket was purchased by Brother Lin himself. It was neither stolen nor obtained illicitly, so how can it be considered unclean? Moreover, did you not also buy a ticket? Why do you not question the legitimacy of your own winnings? Pei Wen seemed exasperated by her sister's scruples. Pei Si-si pondered her sister's words, a realization dawning upon her. Indeed, she too had purchased a ticket. Why had she not considered her own winnings as dubious? Was it solely because Lin Fan had won 100,000, while she had only secured 5? At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open, and the branch secretary, Zhou Feng, entered with a warm smile. Upon seeing him, the attendees ceased their conversations and rose to greet Secretary Zhou. Comrades, good day. Please, take your seats. Zhou Feng gestured for everyone to sit down and then approached the podium to commence the meeting's agenda. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude, on behalf of the party branch, for your continued support and cooperation. Zhou Feng's voice resonated with clarity and passion. However, Lin Fan, seated in the back row, appeared somewhat distracted. He felt an itch in his nose and couldn't suppress several sneezes. Zhou Feng paused momentarily, scanning the room with a thoughtful gaze. Contemplating. It seems today us appointments have evoked mixed feelings among us. Comrade Wang Chong is diligent, responsible, and possesses a wealth of experience. I propose that Comrade Wang Chong be appointed as the organizational committee member of the party branch. Zhou Feng's eyes landed on Wang Chong, carrying an air of approval. Wang Chong seemed momentarily taken aback, yet quickly regained his composure, rising to nod appreciatively. Thank you for your trust, Secretary Zhou. I will certainly strive to fulfill my duties. Zhou Feng acknowledged him with a nod before turning his gaze toward Lin Fan, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Comrade Lin Fan is young and capable, with a vibrant mind. I propose he take on the role of publicity committee member for the party branch, overseeing our promotional efforts. Upon hearing his name, Lin Fan shot up his head, disbelief evident in his eyes. The sudden appointment struck him like a lightning bolt, leaving his mind a blank slate. A publicity committee member? Wasn't he that merely inviting trouble? He had no interest in such tasks, especially as his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of leveraging his precognitive abilities for financial gain, leaving no room for considerations of publicity work. Comrade Lin Fan, what are your thoughts? Zhou Feng inquired, noticing Lin Fan's dazed expression. Lin Fan, finally snapping back to reality, glanced at Zhou Feng and then at Wang Chong. He understood that refusing at this juncture could provoke dissatisfaction from the leadership, yet he truly did not wish to take on this burdensome task. After a brief hesitation, Lin Fan took a deep breath and replied, Secretary Zhou, I fear I may not be suitable for this position. I am quite busy with my current responsibilities, and I lack familiarity with publicity work. Comrade Lin Fan, you are too young, too naive, and at times, rather innocent. Director Liu interjected from the side, adjusting his glasses. He spoke earnestly. Young people must be willing to shoulder responsibilities and not shy away from hard work. While publicity work can be demanding, it also presents a valuable opportunity for growth. You must believe in yourself. You can excel at this. Lin Fan silently cursed, thinking how Director Liu was blissfully unaware of his situation, unfairly placing lofty expectations upon him. Just as Lin Fan prepared to decline once more, Wang Chong unexpectedly rose and said, Director Liu, Lin Fan is indeed quite busy, and the role of publicity committee member often requires significant overtime. I fear he may struggle to manage it alone. With Wang Chong's words, Lin Fan regarded him with newfound respect, surprised at this usually reserved individual showing such loyalty at a critical moment. Director Liu, evidently taken aback by Wang Chong's defense of Lin Fan, paused before responding. Comrade Wang Chong, what are you suggesting? Comrade Lin Fan is youthful and vigorous. How can one claim he is overwhelmed with work? It seems you are merely making excuses for him. I am not defending him. I am simply stating the truth. Wang Chong spoke with a calm yet assertive demeanor, noting that Lin Fan's workload is evident to all, and as a newcomer, he has much to learn. if he is additionally appointed as the publicity committee member. I fear he may struggle to cope. Director Liu intended to voice his thoughts, but was halted by Zhou Feng's raised hand. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Feng proposed, "Let Comrade Lin Fan assume the role of publicity committee member for now. If he finds it too burdensome, we can make adjustments later." With Zhou Feng's statement, Lin Fan felt it inappropriate to protest further and could only nod in resignation. After the meeting, Lin Fan approached Old Li to recount the proceedings and express his dissatisfaction. "Old Li, do you think Director Liu is deliberately targeting me? What have I done to offend him?" Old Li chuckled, "Don't overthink it. Director Liu is just that kind of person. He enjoys exerting control. You need not concern yourself with him. Simply focus on your own responsibilities." "But I really do not wish to be the publicity committee member," Lin Fan lamented, his face etched with frustration. "Enough complaining. You haven't even officially assumed the position yet. Let's wait and see." Old Li reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Subsequently, Lin Fan began organizing the evening's gathering. After work, he returned to his dormitory to change into a tidy outfit before heading to the assembly point for the team. "Hey Xiaolin, are you off to a blind date today? You look quite dapper." Old Li teased upon seeing Lin Fan. "Old Li, please spare me the jokes. I merely changed into clean clothes," Lin Fan replied with exasperation. "Ah, but you must understand, this is your first dinner with female colleagues. It's only right to dress smartly and leave a good impression." Old Li winked knowingly. Lin Fan smiled, but chose to remain silent. At that moment, Pei Si-si arrived, clad in a white dress that accentuated her pure and charming demeanor. "Apologies for being late," Pei Si-si said, slightly embarrassed. "No worries, we arrived early," Old Li responded cheerfully, adding, "But honestly, Xiao Pei, it's a hassle for girls to go out. Even changing clothes takes so long." Pei Si-si's cheeks flushed slightly at his remark, and she quietly replied, "I will be more mindful next time." The group made their way to a restaurant near the factory, where Old Li had reserved a private room in advance. Once seated, Old Li raised his glass and cheerfully announced, "This meal serves two purposes. First, to welcome Xiao Pei to our office family, and second, to relax after our hard work these past few weeks. I will drink this first as a toast." Everyone raised their glasses and drank heartily. Throughout the meal, Old Li continuously encouraged everyone to eat and drink, fostering a warm and congenial atmosphere. He paid particular attention to Pei Si-si, serving her dishes and advising, "Xiao Pei, as you are new here, there is much to learn. Do not hesitate to ask the experienced colleagues. Everyone is willing to assist you. Indeed, Xiao Pei, feel free to speak up if you need anything. Do not hesitate with us," Wang Chong agreed. Pei Si-si smiled and nodded in gratitude. After several rounds of drinks and an array of dishes, Old Li, buoyed by the effects of alcohol, earnestly addressed Pei Si-si, saying, "Little Pei, your outstanding academic performance at school is commendable. However, the workplace differs significantly from the classroom. Here, practical skills and work experience take precedence. Although you possess a high level of education, you are still new and have much to learn. You must continue to strive diligently, embrace humility in your learning, and aspire to become a pivotal member of our team." Old Li's words resonated, and the others echoed their encouragement, urging her to persevere. Pei Si-si listened intently, nodding frequently to affirm her commitment to hard work. As the dinner drew to a close, Lin Fan excused himself to the restroom and discreetly slipped out to settle the bill. Upon his return to the private room, Old Li announced that it was time to disperse and informed Lin Fan, "Xiaolin, please bring me the receipt for this gathering later. I will reimburse you." "Understood, Old Li," Lin Fan replied with a nod. After leaving the restaurant, Wang Chong caught up with Lin Fan, a mysterious glint in his eye. "Xiaolin, I would like to request your assistance with something," he said. "What is it? Speak up," Lin Fan responded as they walked. "I hope you can arrange a meeting with Pei Si-si and her sister for a barbecue at the forest park this weekend. What do you think?" Wang Chong said, rubbing his hands together, a bit bashful. Lin Fan halted, turning to Wang Chong with an enigmatic smile. "I can help you set that up. But what's in it for me? What do you want?" Wang Chong quickly inquired. "How about this? You wash my socks for a month, and I'll agree to assist you," Lin Fan stated without hesitation. Wang Chong hesitated, studying Lin Fan's earnest expression, uncertain whether to accept or decline. "What's wrong? Not willing? If that's the case, I'll just walk away," Lin Fan said, pretending to turn. Wait. I agree," Wang Chong exclaimed, grabbing Lin Fan and gritting his teeth. "But you must ensure you can arrange it." Lin Fan patted Wang Chong's shoulder confidently. "Rest assured, I've got this covered." On Monday morning at the office, Lin Fan was greeted with news. Although the upcoming weekend was a holiday, the production unit would remain operational, as mid-level and senior leaders were required to participate in focused training. Lin Fan's interest peaked, and he turned to Pei Si-si, asking, "Little Pei, do you have plans this weekend?" Pei Si-si looked up, puzzled. "What is up, Lin Go? Do you have any arrangements for the weekend?" Lin Fan inquired, his gaze sincere, as if it were merely a casual question. "This weekend, I was planning to go shopping with my sister." "Why do you ask?" Pei Si-si set her documents aside, intrigued. "Well, the leaders have assigned a task that requires your assistance." Lin Fan paused, gauging Pei Si-si's reaction. "Is it related to company matters?" Pei Si-si's expression turned uneasy. A long-awaited weekend off was at stake, especially since she had already made plans with her sister. "Yes, it pertains to organizing the materials for this training session. We need to urgently have a batch printed, and the leaders specifically requested you to handle it," Lin Fan said nonchalantly, though he felt a sense of relief that he had prepared for this scenario. Though reluctant, Pei Si-si recognized the necessity of fulfilling her work obligations. With a hint of apology, she said to Lin Fan, "I see. Then I must inform my sister and see if we can reschedule." Lin Fan, as if struck by a sudden thought, suggested, "How about this? It's not a complicated matter. If your sister is available, she could accompany you. It would be a pleasant outing." Upon hearing this, Pei Si-si's eyes sparkled with joy. It was indeed a win-win solution, allowing her to fulfill her work obligations while enjoying time with her sister. She readily agreed. "That's wonderful. I will ask my sister." With that, Pei Si-si lifted her phone and dialed her sister Pei Wen, briefly explaining the situation and inquiring if she would be willing to join. On the other end of the line, a chorus of jubilant cheers erupted, clearly indicating Pei Wen's delight with the arrangement. Observing the radiant smile on Pei Si-si's face, Lin Fan felt a sense of quiet satisfaction. He knew that once Pei Si-si had consented, coordinating with Wang Chong would be straightforward. Rising from his seat, he approached the door and turned back to Pei Si-si, stating, "All right then, it's settled. Inform your sister that we will meet at the company gate at 8 o'clock on Saturday morning." After speaking, Lin Fan ascended the stairs to the party office, leaving Pei Si-si alone to gather her thoughts. "How did it go? Is everything settled?" Wang Chong inquired eagerly upon Lin Fan's arrival, his tone laced with anticipation and tension. "All done," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. "Excellent," Wang Chong exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement. "I've already secured the venue at Forest Park. It has a lovely ambience, perfect for barbecuing." Lin Fan nodded, a flicker of something unspoken flashing in his eyes. "That's great. You will be in charge of this team-building event," Wang Chong continued, pulling a slip of paper from his drawer and handing it to Lin Fan. "This is the contact information. Once you arrive, reach out directly." Lin Fan accepted the paper with an air of nonchalance, glancing at the phone number and understanding its significance. "Understood," he replied softly, turning to exit the party office. Back in the office, Lin Fan found his thoughts straying from work. His mind was preoccupied with plans for the weekend, envisioning moments alone with Pei Si-si in Forest Park. Naturally, he acknowledged the presence of Pei Wen and Wang Chong, but he had his own strategies to keep them at bay. After finishing work at noon, Lin Fan returned to his dormitory to change into comfortable casual attire before heading directly to the vehicle fleet. He had already spoken with the fleet captain, citing a weekend research trip as the reason for requesting a government vehicle. "Lin Fan, you certainly enjoy some privileges, using the government car for personal matters. Envy-inducing," Wang Chong teased, standing at the fleet entrance as Lin Fan emerged from the vehicle. "Personal use? This is a legitimate work matter," Lin Fan retorted earnestly, waving the folder in his hand. "See, this is a task assigned by the leadership that requires me to visit the suburbs." Wang Chong dismissed the notion with a chuckle, opting not to pursue the subject further. He opened the passenger door and settled in, asking, "Shall we go pick them up now?" "Yes. Let us first collect Pei Si-si and her sister," Lin Fan replied, starting the engine and driving towards Pei Si-si's residence. Approximately half an hour later, the car came to a halt at the entrance of the neighborhood. Lin Fan retrieved his phone and dialed Pei Si-si's number. "Hello, Si-si. I have arrived at the entrance of your community. Where are you?" "We will be there shortly. Just wait a moment," Pei Si-si replied before ending the call. Lin Fan tucked his phone away and patiently awaited their arrival. Soon, he spotted two girls clad in white dresses, their identical ponytails bouncing as they approached, laughing and chatting. Gazing at the nearly indistinguishable faces before him, Lin Fan found it difficult to discern which was Pei Si-si and which was Pei Wen. He rubbed his eyes, attempting to identify any subtle differences between them. "Lin Fan, we are over here." One of the girls waved and greeted him with a smile. It was then that Lin Fan recognized Pei Si-si as the speaker. "With you two dressed alike today, I truly struggle to tell you apart," he chuckled, moving closer. "We are twins, of course we look alike," Pei Wen responded playfully, winking at him. "Isn't it quite amusing?" "Indeed, it is rather amusing," Lin Fan concurred. though his gaze instinctively lingered on Pei Si-si. He knew that even if the sisters were remarkably similar, he could identify her at a glance. By the way, Lin Fan, you haven't mentioned where you plan to take me, Pei Si-si inquired, a hint of curiosity in her tone. What business could possibly require a weekend outing? It's a team-building activity organized by the company, Lin Fan explained. Our department is joining the party office for a 2-day excursion to a forest park. A team-building activity? Pei Wen exclaimed in surprise. Why haven't I heard about this? I received the notice on short notice as well, Lin Fan lied. Initially, it was meant for department members only, but I thought you hadn't had a chance to go out in a while, so I signed you up. Pei Si-si and Pei Wen exchanged glances, each sensing a hint of skepticism in the other's eyes. This clearly sounded like a last-minute decision, yet it was presented as if it were meticulously planned. They both silently murmured to themselves, feeling as though they had unwittingly boarded a ship of mischief. At that moment, Wang Chong emerged from the car and approached them with a smile. Hello, beautiful ladies, I am Wang Chong from the party office. Pei Si-si and Pei Wen politely nodded in acknowledgement. Let us be on our way. We shouldn't waste any time, Lin Fan said, opening the trunk and gesturing for the sisters to place their luggage inside. The duo, still dubious, climbed into the back seat, while Wang Chong settled into the passenger seat. The vehicle slowly pulled away from the community. Throughout the journey, Wang Chong engaged Pei Si-si and Pei Wen in conversation, eliciting peals of laughter from the sisters. Meanwhile, Lin Fan conversed with the driver, his gaze occasionally drifting to Pei Si-si's face in the rearview mirror, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his lips. Wang Chong used to pursue Pei Wen, but alas, she did not reciprocate his affections, the driver remarked, his tone laced with playful teasing. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's interest was piqued, and he casually inquired, Oh, is that so? I was unaware he ever mentioned it. He's shy. I doubt he would be comfortable discussing it. The driver chuckled, casting a glance at Lin Fan through the rearview mirror, thinking to himself, this fellow, normally so quiet, harbors such thoughts. As they arrived at the entrance of the forest park, the clock was nearing noon. Lin Fan called everyone to disembark and found a nearby barbecue restaurant to settle their lunch. The grilled meat at this establishment was quite good. I had visited a few times before, and the flavors were authentic. As Lin Fan flipped the skewers, he remarked, You seem to enjoy life quite a bit, Lin Fan. Teased Wang Chong with a smile. The sisters Pei Si-si and Pei Wen, however, were more engrossed in the barbecue, happily relishing one skewer after another. After satiating their appetites, the group ventured into the forest park. Following Lin Fan's meticulously planned route, they first visited the Science Museum to learn about the latest technological breakthroughs. Then they ascended the battlements to gaze down upon the sprawling cityscape. Wow! From up here, the entire city resembles a colossal model, Pei Wen exclaimed, pointing at the distant skyscrapers with excitement. Indeed, it is truly magnificent. Pei Si-si could not help but marvel. Descending from the battlements, they made their way to the lakeside, where they rented a leisurely boat to drift across the water. The gentle breeze caressed their faces, and the rippling lake induced a sense of tranquility. After their boat ride, Lin Fan guided them along the lakeshore, appreciating the picturesque surroundings. When fatigue set in, they sought refuge in the shade of a tree, unpacking snacks and drinks from Lin Fan's backpack, engaging in lively conversation while relishing this rare downtime. Lin Fan, why did you deceive us by claiming it was for work? Pei Si-si suddenly inquired, her tone laced with discontent. Yes, brother, when did you become so unreliable? Pei Wen chimed in. Isn't rowing a form of work? Lin Fan responded earnestly. We are conducting a team-building activity to enhance our cohesion. As if anyone believes that. Pei Wen rolled her eyes at Lin Fan. Do you think we are 3 years old? Pei Si-si fixed her gaze on Lin Fan, seemingly searching for clues on his face. Fine, I admit it, I lied. Lin Fan sighed in resignation. Actually, I wanted to. What do you want to do? Pei Si-si and Pei Wen asked in unison. Lin Fan was about to explain when Pei Wen interrupted. Brother, my dorm's air conditioning is broken. Could you help me switch to another dorm? Pei Wen said with a pitiful expression. Switch dorms? Lin Fan paused for a moment, then quickly realized, you should consult Wang Chong about that. He oversees dorm assignments. Wang Chong. Pei Wen turned to him, her eyes filled with anticipation. No problem, leave it to me. Wang Chong declared confidently, switching dorms is a trivial matter. Observing this scene, Lin Fan suddenly felt an ominous premonition. You can't just say it's team building and expect us to accept it. Who do you think you are? Pei Si-si clearly was not satisfied with Lin Fan's explanation, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction and skepticism. Lin Fan, caught off guard by her question, felt a bit embarrassed but refrained from reacting angrily, instead awkwardly laughing it off and shifting the topic. It's getting late. We should head back before it gets dark and the path becomes treacherous. With the dorm issue resolved effortlessly, Pei Wen, in high spirits, tugged at her sister Pei Si-si's arm, playfully pleading, "Sister, since my air conditioning is broken, I want to be able to sleep tonight. Please let me squeeze in with you for one night." Unable to resist her sister's charm, Pei Si-si reluctantly agreed. At 5:30, a group of 4 emerged from the gates of the forest park, the setting sun casting a golden hue across the horizon. Wang Chong gazed at the shared bicycles before them and suggested, "Let us ride back. It will be a splendid opportunity to exercise and admire the scenery along the way." Lin Fan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right, let us ride then. You, the driver, may head back first. Please exercise caution on the road." With that, he retrieved his phone and sent the driver a red envelope as a token of gratitude. The shared bicycles meandered along the lakeside path, with Lin Fan leading the way. Pei Si-si and her sister Pei Wen rode side by side, while Wang Chong leisurely trailed behind, occasionally engaging the sisters in conversation to enliven the atmosphere. "Si-si, how did you come to know Lin Fan?" Wang Chong inquired casually. "Oh, we are colleagues, sharing the same office," Pei Si-si replied succinctly, revealing little further. "I see." Wang Chong nodded, continuing, "What do you think of Lin Fan as a person?" "Quite good, really. He is diligent and responsible at work, and he possesses a warm-hearted nature." Pei Si-si responded honestly, though a smile crept upon her lips as she recalled Lin Fan's earlier pretense of discussing work matters. The afterglow of the setting sun shimmered upon the lake, casting a sparkling reflection, while the distant skyscrapers donned a golden robe, creating an exquisite tableau. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. A sudden, urgent ringing of a bicycle bell echoed from behind, as a black mountain bike sped past them, ridden by a boy in a school uniform, moving at an alarming pace and nearly colliding with Wang Chong. "Watch out!" Wang Chong shouted, instinctively swerving his handlebars, inadvertently forcing Pei Wen to dodge to the right. A loud crash ensued as Pei Wen's bicycle collided with a black sedan parked by the roadside. "Si-si, are you all right?" Wang Chong, shaken, quickly halted his bike and rushed to Pei Wen's side. The unexpected turn of events had left Pei Wen pale, struggling to regain her composure. Pei Si-si also came to a stop, concerned for her sister's well-being. "Wen, are you hurt? Where does it hurt?" Pei Wen shook her head, her lips quivering slightly. "I'm fine, just bumped into the car." She glanced down, noticing her bicycle's front wheel was warped and the frame bore a long scratch, while the black sedan's door displayed a distinct white mark. "What are we to do?" Wang Chong exclaimed, panic rising within him. As an ordinary office worker, he had never encountered such a predicament and felt utterly at a loss. "Stay calm. Let's see if the car owner is around," Lin Fan interjected. Approaching with a composed demeanor, he surveyed the vicinity, noting several vehicles parked along the roadside, yet the car owner was nowhere in sight. In this desolate area, where could we possibly find the owner? Wang Chong fretted like an ant on a hot pan, fearing that if the owner returned to find their vehicle damaged, they would demand compensation. Pei Si-si, though slightly more composed, shared his concern. She gently reassured her sister, "Wen, do not be afraid. Your sister is here." Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings and noticed a surveillance camera nearby. He pointed to it and said, "Fear not, there is monitoring in place. We can retrieve the footage to prove that it was that student who collided with you, absolving us of any responsibility." Upon hearing this, Wang Chong's eyes lit up with hope, and he eagerly chimed in, Yes, let's check the footage." Pei Wen gradually regained her composure. Witnessing her sister and colleagues striving to assist her filled her heart with warmth. Taking a deep breath, she feigned calmness and said, "Sister, I'm fine. Let us report this to the police first." Lin Fan nodded and took out his phone to prepare for the call. At that moment, a black SUV slowly approached and halted beside them. The window gradually lowered, revealing the face of a man wearing sunglasses, who looked at them with an impassive expression and coldly inquired, "What happened?" A sense of dread surged within Lin Fan, and he glanced at Pei Si-si and Wang Chong, only to find their faces had also turned pale. Wang Chong stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. The man removed his sunglasses, exposing sharp eyes that swept across the group before finally settling on Pei Wen, a cruel smile curling at his lips. "Did you hit my car?" Pei Wen trembled in fear, hiding behind her sister, unable to utter a word. The man opened the car door and stepped out, advancing ominously, each step seeming to thicken the air around them. Lin Fan was about to explain when he was interrupted by the man's icy voice. "I do not wish to hear your explanations," he said, pointing at the conspicuous scratch on his vehicle with a menacing tone. "You must provide an account for today's incident." Lin Fan noticed that as the man spoke, he subtly reached into his coat pocket, as if grasping something. Chapter 14. A sudden calamity on a summer afternoon. The air was thick with heat. Lin Fan rode his bicycle, humming a tune, leisurely traversing the main road of the factory area. After bidding farewell to Pei Si-si and Wang Chong, he set off alone to the library to gather some materials. As he pedaled, Lin Fan suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Turning back, he realized that Pei Si-si and Wang Chong, who should have been following him, had vanished without a trace. How peculiar! Where could they have gone? He murmured to himself, stopping his bike and scanning the surroundings. Just then, his phone rang abruptly, shattering the summer tranquility. Lin Fan pulled out his phone to discover it was Pei Si-si calling. Hello, Si-si, where did you go? How could you disappear in the blink of an eye? Lin Fan's tone held a hint of confusion and reproach. On the other end, Pei Si-si's voice was laced with urgency. Lin Fan, it's bad. My sister, she has gotten into trouble. Trouble? What kind of trouble? A tightness gripped Lin Fan's heart, accompanied by an ominous premonition. My sister accidentally scratched someone else's car? Pei Si-si's voice quivered with distress. The car owner is here and is demanding compensation. What? Lin Fan was taken aback, incredulous. Where are you? I'll be there immediately. Pei Si-si provided a location. And upon hearing it, Lin Fan felt a wave of dread wash over him. The location he was familiar with was renowned as the affluent area within the factory grounds, where the residents were either wealthy or of noble status, and even the most ordinary vehicles were worth a fortune. Wait for me. I shall arrive shortly. Lin Fan asserted with unwavering determination before ending the call, swiftly turning his bicycle towards the scene of the incident. Along the way, the anxious voice of Pei Si-si echoed in his mind, filling him with apprehension and unease. He could scarcely fathom the consequences if Pei Wen had indeed damaged a luxury car. How would they ever manage the exorbitant compensation? No, I must find a way to assist them. Lin Fan resolved silently, pedaling with fervor as if to expel all his anxieties and unrest. He abruptly halted his bicycle, momentarily stunned by the scene before him. Lin Fan pedaled furiously, the wind howling in his ears, reducing what typically took him over 10 minutes to traverse to half that time. In the distance, he spotted a gathering of people, among them a conspicuous black Rolls-Royce glinting under the sun's rays. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He braked hard, tossing his bicycle aside and swiftly maneuvering through the crowd. Si-si, what happened? Lin Fan's eyes immediately found the Pei sisters standing at the center, their faces pale and expressions lost, clearly terrified by the unfolding situation. Brother Lin Fan, you finally arrived. Pei Wen exclaimed, rushing into his embrace, her voice tinged with tears. I didn't mean to. I just brushed against it lightly. Do not fear. Take your time and explain what transpired. Lin Fan gently patted her back, offering soothing words. Standing nearby, Pei Si-si noticed her sister was nearly inconsolable and quickly interjected to recount the events. It turned out that Pei Wen had attempted to take a shortcut and inadvertently scraped the rear of the Rolls-Royce while maneuvering her bicycle between two vehicles. Lin Fan turned his gaze towards the luxury car, where indeed a clear scratch marred its rear, although not exceedingly deep, on such an opulent vehicle. It was enough to be alarming. My apologies, sir, it was entirely my sister's fault. Please inform us how much the repairs will cost, and we will compensate you. Wang Chong, bowing and scraping, addressed a bald man standing beside the car. The bald man was robust, adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, exuding an air of intimidation. He cast a sidelong glance at Wang Chong, then at the cowering Pei Wen behind Lin Fan, and sneered coldly. Compensate? Do you even know what kind of car this is? Can you afford to pay? Wang Chong was rendered speechless. Although he worked in the factory office, his salary was modest, and facing such a luxury vehicle left him uncertain. Sir, how about this? Let us take the car to the dealership for an estimate. We will not shy away from our responsibilities. Lin Fan stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Pei Wen, his tone earnest. The bald man exhaled a plume of smoke, sizing Lin Fan up with a disdainful smile creeping across his lips. Kid, do you have any idea who I am? Do you truly believe that this matter can be resolved with mere compensation? He uttered, brandishing his phone before Lin Fan. I have already contacted the authorities. We shall await their arrival. Contacted the authorities? Upon hearing this, Wang Chong was immediately struck with panic. As an ordinary worker, he had never encountered such a situation. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. Sir, perhaps we could negotiate. Name your sum, and we shall compensate you. We genuinely did not intend for this to happen. The bald man scoffed derisively, jabbing a finger at Wang Chong's nose. He retorted, Who do you think you are? Am I addressing you? Stay out of this. He then turned his disdainful gaze back to Lin Fan, sneering, Let me make this clear. My vehicle is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, with an initial price exceeding 10 million. Do you truly believe you can afford such reparations with your meager means? A Rolls-Royce Phantom? Lin Fan's heart raced. Although he was not particularly knowledgeable about luxury vehicles, he recognized that Rolls-Royce epitomized opulence. How about this? Let us first obtain a valuation from the dealership. We shall not shy away from our responsibility. Valuation? Are you truly so naive, or are you simply pretending? You think assessing my car's worth is a trivial task? The bald man's disdain was palpable. Let me inform you that the repair cost for this vehicle would not be less than 1 to 1.8 million. Upon hearing such an astronomical figure, both the Pei sisters and Wang Chong gasped in disbelief. This exorbitant amount was incomprehensible to them as ordinary workers. Pei Wen clutched Lin Fan's sleeve tightly, her complexion pale and her lips quivering, unable to utter a word. She realized she had landed herself in grave trouble, yet she never anticipated the magnitude of her predicament. Lin Fan gently patted Pei Wen's hand, signaling her to remain calm. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with a composed demeanor. Sir, now that the incident has transpired, we do not wish to evade our responsibility. Might we inquire about the specifics of the damage? What precisely requires repair, and what would be the estimated cost? Noticing Lin Fan's sincere demeanor, the bald man's tone softened slightly. He pointed to a scratch at the rear of the vehicle, stating, "Do you see that? This scratch has marred the paint. How much do you think it will cost to rectify?" Lin Fan examined the scratch closely, running his fingers over it, his brow furrowing slightly. "Is this it? Just this?" His voice held a hint of skepticism. The scratch was superficial, not penetrating the underlying metal, merely removing a fraction of the surface paint. Logically, it should not incur a hefty expense. "You know nothing." A flamboyantly dressed young woman beside the bald man interjected sharply. "This is the waistline of a Rolls-Royce, crafted entirely by hand. Do you understand the value of handmade artistry? This scratch necessitates a complete repainting of the entire waistline." Handcrafted waistline. It was Lin Fan's first encounter with such terminology. He turned to Wang Chong, seeking clarification. Wang Chong, with a pained expression, whispered, "Lin Fan, this Rolls-Royce is no ordinary vehicle. Many of its components are bespoke and handcrafted. That waistline alone, I've heard, takes a master artisan several months to perfect. Therefore, state the amount you are willing to compensate." The bald man impatiently interrupted Wang Chong. 500,000. The enchanting woman extended her 5 fingers and waved them in front of Lin Fan, emphasizing that not a single cent could be spared. 500,000. Pei Si-si exclaimed, as this sum was astronomical for them. Pei Wen's vision darkened, and she nearly fainted. Had it not been for Lin Fan's timely support, she would have surely collapsed to the ground. "What? Is that too much?" The bald man sneered. "Let me tell you, this is only because you are poor. Otherwise, it would take at least $1 million to settle this matter." Lin Fan took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. 500,000, while substantial, was not entirely beyond his means. "However, sir," Lin Fan raised his head, his gaze unwavering as he looked at the bald man, "I can compensate the 500,000. But first, I must ascertain the extent of the vehicle's damage. Moreover, I intend to involve the police. Once the traffic officers and insurance representatives arrive, we can discuss compensation." The bald man appeared taken aback by Lin Fan's prompt acceptance, momentarily stunned, before sneering, "Kid, are you trying to play tricks on me? Hoping the police will back you up? Let me tell you, that won't work. I'm merely seeking to clarify the situation," Lin Fan replied calmly, neither servile nor arrogant. Recognizing that this was not a trifling matter, the bald man was about to retort when the enchanting woman grasped his arm, leaning in to whisper something in his ear. His expression shifted between shadow and light, and finally he scoffed. "Fine, let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Lin Fan, don't act impulsively. 500,000 is no small amount." Wang Chong, alarmed by Lin Fan's readiness to agree, desperately gestured towards him. Pei Si-si tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve, her voice laced with concern. "Yes, Lin Fan, perhaps we should consider alternative solutions?" Pei Wen, on the verge of tears, clutched Lin Fan's arm tightly, choking back her words. "Brother-in-law, I didn't mean to." "It's all right, Xiao Wen. Do not fear. Your brother-in-law is here." Lin Fan gently patted Pei Wen's hand, reassuring her. He understood that this was not the time for panic. Maintaining composure was paramount in such dire circumstances. The bald man observed the scene with disdain, a smirk of contempt curling at his lips, as if he could already envision Lin Fan and the others begging for mercy. Before long, the police and insurance representatives arrived at the scene. After an investigation and inquiries, the traffic officer determined that Pei Wen was fully responsible for the accident, while the insurance company estimated the repair costs to be around 300,000. 300,000. Upon hearing this figure, Pei Si-si and Wang Chong both gasped. And though it was significantly less than 500,000, it still represented an astronomical sum for them. Pei Wen crumpled to the ground, her face as pale as a sheet, seemingly drained of all strength. Sir, according to the Traffic Accident Responsibility Assessment, you are liable for the entire repair costs of 300,000, stated the insurance representative in a businesslike manner. The bald man chuckled derisively, arms crossed. Casting a sidelong glance at Lin Fan, "Kid, did you hear that? 300,000, not a penny less." Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he still felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing the figure. He turned to Wang Chong and Pei Si-si, only to find despair and helplessness etched on their faces. While Pei Wen was already in tears, "Sir," Lin Fan inhaled deeply to suppress the rage swelling within him, and spoke again, 300,000, I am willing to compensate. But what? The bald man impatiently interrupted Lin Fan. "Don't tell me you lack the funds. Why act like a big shot if you're broke?" Lin Fan and Pei Si-si attempted to interject, but Lin Fan raised his hand to halt them. "Of course, I can afford 300,000, Lin Fan stated calmly. Yet his tone carried an undeniable conviction. "I merely wish to clarify whether this sum is solely for the vehicle damages, or if it also encompasses other costs such as emotional distress and lost wages." The bald man paused, seemingly taken aback by Lin Fan's inquiry, then burst into laughter. "Kid, you're quite savvy. Fine, I 1T extort you. You'll pay 350,000, and we'll consider this settled." "No way. On what grounds?" Wang Chong exclaimed, jumping to his feet and pointing an accusatory finger at the bald man. "You barely scratched the paint. Why should you demand 350,000? Why not just rob us instead?" "Exactly. This is clearly extortion." Pei Si-si couldn't help but voice her outrage. "Extortion? Is this extortion? I'm merely asserting my legal rights." The bald man's expression darkened as he gestured towards his Rolls-Royce. "Do you even know what model this is? This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a globally limited edition. The minor scratch you caused cannot be repaired without at least 30 to 50,000. Even if it cannot be repaired, there's no need for 35,000. Wang Chong countered vehemently. "You are clearly trying to swindle us." "Swindle you? Do I even need to?" The bald man scoffed, pulling a box of exquisite business cards from his pocket and tossing it in front of Wang Chong. "Open your eyes and see who I am." Wang Chong picked up the card and was instantly dumbfounded. "What? Are you scared now?" The bald man said triumphantly. "Let me tell you, if you refuse to pay, you won't be leaving here." "Enough," Lin Fan bellowed, silencing Wang Chong, who was poised to argue further. He turned to the silent police officer and asked, "Officer, according to regulations, in such a situation, do I have the right to request a professional assessment of the vehicle to determine the final compensation amount?" The officer nodded, affirming, "Yes, you have that right." "Very well," Lin Fan turned to the bald man, speaking with unwavering resolve. "Until a professional appraisal is conducted, I will not pay a single penny. If you take issue with my approach, we can discuss this matter at the traffic police station." The bald man opened his mouth to retort, but was deterred by Lin Fan's piercing gaze. He huffed disdainfully and said to Lin Fan, "Kid, you're tougher than I thought. We shall see. Wen, stop crying. Let us go to the traffic police station with your brother-in-law." Lin Fan gently patted Pei Wen's shoulder, speaking softly. Under the escort of the police, the group made their way to the nearby traffic police station. As the recording commenced, Pei Wen's emotions surged once more. She pointed an accusing finger at Wang Chong, exclaiming through tears, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't let me ride your bicycle, how could this have happened?" Pei Si-si also stepped forward to denounce Wang Chong, asserting that he should bear half the responsibility. Yet Wang Chong, defiantly puffing his chest, retorted with a flushed face, "What does this have to do with me? You were the one who crashed into it. Why should I pay?" Chapter 15. The complexity of life's judgments in the traffic police office. An oppressive silence lingered. Pei Wen, her eyes glistening with tears, hoarsely accused Wang Chong. "How could you behave this way? You left the bicycle there, and now that trouble has arisen, you shirk your responsibility." Pei Si-si, her brow furrowed, spoke sternly. "Wang Chong, I understand your family circumstances, but you cannot evade responsibility in this manner. Wen is still a student, and this amount is not insignificant for her." Wang Chong's face reddened further as he stubbornly insisted, "I didn't scrape the bike. Why should I pay? Besides, she crashed into it herself. What does that have to do with me?" Pei Wen was rendered speechless by Wang Chong's robed demeanor, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. The young traffic officer, who was handling the incident, could no longer remain silent. He rapped the table and addressed Wang Chong. "Comrade, the matter has not been fully investigated yet. It is inappropriate for you to speak this way. Even if you did not scrape the bicycle, you hold a certain responsibility for parking it carelessly." Wang Chong attempted to counter, but a mere glance from the officer silenced him. He lowered his head, refraining from further words, though his clenched fists and slightly trembling frame betrayed his inner turmoil and resistance. As time ticked by, the atmosphere in the office grew increasingly tense. Pei Wen and Pei Si-si took turns pleading with Wang Chong to accept responsibility, but he remained obstinate, unwavering in his belief that he bore no fault and unwilling to part with a single penny. An hour passed, yet no progress was made. Exhausted, Pei Wen and Pei Si-si could hardly fathom that the usually docile Wang Chong would display such callousness in this critical moment. Lin Fan sat quietly to the side, observing the unfolding situation with keen interest. He was acutely aware of Wang Chong's family background and recognized that he was not maliciously evading responsibility, but rather acting out of instinctual self-preservation. However, he could not bear to watch the Pei sisters being wronged, nor allow Wang Chong to carry an undue burden because of this incident. He rose, approached Pei Wen, and gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. Then, turning to Wang Chong, he spoke in a measured tone. Wang Chong, I understand your difficulties, but this situation must reach a resolution. How about this? I will cover the compensation, and you and Xiaopei can sort out your matters later. Wang Chong abruptly lifted his gaze, astonished, as if struggling to believe his ears. Pei Wen and Pei Si-si were equally taken aback, unprepared for Lin Fan's sudden decision. Lin Fan, how can this be? Pei Si-si was the first to react, incredulous that he would assume such a financial burden. You have already done enough for us. It is unnecessary for you to incur any more expenses. Indeed, Brother Lin Fan, thank you, but I cannot accept your money, Pei Wen said, her eyes glistening with tears. Lin Fan smiled gently, reassuring them. It is merely a trifling sum, no need to dwell on it. Moreover, Wang Chong is also my colleague. Assisting him is only right. He turned to the young traffic police officer, his tone warm yet resolute. Comrade, could you kindly draft a compensation agreement? I shall sign it. The young officer was momentarily taken aback, then regarded Lin Fan with admiration, nodding as he began to prepare the document. The proceedings unfolded unexpectedly smoothly. After Pei Wen signed the agreement, Lin Fan readily paid the 300,000 in compensation. Exiting the traffic police station, Lin Fan ushered the two sisters into a taxi, offering a few words of caution as he watched them depart. Wang Chong had remained silent, trailing behind until, after the sisters had left his sight. He approached Lin Fan with his head bowed and murmured, Lin Fan, thank you. I will certainly repay you for this money. Lin Fan patted his shoulder without uttering a word, simply handing him a cigarette. Wang Chong hesitated for a moment before accepting it, lighting it and taking a deep drag as if attempting to inhale all his worries and anxieties. You should head home early, Lin Fan said softly before turning to leave. As he watched Lin Fan's retreating figure, Wang Chong clenched his jaw tightly, turning to hail a taxi and disappearing into the flow of traffic. The following Sunday, Lin Fan busied himself throughout the day, traversing various lottery ticket outlets. Relying on the recollections in his mind, he skillfully purchased dozens of tickets, ultimately reaping a reward of over 500,000 in winnings. During the process of claiming his prize, he received a call from Pei Si-si, inviting him to dinner that evening, which he politely declined under the pretense of having prior engagements. As night fell, Lin Fan returned home, his body weary from the day's exertions. He instinctively reached for his phone, eager to share today's joy with Wang Chong, only to discover that he had been blocked on WeChat. An ominous premonition surged within him, prompting him to hastily dial Wang Chong's number, only to be met with a cold, automated message. The number you dialed is not in service. Lin Fan stood frozen in place, his phone slipping from his grasp and crashing to the floor. He seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, yet found it hard to believe. On Monday, as he arrived at the office, Lin Fan sensed an unusual atmosphere. His colleagues regarded him with curious, probing glances, tinged with an indefinable emotion. He feigned calmness as he commenced his workday, but the news of Wang Chong's disappearance weighed heavily upon him, rendering concentration all but impossible. Approaching midday, Pei Si-si gently knocked on Lin Fan's open office door, her complexion appearing somewhat haggard, with red-rimmed eyes. She approached Lin Fan's desk and spoke in a hushed tone. Lin Fan, may I have a word with you? Lin Fan set down the documents in his hands, gesturing for her to take a seat. What is it? Have you encountered some difficulties? Pei Si-si bit her lip, seemingly struggling to find the right words. I wish to discuss the matter of the compensation. A tightness gripped Lin Fan's chest. Could it be that Wang Chong had truly vanished? Pei Si-si's subsequent words confirmed his fears. My sister has been unable to eat for days, and every time she thinks of that 300,000, she secretly wipes away her tears. I learned that Wang Chong has resigned and returned to his hometown. He had borrowed quite a substantial amount of money. and it seems unlikely that he will be able to repay it anytime soon. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt a sense of relief. As long as the person is safe, that is what truly matters. He reassured Pei Si-si, saying, "Do not worry, matters of finance can be resolved in due time. There is no rush to repay." However, Pei Si-si seemed eager to say something more, but was interrupted by Lin Fan. "No buts now. Your sister has just graduated and is in need of financial support. Let us not burden her further." After a brief pause, Lin Fan teasingly remarked, "What is the matter? Are you afraid you won't be able to repay me?" "Who said that?" Pei Si-si's stubbornness was ignited by Lin Fan's words. "I will repay you as soon as possible. Rest assured, I keep my promises." Lin Fan, seeing her earnest expression, could not help but smile. "All right, I believe you. By the way, last time you mentioned treating me to a meal. When will you be free?" Initially concerned that Lin Fan might blame her for Wang Chang's situation, Pei Si-si felt a wave of relief upon realizing he not only held no grievance, but also accepted her invitation. "How about tonight? I will treat you to a sumptuous dinner." "Sounds great. Then I shall feast upon you well," Lin Fan replied with a grin. After work, Lin Fan and Pei Si-si arrived at a newly opened restaurant near the office. They enjoyed their meal while engaging in pleasant conversation, the atmosphere relaxed and harmonious. Pei Si-si recounted her and her sister's upbringing, while Lin Fan shared amusing anecdotes from his work. Before they knew it, 2 hours had slipped by. "It's getting late. Let me escort you home," Lin Fan suggested after checking the time. "Okay," Pei Si-si nodded, and they walked side by side out of the restaurant. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang, an incoming call from the office. He answered, and a sweet voice came through. "Lin Fan, this is Secretary Liu from the 3rd floor. Would it be convenient for you to come over? I have some important documents that need your assistance in drafting." Lin Fan was taken aback. Drafting documents? This was clearly Zhao Yu's responsibility. Why was it being passed to him? "Secretary Liu, are you mistaken? This task should belong to—" "Oh, I know. But Zhao Yu has taken an unexpected leave today due to a family emergency, and this document is quite urgent. The leadership requires it by tomorrow morning. So I must trouble you." Secretary Liu's voice was sweet, laced with a hint of coaxing. Lin Fan frowned slightly. Zhao Yu is on leave? How come he was unaware of this? Nonetheless, even if Zhao Yu were present, he had no desire to take on such a mentally taxing task. He did not wish to squander his time and energy. "Secretary Liu, as you are aware, I have only recently joined and am not familiar with many of the operations. I fear I may not be able to. Lin Fan, please help me. The leadership places great importance on this document. If you do well, it will be a significant accomplishment." Secretary Liu continued to plead sweetly. Lin Fan wanted to refuse again, but she hung up the phone before he could protest further. He sighed in resignation. It appeared that this task was unavoidable. After returning to work in the afternoon, Lin Fan found himself unable to focus. The material at hand is rather intricate, necessitating extensive research and a requirement for logical clarity and eloquence, which presents a formidable challenge for him. Observing his unusual demeanor, Pei Si-si, seated across from him, inquired with concern, "Lin Fan, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell?" After a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan resolved to seek assistance from Pei Si-si. "Si-si, could you lend me a hand? What do you need?" She responded readily. "I have a document that requires drafting. Would you be able to assist me in writing it?" "Huh." Pei Si-si paused for a moment, "But I am not well versed in this area." "No worries. I can guide you," Lin Fan replied, handing the material to her. "Just write according to my instructions." Taking the document, Pei Si-si reluctantly agreed. Although she graduated from the Chinese department, she had no experience with such specialized reports and could only type word by word according to Lin Fan's directions. Lin Fan sat beside her, occasionally offering guidance. However, as a novice, Pei Si-si struggled to grasp many aspects, resulting in a muddled logic or vague expressions, prompting Lin Fan to furrow his brow in concern. "Si-si, what's the matter? How can you not manage such simple sentences?" Lin Fan's tone reflected a hint of impatience. Pei Si-si's cheeks flushed slightly as she murmured, "I'm sorry, let me take a closer look." Lin Fan gazed at the flawed material on the computer screen, feeling a sense of helplessness. He had initially thought that with Pei Si-si's help, the task would be considerably easier. However, it turned out otherwise. "Never mind, I'll take over." Lin Fan reached for the mouse. Pei Si-si grasped his hand firmly, exclaiming, "Let me try again. I can do this." Her eyes brimmed with determination and pleading. Pei Si-si's insistence left Lin Fan with no choice but to patiently continue guiding her. In truth, the act of guiding felt scarcely different from writing it himself. Pei Si-si was entirely unfamiliar with the operational processes of the chemical plant and the industry terminology, compelling Lin Fan to explain each term meticulously. Some of the specialized knowledge even required him to consult reference materials for confirmation, let alone someone as inexperienced as Pei Si-si. Si-si, look here. When we say the output has increased year on year, we cannot simply state the amount of increase. We must specify the period of comparison. Lin Fan pointed to the screen, tirelessly elucidating. Oh, okay. Pei Si-si nodded vigorously. However, once Lin Fan finished, she still gazed at him in confusion. Lin Fan, what does year on year mean? Lin Fan rubbed his forehead, took a deep breath, and suppressed the urge to exclaim in frustration. Year on year means compared to the same period last year. Thus, the afternoon passed amidst Lin Fan's repeated explanations and Pei Si-si's incessant inquiries. Lin Fan felt parched and more fatigued than if he had written the material himself. He couldn't help but question why he had agreed to assist Secretary Liu in the first place. Si-si, could you please take this more seriously? How many times have I explained this, and you still don't understand? Lin Fan finally succumbed to his irritation, his tone tinged with reproach. Pei Si-si bit her lip, her eyes glistening with tears as she softly replied, I am trying my best. Trying your best? Lin Fan's words escaped his lips without thought. But upon witnessing Pei Si-si's wounded expression, a flicker of regret coursed through his heart. Pei Si-si clutched the hem of her garment tightly, fighting back tears that threatened to fall. She longed to retort, to question Lin Fan's audacity in speaking to her that way, yet ultimately, she remained silent. 300,000. For the sake of her sister, she had to endure. As time ticked away, the sky outside darkened gradually. Under Lin Fan's almost stringent demands, Pei Si-si finally managed to piece together the materials, albeit with great difficulty. Lin Fan cast a cursory glance over the work, although numerous issues remained. Tom was no longer on their side. Let us send it to Secretary Liu for now, he declared, fatigue evident in his posture as he leaned back in his chair, his tone laced with a sense of helplessness. At his words, Pei Si-si felt a wave of relief wash over her. Rising from her seat, she approached Lin Fan and spoke softly, Then, I shall take my leave. Lin Fan did not lift his gaze, merely responding with a faint Pei Si-si bit her lip, turning towards the door. Wait, Lin Fan suddenly called out to her. Come in early tomorrow morning. We need to revise this material again. Pei Si-si halted, turning back to meet his eyes, enunciating each word carefully. Lin Fan. I understand. She finally swallowed the words that lingered on her tongue, nodded, and exited the office. As Lin Fan watched her retreating figure, a maelstrom of emotions churned within him. He had not intended to be harsh. The materials were of utmost importance, directly influencing the chemical plant's production plans for the next quarter. There was no room for error. And Pei Si-si's performance left him with little confidence. As night descended and the city lights began to twinkle, Lin Fan waited in the designated restaurant for nearly half an hour before finally spotting Pei Si-si and Pei Wen arriving fashionably late. Pei Si-si wore a light blue dress, her makeup subtle yet enhancing, transforming her from her usual unadorned self. Pei Wen, on the other hand, radiated youthful exuberance in her casual attire. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Lin Fan, Pei Si-si said, her voice tinged with remorse. Indeed, Lin Fan, go. It takes us girls a bit longer to get ready. Pei Wen chimed in with a playful smile. Lin Fan chuckled helplessly. It's all right. I just arrived not long ago. Once seated, Pei Si-si handed the menu to Lin Fan. Order whatever you desire. Today, I am treating. No, allow me, Lin Fan insisted, reaching for the menu. Absolutely not. I promised I would treat, Pei Si-si insisted with determination. Seeing her resolute stance, Lin Fan relented and accepted the menu, selecting several dishes. After ordering, Pei Si-si retrieved an exquisite gift box from her bag and presented it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, this is a gift for you. Thank you for your assistance during this period. Upon opening the box, Lin Fan discovered a deep blue tie, meticulously crafted and undoubtedly valuable. This is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. He began to return the tie to the box. Please, just accept it as a token of appreciation from us sisters, Pei Wen urged. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan finally acquiesced and accepted the tie. Very well then. Thank you both. During the mealtime, the two sisters, Pei Si-si and Pei Wen, continuously served Lin Fan with dishes, creating a harmonious atmosphere. As Lin Fan savored his meal, he engaged in light conversation with them. By the way, Wen, how do you find your job over there? Lin Fan inquired. It's all right, but Pei Wen began to respond, only to be interrupted by Pei Si-si. She's just a novice, entirely inexperienced, and she'll need half a month of training before she can officially start working. Oh, how long is the training? Lin Fan feigned casual curiosity while secretly noting this detail. Half a month, and the salary is also reduced during that time, Pei Wen sighed, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. That is still quite good. Think of it as a learning experience. Once you officially start, everything will be fine. Pei Si-si reassured her sister with a smile. Lin Fan remained silent, quietly consuming his food. He understood that Pei Wen likely secured this job through connections, and a reduced salary during training was to be expected. However, if his memory served him correctly, shortly after Pei Wen began her job, their father's factory closed due to mismanagement, which would likely exacerbate their family's financial situation. Contemplating this, Lin Fan made a silent resolution. After finishing his meal, he excused himself, citing other obligations, and departed from the restaurant. Watching Lin Fan's retreating figure, the sisters felt a tinge of disappointment. Sister, do you think Lin Fan doesn't like us? Pei Wen asked softly. Don't be ridiculous. How could Lin Fan not like us? Pei Si-si replied, though uncertainty crept into her heart. Then why does he? Pei Wen was about to continue, but Pei Si-si interrupted. All right, let us stop speculating. We should leave too. After Lin Fan exited the restaurant, he did not rush home, but instead strolled nearby. He recalled a Hunan restaurant in the vicinity that served delightful dishes at reasonable prices. With this thought, he turned and headed towards the restaurant. Come, let me take you to enjoy some delicious food. Lin Fan called back to the sisters, his tone laced with intrigue. Pei Si-si and Pei Wen exchanged glances, both surprised by Lin Fan's sudden generosity. What has gotten into him? Pei Wen wondered. This place looks quite nice, she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the restaurant's simple yet elegant decor. Indeed, I've dined here before. The flavors are quite exceptional, and the prices are reasonable. Lin Fan replied with a smile. Upon hearing the phrase reasonable prices, Pei Si-si and Pei Wen simultaneously sighed in relief, realizing that Lin Fan was indeed considerate of them. The trio entered the establishment, and Lin Fan ordered several signature dishes, all home-style and affordably priced. As they glanced at the menu, the sisters felt a wave of relief wash over them. During the meal, Lin Fan discussed work and life with the sisters, fostering a delightful atmosphere. This place seems to be quite busy, Pei Wen observed, noting that almost every table was occupied, predominantly by workers in uniforms. Yes, the food is delicious and reasonably priced, making it a favorite among many factory employees, Lin Fan explained. At that moment, a burly man clad in a blue factory uniform passed by Lin Fan. As he walked past, he abruptly halted, casting a significant glance at Lin Fan, and then brazenly raised his middle finger in a provocative gesture. Taken aback by this sudden affront, Lin Fan scrutinized the man's face, only to realize that he did not recognize him at all. Who is this person? He seems oddly familiar, inquired Pei Si-si in a hushed tone, laced with curiosity. I don't know him. Perhaps he's mistaken me for someone else, Lin Fan replied, shaking his head, though an unsettling feeling began to stir within him. He's definitely mistaken. Just ignore him, Pei Wen reassured. Lin Fan nodded in agreement, but sensed that the man's hostile gaze upon leaving was far from a mere case of mistaken identity. To alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Lin Fan initiated a new topic. By the way, what is your monthly salary at the factory? Our probationary salary is just over 1,000, once we're regular employees. It might rise to just over 2,000, Pei Si-si responded. Is that all? Lin Fan feigned astonishment. Isn't that little? Our factory's performance is poor. This is considered a decent wage here. Those in the office earn 3,000 to 4,000 a month. Pei Wen scoffed. Lin Fan inquired nonchalantly. How is it that the office salaries are so high? What do they do? The office work is easy. They sip tea, read newspapers, and write reports, Pei Wen replied, her tone tinged with envy. Lin Fan silently contemplated that finding a way to transfer to the office seemed to be the key to a better future. By the way, Si-si, Wen, Lin Fan set down his chopsticks, his expression turning serious. When do you plan to repay the money I lent you? Huh. The sisters were taken aback, not expecting Lin Fan to bring this matter up at such a moment. You both know that my job is unstable right now, and I have to pay rent each month. The pressure of living is quite significant, Lin Fan sighed, continuing. How about this? To prevent you from spending recklessly, you can hand over your salary cards to me. I'll provide you with 1,000 for living expenses each month, and the rest can go towards repaying the debt. What do you think? What? The sisters were left speechless, as if struggling to believe their ears. Are you out of your mind? You want us to give you our salary cards? Pei Wen sprang to her feet, her eyes wide with disbelief, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Though Pei Si-si remained silent, her furrowed brow and slightly pouted lips indicated her discontent with Lin Fan's proposal. Please, don't overreact. Let me finish. Lin Fan calmly took a sip of tea, speaking slowly and deliberately. I understand this request may seem excessive, but it is for your own good. Consider this. With a monthly income of 2,000, how much could you possibly save? It would be wiser to entrust it to me for safekeeping. When you eventually marry, I shall return the money to you as a dowry. Who needs your dowry? Pei Wen retorted, exasperated. We can manage our own savings without your interference. Exactly. You should focus on your own affairs. Pei Si-si chimed in. I know that you may not grasp my intentions right now, but in time, you will come to understand. Lin Fan feigned a serious demeanor, striving to persuade the two sisters. However, seeing their obstinate resistance, he reluctantly decided to abandon the discussion for the moment. Glancing at the time, he rose to take his leave, stating, "It's getting late, and I have matters to attend to. Please reflect on what I've said and don't blame your elder brother for not reminding you." With that, Lin Fan departed the restaurant without a backward glance. His true destination was not an errand, but rather the nearby lottery shop, for he was aware that tonight marked the draw for the double chromosphere lottery. As Lin Fan exited, Pei Wen plopped down in frustration, exclaiming, "This Lin Fan is becoming increasingly outrageous. He even dares to meddle with our salary cards. Who does he think he is?" Pei Si-si remained silent, harboring her own frustrations. Although Lin Fan had assisted them in the past, it did not grant him the right to dictate their choices. Moreover, she sensed something unusual about him lately, as if he had suddenly acquired wealth. How could an unemployed youth afford to treat them to dinner? Do you think he might be involved in some illegal activities? Pei Wen whispered, lowering her voice. Pei Si-si shook her head, uncertain. "Sister, I no longer wish to work at the chemical plant," Pei Wen suddenly declared. "The pay is meager, and the work is exhausting. I simply cannot endure it any longer." Pei Si-si understood her sister's sentiments. She too desired a change in employment. Yet, their limited education and lack of experience made finding a better job a daunting challenge. "Sister, could we perhaps ask Lin Fan for assistance in finding us a more manageable job?" Pei Wen gazed at her sister imploringly. Pei Si-si sighed, replying, "Do not hold out hope. He hasn't even secured a job for himself yet. But he appears to be quite affluent," Pei Wen countered, puzzled. "The last time he treated us, he spent nearly 200 yuan. Pei Si-si felt a spark of realization. Indeed, Lin Fan had been rather generous lately, a stark contrast to the impoverished cousin she once knew. "Sister, please inquire with him," Pei Wen urged, tugging at her sister's arm in a playful manner. Pei Si-si hesitated momentarily. Chapter 17. The busy and chaotic world of work on Tuesday. Sunlight streamed through the office windows, illuminating the space. Pei Si-si had completed her cleaning duties and returned to her workstation. Habitually, she logged onto the office platform and began processing newly received documents. A file titled Request for Office Supplies Procurement caught her eye, prompting her to recall Chun Wang's instructions from the previous day. She opened the document and began to read it attentively. The content was straightforward, merely a procurement request for the department's daily office supplies. After meticulously verifying the list and confirming its accuracy, she printed the document, preparing to seek the necessary signatures from relevant leaders. She first approached Director Wang Jiamin's office, only to find it empty, likely due to an early meeting. Placing the document on his desk, she then proceeded to the finance department, as the regulations dictated that requests must first undergo financial review. At that moment, Lin Fan was accompanying Dai Jun from the finance department as they navigated between various offices. It turned out that, according to company policy, the application documents needed to be stamped with a company seal before being submitted for financial review. However, due to the overwhelming number of documents requiring stamps today and the absence of the colleague responsible for this task, Lin Fan and Dai Jun could only anxiously await in the office. As time ticked away, approaching noon, the stamping colleague had yet to return. Lin Fan felt a surge of agitation, yet found himself powerless to change the situation. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to visit a nearby lottery shop to claim his winnings from a ticket purchased the previous day. "Congratulations! You've won 500. The shop owner exclaimed with a smile. Lin Fan accepted the prize, feeling little excitement. To him, it was merely a drop in the ocean. His thoughts were already far removed from work. Upon returning to the finance department, the stamping colleague finally arrived. Lin Fan and Dai Jun hurried over to finalize the necessary procedures. Holding the stamped documents, Dai Jun expressed his gratitude, saying, "Xiao Lin, thank you so much today. Come, let me treat you to lunch." Initially inclined to decline, Lin Fan reconsidered, thinking he might glean some insights into the stock market from Dai Jun, and thus agreed. After lunch, the three of them retreated to a nearby cafe for a respite. As Dai Jun sipped his coffee, he couldn't help but complain. "The stock market has been dismal lately. I've incurred quite a loss." The finance manager, overhearing this, set down his newspaper and inquired with interest, "Lao Dai, how long have you been trading stocks?" 7 or 8 years, I suppose," Dai Jun sighed. "It's always been small scale. I haven't made much profit." Lin Fan, intrigued, discreetly asked, "Dai Gu, what is your take on the current market? Is it still viable to invest?" Dai Jun exchanged glances with the finance manager, who then set down his coffee cup and responded slowly, Young man, are you interested in stocks too? I just graduated and have developed an interest in investment and finance. I've been researching stocks lately, but I lack experience, Lin Fan humbly replied, his tone brimming with eagerness to learn. The finance manager smiled slightly, seemingly appreciating Lin Fan's proactive attitude. The market is currently quite volatile, and the risks are considerable. If young people wish to try, it's advisable to start with a small amount and gradually accumulate experience. After a pause, he sipped his coffee. Which sectors do you find promising? Lin Fan contemplated before responding. I've been focusing on technology stocks, as I perceive a favorable development outlook, though I'm still uncertain about which specific stocks are worthy of investment. Dai Jun interjected. Technology stocks carry significant risks and volatility. I suggest you consider some blue-chip stocks in traditional industries for a more stable return. The finance manager nodded in agreement, affirming, Lao Dai is right. Investments should be prudent, avoiding blind pursuits of high yields. As Lin Fan listened to their conversation, he attempted to shift his perspective, hoping to discern the stock information they discussed. Yet, all he could perceive were the flickering lights of the cafe and the rising steam from the coffee, nothing more. Could it be that my abilities only allow me to foresee future events, but not to access real-time information? Lin Fan pondered quietly. Xiao Lin, what are your thoughts on the stock market in the coming years? The finance manager suddenly asked. Lin Fan regained his senses, realizing that he had momentarily drifted away from the conversation. He hastily remarked, I believe the technology sector still holds significant potential for growth in the coming years. As he spoke, he attempted once more to shift his perspective, and this time, he finally discerned some indistinct images. It was a stock candlestick chart, with intertwining red and green lines that left him feeling dizzy. Which stock do you have faith in? The finance minister inquired. Lin Fan strained to interpret the candlestick chart before him, but the sheer volume of information was overwhelming, rendering him unable to process it all at once. His head felt somewhat swollen, and his eyelids began to flutter. He massaged his temples, endeavoring to remain alert. Suddenly, the sharp ring of the telephone on his desk interrupted Lin Fan's speech and pulled him back from his chaotic thoughts. Taking a deep breath to quell the agitation within, he answered the call. Hello, this is the general office. Steadying himself, Lin Fan continued, Xiao Lin, have the materials been prepared? They need to be delivered by 3 this afternoon. Lu Dami's deep voice resonated through the receiver. Lu, the materials are still being organized, but I will ensure they are sent over as soon as possible, Lin Fan replied. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan rubbed his brow. His earlier attempt to scrutinize the stock information had left him with a throbbing headache, akin to being struck on the head with a hammer after a night of heavy drinking. It seems my abilities are yet to be fully developed. I must not rush. Lin Fan pondered silently, deciding to set aside the stock matter and revisit it later that evening. For the remainder of the day, Lin Fan immersed himself in various office tasks, responding to emails, organizing documents, and making phone calls, which temporarily distracted him from the anxieties about stocks. As the end of the workday approached, employees gradually departed the office to catch the company bus home. Lin Fan also gathered his belongings, preparing to leave. Lin Fan, wait a moment, Pei Si-si called out to him. What is it? Lin Fan asked, puzzled. I would like to ask for your assistance, Pei Si-si said, somewhat shyly. What is it? Please, go ahead. I wish to change my dormitory. Pei Si-si bit her lip, seemingly finding it difficult to express her request. The current living conditions are not satisfactory, and I would like to move to a better room. Lin Fan regarded her, understanding her plight. Most dormitories in the factory were shared rooms accommodating 4 people, and the conditions were indeed quite harsh, especially in the female dormitories, where conflicts often arose. Which dormitory do you wish to transfer to? Lin Fan inquired. I hope to move to a single apartment, like the ones the factory leaders reside in. I've heard the environment is much better, Pei Si-si revealed her thoughts. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but click his tongue. Single apartments were not typically available to ordinary employees and required certain connections to secure. I'm afraid I may not be able to assist you with that. Lin Fan gently declined. No, you can. I believe in you. Pei Si-si suddenly grasped Lin Fan's arm, her eyes brimming with hope. I heard from Sister Wang that you have a good relationship with Lao Wang, who manages the dormitories. If you speak to him, he will definitely help. Lin Fan felt a sense of helplessness. The truth was that he and Lao Wang had merely exchanged a few words on a couple of occasions, and it hardly constituted a close relationship. Pei Si-si, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you. Rather, I am acutely aware of the predicament you find yourself in. Pei Si-si promptly interrupted his words, proposing, how about this? If you can help me secure a single apartment, I shall offer you 200 yuan as a token of my gratitude. Lin Fan regarded Pei Si-si's imploring gaze, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Though 200 yuan was not a significant sum for him, it was certainly not trivial, particularly in this era where an ordinary worker's monthly salary barely reached a few hundred yuan. Pei Si-si, I understand what you are thinking. You believe I am attempting to insult you with money. Pei Si-si's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but I truly have no other recourse. My current dormitory environment. Lin Fan, observing her on the verge of tears, felt a pang of compassion. He was aware of Pei Si-si's modest background. She had chosen to work at this state-owned enterprise with average prospects to alleviate her family's financial burden. The dormitory conditions were quite poor, and it was indeed challenging for a young woman to reside in such an environment. Very well, I shall see what I can do. Lin Fan finally relented. Really? That is wonderful. Thank you, Lin Fan. Pei Si-si exclaimed, her tears transforming into joy as she eagerly grasped his hand. I knew you would help me. Lin Fan watched her jubilant expression, his heart a mixture of emotions. He recognized that Pei Si-si's trust in him stemmed from his unique identity as a reborn individual, one capable of foreseeing the future. Pei Si-si, do not celebrate too prematurely. I can only promise to try. I cannot guarantee success. Lin Fan spoke with a calm demeanor. Moreover, even if I assist you, you must not. His words were cut short by Pei Si-si's exuberant interruption. I understand. Rest assured, I will repay you. Lin Fan observed her innocent smile, secretly exhaling a sigh. This girl was still oblivious to the reality of the situation. Pei Si-si, think about it. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Lin Fan resolved to impart a lesson to this young woman embarking on her professional journey. While I may have influence with old Wang, what reason would he have to assist you? Even if you have a good relationship with Sister Wang, it doesn't justify her working for free, does it? Pei Si-si appeared taken aback, clearly having not contemplated these aspects. To her, Lin Fan's ability to communicate with old Wang meant that success was already half assured, completely disregarding the complexities of human relationships. What should I do then? Pei Si-si asked, feeling somewhat lost. Here's what we shall do, Lin Fan said, withdrawing a pack of relatively high-end Hongtao Mountain cigarettes from his pocket. Lighting one and inhaling deeply before continuing. You should go to the finance office and borrow 200 yuan from Daijun, citing an urgent need at home, and promise to repay him later. Although Pei Si-si was naive, she was not foolish. She immediately grasped Lin Fan's intention, her cheeks flushing crimson. Lin Fan, I do not have that much money on me. Lin Fan, fully aware of her financial constraints, waved his hand dismissively. No matter, go borrow it first. Just say I suggested it, and I will repay you later. Pei Si-si cast a grateful glance at Lin Fan before hastening towards the finance office. After securing the funds, Pei Si-si, her face still flushed, handed Lin Fan 2 crisp 100 yuan bills. Lin Fan discreetly tucked the money into his cigarette case and patted her shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry, I will take care of this matter. After work in the evening, Lin Fan deliberately waited at the entrance of the office building. It wasn't long before he spotted old Wang sauntering out, a thermos in hand. Brother Wang off duty? Lin Fan greeted him with a smile, offering a cigarette. Old Wang accepted the cigarette, casting a surprised glance at him. Shaolin, do you need something from me? Can't I just chat with you if there's nothing urgent? Lin Fan chuckled, lighting up the cigarette for him. Come on, let us find some shade over there to cool off. Although old Wang found it a bit odd, he thought little of it and followed Lin Fan to the shade by the roadside. The two engaged in light banter, meandering from factory gossip to national affairs. The atmosphere pleasantly cordial. Seizing the opportunity while old Wang was in a good mood, Lin Fan seemingly casually pulled out a cigarette case from his pocket, extracted a cigarette, and handed it over. Brother Wang, have another one. Old Wang, not one to refuse, took the cigarette, but noticed 200 yuan bills nestled within the case. Maintaining his composure, he pushed the case back and lowered his voice, asking, Shaolin, what's this? Lin Fan smiled, returning the cigarette case to old Wang's hand. Brother Wang, it's just a small token. Please don't be too modest. To be honest, I have a favor to ask. What is it? Go ahead, old Wang replied, holding the cigarette case but hesitating to open it. I heard there's an empty room in the dormitory. My colleague, Xiao Pei, the one who greeted you last time, she wants to transfer to a different dorm. After a moment's contemplation, old Wang replied, Shaolin, you know that dormitory assignments aren't solely my decision. Brother Wang, you've been around long enough. Your words surely carry weight. If this works out, I'll treat you to drinks another day. Lin Fan knew he needed to apply some pressure. Old Wang hesitated, but ultimately tucked the cigarette case into his pocket. Let me see what I can do. I'll inform you once I have news. The next morning, Pei Si-si arrived at the office with a sense of trepidation. Several times contemplating asking Lin Fan about the dormitory situation, yet fearing his possible aversion, she suppressed her inquiries and feigned nonchalance. Lin Fan, fully aware of her thoughts, simply smiled and reassured her not to worry, they would wait for news. Around 10 o'clock, the phone on Lin Fan's desk rang. He picked it up. It was Old Wang calling. Xiaolin, I have good news for you. Room 204 in Building 3 has become available. Have Xiao Pei get ready. She can move in today. Lin Fan was instantly elated, exclaiming, Thank you, Brother Wang. I truly appreciate it. You've been a tremendous help. After hanging up, Lin Fan quickly approached Pei Si-si's desk and whispered, Si-si, come with me to a certain place. With a puzzled expression, Pei Si-si followed Lin Fan to the stairwell at the end of the corridor, nervously asking, Lin Go, what is the matter? Why here? Si-si, the dormitory situation has been resolved. Room 204 in Building 3 is empty. You can move in today, Lin Fan said in a hushed tone. Really? That is wonderful. Pei Si-si was so elated that she nearly leaped into the air, but then, feeling a bit shy, she asked, Brother Lin, I'm so sorry to trouble you. Oh, what are you saying? We are colleagues. It's only natural for us to help each other. Lin Fan interrupted her with a smile. Hurry and gather your things. I'll assist you with the move. Thank you, Brother Lin. Pei Si-si nodded excitedly and dashed back to her office. Observing her joyful figure, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. Once back at his seat, his thoughts drifted back to the stock market. Tomorrow, 000625 will hit the ceiling. Lin Fan closed his eyes, and the stock information he had seen yesterday resurfaced in his mind. He had double-checked the stock results over the past few days, and he was certain of their accuracy. However, this prophetic ability seemed to only reveal the outcome without disclosing the specific fluctuations of the stock. If 000625 opens low tomorrow, when should I buy in to maximize my profits? Lin Fan fell into deep contemplation. He recalled Dai Jun from the finance department, an experienced investor well-versed in stock operations. Perhaps he could seek his advice. Resolute in his decision, Lin Fan rose to visit the restroom. When he returned, he deliberately passed by the finance department and spotted Dai Jun seated, savoring a cup of tea. Brother Dai, are you busy? Lin Fan approached with a cheerful demeanor. Xiaolin, what brings you here? Dai Jun set down his cup, smiling as he inquired. Lin Fan concocted a casual excuse and engaged him in conversation about stocks. Brother Dai, I've been considering buying some stocks lately. As an expert in this field, do you have any recommendations? Dai Jun became animated, eagerly sharing his insights on trading. Lin Fan listened attentively while subtly probing for tips on stock operation techniques. Yet he could not find the opportune moment to mention his prophetic abilities. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Secretary Lu calling. Xiaolin, where are you? Come to my office at once. Lu's tone sounded somewhat urgent. Secretary Lu, I'm here. I'll be there shortly, Lin Fan replied dismissively, internally strategizing on how to delay his visit, as he didn't wish to squander time on the tedious task of writing materials. What is the matter, Secretary Lu? Lin Fan entered the office, feigning busyness. Chapter 18. The chaotic affairs of the workplace. The afternoon sun streamed through the curtains, casting a hazy glow over the disordered documents on the desk. Lin Fan leisurely brewed a cup of tea, its fragrance wafting through the air. Yet it could not mask the flicker of anxiety stirring within him. Pei Si-si, Lin Fan called out to her as she returned from the tea station. Brother Lin, what is up? Pei Si-si set down her cup and hurried to Lin Fan's desk. He pointed to a neglected document on the corner of the table. Secretary Lu asked me to handle this. Could you help me organize it into a PPT and have it ready before the end of the workday? Of course, Brother Lin. Pei Si-si readily agreed, picking up the materials and examining them with diligence. Lin Fan watched her engrossed demeanor with a sense of quiet satisfaction. In this new life, he was determined not to allow the tedium of work to extinguish his ambition as it had in his previous existence. He had more pressing matters to attend to, such as leveraging his precognitive abilities to amass a fortune in the stock market. Seizing the opportunity to submit an expense report in the finance office, Lin Fan stealthily descended to the lower floor, seeking out a secluded corner where he could extract his phone and open the stock trading application. The numbers dancing across the screen seemed to beckon him, heralding the arrival of wealth. Old Wang, how's the stock market faring lately? Any insider information? Lin Fan inquired, attempting to forge a rapport with Old Wang in the finance department. Adjusting his glasses, Old Wang chuckled. You rascal, you've taken up stock trading too? Insider information isn't shared lightly, but I can certainly recommend a few promising stocks. As Lin Fan absorbed Old Wang's analysis, he secretly contemplated the funds at his disposal. Returning to his office, he plunged into the trading software, completely immersed in the ocean of numbers, oblivious to the passage of time and the materials he had carelessly left forgotten on the corner of his desk. Minutes ticked away, and the sky outside darkened gradually. while the office grew increasingly desolate. Lin Go, I've completed the PPT. Could you take a look and see if there's anything that needs amending? Pei Si-si's voice interrupted Lin Fan's reverie. Startled, he glanced at the clock and realized it was already 5:30. Only then did he recall that the materials were due to be submitted to Secretary Liu before the end of the workday. Oh, just leave it there. I'll review it shortly, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, though his mind was racing with plans to extricate himself from the situation. As the end of the workday approached and colleagues began to depart, Lin Fan showed no inclination to leave. He called out to Pei Si-si, who was preparing to leave. Si-si, could you help me adjust the format and font of this PPT? I'll come back to review it soon. Though somewhat puzzled, Pei Si-si complied and remained behind. Seizing the moment, Lin Fan slipped out of the office and arranged to meet his colleague Dai Jun at a nearby eatery. Old Dai, I bought that stock you mentioned last time, and it has risen significantly. I owe you my gratitude for your guidance. Lin Fan raised his glass in appreciation. Dai Jun waved his hand dismissively. It's just a minor feat. If you truly wish to amass a fortune, you should learn from me. The two men dined and conversed, completely losing track of time. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Secretary Liu. Xiaolin, have you organized the materials? I need them tonight. Liu's voice conveyed a hint of displeasure. Lin Fan feigned calmness as he responded, It's ready. I'll send it to your email right away. After hanging up, Lin Fan leisurely finished his last sip of wine and ambled back to the office. Inside, only Pei Si-si remained. Her brow furrowed as she focused intently on the computer screen. Si-si, you've worked hard, still here after hours? Lin Fan feigned the guise of just returning. Approaching her side, Lin Go, there seems to be an issue with the content of this PPT. Some data doesn't match. Pei Si-si hesitated, her words trailing off. What SMS? Let me take a look, Lin Fan replied, taking the mouse and casually browsing through the PPT. Internally, he was astonished by Pei Si-si's keen observation. Even he, a reborn individual, had overlooked the discrepancies she had pinpointed with such clarity. Here, and here, Pei Si-si indicated the screen, methodically highlighting the problematic areas. As Lin Fan listened intently to Pei Si-si's explanation, he swiftly contemplated strategies for addressing the situation. He was acutely aware that Pei Si-si's revelation could potentially serve as a double-edged sword in his future professional journey. You may leave for the day. I will handle the rest, he said in a low voice, his tone tinged with a subtle hint of anxiety. Pei Si-si nodded, gathered her belongings, and exited the office. Lin Fan gazed at the now vacant workspace, lost in thought. He understood that certain matters might be far more intricate than he had initially imagined. Early Thursday morning, Lin Fan arrived at the office, feigning diligence as he organized documents. When Pei Si-si entered, he pretended to be surprised and inquired, Si-si, you're here so early? I was concerned there might be issues with the PPT, so I came in to make some revisions, Pei Si-si replied as she powered on her computer, preparing to continue her work. I appreciate your hard work, Lin Fan casually remarked, then added, by the way, are you familiar with the content of the PPT? Would you mind helping me refine it a bit more? Although Pei Si-si hesitated momentarily, she ultimately agreed. Lin Fan secretly exhaled in relief. He knew that with Pei Si-si's conscientiousness, he could free up time to focus on other matters. In the afternoon, under the pretense of attending to business outside, Lin Fan stealthily made his way to the Lottery Redemption Center, exchanging his winning ticket for cash. With the weighty bills in his possession, he felt little excitement. Instead, he began to ponder the path ahead. Money isn't everything. I must find a way to make it work for me, Lin Fan murmured to himself. After considerable reflection, he resolved to invest a portion of his winnings in the cryptocurrency market, confident in the impending explosive growth of digital currencies in the coming years. It was wise to prepare for the future and plan for retirement. Observing the figures in his account, Lin Fan couldn't help but reflect on his second chance. He yearned more than anyone for a life of stability. After the Friday morning meeting, Human Resources Director Mr. Liu summoned Lin Fan to his office. Xiaolin, how is the party member development material I requested coming along? Mr. Liu adjusted his glasses and questioned in a serious tone. Director Liu, I've been overwhelmed with work lately, and I truly haven't had the time, Lin Fan replied, his expression revealing his discomfort. Comrade Xiaolin, the development of party members is a vital matter that affects the continuity of the party's mission. How can you say you have no time? Mr. Liu admonished earnestly, emphasizing the importance of political awareness and party discipline, urging him to strive for early membership in the party. You are right, Director Liu. My political consciousness indeed needs to improve, Lin Fan acknowledged while discreetly observing Mr. Liu's expression. With a sigh, Mr. Liu waved his hand dismissively and said, forget it for now. Set aside your current tasks and prioritize organizing that material. Upon returning to his office, Pei Si-si noticed Lin Fan's troubled demeanor and inquired with concern. Lin Ge, what happened? What did Director Lu want? It's nothing, just a minor issue. Lin Fan feigned nonchalance, then asked, by the way, Si-si, do you have any plans for this weekend? I have. Before he could finish, Pei Si-si interrupted. Lin Ge, you just mentioned that your political awareness isn't high enough. Is there a problem? Lin Fan pretended to be puzzled by her question, but inwardly chuckled at her earnestness. Do you truly believe your political awareness is lacking? She pressed. I find you to be diligent, responsible, and exceedingly helpful, truly embodying the standards of a party member, Pei Si-si remarked earnestly. Ha, you little rascal. Are you already fretting over me before you've even joined the party? Lin Fan chuckled, giving Pei Si-si a friendly pat on the shoulder. That was merely a jest to placate old Lu. Did you take it to heart? In the future, learn from me. Matters in the workplace are seldom black and white. Oh, Pei Si-si nodded, somewhat perplexed, though she harbored skepticism towards Lin Fan's words. Changing the subject, Lin Fan inquired, by the way, Si-si, do you have any plans this weekend? I have some crucial materials that need organizing and would like to ask if you could put in some extra hours. But Pei Si-si's face showed hesitation, as she had initially intended to visit her parents over the weekend. What's the matter? Is it inconvenient? Lin Fan asked. No, it's fine. I don't have any plans this weekend. I can work extra, Pei Si-si quickly replied, not daring to decline Lin Fan's request. Then it's settled. I appreciate your help, Si-si. Lin Fan smiled contentedly, aware that Pei Si-si was a workaholic who would comply with just a hint of pressure. On the weekend, Lin Fan strolled leisurely along the street, in high spirits. He casually observed the passers-by, while also keeping an eye out for any unexpected windfall. True to form, he fortuitously stumbled upon a bulging wallet in front of a lottery shop. It seems Lady Luck is smiling upon me today, he thought, delighting in the discovery as he tucked the wallet into his pocket before stepping into a real estate agency. Good day, sir. Are you looking to rent or purchase a property? The agent inquired warmly. I'd like to rent, Lin Fan replied. I am seeking a well-located apartment, preferably near a park. Do you have any specific location requirements? What is your budget? The agent continued. The location isn't critical, as long as it has convenient transportation. Lin Fan mused before adding, let us see what you have first. He was acutely aware that given his current financial circumstances, purchasing real estate in the bustling metropolis was akin to chasing a mirage. Even renting required meticulous budgeting. After some deliberation, Lin Fan ultimately rented a one-bedroom apartment near Century Park. Although the rent was considerable, he gritted his teeth and signed the contract. After all, having been given a second chance at life, he was determined not to compromise his comfort. Sir, here are your keys and the contract. Please keep them safe, the agent said, handing him the keys with a professional smile. As Lin Fan accepted the keys and turned to leave, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Lin Fan? What are you doing here? He turned around to see a tall woman clad in a professional suit, exuding an air of competence. Secretary Lu? Lin Fan's expression shifted from surprise to calm as he recognized her. Standing before him was Lu Dami, the trusted secretary of the group's chairman, renowned within the company for her icy demeanor. What are you doing here? Lu Dami inquired, her brow slightly furrowed, tinged with curiosity. I just rented an apartment, Lin Fan replied candidly, inwardly lamenting the serendipity of encountering her in this very place. Lu Dami refrained from further inquiries, merely casting a fleeting glance at the key in Lin Fan's hand before turning to leave the real estate agency. What an unfortunate encounter it was. Why did it have to be her? Lin Fan watched Lu Dami's retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. On Monday, Lin Fan arrived at the office early, powering on his computer to review the materials that Pei Si-si had meticulously organized over the weekend. The PowerPoint presentation was commendable, exhibiting clarity and logical coherence. However, as Lin Fan gazed at the screen, his fingers lightly tapping the desk, he felt the content lacked substance, devoid of data and case studies to bolster its assertions. He picked up the phone and dialed Pei Si-si's extension. Si-si, could you come to my office for a moment? Before long, Pei Si-si knocked and entered. Brother Lin, did you call for me? Yes, I've reviewed the PPT you created, Lin Fan indicated towards the computer screen. Overall, it's quite well done, but there are some details that require refinement. He meticulously pointed out the issues within the presentation and offered specific suggestions for improvement. Pei Si-si listened attentively, nodding occasionally, committing Lin Fan's advice to memory. By the way, Si-si, I remember you mentioned your sister is also looking for a job? Lin Fan inquired, seemingly casually. Indeed. She just graduated and hasn't found a suitable position yet, Pei Si-si responded. Oh, what is her major? She studied design. Design is excellent. The industry is quite in demand now, Lin Fan remarked, nodding. If she doesn't mind, I could refer her to my friend's company for a potential opportunity. Really? That would be wonderful. Thank you, Brother Lin. Pei Si-si exclaimed joyfully, quickly expressing her gratitude. Not a big deal, no need for formality. Lin Fan waved his hand. Let me check with my friend to see if they are still hiring. Thank you so much, Brother Lin. Pei Si-si replied enthusiastically. By the way, this weekend. Lin Fan glanced at Pei Si-si, hesitating to continue. Brother Lin, I truly have plans this weekend. I promised my mother I would return home to keep her company. Pei Si-si interjected, thinking Lin Fan was about to ask her to work overtime again. It's not about overtime, Lin Fan chuckled, clarifying. I would like to ask for your assistance. Assistance? What kind? Pei Si-si queried, somewhat puzzled. Recalling Pei Si-si's previous support, Lin Fan felt compelled to reveal a fragment of his true thoughts. Well, I recently rented an apartment near Century Park. He paused, gauging Pei Si-si's reaction. And I would appreciate your help in tidying it up this weekend. Renting an apartment? Brother Lin, are you moving? Pei Si-si's eyes widened with surprise. Yes, I suppose so. Lin Fan conceded, his tone tinged with an imperceptible weariness. There has been an overwhelming amount of work at the company lately. I seek a change of environment and a shift in mood. Pei Si-si discerned the underlying sentiment in Lin Fan's words and tentatively asked, Brother Lin, are you considering resigning? Lin Fan remained silent for a moment before responding slowly. Si-si, to be candid, I am indeed feeling somewhat weary of my current job. The monotony of daily tasks offers no prospects or future. I refuse to drift aimlessly through life. Pei Si-si remained silent, listening intently to Lin Fan's heartfelt confessions. Though she had recently joined the company, she had already felt the pressures and frustrations of the workplace. Thus, I aspire to seize my youth and venture out to explore the world beyond. Lin Fan's gaze was filled with determination as he declared, I have made up my mind to resign next month. Next month? Pei Si-si expressed her surprise, but understood Lin Fan's choice. What are your plans thereafter? I haven't figured it out yet. Lin Fan replied with a shake of his head. I'll take it one step at a time. I believe that a path will emerge when the time comes. Yes, I believe in you, Brother Lin. Pei Si-si nodded, her eyes brimming with encouragement. Time flew by, and soon it was 9:30. Lin Fan discreetly opened his stock trading software to examine the day's market trends. Shining special steel should hit the limit down today. He mused, intently studying the K-line chart displayed on the screen. Based on the future information he had gleaned, he anticipated that Shining special steel would swiftly reach the limit down after opening, only to lift the limit down around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and subsequently seal it again by the end of the trading session. Now's the moment. Observing the stock price of Shining special steel plummet, Lin Fan decisively clicked the buy button. However, to his astonishment, the system prompted a failure of the order, instructing him to check the order price. What was happening? Lin Fan quickly examined his order details and discovered that the purchase price he had input was, shockingly, 1 cent higher than the current limit down price. Damn it. How could I make such a rookie mistake? Lin Fan lamented, smacking his forehead in frustration as he promptly corrected the order price and clicked the buy button again. Yet, this time, the system still indicated an order failure. What was wrong? Could it be a network issue? Filled with confusion, Lin Fan attempted several more times, but the outcome remained unchanged. At that moment, he noticed the stock price for Shining special steel suddenly halted its decline and swiftly surged upward within mere seconds, instantly hitting the limit up. How could this be? Wasn't it supposed to fall? Lin Fan stared, dumbfounded, at the red K-line on the screen, his heart overwhelmed with bewilderment and disbelief. He hurriedly opened the stock forum, eager to discover what others were saying about today's peculiar price behavior. Chapter 19. The initial experience of stock trading, a roller coaster of ups and downs. Lin Fan watched helplessly as the price of Shining special steel skyrocketed. The limit up crowded with an overwhelming number of buy orders, resembling an insurmountable mountain. He tugged at his hair in frustration, his heart filled with confusion and regret. How could this be? Why was there no limit down? He refreshed the page repeatedly, hoping to uncover a reasonable explanation. Had the future he envisioned deviated? Or were there unknown factors disrupting the stock's trajectory? With a plethora of questions swirling in his mind, Lin Fan posted on the Shining special steel forum, inquiring about the unusual stock price behavior of the day. Fellow investors, does anyone know why Shining special steel is hitting the limit up today? Wasn't there supposed to be negative news? Once his post was submitted, it swiftly attracted numerous responses from fellow traders. Haha, is the original poster new here? Today is the ex-dividend date for Shining special steel, hence the limit up. It seems the original poster got caught in the market's volatility. The stock market is fraught with risks. One must tread carefully. In this day and age, how can one engage in stock trading without even knowing the ex-dividend date? Upon reading the replies, Lin Fan suddenly realized that today marked the ex-dividend date for Xining's special steel, which explained the unusual rise in its stock price. He had previously been preoccupied with so-called negative news, neglecting to examine the company's announcements, thereby missing a golden opportunity for profit. Of course, some well-meaning investors took the time to elucidate the rules of stock trading for Lin Fan. They explained that stock transactions adhere to a principle of priority. Price takes precedence, followed by time. A buy order placed at the limit down, while the lowest in price, is positioned last due to its later timestamp. Conversely, sell orders at the limit up, though the highest in price, are executed first because they were placed earlier. In simpler terms, merely placing an order first does not guarantee its execution. The price and timing are paramount. To successfully acquire stocks, one must place orders before the market opens or seize opportunities promptly during price declines. As Lin Fan meticulously read these responses, a myriad of emotions swirled within him. He came to the stark realization that his understanding of stock trading was still at a rudimentary level. He had previously believed that with his ability to foresee the future, he could navigate the stock market effortlessly and accumulate wealth. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow, enlightening him that trading is no trifling matter. Profiting in the market requires not only an information advantage, but also a wealth of professional knowledge and skills. It seems I have much to learn, Lin Fan murmured to himself. At that moment, his phone chimed with a text message. Your bank card ending in XXXX received a transfer of 10,000,000 RMB today. Current balance. Lin Fan picked up his phone and, upon reading the message, couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his lips. Brother, what are you up to? A voice interrupted from behind, startling Lin Fan. It was his sister, Pei Si-si. He hastily turned off the screen of his phone and, feigning calmness, turned around with a smile. Si-si, when did you arrive? How did you walk in without making a sound? Pei Si-si mischievously blinked, approaching Lin Fan. Her gaze fell upon the phone in his hand, and she teased. You're the one who seems distracted, brother. Are you chatting with some pretty sister? What nonsense. Lin Fan lightly flicked her forehead. I'm just looking at stocks. Stocks? Pei Si-si inched closer, curiosity piqued. Brother, you can trade stocks too? How much have you made? Don't even mention it, Lin Fan replied, exasperated, recounting how Xining's special steel had surged to its limit today, only for him to miss the opportunity due to a late order. Upon hearing this, Pei Si-si stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Brother, it seems you're still a novice in the stock market, not even knowing the ex-dividend date. No wonder you're getting taken for a ride. Enough with the teasing. Lin Fan shot her a glare. I'm currently brushing up on stock knowledge. I promise I won't make the same mistake again. With that, Lin Fan reopened the stock forum for Xining's special steel, diligently perusing the replies from enthusiastic investors. At last, Lin Fan realized that he could place orders as early as 9:15. He had previously believed that trading could only commence at 9:30 when the stock market officially opened, which led him to wait until the last moment to place his orders, causing him to miss the optimal buying opportunities. What are you looking at? Pei Si-si inquired curiously, noticing Lin Fan's furrowed brow. Nothing much, just contemplating tomorrow's trading strategy, Lin Fan replied dismissively. Early the next morning, Lin Fan rose with the dawn, opened his computer, and logged into the stock trading software. He had made up his mind. Today he would invest in Baoma Company, Limited, based on his foresight. He anticipated a slight uptick in Baoma stock today. Although the increase would be modest, it was ample for a novice like Lin Fan. As the clock struck 9:15, Lin Fan eagerly placed his order, and a substantial buy order appeared prominently at the zero-axis position. Seconds ticked by, and Lin Fan's heart raced with anticipation. Finally, 2 minutes later, Baoma's stock price began to fluctuate, shifting from green to red, and the trading volume started to swell. It was executed. Lin Fan clenched his fists in excitement, watching as the numbers on his screen danced with life, an indescribable thrill washing over him. He understood this was merely the beginning. As he observed Baoma's stock price soar like a magnificent red dragon, his smile grew ever brighter. Each transaction detail flashed before his eyes, each executed trade symbolizing an increase in his account balance. This sensation was more gratifying than counting money. Indeed, following information from the future made it almost impossible not to prosper. Lin Fan felt a surge of pride as his previous apprehensions dissipated, replaced by a newfound confidence. However, the stock market is a tempestuous entity. Just as Lin Fan reveled in his joy, Baoma's stock price suddenly faced a correction, the previously ascending curve now violently oscillating. Watching the fluctuating numbers, Lin Fan's heart raced, akin to riding a high-speed roller coaster, exhilarated yet anxious. What is happening? Could the future information be erroneous? Beads of sweat formed on Lin Fan's brow as he fixated on the screen, terrified of missing any critical updates. As time elapsed, after experiencing substantial volatility, Baoma's stock price finally rallied again, surging like a rocket towards the price limit. It hit the limit. It hit the limit. Lin Fan leaped from his chair, excitedly pumping his fists, eager to share the good news with the world. Yet, the joy was fleeting. Just as Baoma's stock price approached the limit, a formidable wave of selling pressure emerged, forcefully driving the price down. How could this happen? Lin Fan gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The profits he had anticipated evaporating in an instant, leaving his heart chilled as if doused in ice water. Just as despair began to set in, Baoma's stock price rebounded once more, this time with unstoppable momentum, crashing through to the price limit. Hooray! Lin Fan, filled with exuberance, celebrated with a triumphant high five. His face aglow with the thrill of victory. He had finally experienced the exhilarating roller coaster of the stock market, which further solidified his resolve to amass wealth through future information. At that moment, the office door was gently pushed open, and Pei Si-si peeked in, observing Lin Fan, utterly engrossed in the computer screen, his fingers dancing rapidly over the keyboard. She could not help but curl her lip, inwardly lamenting. He promised to treat me to milk tea tomorrow, yet here he is, covertly gaming. As Pei Si-si watched Lin Fan's intense concentration, her suspicions grew stronger. She recalled how the office workload had overwhelmingly fallen onto her shoulders in recent days, while Lin Fan, citing the need to familiarize himself with the business, had been preoccupied with his computer, oblivious to her mounting frustration. Tomorrow's the day for submitting work summaries. Let us see how you explain yourself to Director Wang. Pei Si-si muttered a complaint before turning on her heel and exiting the office. On Wednesday morning, Lin Fan arrived at the office early, opening his computer and solemnly fixating on the numbers on the screen. This day was pivotal for Baoma Company, as per future information. The stock was expected to soar in the early session before plummeting swiftly. He needed to sell all his shares before the price fell. At precisely 9 o'clock, the market opened with a ringing bell. Lin Fan inhaled deeply and unhesitatingly placed a sell order for his entire holding. As he watched the red numbers flicker, his heart raced with apprehension. Time ticked away, and contrary to Lin Fan's predictions, Baoma Company's stock price did not surge as anticipated. Instead, it experienced a modest rise before fluctuating at high levels, never reaching his psychological price point. What was happening? Could it be that the future information had failed? Lin Fan's brow furrowed deeply, a sense of unease creeping in. He had initially expected to make a significant profit today, but it now seemed that his gains might dwindle drastically. Just as Lin Fan hesitated over whether to adjust his selling price, Baoma Company's stock price suddenly nosedived, plummeting at an alarming rate and swiftly breaching his predetermined stop-loss threshold. This was disastrous. Time was of the essence. Lin Fan's expression shifted dramatically. His heart constricted as an ominous premonition washed over him. He watched helplessly as the numbers on the screen danced erratically, the funds in his account diminishing like water flowing away. The anticipated profits evaporated in an instant, replaced by glaring losses. How could this happen? Lin Fan's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, struggling to comprehend the discrepancies in the future information. Had he misremembered the timing? Or was there an inherent error in the future information itself? He rubbed his temples forcefully, attempting to regain his composure. At this juncture, succumbing to panic would only exacerbate the situation. He needed to act swiftly to curtail his losses, or he would only sink deeper. With trembling hands, Lin Fan rescinded his previous sell order and set a new, lower price. He understood that this decision would inflict substantial losses, but he could no longer afford to dwell on such concerns. As time continued to slip away, Baoma Company's stock price, after a dramatic decline, began to hover at a low point. Lin Fan's heart raced with anxiety. He was uncertain whether the stock would continue to decline and whether he could extricate himself from this precarious situation. At 9:40, the stock price of Baoma Company unexpectedly experienced a slight rebound, igniting a flicker of hope within Lin Fan. He fixated on the screen, fervently wishing for the price to rise further, even if only by a fraction. Finally, the moment arrived. At 9:50, Baoma Company's stock price ascended once more. Although the increase was modest, it was sufficient for Lin Fan. Without hesitation, he sold all his shares and then slumped into his chair, gasping for breath. What a relief. He wiped the sweat from his brow, filled with trepidation. Ultimately, he had made a profit of just over 3,000 yuan, but that was far preferable to a loss. He reopened the stock trading software to check the real-time market for Baoma Company. As the future information had indicated, after he sold his stocks, the price plummeted and never recovered. It seemed that the future information had not aired. Rather, It was his own actions that had faltered. Lin Fan silently reminded himself that stock trading required caution and that one must not be blinded by momentary greed. He closed the Bauma Company page and let his gaze wander through the stock pool, finally resting on the name Runda Medical. This is it. Lin Fan took a deep breath, a glint of determination in his eyes, and opened the trading page for Runda Medical, in stark contrast to the vibrant reds and greens of other stocks. The trading page for Runda Medical displayed a dismal sea of green. Today marked the second consecutive limit down for Runda Medical, with its stock price plummeting to 1,244 yuan, nearly half from its peak just days prior. The future information indicated that Runda Medical would hit bottom and rebound tomorrow, sealing a limit up by the afternoon. This presented an exceptional opportunity to buy at the bottom, yet it was also a formidable test. Take a gamble, and a bicycle may become a motorcycle. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and invested all his remaining funds into Runda Medical, placing a buy order at the limit down. Due to the modest amount of capital, his order was quickly executed. As he viewed the holding information in his account, a swirl of emotions enveloped him. This transaction felt less like an investment and more akin to a high-stakes gamble. If the future information proved accurate, he would reap substantial rewards tomorrow. However, should it deviate, he would be left with nothing. As time ticked by, the stock price of Runda Medical remained stagnant, firmly locked at the limit down. With each passing moment, Lin Fan's heart sank further. Could the future information be erroneous as well? A chilling thought suddenly crossed his mind. To validate his suspicion, Lin Fan pulled up the future information once more. This time, he finally discerned the issue. It turned out that the future information indicated Runda Medical's limit up would occur tomorrow, not today. In other words, had he labored in vain today? Lin Fan was suddenly struck by a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had intended to utilize information from the future to strategize in advance. But due to his own negligence, he had unwittingly squandered precious time. It appeared that future information was not infallible. Reliance on it alone was insufficient. I must engage in more learning and contemplation, he silently admonished himself. At that moment, the telephone on his desk rang unexpectedly. Lin Fan picked up the receiver, and before he could utter a word, the melodious voice of Pei Si-si resonated from the other end. Lin Fan, work's over. Shall we go together? Together for what? Lin Fan asked, snapping back to reality with a smile. To play cards, of course. My sister is off today too. Let us meet at the lawn in front of our dormitory, the usual spot. Pei Si-si exclaimed before abruptly hanging up. Checking the time, Lin Fan realized it was already 5:30, prompting him to gather his belongings and prepare to leave. Upon exiting the office building, he noticed Pei Si-si and her sister Pei Wen approaching him, chatting and laughing. Pei Si-si wore a white dress that accentuated her pure and charming demeanor, while Pei Wen donned a red t-shirt paired with denim shorts, radiating youthful vibrance. Why are you both so elegantly dressed today? Lin Fan teased. What is wrong with looking pretty? Are you not pleased? Pei Wen shot him a playful glare. Exactly. We usually wear work uniforms, so it's only right to dress up a bit on our day off. Pei Si-si chimed in with a laugh. The trio settled on the lawn in front of the dormitory and began their card game. Today my sister and I are teaming up, so watch out, Pei Si-si declared with a grin as she shuffled the cards. Yes, we intend to make you lose everything. Pei Wen echoed enthusiastically. All right then, I shall relish the challenge of your formidable duo. Lin Fan responded with a smile, though internally he was devising a strategy. As the game commenced, Pei Si-si and Pei Wen indeed collaborated to outmaneuver Lin Fan. One played the role of the bad cop while the other took on the good cop, their synergy seamless, leading them to swiftly win several rounds against him. Yet, Lin Fan was not to be underestimated. Leveraging his grasp of the game and insight into the sister's psychology, he gradually regained some ground. The contest was fiercely competitive, with each participant refusing to yield. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to burst from laughter, Pei Si-si suddenly exclaimed, clutching her stomach, doubled over in mirth. What's the matter? Lin Fan and Pei Wen asked in bewilderment. You should have seen Lin Fan's expression just now. It was absolutely hilarious. Pei Si-si pointed at him, tears of laughter nearly spilling from her eyes. It turned out that Lin Fan had drawn a remarkable hand, one that could have secured him victory, but he was thwarted by the sisters' cunning collaboration, ultimately watching helplessly as they claimed all the chips. You two are so devious, ganging up on me like that. Lin Fan feigned indignation. Who told you to be so easy to tease? Pei Wen retorted with a smile. But speaking of which, Lin Fan, is there something troubling you? You seem rather distracted lately. A sudden jolt of alarm shot through Lin Fan. Had they discerned his inner turmoil? No, I've been quite well recently, he quickly refuted. Really? Then why do you seem so absent-minded? Pei Wen pressed on, at a loss for words. I, Lin Fan, found myself unable to articulate an explanation. Wen, please refrain from asking any further. Pei Si-si gently tugged at Pei Wen's sleeve, signaling her to cease her inquiries. Sister, I am merely curious, Pei Wen pouted, adding. Lin Fan, if there is something troubling you, do not hesitate to share. We can devise a solution together. Indeed, we are friends. Pei Si-si chimed in. Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart as he gazed into the sincere eyes of the two sisters. Just as he was about to speak, Pei Wen interrupted with her next statement. Speaking of which, I've been encountering some vexations at the factory lately, she sighed. I sense that the work in the control room has its own challenges. She hesitated, as if harboring unspoken concerns. What is the matter? Isn't working in the control room quite favorable? I've heard the remuneration is superior to ours, Pei Si-si inquired. The pay is indeed somewhat better, Pei Wen admitted, biting her lip as if carefully selecting her words, but the monotony is unbearable. I find myself fixating on those instrument panels to the point of nausea. Isn't that rather easygoing? It must be preferable to our constant running about, Pei Si-si remarked with a smile. While it is indeed less strenuous, it lacks any semblance of challenge. I feel as though I am merely a robot. Pei Wen's spirits dampened. Moreover, I cannot fathom why our supervisor insists on overtime. He claims it is to meet deadlines, yet I perceive no substantial workload. It's merely a guise for enforced extra hours. Is that so? Pei Si-si's smile faded. You could always express your concerns to the supervisor. But to what avail? The supervisor insists that it is a directive from management, and we, as employees, must comply. Pei Wen replied with resignation. Sister, what do you think I should do? Pei Si-si pondered for a moment before responding. Wen, I understand your discomfort. Yet I believe it is best for you to persevere for now. Why? Pei Wen questioned, perplexed. Consider this. You have only recently joined the factory. If you threaten to resign over such matters, what impression will that leave on the supervisor? Pei Si-si patiently elucidated. Moreover, job opportunities are scarce. Even if you resign, you may not find a better position. Though Pei Wen wished to voice her thoughts, Pei Si-si interrupted again. I recognize your feelings of grievance, but trust me, dear sister. While the work in the control room may be tedious, it offers stability and decent compensation. For now, persist in your role, and when the opportunity arises, you can contemplate a change. Pei Wen lowered her head in silence, seemingly reflecting on Pei Si-si's counsel. Meanwhile, Lin Fan quietly listened to the exchange between the sisters, choosing not to interject. His thoughts had already drifted far away as he contemplated his own path. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone jolted him from his reverie. Glancing at his phone, he saw an unfamiliar number. Lin Fan remained an observer in the sisters' discussion, his mind still preoccupied with his own deliberations. Pei Wen's troubles reminded him of his former self, languishing in a lackluster position devoid of challenge, ultimately swept away by the tides of time. No, I shall not squander this life in the same aimless manner as in my past. Lin Fan clenched his fists, his gaze brimming with determination. Since fate has granted me a second chance, I shall live a life worth living. He opened his phone to check the stock app. The stock he had purchased last week was surging today, already yielding a 20% profit. It seems my judgment is quite astute, Lin Fan mused, a subtle smile creeping upon his lips. When this wave of market activity concludes, I should be able to earn a few $100,000, perhaps. For an ordinary person, a few $100,000 might be a fortune, but for Lin Fan, it was still far from sufficient. His ambition was to become a top-tier mogul like Principal Wang, possessing limitless wealth and achieving financial freedom. If I could become a social media influencer and elevate a few streamers, the pace of my earnings would surely accelerate. A bold idea surfaced in Lin Fan's mind. Once I accumulate 10 million, I shall leave this factory and pursue the life I truly desire. The ringtone of his phone abruptly interrupted Lin Fan's reverie. He glanced at the caller ID, noting an unfamiliar number, and chose to disregard it, ending the call without a second thought. Who was that? Pei Si-si inquired. I don't know, probably a telemarketer, Lin Fan replied casually, silencing his phone. Oh, Pei Si-si said, refraining from further questions as she continued to console the despondent Pei Wen. Observing the two sisters, Lin Fan suddenly posed a question. Wen, have you ever considered what else you could pursue aside from this job? Pei Wen looked up, her expression one of bewilderment, clearly unprepared to answer such a question. There's no rush to respond. Lin Fan smiled reassuringly. I merely asked out of curiosity. Everyone has their own path to tread. Finding one that suits you is what matters most. The phone rang once more, and this time Lin Fan chose to ignore it. However, Pei Wen noticed the name displayed on his screen. Lin Fan, your phone is ringing. It's Si-si calling, she pointed out. Lin Fan paused. Si-si? This number isn't Pei Si-si's. Is it? Huh. Oh. It dawned on Lin Fan, and he quickly picked up his phone, realizing that the caller was indeed Si-si. albeit without a saved contact name. Hence his confusion. My apologies, I need to take this call, Lin Fan said with an apologetic smile to the sisters as he moved aside to answer. Hello, Si-si. What's up? Where are you? Your phone has been busy. Pei Si-si's voice came through, tinged with urgency. Oh, I had it on silent mode and didn't hear it ring. Lin Fan explained. I'm out with friends playing cards. What's the matter? Nothing much. I just wanted to ask if you'd like to join us for dinner tonight. My parents said they miss you, Pei Si-si replied. Lin Fan hesitated, unsure if he was ready to meet Pei Si-si's parents, especially since their relationship was still in its infancy. Is something wrong? Are you unable to make it? Pei Si-si detected the uncertainty in Lin Fan's tone and asked. As Lin Fan sought a pretext to evade his responsibilities, he was suddenly called by Pei Wen. Lin Fan, it's your turn to play. Oh, I'm on it. Lin Fan responded and then turned to his phone, saying, Si-si, I still have a few matters to attend to. I'll call you back later. Without waiting for her reply, he hastily ended the call and returned to the card table. Who was that? A girlfriend? Pei Wen inquired playfully. No, just a friend. Lin Fan answered ambiguously. Oh please, just a friend? You seem rather anxious. Pei Wen expressed her disbelief. Stop making wild guesses. We are merely friends, Lin Fan insisted. Would an ordinary friend silence their phone and not answer? Pei Wen clearly doubted Lin Fan's explanation. All right, Wen, enough of the teasing, Pei Si-si interjected. Coming to Lin Fan's defense, let us just focus on the game. With her sister's words, Pei Wen ceased her inquiries, and the three resumed their card game and conversation. As Lin Fan played, he discreetly checked a stock trading app on his phone. The shares of Rundar Medical, which he had purchased earlier, had surged impressively, boasting an increase of over 50% since the market opened and still climbing. Should I sell now? Lin Fan pondered, torn between the temptation of a quick profit that could amount to hundreds of thousands and the possibility of even greater gains if he held on. Just as he wrestled with his indecision, Rundar Medical's stock price suddenly accelerated, reaching its upper limit. This is the moment. Lin Fan decisively clicked the sell button. Sale successful. A notification popped up on his screen, and he watched his account balance swell significantly. Haha, I've made a profit. Lin Fan couldn't suppress his laughter, filled with joy and exhilaration. What did you earn? Pei Si-si asked curiously. Oh, it's nothing. I just won a game, Lin Fan casually dismissed. TSK, what a miser. Won't he even treat us after making money? Pei Wen scoffed. Lin Fan merely smiled in response, his attention fixated on the burgeoning numbers in his stock account. A sudden urge to invest even more in the market swelling within him. No, I mustn't act impulsively. Lin Fan quickly regained his composure. The stock market harbors risks, and prudent investment is paramount. He resolved to test the waters before deciding to increase his investment. He began searching for his next target in the trading app. Soon, a stock named Libo Company caught his eye. Gazing at the inflated figures in his account, a surge of ambition flooded Lin Fan's heart. If he were to invest all his remaining funds, the profits could be substantial. He abruptly shook his head. No, impulsiveness must be avoided. What was the code for that Libo Company stock you mentioned earlier? Lin Fan asked casually, though his eyes remained glued to the phone screen, anxious not to miss any crucial information. What's this? You're considering a purchase? Pei Wen teased with a sly smile. Just experimenting. Lend me your phone to check. Lin Fan replied as he took the device she offered, locating Libo Company. The stock had displayed a steady trend over the past few days, with trading volume remaining moderate. Like a still pond. What are your thoughts on this stock? Lin Fan inquired casually. It's mediocre, rather unremarkable, Pei Wen shrugged. I bought it a few days ago and sold it, making a few $100. Oh, I see. Lin Fan nodded, secretly calculating in his mind. Based on his acumen, he predicted that the stock would experience a decline next week, followed by a rebound, culminating in a surge before Friday's closing. With this plan in mind, Lin Fan returned the phone to Pei Wen and feigned nonchalance, saying, All right, I'll give it a try. In the following days, Lin Fan maintained a facade of tranquility, adhering to his routine, engaging in light-hearted banter with colleagues, as if stock trading were merely a trivial aspect of his life. However, he was fixated on the movements of Libo Company every moment, daring not to miss a second. On Wednesday, Libo Company began to decline. Initially, it was a minor fluctuation, but by Thursday, the downturn intensified, closing with a nearly 5 drop. The opportunity has arrived. Lin Fan mused internally. As Friday's market opened, Libo Company continued its descent, plummeting over 8 at its lowest point. Lin Fan quietly calculated the timing, awaiting the optimal moment to capitalize on the stock market's ebb and flow. Just as he contemplated his next move, his phone vibrated urgently, causing his heart to race, akin to a cheetah preparing for its final pounce. He swiftly retrieved his phone. The screen displayed a notification from the trading app. Your order has been executed. Lin Fan exhaled deeply, his taut nerves finally unwinding. He realized he had triumphed. What is going on? How's the stock? Pei Si-si asked curiously. It's nothing. I've sold it, making a small profit, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, wishing to keep the thrilling details of the stock market to himself. Pei Si-si eyed him with suspicion, but chose not to press further. Lin Fan then opened the trading app to meticulously review his holdings. He distinctly remembered setting a sell order at the limit price, yet due to the day's significant fluctuations, his order wasn't fully executed until 3 minutes before the market closed. Thankfully, everything had sold. I managed to sell everything in the end, Lin Fan muttered to himself. He refreshed the holdings page repeatedly until, at 14:59, his holdings finally displayed zero, allowing him to fully relax. Taking a deep breath to calm his exhilaration, he began to calculate his gains and losses. After deducting fees and taxes, his net profit was nearly double. A slight smile crept onto Lin Fan's lips. He understood that this was merely the beginning. With his foresight into the future, he intended to make a significant mark in the stock market, amassing considerable wealth. He closed the market app and turned to Pei Si-si, cheerfully asking, "By the way, Si-si, the weekend is approaching. Do you have any plans?" As he shut down the app, his mind raced with calculations. With an initial capital of only 50,000, doubling it would yield a mere 100,000, which felt insufficient. It seemed he would need to borrow some savings from his parents next week, and with this week's salary arriving, assembling 200,000 should not pose a significant challenge. By the way, Si-si, tomorrow is the weekend. Do you have any plans? Lin Fan turned to Pei Si-si, cheerfully inquiring. Pei Si-si, lost in her own thoughts, was startled by Lin Fan's sudden question. She collected herself and replied nonchalantly, "No specific plans. I suppose I'll just rest at home. This week has been rather exhausting." "Rest? That is perfect," Lin Fan exclaimed, slapping the table excitedly, startling Pei Si-si once more. "Didn't we agree that you would help me tidy up my place once you had some time off? It's fortuitous that one is also free. Let us invite her along." Pei Si-si frowned slightly. She had previously agreed to assist Lin Fan in cleaning his house merely as a token of gratitude for his help, without overthinking it. However, inviting Pei Wen along felt a tad too contrived with the three of them together. "I need to check with Wen first. She seems to have work on Saturday and can only join on Sunday." Pei Si-si hesitated. "Sunday works too. How about we head to the car market tomorrow? I've been considering purchasing a vehicle for convenience," Lin Fan eagerly suggested. "Going to the car market? That might not be appropriate." Pei Si-si felt increasingly uneasy, concerned about what others might think. Although she had only recently joined the company, she understood that office romances were a serious taboo, especially since Lin Fan was a prominent figure under close scrutiny by the management. Lin Fan, seemingly oblivious to her concerns, responded dismissively, "What is there to misunderstand? Why worry about misconceptions? We stand tall and proud." Pei Si-si attempted to express her thoughts further, but was interrupted by Lin Fan. "All right, it's settled then. I will pick you up tomorrow morning. No trying to evade this. Otherwise, I'll come to your office and make you work overtime on that PPT." Lin Fan feigned seriousness, his face adopting a mock stern expression. Pei Si-si, feeling resigned, nodded in agreement. Yet internally, she felt a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. After leaving the office, her heart raced anxiously, akin to a restless rabbit. She found herself pondering Lin Fan's intentions. Did he truly not recognize the sensitivity surrounding workplace relationships? Or was he intentionally feigning ignorance? On Saturday afternoon, after lunch, Pei Si-si and Pei Wen returned to their dormitory. Pei Si-si rummaged through her wardrobe, ultimately selecting a light blue dress. After trying it on, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror. "Sis, are you going on a date? You look quite stunning." Pei Wen teased, engrossed in her phone. "A date? Hardly. Lin Fan invited me to the mall. He said he wants to buy a car and asked for my input." Pei Si-si sighed, her tone laced with resignation. "He invited you? To buy a car?" Pei Wen put down her phone, her expression turning inquisitive. "Tell me honestly, do you think Lin Fan is pursuing you?" Pei Si-si shot her a disapproving glance, retorting, "Pursuing me? Does he dare? I suspect he has ulterior motives. Who knows what schemes he is concocting?" Recalling Lin Fan's earlier remark about coming to her office to make her work on the PPT, Pei Si-si felt an irritable surge. It was clear he had taken advantage of her unwillingness to confront him, emboldening his audacity. "Sis, I believe Lin Fan has potential. But he seems a bit unreliable," Pei Wen remarked. Pei Wen pondered thoughtfully, remarking that if Pei Si-si held no feelings for him, it would be best to maintain some distance, lest trouble find her. Pei Si-si understood this principle well, yet some matters are not easily evaded. She murmured softly, her tone tinged with a hint of bitterness. Pei Wen wished to inquire further but was interrupted by Pei Si-si, who declared, "All right, it's getting late. I must take my leave." With that, she picked up her bag and prepared to exit. "Wait, sister," Pei Wen called after her. "I haven't finished my thoughts." Pei Si-si halted, turning back to Pei Wen. "What could you possibly say that cannot wait until I return?" "No, I meant to say," Pei Wen hesitated, lowering her voice, "if you truly believe Lin Fan harbors ulterior motives towards you." Before she could finish, Pei Si-si silenced her with a sharp glare. Pei Wen continued cautiously, "If you genuinely think Lin Fan is up to no good, you could report it to the authorities." Pei Si-si offered a wry smile and shook her head. "It's not as serious as you suggest." Yet, she bit her lip, ultimately refraining from revealing that she owed him 300,000. "What do you mean?" Pei Wen pressed, keenly sensing her sister's hesitation. "Nothing." Pei Si-si evaded her sister's gaze. "Don't overthink it. I must be on my way." With that, she fled the dormitory as if escaping. Watching her sister's hurried departure, Pei Wen furrowed her brow, her doubts intensifying. Though she was unaware of the matter concerning 300,000, her intuition hinted that there was something her sister was concealing about Lin Fan. In the office building, Lin Fan remained blissfully ignorant of the malicious label Pei Si-si had attached to him. Dressed in a crisp t-shirt and jeans, he hummed a cheerful tune. Seizing the moment before Pei Si-si's arrival, he called the office director, Wang Jimin, requesting assistance in obtaining a certification for the installation of charging stations. "Xiao-Lin, your pace is impressive. Are you already preparing to buy a car?" Wang Jimin's hearty laughter resonated through the phone. "Well, I've just made a little money and wish to purchase a car soon for convenience in commuting," Lin Fan replied with a smile. After ending the call, Lin Fan waited in the office for about half an hour before Pei Si-si finally arrived. "Sorry to keep you waiting," she said, a hint of apology gracing her features. "No worries, I just arrived as well," Lin Fan reassured, grabbing his car keys and phone. "Let's head out. The car market is a bit far from here." Throughout the journey, Pei Si-si appeared somewhat distracted, occasionally glancing at Lin Fan, words lingering on her lips. "Feel free to ask whatever you wish. Your hesitant demeanor makes me think I've kidnapped you," Lin Fan jested. After a moment's hesitation, Pei Si-si couldn't resist inquiring. "Are you truly going to buy a car?" "Of course. Why else would I have summoned you?" Lin Fan countered. "What? Do you doubt my ability to afford one?" No, Pei Si-si quickly denied. "I'm merely curious about what kind of car you plan to buy, your budget, and when you intend to make the purchase." "Wow, you have quite the array of questions. One might think you were in sales," Lin Fan teased. Lin Fan playfully remarked, "Rest assured, you and your sister will assist me in making decisions when the time comes. If, due to your suggestions, I end up purchasing an unsuitable vehicle and subsequently find myself unable to marry, you both shall bear the responsibility." Pei Si-si paused for a moment, her cheeks flushing slightly as she playfully retorted, "Who is responsible for you?" The taxi halted in front of a BMW dealership, and Lin Fan was the first to push the door open and step out, saying to Pei Si-si, "Let us go, this is the one." Chapter 22. Car buying at the BMW dealership. The BMW dealership exuded its usual opulence, with various models of new cars glimmering enticingly under the lights. Given that it was the weekend, the showroom was bustling with potential buyers, and the sales staff were preoccupied with customers, leaving little room for idle conversation. As Lin Fan and Pei Si-si entered the exhibition hall, their eyes swept over the dazzling array of vehicles, yet not a single salesperson approached them. The service attitude here is as aloof as their logo, Lin Fan couldn't help but comment after waiting for a while. Pei Si-si remained silent, quietly observing Lin Fan's expressions. She noticed that although he verbally criticized the service, his gaze lingered on the luxury cars. Was he genuinely considering purchasing a BMW? A wave of curiosity washed over her. Recently, Lin Fan seemed transformed. He not only excelled at work, but also displayed newfound lavishness, treating others to meals and contemplating car purchases. These changes ignited her intrigue regarding Lin Fan's family background. Could he be a hidden heir to wealth? Pei Si-si pondered, her gaze inadvertently lingering on Lin Fan, searching for clues in his attire. At that moment, Lin Fan appeared to lose patience, retracting his gaze and turning to Pei Si-si. "Let us go check out another dealership. This one is too unwelcoming. They probably think we can't afford anything." Before Pei Si-si could respond, he strode toward the exit. "Good day, sir. May I inquire what model you are interested in?" A woman in a professional suit had appeared beside Lin Fan, her smile warm and inviting. He halted, turning to regard the unexpectedly cheerful salesperson. She was well-groomed, her smile genuine, and her tailored outfit accentuated her tall figure. The name tag on her chest read Lina. "I'm just browsing," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, unaffected by Lina's enthusiasm. "Sir, We have recently received a new batch of 5 Series vehicles. Would you like to learn more? Lin persisted, her professional smile unwavering. New cars. Are they available for immediate purchase? Lin Fan inquired, his interest piqued. What specifications are you looking for? I can check for you. Lina hesitated, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Never mind. I think I'll check the City's dealership instead. They should have available stock. Lin Fan sensed her insincerity and felt increasingly impatient, turning to leave. Just then, another female salesperson approached briskly. She was petite, yet exuded a warm charm. Hello, sir. I'm Wang Fong. What type of vehicle are you interested in? Lin Fan glanced at Wang Fong, then at Lina, who stood nearby, and finally addressed Wang Fong. I would like to see the 5 Series. Are there any available? Yes, please follow me. Wang Fong replied enthusiastically, guiding Lin Fan and Pei Si-si through the showroom to a secluded area at the back. There, several new vehicles were parked, including a sleek black BMW 5 Series. Sir, this is the newly arrived 5 Series. What do you think of this model? Wang Fong inquired, pointing to the black BMW. Lin Fan circled the car, meticulously inspecting the exterior and interior, a look of satisfaction dawning in his eyes. What is the configuration of this vehicle? Does it have cruise control? Sir, this is the 525 Li Luxury Edition, which comes standard with cruise control, Wang Fong replied. Is adaptive cruise control available? I can pay extra for that option, Lin Fan asked. Apologies, sir, but this model does not offer the option for adaptive cruise control, Wang Fong said, somewhat embarrassed. Not available for selection? Lin Fan frowned. Are there any other configurations that can be added? Sir, this vehicle is a high-end version, and its features are already quite comprehensive. Wang Fong explained. If you truly desire adaptive cruise control, I can assist you in requesting one from another dealership. That won't be necessary. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. If adaptive cruise control cannot be upgraded, then I will not purchase this vehicle. Sir, please reconsider. This car is truly remarkable, Wang Fong urged, growing anxious. If you find the price unsuitable, we can request a discount and even offer complimentary maintenance for the entire vehicle. No, I insist on adaptive cruise control. Lin Fan's tone was resolute. Seeing Lin Fan's unwavering stance, Wang Fong conceded. Very well, please wait a moment while I consult with my manager. After Wang Fong left, Lin Fan stepped out of the showroom, lit a cigarette, and began to smoke in silence. Pei Si-si followed closely behind, observing the enigmatic man before her, and softly asked, Are you really going to buy a car? Lin Fan turned to Pei Si-si, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. What? Does it not seem so? It does quite so, Pei Si-si teased with a laugh. I just didn't expect you to have a preference for BMW. I thought you would lean towards something more business-oriented, like a Mercedes. Lin Fan exhaled a puff of smoke, chuckling lightly. Mercedes? Too antiquated for my taste. It doesn't suit me. Pei Si-si was about to ask another question when Wang Fong emerged from the showroom, her expression tinged with regret. Sir, I sincerely apologize. Our manager has confirmed that this model indeed cannot be equipped with adaptive cruise control. Then I suppose that settles it, Lin Fan replied calmly, turning to leave. Sir, please wait a moment. Wang Fong hurriedly called out to him. Although adaptive cruise control is not available, we can offer you complimentary maintenance for the entire vehicle. How does that sound? No, I only want adaptive cruise control. Lin Fan's determination remained unshaken. Seeing his firm resolve, Wang Fong bit her lip and said, Sir, please wait a moment longer. I will discuss this with the manager once more. Wang Fong returned to the showroom, explained the situation to the manager, who hesitated momentarily but ultimately agreed to Lin Fan's request, albeit with the condition of an additional charge of 1,000 yuan. Upon receiving the manager's response, Wang Fong briskly exited the exhibition hall and addressed Lin Fan. Sir, our manager has consented to your request and can assist you in upgrading to adaptive cruise control. However, an additional charge of 1,000 yuan is required. Would that be acceptable to you? Lin Fan smiled faintly, sensing that his persistence had indeed borne fruit, and nodded in affirmation. That would be fine. Wonderful. Will you be opting for a loan or paying in full? Wang Fong's face finally lit up with a smile as she eagerly inquired. Full payment, Lin Fan replied in a calm tone. Very well, sir. Please follow me inside to sit for a moment while I prepare the contract and paperwork. Wang Fong warmly guided Lin Fan and Pei Si-si back into the exhibition hall. The trio settled into the lounge area, where Wang Fong retrieved a calculator and began to diligently tally various expenses. Lin Fan reclined leisurely on the sofa, lifting a cup of coffee from the table and savoring a delicate sip. At that moment, the male sales representative who had previously attended to Lin Fan walked by, and upon seeing Lin Fan and Wang Fong seated together, an expression of surprise crossed his face. He hurried over to Wang Fong and whispered, Xiao Wang, is this gentleman placing an order for a vehicle? Wang Fong looked up at the male sales representative, smiling as she nodded. Yes, Li Go. He is just about to sign the contract. Li Chang's gaze shifted to Lin Fan, his expression one of disbelief. Full payment? He echoed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Sir, are you certain you wish to purchase the car outright? Wang Fong nodded with a hint of pride in her voice. Indeed, Li Go. This gentleman possesses discerning taste. Our model is a bestseller in the store. Were it not for the manager's special approval, this configuration would not even be attainable. Li Chang stood frozen, his mind racing back to when Lin Fan had first inquired. He recalled Lin Fan's ordinary appearance, carrying a supermarket shopping bag, and had dismissed him entirely, never considering him worthy of attentive service. Regret washed over him as he realized he had missed an opportunity to secure a significant client. If only he had known this gentleman was prepared to make a full payment, he would have done everything in his power to keep him. Observing Lin Fan's youthful visage only deepened Li Chang's dismay as he speculated about the man's background and identity. Lin Fan took in the scene, suppressing a smile at the truth of the saying, one cannot judge a book by its cover. He set down his coffee cup and addressed Wang Fong. Miss Wang, please expedite the paperwork. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment, Wang Fong replied, taking the calculator and documents toward a nearby desk. Li Chang, noticing this, sought to make one last attempt, approaching Lin Fan with a beaming smile as he handed over a business card. Sir, greetings. I am Li Chang, the sales manager here. You may call me Shaoli. You truly have an eye for quality. This model is our latest for the year. Lin Fan took the card, glancing at it briefly before responding in a dispassionate tone. Manager Li, I am currently focused on completing the paperwork swiftly. We can discuss other matters later. Li Chang was left feeling rebuffed, yet dared not press further, watching helplessly as Lin Fan followed Wang Fong into the contract room. Si-si, let us depart. Lin Fan stepped out of the Foresee dealership and addressed Pei Si-si, who was waiting at the entrance. Is that it? Not considering any other models? Pei Si-si hurriedly caught up with Lin Fan, her curiosity piqued. No need. This one will suffice. Lin Fan replied with unwavering certainty, striding towards the parking lot with a light step. Suddenly, Pei Si-si's phone rang, glancing at the caller ID. She saw it was her sister, Pei Wen. Hello, Wen, what's the matter? She answered. Sister, when are you coming back? I'm nearly starving. Pei Wen's voice sounded somewhat anxious. I'll be back shortly. Just wait for me at the office. I'll take you out for a nice meal. Hurry up. Will you? I'm about to melt in this work uniform. Pei Si-si hung up and turned to Lin Fan, saying, Brother Lin, let us go grab a bite. All right. I'm quite hungry as well, Lin Fan responded with a nod. The two walked side by side towards the cafeteria. It was lunchtime, and the cafeteria was bustling with activity. Pei Si-si, balancing a tray, finally located an empty table and said to Lin Fan, Brother Lin, wait here for me while I get the food. Lin Fan nodded slightly and took a seat at the table. When Pei Si-si returned with 2 plates of food, Lin Fan's meal was already neatly arranged, while her own was placed opposite him, accompanied by a bottle of opened beverage. How did you know I was here? Pei Wen had somehow taken a seat across from Lin Fan, twisting the cap off her drink, her face beaming with a smile. There's no one else here. Pei Si-si rolled her eyes at her sister and set her tray down, joining her at the table. Sister, your timing is perfect. I'm about to suffocate in this uniform. What kind of weather is this? It's unbearably hot. Pei Wen couldn't help but complain. Who told you to wear something so thick? The office doesn't mandate uniforms, Pei Si-si replied with resignation. I was saving my new clothes for a date after work. Pei Wen winked at her. But why are you back so late? You still need to go to the factory this afternoon. You have no idea how bothersome Engineer Li can be. Pei Wen rambled on, but Pei Si-si's mind was elsewhere. She recalled the earlier events at the Foresee dealership. Lin Fan's composed demeanor as he signed the car purchase contract continually replaying in her mind. Sister, are you even listening to me? Pei Wen nudged her arm in dissatisfaction. You're not hiding something, are you? What could I possibly be hiding? Pei Si-si snapped back to reality, picking up her utensils and urging, let us eat. We still have to go to the factory this afternoon. By the way, you still haven't explained why you're back so late, Pei Wen pressed. Is there something you're not telling me? What could there be? Pei Si-si feigned nonchalance. I just went out with Brother Lin. Where did you go? Pei Wen's curiosity was piqued. To the BMW 4S dealership, Pei Si-si hesitated but eventually revealed. The BMW 4S dealership? What were you doing there? Pei Wen was momentarily stunned, then quickly connected the dots. Wait, are you saying Brother Lin bought a car? Yes. Pei Si-si nodded. No way. Pei Wen exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at Pei Si-si. Did I hear that correctly? Brother Lin bought a BMW? Her eyes darted back and forth between Pei Si-si and Lin Fan, as if attempting to confirm this incredible news. Upon seeing her sister nod, She abruptly set down her chopsticks and, with an urgent tone, pressed on. Where did he get so much money? Did he take out a loan? How much was the down payment? Over how many years is he financing it? A barrage of questions rained down upon Pei Si-si, leaving her momentarily flustered. With a resigned sigh, Pei Si-si replied, I'm not entirely sure of the details. You know Brother Lin is always low-key. And it's South not our place to pry. But it's a BMW. He bought it so inexplicably? Pei Wen still struggled to process the news. Turning her gaze toward Lin Fan, her eyes brimming with curiosity and inquiry. Brother Lin, could you enlighten me on the matter? Lin Fan smiled faintly, responding. It's nothing much, just saved up a bit of money to buy a car for convenience and commuting. Saved up a bit of money? Come on, Brother Lin. Don't be modest. Pei Wen exclaimed with an expression of understanding. You didn't win the lottery, did you? Win the lottery? Lin Fan feigned surprise. If I had won the lottery, would I still be working here? That was a valid point. After a moment's contemplation, Pei Wen decided not to press further. Yet her curiosity about Lin Fan's substantial savings lingered. The following morning, the alarm clock echoed throughout the room, but Pei Si-si remained lost in slumber. Suddenly, her phone rang, jolting her awake. Hello? Pei Si-si answered groggily, her voice laced with sleep. Si-si, are you up? It's getting late. Lin Fan's voice came through the line. Just a little longer. Pei Si-si mumbled and hung up, rolling over to continue her dreams. 5 minutes later, the phone rang again, and Pei Si-si, feeling impatient, grabbed the phone, eyes still closed, and pressed the answer button. Still not up? Lin Fan's tone carried a hint of exasperation. Pei Si-si mumbled, intending to hang up again. Stop sleeping, get up quickly. We have things to do today. Lin Fan's voice turned serious. Only then did it dawn on Pei Si-si what the day entailed, and she jolted awake. Got it. I'll get up right away, she quickly replied, hanging up the phone and leaping out of bed. An hour later, the Pei sisters, having prepared themselves in haste, rushed downstairs, only to find Lin Fan already waiting, leaning against the car door, his expression inscrutable as he observed them. Pei Si-si hung up the phone and swiftly got ready. Beside her, Pei Wen, still groggy, sleepily inquired, Why is he urging us so urgently? Where are we going? Where else? To his rented place. He mentioned a thorough cleaning. Pei Si-si replied, while selecting her outfit. Oh, we're that light blue one. Let us match. Though Pei Wen was puzzled as to why they needed to dress alike, she was too lazy to question further, merely responding in agreement before drifting back into her drowsiness. An hour later, the Pei sisters, having completed their preparations, hurried downstairs once more, discovering that Lin Fan had been waiting patiently, leaning against the car door. His demeanor enigmatic as he regarded them. Upon seeing the two sisters clad in identical light blue dresses, Lin Fan could not help but place a hand on his forehead, a hint of exasperation in his tone. I must say, ladies, I have waited for a full hour. How could it possibly take that long? We merely descended before 8. Pei Wen attempted to deflect, sticking out her tongue. Before 8? It is already 8:30. Lin Fan raised his phone, the displayed time mercilessly exposing Pei Wen's deceit. Sensing the tension, Pei Si-si hurriedly interjected to smooth things over. All right, no need to be angry. We simply feared you would wait too long. So we made the effort to rise early and prepare. Indeed, we were up at 6. Pei Wen chimed in, though her tone betrayed a flicker of guilt. Lin Fan shook his head in resignation, choosing not to pursue the matter further, and opened the car door, gesturing for them to enter. As they traveled, Pei Wen chattered incessantly about office gossip, while Pei Si-si occasionally chimed in, and Lin Fan quietly drove, a faint smile gracing his lips from time to time. Upon reaching their destination, Lin Fan led the sisters into an old residential complex. Their rented flat was situated on the 6th floor, devoid of an elevator, compelling the three to ascend the stairs burdened with various bags. Brother, the lighting in this place is quite dismal, isn't it? There is barely a ray of sunshine. Pei Wen began her complaints the moment they stepped inside. It will suffice. After all, I do not frequent here, Lin Fan replied, placing his belongings down and surveying the surroundings. All right, let us commence our tasks. Thus, they divided the chores. Pei Si-si took on dusting and sweeping. Pei Wen handled laundry and hanging clothes, while Lin Fan organized the clutter and took out the trash. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was noon. The trio was fatigued, their backs aching, and their stomachs began to grumble. All right, let us take a break. I will venture downstairs to fetch some food, Lin Fan announced. I want a burger. Pei Wen exclaimed loudly. I want fried chicken. Pei Si-si chimed in, equally insistent. Lin Fan chuckled in resignation and turned to leave. A short distance below, he spotted a fast food restaurant, where he ordered 3 servings of burgers, fried chicken, and cola, then settled at a window-side table to await their meal. Suddenly, he noticed an elderly lady shuffling along the roadside with a basket of vegetables. In a moment of distraction, she stumbled over a nearby step, causing her basket's contents to scatter across the ground. Lin Fan, witnessing this, promptly rushed over to assist her. "Oh dear, thank you so much, young man," the elderly lady said as she bent down to collect her fallen items. Lin Fan quickly joined her in gathering the scattered goods, and in the process, he inadvertently spotted her wallet lying nearby, revealing a stack of 100 yuan bills. Returning to the fast food restaurant, Lin Fan handed the packed food to the Pei sisters. Pei Si-si accepted the hefty bag and casually inquired, "Brother, are you all right? Why did you take so long?" "I encountered an elderly lady who had fallen, so I helped her up," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, taking a sip of cola. "Oh," Pei Si-si said, no longer probing further, and began to eat her burger. Meanwhile, Pei Wen's eyes darted curiously between Lin Fan and the food, as if she were searching for something extraordinary within him. "Brother," Pei Wen feigned innocence and inquired, "have you recently struck it rich? Your generosity is quite extravagant, treating us to meals and driving a BMW." Lin Fan raised an eyebrow in mock surprise and retorted, "What? Do I appear to be a pauper?" "Not at all," Pei Wen chuckled. "I merely find your spending habits rather bold lately, which seems uncharacteristic of you." "In what way am I uncharacteristic?" Lin Fan feigned indignation, glaring at Pei Wen. "Well, of course you're good to us." Pei Wen quickly nodded in agreement. "What I meant was, you used to be quite frugal. Why the sudden change to such lavishness?" "People inevitably change," Lin Fan replied with a knowing tone. And then he fell silent, focusing on his fried chicken. Pei Wen wished to ask further questions, but was silenced by Pei Si-si's glance. The meal concluded in a somewhat peculiar atmosphere. "All right, we've eaten well. Time to head back," Lin Fan announced as he stood and stretched. "Back? Where to?" Pei Wen asked, bewildered. "Of course, back to my place. I have work to do this afternoon," Lin Fan stated matter-of-factly. More work?" Pei Wen lamented. "But I'm utterly exhausted, devoid of any energy." "Indeed. Brother, why not call it a day and come back tomorrow?" Pei Si-si chimed in. "No way." Lin Fan's expression darkened. "We must finish today. I have other matters to attend to this afternoon." Pei Wen attempted to negotiate further, but was deterred by Lin Fan's piercing gaze. "Enough of the negotiations. Let us go," Lin Fan insisted, pulling 200 yuan notes from his pocket and handing them to Pei Si-si. "Here, this is today's payment. Take it." "Payment?" Both Pei Si-si and Pei Wen were taken aback. "What? You don't want it?" Lin Fan asked with a wry smile. "Of course we do." Pei Wen eagerly snatched the money and gleefully tucked it into her pocket. Observing this, Pei Si-si hesitated and asked, "Brother, considering Wen is still young and inexperienced, perhaps this money isn't necessary for her?" "No," Lin Fan replied firmly. "A deal is a deal. She worked for it and deserves to be compensated. It's a matter of principle." Pei Si-si wished to argue further, but Lin Fan had already turned and walked out. The Pei sisters exchanged glances and reluctantly followed. "Driver, to Minjia Garden," Lin Fan instructed as he hailed a taxi. Upon arriving at the entrance of Minjia Garden, Lin Fan paid the fare and led the Pei sisters inside. The community was serene, adorned with lush trees, starkly contrasting the dilapidated neighborhood where the Pei sisters resided. "Brother, is your rented apartment here?" Pei Wen asked, her eyes filled with envy as she gazed around. Lin Fan did not respond, but made his way directly to the community supermarket. Pushing a shopping cart, he navigated the aisles, meticulously selecting various daily necessities. He chose shampoo, body wash, toothpaste, and towels with great care, not hesitating to spend on the finest brands and styles. The Pei sisters followed behind, burdened with bags, their expressions transitioning from curiosity to astonishment, ultimately evolving into disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that the invariably frugal Lin Fan would purchase such an abundance of items, particularly those from rather expensive brands. "Brother, what exactly is your occupation?" Pei Wen could no longer contain her curiosity, inquiring how it was that he seemed to have suddenly acquired wealth. Lin Fan halted, turning to glance at her, and replied nonchalantly, "What? Are you worried that your brother is up to no good?" No. Pei Wen hastily waved her hands, attempting to clarify. "I'm merely curious. Didn't you previously mention that your salary at the state-owned enterprise was modest?" "Who said I worked at a state-owned enterprise?" Lin Fan's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile. The Pei sisters were momentarily taken aback. They had always assumed Lin Fan was employed at a state enterprise. How could that possibly have changed? Without providing an explanation, Lin Fan resumed his shopping. Before long, his cart was brimming with goods. He wheeled the cart to the checkout, while the Pei sisters silently trailed behind, their minds teeming with questions. "That will be 3,500 yuan, the cashier announced after scanning the items, leaving the Pei sisters utterly flabbergasted. Unfazed, Lin Fan produced his bank card, entered his PIN, and completed the transaction. Subsequently, he thrust the shopping bags into the hands of the Pei sisters, instructing, "Let us go home." The sisters exchanged glances, resignedly grasping the heavy bags as they followed Lin Fan into the elevator. Upon reaching the 18th floor, Lin Fan swiped his card to unlock the door, and a faint, pleasant aroma wafted into the air. The apartment was a meticulously furnished 3-bedroom, 2-living-room abode, boasting a minimalist yet stylish decor, fully equipped with furniture and appliances, exuding an understated elegance. "Brother, how much do you pay for this place each month?" Pei Wen inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity while surveying the surroundings. 8,000, Lin Fan replied coolly. 8,000, the Pei sisters exclaimed in unison, this figure representing a staggering sum in their eyes. Disregarding their astonishment, Lin Fan made his way to the sofa, reclined with a relaxed demeanor, and said languidly, "All right. Stop gaping. Put down the bags, and let us get to work." The Pei sisters exchanged glances, each reflecting deep confusion and apprehension. Lin Fan's transformation was so profound that it left them feeling estranged, even a bit fearful. "Brother, when do we start cleaning?" Pei Wen asked cautiously, a hint of tremor in her voice. "We begin now," Lin Fan directed, gesturing toward the living room and 2 bedrooms. Si-si, you're in charge of tidying the rooms. When one, you take care of the living room and kitchen, be swift." "Brother, this is too much, isn't it?" Pei Wen protested with a grimace. "We still have to return to work." "Enough chatter. If you don't finish today, you won't be leaving," Lin Fan asserted firmly, offering no room for negotiation. "Let us not forget how much you owe me." His words effectively silenced the Pei sisters. Though naive, they understood the principle of repaying debts, especially when it came to their own brother. With a resigned sigh, Pei Si-si picked up a broom and mop, beginning the arduous task of cleaning. Seeing this, Pei Wen reluctantly grabbed a cloth and set about dusting the furniture. Lin Fan leisurely reclined on the sofa, perusing a magazine. Occasionally, he would lift his head to supervise the work of the Pei sisters, and upon noticing any signs of laziness, he would not hesitate to reprimand them harshly. Thus, under Lin Fan's watchful gaze, the Pei sisters toiled diligently until noon, finally leaving the entire house spotless. "Brother, can we leave now?" Pei Wen inquired, her voice tinged with fatigue. "Let us go," Lin Fan replied, rising and donning his coat. "I will treat you both to a meal." In an elegant Cantonese restaurant, Lin Fan ordered a sumptuous feast. Chapter 24. Misunderstanding. Beneath the surface, an elderly woman waved her hand dismissively, sighing, No, I am but an old soul. I cannot endure much more of this. I must have slipped on the wet floor when I left this morning." "Grandma, you mustn't say that," Pei Wen replied with concern. "What if you truly hurt your bones? That would indeed be troublesome. Please sit here for a moment. I will fetch you a cup of hot water." With that, she intended to head to a nearby shop for water. No, I am fine." The elderly woman grasped Pei Wen's hand. "Child, what is your name? You are such a good girl." "Grandma, my name is Pei Wen, and this is my sister, Pei Si-si." Pei Wen smiled. "Si-si, Wen. You are both such lovely children," the elderly woman said gratefully. At that moment, Lin Fan noticed the elderly woman's phone had fallen to the ground. He picked it up and handed it to her. "Grandma, your phone." Thank you. She responded, trembling as she dialed a number. "Hello, Chun Shui. It's me. I've taken a fall." Lin Fan's heart stirred. He instantly recognized that the voice on the other end must belong to the elderly woman's daughter-in-law, Chun Shui. He discreetly activated the recording function on his phone, capturing the content of the conversation. To be cautious, he approached a nearby bystander, feigning a dead battery, and asked if he could jot down their phone number. Before long, a slightly plump, fashionably dressed middle-aged woman hurried over. Upon seeing her mother-in-law sitting on the ground, she rushed forward, her tone urgent. "Mom, are you all right? How did you fall like this?" The elderly woman, upon seeing her daughter-in-law, quickly reassured her. "Oh, Chun Shui, I am fine, just a bit of pain in my leg." Chun Shui then noticed Pei Si-si and Pei Wen standing nearby, scrutinizing them with a disapproving gaze. "Mom, who knocked you down?" she asked, her tone unfriendly. Pei Si-si and Pei Wen exchanged glances, both surprised. They had assumed the elderly woman had clarified the situation, only to find the daughter-in-law immediately questioning who had caused the incident. "We did not knock Grandma down. She simply slipped and fell," Pei Si-si quickly explained, eager to dispel the unfounded accusation. "We must be going now. Take care, Grandma." Pei Wen gently tugged at her sister's sleeve, signaling her to leave promptly. However, before they could take a step, Chun Shui stepped forward, blocking their path. "Wait, you knocked my mother down and expect to just walk away?" "We did not knock Grandma down." Pei Si-si raised her voice, tinged with annoyance, protesting that it was she who had fallen and that they had merely assisted her out of goodwill. How could one unjustly accuse them? Indeed, Pei Wen chimed in angrily. We helped you up, and instead of expressing gratitude, you slander us. Chuanxue let out a cold laugh, sizing up Pei Si-si and Pei Wen with evident disdain. You two young ladies, so inexperienced, have already learned the art of extortion? Let me assure you, I am not one to be trifled with. The elderly lady, initially hesitant, found her daughter-in-law's firm stance compelling and joined in, asserting, yes, you two bumped into me. At my age, my legs are not as nimble. Had you not collided with me, would I have fallen? Pei Si-si and Pei Wen were momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that the old woman would conspire with her daughter-in-law to falsely accuse them. It was clear she had fallen on her own, and they had merely offered assistance. Grandma, how can you say that? You fell by yourself. We were just passing by and helped you up. Pei Si-si attempted to clarify, but the old woman ignored her, clutching her leg and incessantly crying out in pain. Seeing the elderly lady's compliance, Chuanxue grew even more brazen, pointing at Pei Si-si and Pei Wen, declaring loudly, you two young ladies must clarify this matter today. Otherwise, you shall not leave. In a bold move, she pulled out her phone and dialed the police. Lin Fan, who had been observing from the sidelines, initially wished to defuse the situation, but witnessing Chuanxue's blatant aggression, he could no longer hold back. Stepping forward, he spoke coldly. Madam, I witnessed the entire incident. It was the elderly lady who fell due to her own carelessness, and it has nothing to do with these two young ladies. How can you distort the truth and accuse the innocent? Chuanxue, incensed by the contradiction, turned to Lin Fan, her tone sharp and cutting. And who might you be? What business is it of yours to discipline my son? Lin Fan found her words absurd, responding with a smirk. Disciplining your son? Are you certain you are not attempting to extort? If these young ladies had indeed caused the accident, should they not first take the elderly woman to the hospital for examination? Yet, instead of seeking medical attention, you opted to call the police. Are you afraid the hospital surveillance might capture evidence of your deceit? Chuanxue was struck by Lin Fan's pointed remarks, momentarily at a loss for words. In her rage and embarrassment, she pointed a finger at him, angrily retorting, do not spout nonsense. If you weren't involved, what right do you have to assist? I see you as their accomplice. Lin Fan was incredulous at Chuanxue's shameless reasoning, prepared to counter her once more when a police car pulled up to the roadside. Two officers emerged to assess the situation. One of the younger officers addressed Chuanxue, saying, Ma'am, if both parties are adamant in their claims, we cannot ascertain who is at fault. We advise you to take the elderly lady for a medical checkup. Go to the hospital. My mother is in this condition. And instead of pursuing the perpetrator, you want me to take her to the hospital? Chuanxue's voice was shrill and piercing, as if she had suffered the gravest injustice. Let me tell you, this matter is far from over. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory resolution, I will file a complaint against you. The elder police officer patiently advised, Madam, we understand your feelings. However, given the uncertainty of the situation, we cannot arbitrarily detain anyone. How about this? Let us first take the elderly woman to the hospital, and the medical expenses can be covered by these two young ladies. Once the investigation clarifies who is responsible, we shall address it accordingly. Why should we pay for the medical expenses? We did not hit her. Pei Wen retorted angrily, expressing her disbelief at such unreasonable behavior. Indeed, we were merely trying to help, and now we are being wrongfully accused. Is there no justice left? Pei Si-si's face flushed with indignation. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Fan, who had been observing from the sidelines, scoffed, Madam, your calculations are quite audacious. You refuse to take the elderly to the hospital yourself, yet you expect others to foot the medical bill. How can you even utter such words? Is this not extortion? Chuanxue was rendered speechless by Lin Fan's remarks, furiously pointing at him and exclaiming, You busybody, shut your mouth. This is none of your concern. Ignoring Chuanxue's insults, Lin Fan turned to the police officer, inquiring, Is there any surveillance in the vicinity? I wish to uncover the truth of this matter. The young officer shook his head. No, this road is rather secluded and lacks surveillance cameras. What shall we do then? Are we to allow my mother to be wrongfully struck without recourse? Chuanxue lamented, wailing as though she had suffered a grave injustice. Since there is no surveillance, we must call for an ambulance, the elder officer stated. Could someone please dial 120? Why should I do it? Lin Fan countered, unable to tolerate Chuanxue's brazen behavior. The young officer, incensed by Lin Fan's demeanor, replied curtly, Sir, please cooperate with our duties. The priority is to save the individual. We can address other matters later. Lin Fan was about to retort when the sound of an ambulance siren grew nearer, eventually halting before the gathered crowd. Medical personnel swiftly exited the vehicle, expertly lifting the elderly woman onto a stretcher, preparing to transport her to the hospital. "Wait," Chun Shui exclaimed, seizing the stretcher and hollering at Lin Fan and the others. "None of you can leave. You must all come with me to the hospital." "On what grounds?" Lin Fan crossed his arms, casting a cold gaze upon her. "We did not injure her. Why should we accompany you to the hospital?" "Exactly. We were merely doing a good deed. Why should we bear the medical expenses?" Pei Si-si chimed in, unable to restrain herself. Chun Shui was left speechless, pointing at them, yet unable to articulate her thoughts. The two officers, witnessing the unfolding situation, found it increasingly troublesome. While they believed the likelihood of the elderly woman falling on her own was greater, without evidence, they could not entirely dismiss the possibility that Pei Si-si and her sister had inadvertently caused the incident. "Sir, madam," the elder officer stepped forward, attempting to mediate. "Until we ascertain the facts, anyone could potentially bear responsibility. How about this? You accompany the ambulance to the hospital, and we can discuss everything once the elderly woman regains consciousness. What do you say?" Lin Fan wished to express further thoughts, but Pei Wen restrained him. Pei Wen shook her head at him, signaling him to cease the argument. Eventually, Lin Fan acquiesced. Yet he made it abundantly clear that their visit to the hospital did not imply any admission of guilt regarding the incident. If the elderly lady were to awaken and assert that she had fallen on her own, they must not attempt to extort them. "Agreed," the senior officer promptly assured him. Thus, Chun Shui accompanied the ambulance to the hospital, while Lin Fan and the Pei sisters followed two police officers to a nearby station to provide their statements. Upon arrival at the station, the officers first inquired about some basic details from the sisters, followed by questions regarding the specifics of the incident. "Are you certain you did not collide with the elderly woman?" the younger officer asked. "Absolutely," Pei Si-si and Pei Wen replied in unison. "Yet, why did you assist her?" the younger officer probed further. "If you did not hit her, why intervene at all?" The sisters were momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated such inquiries from the police. Observing their discomfort, Lin Fan interjected, "Officer, what do you mean by that? Is there a fault in performing a good deed?" The younger officer cast him a sidelong glance, but remained silent. In today's society, how often do good intentions lead to unfortunate outcomes? The senior officer sighed. "We are merely exercising caution, and we hope you can understand." Lin Fan wished to say more, but was interrupted by the senior officer. "All right. You may return and await further communication from us. Should we require anything, we will reach out." Realizing that further discussion would be futile, Lin Fan departed the station alongside the Pei sisters. "What do we do now?" Pei Si-si asked anxiously. "If that elderly lady insists we were the cause, what will happen to us?" "Fear not. I have a plan to prove our innocence," Lin Fan replied confidently. "I recall there were several onlookers nearby. I can locate them as witnesses." "Really? That would be splendid." The sisters breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lin Fan paused before continuing. "I will need your cooperation for a task. Do you truly have the phone numbers of eyewitnesses?" Pei Si-si inquired, her eyes widening with disbelief. "Of course. I never undertake tasks without assurance." Lin Fan smiled confidently. "Hand me your phones, and I shall input the numbers." Though the sisters were somewhat skeptical, they obediently produced their devices. Lin Fan took the phones, swiftly entered a sequence of numbers, and returned them. "All right. You may call them yourselves and mention that the police from the station wished to understand the situation." Exchanging glances, the sisters took a deep breath and dialed the number. Once connected, they succinctly conveyed the circumstances as instructed by Lin Fan. "Hello, we are officers from XX police station, seeking information regarding an incident that occurred this afternoon at the XX intersection." On the other end, the voices of three young individuals emerged in succession, each affirming that they had witnessed the event and could attest that the Pei sisters had not struck the elderly woman. Rather, she had fallen on her own. After completing their statements, the expressions of the two police officers visibly softened. The older officer patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Young man, we owe you a great deal this time. If it weren't for your attentiveness in noting the witness's phone number, these two young ladies would have found it difficult to clarify their situation." The younger officer chimed in, "Indeed, in today's society, there are far too many instances where good intentions lead to unfortunate outcomes. It's wise to remain vigilant in such situations." "Officer, may I inquire whether we can press charges for extortion in cases of deliberate blackmail?" Lin Fan asked. The older officer hesitated for a moment, replying, "Theoretically, yes. But gathering evidence can be quite challenging, and the amounts involved are typically minimal. In most cases, we do not pursue such matters." "Understood. Thank you, officer." Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Upon exiting the police station, Pei Si-si and Pei Wen still bore heavy hearts. Although they had proven their innocence, the incident had left a significant shadow over them. What's wrong? The issue has been resolved, yet you both appear so glum, Lin Fan observed, smiling as he addressed their demeanor. Why are we so unfortunate? Pei Si-si sighed. We initially aimed to help, yet found ourselves embroiled in chaos and dragged to the police station to provide statements. What terrible luck. Do not worry. Consider it a minor financial setback to avert greater misfortune, Lin Fan reassured them. Besides, if I hadn't happened to pass by today, you might have faced even greater demands for money. Pei Si-si and Pei Wen reflected on this, realizing that had it not been for Lin Fan's timely intervention, they would have been at a complete loss. Gratitude and a sense of admiration began to fill their gazes towards him. All right, it's getting late. Let me escort you back, Lin Fan offered as he hailed a taxi. No, we can take a cab ourselves. Pei Si-si quickly waved her hand, saying, You've already been such a help today. It would be inappropriate to trouble you further. Indeed, Lin Fan, we are truly grateful. Without you, we would have been at a complete loss, Pei Wen added. We can cover the fare ourselves. Not at all. It was merely a small favor, Lin Fan smiled. Moreover, it's late, and I'm not comfortable letting you two young ladies travel alone by taxi. Pei Si-si hesitated to refuse again, but upon seeing the determination in Lin Fan's eyes, she finally nodded. All right then, I appreciate your kindness. Lin Fan accompanied them to their doorstep, offering further words of comfort before watching them enter the building. Then he turned to leave. Back in the taxi, Pei Si-si's mind remained restless. Sister, do you think that woman might actually take us to court? Surely not. Pei Wen replied, equally uncertain. Didn't the police say that such cases are usually not pursued? But what if? Pei Si-si bit her lip. If it really comes to a lawsuit, what should we do? Don't fret. Stop scaring yourself. Pei Wen comforted her. Even if it does escalate to court, we have nothing to fear, as we are innocent. Yet Pei Si-si remained hesitant. All right, no more buts. We are in the clear now. Pei Wen gently patted her shoulder, reminding her that it was getting late, and suggested they return to rest. Pei Si-si nodded, yet the unease in her heart lingered. Once back in the taxi, Lin Fan gazed out at the swiftly passing streets, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although there had been a minor mishap today, overall, it had proceeded smoothly. Not only had he successfully assisted the Pei sisters, but he had also showcased his wit and capability. Surely, his image in their minds had grown more admirable. With this thought, Lin Fan felt a surge of joy. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, opened Kuaishou, and prepared to indulge in a few humorous videos for relaxation. Sis, what do you think of Lin Fan? Pei Wen suddenly inquired from the back seat of the taxi. Well, Pei Si-si pondered for a moment. To be honest, I always thought he was a bit slick-tongued and unreliable. I share your sentiment, Pei Wen agreed, but today, he indeed proved to be of great help. Pei Si-si interjected. Moreover, he doesn't seem as frivolous as we imagined. He actually has quite a sense of responsibility. Indeed, Pei Wen nodded, recalling Lin Fan's assertiveness at the police station and his considerate gestures while escorting them home, which altered her impression of him slightly. Sis, Pei Wen hesitated. Do you think we should what? Pei Si-si turned to look at her. Pei Wen did not respond, merely gazing at her with flickering eyes, as if words were on the tip of her tongue. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone interrupted their conversation. Hello, who is this? Pei Wen answered the call. What? All right. We'll be there right away. Pei Wen's expression shifted, and after hanging up, she turned to Pei Si-si, her voice urgent. Sis, something's wrong. On Monday morning, Lin Fan arrived at work, sporting dark circles under his eyes and yawning incessantly. The office was steeped in the heavy air of Monday syndrome. People either buried themselves in work, attempting to shake off the lethargy of the weekend, or huddled together, quietly sharing tales of their weekend escapades. Lin Fan, however, resembled a soulless shell, mechanically organizing the papers on his desk. Brother Fan, what's wrong with you? Did you not sleep well last night? Wang Jiamin, passing by, inquired with concern upon seeing Lin Fan's state. Don't mention it. I spent the whole night on Kuaishou, and before I knew it, it was dawn. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, stifling a long yawn. Youth should take care of their health. Wang Jiamin shook his head and chuckled as he walked away. At that moment, Pei Si-si approached, carrying some documents. Noticing the disarray on Lin Fan's desk, she set down her papers and picked up a cloth to tidy it up. Si-si, thank you. Lin Fan expressed his gratitude, only to notice something amiss in her demeanor. He asked, what's wrong? You look unwell. Brother Fan. Pei Si-si hesitated, but finally, as if resolute, she said, I think I might have been swindled. What happened? Lin Fan's interest peaked, and the drowsiness vanished in an instant. Pei Si-si recounted in detail to Lin Fan the events she and her sister, Pei Wen, had encountered over the weekend, including how that woman had deliberately fallen and insisted that they had collided with her, as well as everything that transpired at the police station. How despicable. Such people actually exist. Lin Fan exclaimed, his indignation palpable. What do you plan to do? I don't know, Pei Si-si replied, her face filled with confusion. My sister suggested reporting it to the police, but I worry that escalating the situation could be detrimental to us, especially since we've just started at the company and wish to avoid trouble. Don't fret. Such individuals thrive on intimidation. The more you fear her, the bolder she becomes, Lin Fan reassured her. Just act as if nothing has occurred and proceed with your duties. If she dares to trouble you again, report it immediately and retain all evidence. I will assist you when the time comes. Really? I can't thank you enough, Fangirl. Pei Si-si looked at Lin Fan with gratitude, her eyes shimmering with tears. It's a trivial matter, nothing to concern yourself with. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. He glanced at his watch. It was nearly 9 o'clock. All right, hurry along to work. Don't let the leaders see you. Pei Si-si nodded and turned back to her workstation. Lin Fan gazed at the dancing numbers on the computer screen and took a deep breath. It was time. He murmured to himself, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. As the clock struck 9, Lin Fan swiftly opened the stock trading software. On the screen, the red numbers danced joyfully, heralding the commencement of a new day in the stock market. With unwavering focus, he fixated on the target stock code, decisively placing an order during the pre-market phase at a price slightly above his expectations. The opening bell rang like a clarion call, and the stock price surged instantly. Lin Fan's order was successfully executed. Watching the continuously fluctuating numbers in his account, a slight smile crept upon his lips, and a sense of tranquility washed over him, as if everything unfolded according to his anticipation. As time ticked away, the stock price fluctuated at elevated levels, yet Lin Fan remained unfazed, maintaining a watchful stance. He knew the best was yet to come. Approaching the midday market close, the index suddenly plummeted, affecting the target stock, which rapidly declined. Just as the stock price dipped below Lin Fan's psychological threshold, part of his previously placed sell orders was executed. What is happening? Lin Fan furrowed his brow and promptly canceled the remaining sell orders. After a brief analysis, he understood. The main players were exploiting the panic of retail investors to conduct a washout, and a genuine rally was about to commence. He relisted his sell orders, this time at a higher price, strategically setting it at the limit-up price. With 2 minutes left before the market closed, the index halted its decline and began to rebound. The target stock surged sharply, propelled by several large orders, swiftly reaching its limit up. All of Lin Fan's sell orders were executed. Perfect. Lin Fan exhaled deeply, a satisfied smile gracing his face. However, upon closely reviewing the transaction records, he noticed a peculiar occurrence. The execution price was, astonishingly, lower than his listed price. How could this be? Lin Fan felt perplexed. He scrutinized the trading rules repeatedly and, at last, discovered the answer. Once upon a time, under the circumstances of a price limit, the system would execute trades based on the principles of price priority and time priority, even if the selling price exceeded the limit. This realization struck Lin Fan like a revelation. He picked up a calculator, swiftly computing that if this stock continued to reach its limit tomorrow, he would reap a profit exceeding 100,000. The thought ignited an uncontrollable excitement within him. He abruptly stood up and approached Pei Si-si's desk, feigning calmness as he said, Si-si, accompany me to pick up my car this afternoon. Pei Si-si looked perplexed, and before she could respond, Lin Fan had already turned and entered the director's office. Boldly, I would like to request some leave this afternoon. Lin Fan knocked on the open door and addressed the director, who was engrossed in his work. Request leave? What's the matter? Oldley looked up, puzzled. Hee. You might not believe it, but I've hit the jackpot. A BMW. Lin Fan lowered his voice, pretending to be mysterious. A BMW? You lucky dog. Oldley exclaimed, dropping his pen onto the table, his mouth agape in astonishment. Hee, just a stroke of good fortune, won a grand prize. Lin Fan smiled enigmatically, unwilling to divulge too many details. Seated at the adjacent desk, Lu Dammy, overhearing the commotion, perked up her ears. Upon hearing the word BMW, she couldn't help but interject, Xiao Fan, are you buying a BMW? Which model? Are you paying in full or financing? Lin Fan turned to meet Lu Dammy's inquisitive gaze, offering a faint smile. I just won a small prize and added a bit of money to purchase a BMW X3. In full. Upon hearing it was an X3, Lu Dammy's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her tone warming. Oh, the X3 is quite nice. It must cost over 400,000. Your luck is extraordinary. One day, please let me have a look at your palm to share in your good fortune. Oldley chuckled in agreement. Indeed, Xiao Fan. Your luck is enviable. Young people possess such vigor. Very well, go and pick up your car this afternoon, and set work aside for now. Thank you, Director. Lin Fan nodded joyfully and exited the office. Back at his desk, Lin Fan addressed the still-dazed Pei Si-si. Si-si, prepare yourself. We'll go to pick up the car at 2 this afternoon. Pei Si-si snapped back to reality, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Fan, have you really won the lottery? And bought a BMW? Yes, didn't I mention it before? I invested in some stocks and made a bit of money. Lin Fan casually remarked, as if winning a lottery and buying a car were the most mundane occurrences. Pei Si-si wished to ask more, but seeing Lin Fan already gathering his belongings in preparation for departure, she swallowed her myriad questions. At 2 o'clock that afternoon, Lin Fan, driving an older model second-hand Santana, brought Pei Si-si to the BMW dealership in the city center. Good afternoon, sir. How may I assist you? A well-dressed salesman approached with enthusiasm. I'm here to pick up my car, Lin Fan replied, stating his name. Ah, Mr. Lin, greetings. Your vehicle is ready. Please follow me. Upon hearing that he was attending to a prominent client for the X3, the salesperson's demeanor became even more cordial, guiding Lin Fan and Pei Si-si to a pristine, white BMW X3. Wow, this car is simply stunning, Pei Si-si exclaimed, gazing at the sleek lines and imposing design of the SUV. Lin Fan nodded in approval and turned to the salesperson, stating, let's proceed with the paperwork. Certainly, Mr. Lin. Please hold on for a moment while I prepare the contract, the salesperson replied before hastily departing to retrieve the documents. Mr. Lin, I apologize for the wait. My colleague is currently at lunch and will be here shortly to assist you, the salesperson said with an apologetic smile. Lin Fan glanced at the time. It was 3 in the afternoon, and furrowed his brow slightly, but ultimately nodded in acknowledgement. The wait felt interminable. Pei Si-si curiously surveyed the surroundings while Lin Fan took out his phone to access his stock trading application. The salesperson soon returned, having hurriedly consumed a few bites of his meal, and approached Lin Fan with a broad smile, apologizing, my sincerest apologies for the delay, Mr. Lin. Let us proceed with the paperwork now. The process went relatively smoothly, and an hour later, Lin Fan drove the brand new BMW X3 out of the dealership. Pei Si-si, seated in the passenger seat, eagerly explored the interior, her excitement palpable. How does it feel? Lin Fan inquired, catching a glimpse of her reaction in the rearview mirror. It's fantastic. Driving this car is so comfortable. It far surpasses your old Santana, Pei Si-si exclaimed with enthusiasm. Lin Fan merely smiled, choosing not to respond, and pressed the accelerator, causing the BMW X3 to surge forward like an arrow, the seamless handling satisfying him greatly. Subsequently, Lin Fan promptly visited the vehicle management office to complete the registration process, and by evening, he returned home in the elegant white BMW X3. Early Wednesday morning, Lin Fan arrived at the office, still bearing the marks of fatigue under his eyes. As soon as he settled in, Pei Si-si approached him, her concern evident. Lin Fan, did you manage to pick up the car smoothly yesterday? Yes, it went quite well. I brought it home last night. Lin Fan nodded, stifling a yawn. That's wonderful. When can I see your new ride? Pei Si-si asked eagerly. How about tonight? Bring your sister along for dinner, Lin Fan suggested after a moment's thought. Really? That's fantastic. I'll go tell my sister right away, Pei Si-si exclaimed, nearly jumping with joy. After bidding farewell to the excited Pei Si-si, Lin Fan turned his attention to his pending tasks. As midday approached, he opened the stock trading application, his eyes riveted on the fluctuating numbers on the screen. Si-si, could you please help me with this document? Make a copy and deliver it to Director Wang's office, Lin Fan instructed without lifting his gaze. Of course, Pei Si-si replied, glancing curiously at Lin Fan's computer screen. Oh, are you trading stocks? How's the market performing lately? Just dabbling a bit. The market has been quite favorable recently, Lin Fan casually responded, never diverting his attention from the screen. By the way, after you finish copying the document, remember to organize the materials I gave you last time. We'll need them for the meeting this afternoon. All right, Pei Si-si replied. Though her curiosity lingered, she obediently set to work. Time passed by, second by second, until it was 2:30 in the afternoon, the moment the stock market opened. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his gaze becoming intensely focused as his fingers flew over the keyboard, ready to commence a new round of battle. During the pre-market phase, Lin Fan decisively placed sell orders, unloading all the stocks he had purchased the previous day. His heart raced in sync with the fluctuating prices, and as the opening bell tolled, his account balance surged by over 250,000 yuan, allowing him to exhale deeply, a satisfied smile gracing his face. 250,000, how effortlessly it came. Lin Fan mused inwardly, marveling at the privileges of being reborn. The speed of earning was akin to that of a money-printing machine. After a fleeting moment of joy, Lin Fan quickly adjusted his mindset, setting his sights on another stock. Based on the memories in his mind, he knew this stock was poised for a robust surge within the week, with an expected increase of at least 30. This is the one, Lin Fan thought without hesitation, investing all his capital, eagerly anticipating another bountiful profit. Having dealt with his stock transactions, Lin Fan stretched and made his way to the restroom. Upon his return, he encountered Pei Si-si, who emerged from the break room holding a cup of water. Lin Fan, you look much better. Did you sleep well last night? Pei Si-si inquired with concern. Not too bad, Lin Fan replied vaguely, not wishing to elaborate further. By the way, my sister has made plans for dinner at 6:30. At that hot pot restaurant we went to last time. Don't forget, Pei Si-si reminded him. Don't worry, I won't forget, Lin Fan replied with a smile, returning to his seat. The afternoon flew by, and before long, it was time to clock out. Lin Fan gathered his belongings and exited the office building. Heading to the parking lot, he settled into his BMW X3, started the engine, and gradually drove out of the chemical plant's gates. The setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink. In the residential area surrounding the factory, employees returned home in small groups. While children played joyfully in the open spaces, the air filled with the essence of life. Lin Fan parked his car by the roadside, rolled down the window, lit a cigarette, and quietly observed the familiar yet foreign scene before him. It had been 10 years. Everything seemed unchanged yet somehow different. Lin Fan reflected silently, his thoughts drifting back to a distant past. In his previous life, he had spent 2 decades working in this chemical plant, transforming from an ambitious youth into a middle-aged man marked by hardship. The soaring housing prices and meager income left him devoid of hope, ultimately resigning him to a life of despair. In this life, however, he had been granted the opportunity to alter his fate. He vowed to seize every chance to provide a better life for himself and his family. A sudden blaring horn jolted Lin Fan from his reverie, and he turned to see a black Audi A6 parked beside him. The window slowly rolled down, revealing a familiar figure within his line of sight. Chapter 27. A BMW takes a woman to the bund. As the sun dipped lower, the sky blazed with evening hues. In the chemical plant's residential area, people hurried home in small clusters, while children frolicked in the open fields, the atmosphere alive with the vibrancy of life. Lin Fan parked his car by the roadside, lowered the window, lit a cigarette, and quietly gazed at the familiar yet strange scene before him. A decade had passed, and while everything seemed unchanged, it felt as though everything had transformed. Lin Fan pondered silently, his thoughts drifting back to distant memories. His gaze swept over a nearby cluster of residential buildings. The dormitories constructed by the factory in its early years, now appearing somewhat dilapidated. 10 years ago, the housing prices here were less than 2,000 yuan per square meter, whereas now they have skyrocketed to over 20,000, an increase of more than tenfold. The exorbitant prices have deterred many young people, causing this once vibrant chemical plant to gradually fall into a state of disrepair, struggling with a lack of youthful vitality. A sudden, insistent honking interrupted Lin Fan's reverie. He turned to see a sleek black Audi A6 parked beside him, its window rolling down to reveal Chun Wang's slightly oily visage. Oh, isn't this Lin Fan? Out here so early to pick up your girlfriend from work? Chun Wang teased, his gaze casually drifting over Lin Fan's BMW X3. Lin Fan offered a faint smile, disregarding Chun Wang's jibe, simply replying, I'm meeting friends for dinner. Chun Wang was about to say more when Pei Si-si and her sister Pei Wen emerged from the dormitory building. Pei Si-si, adorned in a white dress, looked particularly pure and enchanting, while Pei Wen sported a casual outfit, exuding youthful vibrance. Upon seeing the sisters, Chun Wang's eyes lit up, and he quickly donned what he believed to be a friendly smile, greeting them enthusiastically. Si-si Xiaowen, how are you? Where are you off to? Need a ride? Chun Wang inquired with feigned cordiality. Pei Si-si smiled and shook her head, responding, No, thank you, Manager Chun. We have plans with friends. With that, the sisters walked directly to Lin Fan's car, opening the door and settling inside. Lin Fan started the engine and slowly drove away from the dormitory. Watching the BMW X3 disappear into the distance, Chun Wang's smile gradually faltered, a hint of shadow crossing his gaze. Humph, it's just a broken BMW. What is so impressive about it? Chun Wang muttered under his breath, starting his car and heading towards the factory gate. Lin Fan, with Pei Si-si and Pei Wen aboard, made his way toward the city center. Wow, Lin Fan, your car is really impressive. It drives so smoothly, and there is so much space. Pei Wen exclaimed, excitedly surveying the interior of the vehicle. Pei Si-si added with a smile, Yes, Lin Fan, what model is this? It looks quite luxurious. Lin Fan smiled modestly, replying, It's a BMW X3, just purchased not long ago. A BMW X3, I know that model. It must cost at least 400,000 to 500,000 yuan, right? Pei Wen said, her eyes filled with curiosity. About that, Lin Fan affirmed without denial. My goodness, Lin Fan, you are truly remarkable. You've only been working a few years and can already drive a BMW X3. Pei Wen said, her expression filled with admiration. Lin Fan simply smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. The car continued its journey and soon arrived at the city center. Which hot pot restaurant are we going to? Lin Fan inquired. It's just a little further ahead, the same one as last time. Bashu Foam, Pei Si-si replied. Lin Fan nodded, bringing the car to a halt in a roadside parking space. Come on, let us get out, he said. The three of them exited the vehicle and made their way towards the hot pot restaurant. Wait a moment, I'll grab some drinks, Lin Fan remarked, turning to enter a nearby convenience store. Pei Si-si and Pei Wen stood by the roadside, observing the bustling crowd. Suddenly, Pei Wen sighed, Sister, when do you think we can live like this? Where we don't have to squeeze onto the bus every day or fret over meager salaries, and can buy whatever we desire. Pei Si-si gently patted her sister's shoulder and smiled. As long as we work hard, we will surely enjoy a good life in the future. At that moment, Lin Fan emerged from the convenience store, carrying 2 large bags of drinks. Let us go, he said. The three entered the hot pot restaurant and chose a seat by the window. What would you like to eat? Lin Fan inquired, handing the menu to Pei Si-si. She accepted it and began to browse. How about we try something different today? Pei Wen suggested suddenly. I heard a new Western restaurant opened at the Bund, and it has received excellent reviews. Shall we give it a try? A Western restaurant? Pei Si-si hesitated. Isn't it going to be expensive? No worries, I'll treat you today, Lin Fan chuckled. Consider it a thank you for helping me move last time. Really? That is wonderful, Pei Wen exclaimed joyfully. However, Pei Si-si seemed poised to voice her concerns, only to be interrupted by Pei Wen. Oh come on, sister, don't hesitate. It's rare for Lin Fan to treat us. Let us go and enjoy something new. Pei Wen playfully tugged at her sister's arm. All right then, Pei Si-si relented, unable to resist her sister's enthusiasm. Okay, it's settled then. We'll go to the Bund, Lin Fan declared, reaching for his phone to set the navigation. Wait, Pei Wen suddenly called out to Lin Fan. I was just joking. Let us stick to hot pot. I suddenly craved something spicy. Lin Fan set down his phone, looking at Pei Wen with a hint of confusion. She stuck out her tongue and laughed, just teasing. Honestly, I find going to a Western restaurant too much hassle. Having to dress formally feels awkward. Hot pot is so much more relaxed. We can eat however we like. Lin Fan chuckled, not pursuing the matter further, and picked up the menu again. So, what kind of broth do you want? Let us go for a inyang pot. I do like it mildly spicy, Pei Si-si replied. I want it extra spicy, Pei Wen declared without hesitation. Lin Fan nodded, about to place the order when suddenly, Pei Wen seemed to remember something. Putting down her chopsticks with a sigh. Ugh, don't even get me started on work. What's wrong? Pei Si-si asked with concern, picking up a piece of beef tripe and placing it into the gently bubbling red broth. It's just that Manager Chun has been so unreasonable lately, Pei Wen pouted, about to elaborate but suddenly hesitated, glancing at Lin Fan. Noticing her gaze, Lin Fan smiled slightly, signaling his understanding. It's all right, there are no outsiders here. With Lin Fan's reassurance, Pei Wen felt at ease to continue her complaints. I don't know what's gotten into Manager Chun. He seems to be targeting me for no reason. During the last meeting, I was merely 5 minutes late, yet he chose to publicly reprimand me, even threatening to deduct my bonus. Pei Si-si gently patted her sister's hand, signaling her to refrain from anger. All right, let's not dwell on it. Let's eat, she suggested. Sis, you have no idea about Supervisor Chun, Pei Wen began, but was silenced by a glance from Pei Si-si. Lin Fan attentively listened to the sisters' conversation while contemplating his forthcoming plans. Since his rebirth, he had been preoccupied with work and investments, seldom paying attention to the people and events around him. It seemed the interpersonal dynamics within the chemical plant were far more intricate than he had anticipated. By the way, did you two not date at university? Lin Fan inquired casually, his gaze inadvertently drifting over Pei Si-si's cheek. I was solely focused on preparing for graduate school. Who had time for romance? Pei Si-si replied nonchalantly, her tone laced with a barely discernible hint of bitterness. As for me, I did wish to date, Pei Wen said, deliberately extending her words with a feigned air of mystery, but no one pursued me. Really? Lin Fan retorted with a teasing tone, well aware that, given Pei Wen's vivacious personality, it was implausible for her to lack admirers during her university years. Indeed, Pei Wen's fib was quickly uncovered, prompting her to playfully stick out her tongue and fall silent. Once they had finished their meal, Lin Fan drove the sisters back to the factory. Which building do you reside in? I can take you there, he offered. There's no need, Lin Fan, just drop us at the intersection, we can walk back. Pei Si-si replied. Yes, Lin Fan, Thank you for treating us to dinner, Pei Wen chimed in. It's nothing, just a small favor. Lin Fan said as he halted the car at the intersection. Pei Si-si and Pei Wen exited the vehicle, bid farewell to Lin Fan, and headed towards their dormitory. As Lin Fan watched the sisters' figures fade into the night, he prepared to start the car and leave when suddenly, Pei Wen's voice rang out from behind. Lin Fan, where are you headed? The road ahead leads to Wenchuan Road, not back to the city. Lin Fan turned around to find Pei Wen looking at him with a puzzled expression. I know, he replied with a slight smile. After I drop you off, I still need to make a trip to the Bund. The Bund? Pei Si-si and Pei Wen exclaimed in unison, their faces reflecting confusion. Weren't you saying? Pei Wen began, only to pause abruptly, her gaze landing on Lin Fan's hand resting on the steering wheel. What's wrong? Lin Fan noticed her stare and raised his chin in inquiry. Is there something amiss with my hand? And no, nothing, Pei Wen stammered, averted her eyes. Yet couldn't help but steal glances at Lin Fan. She distinctly remembered that a luxurious Vacheron Constantine watch adorned his wrist. Pei Si-si also caught on to her sister's unusual behavior and followed her gaze to Lin Fan's wrist, her breath momentarily hitching. Though she was not well versed in luxury watches, she sensed that the timepiece was quite expensive. Do you both wish to visit the Bund? Lin Fan observed the sisters' changing expressions in the rearview mirror, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Oui. Pei Si-si stumbled over her words, unsure of how to respond. I invite you to dine at Casanova, located at number 6 Bund. How does that sound? Before they could respond, Lin Fan started the car, seemingly lost in thought. I have yet to visit that restaurant, but I have heard commendable things about its cuisine. Pei Si-si and Pei Wen exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise and confusion in the other's eyes. They initially assumed Lin Fan merely intended to take them out for a casual meal. They never anticipated he would lead them to the Bund, especially to such an upscale establishment as Casanova. Throughout the journey, Pei Si-si remained preoccupied, her mind replaying the earlier scene in the restaurant. She was perplexed as to how Lin Fan, an ordinary employee at a chemical factory, could afford such an extravagant watch, let alone treat them to a lavish dinner at such a fine restaurant. Upon arriving at Casanova, the three were guided by a waiter to their reserved window-side table. Outside, the Huangpu River sparkled under the night sky, a breathtaking sight to behold. The waiter presented the menu, and Lin Fan handed it to Pei Si-si, encouraging her to order whatever she desired. As Pei Si-si perused the menu, she was taken aback by the exorbitant prices. Even a single steak cost over 1,000 yuan. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she closed the menu and said, Lin Fan, there's no need for such extravagance. We can eat something modest. Not at all. Please, feel free to order. Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. Today, I am treating you. Reluctant to persist in their refusal, Pei Si-si and Pei Wen each selected a moderately priced dish, while Lin Fan opted for several signature dishes and a bottle of red wine. During the meal, Lin Fan exhibited remarkable gentlemanly conduct, frequently pouring wine and serving dishes to Pei Si-si and Pei Wen, all the while engaging them with his charming wit and graceful demeanor, completely defying the image of an ordinary factory worker. Lin Fan, have you dined in such places often? Pei Wen inquired with curiosity. No, this is my first visit. Lin Fan replied with a smile. I never had the opportunity before, but now that I do, I certainly wanted to experience it. Pei Wen nodded, half understanding. Yet her intrigue deepened. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours, during which Lin Fan consumed the majority of the food. When the bill arrived, Pei Si-si discreetly glanced at it, and was taken aback to discover it totaled over 2,000 yuan. She suddenly felt restless, realizing that the cost of this meal nearly equaled her monthly salary. Shall we take a stroll along the Bund? Lin Fan suggested after settling the bill. As they exited the restaurant, a gentle breeze wafted through, alleviating the evening's heat. Lin Fan walked ahead, gazing towards the Oriental Pearl Tower across the river, while Pei Si-si and Pei Wen followed, quietly conversing. Sister, what do you think Lin Fan truly is? Is he really just a factory worker? Pei Wen whispered. I'm not certain, Pei Si-si replied, shaking her head and lowering her voice. He seems quite peculiar today. The night view of the Bund, illuminated by lights, appeared exceptionally enchanting. The river shimmered, reflecting the bustling scenes of both shores. Lin Fan walked ahead, hands in his pockets, his gaze leisurely fixed on the horizon, while Pei Si-si and Pei Wen trailed behind, exchanging glances and whispering. Sister, what do you think Lin Fan is really up to? Pei Wen linked her arm with her sister's, her tone brimming with confusion. Why is he treating us to such an extravagant meal and taking us to shop at the Bund? What could he possibly want? Pei Si-si furrowed her delicate brows and shook her head gently. I truly don't know. He has been quite unusual today. Could it be that he has taken a liking to you? Pei Wen leaned closer to her sister, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Upon hearing this, Pei Si-si's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot her sister a playful glare. Don't be ridiculous. At that moment, Lin Fan abruptly halted, turning to point at a couple nestled together not far away. Look at that man. He must be at least 20 years older than the woman, right? These days. For the sake of money. He deliberately elongated his words, his tone laced with sarcasm and disdain. Pei Si-si followed his gaze and indeed noticed the couple with a significant age difference. The man, with graying hair and a portly figure, stood beside a young and fashionable woman. Perhaps they are genuinely in love, she remarked, withdrawing her gaze with a hint of indifference. Lin Fan chuckled softly but remained silent, casting a knowing glance at Pei Si-si. It's getting late, let me drive you both home. He shifted his attention and resumed walking. Wait, Pei Si-si called out. Lin Fan, I don't want to return to the factory. Could you take me to Mingya Garden instead? My friend is waiting for me there. Mingya Garden? Lin Fan paused, turning to look at Pei Si-si. Isn't that? He seemed on the verge of saying something, but ultimately held his tongue. What's the matter? Is it inconvenient? Pei Si-si inquired. Not at all. It's quite convenient, Lin Fan replied with a smile. I need to go that way as well. Let's go together. I'm going too. Pei Wen chimed in eagerly. All right, hop in. Lin Fan approached the car, opening the door for them. Once inside, he did not rush to start the engine. Instead, he turned to Pei Si-si, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Si-si, you still haven't told me what you're going to Mingya Garden for. Pei Si-si was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes before she regained her composure. I'm just going to meet my friend about something. Oh, Lin Fan smiled knowingly. What kind of friend? Male or female? Just as Pei Si-si was about to respond, her sister interjected, Sister, don't tell him. Pei Wen's statement was abruptly cut off by Pei Si-si. Wen, what is it? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued as he regarded Pei Wen. What do you think of me? Pei Wen bit her lip, summoning her courage to speak. I think you have ulterior motives. Oh, Lin Fan laughed, feigning innocence as he spread his hands. I am merely acting out of kindness. How could I possibly have any ill intentions? A kindness? Pei Wen was evidently unconvinced, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Fan. Who knows if you're trying to lure us to your place, and then what? Lin Fan feigned shock, widening his eyes. I am a gentleman. What could I possibly do to two young ladies? Who knows if you might turn into a lecherous wolf? Pei Wen's apprehension of his previous behavior was palpable. Observing her sister's increasingly outrageous remarks, Pei Si-si quickly tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to cease. Wen, stop talking nonsense. Pei Si-si admonished softly, then turned to Lin Fan, saying, Lin Fan, please don't take it to heart. My sister just speaks rather bluntly. It's perfectly fine. Lin Fan replied with a smile and a wave of his hand, secretly amused by Pei Wen's straightforwardness. She truly had a candid nature, unafraid to voice her thoughts. However, this only further convinced him of the sister's genuine innocence, devoid of any ill intentions. How about this? To prove my integrity, I shall summon a car for you now to take you back to the factory, Lin Fan declared, retrieving his phone to arrange the transportation. Really? Pei Wen looked at him with a hint of skepticism. Absolutely, Lin Fan assured her, operating his phone with determination. I keep my promises. Before long, a taxi halted in front of them. Lin Fan was the first to alight, opening the door for the sisters. Please, get in. The two sisters exchanged glances and ultimately chose to trust Lin Fan, settling into the taxi. Driver, please take them to the entrance of the textile factory's residential area. Lin Fan instructed the driver, then produced a 100 yuan bill from his wallet and handed it over. No need for change. The driver accepted the money with a smile, saying, Sure thing, you can count on me. As he watched the taxi disappear from sight, Lin Fan turned and made his way back to his parking lot. Upon returning, he drove towards Mingya Garden. After taking a refreshing hot shower, he lay in bed, opened his phone, and activated YY Voice. A familiar voice emerged. Dear friends. Today's market. Listening to the host's explanations, Lin Fan's lips curled into a knowing smile. He was aware that a monumental transformation awaited him, one that would commence from Mingya Garden. As he maneuvered his car through the bustling traffic, his thoughts drifted back to the encounter with the Pei sisters. Their purity and kindness stood in stark contrast to the deceit and treachery he had encountered in the business world before his rebirth, stirring a ripple of emotion within him. However, Lin Fan did not dwell on this sentiment for long, as grand visions of his future swiftly took its place. Mingya Garden represented the critical cornerstone of his journey toward financial independence, and with this thought, a glint of determination sparkled in his eyes. Upon returning home, Lin Fan took another invigorating shower to dispel his fatigue. He changed into comfortable loungewear, reclined on his bed, and activated YY Voice once more. Dear friends, today's market. The familiar voice resonated from his phone. Lin Fan listened intently, captivated by a stock host he had been following recently. Initially, as he delved into stock market knowledge, he had tried to read various professional books and websites, but the intricate charts and obscure terminology felt like an alien language. It was not until he discovered this YY host that he realized stock knowledge could be conveyed in such an accessible manner. This host, with their humorous and engaging style, elucidated various stock concepts, from the basics of candlestick chart analysis to the complexities of market trend assessments, all in a manner that was easy to grasp, bringing Lin Fan immense benefit. Of course, the host occasionally recommended certain stocks, yet the outcomes often proved to be disappointing. However, Lin Fan remained unfazed. He comprehended the inherent risks of the stock market and the necessity for prudent investment. His purpose in following this streamer was to acquire knowledge about stocks rather than to follow trends blindly. That will be all for today, dear friends. Let us reconvene at the same time tomorrow. The streamer's enthusiastic voice gradually faded away, yet Lin Fan found himself longing for more. He felt that his understanding of stocks had deepened somewhat, yet he still had a considerable journey ahead before mastering it. Lin Fan rubbed his temples, which throbbed slightly. He realized that learning about stocks was far more taxing than he had anticipated. Glancing at the time, he noted that over an hour had passed, and at that moment, almost instinctively, he exited YY Voice and launched another application, Kuaishou. Immediately, the screen was flooded with exaggerated, ostentatious faces, heavily made up and enhanced by filters to the maximum, rendering their features nearly unrecognizable. Subsequently, a barrage of bizarre video content clamored for his attention. A heavily made-up girl was voraciously devouring food before the camera, exaggerating her chewing sounds as if to ensure everyone was aware of her eating broadcast. Greasy broth dribbled down her chin, yet she remained unconcerned, instead extending her bright red tongue to lick it clean, a sight that was quite nauseating. Lin Fan suppressed his discomfort and swiped away this video, only to find a plethora of similar eating broadcasts flooding his feed. He could not fathom why some people derived pleasure from watching others eat, nor could he understand how such vulgar content could attract so many followers. The current short video platforms have truly lost all standards, Lin Fan could not help but remark. He reminisced about Douyin, which would emerge years later. Although it too contained its share of lowbrow content, it at least offered superior content quality and better platform regulation compared to Kuaishou. A bold thought suddenly flashed through Lin Fan's mind. What if I were to create a version of Douyin now? He recalled that Douyin's founding team only embarked on their venture years later. If he could seize the opportunity ahead of time, leveraging his understanding of future trends, might he not carve out a niche for himself in the short video domain? Yet, he quickly recognized the crux of the issue. But I lack knowledge of the internet. Although he foresaw Douyin's future success and was aware of some effective short video content, he was utterly ignorant of internet operations and technical development. Relying solely on passion, success seemed a daunting prospect. Reflecting on this, Lin Fan felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. He rubbed his temples once more, rose, and approached the window, gazing at the myriad lights of the city, lost in thought for a considerable time. Taking a deep breath, he murmured to himself, "Perhaps I should first consult someone knowledgeable in the field." With that, he turned, closed the window, returned to his bed, and drifted into slumber. The terms Douyin and influencer base swirled in Lin Fan's mind, causing him unrest. He pondered the feasibility of his idea repeatedly, yet he could not arrive at a clear answer. Not understanding the internet, does that truly mean one cannot succeed? Lin Fan pondered with a sense of reluctance. He clenched his fists, and the indomitable spirit within him flared once more. Even if I lack technical knowledge, I can commence by focusing on content, establishing an ecological foundation, and gradually exploring the technical aspects later. The more Lin Fan contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. He recalled that in its nascent stage, Douyin primarily centered on content, attracting a multitude of users before incrementally enhancing its technology and features. Yes, that's the way to go. Lin Fan abruptly sat up in bed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He could hardly wait to take action. However, reality swiftly doused his enthusiasm. The following morning, Lin Fan rose early. Preparing to head to the factory, he deliberately chose to ride his bicycle, hoping to clarify his thoughts during the commute. Yet, plans often falter in the face of change. The morning rush hour brought overwhelming traffic congestion, leaving Lin Fan ensnared in a sea of vehicles, unable to make any progress. The cacophony of honking horns and shouts frayed his nerves. The journey that should have taken an hour extended to nearly an hour and a half before he finally arrived at the factory. Such misfortune. Lin Fan couldn't help but mutter a complaint. He secured his bicycle and hurried towards the office building. "Good morning, Lin Fan." As he entered the office, A cheerful voice greeted him. Lin Fan looked up to see Pei Si-si tidying up. Morning, he responded with a nod, making his way to his desk. Pei Si-si set down her broom, picked up a cloth, and approached Lin Fan to wipe his table. Lin Fan's gaze inadvertently fell upon Pei Si-si. Her movements were gentle and earnest, a subtle fragrance wafting into his nostrils, prompting him to steal a few more glances. Today, Pei Si-si wore a simple white t-shirt that accentuated her graceful figure. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden halo around her, rendering her particularly enchanting. Lin Fan averted his gaze, retrieving 2 steamed buns and a cup of soy milk from his bag, his daily breakfast. As he ate, he contemplated his influencer-based plan. Lin Fan, why don't you buy a lottery ticket? Pei Si-si inquired curiously after finishing wiping the table. Lin Fan paused for a moment, then quickly responded with a smile. Well, I don't indulge in dreams of sudden wealth. Diligently working for my earnings is the right path. Humph, such grandiose words. Pei Si-si scoffed, rolling her eyes and muttering under her breath, I think you just don't want to spend money. Lin Fan naturally heard her remark, but chose not to address it, merely smiling as he continued his breakfast. I heard you took my sister home again yesterday? Pei Si-si suddenly asked, her tone laced with a hint of probing. Lin Fan nodded, replying, Yes, what is it to you? Nothing, just asking, Pei Si-si replied, lowering her head as she resumed wiping the table, seemingly unwilling to pursue the topic further. Observing her demeanor, Lin Fan refrained from elaborating. He understood that Pei Si-si and her sister Pei Wen shared a close bond, and she would certainly be concerned about his escorting Pei Wen home. After a while, as Pei Si-si finished her task and prepared to leave the office, she unexpectedly turned to Lin Fan and said, Lin Fan, thank you for your help regarding my brother-in-law's situation. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's merely a trifling matter, no need for pleasantries. Pei Si-si nodded and turned to leave the office. Lin Fan gazed at her departing silhouette, lost in contemplation. He discerned that Pei Si-si harbored some discontent regarding her sister Pei Wen's close relationship with him. However, Lin Fan remained unconcerned, viewing Pei Wen solely as a friend, devoid of ulterior motives. As the clock struck 8, Lin Fan gathered his belongings, preparing to embark on a new day of work. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire, By the way, Si-si, do you and Pei Wen possess driver's licenses? Huh. Pei Si-si appeared taken aback by Lin Fan's unexpected question, pausing momentarily before responding, No, neither my sister nor I have one. Why haven't you taken the test? Driving is so convenient nowadays, Lin Fan asked casually. Yet his gaze keenly observed Pei Si-si's expression. Where would the money come from to take the test? Pei Si-si lowered her head, a hint of barely perceptible self-mockery lacing her tone. There are registration fees, training costs, and purchasing a car afterward. None of it is free. Our salaries are quite modest since we just started working at the factory. Lin Fan chose not to press further, aware that for many ordinary individuals, obtaining a driver's license and buying a car still represented a significant financial burden. He deftly shifted the conversation to discuss the day's work arrangements, and Pei Si-si quickly redirected her focus to her responsibilities. After bidding farewell to Pei Si-si, Lin Fan returned to his desk, opening his computer and habitually browsing financial news. During this period, he had managed to profit modestly in the stock market, utilizing his foresight of future events. Although the sums were not vast, it served as validation of his abilities. Soon, a headline caught his attention. Sichuang Electronics issues profit warning. Anticipates a year-on-year decline of over 50% in net profit for the first half of the year. Finally, it is set to plummet. Lin Fan mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. Sichuang Electronics was the first stock he had purchased in the market, leveraging his predictive insights to make an astute investment, which had yielded his initial profits. Now, he foresaw an impending downturn, recognizing it was time to secure his gains. He swiftly opened his stock trading application and liquidated all shares of Sichuang Electronics. Almost instantaneously upon his sale, the stock price began to decline, plummeting over 3 within mere minutes. Perfect. Lin Fan reveled in the escalating figures within his account, his spirits lifted. He refrained from hastily investing in new stocks. Instead, he perused the financial calendar, meticulously analyzing future economic trends and policy directions. His attention was drawn to a seemingly inconspicuous news piece regarding Fonglin Group's imminent acquisition of a significant government project. The article was brief and had not attracted widespread attention. Yet, Lin Fan understood that behind this news lay the potential for a substantial surge in Fonglin Group's stock price. Without hesitation, he allocated all the recently liquidated funds to invest in Fonglin Group. Having completed these transactions, Lin Fan stretched with a yawn, a confident smile lingering on his lips. He knew that it would not be long before his account balance swelled with a considerable sum, which would serve as the initial capital for launching his influencer-based plan. With a series of firm knocks, the office door was rapped upon, prompting Lin Fan to glance up and behold the office director, Old Li Fan. "Come in for a moment," Old Li beckoned. Lin Fan rose and stepped into Old Li's office, whereupon the director gestured towards the chair opposite him, indicating for Lin Fan to take a seat. He then offered Lin Fan a cup of tea and, with a measured tone, inquired, "I hear you wish to resign?" Lin Fan accepted the cup, neither confirming nor denying the assertion, but rather calmly responded, "Director Li, I have made my decision." Old Li interrupted him, his gaze piercing. After a brief silence, Lin Fan's eyes grew resolute. "I have indeed made up my mind." He placed the teacup down and met Old Li's stare without flinching. "Director Li, I understand you wish for me to reconsider. The factory is performing well, and the job is stable, yet I have matters I must pursue." Old Li regarded him intently, refraining from further persuasion, and instead asked, "If you are certain, that is what matters. It is commendable for young people to possess ambition, but one must think thrice before acting. What are your plans?" Lin Fan took a moment to gather his thoughts before responding, "I intend to resign next month." He paused briefly, then continued to articulate his vision. "I aspire to establish an influencer base." "An influencer base?" Old Li furrowed his brow, evidently unfamiliar with this burgeoning industry. "Yes, it involves leveraging short video platforms to create influencer IPs that can stimulate local product sales." Lin Fan succinctly elucidated his concept. Old Li refrained from hasty judgment, choosing instead to listen attentively, occasionally posing questions. Lin Fan was well prepared, responding to each inquiry, covering aspects from market analysis to operational models, and from team formation to risk management with thorough explanations. After a contemplative silence, Old Li finally spoke. "It is clear that you have genuinely contemplated this matter and have conducted considerable research. Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further commentary. I will assist you with the necessary formalities here at the factory. Focus on your preparations." "Thank you, Director Li." Lin Fan expressed his gratitude, aware that Old Li was considering his well-being. After all, in the eyes of many, abandoning a stable job at a state-owned enterprise to embark on an entrepreneurial venture was a considerable risk. Exiting Old Li's office, Lin Fan exhaled deeply. The resignation matter was finally settled. Now, he could devote himself wholeheartedly to the preparations for the influencer base. Upon returning to his office, Lin Fan's demeanor was markedly lighter, his face adorned with an unmistakable joy. He hummed a cheerful tune as he opened his computer to begin organizing the materials required for his resignation letter. "Lin Fan, you look particularly cheerful today," remarked Pei Si-si, her curiosity piqued. "Did you notice?" Lin Fan smiled, closing his laptop, his eyes sparkling with confidence. "I have wonderful news. I will officially resign next month." "Resign?" Pei Si-si exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment, her pen creating a crooked line on the document. "Why on earth would you do that?" "It's not sudden. It has been meticulously planned," Lin Fan replied, feigning mystery with a playful wink. "I am preparing to start my own business and establish a company." "Starting a business? Opening a company?" Pei Si-si struggled to process the succession of unexpected revelations from Lin Fan. "What kind of business will you pursue?" "I intend to create a company that produces influencers." Lin Fan dropped a bombshell. Pei Si-si was taken aback. Her mouth opened, but words eluded her. A social media influencer? Wasn't that merely someone on the internet singing, dancing, or creating humorous videos? How could Lin Fan possibly produce an influencer? Sensing Pei Si-si's confusion, Lin Fan elaborated. "We are in the era of the internet, where traffic reigns supreme, and influencers epitomize that traffic. I intend to establish an influencer hub, utilizing short video platforms to incubate influencer intellectual properties, stimulate product sales, and create a comprehensive industrial chain." The more Lin Fan spoke, the more exhilarated he became, as if he could already envision the success that lay ahead. Yet Pei Si-si remained lost in a fog, her understanding of these emerging internet concepts limited, rendering it difficult for her to fathom the future vision Lin Fan was painting. "How about it? Are you interested in joining me?" Lin Fan suddenly inquired, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Pei Si-si snapped back to reality, hesitating momentarily before gently responding. "I'm still contemplating. Please allow me some time to think it over." Lin Fan, recognizing her hesitation, did not press the matter further. He nodded and began searching for information about the internet industry on his computer, leaving only the sound of typing filling the office. After Pei Si-si declined, the atmosphere in the office subtly stagnated for a few seconds. Lin Fan understood her concerns. Transitioning from a stable position in a state-owned enterprise to an entirely unfamiliar field indeed required significant courage. He refrained from saying more and focused intently on researching the internet industry. Various emerging terminologies, business models, and success stories flooded Lin Fan's mind like a tidal wave as he rapidly browsed the web, diligently jotting down key information in his notebook. He was aware that, while he possessed the ability to foresee the future, he could not rely solely on it. To establish a firm footing in this burgeoning sector, a profound understanding of it was essential. Time slipped away silently, and before he knew it, Friday had arrived. Once the stock market opened, Lin Fan decisively liquidated all his holdings in Feng Lin Group, completing his final profitable transaction. As he gazed at the figure exceeding 2 million in his account, his heart remained relatively untroubled. Not enough, Lin Fan murmured to himself. Such a sum was merely a drop in the bucket for entrepreneurship. Without hesitation, he reinvested the 2 million back into the stock market, this time targeting another promising stock. He understood that to realize his grand ambitions, sufficient financial backing was imperative. After work, Lin Fan did not return home as usual. Instead, he ventured to a nearby cafe. He required a tranquil environment to thoughtfully contemplate his future plans. "A cappuccino, please," Lin Fan requested of the waiter. After the waiter departed, Lin Fan took out his phone and scrolled through his contacts, his gaze ultimately resting on the name Pei Si-si. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately dialed her number. "Hello, Si-si, it's me, Lin Fan. Have you finished work? What are you up to?" "The thing is, I plan to visit the city center this weekend. I heard a new technology experience center has opened. Would you like to join me?" Lin Fan endeavored to keep his tone light and casual. After a few seconds of silence on the phone, Pei Si-si's voice finally emerged once more. "I am truly sorry, Lin Fan, but I already have plans for the weekend." "I see. Well, that's all right," Lin Fan replied, unable to conceal his disappointment. "Perhaps next time, if the opportunity arises," Pei Si-si added, seemingly aware of the shift in Lin Fan's mood. "All right, let's leave it at that then. You carry on with your tasks." Lin Fan concluded the conversation and hung up, the sense of loss within him intensifying. He understood that Pei Si-si's refusal was merely a polite evasion, yet he could not fathom why she was so resistant to engaging with him. On Saturday morning, refusing to lose hope, Lin Fan dialed Pei Si-si's number once more, only to receive yet another rejection. "Very well, it appears you are indeed quite busy," Lin Fan said with a calm demeanor, yet internally, he resolved to pursue his ambitions with greater determination. Setting down the phone, Lin Fan stepped outside, opting for public transportation rather than driving to the city center. As he gazed out at the fleeting scenery beyond the window, his thoughts drifted further away. Since Pei Si-si was unwilling to accompany him, he would forge ahead alone. Upon reaching the city center, Lin Fan bypassed the Technology Experience Center, heading straight to a towering office building. This locale was a hub for numerous internet companies, embodying the city's most vibrant and promising development area. He lifted his gaze towards the skyscraper, his heart brimming with desire and ambition. He recognized that his future stage awaited him here. In the following days, Lin Fan embarked on an intensive preparatory phase. He procured a new computer and office equipment, immersing himself in various recruitment websites and headhunting agencies. Gearing up to build his own team, he understood that securing talent was a crucial factor for establishing himself in this fiercely competitive industry. "Hello, I would like to inquire about." Lin Fan initiated a call to a headhunting firm, his tone exuding confidence and resolve. He was aware that he had adequately prepared himself to confront any forthcoming challenges. On Monday, Lin Fan arrived at the office a few minutes early, hoping to engage Pei Si-si in conversation while the atmosphere was less crowded. When Pei Si-si arrived, Lin Fan casually inquired, "Si-si, you've been working for almost a year now. Do you have any plans for the future?" Pei Si-si set down her bag and pondered for a moment before responding. "I plan to save a bit more money and then pursue a part-time graduate degree to enhance my skills." "Pursuing further studies sounds commendable," Lin Fan nodded, though a tinge of disappointment crept in as he realized Pei Si-si had no intentions of leaving the system. "Perfect timing, then. I'll be wrapping up my current projects in the next few days for you to familiarize yourself with, which should alleviate any future complications." "Wrapping up your work?" Pei Si-si expressed surprise. "Are you going on a business trip?" "Well, sort of," Lin Fan replied vaguely, choosing to withhold details about his decision to resign for the moment. Throughout the morning, Lin Fan remained engrossed in his computer, organizing work files while keeping an eye on the stock market. The shares of Fuda Corporation he had invested in were experiencing a remarkable surge, climbing steadily after the market opened and swiftly surpassing his expectations. Should I sell off a portion now? Lin Fan hesitated, envisioning a scenario where he did not foresee today's specific stock price, only recalling that this stock would continue to hit its daily upper limit. "Never mind, I'll wait a little longer." Lin Fan gritted his teeth, resolved to take a gamble. Should he miss this opportunity, it might not present itself again. As the midday trading session approached its close, the shares of Fuda Company had surged nearly 8, yet the buying momentum remained robust, and the trading volume began to swell. Lin Fan fixed his gaze on the screen, acutely aware that the moment of reckoning had arrived. He placed his order with unwavering decisiveness, investing all his remaining funds, but only a portion of his order was executed. Damn it, Lin Fan muttered under his breath, watching the stock price continue its ascent. He placed another order and, at the very last minute, managed to secure some shares. After the afternoon session commenced, Fuda Company unambiguously reached its price ceiling. Lin Fan exhaled a long sigh of relief, his anxious heart finally at ease. It seemed that my judgment remains astute, he thought with a sense of pride as he checked his account balance on his phone, noting that his initial investment had more than doubled. Suddenly, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was the lottery center. Hello. May I speak with Mr. Lin? Congratulations, you have won. Lin Fan hung up the phone, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He knew that fortune was just beginning to smile upon him. He opened his mobile banking app and liquidated his holdings in Fuda Company, then entered a string of codes for Pei Si Company. Tomorrow, I shall first redeem my lottery winnings, Lin Fan murmured to himself, his gaze resolute. On Tuesday morning, Lin Fan's spirits were as bright as the weather outside. Before heading to work, he drove to the bank to transfer funds into his stock account. As he watched the numbers in his account, he happily hummed a tune, aware that these figures would multiply several times over after today. On his way to the lottery redemption center, Lin Fan instinctively opened his phone to check stock information. As anticipated, Fuda Company had once again reached its price ceiling. Without a moment's hesitation, he sold off his holdings and entered the codes for Pei Si Company. This was a script he had rehearsed countless times in his mind the previous night. He knew Pei Si Company was the next stepping stone for his wealth accumulation. The redemption center was situated in a tall building in the city center. Lin Fan parked his car, clutching his lottery ticket and identification, and entered. The lobby was sparsely populated, and he followed the signs to the self-service redemption machine. Inserting his ticket, the screen promptly displayed a winning amount of 7.86 million yuan. Lin Fan took a deep breath and pressed the confirmation button. Moments later, his phone buzzed with a bank notification, confirming the deposit of 7.86 million yuan. He verified the information several times before he could believe the reality of it all. Enough, more than enough, Lin Fan murmured to himself. His original goal had merely been to earn his first pot of gold, allowing him to resign and start his own company, achieving financial freedom. It now seemed that this goal had been realized ahead of schedule. In the afternoon, seated in his office, Lin Fan appeared calm while attending to his work. Though internally, he was elated. He sporadically checked his phone, monitoring the performance of Pei Si Company. As expected, shortly after the market opened, Pei Si Company hit its price ceiling. Indeed. Everything is well within my control, Lin Fan chuckled to himself, then transferred all the funds from his liquidation of Fuda Company into his stock account, investing wholeheartedly in Pei Si Company. Now, let the winds of financial freedom blow even more fiercely. Lin Fan gazed at the ever-increasing numbers in his account, a profound sense of accomplishment swelling within him. After work, he resolved to treat himself and share his joy with Pei Si-si. Approaching her desk with a smile, he said, Si-si, let us dine together this evening. Bring along your sister. I shall treat. Pei Si-si looked up, surprise etched across her face as she inquired. What prompted this sudden urge to celebrate? Have you won the lottery? Lin Fan feigned mystery, chuckling softly. What do you think? With a playful air, he reiterated his invitation, seemingly concealing a grand secret. Pei Si-si set aside her documents, her surprise deepening as she processed this unexpected proposition. Is it truly a lottery win? She half-joked, recalling Lin Fan's previous musings on lottery numbers. Guess, he replied, his smile broadening, seemingly affirming her speculation. Observing Lin Fan's assured demeanor, Pei Si-si felt increasingly convinced of her hunch. Could it be that you've actually won? What prize tier? Her voice brimmed with curiosity and a hint of disbelief. You shall find out shortly, Lin Fan teased, opting to keep the details of his substantial windfall a secret until dinner, intending to surprise her. How mysterious, Pei Si-si remarked. Though internally, she began to anticipate the evening's meal. She took out her phone, messaging her sister Pei Wen. Sister, dinner is on me tonight. A feast awaits. Hurry. At 7 o'clock, Lin Fan arrived early at an upscale restaurant in the city center, having reserved a private room. Renowned for its exquisite Cantonese cuisine, the restaurant boasted an elegant atmosphere and excellent privacy, making it an ideal venue for business dinners and gatherings with friends. Before long, Pei Si-si and her sister arrived. As Pei Wen entered the room, she couldn't help but exclaim, Sister, What special occasion warrants dining in such a lavish place? Pei Si-si smiled and handed the menu to her sister, saying, "Tonight, your brother-in-law is treating. Feel free to order whatever you desire." She said this intentionally, eager to observe Lin Fan's reaction. He, however, did not contest her statement, merely nodding in agreement with a smile. Pei Wen perused the menu casually, engaging in conversation with her sister. "Sister, I am utterly fed up with that company. Not only do I work overtime daily, but my salary is also abysmally low. And the boss is particularly stingy. I am seriously considering quitting." "Quitting? Have you secured another position?" Pei Si-si inquired. "Not yet. I think I will take a break first." Pei Wen sighed, a look of confusion on her face. At that moment, Lin Fan interjected, "One, if you are not in a rush to find work, you could come and assist me at my company. I am planning to start a business and could certainly use some help." "Starting a company?" Pei Wen and Pei Si-si exclaimed in unison, both regarding Lin Fan with astonished expressions. "Indeed, aren't you studying business management? Come help me with some errands and paperwork. The salary is negotiable," he replied. Lin Fan spoke earnestly, aware that Pei Wen had long harbored the desire for her own career, and he found himself in a position to offer her a platform. However, Pei Wen hesitated, expressing her concerns, "But I have no experience in this field." Although she was intrigued by the prospect of entrepreneurship, the lack of experience left her feeling uncertain. "Fear not, I can guide you. Every beginning is challenging," Lin Fan encouraged her. Pei Si-si discreetly nudged her sister's leg under the table, signaling her not to agree too hastily. With a half-smile, she turned to Lin Fan and remarked, "Your company hasn't even launched yet, and you're already seeking employees? Aren't you worried that it might not be sustainable, and salaries won't be paid?" Just as Lin Fan was about to respond, Pei Wen interjected, "Sister, you needn't worry. I trust my brother-in-law." "One." Pei Si-si sharply interrupted her sister, casting a warning glance to remind her to be cautious with her words. Pei Wen's face flushed crimson. She hadn't anticipated her impulsive words would reveal her true feelings, and being chastised by her sister in front of others left her feeling both embarrassed and aggrieved. Noticing her discomfort, Lin Fan quickly attempted to smooth things over, saying, "Si-si, please don't blame Wen. I genuinely intend to establish the company, and I have already secured the necessary funding. She won't be working without compensation." Pei Si-si scoffed, remaining silent but clearly unconvinced. Lin Fan refrained from further explanations and instead cheerfully offered Pei Wen more food, encouraging her to eat well. The meal concluded amid a somewhat awkward atmosphere, with Pei Si-si making an excuse to return to work, hastily pulling her sister away from the restaurant. As they walked back to their dormitory, Pei Si-si could no longer contain her frustration, chastising her sister. "You are far too naive. Do you really believe Lin Fan's words? He claims he will start a company, yet there is no solid evidence. How can you even think of quitting your job? What if he changes his mind?" Pei Wen, looking down, defended herself quietly. "Sister, I truly believe he is not that kind of person. What brother-in-law? You aren't even married yet. Moreover, even after marriage, there are no guarantees of reliability. In today's society, a man's words can be as fickle as the wind. Haven't you heard the saying that money corrupts a man?" Pei Si-si admonished her sister in exasperation. Pei Wen felt somewhat defiant, but found herself unable to counter her sister's arguments. Sulking as she asked, "Then what do you suggest I do? Staying at the factory is unbearable. I work overtime every day for such meager pay. You are simply too impatient." Pei Si-si sighed. "How about this? Wait a little longer. I will inquire about the company and see what positions they can offer you, along with the salary. If it seems reliable, then you can consider resigning." "No need. I can ask myself," Pei Wen suddenly declared. She did not wish to burden her sister further nor miss this opportunity. Pei Si-si was about to insist, but Pei Wen interrupted, "Sister, please don't worry. I know what I'm doing." With that, Pei Wen quickened her pace, heading in a different direction, leaving Pei Si-si standing there, gazing at her sister's retreating figure with a resigned sigh. On Wednesday afternoon, Lin Fan was in his office organizing documents when Zhou Jie from the party office knocked and entered. She greeted Lin Fan with a delightful smile, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, she casually inquired, "Little Fan, I heard that you and President Chung have been quite close lately. Do you happen to know what has happened to him? Why has he suddenly been hospitalized?" Lin Fan was completely unaware of President Cheng's hospitalization, let alone any underlying details. Facing Sister Zhou's inquisitive gaze, he calmly replied, "Sister Zhou, I truly have no knowledge of this matter. I spoke with him just a couple of days ago, and everything seemed perfectly normal. Is President Cheng seriously ill?" Sister Zhou scrutinized Lin Fan intently before shaking her head with a smile. "It's nothing serious. I was merely asking out of curiosity. Young people should not overexert themselves at work. Health is equally important." With that, She turned and exited the office. Sister Zhou's visit left Lin Fan with a tinge of perplexity, prompting him to seek out Old Li for further information. Old Li, the office director, was known for his well-informed nature. Old Li, do you know why President Cheng is hospitalized? Lin Fan approached Old Li's desk and whispered. Old Li lifted his head, his expression somewhat grim, and lowered his voice, saying, "Don't go prying. Some questions are best left unasked." Lin Fan wished to inquire further, but was halted by Old Li's piercing gaze. Though his mind was brimming with questions, he reluctantly decided to set the matter aside for the time being. Upon returning to his seat, Lin Fan resolved to momentarily dismiss these troubling thoughts. He opened his computer and began to delve into stock market analysis. Since his rebirth, he had consistently triumphed in the stock market, leveraging his foresight of future events as a crucial source of capital for his entrepreneurial ventures. He focused intently on the fluctuating numbers and graphs on the screen, envisioning the stock market trends for the upcoming days. He selected 2 promising stocks and decisively placed his buy orders. Moments later, a notification confirmed the successful transaction. Success! A faint smile graced Lin Fan's lips as he leaned back in his chair, feeling a surge of joy. He was aware that these 2 stocks would experience a notable rise in the coming days, yielding substantial profits for him. At that moment, the workday came to an end, and employees began to leave the office in droves, making their way to the cafeteria for a meal. Lin Fan too shut down his computer, grabbed his lunchbox, and exited the office. The cafeteria was bustling with activity, teeming with employees queued up to collect their meals. After some effort, Lin Fan managed to procure his food and wandered about in search of an empty seat. "Lin Fan, over here," called a familiar voice. Following the sound, he spotted sisters Pei Si-si and Pei Wen seated at a 4-person table, beckoning him over. He approached with his tray and cheerfully asked, "What brings you both here for lunch?" "We're working overtime today and haven't had a chance to step out for a meal," Pei Wen replied. "Oh, I see." Lin Fan responded as he settled down opposite them, casually chatting while enjoying his meal. After a moment of hesitation, Pei Wen couldn't resist asking, "Brother-in-law, is your company still hiring?" Lin Fan put down his chopsticks, intrigued, and looked at her. "What? Are you considering a position with us?" Pei Wen nodded, then shook her head. "I haven't made up my mind yet. I just wanted to inquire about the situation." "Well, we are currently in a preparatory phase and desperately need manpower." Lin Fan paused before continuing. "How about this? If you are willing to join, I can offer you a salary of 10,000 a month, with meals and accommodation covered. What do you think?" Pei Wen and Pei Si-si were astonished, their mouths agape upon hearing the generous offer. Chapter 31. The job offer during dinner has been settled, yet the heart remains unsettled amidst market gains and losses. 10,000. Pei Wen's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard. Pei Si-si also covered her mouth in astonishment, incredulously gazing at Lin Fan. "Brother-in-law, you're not joking, are you?" After a moment, Pei Si-si regained her voice. 10,000 yuan, with meals and accommodation included? This offer is simply too good. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. "I assure you, I am quite serious. If you are willing to join, these matters can be easily arranged. I am just starting out and require assistance. Your presence would help alleviate some of the burdens." However, Pei Wen hesitated. "I don't possess any skills. How could I possibly be of help?" "Do not concern yourself with that. I will teach you," Lin Fan replied confidently. "I need you to assist me in registering a company and then to research the current short video companies on the market with as much detail as possible." Although Pei Wen harbored numerous doubts, the allure of such a generous offer stirred her heart. Biting her lip, she ultimately nodded. "All right, I accept your proposal." "Wonderful," Lin Fan exclaimed, patting her shoulder. "I believe you will excel in this role." Once the meal concluded, both Pei Wen and Pei Si-si found it difficult to calm their emotions. Upon returning to their dormitory, Pei Wen eagerly recounted the events to her sister. "Sis, do you think brother-in-law's company is truly reliable?" Pei Wen asked, still somewhat apprehensive. "His offer seems rather extravagant. It feels a bit unreal." Pei Si-si furrowed her brow. While she trusted Lin Fan's character, she knew nothing about the company he mentioned. A monthly salary of 10,000 yuan is hard to come by, even in major cities, let alone in their small locale. "Perhaps we should wait a while longer?" Pei Si-si suggested hesitantly. "We can decide once his company is officially established." However, Pei Wen bit her lip. "I have already promised brother-in-law." Taking a deep breath, she resolutely declared, "Sister, I have decided to resign and work at brother-in-law's company." Pei Si-si stared in surprise at her sister, and before she could respond, Pei Wen continued, "The work at the chemical plant is exhausting and lacks prospects. I have had enough. An opportunity like this is in front of me, and I do not wish to miss it." Pei Si-si opened her mouth, but ultimately swallowed her words of caution. She understood her sister's character. Once Pei Wen made a decision, It was difficult to change her mind. Very well, Pei Si-si sighed. Since you have made up your mind, I will not stand in your way. However, do exercise caution and contact me promptly if anything arises. Yes, I understand, sister. After bidding farewell to Pei Wen, Lin Fan returned to his rented apartment. He powered on his computer and logged into his stock trading software. His gaze fixated on the numbers on the screen. As the market fluctuated, Lin Fan decisively liquidated his holdings at a price of 912 yuan, yielding a profit of less than 5. Without hesitation, he reinvested all his funds into Dahao technology and successfully sold at the peak. Subsequently, he acquired shares in Zhonggong Education, reaping profits of 1.06 million in just a few days. Watching the numbers in his account ascend, Lin Fan's lips curled into a confident smile. Next, it's your turn. Lin Fan's gaze fell upon the stock code of Contai Pharmaceutical, and with a gentle tap of his finger, he invested all his funds. Will you bring me even greater surprises tomorrow? Lin Fan murmured to himself, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. At that moment, a soft knock echoed through the door. Lin Fan turned to see Pei Si-si standing at the entrance, her face marked by a hint of hesitation and curiosity. Lin Fan, what are you up to? Pei Si-si stepped into the room. Observing Lin Fan intently focused on the computer screen, where a flurry of red numbers danced. Curiously, she inquired, Lin Fan, what are you doing? Upon hearing her voice, Lin Fan swiftly turned around, closed his laptop, and smiled. Oh, nothing much, just handling a few matters. He wished to keep his stock trading endeavors concealed from Pei Si-si, for such undertakings often appeared dubious to most. Though intrigued, Pei Si-si refrained from pressing further. She approached Lin Fan, noticing the weariness etched on his face, and asked with concern, have you eaten? Would you like me to make you a bowl of noodles? No, thank you. I'll go out for a meal shortly. Lin Fan replied, glancing at the clock, which indicated it was already past 8 in the evening. By the way, has Xiaowen's resignation paperwork been completed? Yes, it has. Pei Si-si nodded, informing him that she would no longer need to go to the chemical plant starting tomorrow. Good, then please bring her here tomorrow. I will arrange some work for her, Lin Fan stated, retrieving 2 documents from his drawer and handing them to Pei Si-si. These are the materials and procedures required for company registration. Please take Xiaowen to handle it tomorrow. Pei Si-si accepted the documents and casually flipped through them, asking, how much capital should we register? Let us put down 1 million, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. 1 million, Pei Si-si exclaimed, the documents slipping from her grasp and landing on the floor. She gazed at Lin Fan in disbelief, as if seeing him for the first time. Lin Fan bent down to retrieve the documents, brushing off the dust and chuckling. What's the matter? Are you surprised? Pei Si-si took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart, and with a trembling voice she asked, where did you get so much money? Lin Fan chose not to respond to her inquiry, merely stating, that's not something you need to concern yourself with. Just follow my instructions. Pei Si-si wished to ask further, but upon noticing Lin Fan's serious demeanor, she swallowed her words. She looked at him, wrestling with her thoughts for a long while, finally mustering the courage to say, Lin Fan, however, before she could finish, a sudden, urgent knocking interrupted her. Chapter 32, Sisterly Conversations on Livelihood, Lin Fan's ingenious gains in the stock market. Who is it? Lin Fan frowned, somewhat displeased at the interruption. Pei Si-si was momentarily taken aback, her words halted. It's me. A voice from outside, belonging to Wang Jiamin, called out, Lin Fan, are you in there? Lin Fan rose to open the door, finding Wang Jiamin standing at the threshold, a stack of documents in hand. Upon noticing Pei Si-si, he paused for a brief moment, then smiled. Si-si is here too. I was just looking for both of you. These are the materials needed for tomorrow's meeting. You two should familiarize yourselves with them. Lin Fan accepted the documents, nodding as he acknowledged. All right, I understand, Director Wang. After Wang Jiamin departed, Lin Fan handed a document to Pei Si-si, instructing her to review it before their detailed discussion the following morning. Pei Si-si accepted the document with a nod, and the two exited the office together. Once they returned to the dormitory, Pei Si-si found herself pondering the earlier events. 1 million. How could Lin Fan possess such a fortune? Could it be true, as she had speculated, that he was a hidden scion of wealth? Shaking her head, she cast aside these fanciful notions. Regardless of Lin Fan's true identity, her paramount concern was to excel in her own responsibilities. Sis, what should I do now? Pei Wen, lying on her bed, asked with a furrowed brow. Pei Si-si placed the document on the desk, turned, and inquired, what troubles you? I'm not staying in the dormitory tomorrow. But I haven't found a place yet, and I don't have much money on me. What should I do? Pei Wen's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Pei Si-si approached her, gently patting her shoulder, and reassured her, it's all right, don't worry, I will help you find a solution. For now, why don't you stay with me for a few days until you secure a place? Is that really okay? Pei Wen hesitated. What is there to feel awkward about? We are sisters. Living together provides mutual support, Pei Si-si stated, pulling Pei Wen up from the bed. Now, stop overthinking it. It's getting late, and you need to rest. The sisters lay in bed, engaging in light conversation. Sis, who exactly is Lin Fan? How did he suddenly acquire such wealth? Pei Wen asked unexpectedly. I'm not certain, Pei Si-si replied, shaking her head. But it's best not to dwell on his identity. We should focus on our own affairs. Okay, Pei Wen nodded, though her curiosity lingered. By the way, could you speak to Lin Fan tomorrow and ask him to help me find a place to stay? He seems to know many people with his wealth. It shouldn't be too difficult for him. Absolutely not. Pei Si-si swiftly rejected the idea. You've just joined the company. How can you make such a request? Besides, why should Lin Fan assist you in finding accommodation? No buts. Pei Si-si interrupted firmly. Forget about that. I have made up my mind. You will stay with me until you find a place. Pei Wen opened her mouth to protest further, but, seeing the determination in Pei Si-si's eyes, swallowed her words. Sis, I know you mean well, but I can't impose on you indefinitely, Pei Wen murmured. Rest assured. Once I secure a job and receive my salary, I will move out immediately. Pei Si-si regarded her sister with mixed emotions. She understood Pei Wen's predicament. Yet she was reluctant to have her sister owe a favor to Lin Fan. To her, Lin Fan was enigmatic and potentially perilous. She wished to keep her sister at a distance from him. You need not worry about rent. Pei Si-si suddenly recalled something and spoke up. I have already discussed it with Lin Fan. For now, you will stay where? Pei Wen inquired with curiosity. Pei Si-si hesitated for a moment and said, I will be living in the apartment that Lin Fan helped me rent, and he will cover the rent. What? Pei Wen suddenly sat up, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Fan helped you rent it? Why would he do that? Why is he paying the rent? A barrage of questions ensued, leaving Pei Si-si momentarily speechless. Pei Wen leaped off the bed, grasping Pei Si-si's hand with urgency. Sister, you must tell me honestly. She lowered her voice and leaned closer to Pei Si-si's ear. Are you involved with Lin Fan? Pei Si-si swatted Pei Wen's hand away, exasperated. What nonsense are you talking about? What could possibly happen between us? He offered to help me as a gesture of gratitude for the care I've given him during this time. Gratitude? Care? How have you cared for him? Pei Wen scrutinized Pei Si-si with suspicion, scanning her from head to toe. Has something transpired between you two? Realizing her sister's mind was racing with wild speculation, Pei Si-si sighed in resignation and clarified. What are you even thinking? I merely assisted him with some work-related tasks. You know he's new at the office and still learning the ropes. Is that all? Pei Wen clearly remained unconvinced. Just a little help. And he's renting you an apartment? Sister, have you been deceived? Deceived? Lin Fan is quite adept at stock trading now. He earns significantly more than we do. This rent is a mere trifle for him. Pei Si-si defended herself, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. A stock trading expert? Where does he get the money for that? Pei Wen's confusion deepened. Pei Si-si struggled to find her words. Sister, what exactly are you hiding from me? Pei Wen fixed her gaze intently on Pei Si-si. Do you have some compromising evidence against him? No, absolutely not. Pei Si-si, feeling cornered, responded in a flurry. Just don't worry about it. Focus on settling in. I cannot simply occupy his apartment for free. Pei Wen's resolve was unwavering. Sister, give me his contact information. I will confront him and offer to pay the rent. Absolutely not. Pei Si-si firmly grasped Pei Wen's arm. What do you intend to ask him about the rent? I told you. I will handle the rent for now. Handle it? And from where do you intend to procure the funds? Pei Wen countered. The two sisters exchanged stubborn glances, neither willing to relent. Ultimately, Pei Si-si devised a compromise. Let us do this. For now, don't concern yourself with the rent. I will take you to see the apartment. And if you find it satisfactory, you can move in, and we will discuss the rent later. After some contemplation, Pei Wen agreed that it was the only feasible option. When shall we view the apartment? Tomorrow, after work, I will take you. All right. The following day, after work, Pei Si-si brought Pei Wen to the apartment Lin Fan had assisted her in renting. This is it. Pei Wen frowned as she surveyed the somewhat dilapidated residential building before her. What's wrong? Is it not suitable? Pei Si-si inquired. Pei Wen did not respond, instead walking straight into the dimly lit hallway. The walls were peeling and the air was thick with a musty odor, prompting Pei Wen to instinctively cover her nose. Sister, is this the so-called good apartment you mentioned? Pei Wen's tone was laced with disdain. This house is exceedingly dilapidated. The environment is so poor. Can one actually find comfort living here? Pei Si-si felt a touch of embarrassment. She had merely glanced at the place before, failing to observe it closely. Now, it was evident that the house was far from satisfactory. Ahem, the surroundings may be lacking, but the rent is quite affordable, and it's conveniently close to our workplace. Pei Si-si endeavored to defend Lin Fan. Even if it's cheap, we shouldn't reside in such a place, sister. What are you thinking? Pei Wen you still could not comprehend. How about we seek a different place ourselves? I have no desire to live here. Pei Si-si recognized her sister's reasoning, but having already committed to Lin Fan, it felt inappropriate to retract her agreement. Let us take a look first. Perhaps the interior is more agreeable, Pei Si-si suggested, pulling Pei Wen upstairs. Upon opening the door, a breath of fresh air greeted them. The room, though modest in size, was impeccably clean and tidy, with all the necessary furnishings and appliances, indicating that Lin Fan had put in considerable effort. What do you think? It's not too bad, is it? Pei Si-si inquired cautiously. Pei Wen surveyed the surroundings. Although the room was a significant improvement over the corridor, she remained unsatisfied. It's acceptable. I suppose we can make do, she replied blandly. By the way, sister, is your new company still hiring? Perhaps I could work there too, Pei Wen suddenly asked. Pei Si-si hesitated before responding. My company is quite new and still small, so we're not hiring many people at the moment. Moreover what? I'm uncertain about its reliability, so I think it would be prudent for you to try it out first. If you find it agreeable, I will consider it further. Pei Wen nodded in understanding. At that moment, Pei Si-si's phone rang. It was Lin Fan calling. Hello, Lin Fan, what is it? Si-si, it's me. Could you bring a few buns for me tomorrow morning? I have a meeting and one tea of time to buy breakfast. Lin Fan's voice came through the receiver. Pei Si-si frowned, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet she acquiesced. All right, what filling do you prefer? Meat will suffice. Thank you, Si-si. After hanging up, Pei Si-si sighed in resignation. Pei Wen chuckled quietly beside her. It seems your rent isn't without its obligations. Pei Si-si shot her a glare, but remained silent. Sister, should we rise early tomorrow morning? Pei Wen suddenly proposed. Why would we wake up early? To search for a new place. I certainly do not wish to remain here. Pei Si-si considered her sister's words and nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall wake up early tomorrow. As night deepened, the two sisters lay in bed, yet slumber eluded them. Pei Wen pondered the prospect of finding a new residence, while Pei Si-si contemplated Lin Fan and his enigmatic abilities. The following day, before the alarm clock even rang, the sisters were awake. Pei Wen changed her clothes, preparing to venture out in search of a new home, while Pei Si-si entered the kitchen to pack the buns for Lin Fan. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room as Pei Si-si had already completed her morning routine. She tiptoed into the kitchen, placing the buns and soy milk she had purchased the previous evening into an insulated bag. Pei Wen, with sleepy eyes, emerged from her room and observed her sister's bustling figure. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she asked, Sister, won't you sleep a little longer? Shouldn't we look at a few more places? Pei Si-si handed a thermal bag to her sister, saying, Finding a house is of utmost importance. I will deliver the buns to Lin Fan on my way. We'll communicate later. Pei Wen took the thermal bag and hurried out the door. Upon arriving at the office, Lin Fan was already seated at his desk, a steaming cup of coffee resting before him. As Pei Si-si entered, he stood up with a smile and accepted the buns, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Si-si. I appreciate you making this trip. It's nothing, just a small favor. She replied with a faint smile, arranging the documents on her desk. By the way, Si-si, what are your thoughts on universal values? Lin Fan inquired casually while peeling open a bun. Pei Si-si was momentarily taken aback, surprised by his sudden question. After a brief pause, she replied, I believe universal values are merely an idealized concept. In the real world, it is challenging to find a universally applicable standard. What do you think is most important then? Lin Fan pressed, his gaze fixed on her intently, seemingly seeking something in her response. Pei Si-si averted her eyes, focusing on her documents as she stated, For me, family is paramount, followed by friends, and then everything else. Lin Fan nodded thoughtfully, falling into silence as the office filled with the sounds of keyboard tapping and paper rustling. Time passed steadily, and the wall clock indicated 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Fan closed his laptop, picked up his coat, and prepared to leave. Si-si, I have a matter to attend to, and will be leaving for today. Pei Si-si looked up in confusion. Where are you going? Do you need my help? Lin Fan smiled mysteriously. No, it's a personal matter. I will return shortly. He waved goodbye and exited the office, leaving Pei Si-si seated in solitude, pondering his departing figure with a heart full of questions. After leaving the office, Lin Fan made his way directly to a coffee shop. This establishment, with its elegant ambience and swift internet, served as his secret hub for stock trading. He skillfully opened his laptop, logged into his stock account, and the screen erupted with glaring red and green numbers, resembling an exhilarating symphony. His gaze scanned the holdings list, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. It is time, he murmured to himself. The cursor hovered over the sell button for how technology, and without hesitation, he clicked to confirm. Almost simultaneously, a torrent of large orders surged forth, swiftly consuming the prices at Cell 1, Cell 2, and Cell 3. Farewell, old friend, Lin Fan remarked, watching the profits arrive without a flicker of emotion. Following this, he executed a similar clearance for Kongtai Pharmaceuticals. Both stocks were the first he had purchased upon his rebirth, and within a mere few months, they had amassed over 2 million in profits, successfully building his initial capital. Now, it is your turn. Lin Fan's gaze fixed on a stock with the code Shingaoshi. This was a stock etched deeply in his past memories, on the cusp of a significant surge. However, he vividly recalled that prior to this, the stock would undergo an exceedingly perilous consolidation phase, with prices oscillating dramatically like a roller coaster, and a moment's carelessness could lead to being ensnared. Fortune favors the bold. He was resolute. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He understood that this path was fraught with risks, yet the prospect of substantial returns was irresistible. Taking a deep breath, he began placing orders at the limit down position. Time and again, massive buy orders crashed into the tranquil surface of the market like boulders, stirring up towering waves, yet failing to disrupt the prevailing trend of rapid decline. As seconds ticked by, the cafe bustled with patrons, but Lin Fan remained steadfast in his posture, his gaze unwavering. Fixated on the computer screen, his fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard as if engaged in a silent combat. "Boss, another Americano, please," he requested calmly without lifting his head, his tone exuding an undeniable conviction, reminiscent of a general confident of victory. As night fell and the lights brightened, the cafe's ambience softened, illuminating Lin Fan's resolute visage. He knew that the true battle was just beginning. Ding! The notification on his phone chimed, and he glanced at it, noting that the stock had once again hit its limit down, the sell orders as impenetrable as a fortress. Yet he remained unfazed, his fingers flying as he placed another substantial buy order, increasing his stake. Who was he competing against? A fellow investor at the adjacent table leaned over, peering at the trading data on the screen, astonished. This is the 6th limit down. Who would dare to jump in now? Lin Fan paid no heed, as if everything around him was inconsequential. He understood that the major players were deliberately suppressing the stock price, attempting to intimidate retail investors, thereby enabling a low-cost accumulation of shares. But he refused to be deceived. He intended to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the forces at play with his ample resources and unwavering conviction. As time elapsed, the cafe's patrons shifted in and out. Yet Lin Fan remained immovable, like a statue guarding his battlefield. He continuously adjusted his buying price and quantity, engaging in a battle of wits with the major players. Each transaction was accompanied by a significant flow of capital, causing onlookers to gasp in apprehension. Is this guy out of his mind? He must be some rich heir. Treating money like confetti, murmurs of speculation arose. Yet Lin Fan remained undeterred, his focus unwavering on the screen, his mind rapidly analyzing each data point, predicting every fluctuation. Chapter 33. Companionship and its desires. Lin Fan helped her fasten her seatbelt before starting the car and driving forward. Where are we headed? Pei Si-si inquired curiously, gazing out at the scenery flashing by outside the window. First, we'll stop by Century Park, then head to the supermarket for some supplies, Lin Fan replied. His gaze fixed ahead. Century Park? What are we going there for? Pei Si-si asked, her confusion deepening. Didn't your sister say she wanted to visit the Magic City? The scenery at Century Park is quite lovely. I thought I'd take her to see it, Lin Fan explained. However, Pei Si-si seemed poised to say more. But upon catching a glimpse of Lin Fan's focused profile as he drove, she ultimately chose to hold her tongue. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the entrance of Century Park. Lin Fan parked the car and said to Pei Si-si, "Please make a call and have your sister come over." "Oh, all right." Pei Si-si took out her phone and dialed Pei Wen's number. Shortly thereafter, Pei Wen appeared in their line of sight, hastily walking to the side of the car, greeting Lin Fan with a hint of shyness. "Hello, Brother Lin." "Yes, please get in," Lin Fan nodded, gesturing for her to enter. Pei Wen hesitated for a moment, glancing at her sister in the passenger seat, but ultimately opened the back door and sat down inside. "Come sit in the front," Lin Fan suddenly said. "Huh?" Pei Wen was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. "It's not customary to have a lady sit in the back," Lin Fan remarked. "Hurry over." Pei Wen looked at her sister, who wore a bemused expression, and had no choice but to move from the back seat to the passenger seat. "Buckle up," Lin Fan reminded. "Oh, right." Pei Wen quickly fastened her seatbelt. Lin Fan started the vehicle and drove into Century Park. Along the way, Pei Si-si and Pei Wen curiously admired the scenery beyond the car window, while Lin Fan concentrated on driving, saying little. After wandering around Century Park for a while, they decided to dine at a nearby restaurant. Following their meal, Lin Fan took the sisters to a large supermarket close by. Feel free to grab whatever you want. There's no need to be polite. Lin Fan said to the sisters. Thank you, Brother Lin. Pei Si-si and Pei Wen replied in unison. The three of them pushed a shopping cart as they strolled through the supermarket. It was the sisters' first visit to such a large establishment, and they were exhilarated by the myriad of products, eagerly tossing items into their cart. Lin Fan trailed behind, responsible for pushing the cart and settling the bill. Brother Lin, let me help you carry that, Pei Si-si said, noticing Lin Fan struggling with 2 large bags of snacks and feeling somewhat guilty. No need, I can manage. Lin Fan declined her offer. Allow me to assist as well. Pei Wen stepped forward to help. No. You two go check over there to see if there's anything else you'd like, Lin Fan replied, placing the 2 bags of snacks into the cart and steering it toward another shelf. Pei Si-si and Pei Wen, seeing his insistence, reluctantly acquiesced. Though they felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, believing Lin Fan was rather inconsiderate. Upon returning to Lin Fan's rented apartment, the sisters organized their purchases as twilight descended. Lin Fan entered the master bedroom and switched on his computer, where a youthful face beamed at him from the screen. Brother, I want to visit Magic City. No. You are currently in your critical senior year, Lin Fan began, but was interrupted by his younger sister, Jiang Yisun. I don't care, I want to go. Before Lin Fan could express his frustration, he heard Jiang Yisun's cries from the phone. Dad, Mom, brother is bullying me. With a sigh, Lin Fan shook his head, feeling helpless, and chose to soothe his sister's emotions first. Once Jiang Yisun had calmed down a bit, Lin Fan earnestly advised, Yisun, I understand your desire to have fun, but your studies are paramount in your senior year. After your exams, I will personally take you to Disneyland, all right? Jiang Yisun pouted, displaying a hint of reluctance, yet ultimately acquiesced. After ending the video call, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. His sister had been spoiled by the family since childhood, inevitably rendering her somewhat headstrong. The following morning, at 6:30, Lin Fan rose promptly. After completing his morning routine, he stepped out of his room only to find the living room enveloped in silence. Pei Si-si and Pei Wen were still lost in slumber. Observing the time, which was already quite late, he approached the door of the second bedroom and gently knocked. Si-si, Xiao Wen, it's time to get up. We have much to accomplish today. A rustling sound emanated from within, and Pei Si-si, rubbing her sleepy eyes, opened the door. Upon seeing Lin Fan, she shyly remarked, Lin Gu, why are you up so early? We need to visit several locations for our research today. We must set off early, Lin Fan replied, glancing at his watch, which indicated it was nearly 7. Please hurry and freshen up. We will depart in half an hour. Pei Si-si and Pei Wen, not daring to dawdle, quickly got out of bed and prepared themselves. Half an hour later, the trio exited their rental apartment and drove towards the entrepreneurial incubation base located in the Pudong New District. Throughout the journey, Pei Si-si and Pei Wen were filled with curiosity regarding Lin Fan's sudden interest in such a place. Lin Gu, what are we doing here? Pei Wen finally inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Of course, we are here to assess potential projects, Lin Fan replied with a smile. I intend to acquire a startup. Acquire a company? Pei Wen exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Lin Gu, do you have that much money? Lin Fan chuckled softly, not providing a direct answer, but rather stating, acquiring a company is considerably easier than assembling a team from scratch. Chapter 34, Charting New Paths in Business. Profits from stock market operations. The entrepreneurial incubation base was situated within a modern office building in Pudong New District, where a myriad of startup companies emerged like mushrooms after rain. Lin Fan, well acquainted with the surroundings, guided Pei Si-si and Pei Wen through various companies, engaging in conversations with the youthful entrepreneurs. Lin Gu, what kind of company are you looking to acquire? Pei Wen inquired, trailing behind him with curiosity. I am seeking a team with experience in short video production, Lin Fan replied, perusing the materials in his hand. Ideally, they should have crafted some successful viral projects. Pei Wen, somewhat perplexed, nodded in understanding. She enjoyed watching short videos, but was utterly unfamiliar with the intricacies of their production. Stopping in front of a company named Creative Planet, which specialized in short video conceptualization and production, Lin Fan noted that although the team was small, their work was remarkably creative and had garnered a modest reputation in the industry. He engaged in an in-depth discussion with the founder of Creative Planet, exploring everything from team composition and project samples to future development plans. After departing from Creative Planet, Lin Fan turned to Pei Wen and said, Xiao Wen, since you frequently watch short videos, you should have a good grasp of the user experience across various platforms, correct? That is accurate. I do watch quite a bit. Pei Wen responded, Could you do me a favor and compile a detailed report on the user experiences of the short video applications you've used? Please include their strengths and weaknesses, as well as functional suggestions, Lin Fan requested. Write a report? Pei Wen was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Lin Fan would assign her such a task. What's the matter? Are you unwilling? Lin Fan inquired with a smile. It's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that I have never written such a report before, Pei Wen replied, somewhat embarrassed. No worries, just think of it as writing a reflection piece. Express your genuine feelings, Lin Fan encouraged her. I believe you can do well. Pei Wen nodded, resolved to give it her best effort. By the way, Si-si, the first thing you will do when you return to work on Monday is to register a company. Lin Fan turned to Pei Si-si and said, Register a company? Pei Si-si looked at Lin Fan in confusion. Aren't you planning to acquire a company? Why would you need to register one? Lin Fan smiled mysteriously. You can find the answer to that question yourself on Baidu. As Monday dawned, before the sun had risen, Lin Fan and Pei Si-si got up and set off, while Pei Wen remained in their shared accommodation, continuing her research on various short video platforms. Si-si, go buy breakfast. I will wait for you in the office. Lin Fan said, handing a few bills to Pei Si-si. The breakfast shop at the entrance of the factory was perpetually crowded, and after much effort, Pei Si-si finally managed to buy some soy milk and fried dough sticks. Upon returning to the office, Lin Fan was already engrossed in reviewing materials, prompting Pei Si-si to quietly tidy up the workspace. After the morning meeting, Wang Jiamin suddenly received a phone call. After hanging up, he said to Lin Fan and Pei Si-si, You two, come with me. We have a meeting on the third floor. In the smoke-filled conference room on the third floor, the air was thick and murky, with attendees from various departments scattered around the table, whispering amongst themselves. Lin Fan and Pei Si-si found a corner to sit and listened quietly. Old Li is on leave today due to family matters. Let us briefly discuss this month's production plan. Vice Director Wang adjusted his glasses and opened the folder in front of him. The meeting was utterly mundane, merely reiterating the same topics discussed in previous monthly meetings. Lin Fan felt himself growing drowsy, mentally preparing to open his stock trading software upon returning to the office. The meeting lasted less than half an hour before Lin Fan and Pei Si-si returned to their workspace. Pei Si-si brewed a cup of tea and placed it on Lin Fan's desk, then began organizing the notes from the morning meeting. Lin Fan, on the other hand, opened his computer, skillfully entered his account credentials, and logged into the stock trading software. The screen flickered with red numbers as the price of Shun Gaosuo oscillated at a high level, with trading volume noticeably increasing. A faint smile crept across Lin Fan's lips. Everything was proceeding according to his expectations. On Friday, he had learned from future information streams that Shun Gaosuo was about to release favorable news, prompting him to make a decisive purchase. As anticipated, after the market opened today, Shun Gaosuo surged, with an increase exceeding 7. It is time to realize the profits. Lin Fan thought to himself. According to the future information flow, Shun Gaosuo was expected to rise and then retreat sharply by the end of the trading session. If he did not sell now, he risked being trapped in a position. Taking a deep breath, he moved the mouse and placed a sell order for 20,000 shares of Shun Gaosuo, his finger hovering over the confirmation button. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon, and Wang Jiamin's voice came from outside. Lin Fan, come with me to Supervisor Chen's office. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of impatience. Yet he still closed the trading software and rose to follow Wang Jiamin out of the office. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, in a modern office building, a stout man with a buzz cut was fixated on his computer screen, his face a shade of deep anger. What is happening? Why has such a massive sell order suddenly appeared? The man abruptly stood up, pointing at the trading data on the screen, and bellowed at his assistant beside him. Boss, someone is crashing the market. It's a super sell order of 20,000 lots. The assistant, equally flustered, had beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The stout man glared at the plummeting stock price, gritting his teeth as he commanded, Investigate. Find out who is opposing us. Boss, the immediate priority is to stabilize the stock price, the assistant began, but was abruptly interrupted by the stout man's furious outburst. Stabilize the stock price? With what funds? We don't have that much capital left. The stout man raged, pointing at the incessantly appearing sell orders on the screen. If we don't act now, we're doomed. Taking a deep breath, the assistant pointed at the top buy order on the screen and said in a low voice, Boss, there's a super buy order. 20,000 lots. The price. His voice trembled slightly. The price is 2 cents higher than the market price. The stout man was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. What did you say? 2 cents higher? Are you out of your mind? Yet the figures on the screen were undeniably clear. The 20,000 lots of buy orders had significantly lifted the stock price of Shengaosu. Who could it be? Who was stepping in at this moment? The stout man's pupils dilated as a terrifying thought surged within him. Could they possess some insider information? On the other side, Lin Fan sat in Chun Wang's office, his mind completely detached from the ongoing conversation. While he appeared to be attentively listening to Chun Wang's discourse on corporate culture and regulations, he was actually brimming with excitement. At 9:30, seizing the opportune moment, he discreetly retrieved his phone from his pocket and swiftly glanced at it. The screen displayed the trading records of Shengaosu. His sell order of 20,000 lots had been entirely executed, amounting to a staggering total of 120 million. Lin Fan took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the exhilaration within, and nonchalantly returned the phone to his pocket. A profit of 4.8 million. This was wealth he had painstakingly accumulated over a decade in his past life. Yet now, merely a month into his rebirth, he had effortlessly attained financial freedom. Upon exiting Chen Wang's office, Lin Fan maintained an outward calm, though internally, he was overjoyed. Once back in his office, he immediately opened the trading software to arrange his positions for the day, based on the flow of future information. He selected 5 stocks poised for significant short-term increases and proceeded to establish positions in each. This time, his maneuvers were bolder, and he invested even more capital. A total of 15 million was allocated across the 5 stocks. Lin Fan gazed at the trading records on the screen, murmuring to himself, if all goes smoothly, tomorrow my assets will surpass the 20 million mark. After completing his transactions, Lin Fan did not hastily depart. Instead, he began to delve into margin trading. He understood that to achieve greater profits in the stock market, it was essential to master the art of leveraging. Lin Fan meticulously perused the introduction on his trading software, his brow furrowing slightly. The complexities and risks associated with margin trading seemed excessively daunting for him at present. However, the prospect of financing appeared to be worth exploring. After extensive study, he finally gained a preliminary understanding of the financing operations. It seemed that to open a financing account, a visit to the securities company's branch was imperative. As he contemplated this, Lin Fan stroked his chin, pondering that tomorrow was the weekend, making it an opportune time for such a visit. On Friday afternoon, the closing bell rang, marking the successful execution of all 5 stocks he had invested in. Watching the fluctuating numbers in his account, a confident smile spread across his lips. Financing was indeed a necessity. To open a financing account, his presence was required, along with his identification card and bank card. As Lin Fan sifted through the information on his mobile device, a sudden realization struck him. He needed to handle the registration for the growth enterprise market in person as well. With this thought in mind, he rose and headed towards the office door, coincidentally encountering Pei Si-si, who was preparing to leave for the day. Si-si, finished with work? Shall we head out together? Lin Fan greeted with a smile. Of course. Lin go. Pei Si-si replied sweetly, quickening her pace to join him. Upon reaching the ground floor of the office building, Lin Fan casually inquired, Si-si, do you have any plans for the weekend? I plan to go shopping with my sister on Saturday. Is there something you need, Lin go? Pei Si-si asked, her large eyes blinking curiously. Actually, I need to visit the securities company on Saturday and require the company seal for some paperwork. I hope I can trouble you to assist me with that, Lin Fan explained, noting that he had yet to notify the finance department. He intentionally paused, gauging Pei Si-si's reaction. Pei Si-si blinked in surprise before quickly agreeing. Sure, Lin go, no problem. I'll be in the office all morning on Saturday. That's wonderful. I appreciate your help, Lin Fan nodded, a smile gracing his features. I'll take my leave now. Have a great weekend. Have a great weekend, Lin go. Pei Si-si watched him depart, returning to her office. Yet a flicker of curiosity stirred within her. Why would the company seal be needed at a securities firm? On Saturday morning, Lin Fan, equipped with the company seal, first visited the office where the finance head, Old Li, awaited him. Accompanied by Old Li, Lin Fan proceeded to the bank to conduct a fund transfer, then hurried to the securities company branch without delay. Hello. I would like to apply for the growth enterprise market authorization in a financing account, Lin Fan stated firmly as he approached the service window, presenting his identification and bank card. An hour later, all the necessary formalities were completed, and Lin Fan's stock account was officially endowed with financing and margin trading capabilities. He inhaled deeply, aware that an exhilarating game of capital maneuvering was about to commence. Early Tuesday morning, Lin Fan arrived at the company ahead of time, booting up his computer and fixating on the stock trading software. Once the market opened, he decisively liquidated the 5 stocks he had purchased the previous week, transferring all his funds into the financing account. He then engaged in full-scale operations, diversifying his investments into 10 carefully selected stocks. With the transactions concluded, Lin Fan exhaled a sigh of relief and made his way to the break room to brew himself a cup of tea. Gazing out at the bustling streets beyond the window, he fell into a deep contemplation. As he pondered the overwhelming task of managing such substantial funds alone, Lin Fan murmured to himself, "It appears I must find a capable assistant." At that moment, his phone chimed. It was a call from Pei Si-si. "Brother Lin, my sister has found a suitable apartment near the company. It has 2 bedrooms and a living room, and the rent is reasonable. When will you be free to take a look?" "All right, I understand. I will arrange a time as soon as possible," Lin Fan replied, hanging up the call. His brow slightly furrowed. He had previously instructed Pei Si-si regarding the housing situation, expecting that once she resigned, the sisters would move in together. However, it seemed that Pei Si-si's resignation was not progressing smoothly. He dialed her number again to inquire about the situation. "Brother Lin, I haven't made up my mind yet." Pei Si-si's voice wavered. "I'm worried that after I resign, I won't find a suitable job in a short time." Lin Fan patiently reassured her. "Si-si, you must have faith in your abilities. Given your qualifications, securing a good position shouldn't be a challenge. Moreover, your sister needs your support now. The initial stages of entrepreneurship can be quite arduous. If you remain here, I will feel more at ease." Yet, Pei Si-si seemed about to say more, but was interrupted by Lin Fan's firm tone. "Si-si, you must understand that opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. Your indecision will only cause you to miss out on valuable chances." His voice grew serious. "Think it over carefully. I hope you can reach a decision soon." After ending the call, Lin Fan felt a weight in his heart. He recognized that for Pei Si-si, resigning was a formidable choice, but he believed she would ultimately make the right decision. Meanwhile, Pei Si-si set down her phone, filled with internal conflict. Torn between the comfort of a stable job and the uncertainties of the future, how should she choose? At that moment, Pei Wen was struggling with the complexities of registering the company. Unfamiliar with the procedures, she encountered numerous obstacles and made little progress. "Sister, why is registering a company so troublesome?" Pei Wen lamented. "I've been at it for 3 days and still haven't succeeded." "Don't worry, take your time. It will eventually work out." Pei Si-si consoled her, though she understood that the path to entrepreneurship would be fraught with challenges. On Saturday afternoon, Lin Fan and Pei Si-si picked up Pei Wen and drove to the technology building in the city center. As sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, flooding the cafe on the first floor with warmth, Lin Fan and Pei Si-si entered, greeted by the rich aroma of coffee mingling with soft music, creating a relaxed atmosphere. "Brother Lin, is that souffle you mentioned truly as impressive as you say?" Pei Wen inquired, her eyes scanning the cafe's ambience with curiosity. "A single encounter is worth 1,000 rumors. You will see shortly," Lin Fan replied with a hint of mystery, his gaze sweeping the cafe in search of the individual in question. In recent days, the stock market had been bleak, yet Lin Fan, through his keen insight and decisive actions, had carved out a path amidst the prevailing downturn. In just 4 trading days, his account had surpassed 20 million, with profits exceeding 40%, reinforcing his conviction in his investment strategy. "There he is, over there," he announced. Lin Fan pointed to a seat by the window and addressed the Pei sisters. Pei Si-si and Pei Wen followed Lin Fan's gaze to see 3 young men gathered around a table. Among them, a slender young man wearing glasses was animatedly speaking, while the other 2 listened intently. "That's him, souffle," Lin Fan whispered, gesturing for the Pei sisters to follow as he made his way toward the table. "Souffle, long time no see," Lin Fan greeted with a smile as he approached. Souffle looked up, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Fan, but his expression quickly transformed into one of delight. "Lin Fan, it's really you. What brings you here?" "It's a long story. Let's sit down and chat," Lin Fan suggested, indicating that Souffle should hold off on reminiscing. He then introduced the Pei sisters, saying, "This is Souffle, my university classmate whom I mentioned to you before, and these 2 are his partners, Li Chong and Wang Peng." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, everyone took their seats. Souffle, eager to know more, asked, "Lin Fan, what made you suddenly seek me out? Are you looking for a collaboration on a project?" Lin Fan smiled slightly and replied, "Indeed, I have important matters to discuss with you." He then turned to the Pei sisters and introduced, "These are the Pei sisters, Si-si and Wen. They have an exceptional entrepreneurial project that requires a formidable technical team for support." "Oh," Souffle and his partners immediately showed interest, focusing their attention on the Pei sisters. Pei Si-si succinctly outlined their entrepreneurial venture and expressed their desire for technical support from Souffle's team. After listening to her, Souffle pondered for a moment before looking up, his gaze piercing as he slowly said, "Lin Fan, as you know, our team's technical prowess is somewhat renowned in the industry, We generally do not entertain ordinary projects. Lin Fan smiled knowingly. He was aware that the crux of the matter was about to unfold. He lifted his coffee cup, took a gentle sip, and placed it down before locking eyes with Su Feng, stating emphatically, I am confident that you will find this project genuinely intriguing, for it not only aligns with your technical aspirations. He paused deliberately, gauging Su Feng's reaction before continuing, but it also has the potential to yield substantial wealth. Su Feng raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Oh, wealth? I wonder to what extent you refer. President Lin? Rather than providing a direct answer, Lin Fan turned to Pei Si-si, signaling her to open the laptop she had brought. The screen illuminated with the interface of the short video app that Su Feng's team was developing. What is the positioning of this short video app? Who are the target users? What is its core competitive advantage? Lin Fan posed a series of questions, his tone calm, yet laced with sharpness. Su Feng and his partners exchanged glances, taken aback by Lin Fan's thorough understanding of their product and the pointed nature of his inquiries. Su Feng hesitated, attempting to formulate a response, but Lin Fan raised his hand to interrupt. This product, from its interface design to its functional settings, is replete with traces of imitation, lacking any semblance of originality. More critically, you have failed to accurately identify your positioning, lacking a clear target audience and a distinctive competitive advantage. How then can such a product stand out in the fiercely competitive short video market? How can it possibly yield the immense wealth you aspire to? Lin Fan's tone remained calm, yet each word struck like a hammer, resonating deeply within Su Feng and the others. Pei Si-si and her sister sat nearby, observing Lin Fan articulate his thoughts so eloquently that Su Feng and his companions were rendered speechless, feeling a surge of admiration. They had initially perceived Lin Fan as merely wanting to assist them, unaware of his profound insights into the short video industry. Su Feng and the others bowed their heads in silence, forced to concede that while Lin Fan's words were piercing, they were nonetheless entirely valid. They had been developing this short video app for some time, yet it remained lukewarm, perpetually seeking a breakthrough. Lin Fan had incisively pinpointed the flaws in their product, awakening them to the naivety of their previous notions. What does Mr. Lin think we should do? After a prolonged silence, Su Feng lifted his head, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Fan, his tone tinged with a hint of supplication. Lin Fan smiled slightly, aware that he had achieved his objective. He set down his coffee cup, leaned forward slightly, lowered his voice, and spoke slowly. I can assist you, but only on the condition that you accept my terms. After pausing to gauge their reactions, he continued, I offer you two options. One is a full acquisition of your team and product, and the other is to accept my investment and become partners. Su Feng and his companions exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by the two proposals presented by Lin Fan. A full acquisition would mean relinquishing control over the company and product, while accepting investment would require ceding a portion of their equity. Either choice posed a significant dilemma for them. Mr. Lin, could you elaborate? Su Feng inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. In the case of a full acquisition, I will provide a reasonable purchase price based on your product's completion and market valuation. Should you opt for my investment, I will furnish ample financial support to help you refine your product and penetrate the market. Naturally, in return, I would expect a corresponding shareholding and decision-making authority. Lin Fan explained patiently. Su Feng and the others fell into contemplation, acutely aware that, given their current situation, independently developing a successful short video product would be exceedingly challenging. Lin Fan's presence undoubtedly presented them with a shortcut, albeit one that would require them to pay a certain price. Mr. Lin, please forgive us for not being able to provide an immediate response. We need time to consider this thoroughly. Su Feng ultimately refrained from making an immediate decision. Of course, it's getting late. Let me escort you back, Lin Fan said as he rose from his seat. On the way back, Pei Wen could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, Brother, do you truly understand the internet? How could I possibly know when you delved into these matters? Lin Fan chuckled, turning his gaze towards Pei Si-si, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. I never claimed to be well-versed in the internet. However, allow yourselves to believe that I am. Pei Wen, seemingly comprehending yet not fully, nodded in agreement. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she exclaimed, Brother, since you hold such high hopes for short videos, why don't we create one ourselves? You can be the investor, and I'll be the CEO. And my sister will. Hold on. Lin Fan interjected with a smile, interrupting Pei Wen's daydreams. You aspire to be the CEO? Perhaps you should first hone your negotiation skills. We haven't even discussed the acquisition price, and you're contemplating taking charge of the company? Pei Wen deflated like a punctured balloon. Pouting, negotiate? How would I know how to negotiate? Lin Fan remained silent, casting a meaningful glance at Pei Wen before turning his attention outside the window, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Upon returning to their residence, Lin Fan handed the keys to Pei Si-si and inquired, "What would you like for dinner?" "I shall take charge of the cooking." "Really? That is wonderful. I want spicy chicken." Pei Wen exclaimed excitedly. "I desire fish-flavored shredded pork." Pei Si-si chimed in. In the kitchen, Lin Fan skillfully prepared the ingredients while the sisters assisted, their laughter and cheer resonating throughout the room. At dinner time, Pei Wen eagerly grabbed a piece of spicy chicken and immediately recoiled, her tongue darting out as she exclaimed, "Wow, so spicy. Water, water." Observing her reaction, Lin Fan chuckled, handing her a glass of water. "Take your time. No one is competing with you." Pei Si-si sampled a piece as well, exclaiming, "Brother, you've certainly added too much chili." "Too much? I find it quite manageable," Lin Fan replied, nonchalantly popping another piece of spicy chicken into his mouth. After the meal, Pei Wen glanced at the sink full of dishes and asked, "Brother, who is washing the dishes today?" Lin Fan set down his chopsticks, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and replied coolly, "Naturally, the one who cooks is responsible for the dishes." His eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Pei Wen looked at him incredulously. "But you are the chef. We merely assisted." "That may be, but the dishes still need washing," Lin Fan said, rising to gather the dishes. "After all, you ordered the food." Pei Wen attempted to negotiate further but was halted by Pei Si-si. "All right, Wen, let's do the washing. Brother has worked hard cooking." Reluctantly, Pei Wen trudged towards the kitchen, muttering as she washed the dishes, "Honestly, the cook is the master, and so are the diners." Lin Fan watched the sisters bustling in the kitchen, a faint smile gracing his lips. On Sunday, Lin Fan rose early and ventured out alone. He intended to register the Douyin trademark and had arranged meetings with several other short video startup teams. He understood that seizing the initiative in this field was paramount. Rather than placing all his faith in Su Feng's team, he preferred to diversify his investments, selecting the most cost-effective teams for investment. Throughout the day, Lin Fan engaged with various teams, exploring their products, teams, and future development plans. Upon returning to their residence in the evening, Pei Si-si and her sister had already prepared a meal. Seeing Lin Fan enter, Pei Wen excitedly inquired, "Brother, where have you been today? We haven't seen you all day." "Just attended to some matters," Lin Fan replied succinctly, withholding further details. "What matters? You seem rather mysterious," Pei Wen pressed. "Business secrets I cannot divulge," Lin Fan responded with an air of intrigue. Just as Pei Wen was about to inquire further, Pei Si-si interjected, "All right, Wen. There must be a reason why brother is not sharing. Let us eat." On Monday morning, Lin Fan, as customary, drove the Pei sisters to work. Once parked, he rolled down the window and greeted a colleague in the adjacent car. "Good morning, Brother Wang." "Morning, Xiaolin." "Oh, your girlfriend is truly stunning," Brother Wang remarked, his gaze lingering on Pei Si-si with a suggestive tone. "Brother Wang, you flatter me," Lin Fan began to explain, but upon noticing Pei Si-si's lowered head and flushed cheeks, he refrained from continuing. "Brother Wang, we must be on our way. We'll chat later." Lin Fan hastily bid farewell, starting the engine and departing the parking lot. "Who was that person just now?" Pei Si-si quietly asked, her eyes downcast, a hint of unease in her voice. "Oh, just a colleague." "Why?" Lin Fan inquired casually while driving. "It's nothing," Pei Si-si replied, choosing silence, yet an unfamiliar feeling stirred within her. Chapter 37. Workplace turmoil and financial fortunes. The morning sun streamed through the office building's glass windows, filling the workspace with a warm glow. Pei Si-si absently organized documents, her thoughts lingering in the parking lot below. Brother Wang's comment about her beauty and his suggestive gaze left her feeling unsettled. "Si-si, why aren't you having breakfast?" A concerned colleague, Xiao Li, asked, noticing her distraction. "Oh, I'm not hungry yet. I'll eat later." Pei Si-si forced a smile, though her heart felt increasingly troubled. She stood by the window, gazing at the bustling crowd below, and let out a deep sigh. "Si-si, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Fan entered the office and, seeing her lost in thought by the window, asked with concern, "It's all your fault." Pei Si-si suddenly spun around, her tone tinged with reproach. "It's because of you that I'm feeling this way." Lin Fan was bewildered, utterly confused by her outburst. "What do you mean? How have I harmed you?" Pei Si-si shot him an irritated glance, choosing silence as she continued to organize the files on her desk. "What exactly is going on? Please clarify." Lin Fan's confusion deepened. He was entirely unaware of any wrongdoing. Pei Si-si ignored him, silently tidying her workspace before picking up a broom to clean the office. "Si-si, what is happening? Please don't frighten me." Lin Fan began to feel anxious, having never witnessed such an unusual reaction from her. Pei Si-si paused, turning to face him. her eyes slightly red and her voice tinged with grievance. Don't you understand? It's all your fault this morning. What about this morning? Lin Fan was even more perplexed. What happened in the morning? Didn't we have breakfast together this morning and then ride to work in Pei Si-si's car? Is there a problem with that? Pei Si-si's eyes grew redder as she pointed out the window to the parking lot beneath the company building, exclaiming, "It's all your fault for getting out of the same car with me this morning. Now the entire company is buzzing with rumors about us, claiming I'm being kept." Lin Fan suddenly realized the situation. This was the crux of the matter. Observing Pei Si-si's aggrieved expression, he felt a mix of amusement and sympathy, responding, "Is that really the issue? What does it matter? We have nothing to hide, so we need not concern ourselves with their gossip. You say that so easily." Pei Si-si shot him an annoyed glance. "You're indifferent, but what about me? Am I supposed to continue working here?" Noticing her genuine anger, Lin Fan recognized that his earlier words were somewhat misplaced and quickly reassured her, "Si-si, please don't be upset. I understand your concerns, but I truly believe it's unnecessary to let such matters bother you. We haven't done anything wrong, so why should we care about others' opinions?" Pei Si-si contemplated saying more, yet ultimately held her tongue. She acknowledged Lin Fan's reasoning, but felt an undeniable discomfort within. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down, then picked up the milk and bread on the table, eating in silence. Lin Fan sensed that Pei Si-si needed some time to cool off and refrained from continuing the discussion. He returned to his desk, opening his computer to review documents on the company's office platform. While Pei Si-si ate her breakfast, her eyes frequently darted towards Lin Fan, her heart a tumult of emotions. She was uncertain about her feelings. Despite knowing Lin Fan meant well, she couldn't shake off her unease. As time passed, the office gradually grew lively with colleagues arriving and commencing their day's work. Pei Si-si, after gathering her thoughts, immersed herself in her tasks. At 10 o'clock, the routine morning meeting concluded. Just as Lin Fan sat back down at his desk, he received a phone call. "Lin Fan, you and Pei Si-si are requested in the conference room on the 3rd floor." The voice on the other end belonged to Secretary Lu, grave and urgent. Lin Fan hung up, bewildered, and exchanged puzzled looks with Pei Si-si. Her face flushed. She whispered, "Could it be because of this morning's incident? Is Secretary Lu going to confront us?" Lin Fan, unsure himself, sought to reassure her, "Don't overthink it. Let us go see what is happening." With a sense of trepidation, they made their way to the 3rd floor conference room, where they found Secretary Lu and Accountant Wang already present. Secretary Lu gestured for them to sit, and, getting straight to the point, stated, "I called you here to inform you that Director Wang will no longer be with us next week." "What?" Lin Fan and Pei Si-si exclaimed in astonishment. Director Wang, having achieved the esteemed position of office director at such a young age, was thriving. How could he suddenly resign? Secretary Lu cast them a glance and continued, "Director Wang has submitted his resignation to the company, citing personal reasons. I am unaware of the specifics." Lin Fan's confusion deepened. Just days ago, Director Wang had been jovial and engaging, showing no signs of wanting to leave. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Sister Lu, do you know why Director Wang is resigning?" Lu Dami cast a glance at him and replied nonchalantly, "Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you." Lin Fan was about to press further, but was gently tugged by Pei Si-si at the hem of his clothing, signaling him to refrain from continuing. Reluctantly, Lin Fan fell silent, though his mind was rife with speculation. Could it be that Director Wang had resigned in a fit of anger after failing to secure a promotion? Tentatively, he inquired, "Sister Lu, who will take over Director Wang's position?" Lu Dami seemed to see through his thoughts, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she replied, "The new director will report to the company next week. Then you will find out." Lin Fan wished to probe for more information, but Lu Dami cut him off with a resolute statement. "That will be all for today. You may return to your work." With that, Lin Fan and Pei Si-si had no choice but to rise and exit the conference room. Upon returning to the office, Lin Fan remained restless. The sudden departure of Director Wang left him feeling uneasy. He sensed that this situation was far from straightforward. "Lin Fan, these documents need to be printed. Can you assist me?" Pei Si-si's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Can't you manage it yourself?" Lin Fan replied impatiently, his mind preoccupied with Director Wang's resignation, leaving little room for trivial matters. Pei Si-si opened her mouth to say something, but Lin Fan brusquely cut her off. All right, I understand." With that, he stood up and left the office, leaving Pei Si-si alone, biting her lip in frustration. Emerging from the conference room, Lin Fan was engulfed in thoughts of Director Wang's resignation, entirely unfocused on his work. He hurried downstairs back to the office, flinging a stack of documents onto Pei Si-si's desk, saying, "Please organize these files and make a copy for me." Without waiting for her response, he proceeded to his seat, opened his computer, and began to check the stock market. The market was performing well that day, and several of Lin Fan's investments had risen significantly. A sense of pride swelled within him. Indeed, in this second life, everything seemed to flow effortlessly. Noticing that the stocks had reached his anticipated target, he decisively sold, netting nearly 20,000 yuan the same day. It was clear he needed to act swiftly. As Lin Fan gazed at his account balance, he began to calculate how to amass more funds, aiming to capitalize on the next major bull market. He closed the stock application and turned his attention to exploring other investment opportunities. Meanwhile, Pei Si-si had finished organizing the documents and arrived at the finance office with the papers requiring the financial seal. Accountant Wang took the papers, glanced at Pei Si-si, and smiled warmly. "Little Pei, it seems you and Xiao Lin have grown quite close lately." Pei Si-si's face flushed instantly, and she hurriedly explained, "Sister Wang, please don't listen to idle gossip. Lin Fan and I are merely colleagues." Accountant Wang chuckled knowingly and said, "Oh, little Pei, there's no need to be shy. It's quite normal for young people to date these days, no need to hide it." Seeing that her explanations were futile, Pei Si-si could only offer an awkward smile before hastily leaving the finance office. Back in the office, Pei Si-si grew increasingly irate, unable to suppress the urge to call her sister, Pei Wen. "Wen, let me tell you, today has been quite. What's wrong? Who has upset our Si-si?" Came Pei Wen's concerned voice from the other end of the line. It all stemmed from Lin Fan, as Pei Si-si recounted the entire situation to her sister with great indignation. "Now, everyone in the company believes that he and I are a couple, and my reputation has been tarnished because of him." "What? Such a thing occurred?" Upon hearing this, Pei Wen's tone turned serious. "Sister, do not worry. I will ensure that justice is served in this matter. Lin Fan cannot be allowed to benefit from this without consequence." After hanging up the phone, Pei Si-si felt increasingly agitated. She understood her sister's temperament, always fiery and intolerant of injustice. Pei Wen would undoubtedly not let this matter rest. However, how was she to confront Lin Fan? On Tuesday morning, Lin Fan arrived at the office, feeling invigorated. The stocks he held had once again hit the ceiling, and his total assets had surpassed 300,000. He methodically executed his selling strategy while simultaneously building new positions, contemplating how to maximize profits in the forthcoming market trends. The stock market resembled a game of strategy. Only those who could discern the opportune moments would emerge victorious. "Lin Fan, could you step out for a moment?" The voice of Secretary Lu echoed from the doorway, his tone inscrutable. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. He realized he was about to face another challenge. At the same time, Pei Si-si's phone rang, displaying an incoming call from Secretary Lu. "Hello, Secretary Lu. How may I assist you?" She inquired respectfully. "Pei, please come to my office. There is a document that requires your attention," Lu said before abruptly ending the call. Placing her phone down, Pei Si-si felt a vague sense of unease. She accessed the company's internal OA platform and discovered a newly released personnel announcement. Her gaze swiftly scanned the text, and when she saw that Wang Jiamin had been relieved of his duties as office director and Shen Wang had been appointed in his stead, her heart sank. Everything unfolded precisely as Lin Fan had anticipated. The personnel changes came swiftly. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to maintain her composure and then opened the message Lin Fan had sent her. "The new personnel announcement is out. What should I do next?" Pei Si-si composed a message and sent it to Lin Fan. "You need not worry. Proceed according to the original plan," Lin Fan replied succinctly yet resolutely. Following Lin Fan's instructions, Pei Si-si printed the personnel announcement, organized the relevant documents, and made her way to Secretary Lu's office. On Wednesday, the stock market began to decline as expected, yet the few stocks Lin Fan had previously acquired surged against the trend. He adeptly controlled his assets, selling off all his stocks, and his account balance reached an astonishing 70,000. This was merely the beginning. Lin Fan gazed at the figures on his computer screen, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As he continued to browse stock information, a particular stock named Xinghe Technology caught his attention. Its recent activity mirrored that of a remarkable stock from his previous life. "This is the one." Lin Fan decisively invested all remaining funds into Xinghe Technology. On Friday afternoon, a knock echoed on the door of Lin Fan's office. "Lin Fan, Secretary Lu requests your presence in his office." Wang Chong stood at the threshold, speaking in a tone devoid of inflection. "Secretary Lu?" "Understood." A glimmer of cunning flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. He rose and made his way to Secretary Lu's office, where he found Lu Dami seated with an air of solemnity, a document in hand. "Lin Fan, the newly appointed Director Chen wishes to organize a team-building event this weekend. Please prepare accordingly and join us," Lu Dami stated, extending the document toward Lin Fan. Team building? My apologies, but I have prior commitments this weekend and, regrettably, will be unable to attend, Lin Fan replied without a moment's hesitation, firmly declining the invitation. Lu Dami appeared momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered such an unyielding new employee. Lu Dami attempted to persuade him further, but Lin Fan interjected, "By the way, will Pei Si-si be attending?" "Oh, Xiao Pei has some family matters to attend to and will likely be unavailable this weekend," Lu Dami began, but Lin Fan preemptively declined on Pei Si-si's behalf. "You too?" Lu Dami thought, observing the young man before him, pondering the nature of their relationship, as they brazenly rejected their superior's invitation. "Secretary Lu, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Lin Fan remarked, dismissing any thoughts of Lu Dami's contemplation, and turned to exit the office. Upon returning to his desk, Lin Fan instinctively opened his stock trading software. The stock price of Xinghe Technology soared as if propelled by a rocket, and his account balance surpassed 1.2 billion. "It is time," Lin Fan murmured to himself. He recognized that the surge in Xinghe Technology's stock was nearing its zenith. It was prudent to withdraw entirely. With resolute determination, he liquidated all his holdings and closed the software, his expression remaining inscrutable. After work on Friday, instead of heading home as usual, Lin Fan found himself in a cafe. "Mr. Lin, we have been waiting for quite some time," a young man in a tailored suit exclaimed upon spotting Lin Fan, immediately rising to greet him. "Apologies for the delay," Lin Fan replied with a slight smile as he took a seat across from the young man. In the ensuing hour, Lin Fan met with several groups of individuals, including entrepreneurs and heads of investment firms, each presenting their projects and aspirations, eager for his endorsement. Lin Fan was generous with his time and insights, attentively listening to each presentation, occasionally nodding in approval, at other times posing inquiries. "I find your projects quite intriguing. I can provide funding and resources, but I have one condition," Lin Fan stated calmly, regarding the young entrepreneur before him. "Please share it. As long as it is within our capacity, we will make every effort to comply," the young man responded, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "I require absolute controlling interest." On the morning of the weekend, Lin Fan received a call from Lu Dami, informing him of a departmental meeting organized by the new leadership at 10 o'clock that morning, which he was expected to attend without fail. "My apologies, but I have prior engagements and will be unable to attend," Lin Fan replied, again without hesitation. "Lin Fan, I understand there may be some misunderstandings between you and Director Chun, but he is, after all, your superior." "Your approach," Lu Dami began, attempting to reason with Lin Fan. "Misunderstanding? There is none," Lin Fan interrupted Lu Dami. "I have already decided to resign." "What?" Lu Dami was taken aback, momentarily speechless. "Have you considered this thoroughly?" "Without further consideration, I have arrived at a decision." Lin Fan spoke with unwavering resolve, devoid of any hesitation. He ended the call, donned his coat, and strode directly out of the house. Chapter 38. A weekend of spontaneity. As the clock struck the end of the workday on Friday, Lin Fan swiftly gathered his belongings and departed, entirely unfazed by the astonished gazes of his colleagues. For him, the departmental meeting over the weekend held no significance. He deemed it far more worthwhile to invest his time in endeavors of greater value. In a private room at a cafe, Lin Fan faced a somewhat anxious young man who was fervently expounding upon his entrepreneurial project. The young man was delving into the realm of e-commerce, and Lin Fan occasionally discerned echoes of the future platform, Pinduoduo, in his demeanor. "I am quite intrigued by your project. I can provide funding and resources." Lin Fan interlaced his fingers and leaned slightly forward. "However, I have one condition. I require absolute control." The young man momentarily faltered, seemingly unprepared for such a demand. Yet he quickly acquiesced. For him, having a formidable ally was of utmost importance. Throughout the weekend, Lin Fan met with various entrepreneurial teams, and for the projects he favored, he did not hesitate to propose acquisition or investment plans. On Saturday evening, upon returning home, Lin Fan found Pei Wen had prepared dinner, while Pei Si-si sat on the sofa, lost in thought, her expression somewhat troubled. "What is the matter? Who has upset our Si-si?" Lin Fan inquired with a smile. "Isn't it because of you?" Pei Si-si pouted. "During the meeting today, Director Wang criticized you for being disorganized and undisciplined. And he said, what else?" Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. "What else can it be?" "Criticism." Pei Wen replied tersely. "You should know they were looking to cause you trouble. Yet you intentionally avoided them. Rest assured, they will have no opportunity." Lin Fan smiled lightly. "I will resign on Monday." Both Pei Wen and Pei Si-si were taken aback. They had not anticipated such a decision from Lin Fan. After dinner, Lin Fan took the Pei sisters to Century Park. The winter sun bathed them in warmth, dispelling some of the chill. "Brother, what do you plan to do after resigning?" Pei Si-si asked curiously. Naturally, I shall pursue what I love, Lin Fan replied, gazing at the sky. I have grown weary of the 9-to-5 grind. I seek a different way of living. Brother, are you truly determined to buy a house? Pei Wen suddenly questioned, recalling Lin Fan's earlier mention of taking them house hunting. Absolutely, Lin Fan affirmed with a nod. I have made up my mind to purchase a spacious apartment in the city center, allowing you both to move in. So we shall no longer be cramped in a rental. But the houses in the city center are prohibitively expensive. How can we afford that? Pei Wen expressed her concern. You need not worry about finances. I have my methods, Lin Fan replied with a mysterious smile. Tomorrow, I shall take you both to view some properties. On Sunday morning. As promised, Lin Fan met with two individuals. In the afternoon, he brought the Pei sisters to an upscale residential community. Brother, what are we doing here? We cannot afford the houses in this area. Pei Wen hesitated as she gazed at the opulent entrance of the community. Who said we are buying a house here? Lin Fan chuckled. Come with me. He led the Pei sisters deep into the community, halting before a standalone villa. I wish to rent this villa, he declared. Pei Wen gazed at Lin Fan in disbelief. Rent a villa? Brother, didn't you say you wanted to buy a house? How has it transformed into renting a villa? Pei Si-si inquired with confusion. Purchasing a property requires time, and I currently lack the qualifications to buy, Lin Fan explained. Renting a villa, however, is quite different. As long as one has the financial means, one can move in at any time. But where will the money for renting a villa come from? Pei Wen's worry deepened. Moreover, such an extravagant villa must command a hefty rent, right? Rest assured, I have already paid the rent, Lin Fan remarked nonchalantly, as if residing in such a villa were merely a trifling matter. Paid? Where did you acquire such a sum? Pei Wen and Pei Si-si asked in unison. Lin Fan smiled mysteriously. There are clever strategies to be found. He ushered the Pei sisters into the villa, which was adorned luxuriously, furnished completely, resembling a palace. So, what do you think? Do you like it? Lin Fan queried. I do like it, Pei Wen began, hesitating to voice her thoughts. No buts, let us reside here. Lin Fan encouraged, patting Pei Wen on the shoulder. From today onwards, this will be your home. On Monday morning, Lin Fan arrived at the office, proceeding directly to his workspace to draft a resignation letter. You intend to resign? Pei Si-si exclaimed, her surprise contrasting sharply with the joy of the previous night. Yes, Lin Fan replied, not looking up. My decision is made. Pei Si-si quickly skimmed through the resignation letter Lin Fan had prepared, sighing. Your reason for resignation is rather perfunctory, isn't it? Simply stating personal reasons. Do you think the leadership will approve? Whether they approve is their concern. I shall write my own, Lin Fan responded calmly. After the morning meeting, Old Lu summoned Lin Fan into his office. Young Lin, I hear you wish to resign? Old Lu set down the documents he was holding, his gaze sharp as it fixed on Lin Fan. Indeed, sir, Lin Fan answered with composure. Why do you wish to resign? Has the company wronged you in some way? Old Lu's tone softened slightly. No, sir, Lin Fan shook his head. I merely feel that this job does not suit me. I wish to pursue a different path. A different path? Old Lu scoffed. Young people often think the world is vast, that they can go wherever they please. Reality will teach you that many things cannot be achieved simply by desire. I understand. Sir, Lin Fan maintained his calm demeanor. Yet, I still wish to give it a try. Why did you not attend the weekend department meeting? Do you treat company policies as a joke? Old Lu suddenly raised his voice. The weekend is my time to rest. I have the right to manage my own time. Lin Fan replied assertively. Company policies cannot strip employees of their right to rest. Old Lu was momentarily silenced by Lin Fan's words. Taking a deep breath to subdue his irritation, he instructed, leave your resignation letter. Come back next month. After exiting the office, Lin Fan placed the resignation letter on Lu Demi's desk. He turned and descended the stairs, coincidentally encountering Pei Si-si, who had been waiting there. What did the leader say? Pei Si-si inquired anxiously. We shall discuss it next month, he replied. Lin Fan smiled lightly, unconcerned, and said, let us go back to the office. Upon returning, he powered on his computer and began to review stock information. It has dropped quite a bit today, he murmured, yet a barely perceptible smile played on his lips. It seems it's time to rebuild my portfolio. As Lin Fan walked alongside Pei Si-si, their footsteps echoed through the quiet corridor. Do you think old Lu is going through a midlife crisis? His temper is quite fierce, Lin Fan casually complained. A hint of amusement in his expression. Hearing Lin Fan refer to their superiors so directly, Pei Si-si gently tugged at his sleeve, lowering her voice to caution him. You should be more careful at the company. How can you address the leader by their name? If someone hears you, there will be rumors. Lin Fan chuckled and shook his head, dismissing her concern. What is there to fear? After all, I'm resigning. Back in the office, he opened his stock software. where glaring red numbers danced across the screen, confirming the significant losses of several stocks he held. Yet, he seemed unfazed, his demeanor exuding a quiet confidence. It appears the timing is just about right, he mused to himself, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he began to reposition his investments. In the office, the rhythmic sounds of typing and mouse clicks filled the air. Occasionally, Pei Si-si glanced up at Lin Fan, her curiosity piqued. She could not fathom why he remained so composed in the face of stock losses. Did he truly possess some kind of prescient ability? As time passed, it soon reached 3 in the afternoon. Lin Fan stretched lazily and dialed Lu Dammy's number. "Sister Lu, I have something to attend to this afternoon, so I'll be leaving early." On the other end, Lu Dammy seemed taken aback. After a few seconds of silence, she replied, "Shaolin, you've submitted your resignation. How can you just leave like this? If the boss asks, I won't know how to explain. I'll handle it with the leadership, you needn't worry." Lin Fan replied in a relaxed tone. "By the way, you can disregard my salary. Consider it a farewell meal for everyone." "What? You're forfeiting your salary?" Lu Dammy's voice rose incredulously. "Shaolin, you're not facing any difficulties, are you? If something's wrong, just tell me, we're colleagues. And I'll certainly help if I can." Warmth spread through Lin Fan's heart as he smiled and said, "There's truly nothing wrong. I simply wish to change my environment and way of life." Lu Dammy seemed to want to say more, but ultimately sighed. "All right then, when you have time, let us have a meal together as a farewell gesture from me." "Sure, I'll definitely reach out when I have time," Lin Fan readily agreed. "Oh, and let us invite Si-si as well," Lu Dammy added suddenly, her tone tinged with a hint of flirtation. "Huh." Lin Fan paused, caught off guard. And before he could respond, Lu Dammy had already hung up. "What's the matter?" Pei Si-si observed Lin Fan's unusual expression and inquired with concern. Lin Fan set down his phone, gazing at Pei Si-si, hesitating to speak. He has always felt that Lu Dammy's last remark seemed to carry a deeper meaning. In Chapter 39, embarking on a new journey after resigning, Lin Fan paused for a moment, offering an awkward smile. "It's nothing. Lu Jie said she wants to treat us to a meal." Upon hearing this, Pei Si-si's cheeks flushed slightly. "Lu Jie is so unpredictable. Why would she suddenly want to treat us?" She pondered. "Perhaps she feels I am leaving too abruptly," Lin Fan casually dismissed. Yet inwardly, he was contemplating the significance of Lu Dammy's final words. "Indeed, with your departure, our office will be left with just me as the sole newcomer." Pei Si-si sighed, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Don't worry, you'll adapt quickly," Lin Fan reassured her. "Besides, you have Director Wang and Secretary Su looking after you. You won't encounter any issues." "I hope so," Pei Si-si managed a faint smile, though her brow still bore traces of concern. After packing his belongings, Lin Fan bid farewell to Pei Si-si. Once he left the company, he headed straight back to his rented apartment to manage the funds in his stock account. Through his recent endeavors, he had transformed an initial investment of 100,000 into over 2 million, yielding substantial profits. He transferred a portion of these funds into his bank account to cover his upcoming living expenses and entrepreneurial startup capital, while the remainder remained in the stock market, awaiting the next opportunity. Early the next morning, Lin Fan rose early, packing up the last of his belongings in preparation to leave the place he had called home for 2 years. Just as he was about to step out, his phone rang. It was Pei Si-si calling. "Hello, Si-si. Lin Fan, have you already left?" Pei Si-si's voice was tinged with urgency. "I'm just about to head out." "What's the matter?" "It's nothing. I just wanted to say goodbye." Her voice fell somberly. "It might be difficult to see each other again." "How could that be?" Lin Fan replied with a smile. "Even if I'm no longer at the company, we're still friends. We can meet up when we have the chance." "You're right." Pei Si-si's tone brightened. "Well then, goodbye, Lin Fan." "Goodbye." After hanging up, Lin Fan felt an unusual emotion stirring within him. He picked up his luggage, exited the apartment, and hailed a taxi. "Driver, to Minjia Garden, please." The taxi stopped at the entrance of Minjia Garden, and Lin Fan paid the fare, immediately spotting Pei when standing by the roadside. Today, she wore a white dress that accentuated her pure and captivating beauty. "Brother, over here." Pei Wen waved enthusiastically. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Lin Fan chuckled as he approached, handing her the luggage. "Let us go take a look at the house." "Sure." Pei Wen accepted the baggage and led Lin Fan into the community. The villa they intended to view was situated at the far end of the complex, featuring a private entrance and a tranquil environment. Upon entering the villa, the spacious and bright living room, adorned with exquisite and elegant decor, greatly pleased Lin Fan. "Brother, how do you find this house?" Pei Wen inquired. "I visited it before and thought it was quite nice, which is why I recommended it to you." "It's wonderful. I really like it," Lin Fan nodded. "Let us rent this one." "That is fantastic." Pei Wen exclaimed. "I'll call the landlord right away." The rental procedures proceeded smoothly. After signing the contract, Lin Fan handed Pei Wen a sum of money, entrusting her with the task of procuring furniture and daily necessities. Isn't this amount rather excessive? Pei Wen remarked, astonishment evident as she examined the bank card in her hand. Take it. From now on, you shall be my personal assistant. And there will be numerous responsibilities for you to undertake, Lin Fan replied with a smile. I have other matters to attend to, so I will leave the villa's arrangement in your capable hands. Personal assistant? Pei Wen was momentarily taken aback. Then her eyes sparkled with excitement as she inquired. What will my monthly salary be? We shall discuss your salary later, Lin Fan said with a mysterious smile. For now, please arrange a meeting with Chun Fong and Li Jiachen for tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock at the cafe on the 3rd floor of the Jinxing building. I have important matters to discuss with them. After organizing Pei Wen's tasks, Lin Fan drove to the company where Chun Fong and Li Jiachen were employed. At the base of the building, Lin Fan dialed Chun Fong's number. Hello, Sister Chun, it's me, Lin Fan. Shaolin, what prompts you to call me? Well, Sister Chun, I am preparing to start my own venture and would like to invite you and Brother Li to join my team. I wonder if you would be interested? Starting a business? Chun Fong expressed surprise. What are you planning to do? Details will be discussed in person. How about tomorrow at 10 o'clock at the cafe on the 3rd floor of the Jinxing building? All right, I will inform Lao Li. See you tomorrow. The following morning, Lin Fan arrived early at the cafe and met with Chun Fong and Li Jiachen. After an engaging discussion, he successfully persuaded them to join his team. I assure you, your compensation will be generous, Lin Fan stated. Sister Chen, what was your role in your previous company? I was in administration. Excellent. You will now oversee our company's administrative affairs with a monthly salary of 15,000. What do you think? 15,000? Chun Fong was taken aback, as her previous salary had been a little over 8,000. Is that too little? Lin Fan inquired. No, it's just too much. Chun Fong quickly waved her hands. Then it's settled, Lin Fan said with a smile, turning to Li Jiachen. Brother Li, what about you? I was in legal affairs. Great. You will manage our company's legal matters with a salary of 20,000. Li Jiachen hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. By the way, there is one more person I need to bring on board, Lin Fan said as he dialed another number. Hello, is Manager Hu there? This is Lin Fan. I would like to discuss something with you. An hour later, Lin Fan arrived at the 3rd floor of the Jinxing building with Hu Yanmei and Qi Liang. This will be our new company, Lin Fan announced, gesturing towards an office space. Is it already finalized? Both Chun Fong and Li Jiachen were taken aback. I have already secured the lease. This will be our place to flourish, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Come, let's go inside and take a look. As they entered the office, Lin Fan pointed to the vacant space and said to Pei Wen, please contact a renovation company and expedite the process of beautifying this place. The office furniture and other necessities should be procured promptly. Very well, brother. Pei Wen nodded in agreement, yet soon expressed her grievance. Brother, my salary has yet to be determined. Lin Fan shook his head in resignation. For the time being, your salary is set at 10,000 per month. Once the company is on the right track, we shall discuss a raise. 10,000. Pei Wen immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. Brother, this is akin to exploiting child labor. I am your personal assistant, fulfilling multiple roles. I deserve recognition for my efforts. Before Lin Fan could respond, a voice emanated from the doorway. President Lin, it has been a while. The figure at the entrance was Chun Guang, clad in a simple t-shirt and jeans, wearing a confident smile. Chun Guang, what brings you here? Lin Fan inquired, somewhat surprised, before realizing, you are here to discuss the acquisition, are you not? Indeed. President Lin knows me well, Chun Guang replied with a smile as he entered, his gaze sweeping over the group before settling on Lin Fan. I have considered your proposal and find all your terms acceptable. However, I have one additional condition. Please, go on. Lin Fan gestured for him to continue. I wish to remain involved in the project's development post-acquisition, Chun Guang stated, his eyes glimmering with passion for technology. After all, this is a product I have meticulously crafted, and I wish to witness its growth. Lin Fan did not immediately acquiesce, but instead turned to Hu Yanmei and Qi Liang. They exchanged a glance, with Qi Liang giving a slight nod. He understood Lin Fan's emphasis on this product, and Chun Guang's technical prowess was undeniable. Retaining him within the team would yield more benefits than drawbacks. Very well, I agree, Lin Fan ultimately consented. As for the financial aspects, I will transfer the previously discussed amount to your account in installments. Splendid. A satisfied smile broke across Chun Guang's face as he extended his hand to the group. I look forward to collaborating with all of you. This is Pei Wen, my personal assistant. She will be responsible for some of the company's daily affairs. Lin Fan introduced her to the others. Pei Wen greeted everyone with poise, her large eyes curiously assessing the group until they landed on Chen Guang, infused with a hint of inquiry. President Lin, may I inquire about your vision for the future development of our product? Chen Guang eagerly sought to discern Lin Fan's plans, believing him to be a visionary. Patience, we shall deliberate on these matters once our company is officially established, Lin Fan teased, gesturing toward the sofa in the corner of the office. For now, let us discuss other topics. As everyone took their seats, the atmosphere grew subtly tense. Chun Fong and Li Jiaqing were witnessing such a makeshift startup team for the first time, leaving them somewhat apprehensive. Hu Yanmei and Qi Liang observed Chen Guang discreetly. Evaluating his abilities and character, Pei Wen gazed at Lin Fan with admiration, as if he could do no wrong, while Chen Guang restrained his curiosity, patiently awaiting Lin Fan's next words. Suddenly, Lin Fan stood up and placed a thick stack of A4 papers on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, let us convene a meeting. The assembly was met with a palpable sense of surprise. Even Pei Wen, who was privy to some of the details beforehand, found the meeting somewhat unexpected. Nevertheless, the attendees quickly regained their composure, adjusting their posture and directing their collective gaze towards Lin Fan. He picked up one of the documents and handed it to Chen Guang, who sat across from him. Here are my thoughts on the company's future products. Please take a look, he said. Chen Guang received the document and began to skim through it. The contents were remarkably thorough, encompassing aspects such as product functionality, target demographics, and future developmental trajectories, even including specific operational strategies. Music short videos? Chen Guang's eyes widened at one of the headings, prompting him to look up at Lin Fan. Indeed, Lin Fan affirmed with a nod. I believe that in the realm of short videos, music will serve as a crucial entry point, effectively capturing the attention of younger audiences and enhancing the allure and shareability of the content. However, several platforms already exist in the short video market. Are we not entering the fray too late? Chen Fong voiced her concerns. Late? I do not share that sentiment, Lin Fan replied with a confident smile. The current short video platforms suffer from severe content homogenization and a lack of innovation, not to mention a general disregard for music copyright. Our aim is to establish a short video community centered on music, providing users with high-quality, legitimate musical short video content. Mr. Lin, your points are indeed valid. Hu Yanmei concurred with a nod. However, achieving these goals will require us to overcome significant challenges, such as securing music copyrights and promoting the platform. I have already contemplated these issues, Lin Fan stated with assurance. Regarding music copyrights, I have reached out to several record companies, and I am confident that we will soon forge partnerships. For platform promotion, we will leverage various online and offline channels to swiftly elevate our brand recognition and user base. As the group listened to Lin Fan articulate his vision, admiration for him burgeoned within their hearts. Though he did not hail from a technical background, his profound understanding of the internet industry and his astute grasp of market trends were truly impressive. Of course, in addition to music, we will also develop other features, such as video editing, special effects creation, and social sharing, continuously enriching the platform's content and functionalities to enhance user experience, Lin Fan added. I believe that with our collective efforts, we can create a phenomenon in the short video product space. His voice resonated with determination, and his eyes sparkled with confidence. Excellent. Chen Guang was the first to applaud, with others following suit, filling the conference room with a fervent round of applause. As the applause gradually subsided, Lin Fan continued, Next, I would like to discuss the core of our product. He paused deliberately, surveying the room. We need to establish a robust algorithmic framework, akin to that of Tushio. Lin Fan's tone intensified, his gaze sweeping across the attendees. Tushio's success, propelled by its algorithmic recommendations amidst a plethora of news and information platforms, underscored the significance of algorithms. Our product must establish a robust algorithmic system capable of accurately analyzing user preferences and recommending content that piques their interest. This is the key to our breakthrough. The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging Lin Fan's foresight. Indeed, algorithmic recommendations represent the future trajectory of internet product development. Whoever masters the algorithms will command the users. You are absolutely right, Lin, replied Chen Guang, adjusting his glasses with a slight furrow of concern. However, we currently face a significant challenge, a lack of talent in the field of algorithms. Presently, only Gu Feng and I possess a certain understanding of algorithms. Yet it is insufficient for the development of a comprehensive algorithmic system. Indeed, Lin, Gu Feng concurred, and we also require an experienced algorithm architect to lead the entire team. Otherwise, achieving breakthroughs in a short time frame will be exceedingly difficult. Lin Fan, undeterred by their concerns, smiled and said, I have already considered the issue of talent. Manager Hu, I entrust this matter to you. Pu Yanmei smiled confidently and nodded. Rest assured, Lin. I will promptly devise a recruitment plan to attract talented individuals. I believe that with attractive compensation and promising development prospects, we will certainly find suitable candidates. Excellent. I trust in your capabilities, Lin Fan affirmed with a nod of satisfaction, his gaze returning to Chen Guang and Gu Feng. Now that we can address the algorithmic challenges, when do you anticipate the first version of the product will be ready for development? Chen Guang and Gu Feng exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of helplessness in the other's eyes. Chen Guang spoke first. Lin, developing an entirely new short video product entails an immense workload. We need to set up servers, design interfaces, develop functionalities, conduct tests, and each phase requires time. Indeed, Lin, Gu Feng interjected. And we must also consider the development and debugging of the algorithms, which will also take time. I am fully aware, Lin Fan interjected, raising his hand to silence them. However, time waits for no one. We must expedite the product launch to seize the market opportunity. He paused, his tone resolute as he continued. Let us set a timeline. I want to see the product's version 1.0 launched in 3 months. 3 months. Chen Guang and Gu Feng exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with disbelief. To develop an entirely new short video product in that time frame is nearly an impossible task. Is there a problem? Lin Fan arched an eyebrow, his gaze piercing as it swept over the two. Chen Guang and Gu Feng opened their mouths, as if to voice their concerns, but ultimately fell silent, knowing Lin Fan had made up his mind, and they could only strive to meet the challenge. Very well. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Let us agree on this. Chen Guang, Gu Feng, assemble the team immediately for a meeting to convey my requirements, and hasten your efforts in the development work. With a firm knock on the table, Lin Fan's eyes radiated an unwavering determination. Remember, we have only 3 months. As the morning light filtered in, Chen Guang adjusted his glasses, contemplating how to speak. General Manager Lin, 3 months is a rather tight time frame. Developing a mature short video application involves constructing back-end servers, designing databases, video encoding and decoding, effects processing, recommendation algorithms, and more. Each stage demands a significant investment of time and manpower. Conservatively speaking, we would require at least 6 months to present a relatively complete version. Gu Feng nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, General Manager Lin, Chen Guang is correct. In 3 months, we might not even complete the basic functionalities, let alone conduct testing and optimization. Rushing the launch would undoubtedly compromise product quality, leading to poor user experience, which in turn could tarnish the product's reputation and future development. Lin Fan paused momentarily, aware that both Chen Guang and Gu Feng spoke the truth, yet he harbored his own intentions. I understand this is challenging, but my decision is resolute. Lin Fan's tone was firm. Let's do this. Chen Guang, you suggest 6 months. Gu Feng, you propose 4. Let us find a compromise and settle on 3 months. In 3 months, I expect to see version 1.0 of the product launched. Chen Guang and Gu Feng exchanged glances, wishing to negotiate further. But upon meeting Lin Fan's unwavering gaze, they reluctantly nodded in agreement. Very well, General Manager Lin, we will do our utmost. Remember, we only have 3 months. Lin Fan reiterated the timeline before announcing the meeting's conclusion. Chen Guang and Gu Feng, not daring to delay, immediately convened their respective teams to relay Lin Fan's demands. In no time, the entire company was engulfed in a fervent development phase. After the meeting, Qi Liang approached Lin Fan, his expression somber. General Manager Lin, I just reviewed the company's accounts, and our current funds are rather limited. I fear they may not last long. Lin Fan, having anticipated this, smiled nonchalantly. You need not worry about the funding. I will resolve that. For now, tally up how much we will need over the next 3 months and compile a list for me. Understood. Although Qi Liang was puzzled, he nodded in compliance. Oh, one more thing. Lin Fan paused, then continued. You will need to visit the bank shortly. I will transfer 10 million to the company account. Use this for now. And if more is needed, we will discuss it. 10 million. Qi Liang exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, his speech momentarily faltering. He had assumed Lin Fan was merely a small business owner, not realizing he possessed such substantial financial resources. Qi Liang opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. What is it? Lin Fan inquired, puzzled by his reaction. Nothing at all. Qi Liang shook his head, suppressing his curiosity. Since the boss had already made arrangements, he felt that, as the financial director, his role had become somewhat redundant. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon, and Pei Wen entered. General Manager, do you have any instructions? Nothing further. You may return to your tasks. Do not allow anyone to enter and disturb me without my permission. Understood, General Manager. Pei Wen respectfully exited the office, gently closing the door behind her. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan opened his computer and logged into the stock trading software. His gaze swept over the fluctuating numbers on the screen, and his brow furrowed slightly. Today, the stock market appears tumultuous, having experienced significant declines. Chapter 41. The Turbulence of the Stock Market, a secretary's initial foray into the sea of stocks. Pei Wen gently closed the door behind her as she exited the office, isolating herself from the cacophony of the outside world. The room fell into a tranquil silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic tapping of keyboard strokes and the occasional directives from Lin Fan. On the computer screen, red numbers cascaded downward like a waterfall, stinging Lin Fan's eyes. How could it plummet so drastically? Lin Fan murmured, his brow furrowed, his eyes filled with confusion and anxiety. He had anticipated fluctuations in the market today, yet the reality proved far worse than his expectations. The market index plummeted as if severed from its tether, descending rapidly without any signs of recovery. He clicked the mouse rapidly, scrutinizing the status of his holdings, and his complexion darkened further. All of his heavily invested stocks were ensnared, with some plummeting by over 15. I can wait no longer. Lin Fan decisively resolved. He understood that lingering indecisiveness would only exacerbate his losses. Taking a deep breath, his fingers flew across the keyboard as he liquidated all his stocks in a swift motion. With a command, a series of transaction confirmation messages flashed upon the screen. Gazing at the figures in his account, Lin Fan's emotions were a tumultuous blend of relief and dismay. Although he had managed to halt his losses in time, his profits had significantly diminished compared to prior gains. Evidently, the path of the stock market is fraught with challenges. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, massaging his throbbing temples, and sighed softly. Since his rebirth, he had thrived in the stock market, amassing considerable wealth through his foresight. Yet this time, he acutely felt the presence of risk. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Lin Fan's reverie. What is it? Mr. Lin, the funding requirement list you requested has been compiled. Pei Wen's voice resonated from outside the door. Come in. Pei Wen entered, handing Lin Fan a document. Here it is. Lin Fan accepted the file and casually flipped through a few pages, inquiring, Do you trade stocks? I do not, Pei Wen replied, momentarily taken aback, shaking her head. The stock market harbors risks, and investment requires caution, Lin Fan remarked, placing the document aside with a meaningful tone. However, the foreign exchange market is worth exploring. Lin Fan reopened the stock trading software, this time opting for a more cautious approach. He selectively invested in several small-cap stocks, building positions judiciously. Let us test the waters and observe the situation, he thought to himself. However, contrary to his hopes, this investment did not yield favorable results. Despite selecting stocks that he believed would rise based on his memories, his limited capital resulted in meager returns. After several days, his account balance remained virtually unchanged, which vexed Lin Fan, accustomed as he was to substantial profits. Evidently, the depths of the stock market were far more profound than he had anticipated. Lin Fan sighed, contemplating his next move. He began to direct his focus toward the foreign exchange market. Compared to the domestic stock market, the forex market boasted greater trading volume, fewer restrictions, and aligned more closely with his aspirations for expansive success. Pei Wen, could you assist me in finding reputable foreign exchange trading platforms within the country? Lin Fan called out towards the door. Certainly, Mr. Lin, Pei Wen replied promptly. Meanwhile, in an office building located in the city center, a bespectacled man was handing a document to his superior. Here you go, boss. This is the information you requested. I have thoroughly investigated the individual known as Lin Fan. The leader took the document, casually flipping through a few pages, his brow gradually furrowing. It turns out he is merely a small-time operator? I anticipated a hidden titan. There was a hint of astonishment in his voice. A person running a small company engaged in minor business activities. How could he possibly have amassed such wealth to speculate in the stock market? Indeed, I find it rather perplexing. The bespectacled man concurred. Moreover, he has not been in the market for long, merely a few months. But what? Speak plainly, don't stutter. The leader said with a hint of impatience, tapping his fingers on the desk. The bespectacled man swallowed nervously and lowered his voice. However, his returns are astonishingly high. Astonishingly high. The leader's frown deepened. Please elaborate. His initial investment was 5 million, which he multiplied tenfold in 2 months. Subsequently, he injected approximately 30 million more. And now his account balance is nearing 80 million. The bespectacled man reported cautiously, fearful of omitting any detail. 2 months, tenfold? The leader repeated incredulously, the document in his hand crumpling under his grip. This individual has either struck an incredible stroke of luck or what? The bespectacled man pressed for clarification. The leader refrained from answering directly, instead tossing the document onto the table and pacing back and forth. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, "Let us not alert the snake in the grass. Continue to monitor him closely. I want to know every transaction he makes, every movement he undertakes." Understood. The bespectacled man straightened his posture, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was driving, with Pei Wen seated in the passenger seat. "Mr. Lin, where are we headed?" Pei Wen inquired curiously, gazing out at the rapidly receding streets. "We are going to Mingbo Chemical Factory to pick up my girlfriend after her shift." Lin Fan replied, his tone indifferent. "Girlfriend?" Pei Wen was momentarily taken aback before realizing. "You mean Pei Si-si?" "Yes," Lin Fan nodded slightly. "Oh," Pei Wen acknowledged, falling silent and gazing out the window. "By the way, Pei Wen, what are your thoughts on the position of a secretary?" Lin Fan suddenly asked. Pei Wen clearly did not expect such a question, momentarily at a loss for words. "I am not certain." "It's all right, just share your thoughts," Lin Fan encouraged. Pei Wen took a deep breath, organizing her thoughts before articulating. "I believe the primary responsibility of a secretary is to assist the leader in managing various affairs and effectively communicate between different parties." And what else?" "There is also the need to maintain confidentiality and remain loyal to the company." "Excellent," Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. "These are fundamental qualities of a competent secretary. However, I hope you can accomplish even more." "More?" Pei Wen looked at Lin Fan in confusion. Without further explanation, Lin Fan parked the car in front of Mingbo Chemical Factory and said, "Let us go. We are here to pick up Si-si." 3 individuals entered an antiquated office building, where Pei Si-si's office resided on the 3rd floor. The narrow corridor was permeated by a pungent chemical odor, and the dim lighting cast a somber ambience. "Just let me off here. I can go in and fetch my things myself." Pei Si-si paused and addressed Lin Fan and Pei Wen. "No worries, we'll accompany you upstairs," Lin Fan replied, taking the lead as he ascended the stairs. Pei Si-si intended to say more, but was gently restrained by Pei Wen's hand on her arm. "Come on, Sister Si-si, let us go together." As the trio pushed open the office door, they found a cramped space containing merely a desk and a few chairs, cluttered with files and blueprints. Pei Si-si approached the desk and began to gather her belongings. Once she had finished, the 3 departed from the chemical plant. While walking back, Pei Wen could not help but inquire, "Sister Si-si, are you truly moving in with President Lin?" Pei Si-si smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I have already promised Lin Fan. His house is so spacious, it feels rather lonely for one person to occupy." However, Pei Wen hesitated, her thoughts unvoiced. Observing her hesitation, Lin Fan chuckled as he patted Pei Wen's shoulder. "Rest assured, I shall take good care of your sister." Pei Wen bit her lip gently, ultimately choosing silence. Aware that as Lin Fan's secretary, she had no authority to intrude upon his personal life. Upon returning to the Four Seasons garden, Lin Fan escorted the Pei sisters to the caretaker's room on the 1st floor. Though modest in size, the room was immaculate and well-furnished. Pei Wen assisted her sister in organizing her belongings, and seeing the happiness radiate from her sister's face filled her heart with mixed emotions. Once everything was settled, the Pei sisters ascended to the 3rd floor to visit Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, thank you for allowing us to stay here," Pei Si-si expressed with sincerity. "No need for thanks. We are family," Lin Fan replied with a smile. "Having you here makes it easier for me to look after you." Pei Wen sat quietly to the side, listening to their conversation, secretly resolving to work diligently to repay Lin Fan's kindness. "By the way, Lin Fan, what have you been busy with lately?" Pei Si-si inquired. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before responding. "The stock market has been rather tumultuous recently, and I've been keeping a close watch on it." "The stock market?" Pei Si-si and Pei Wen echoed in unison. "Yes," Lin Fan nodded. "I have been researching some investment strategies, hoping to seize a few opportunities." "Investment strategies?" A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Pei Wen's eyes. "What sort of strategies are those?" Lin Fan chuckled, not providing a direct answer but instead turning to the Pei sisters, slowly stating, "I plan to teach you how to trade stocks." Pei Si-si and Pei Wen exchanged bewildered glances, both taken aback. "Trading stocks? That is an entirely foreign realm for us." Pei Si-si hesitated. "Lin Fan, we know nothing about this. Can we really manage?" "Indeed, President Lin, the risks associated with trading stocks are significant," Pei Wen concurred. Lin Fan smiled confidently, assuring them, "Fear not, I will guide you through it. Besides, consider it a favor. Managing it alone is quite cumbersome." Faced with Lin Fan's resolute insistence, the Pei sisters felt compelled to acquiesce. Besides, they were both deeply curious about this mysterious world of finance. Early the next morning, Lin Fan took the Pei sisters to the computer market and bought them 2 brand-new laptops. Back at Four Seasons Garden, he rearranged his study, placing 3 computers side by side, giving the room the feel of a real trading floor. With everything set up, Lin Fan began his introductory stock market lesson. He started from the very basics: what stocks are, the different types, trading rules, and more. Pei Si-si listened intently, taking notes every now and then. Pei Wen, however, seemed distracted. Her eyes kept drifting toward Lin Fan, filled with quiet curiosity and admiration. "That's it for today," Lin Fan said, closing his laptop. "Go over what we covered. And tomorrow we'll start hands-on trading." Back in their maid's quarters, Pei Si-si was still flipping through her notes with excitement. But Pei Wen couldn't hold back any longer. "Sis, why do you think Mr. Lin is teaching us how to trade stocks?" Pei Si-si shook her head. "I'm not sure, but Mr. Lin must have his reasons." Pei Wen hesitated, biting her lip. Something felt off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. The next morning, Lin Fan woke up to find the door to the maid's room wide open and no one inside. He checked his watch, already past 9. Where did those 2 run off to? He muttered, walking over to the dining table. A hearty breakfast awaited him: sandwiches, fried eggs, milk, and, his favorite, preserved egg and pork congee. Beside the bowl lay a neatly written note in delicate handwriting. "Mr. Lin, we've gone out for a bit. Breakfast is ready. Please eat while it's hot." Lin Fan picked up the note, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He lifted a spoonful of congee to his mouth, perfectly warm, silky, and rich with flavor, and murmured to himself. Those 2 not long after, the Pei sisters returned, carrying takeaway bags of soy milk and youtiao. "Mr. Lin, you're awake. We purchased your favorite dish." As Pei Si-si entered, she immediately spotted Lin Fan dressed in loungewear. Suddenly, as if she had stumbled upon something momentous, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and her speech became stammered. Lin, you," Lin Fan, perplexed, glanced down at herself and realized that she had hastily donned a loose pair of athletic shorts due to the warmth she felt upon rising. "Aha, you're back. Quickly, freshen up. We shall commence today as stock market study." Lin Fan adeptly shifted the topic, allowing Pei Si-si to regain her composure as she hurriedly pulled her sister back to the maid's quarters. After a brief refreshment, the trio ascended to the study on the 2nd floor. Lin Fan powered on the computer, logged into the stock account, and initiated the day's transactions. "Today, we shall liquidate our holdings," Lin Fan announced, proceeding to sell off every stock in the account. The Pei sisters watched intently, anxious not to miss any detail, particularly holding their breath as Lin Fan executed the sales. "All done with the liquidation," Lin Fan declared, closing the laptop and turning to the Pei sisters. "Next, we shall begin accumulating stocks." However, just as Lin Fan prepared to reinvest, the computer screen abruptly blacked out. A pop-up then materialized in the center of the display, boldly stating, "The system has detected abnormal trading activity on your account. It has been frozen. For inquiries, please contact customer service." What is happening? Lin Fan's expression shifted, an ominous premonition swelling within him. On Tuesday, as the stock market opened, Lin Fan executed his plan, liquidating all the stocks he held. The screen flickered with red numbers, indicating an increase in account balance. Lin Fan maintained a calm demeanor, yet internally, he felt no stirrings of excitement. He had held these stocks for a considerable time, reaping substantial profits. It was time to exit and prepare for the next round of operations. Yet, Lin Fan's liquidation triggered quite a stir elsewhere. What? He sold them all. In a lavishly appointed office, a middle-aged man sprang to his feet, incredulously staring at the trading records displayed on his computer screen, his complexion turning ashen. "This Lin Fan dares to sell my stocks. Does he not know who I am?" This middle-aged man, Zhao Chong, was a renowned trader in the stock market, known as Zhao Banqing, due to his substantial trading capital, which allowed him to influence half the city's stock market. This time, he had set his sights on Guangxing Datong, intending to hype it up and profit handsomely. To achieve this, he had covertly contacted several retail investors to buy into the stock, creating an illusion of robust market demand to entice more participants. A few days prior, Zhao Chong had noticed an account persistently purchasing large quantities of Guangxing Datong's stock, always timing the acquisitions impeccably at the lowest points, which had yielded him considerable gains. Zhao Chong realized that this was no ordinary retail investor. A skilled operator was undoubtedly maneuvering behind the scenes. That individual was Lin Fan. Zhao Chong had initially intended to ride the coattails of Lin Fan's success, but was taken aback when Lin Fan unexpectedly liquidated all his holdings without warning. This left Zhao Chong taken aback, for he had previously elevated the stock price significantly in an attempt to amass more shares. Now, with Lin Fan's abrupt exit, The stocks in his possession had transformed into a hot potato. Should he fail to find a buyer promptly, he would incur devastating losses. Lin Fan, just you wait. Zhao Chong slammed his fist on the table, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained blissfully unaware, preparing to re-enter the market, setting his sights on another tech stock that had recently been quite vibrant. However, just as he was about to place his order, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. The previously soaring Guangxing Datong suddenly began to plummet, losing 5 points in mere minutes. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss, and immediately canceled his order to build his position. What is happening? Could there be some negative news? Lin Fan murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the computer screen as his mind raced through various possibilities. At that moment, the Pei sisters were quietly discussing nearby. Sister, the stocks we purchased today have lost value again, Pei Wen lamented, glancing at the dwindling funds in their simulated account, her expression one of distress. Don't rush. Take it slow. Making money in stock trading isn't that easy, Pei Si-si replied, though she too felt a twinge of anxiety. Since they began learning stock trading under Lin Fan's guidance, the sisters had operated their simulated accounts daily, yet the results were predominantly losses, causing them to doubt their own abilities. But Lin always manages to earn so much, Pei Wen whispered, her tone filled with envy and admiration. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't disturb Lin while he works, Pei Si-si quickly admonished her sister. Stealing a glance at Lin Fan, she noticed he was deeply engrossed in the screen, oblivious to their conversation, which brought her some relief. Wait a moment, the trend of Guangxing Datong. Lin Fan suddenly seemed to discern something, his brow furrowing, his demeanor turning grave. At 10:30, with just half an hour left until the market closed, Lin Fan operated his account, liquidating the 3 stocks that had reached their price limits, then leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. CC, Wen, how was your simulated trading today? Lin Fan opened his eyes and smiled at the Pei sisters. Oh well, Pei Si-si stammered, unable to meet Lin Fan's gaze. What is it? Did you encounter some difficulties? Lin Fan inquired with concern, having noticed their unusual demeanor. Lin, perhaps we are simply not cut out for trading, Pei Wen said, her face downcast. We incurred losses again today, and it was all on the stocks that followed your earlier investments. Yes, Lin, are we just too foolish? Pei Si-si added softly, her head lowered. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan did not reproach them. Instead, he patiently asked, which stocks did you purchase? What prompted you to choose these? The Pei sisters took turns explaining their trading actions for the day. It turned out that they had not thoroughly analyzed the fundamental and technical aspects of the stocks, but had merely followed Lin Fan's prior transactions, leading to their unfortunate losses. Lin Fan shook his head in bemusement, for stock trading was no trifling matter. One must not blindly follow the crowd, nor should one place their hopes upon the shoulders of others. It was imperative to cultivate independent thought, to meticulously analyze market trends, in order to make prudent investment decisions. The Pei sisters nodded in half-hearted understanding, yet a veil of confusion lingered in their minds. At noon, Lin Fan tasked the Pei sisters with preparing lunch while he retreated to his study to delve into the foreign exchange market. The stock market would not commence trading until 2:30 in the afternoon, and he intended to seize this interval in hopes of uncovering opportunities within the currency exchange. After lunch, Lin Fan returned to his study, powered on his computer, and logged into the Forex trading platform. He observed the market dynamics for a while before decisively placing an order to purchase a sum of USD/JPY. Time ticked away as he remained fixated on the computer screen, not daring to relax his vigilance. At 2:25, he closed the Forex platform and rose from his seat. CC, Wen, I shall step out for a while. I may return late this evening. Do not wait for me to dine, he informed them. Understood, Mr. Lin. The sisters replied in unison. After changing his attire and retrieving his car keys, Lin Fan exited the villa and drove towards the Jinxing building, for he had an important meeting to attend that afternoon. Mr. Lin, you've arrived, Chen Feng greeted him, quickly rising as Lin Fan entered the conference room. Indeed, he acknowledged with a slight nod before taking his seat. Inside the conference room, the senior management of Douyin Technology had gathered, engaged in hushed discussions. As Lin Fan entered, conversations ceased and all eyes turned towards him, awaiting his directives. Let us commence, Lin Fan remarked, glancing at his watch, then raising his gaze to the assembly with a calm demeanor. No sooner had Lin Fan stepped beyond the villa's threshold than Pei Si-si eagerly shut down the stock trading application, stretching languidly as she complained. Trading stocks is dreadfully tedious. It's more exhausting than working. Indeed, it leaves me dizzy, and I keep incurring losses. It's sheer torment, Pei Wen concurred, simultaneously scrolling through her social media feed. The The sisters had already begun to plot their afternoon activities in their minds. Shall we practice driving at the driving school this afternoon? Pei Si-si suggested. Absolutely. It's been ages since I last went. The instructor will surely scold me again, Pei Wen responded with enthusiasm, completely forgetting Lin Fan's instructions before he departed. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had arrived at the Jinxing building, confidently striding into Douyin technology. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense and oppressive, with everyone sitting upright, bracing for the impending storm. Mr. Lin, regarding the recruitment of a secretary. We have yet to find a suitable candidate, Chen Fang cautiously reported, her tone tinged with unease. Since the abrupt departure of the last two secretaries, Lin Fan's demeanor had remained stormy and unpredictable. Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes as he replied in a low voice. Then have the headhunting firm search again. I require the most professional candidate, and I need them to arrive post-haste. His tone left no room for dissent, enveloping everyone present in a palpable sense of pressure. In the ensuing moments, Lin Fan began to scrutinize the documents one by one, his gaze sharp as if he could penetrate the secrets hidden within each paper. At times, he furrowed his brow in contemplation, and at other moments, he wielded his pen to annotate, each motion imbued with vigor and determination. Outside the window, the sun descended in the west, and twilight gradually enveloped the city, where the lights began to glimmer, casting a bustling and clamorous atmosphere over the entire urban landscape. As time trickled by, the illumination within the conference room of Douyin Technology Company remained bright. Lin Fan immersed himself wholly in his work, his desk laden with documents and reports, resembling a cluster of miniature mountains. He occasionally pondered deeply, while at other times he deftly sketched notes on the papers, each gesture revealing his seriousness and focus. Suddenly, the ringing of his mobile phone sliced through the tranquility of the conference room. Lin Fan picked up the device, and upon seeing it was Pei Wen calling, he moved to the window to answer. Hello, brother, are you off work yet? We've finished practicing. Are we heading home now? The excitement and anticipation in Pei Wen's voice were unmistakable. Lin Fan glanced at his watch, noting it was already past 8 in the evening. He had initially promised his sisters he would return home early. However, gazing at the towering stack of documents before him, he realized he would have to break that promise once again. Wen, I have some matters to attend to at the company today, so I'll be home late. You all should eat without waiting for me. Lin Fan endeavored to keep his tone light and casual, not wishing to burden his sisters with worry. Oh, all right, Pei Wen replied, her voice tinged with disappointment, yet her understanding nature prevented her from saying more. After hanging up, Lin Fan returned to his seat, massaging his throbbing temples. At that moment, Hu Yanmei, the human resources director, rose and approached him, speaking softly, President Lin, regarding the institutional issue you mentioned earlier. Hu Yanmei was known for her efficiency and had earned Lin Fan's trust. The two engaged in a discussion about the improvement of company policies for nearly an hour, until the night deepened outside and the remaining colleagues began to leave the office. Thank you for your hard work, Yanmei. You should head home and rest early, Lin Fan remarked as he organized the documents. Certainly, President Lin, but do not stay too late yourself, she responded before turning to exit the office. Lin Fan surveyed the now desolate workspace, realizing he was alone. He stood and approached the window, gazing down at the vibrant city illuminated by lights, his heart awash with mixed emotions. He understood that everything he had achieved was hard-won, and he needed to strive even harder to safeguard it all. At that moment, a scene from earlier in the day flickered through his mind, recalling the meeting with several company executives. With the new company freshly established, the team members lacked cohesion. How to swiftly foster collaboration among them had been a persistent concern for him. An idea flashed in his mind, prompting Lin Fan to seize his phone and dial a number. Hello, Lao Zhang. It's me, Lin Fan. Are you available now? I would like to discuss something with you. A hearty laugh came from the other end of the line. President Lin, what a surprise to receive your call. Is there new progress on the project? The project is progressing well, but today I am not reaching out regarding work matters. Lin Fan paused briefly and continued. I would like to invite you, along with Chen Fang, Qi Liang, and General Manager Li, to join me for dinner tonight. Just the four of us, for a more relaxed gathering. What do you think? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by Lao Zhang's voice, tinged with surprise. Dinner? Sure, sounds good. But where shall we go? You're quite the busy person, so we ought to plan the venue in advance. How about that newly opened lobster place near our office? I've heard the food is quite delightful, Lin Fan suggested. The lobster place? Isn't that a bit too noisy? And the ambience leaves much to be desired. Lao Zhang seemed hesitant. Lin Fan, fully aware of his concerns, interjected with a smile. No, Lao Zhang, you've misunderstood. I'm not referring to that upscale lobster restaurant, but rather the humble roadside stall across the street. It may lack elegance, but the flavors are remarkably authentic. Suddenly, there was silence on the phone, and Lin Fan could envision the astonished expression on Lao Zhang's face. He continued, "Our company has only recently been established, and everyone is usually preoccupied with work, rarely finding the opportunity to sit down and converse meaningfully. I thought, rather than opting for those high-end dining establishments, it would be more beneficial for team cohesion to choose a down-to-earth venue where we can shed our professional personas and enjoy a meal together as friends. What do you think?" After a moment of contemplation, Lao Zhang finally responded, "All right. I see your point, General Lin. You organize it, and we'll follow your lead." As evening fell and the city lights flickered to life, the nearby night market buzzed with activity, a cacophony of voices and tantalizing aromas wafting through the air. Beckoning the senses, Lin Fan and several company executives gathered around a roadside stall, the table brimming with grilled skewers, small lobsters, stir-fried clams, and a few bottles of chilled beer. "Come on, Lao Zhang, let us make a toast." Lin Fan raised his glass, clinking it with Lao Zhang's before downing the drink in one go. "General Lin, your suggestion was excellent. The flavors at this roadside stall are indeed exceptional," Lao Zhang remarked, peeling a lobster with a smile. "Indeed, General Lin, I've heard great things about this place, and today I finally get to experience it," Qi Liang chimed in. "By the way, Qi Liang, I heard you've been looking at houses lately?" Lin Fan suddenly inquired. Qi Liang paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded, "Yes. My girlfriend and I are planning to get married by the end of the year, so we're looking to purchase a home. You'd better hurry. Housing prices are rising rapidly," Chen Fong interjected. "Yes, it's quite concerning," Qi Liang sighed. "If you need any assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. We're colleagues, and it's only right that we support one another," Lin Fan offered. "Thank you, General Lin. I truly appreciate it," Qi Liang replied gratefully. "By the way, General Lin, I heard you're in the process of handling your residency paperwork?" Chen Fong asked. "Yes, is there something wrong?" Lin Fan queried. "I have a relative who works at the Public Security Bureau, and if you need any help, I can inquire on your behalf," Chen Fong replied. "That would be wonderful." "Thank you, Chen Fong," Lin Fan responded joyfully. And so, as they indulged in food and conversation, the topic shifted from work to life, from homes to children, creating an atmosphere of ease and camaraderie, as if the professional hierarchies between them had momentarily vanished. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was already past 10 in the evening. After a hearty meal, everyone rose to return home. Lin Fan, feeling a slight intoxication, made his way back to his residence. Upon opening the door, he discovered that the living room lights were still aglow. Pei Si-si and Pei Wen sat on the sofa, each engrossed in an e-book. Hearing the door creak open, the sisters simultaneously lifted their heads. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Pei Si-si set her book aside and stood up, greeting, "Mr. Lin, you're back." A faint scent of alcohol wafted through the air, prompting Pei Wen to furrow her brow slightly, her tone laced with caution. "Have you been drinking?" "Just a little. I had a meal with colleagues and only indulged a bit," Lin Fan explained. Noticing Pei Wen's serious demeanor, he swiftly changed the subject. "What are you reading so intently?" "We're reading about stock investment," Pei Si-si replied, her gaze evasive. "Stocks?" Lin Fan's interest piqued. "Are you both interested in them?" "Just browsing," Pei Wen remarked, closing her e-book and pulling her sister to her feet. "It's getting late. We should head to our rooms." Lin Fan watched as the sisters hurriedly retreated to their room, deliberately locking the door behind them, and couldn't he help but chuckle. It seemed that his recent trials had instilled a sense of caution in them. The following morning, Lin Fan was awakened by a delightful aroma. Descending the stairs, he found the dining table adorned with steaming soy milk and fried dough sticks, while the Pei sisters busied themselves in the kitchen. "Mr. Lin, you're awake. Breakfast is ready," Pei Si-si said, handing him a cup of soy milk. Lin Fan accepted the drink with a smile, replying, "Thank you. You should eat as well." After the trio finished breakfast, Pei Wen suddenly inquired, "Mr. Lin, do you think it's a good time to buy an iPhone 6s? "Why the sudden curiosity?" Lin Fan asked, somewhat surprised. Pei Si-si clarified, "My classmates have all been buying the iPhone 6s, and I want one too, but it's a bit pricey. I saw on the news yesterday that a new model might be released soon, so I'm unsure if the price will drop." Lin Fan set down his cup and replied earnestly, "A phone is merely a communication tool, as long as it serves its purpose. There's no need to chase after the latest models. However, if you genuinely desire it, you may proceed, but do so within your means to avoid financial strain." The Pei sisters exchanged glances, seemingly satisfied with Lin Fan's response. "By the way, Mr. Lin, we would like to send some money back home," Pei Si-si ventured tentatively. "That is only right. You are the pillars of your family, and sending money home is a duty," Lin Fan acknowledged. "How much do you need?" I can transfer it to you shortly. Thank you, Mr. Lin. The sisters chorused in unison. In the morning, Lin Fan attended to various stock market matters, yielding substantial profits. However, as he gazed upon the steadily increasing figures in his account, he felt little joy. He realized that the methods of trial he had devised for the Pei sisters were overly simplistic and did not genuinely facilitate their growth. It appeared that he needed to rethink and discover more appropriate ways to guide their development. Before departing, Lin Fan addressed the sisters, who were watching television in the living room, saying, "I will be out this afternoon. Please tidy up the rooms while I'm away." "Understood, Mr. Lin." The Pei sisters replied obediently. Once Lin Fan departed, Pei Si-si promptly switched off the television and whispered to her sister, "Quickly, let us investigate his room." Pei Wen hesitated. "Isn't that inappropriate? What if he discovers us? What is there to fear?" "We are merely tidying up," Pei Si-si replied, already pulling her sister towards the staircase. The two ascended to Lin Fan's room, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, Pei Si-si's gaze fell upon a long strand of hair atop the bedside table, a black hair, distinct from the chestnut locks that both she and her sister possessed. "Sister, look." Pei Si-si pointed at the hair, her voice quivering slightly. Pei Wen followed her gaze, her complexion instantly paling. Drawing in a sharp breath, Pei Wen grasped her sister's hand tightly and nervously remarked, "Sister, let us not jump to conclusions. Perhaps it belongs to one of Lin's friends?" Yet Pei Si-si shook her head, her intuition warning her that the situation was far more complex. She scanned the room, her eyes landing on the drawer of the bedside table. Compelled by an unseen force, she gently pulled it open. Inside lay a photo album, its cover devoid of embellishment, a mere expanse of unadorned black. After a moment's hesitation, Pei Si-si opened the album. The first page revealed a photograph of a young girl, her radiant smile illuminating her face, with long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders, the very color of the hair they had just spotted. Pei Si-si's heart sank, an ominous foreboding washing over her. Pei Wen also beheld the photograph, covering her mouth in shock, exclaiming, "Isn't this?" Pei Si-si quickly silenced her, hissing, "Are you trying to get us killed? What if someone hears?" Pei Wen, frightened into silence, stared blankly at the girl in the photograph, her eyes brimming with dread. Just then, the sound of a door opening echoed from downstairs. Pei Si-si hastily closed the album and pulled her sister into the coat closet. Lin Fan entered the room. Noticing the disheveled bed and the open drawer, his brow furrowing slightly. He scanned the area, his gaze settling on the firmly closed door of the closet. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Fan arrived at the company, albeit belatedly. Seated at his desk, he perused documents while listening to Chen Fong report on the company's recent operational status. The current staffing levels were still woefully inadequate, particularly within the management sector, necessitating the recruitment of experienced talent. Chen Fong remarked, "Manager who has been intensifying recruitment efforts, but the results have been less than satisfactory." Lin Fan nodded in understanding. During the initial stages of a startup, recruitment challenges are commonplace, especially for a burgeoning internet company like Douyin Technology, which many view with skepticism. "By the way, manager who mentioned she would like to hire a secretary for you. What do you think?" Chen Fong inquired tentatively. Without a moment's thought, Lin Fan declined, "No need. I am quite content as is." Chen Fong wished to persuade him further, but Lin Fan raised his hand to halt her. Time passed steadily, and soon it was 5 in the afternoon. Hu Yanmei knocked and entered, accompanied by a young girl. "Lin, this is Hu Min, a recent PhD graduate from Fudan University's mathematics department, here to apply for the position of data analyst at our company," Hu Yanmei introduced. Lin Fan lifted his gaze to the girl. She had a fresh and refined appearance, wearing black-framed glasses that lent her an air of quietude and modesty. "Miss Hu, please take a seat." Lin Fan gestured for the girl to take a seat and inquired, "I heard from manager Hu that you are a doctoral student at Fudan University?" Hu Min nodded and replied somewhat shyly, "Yes." "Then why did you choose to come to a small company like ours?" Lin Fan asked, curiosity lacing his tone. Hu Min adjusted her glasses and candidly admitted, "To be honest, I was initially hesitant." Lin Fan remained silent, simply observing her, patiently awaiting her elaboration. Chapter 44. New recruits and high salaries. Taking a deep breath, Hu Min continued, "I have interviewed with several large companies before, but I found their corporate culture rather dull, and the work content quite rigid, which I believe would hinder my personal development. I have heard that Douyin Technology, though not large in scale, has excellent prospects for growth, and that you value talent highly, so I wanted to give it a try here." Lin Fan smiled slightly and asked, "What do you know about our company?" Throughout the subsequent interview, Hu Min showcased her solid expertise and clear logical reasoning, leaving a profound impression on Lin Fan. However, when the topic of salary arose, Hu Min hesitated. "Miss Hu, do you have any lingering concerns?" Lin Fan perceptively noted her hesitation. Mr. Lin, your offer is quite generous, but I still feel. Hu Min bit her lip. I still feel that with my abilities and experience, I might not be entirely qualified for this position. Lin Fan understood that Hu Min's hesitation stemmed not from the salary itself, but from doubts regarding her own worth. He decided to intensify his proposal. How about this? An annual salary of 1 million, along with stock options. Upon hearing that figure, Hu Min's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated such generous compensation from a startup. Ultimately, she was swayed by Lin Fan's sincerity and agreed to join Douyin Technology. After bidding farewell to Hu Min, Lin Fan summoned Hu Yanmei to his office. Mr. Lin, what do you think of Miss Hu? Hu Yanmei inquired. She is a rare talent, Lin Fan praised. With her on board, we can officially establish our data analysis department. Speaking of departments, Mr. Lin, I believe our current organizational structure may need some adjustments. Hu Yanmei proposed her thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Fan replied, let us not rush. I plan to recruit a new batch of individuals. Once both teams are established, we can allow them to compete for a while. However, Hu Yanmei had more to say, but Lin Fan raised his hand to interrupt her. Rest assured, you need not worry about funding. Feel free to recruit as needed. We can enhance the compensation further. If necessary, I can host a recruitment fair for $1 million salaries. Lin Fan's tone brimmed with confidence. Additionally, keep an eye on ByteDance and see if there are any suitable talents we can lure over, Lin Fan added. As night fell, Lin Fan drove home. Upon entering, he noticed that the sisters Pei Si-si appeared troubled, as if burdened by some unspoken issue. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Lin Fan asked with concern. The sisters stammered, reluctant to reveal the cause. Observing this, Lin Fan ceased his inquiries and simply invited them to the study. Si-si, could you assist me in operating Tongue Washin and sell off all the stocks I previously purchased? Lin Fan inquired, while divulging his account password to Pei Si-si. Sell them all? Pei Si-si responded in astonishment. But the market trend is quite favorable at the moment. Just do as I say, Lin Fan replied with unwavering determination, leaving no room for doubt. On Thursday, following the market's opening, stocks began to plummet, with many reaching their daily limits. Yet, Lin Fan's stock account defied the trend, concluding the tumultuous day with an impressive 11 return. Following Lin Fan's instructions, Pei Si-si executed the sale, and as she observed the numbers in her account ascend, a wave of confusion washed over her, though she dared not inquire further. Beside her, Pei Wen remained silent, anxiously clutching her sister's sleeve. As anticipated by Lin Fan, the market continued its descent on Thursday, leaving a trail of despair. Countless investors watched helplessly as their stocks hit the limit down, tears welling in their eyes. Contrarily, Lin Fan's account flourished, achieving a remarkable 11 profit. Simultaneously, Su Feng and his team officially joined Douyin Technology. The company was bustling with activity, particularly the Human Resources Department, which was overwhelmed with recruitment, training, onboarding, and an array of tasks piling up. In stark contrast, the finance and legal departments appeared notably idle. Chen Feng, feeling rather bored, leafed through her documents, her spirits dampened. She approached Hu Yanmei and tentatively suggested, Director Hu, given the current busyness, should I assist in hiring a secretary? A secretary? Hu Yanmei looked up, a teasing smile on her lips. Are you implying one for General Manager Lin? Chen Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment at being so easily read and offered a sheepish smile without denying it. Let it be. General Manager Lin has already declined several times, Hu Yanmei remarked, setting her documents aside with a meaningful expression. He insists that recruiting technical talent is the company's utmost priority. Everything else can wait. Chen Feng's confusion deepened, and she could not resist asking, but why? Surely General Manager Lin must have a reason? With a steady gaze, Hu Yanmei articulated, because, as General Manager Lin stated, her voice lowered as if sharing a secret, he currently does not require a secretary. Chapter 45. A joyful journey at sea on Friday evening. The Douyin Technology office building remained brilliantly illuminated. Lin Fan sat in his office, gazing out at the twinkling neon lights, his mind flooded with images of employees engrossed in their work. He recalled Su Feng and his technical team, who frequently worked late into the night, even through to dawn, to meet project deadlines. He thought of Chen Feng and Hu Yanmei, who selflessly sacrificed their personal time for the company's affairs, tirelessly devoted. He felt a profound sense of gratitude and admiration for all the diligent employees contributing to the company's success. How could he inspire greater initiative among his employees? Lin Fan pondered this question, fully aware that material rewards served as the most immediate and effective motivators. With this thought in mind, he picked up his phone and dialed Hu Yanmei's number. Director Hu, Convene all senior executives for a meeting at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I have important matters to announce. The following morning, the atmosphere in the conference room was solemn, as the executives sensed the gravity of the announcement that General Manager Lin was about to make. Lin Fan candidly declared, "I have decided to allocate 100 million as a reward for the project development team." The moment his words resonated, the room erupted in astonishment. 100 million. This was by no means a trifling sum for Douyin Technology. "Isn't that a bit excessive, General Manager Lin?" Qi Liang, the chief financial officer, was the first to voice his concerns. "Not at all," Lin Fan asserted decisively. "We must ensure that every employee comprehends that as long as they exert themselves and create value for the company, they will receive ample rewards in return." After a spirited discussion, the executives ultimately reached a consensus to endorse Lin Fan's proposal. Furthermore, they resolved to extend the reward to encompass all employees. As a gesture of gratitude for their contributions to the company, Director Hu, you will be responsible for formulating the reward plan. It is imperative that it is fair and just, so that every employee feels the company's care, Lin Fan concluded. Additionally, please coordinate with the technical team to ensure the project schedule is well managed. Understood, General Manager Lin. I will attend to it immediately, Hu Yanmei replied with a nod. On the weekend, Lin Fan decided to unwind and called the Pei sisters to inquire about their preferred outing. "Brother, we were planning to practice driving." Pei Wen responded over the phone. "Practicing driving is rather dull. How about we rent a yacht and set sail?" Lin Fan proposed. "Wow, sailing. That sounds fantastic." Pei Si-si exclaimed excitedly, eagerly agreeing to the idea. The following morning, Lin Fan drove the Pei sisters to the yacht club. They meticulously selected a luxurious yacht measuring over 20 meters in length, ready to embark on a day of maritime adventure. Just then, a well-dressed couple arrived in a sleek black Mercedes-Benz S-Class. "Brother, look, that woman seems to be glaring at us," Pei Wen remarked with displeasure. "Ignore her. Let us enjoy ourselves," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. However, as they prepared to board their respective yachts, the woman approached them, her high heels clicking against the pavement. With an air of arrogance, she stated, "Oh, isn't this Lin General Manager? What is this? The company has seen some success, and you can't wait to indulge?" Lin Fan recognized her as Li, a woman he had met at a business event where she had treated him with courtesy. He was taken aback by her sudden change in demeanor. "Li General Manager, it's been a while," Lin Fan responded coolly, not wishing to engage further. "What is this? Have you forgotten your roots now that you've found success? You don't even want to acknowledge your friends?" Li, irked by Lin Fan's indifferent attitude, pressed on. "You're joking, right? I'm merely out here to relax with family. Unlike you, who seems to have the leisure to play amidst your busy schedule," Lin Fan retorted, gesturing for the Pei sisters to board the yacht. What is so impressive about renting a shabby yacht? I just purchased this one for nearly 20 million. Li shot back, redirecting her ire towards his yacht. Pei Wen, upon hearing Li's words, felt an urge to retort but was restrained by Lin Fan. He patted Pei Wen's shoulder, signaling her to disregard the remark, and addressed Li, "Director Li, we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Goodbye." With that, Lin Fan led the Pei sisters aboard the yacht, leaving Li standing alone on the dock, her anger manifesting in frustrated foot stamping. As the yacht gracefully departed from the pier, Pei Si-si and Pei Wen excitedly dashed around the deck, reveling in the scenic beauty of the sea. Meanwhile, Lin Fan made his way to the helm, engaging in conversation with the captain. "Mr. Lin, your yacht is impeccably maintained. It is evident that you are a seasoned mariner," the captain remarked, discerning Lin Fan's expertise at a glance. "Ah, I am not well versed in yachts. This was highly recommended by a friend." Lin Fan replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. "By the way, with such splendid weather, I wonder if swimming in the sea is an option?" "Certainly. Our yacht is equipped with a dedicated swimming platform and diving gear. You may plunge into the water at your leisure," the captain indicated towards the stern. "Wonderful," Lin Fan exclaimed, turning back to his cabin to change into swim trunks, eager to dive into the azure waters. "Brother, are you going for a swim too?" The Pei sisters gasped in astonishment at Lin Fan's well-toned physique, clad only in swimwear. Indeed, with such splendid weather, it would be a pity not to swim. Lin Fan replied, approaching the railing before leaping into the crystalline sea. "Wow, brother, be careful," the Pei sisters shouted anxiously, leaning over the side of the yacht. However, a moment later, they witnessed Lin Fan thrashing about briefly before vanishing beneath the surface. Chapter 46. A day at sea. The azure waters swiftly engulfed Lin Fan, leaving Pei Si-si and Pei Wen pale with fear, clutching the railing as their hearts raced. "Brother," Pei Wen cried out, her gaze fixed upon the water's surface. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The sea remained calm, with no sign of Lin Fan. Just as the Pei sisters were on the brink of tears, Lin Fan's head finally emerged from the depths. He wiped the water from his face and burst into laughter, refreshing. Seeing Lin Fan unharmed, the Pei sisters exhaled in relief. But Pei Si-si could not help but complain. Brother, you nearly scared us to death. Why did you jump in without warning? Haha, I intended to surprise you. Lin Fan explained with a chuckle. The water is delightful. Would you like to join me for a swim? The Pei sisters exchanged glances, both apprehensive as they had never learned to swim, often shying away from even a swimming pool, let alone the vast ocean. We can't swim, Pei Si-si admitted. Her cheeks flushed. No worries. I can teach you, Lin Fan offered, swimming closer to the side of the yacht, reaching out to pull Pei Si-si into the water. And no, that's all right. We'll just watch you from the boat. Pei Si-si quickly declined, retreating behind Pei Wen. Lin Fan, sensing their hesitation, did not press the matter further. Very well, you can relax on the yacht while I swim over there, he said with a smile, before gliding away, his athletic figure intermittently visible on the surface of the water. The Pei sisters stood at the railing, watching Lin Fan swim freely, their eyes filled with envy. Dear sister, are we truly not going swimming? Pei Wen gazed at Lin Fan's retreating figure, feeling a flutter of excitement. But I don't know how to swim, Pei Si-si hesitated, voicing her concern. Not knowing how to swim is no obstacle. We can learn. Just look at how well my brother swims. He can teach us, Pei Wen replied, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Pei Si-si glanced down at her slightly plump figure and then at her sister's tall and curvaceous form, her confidence wavering further. I think I'll pass. I'm afraid of water, she offered an excuse, turning to retreat to the cabin. Sister, don't go. Let us go together. Pei Wen tugged at Pei Si-si's hand, pouting. Unable to resist her sister's charm, Pei Si-si reluctantly agreed. The two sisters returned to their room and changed into swimsuits. When they emerged onto the deck once more, Lin Fan was chatting with a young man clad in a coach's uniform. Oh, you've changed into swimsuits? Are you ready to dive in? Lin Fan smiled at the Pei sisters. Pei Si-si, her face flushed, nodded shyly, unable to meet his gaze. Lin Fan's eyes swept over them, a subtle smile gracing his lips. All right, you should follow the coach to learn some basic strokes first. I'll swim over there for a bit and then return. With that, he leaped back into the sea, leaving the sisters exchanging glances with the coach. Beautiful ladies, please follow me. I will teach you some fundamental swimming techniques. The coach warmly invited. The sisters exchanged a glance, took a deep breath, and steeled themselves to follow the coach to the swimming platform. Oh, brother's phone is ringing. Pei Wen exclaimed, noticing the phone on the coffee table in the cabin lighting up. Lin Fan, immersed in the azure waves, was oblivious to the ringing phone. Pei Si-si, feeling timid, clung to the edge of the pool, cautiously attempting the strokes the coach had demonstrated. Sister, go ahead. I'll keep an eye on you. Pei Wen encouraged, though her gaze frequently darted toward Lin Fan, who was swimming effortlessly. Pei Si-si hesitated, but, upon seeing her sister's eager expression, braved the waters towards Lin Fan. Brother, your phone is ringing, she called out, straining to reach him. Lin Fan surfaced, wiping the droplets from his face, and smiled upon seeing Pei Si-si. What is up? Have you learned to swim? He teased. Pei Si-si's face turned crimson as she shook her head, pointing towards the cabin. Only then did Lin Fan notice the persistent ringing of his phone, and he swiftly flipped onto his back and climbed onto the boat. Hello? Yes. I'm out here enjoying the sea. Coming to Shanghai? Sure. I'll be right back to pick you up, he said, conversing as he walked toward the room, leaving the Pei sisters on the swimming platform, exchanging puzzled glances. Sister, who was on the phone? Pei Wen inquired curiously. Pei Si-si shook her head, indicating she was unaware. Lin Fan returned to the deck, and upon seeing the sisters in their swimsuits, their damp hair cascading over their shoulders, he couldn't help but admire their figures. He couldn't help but steal a few more glances, inwardly assessing. Indeed, my sister possesses an admirable figure. As for my elder sister, Lin Fan cleared his throat and addressed the Pei sisters, saying, my family is coming to the Magic City. I must return home for a while. You may enjoy yourselves here. I will arrange for someone to escort you back later. Your family is coming? Pei Wen expressed her surprise. Yes, my parents and my younger sister are coming to visit for a few days, Lin Fan clarified. Shall we accompany you to receive them? Pei Si-si suggested. No need. You should continue to have fun without worrying about me, Lin Fan declined. I have some matters to attend to. Just call me when you've had enough fun, and I will arrange for your return. With that, Lin Fan turned and returned to his room, leaving the Pei sisters on the deck. Emerging from his room, Lin Fan held 2 bottles of sunscreen in his hands, approaching the Pei sisters and handing each of them a bottle. Here you go, sunscreen. Do take care not to get sunburned. The Pei sisters exchanged glances at the sunscreen in Lin Fan's hands, hesitating. No, it's all right. We can manage on our own. Pei Si-si quickly waved her hands, snatching the sunscreen and evading Lin Fan's helping hand. Pei Wen chimed in. Yes, brother, we can handle it. You should go back to your business. Observing the sisters' evasive expressions, Lin Fan chuckled, not insisting further. He returned to his room to change his clothes and then proceeded to the dining area, preparing for lunch. A sumptuous meal was already laid out on the dining table, featuring a plethora of seafood, all appealing in aroma and flavor. The Pei sisters sat beside the table, seemingly distracted. Noticing their preoccupation, Lin Fan asked with a smile, "What is the matter? Are you worried about my family's arrival and whether it might be uncomfortable?" Pei Si-si hurriedly shook her head. No, we're just what?" Lin Fan inquired, his gaze probing. Pei Si-si bit her lip, hesitating. Sensing her reluctance, Pei Wen quickly interjected. "Brother, we are just a bit worried that your parents might not like us." Lin Fan chuckled, offering reassurance. "Don't worry. My parents are quite open-minded and want to make things difficult for you." However, before Pei Si-si could voice her thoughts, she was interrupted by the ringing of a cell phone. Lin Fan picked up the phone, seeing it was his father calling, and answered. "Hello? Dad, where are you? We just landed. Where are you? We'll take a taxi to find you." "No need. Where are you? I will come to pick you up. We are at." Lin Fan's brows furrowed slightly as he listened to his father's address. What's wrong? What's the matter? The Pei sisters, noticing his change in demeanor, inquired anxiously. "My parents." Lin Fan paused, glancing at the Pei sisters, and slowly said, "It seems they have arrived early." Upon hearing this, Pei Si-si and Pei Wen's faces turned pale. Pei Wen grasped Lin Fan's arm, urgently saying, "Brother, what should we do? Perhaps we should hide for a while?" Pei Si-si nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, let us stay at a hotel for a few days. We can return once your uncle and aunt leave." Lin Fan, observing their flustered demeanor, felt both amused and touched. He gently patted Pei Wen's hand, reassuring her, "There's no need to be so anxious. My parents want tea bite." However, Pei Si-si wished to express herself further, yet was interrupted by Lin Fan. "There is no need for hesitation," Lin Fan asserted with unwavering conviction. "You are my employees, but also my friends. There is no reason to hide anything. Besides, my parents are visiting Shanghai. I can hardly leave them unattended." Recognizing Lin Fan's resolute stance, the Pei sisters understood that further persuasion would be futile and acquiesced. After soothing the Pei sisters' emotions, Lin Fan began to organize the forthcoming itinerary. He first called home to inform them of his presence at sea, where the signal was poor, promising to contact them as soon as he reached the shore. Subsequently, he reached out to the hotel to arrange airport pickup services, providing them with his parents' flight information. Once these matters were settled, Lin Fan exhaled in relief and turned to the Pei sisters, saying, "Well, the situation is as it stands. Worrying will not change anything. Let us return and prepare to welcome my parents." The Pei sisters nodded and followed Lin Fan back to the villa. Upon their return, Lin Fan first instructed the Pei sisters to pack their luggage while he began tidying up the rooms. He prepared the guest room adjacent to his own for his parents' stay. After organizing the space, he ordered takeout for the Pei sisters to enjoy lunch, while he casually snacked before heading out to the train station to pick up his younger sister, Jiang Yisun. Having just commenced her freshman year at university in Jinling, she seized the opportunity of summer vacation to join their parents on this trip to Shanghai. When Lin Fan arrived at the train station, he found he had ample time to spare. He positioned himself in a conspicuous spot at the exit and retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one. As the wisps of smoke curled upwards, Lin Fan's thoughts began to drift far away. "Brother." A bright, melodic voice disrupted Lin Fan's reverie. He looked up to see a girl clad in a white dress, her ponytail swaying as she waved at him. Beside her stood a middle-aged couple, beaming at him. Lin Fan quickly extinguished his cigarette and approached them with a smile. "Dad, Mom, Xiaoxin, you must be exhausted from the journey," he exclaimed, taking the suitcase from his mother's hand with a grin. "You silly boy, why are you standing here smoking? It's suffocating." Zhang's mother gently patted Lin Fan's shoulder, her eyes filled with affection. Zhang's father chuckled. "Xiao Fan, you've lost quite a bit of weight. Is the work in Shanghai that demanding?" Lin Fan smiled modestly, replying, "It's manageable, just a busy season with numerous projects requiring overtime." "Brother, you've changed so much." Jiang Yisun circled around Lin Fan, her gaze appraising him with astonishment. "You seem more handsome and spirited." Feeling slightly bashful under his sister's scrutiny, Lin Fan rubbed his nose and replied, "Oh, come on, that's not true. Really, brother, how did I not notice your good looks before?" Jiang Yisun said with a playful grin. The family bantered as they made their way to the parking lot. "Xiao Fan, Where is your company car? Why didn't you bring it? Zhang's father inquired, scanning the area. Lin Fan smiled and replied, today is a day off. I didn't bring the company vehicle. Then how will we get there? Zhang's mother asked. Shall we take a taxi? No need. I drove here myself, he assured them. Lin Fan spoke as he retrieved his car keys from his pocket and pressed a button. Not far away, the headlights of a black BMW X5 illuminated the surroundings. Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom stared at the vehicle, momentarily taken aback. Zhang Dad opened his mouth, struggling to find words. He understood that this car was not a company vehicle belonging to Lin Fan. Brother, is this your car? Zhang Yisen was the first to react. Her voice filled with astonishment. Lin Fan nodded and replied, yes, I just bought it recently. Where did you get the money to buy a car? Zhang Dad, regaining his composure, furrowed his brow and inquired. Dad, Lin Fan began to explain, but was interrupted by Zhang Dad. He lowered his voice. Are you involved in anything illegal? Dad, please rest assured, I haven't done anything unlawful, Lin Fan quickly clarified, aware of his father's concerns. This car was purchased with money I earned myself. You earned it yourself? Zhang Mom echoed in disbelief. Where did you acquire such a substantial amount? Lin Fan took a deep breath and responded, Mom, Dad, I've resigned from my job. Chapter 47. BMW shocks the family. Entrepreneurship raises doubts. You've resigned? Zhang Mom's voice sharpened, incredulous that he would leave a stable job at a state-owned enterprise. Zhang Dad remained silent, his frown deepening, his gaze filled with worry and skepticism. Dad, Mom, please listen to me. Lin Fan understood that resigning to start a business would be hard for his parents to accept, and he patiently explained. This decision was made after careful consideration. I want to take a chance while I am still young. What are you taking a chance on? What do you have to stake? Zhang Dad pointed at the BMW, his tone stern. Is this car the price of your gamble? Dad, I bought this car with the profits from my entrepreneurial endeavors, Lin Fan clarified. I have found investors who have confidence in my project. Investors? What investors? Zhang Yisen asked curiously. Brother, you aren't being scammed, are you? Xin, don't speak carelessly. Zhang Mom admonished softly. Yet her eyes were filled with concern as they turned to Lin Fan. It's all right, Mom, Lin Fan smiled as he explained to his sister. You know about limited partners, right? They are called limited partners. I have secured investment from limited partners. Zhang Yisen looked perplexed. Limited partners? Brother, I don't understand any of this. Is it fashionable now to seek investment from limited partners? Zhang Mom also appeared bewildered. Lin Fan patiently elucidated. Limited partners are investment institutions or individuals who provide funds to entrepreneurs, hoping to receive returns when the project succeeds. In today's internet age, as long as you have a solid project and business model, securing capital is not difficult. What is your project? How did you find limited partners to invest? You have no entrepreneurial experience, Zhang Yisen pressed on. Lin Fan paused momentarily before saying, my project is related to mobile short videos on the internet. Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom exchanged glances, clearly lacking any understanding of mobile short videos. Brother, aren't there already many short videos out there? Zhang Yisen asked. What makes your endeavor different from those? Lin Fan smiled faintly, exuding confidence as he declared, my project is unlike any existing short video platform on the market. To Zhang Ba and Zhang Ma, however, this self-assured demeanor made their son seem like a different person altogether. When had the once honest and unassuming boy transformed into such an eloquent speaker? Xiao Fan, Zhang Ba paused for a moment before finally asking, are you certain you can succeed? Lin Fan, meeting his father's worried gaze, replied resolutely, Dad, rest assured, short videos represent the future, and I am confident I will succeed. Suddenly, Zhang Ma inquired, how much did you spend on this car? About 700,000, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. 700,000. Zhang Ba, Zhang Ma, and Zhang Yisen exclaimed in unison, the figure appearing astronomical to them. Xiao Fan, where did you acquire such a sum? Zhang Ma's voice trembled slightly. Mom, don't worry, this is just the beginning, Lin Fan chuckled. I intended to surprise you. I plan to give each of you 2 million. 2 million. Zhang Ba and Zhang Ma were once again left speechless, as if they were hearing a fantastical tale. Well, we can discuss this later. Lin Fan glanced at the time and added, by the way, I have also rented a villa near Century Park for 40,000 a month. You can live there from now on. A villa? 40,000 a month. Zhang Ba and Zhang Ma were utterly bewildered. Brother, when did you become so impressive? Zhang Yisen gazed at Lin Fan with admiration. Lin Fan smiled and said, oh, I have also hired 2 secretaries. Just then, 2 young and beautiful girls approached from a distance, Pei Si-si and Pei Wen. President Lin, they greeted respectfully upon reaching him. Dad, Mom, Xiao Xin. Lin Fan gestured towards Pei Si-si and Pei Wen. Allow me to introduce my secretaries, Si-si and Wen. They will be living with us to help take care of you. Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma stared at the two exceptionally beautiful girls, momentarily at a loss for words. Brother, you still haven't explained what makes your short video project different from others. Jiang Yisin, brimming with curiosity, pressed for details. My project primarily targets the overseas market, focusing on traditional Chinese culture, such as martial arts, calligraphy, and tea ceremonies, Lin Fan elucidated. There is a growing interest in our traditional culture abroad, yet there is a scarcity of related video content. I intend to fill this gap. Though Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma still found themselves somewhat perplexed, they grasped the essence of their son's venture. He was embarking on a business catering to foreigners. Xiao Fan, are you truly confident you can succeed? Jiang Ba could not suppress his lingering concerns and asked once more. Dad, please have faith, Lin Fan asserted confidently. Short videos are the future, and my project has immense market potential. It will undoubtedly thrive. What did you pay for that car? Jiang Ma's gaze fell on the BMW. Her curiosity piqued. About 700,000, Lin Fan replied with a calm demeanor. 700,000. Jiang Ba, Jiang Ma, and Jiang Yisin were once again left in shock, as the figure seemed nothing short of astronomical to them. Mother, please do not worry. This is merely the beginning, Lin Fan said with a smile. I initially intended to surprise you. I plan to give both you and father 2 million each as a share of the startup funds. 2 million. Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom were once again taken aback, as if they were hearing something utterly incomprehensible. Let us discuss this further when we return home, Lin Fan remarked, glancing at the time. By the way, I have also rented a villa near Century Park for 40,000 a month. From now on, you can reside there. The environment is pleasant and spacious. Brother, when did you become so impressive? Jiang Yisin gazed at Lin Fan with admiration, as if she were witnessing a commercial prodigy. Lin Fan chuckled and added, Oh, I've also hired 2 secretaries who will live with us to help take care of you. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Si-si and Pei Wen approached from a distance. The 2 girls were dressed in well-tailored professional attire, radiating youthfulness and exceptional poise. Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom were momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by the striking beauty of the 2 girls. Upon arriving home, the Pei sisters warmly welcomed Lin Fan's family, serving tea and pouring water, bustling about with great attentiveness. As Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom observed the capable and attractive girls, their confusion deepened. What exactly is their son doing? How could he have such beautiful secretaries living with him? Several times, Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom wished to seize an opportunity when the Pei sisters were not around to inquire about Lin Fan's circumstances, but they never found the right moment. In the kitchen, while helping to prepare the vegetables, Pei Si-si, with a hint of concern, asked President Lin, Do you think Uncle and Aunt might misunderstand? Do not worry. I have already informed them that you are my secretaries, Lin Fan replied with a smile. However, Pei Si-si was about to say more when Pei Wen interrupted. Brother, didn't you previously tell Uncle and Aunt that you would buy each of us a house in Shanghai? Pei Wen laughed. Looks like your true intentions are surfacing. Ha, Wen, stop teasing, Lin Fan chuckled. I was merely joking. Who knows if you're joking or not? Pei Wen pouted. All right, it's about time. Let us prepare for dinner, Lin Fan suggested. The family gathered around the dining table, and as Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom surveyed the array of dishes, their curiosity remained partially unsatisfied. Xiao Fan, Jiang Dad began, hesitating. Lin Fan smiled and said, Father, you must try this. It's the sweet and sour ribs made by Wen. A true delicacy. The steaming dishes soon filled the table, with Pei Si-si and Pei Wen having prepared 8 plates. A delightful mix of meat and vegetables that were visually appealing and fragrant. The sweet and sour ribs glistened with a vibrant hue, exuding a rich aroma. The steamed sea base was tender and delectable, with a flavorful broth, and several home-style stir-fries were exquisitely crafted. As Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom gazed at the bountiful spread, they could not resist the urge to dig in. Jiang Dad picked up a piece of rib, savoring it thoughtfully, nodding repeatedly. Delicious. Truly delicious. Wen, your culinary skills are remarkable. Uncle, if you enjoy it, please, have more, Pei Wen cheerfully replied, serving Jiang Dad a piece of fish. Do try this steamed sea bass. It's incredibly fresh. Jiang Ma took a bite of the fish and smiled, exclaiming, this fish is exceptionally tender, and the broth is delightful. Si-si's culinary skills are remarkable. Auntie, if you enjoy it, please indulge yourself, Pei Si-si replied with a grin. Lin Fan, observing the satisfied expressions on his parents' faces, felt a sense of relief wash over him. He understood that his parents had long harbored concerns about his life in Shanghai, and now, Witnessing him thriving under the care of two charming and capable young women, they should be able to rest easy. However, Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma's curiosity remained only partially satisfied. They still could not discern the nature of Lin Fan's relationship with the Pei sisters. Throughout the meal, they couldn't help but discreetly monitor Lin Fan's interactions with the sisters, hoping to uncover some clues. This awkward atmosphere rendered Lin Fan somewhat uncomfortable. He attempted to explain several times, but was silenced by the sisters' pleading glances. It seemed they were reluctant to reveal their true identities to Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma, preferring instead to quietly prepare a meal and graciously host Lin Fan's parents. The meal unfolded in this delicate ambience, with everyone preoccupied and the food devoid of flavor. Suddenly, Jiang Xin picked up a drunken crab and placed it into her bowl. Xin, you can't eat that drunken crab, Pei Si-si exclaimed, reaching out to intervene. Yet, Jiang Xin had already stuffed the crab meat into her mouth, her face alight with satisfaction as she chewed. Delicious. Sister, you must try this. The crab meat is exquisite. Pei Si-si felt a mix of urgency and frustration, but found herself at a loss against Jiang Xin. What's wrong? Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma were startled by Pei Si-si's reaction, gazing at her in confusion. Pei Wen quickly interjected, It's nothing at all. Si-si is just concerned that Xin might not be accustomed to such rich flavors. Oh, is that so? Although Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma remained somewhat puzzled, they chose not to dwell on it further. At last, the meal concluded, and Jiang Ma, along with Jiang Xin, took the initiative to clear the table. Pei Si-si and Pei Wen offered to assist, but were gently dismissed by Jiang Ma. You young ones should sit for a while and rest. I can handle this. Jiang Ba called Lin Fan over to the grape trellis in the yard, offering him a cigarette. Lin Fan accepted it, lit it, inhaled deeply, and exhaled the smoke slowly. He knew his father was about to inquire about the Pei sisters. Xiao Fan, what is your relationship with those two girls? Jiang Ba paused, seemingly weighing his words. Lin Fan remained silent for a moment before responding. Dad, they are my secretaries. Secretaries? Jiang Ba furrowed his brow. How could secretaries live together? Lin Fan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain how to clarify. Xiao Fan, please be honest with me. What is your real relationship with them? Jiang Ba pressed, his eyes revealing a clear implication. Lin Fan forced a wry smile, aware of his father's misunderstanding, yet he could not divulge the truth at this moment. Dad, you needn't worry. I assure you that nothing is amiss with them. What do you mean by that? Jiang Ba inquired further. Just as Lin Fan was about to speak, a sudden uproar erupted from inside the house. No, absolutely not. Jiang Ma's voice rang out sharply. Why not? I'm not a child anymore. Jiang Xin's tone was filled with dissent. Regardless, it is absolutely not allowed. Come back here this instant. Jiang Ma's voice left no room for argument. Lin Fan and Jiang Ba exchanged a glance, promptly rising to head inside. There stood Jiang Yisun at the door, her backpack slung over her shoulder, defiantly gazing at Jiang Ma. Yisun, what are you planning to do? Lin Fan inquired. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Jiang Yisun's face lit up as though she had found a savior. I want to go to Shanghai with you. Nonsense. Jiang Ma scolded. You still have school. What business do you have in Shanghai? I want to go to Shanghai, Jiang Yisun stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Yisun, what is wrong with you? Lin Fan questioned. Jiang Yisun bit her lip, seemingly resolved, and declared loudly, I am going to Shanghai to find a job. I no longer wish to continue my studies. Jiang Ma trembled with anger. Lin Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a declaration from Jiang Yisun. Yisun, do not be foolish. Lin Fan counseled. You are still young and should prioritize your education. I have made my decision. Jiang Yisun interrupted. I am going to Shanghai. Jiang Ma attempted to protest further, but Jiang Ba intervened. Enough. The child is growing up and has her own thoughts. You should let it be, Jiang Ba stated. Jiang Ma wished to voice her concerns. Yet upon meeting Jiang Ba's gaze, she ultimately refrained. Yisun, have you truly thought this through? Lin Fan asked. I have. Jiang Yisun affirmed resolutely. Very well, Lin Fan sighed. However, you must agree to one condition. What condition? Jiang Yisun asked. Once in Shanghai, you must. Lin Fan's words were abruptly interrupted by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Who is it? Jiang Ma queried, her tone laced with irritation. Still reeling from Jiang Yisun's proclamation. I will check, Pei Si-si said, hastening to the courtyard door and swinging it open. Hello, may I ask if this is Lin Fan's home? Before Pei Si-si could finish, the visitor eagerly interjected. The visitor was none other than a job applicant Lin Fan had met previously during a recruitment session, holding a gift bag, evidently prepared for this visit. What brings you to see Lin? Pei Si-si asked warily, showing no intention of letting him in. I am here to express my gratitude to Lin. He helped me immensely. The visitor said, a broad smile on his face as he attempted to peer inside. Is Lin at home? Lin is currently unavailable to meet with guests. Please share your matters with me. Pei Si-si maintained her position at the door, her tone cold. The visitor, clearly taken aback by the rejection, found himself momentarily awkward. Hearing the commotion, Lin Fan emerged from within, spotting the visitor at the door, his brow furrowing slightly. Wang Chong, what brings you here? Lin Fan asked, a hint of displeasure in his voice. Wang Chong's face brightened upon seeing Lin Fan. Lin, I am glad you are here. I came specifically to thank you. I owe you a great deal for what happened last time. As for that matter, I have already mentioned it. There is no need to dwell on it. Lin Fan interrupted him, clearly wishing to avoid further discussion. Lin, you truly have a tendency to overlook the favors you bestow. I have been keeping last time's events in mind. Wang Chong attempted to continue, but Lin Fan silenced him with a glance. Enough, it is getting late. You should return. Lin Fan said, turning to re-enter the house. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Chong promptly stepped forward and said, President Lin, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Whatever it is, let us address it tomorrow at the office. Lin Fan replied firmly, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Wang Chong, eager to protest, was suddenly taken aback by the presence of Jiang Ba behind Lin Fan. Jiang Ba, noticing Wang Chong, inquired with a puzzled expression, Xiao Fan, who is this? A friend. Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. A friend? How could a friend come to our home? Jiang Ba was evidently skeptical, his gaze toward Wang Chong laden with suspicion. At a loss for words, Wang Chong found himself unable to articulate an explanation. Observing the situation, Lin Fan recognized that prolonging Wang Chong's stay would only exacerbate the misunderstanding. Thus, he said, Wang Chong, you should head back for now. I have matters to attend to. Wang Chong was about to plead his case further, but as he noticed the sharpness in Lin Fan's gaze, a chill ran down his spine, compelling him to leave reluctantly. Xiao Fan, you must honestly tell your father what your relationship is with those two young ladies. Jiang Ba pressed once Wang Chong had departed, his tone more serious than before. Father, I assure you, I am merely their employer, Lin Fan replied with a hint of exasperation. It is quite common for many young people to share accommodations these days. Shared accommodations? Jiang Ba seemed unfamiliar with the term, his disapproval evident. What kind of arrangement is that? Father, it is perfectly normal in the metropolis. There is no cause for concern, Lin Fan explained. We merely reside together without any significant interactions. Even so, you must be mindful of your conduct. Jiang Ba said earnestly. You are a business owner now. You need to uphold your image. Before Jiang Ba could elaborate further, the voices of Jiang Ma and Jiang Yisin interrupted from behind. What are you discussing? Nothing, mother, Yisin. Why have you both come out? Lin Fan smiled faintly, attempting to divert the conversation. If we hadn't come out, how would we know you were having a private chat with Dad? Jiang Yisin remarked with a mischievous grin, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. What private chat could I possibly have with Dad? We were just having a casual conversation, Lin Fan feigned nonchalance. A casual conversation? From the look on Dad's face, it appears quite serious, Jiang Yisin retorted, clearly unconvinced as her gaze shifted between Lin Fan and Jiang Ba. Enough, Yisin, stop being silly. Jiang Ma interjected at an opportune moment. Xiao Fan, your father is merely concerned for you. Do not take it to heart. I understand, mother, Lin Fan nodded. It is getting late. You must be tired from your journey, so please rest. Indeed, we have been traveling all day and are quite weary, Jiang Ma replied, glancing at Jiang Ba and Jiang Yisin. Come, let us go upstairs to rest. Father, mother, allow me to show you to your room, Lin Fan offered, guiding Jiang Ba, Jiang Ma, and Jiang Yisin upstairs. Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma were accommodated in the guest room on the second floor, while Jiang Yisin took the room on the third floor. After ensuring his parents were settled, Lin Fan descended to the kitchen, where he found Pei Si-si and Pei Wen tidying up the dishes. Si-si, Xiao Wen, thank you for your hard work, Lin Fan expressed his gratitude. It is nothing. President Lin, it is our duty, Pei Si-si replied with a smile. Yes, President Lin, you and Uncle and Annie should rest. We will handle things here, Pei Wen added. Very well, make sure to rest early as well, Lin Fan nodded and turned to leave the kitchen. After Lin Fan's departure, Pei Si-si and Pei Wen exchanged a glance, each detecting a hint of unease in the other's eyes. Sister, do you think Uncle and Aunt might suspect our relationship with President Lin? Pei Wen inquired with concern. I doubt it, Pei Si-si replied, albeit with uncertainty. We are usually quite discreet. It shouldn't raise any suspicions. Let us hope so, Pei Wen sighed. If Uncle and Aunt genuinely misinterpret things, it could lead to trouble. Come on, let us discuss this in the nanny's room, Pei Si-si suggested, pulling Pei Wen toward the small quarters on the first floor. The nanny's room was modest, furnished with merely a bed and a wardrobe. serving as a resting place for Pei Si-si and Pei Wen. Sister, what should we do now? Pei Wen asked anxiously. For now, we can only take it one step at a time, Pei Si-si calmly analyzed. We should minimize our interactions with uncle and aunt to avoid raising their suspicions. Yes, that seems to be our only option, Pei Wen nodded in agreement. We must remain cautious. Meanwhile, on the second floor in Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom's room. Jiang Mom lay awake, tossing and turning. Old Jiang, what do you think is the relationship between Xiao Fan and those two girls? She couldn't help but ask. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Dad replied, I observe that the girls treat Xiao Fan with great respect. It doesn't seem to be a romantic relationship. But why are they living in Xiao Fan's house? Jiang Mom pressed further. Jiang Dad was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain. Just then, Jiang Yisin's voice echoed from the third floor. Brother, you still haven't told me what those two sisters are all about. Startled by their daughter's sudden inquiry, Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom sat up in bed, enveloped in silence. Abruptly, Jiang Dad threw off the covers and strode to the door, opening it and heading upstairs. Old Jiang, where are you going? Jiang Mom followed him out of bed. I'm going to see what is happening. It's the middle of the night and they're still visiting, Jiang Dad replied tersely, not turning back. Jiang Mom hurried after him. On the third floor, in Lin Fan's room, Jiang Yisin was bombarding him with questions. Brother, just tell me, who are those two sisters? Why do they call you President Lin? And why are they living in your house? The barrage of inquiries left Lin Fan feeling overwhelmed. Yisin, it's best if you don't concern yourself with these matters. I have it all under control, Lin Fan feigned calmness, internally lamenting. But you're my brother. Of course I need to care about you. Jiang Yisin insisted. Just tell me, have you been deceived? Are those two sisters after your money? Yisin, stop saying such things. Lin Fan chuckled helplessly. They are not like that. Then what are they like? Brother, please explain. Jiang Yisin urged, stamping her foot in exasperation. At that moment, Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom appeared at the doorway. Yisin, what are you doing? Jiang Dad asked in a stern voice. Dad, Mom, what are you doing here? Jiang Yisin quieted at the sight of her parents. Jiang Ma disregarded Jiang Yisin and walked directly in front of Lin Fan, scanning him from head to toe. Xiao Fan, is what Yisin said true? Lin Fan understood that Jiang Ma was referring to the matters concerning Pei Si-si and Pei Wen. He opened his mouth, intending to explain, yet found himself at a loss for where to begin. Mom, please don't listen to Yisin's nonsense. Si-si and Xiao Wen are merely my ordinary friends. They are my employees. We are quite busy with work, which is why they are staying at the company, Lin Fan insisted, mustering his courage. Is it truly just that? Jiang Ma asked, half in disbelief. Of course it is. When have I ever deceived you? Lin Fan replied, feigning ease. Jiang Ma wished to question further, but was interrupted by Jiang Ba. Enough of the children's affairs. Don't concern yourself overly, Jiang Ba said, pulling Jiang Ma out of the room. It's getting late. Let us return to rest. Once Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma departed, Jiang Yisin still wished to inquire, but Lin Fan forcibly ushered her back to her room. Brother, you haven't clarified anything yet. Jiang Yisin pouted in discontent. What is there to clarify? You're just a child. What do you understand? Lin Fan retorted sharply. What do you mean I don't understand? Jiang Yisin attempted to argue, but was pushed out of the room by Lin Fan. Upon returning to their own room, Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma did not rest, but sat by the bedside, whispering to each other. Old Jiang, do you think what Xiao Fan said is true? Jiang Ma still felt uneasy. Whether it is true or not, we shall know by tomorrow, Jiang Ba replied meaningfully. This villa is quite large. The rent must be exorbitant. Xiao Fan is truly frivolous with money. Oh, come on. What are you worrying about at a time like this? Jiang Ma shot him a glare. Xiao Fan is successful now. He must earn more than we do. What is wrong with renting a nicer place? That may be so, but there are no buts. Quickly, let us sleep. We must rise early tomorrow. The following morning, Lin Fan rose early, preparing to take Jiang Ba, Jiang Ma, and Jiang Yisin to the company for a visit. Dad, Mom, Yisin, let us go, Lin Fan called from the doorway to the three in the room. Coming, Jiang Ba, Jiang Ma, and Jiang Yisin responded in unison. Chapter 49. Balancing Stock Market and Foreign Exchange. President Lin, regarding the salaries for tomorrow. Pei Wen's message jolted Lin Fan from his reverie. He set down his phone and quickly replied, have you calculated the salaries for Si-si and yourself? Send me the finalized amounts. Soon, Pei Wen sent over the organized salary slips. Lin Fan glanced over them, confirming their accuracy before responding, after my parents leave tomorrow, I will distribute the salaries. Huh, President Lin, are they leaving tomorrow? Pei Wen's message conveyed a hint of surprise. Yes, they have spent 2 days here and are quite tired. They will return in the morning, Lin Fan replied. By the way, can you take my parents and sister to the city god temple tomorrow? Si-si will accompany you. However, Pei Wen seemed somewhat hesitant. What's wrong? Lin Fan inquired. It's nothing. Nothing at all, Pei Wen quickly replied. What time shall we depart tomorrow? Let us say 9 in the morning, not too early. So they can rest a bit longer, Lin Fan instructed. Make sure to clarify everything with Si-si. Understood, President Lin, Pei Wen replied. Setting aside his phone, Lin Fan pondered for a moment before sending a message to Pei Si-si. Si-si, tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Please take my parents and younger sister to Changwang Temple with Wen. After a considerable wait, Pei Si-si finally replied. All right, Mr. Lin. No need to worry. Consider it a day off, and just enjoy the time with my parents and sister. Lin Fan added a brief note. Understood. Pei Si-si responded. The following morning, Lin Fan handed Pei Si-si 50,000 yuan in cash, advising, when out and about, ensure you have ample funds. If it falls short, call me. The Changwang Temple can be crowded. Pay extra attention during ticket purchases to avoid losing sight of them. Pei Si-si accepted the money, nodded in acknowledgement, and remained silent. At 8:30, Lin Fan saw his parents and sister board the car driven by the Pei sisters. He watched the vehicle disappear into the distance before returning to his residence. As time ticked by, it was 9:10, and Lin Fan sat before his computer, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. It was Tuesday, the day the stock market opened. With the ringing of the opening bell, a flurry of stock codes and numbers began to dance wildly across Lin Fan's monitor. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly entered a state of concentration. The market trend that day appeared promising, as several of the stocks he held surged, quickly breaching their upper limits. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan decisively placed sell orders, liquidating his positions. Next, he turned his attention to a few other stocks. While they hadn't reached their caps, they exhibited commendable gains. Lin Fan patiently awaited the opportune moment, and when the prices aligned with his expectations, he executed his sell orders without delay. As the seconds slipped away, it soon became 10:30. Lin Fan had successfully cleared all 10 stocks in his portfolio, doubling his account balance. Yet, he did not intend to stop there. His sights were set on the blue-chip stocks. Suddenly, his phone vibrated on the table. It was a call from Pei Si-si. Lin Fan glanced at the screen but refrained from answering. At 9:10, the collective bidding commenced, and Lin Fan quickly scanned the screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard. The market was awash in red, and several of his stocks were performing exceptionally well, with 2 reaching their upper limits. Indeed, it was another day of gains. A slight smile curled at the corners of Lin Fan's mouth as he clicked to sell the 2 stocks that had capped. In the ensuing moments, Lin Fan meticulously monitored the movements of the remaining stocks, decisively selling off the last 8 as their prices met his expectations. By 10:20, with the morning session nearing its conclusion, Lin Fan's funds had doubled once more. However, he remained unsatisfied, his focus unwaveringly fixed on a select few blue-chip stocks. You're the ones. Lin Fan inhaled deeply, allocating all his funds into 5 separate investments. At noon, with the takeout still not arrived, Lin Fan's stomach began to rumble. As he reminisced about the past, when the Pei sisters would have already prepared meals at this time, he couldn't help but sigh. It is indeed quite uncomfortable to be without the attentive care of the Pei sisters. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock market opened. Without hesitation, Lin Fan liquidated all his holdings in the super large cap stocks he had accumulated that morning, doubling his account balance to over 20 million. He set aside 2 million as a reserve and transferred the remaining funds into his securities account. It was time to venture into foreign exchange. Lin Fan opened the Forex trading software, his gaze gliding over the fluctuating exchange rates on the screen, eventually settling on the USD-JPY pair. This is the one. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly struck the keyboard to place his order, 10 lots, going long. At 3 in the afternoon, as the European market opened, the USD-JPY rate surged, just as Lin Fan had anticipated. The moment had arrived. With resolute determination, he closed his position, instantly adding $1,000 to his account. Having tasted success, Lin Fan pressed on, continuing to monitor the USD-JPY trend. At an opportune moment, he placed another order, this time shorting the currency pair. 3 attempts, 3 triumphs. A surge of ambition swelled within him, prompting Lin Fan to take a bold gamble. All in, with fervent eyes, he poured every last cent from his account into a short position on USD-JPY. He knew this was perilous, yet he trusted his instincts and the future he envisioned. As time ticked by, Lin Fan's gaze remained fixated on the numbers on the screen, his heart racing and palms sweating. The exchange rate of USD-JPY fluctuated wildly, akin to a wild stallion galloping freely, ascending and descending. $1,000, $2,000, $5,000. His account balance skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. Overcome with excitement, Lin Fan trembled with anticipation, envisioning countless bills flying towards him, filling the entire room. He couldn't help but clench his fists and whisper fervently, "Rise. Ascend for me." As the USD/JPY rate continued to climb, Lin Fan's account value soared correspondingly, $10,000, $20,000, $50,000. Suddenly, the jarring sound of his mobile phone rang, jolting Lin Fan from his euphoric trance. He picked up the phone to see that it was a call from his father, Jiang Ba, and only then realized that it was already 6 in the evening. Oh no, Lin Fan smacked his forehead, remembering the promise he made to accompany his parents for shopping that afternoon. He quickly answered the call, hearing Jiang Ba's slightly reproachful voice. "Xiao Fan, where are you? Why haven't you arrived yet?" "Father, I have something going on here. We'll be there shortly," Lin Fan stammered, casting a guilty glance at the computer screen, where his account had already multiplied tenfold. "You rascal, what mischief are you up to? Hurry over. We are all waiting for you at the mall entrance." Lin Fan hung up the phone, hastily tidied up, and then dashed out the door with his car keys in hand. As he drove, he pondered how to explain his situation to his parents. Should he say that he was outsmarting the titans of international finance? Lin Fan muttered to himself, a faint bitter smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. He presumed they would hardly believe him. Chapter 50. Family reunion at the Shandong Cuisine restaurant. As Lin Fan drove to the mall, his mind was preoccupied with how to explain his tardiness to his family. Ultimately, he chose to speak the truth. After all, one cannot hide fire with paper, and he had no desire to fabricate further lies. "Dad, Mom, Eason, I'm sorry for being late." Lin Fan approached his family with an apologetic expression, presenting the gifts he carried. Even with a busy work schedule, one must not lose track of time. "Your parents have traveled all the way from Jiangxing just to see you." Jiang Ma playfully tapped Lin Fan's arm, though her tone was more laced with concern. "Indeed, no matter how busy one is, meals must be had. Come, let us eat." Jiang Ba chuckled, wrapping his arm around Lin Fan's shoulder as the family made their way to the parking lot. "Dad, today we shall indulge in something different. I've reserved a private room at a Shandong restaurant," Lin Fan announced as he drove. Half an hour later, the family settled into the charmingly antiquated private room. Pei Si-si and her sister had arrived early and were engaged in conversation with Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma. "Xiao Fan, how is your job at the securities company?" Jiang Ba inquired with genuine concern after a few rounds of drinks. "Dad, I am no longer working at the securities company," Lin Fan replied, placing his chopsticks down earnestly. "I'm now competing against those financial titans in the capital markets." "Financial titans? Competing?" Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma looked perplexed, struggling to grasp the concept. "Trading foreign exchange. It's like trading dollars and yen with foreigners, similar to stock trading," Lin Fan succinctly explained. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ba furrowed his brow, concern evident on his face. Jiang Ma, even more anxious, asked, "Is this reliable? It's not a scam, is it?" "Mom, rest assured, I have it under control," Lin Fan reassured her. Then turned to his curious sister Jiang Eason, saying, "Eason, you should study hard and acquire more knowledge about finance. One day, you should venture into the capital markets as well." After dinner, Lin Fan insisted on escorting his family back to their hotel for some rest, while he excused himself to return to work, bidding them a hurried farewell. Upon returning home, Lin Fan immediately opened his computer, diving back into the exhilarating world of foreign exchange trading. Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma, unable to quell their worries, quietly ascended the stairs to check on him. Jiang Eason, too, followed curiously, eager to uncover what her brother was up to. "Brother, what are these curves? Why do they keep fluctuating?" Jiang Eason inquired, pointing at the screen with a puzzled expression. Lin Fan, while fixated on the trading interface, patiently explained the fundamentals of foreign exchange trading to his sister, elucidating concepts such as spreads, leverage, and stop-loss orders. Jiang Eason listened, half comprehending, yet remained steadfastly by his side, witnessing what felt like a thrilling financial battle. As time slipped away, the numbers on the screen continued to shift. Gradually, Jiang Eason lost her patience, yawning before retreating to her room for rest. At 2 in the morning, Lin Fan finally concluded his trading session. He exhaled deeply, gazing at his account, which had surged from $50,000 to $150,000, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Brother, are you still awake?" Suddenly, Jiang Eason's drowsy voice came from behind. Jiang Eason rubbed her sleepy eyes and gazed at Lin Fan, who was still basking in the glow of his computer screen. "You should sleep soon. Why not rest a little longer? Did you stay up late last night?" Lin Fan turned to his sister, his eyes filled with affection. "I can't sleep. I just want to see when you finish." Jiang Eason approached Lin Fan, curiously staring at the flickering numbers on the screen. Lin Fan gently tousled her hair and said softly, "All right, today I'll take you and our parents out for some fun. Where would you like to go?" Upon hearing the invitation for an outing, Jiang Yisun instantly perked up, excitedly exclaiming, "Really? I want to go to the Bund and see the Oriental Pearl." "Sure, no problem. It's all up to you." Lin Fan agreed with a smile, shutting down the computer to embrace the new day. After breakfast, Lin Fan embarked on a journey with his family through the enchanting city of Shanghai. They first visited the Bund, taking in the bustling scenery along the Huangpu River, and then ascended the Oriental Pearl to behold the magnificent views of the city. In the afternoon, he took his family to the city god temple and Yuyuan Garden, indulging in local delicacies and experiencing the charm of old Shanghai. During their adventures, Lin Fan received a call from his brokerage firm, notifying him that the stocks he had previously purchased had reached their limit and he could consider selling. Finding an excuse to step away from his family, he sought a quiet spot to address his stock matters, securing his profits with certainty. That evening, Lin Fan treated his family to a sumptuous dinner at an upscale restaurant to welcome them. During the meal, Zhang's parents expressed their relief at Lin Fan's transformation, yet they were also filled with concerns about his engagement in foreign exchange trading. Lin Fan patiently reassured them, promising to act with caution and to alleviate their worries. On Saturday, Lin Fan dedicated the day to take his family to experience the renowned private dining establishment on Hengshan Road, known for its extravagant meals costing 30,000 per dining experience. The exquisite dishes, elegant ambience, and attentive service opened Zhang's parents' eyes and provided them with a more tangible understanding of Lin Fan's financial capabilities. At the dining table, Zhang's mother earnestly advised Lin Fan, "Xiao Fan, your father and I have lived our lives this way. You needn't work too hard. As long as you have enough to spend, that is sufficient. Money is endless, but health is paramount." Lin Fan grasped his mother's hand and replied earnestly, "Mom, rest assured, I know what to do. I will take good care of myself, as well as you and Dad." On Sunday, Lin Fan bid farewell to his reluctant family. Before they departed, he secretly slipped a wad of cash to Jiang Yisun, advising, "Yisun, take this money, study well, and don't waste it." Staring at the thick bundle of 10,000 yuan in her hands, Jiang Yisun exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother, this is too much. I can't accept it. Take it. I'm earning now and will send you living expenses every month," Lin Fan reassured her. He ruffled his sister's hair as he watched their parents and Jiang Yisun walk into the station. As he saw the taxi disappear from view, Lin Fan let out a long sigh of relief and turned to head back to his residence. However, upon reaching the villa's entrance, he discovered Pei Wen anxiously waiting at the door. Upon seeing him return, she rushed forward, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction and inquiry. "You're finally back." Chapter 51. Salary withheld brings tears. Stock market confusion. Before Pei Wen could finish her sentence, she noticed a taxi parked not far behind Lin Fan, with a suitcase faintly visible inside. She paused momentarily, her tone softening. "Did you send your parents back?" Lin Fan nodded, his voice calm. "Yes, they just left." Pei Wen hesitated, ultimately choosing to silently follow Lin Fan into the villa. In the living room, Pei Si-si was seated on the sofa watching television. Upon their entrance, she merely cast a cursory glance before returning her gaze to the screen. "Si-si, please make me a cup of tea," Lin Fan instructed. Pei Si-si did not move, responding coolly, "Don't you have hands?" Lin Fan frowned, but recalling what he needed to convey next, he suppressed his irritation and poured himself a glass of water. Noticing this, Pei Wen quickly took the cup from Lin Fan's hands, placing it on the coffee table. She then retrieved a notebook from her bag and handed it to Lin Fan, her tone serious. "This is our salary statement for the month. Take a look." Lin Fan accepted the notebook, glancing over it briefly. It was densely packed with various expenses, culminating in a total of 12,385 yuan. He set the notebook down, speaking calmly, "This month, I can only give you 1,000 yuan for your salaries." "What?" Pei Wen sprang to her feet, incredulous as she stared at Lin Fan. 1,000 yuan? Are you joking? We worked tirelessly for a month, and you're offering just 1,000? "I am not joking," Lin Fan replied with an impassive expression, his tone leaving no room for argument. "This 1,000 is your living expense. The rest I need to use to pay off debts." "Debts?" Pei Wen scoffed. "What debts are you paying? You earn so much every month. Can you really not spare this little?" "That is my concern." Lin Fan's tone was frosty. "In any case, this month, you will receive only 1,000. You can take it or leave it." "Lin Fan, you are going too far." Pei Wen's anger flared, as she pointed to the notebook's detailed expenses, raising her voice. "Look closely. These are our essential expenditures for the month." Pei Si-si, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up, tugging at Pei Wen's sleeve. Taking a deep breath to contain her fury, Pei Wen articulated slowly, 1,000 yuan is simply insufficient. She trembled as she pointed to each item in the notebook. "Do you see? This is all necessary spending. Just for groceries, we spend over 4,000. The utility bills, property fees, internet, and phone expenses add up to over 1,000 more. And what about CC's cosmetics and clothing? Everything costs money. We sisters also need to send some money home each month. You live here, and your meals are free. These expenses could already be minimized, Lin Fan interrupted, maintaining his calm demeanor. As for the rest, you can buy fewer cosmetics, purchase less clothing. It's not as if your family is starving. Sending less money home is also manageable. Pei Wen's eyes reddened with fury, tears brimming in her eyes. She could hardly fathom that the man before her would utter such words. She toiled tirelessly to care for him, washing his clothes, preparing his meals, and cleaning the house, only to discover that he was unwilling to give her even 1,000 yuan. Lin Fan, are you still human? Pei Wen could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her face. My sister and I quit our jobs for you, and now you. Lin Fan looked at Pei Wen, her face resembling a wilting flower, and a flicker of compassion crossed his heart. He was well aware that 1,000 yuan was indeed a pittance for two young women. However, his current circumstances did not permit him to be extravagant. Every single penny was crucial for him to realize his plans. All right, Sister One, let's not dwell on it any longer. Pei Si-si, who had remained silent, tugged at Pei Wen's sleeve and softly remarked, Brother is also facing difficulties. Si-si, don't speak. Pei Wen interrupted her sister, wiping away her tears. She gazed at Lin Fan and, with unwavering determination, declared, Lin Fan, regardless of your reasons, you must give us 2,000 yuan this month. Lin Fan met Pei Wen's resolute gaze and, after a moment of silence, finally nodded. Fine, as you say, 2,000. No, 2,000 is too little. Pei Wen persisted, refusing to relent. At least, Sister One. Pei Si-si gently pulled at her sleeve, signaling her to cease. Lin Fan regarded Pei Wen and slowly raised 3 fingers, 3,000. Pei Wen remained silent, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Fan's. He took a deep breath, as if making a grave decision, and stated firmly, 5,000. That is my bottom line. This money will come from my reserve funds, and I will keep a record of it. His tone was resolute, as though this was not merely a wage for a caretaker, but rather a significant investment. Pei Wen stared into Lin Fan's determined eyes, her carefully prepared bargaining words stifled, as if by an invisible hand. She opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing, a trace of satisfaction flickering in her eyes. Sister, is 5,000 enough? Pei Si-si timidly inquired, anxious that her sister's assertiveness might irk Lin Fan. Only then did Pei Wen snap back to reality, swiftly donning a mask of gratitude. She grasped Lin Fan's hand, exclaiming excitedly, That's more than enough. Thank you so much, Mr. Lin. You are truly a wonderful person. Lin Fan discreetly withdrew his hand and replied coolly, All right, you may leave now. Remember, from now on, you need to be more frugal with your monthly expenses. Understood, understood. Pei Wen jubilantly led her sister back to the maid's quarters, entirely shedding the tension that had previously enveloped them. Upon returning to their room, Pei Si-si eagerly asked, Sister, what happened? Did you get paid? Yes, yes, Pei Wen exclaimed, excitedly pulling out a bundle of cash from her pocket and waving it in front of Pei Si-si. 5,000 yuan. A full 5,000. 5,000. Pei Si-si was momentarily taken aback, then incredulously questioned, Did he deduct 5,000 from our wages this month? Deduced? This is what we rightfully earned. Pei Wen shot her sister an exasperated glare. If it weren't for my insistence, do you think he would have given us this much? But before Pei Si-si could voice her thoughts, she was interrupted by Pei Wen. Don't hesitate, as long as the money is in hand. Come on, sister. I will take you shopping. Pei Wen exclaimed cheerfully, pulling Pei Si-si out the door. However, as Pei Si-si observed her sister's joyous figure, a sense of unease stirred within her. She could not shake the feeling that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she grasped Pei Wen's hand, her voice laced with urgency. Sister, what about my salary? Did you ask him for it? Pei Wen paused momentarily, her smile gradually fading, her gaze flickering. I. Sister, you didn't forget to ask, did you? Pei Si-si's voice trembled slightly. Pei Wen bit her lip, remaining silent, her eyes evasively avoiding her sister's gaze. Sister, how could you? Pei Si-si exclaimed in frustration. You absolutely must inquire about it. After a moment of hesitation, Pei Wen could no longer withstand her sister's fury. Reluctantly, she stood up and headed towards Lin Fan's study. Pei Si-si anxiously paced the room, feeling a mix of anger and helplessness at her sister's absent-mindedness. They had clearly agreed to ask Lin Fan about the salary together, yet her sister had forgotten everything the moment money was mentioned. Sister, how can you act this way? My salary might have been deducted. Pei Si-si's voice quivered, for this was her hard-earned money from a month's labor. Oh, Don't be so anxious. Perhaps he hasn't deducted anything, Pei Wen said, avoiding her sister's gaze. Her mind preoccupied with the thought of 5,000 yuan, leaving little room for other considerations. What do you mean perhaps? How would you know if you don't ask? Pei Si-si firmly grasped her sister's arm, her tone resolute. You must clarify this. Otherwise, I want to help you repay the debt. Upon hearing this, Pei Wen was immediately alarmed. Their family was burdened with substantial debt, relying on Pei Si-si's job to gradually pay it off. All right, I will ask. I will ask, is that sufficient? Pei Wen sighed in resignation, steeling herself to knock on Lin Fan's study door once more. What is it? Lin Fan's voice remained calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Mr. Lin, I wanted to inquire about my sister's salary, Pei Wen stammered, her tone tentative. Her salary? What about it? Lin Fan set down the book he was reading, his gaze steady as he regarded Pei Wen, as if he had anticipated her inquiry. Well, Pei Wen's palms began to sweat from nervousness. She was unsure how to phrase her question naturally. You wish to ask whether I have deducted her salary, correct? Lin Fan's tone was flat, yet it seemed to unveil Pei Wen's unspoken thoughts. Pei Wen offered an awkward smile, uncertain how to respond. Rest assured, not a single penny of her salary will be deducted, Lin Fan stated calmly, his tone carrying an undeniable firmness. Pei Wen was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile of delight spread across her face as she quickly replied, That's great. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Upon returning to the room, Pei Wen eagerly shared the good news with her sister, who finally felt relieved. I knew it. Mr. Lin is not that kind of person, Pei Wen said. As she began to count her 5,000 yuan, her heart filled with hopeful dreams for the future. However, unbeknownst to them, a more formidable trial was silently approaching. Si-si, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. What is it, sister? You seem rather mysterious, Pei Si-si queried nonchalantly, her teeth sinking into an apple. Pei Wen, with an air of secrecy, retrieved 2 bank cards from her pocket, waving them before Pei Si-si. Look, what do you think these are? Pei Si-si, puzzled, accepted the cards and scrutinized them closely. Bank cards? Where did they come from? Mr. Lin provided them, claiming they are for us to engage in stock trading. Pei Wen whispered, clearly wary of being overheard. Stock trading? Us. Pei Si-si's eyes widened in disbelief. Has he lost his mind? Giving us so much money to invest? Pei Wen quickly covered her sister's mouth. Keep your voice down. Do you want the entire world to know? She glanced around to ensure they were alone before continuing. I have no idea what he's thinking, but he said this money is fake. We can play with it as we wish. If we lose, it's on him. If we profit, it's ours. Fake. How is that even possible? Pei Si-si's confusion deepened as she turned the card over in her hands, unable to discern anything amiss. It appeared quite legitimate. Pei Wen shook her head, indicating her own bewilderment. Just then, Lin Fan's voice echoed from outside. Si-si, come here for a moment. I need to talk to you. The Pei sisters exchanged glances and hurriedly followed Lin Fan into the study, clutching the bank cards. Please, have a seat. Lin Fan gestured towards 2 chairs at the desk before opening his laptop and commencing his work. The sisters watched in utter perplexity, entirely unaware of his intentions. Minutes later, Lin Fan closed his laptop and retrieved 2 sheets of paper from his drawer, distributing them to the sisters. These are the stocks I will be operating today. You should engage as well using the cards I provided. Pei Si-si accepted the paper, noting the dense array of numbers and codes, her head spinning. What is this? I don't understand any of it. These are the stock codes and operational strategies, Lin Fan patiently elucidated. Simply follow the instructions provided. But what about the money? Pei Si-si hesitated before inquiring, is it truly fake? Of course it's real, Lin Fan replied with a subtle smile. Though you may as well treat it as if it were fake. With that, he fell silent, signaling for the Pei sisters to commence their operations as instructed. At 9:30 on Monday morning, the stock market opened. Sister, which stock should we purchase now? Pei Si-si asked anxiously. 600 XXX, buy 1,000 shares. Lin Fan's voice rang out beside her. Pei Si-si hurriedly followed his directive, clicking the mouse and confirming the order in one fluid motion. Is it bought? She questioned as she observed the screen displaying a successful order, feeling somewhat surreal. Yes, Lin Fan nodded, his gaze fixed intently on the computer screen as his fingers danced over the keyboard. Next stock. Sister, why are we buying 500 shares of this stock? Didn't we just buy 1,000 of the previous one? Pei Si-si pointed at the code on the screen, perplexed. And this one, why has it changed to 2,000 shares? Pei Wen interjected, unable to contain her curiosity. The decisions were made based on stock trends and my own judgment, Lin Fan patiently explained. Different stocks require varying quantities and timing for purchase. However, how can I discern when to buy and when to sell? Pei Si-si became increasingly perplexed. Lin Fan paused momentarily, at a loss for words. He couldn't possibly reveal that he could foresee the future, could he? Sister, please teach us. Pei Wen chimed in with a playful tone. Lin Fan, feeling cornered by their persistence, resolved to simplify complex concepts and elucidate some fundamental knowledge and operational techniques regarding stocks. Although the Pei sisters seemed to grasp only a portion of the information, they managed to navigate the basics. As trading commenced, the stock market fluctuated dramatically. Lin Fan adeptly guided the Pei sisters through buying and selling, maintaining a well-ordered approach. Some stocks were swiftly transacted, while others remained stagnant. Sister, why hasn't this stock been purchased yet? Pei Si-si inquired anxiously. Patience, let's wait and see, Lin Fan reassured her, explaining that the stock market is inherently volatile and requires composure. Finally, as the midday closing approached, all stocks were acquired according to Lin Fan's strategy. Well done. Today's task is complete. Lin Fan stretched and smiled at the Pei sisters. Yay! Pei Si-si exclaimed, leaping up to embrace Pei Wen. Sister, we did it. Indeed. Pei Wen nodded excitedly, gazing at the account balance displayed on the computer screen, feeling as though she were in a dream. This is merely the beginning, Lin Fan cautioned, reminding them that the stock market carries risks and that investment should be approached with caution. In the upcoming period, you must remain vigilant regarding market trends and report any queries to me promptly. Understood, Mr. Lin, the Pei sisters replied in unison. Lin Fan departed the villa and drove to the company. Upon entering the office, before he could settle down, Hu Yanmei rushed in, her face radiating an undeniable mix of excitement and urgency. Mr. Lin, you finally made it. I have discovered an exceptional team. How did you know I was coming to the office today? Lin Fan asked, puzzled. Hu Yanmei hesitated slightly before smiling and responding, I. Just as she began to explain, she suddenly paused and said mysteriously, follow me, and you will find out. Chapter 52. A flurry of activity. Hu Yanmei led Lin Fan through a winding path to a nearby cafe. Before they even stepped inside, peals of hearty laughter could be heard from within. Pushing the door open, Hu Yanmei gestured for Lin Fan to take a seat by the window, whispering, Mr. Lin. They are inside, take a look. Following her gaze, Lin Fan observed three young individuals animatedly discussing something around a laptop. One particularly striking young man with a buzz cut stood out, gesturing expressively, clearly a tech enthusiast. This is the senior engineer, Li Chong, whom I mentioned, recruited from Meipai. Hu Yanmei introduced in a hushed tone. The other two are his partners, both adept at creating short video content. Lin Fan nodded, signaling Hu Yanmei to refrain from interrupting them, as he curiously observed the scene unfold. He picked up his phone, opened the Meipai app, and searched for several trending videos, only to find that quite a few were produced by this particular team. It seems that you have struck gold this time. Lin Fan set down his phone, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Let's arrange a meeting. I wish to have a formal discussion with them. Absolutely, I'll take care of it right away. Hu Yanmei replied excitedly, briskly walking over to a few young individuals and whispering a few words. Upon returning to the office, Lin Fan had barely settled into his chair when Qi Liang knocked and entered. President Lin, we've made contact with Pinduoduo, and they are very interested in our investment. Qi Liang beamed with excitement. I've already scheduled a meeting with the head of their marketing department for tomorrow to discuss matters in detail. Excellent. Lin Fan had anticipated Pinduoduo's response, knowing they were in a rapid growth phase and in urgent need of capital infusion. I can cover the Series A investment entirely. Focus on discussing our subsequent collaboration plans, ensuring that our interests are safeguarded. Understood. Qi Liang nodded vigorously but hesitated momentarily before asking, President Lin, do you truly have faith in Pinduoduo? Many are pessimistic about them right now. One must adopt a long-term perspective, Xiao Qi, Lin Fan replied with a knowing smile. Some opportunities, if not seized now, may vanish in the future. You are absolutely right. Qi Liang, inspired by Lin Fan's conviction, confidently asserted, I will secure them tomorrow. A series of knocks interrupted their conversation. Wang Dan entered, saying, President Lin, the new secretary has arrived. Is now a convenient time for her interview? Please let her in. Lin Fan gestured for Wang Dan to bring the candidate forward. At the door, a young woman dressed in a professional suit, exuding elegance, walked in. Hello, President Lin. My name is LV Xiaomi, and I am delighted to be here for the interview. She approached Lin Fan confidently and gave a slight bow. Lin Fan appraised LV Xiaomi, noting her exquisite features, her long black hair neatly styled into a bun, and the black professional suit that accentuated her tall figure, radiating competence and self-assurance. I have reviewed your resume. Your work experience is quite impressive. Lin Fan indicated for her to take a seat. I would like to know, why did you choose to apply to our company? I have always been attentive to your esteemed company, particularly admiring your entrepreneurial spirit, LV Xiaomi responded earnestly. I believe your company possesses immense growth potential, and I hope to join this team to learn and grow alongside everyone. Very well. Lin Fan nodded, proceeding to ask a few more questions regarding her work ethic and ability to handle pressure. LV Xiaomi's responses were flawless, demonstrating excellent professional qualities. I believe you will be an outstanding secretary, Lin Fan concluded, deciding she could start the following day, with a 3-month probation period and a salary according to company standards, subject to adjustment thereafter. Thank you, President Lin. I will work diligently and not disappoint your expectations. A joyful smile spread across LV Xiaomi's face. After bidding farewell to LV Xiaomi, Lin Fan glanced at the time. It was nearly noon. He rose and headed to a nearby restaurant where the HR department had arranged a lunch meeting with the head of the video team. Upon pushing open the door to the private room, Lin Fan discovered 3 individuals already seated within, those very same young people he had encountered that morning at the cafe. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Li Chong, announced the young man with a buzz cut, rising first to extend a warm handshake. These are my colleagues, Zhang Tao and Wang Lily. The ensuing lunch resembled more of an interview, albeit with roles reversed. The trio took turns articulating their thoughts and plans from various angles, technology, content, and operations, expressing their passion and confidence in the short video industry. Lin Fan listened intently, interjecting with incisive questions to assess their professional acumen and adaptability. To his surprise, despite their relative inexperience, these young individuals exhibited a profound understanding of the industry and consistently provided persuasive answers to his inquiries. I admire your talent and enthusiasm, Lin Fan remarked after the meal, having gained a deeper insight into this youthful team. I have decided to offer you an opportunity to join our company and help us create a brand new short video platform. Really? That is fantastic. The 3 young people exclaimed in unison, their faces alight with joy. However, Lin Fan continued, his tone turning serious. I have one condition. Joining my team means adhering to my management and executing my vision. Are you capable of this? Absolutely. They responded in unison, their eyes brimming with anticipation and determination. Upon returning to the office, Lin Fan had scarcely settled when Hu Yanmei knocked and entered, her expression somewhat grave. Mr. Lin, what has happened with Hu Min and Gu Feng? She inquired, her demeanor serious. Lin Fan gestured for Hu Yanmei to take a seat and asked calmly, aware that the usually composed operations director would not exhibit such concern without good reason. It is this, Hu Yanmei began, taking a deep breath. Hu Min and Gu Feng have developed a significant disagreement regarding the concept of the distribution system. Neither can persuade the other, and the atmosphere within the entire technical team has become quite tense. Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Both Hu Min and Gu Feng were key technical personnel, having always collaborated seamlessly. What could have sparked such discord? Please elaborate. Hu Yanmei recounted the situation. As the platform's user base continued to expand, the existing content distribution system struggled to meet the burgeoning demands. To address this issue, the technical team proposed the development of an entirely new intelligent distribution system. In terms of design philosophy, Hu Min advocated for a more aggressive algorithm, striving to enhance the matching of content with users to achieve extreme levels of personalized recommendations. Conversely, Gu Feng emphasized the need to prioritize the overall quality of content and the platform's value orientation, expressing concern that an over-reliance on algorithms might lead to an influx of subpar content, detrimental to the platform's long-term growth. Their intentions were commendable, yet their chosen paths diverged. Hu Yanmei sighed. I have spoken with them individually, hoping they might find mutual understanding and resolve their differences, but the outcomes have been less than ideal. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, his fingers gently tapping on the table as he rapidly analyzed the current situation in his mind. He understood that the choice of technological pathway was crucial for the platform's future development, and any misstep in decision-making could lead to dire consequences. What suggestions do you have? Lin Fan raised his gaze towards Hu Yanmei, aware that this seasoned operations director must have her own insights. My proposal is to establish a separate team for Hu Min, allowing him the freedom to explore his ideas, Hu Yanmei asserted with conviction. I am confident that, with his capabilities, he will develop an exceptional intelligent distribution system. As for Gu Feng, we can continue optimizing the existing system while also enhancing our control over content quality. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled. Hu Yanmei's suggestion resonated deeply with him. This approach would not only prevent discord within the team over the technological direction, but also maximize the creative vitality of the technical team, achieving a dual advantage. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggested. Lin Fan decisively concluded. Please Please speak with Hu Min to gauge his thoughts. If he is willing, let him assemble his own team. The company will fully support his endeavors. Hu Yanmei accepted the task with a smile of satisfaction. She recognized that Lin Fan's decision was not merely an acknowledgement of Hu Min's individual capabilities, but also a robust endorsement of technological innovation. Hu Min, President Lin has granted permission for you to form your own team. Pursue your endeavors freely. Hu Yanmei announced passionately, delivering the news to Hu Min. Really? That is wonderful. Hu Min exclaimed, rising in excitement, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. He understood that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he was determined to seize it to demonstrate his prowess. As the sun set, Lin Fan completed the last document, stretching his weary limbs. A glance at the clock revealed it was already past 7 in the evening. Lu Xiaomi, please come in, Lin Fan instructed through the intercom. President Lin, did you call for me? Within moments, Lu Xiaomi entered, her face adorned with a professional smile. Please take a seat. Lin Fan gestured towards the chair opposite his desk. How has your first day been? Everything is wonderful. Thank you for your concern, President Lin. Lu Xiaomi replied with poise, a hint of excitement in her voice. The colleagues have been very welcoming, and I have learned a great deal. That's good to hear. Lin Fan nodded, retrieving a document from his drawer and handing it to Lu Xiaomi. This contains the company's recent business data. Please familiarize yourself with it. Lu Xiaomi accepted the document and began to peruse it attentively. By the way, there is one more thing, Lin Fan suddenly recalled. Could you assist me in drafting an email to all employees? He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Lu Xiaomi looked up, her gaze expectant. Just mention. Lin Fan took a deep breath, that the company is on the brink of entering an entirely new phase of development, and I hope all employees. He momentarily faltered, as countless phrases raced through his mind, none feeling quite adequate. Lu Xiaomi raised her head, her eyes eagerly awaiting his continuation. Lin Fan rubbed his temples, striving to pull his thoughts back to the present. He recalled the myriad of tasks he had dealt with today, from the creative bottleneck faced by the video team to the intricate negotiations with Pinduoduo, from the disagreements within the technical team to the onboarding training of the new secretary. Each matter tested his judgment and decision-making prowess. Enough, he decided, let me first organize the work at hand. The email can wait until tomorrow. Ultimately, Lin Fan relinquished the matter, acknowledging that he required more time to contemplate how to compose a truly inspiring email, rather than resorting to mere platitudes. Although Lu Xiaomi was somewhat perplexed, she nodded in agreement and exited the office. Lin Fan gazed at the mountain of reimbursement forms cluttering his desk, his heart a tumult of emotions. Behind each receipt lay expenditures that represented the company's costs. He reminisced about his entrepreneurial days in a previous life, when he meticulously controlled costs, even utilizing both sides of a sheet of paper. Was it inevitable that as a company scaled, it would have to sacrifice efficiency and incur greater management costs? Lin Fan mused aloud. He picked up a reimbursement form, which boldly stated an entertainment expense of 5,888 yuan. To sign or not to sign? He found himself in a quandary. He understood that according to company policy, the approval process for this document would require at least 3 days and undergo scrutiny from the finance department. Yet, he also recognized that if he were to micromanage every detail, he would merely become a signature machine, devoid of the time and energy to ponder the company's strategic direction. How could he strike a balance between authority and efficiency? Lin Fan's fingers gently tapped the desk, his mind swirling with thoughts. He realized there was no standard answer to this dilemma. Only through continual exploration based on the company's actual circumstances could he uncover the optimal solution. In the end, Lin Fan signed his name. He reassured himself that this was not a concession, but rather a step towards greater efficiency, aimed at bestowing greater trust and support upon his team. Perhaps, it was time to reform the company's management system. With a newfound determination, he set down the pen and grasped the phone, dialing the internal line. Lu Xiaomi, please come in and help me arrange a meeting for all directors tomorrow at 9 a.m. After signing, Lin Fan reclined in his office chair, the twilight deepening outside as the city's traffic hummed like an unceasing river. He replayed the events of the day in his mind, the technical team passionately debating over a single line of code, the video team exhausting their creativity over an idea, while he himself was inundated with various trivial approvals, signatures, and meetings throughout the afternoon. Did the growth of the company paradoxically lead to diminished efficiency? Lin Fan questioned himself, aware that the rise in management costs was an unavoidable aspect of corporate development. However, he was determined not to allow the company to transform into a cumbersome machine. Sluggish and ineffective, he needed to find a point of equilibrium, ensuring the company's operations remained standardized while enhancing decision-making efficiency and invigorating team dynamics. Lin Fan's fingers unconsciously drummed the desk as he pondered how to restore the passion and creativity reminiscent of the company's early days. Lu Xiaomi, please come in. He pressed the internal phone, an idea forming in his mind. Perhaps they could begin with a small-scale experiment. Mr. Lin, you called for me? As Lu Xiaomi entered the room, a hint of perplexity adorned her face. Please inform Wang Dan, Shen Wang, Hu Yanmei, and Qi Liang to convene in the small meeting room in 10 minutes for a brief meeting, Lin Fan instructed, his gaze betraying a subtle anticipation. Understood, Mr. Lin. I will notify them immediately, Lu Xiaomi replied with a nod, preparing to depart. Wait, Lin Fan called out to her. Please organize the format for the meeting minutes and send it to my email. We will need it for tomorrow's meeting. Meeting minutes? Lu Xiaomi paused, taken aback. It had been quite some time since the company had held a short meeting for all directors. Typically, such gatherings required a week's advance notice along with meticulously prepared agendas and materials. Yes, just as I mentioned, the company is on the verge of entering a new phase of development, and we need to pool our ideas and efforts, Lin Fan paused, needing a succinct and compelling introduction to seize everyone's attention. Please hold on. I will write it up promptly, Lu Xiaomi said as she retrieved her notebook from her bag, quickly jotting down the content. Within 5 minutes, she handed the written piece to Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, does this suffice? Lin Fan took the notebook, his eyes scanning the text. A slight frown creased his brow as he immediately recognized that the passage was not Lu Xiaomi's original work, but rather a mere copy from the internet. However, he chose not to confront her directly and instead returned the notebook to Lu Xiaomi. Show this to Wang Dan and Shen Wang first. Let them provide their feedback. Chapter 53. The hustle and bustle of workplace affairs. Lu Xiaomi, clutching the notebook, briskly exited the office, her mind swirling with doubts. Mr. Lin was known for his decisive nature and high standards. Why was he suddenly in such a rush to hold a meeting? Moreover, he requested her to consult Wang Dan and Shen Wang for their opinions, a practice that had never occurred before. She first approached Wang Dan, handing over the notebook. Director Wang, could you please take a look at this passage? Mr. Lin wishes to use it as the opening for tomorrow's meeting minutes. Wang Dan accepted the notebook, her gaze sweeping over the text, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Xiaomi, while this passage may sound grandiloquent, it does come off as somewhat hollow. Additionally, I believe I have encountered this text before. A chill ran down Lu Xiaomi's spine. Wang Dan was renowned within the company for her exceptional writing skills and sharp insight. How could her small ruse possibly escape detection? As expected, Wang Dan set the notebook down, her gaze piercing. Xiaomi, we have both been with the company for quite some time. I am quite aware of your capabilities. Now confess, from where did you copy this text? Lu Xiaomi's face flushed with embarrassment, rendering her momentarily speechless. Enough of that. There's no need to feel ashamed. We all have our moments of laziness, Wang Dan chuckled, shaking her head. Send me your original draft. I will assist you in revising it. Grateful, Lu Xiaomi nodded and promptly forwarded her draft to Wang Dan. Wang Dan opened her computer and began meticulously editing the text, word by word. Outside, night had fallen, yet the lights in the office remained aglow. Lu Xiaomi sat beside her, observing Wang Dan's earnest dedication to her work, feeling both touched and ashamed. As time slipped by, it soon approached 10 o'clock in the evening. Wang Dan finally completed the revisions, stretching lazily as she smiled at Lu Xiaomi. All right, take a look and tell me what you think. Lu Xiaomi took the notebook and noticed that the once mundane text had transformed into something vivid and compelling through Wang Dan's edits. Director Wang, you are truly remarkable. I feel so inadequate, Lu Xiaomi exclaimed sincerely. Enough with the flattery, Wang Dan chuckled, waving her hand. You should head home and rest. We have a meeting tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Wang Dan, Lu Xiaomi stepped out of the company, gazing up at the night sky adorned with twinkling stars, the moonlight cascading like water. Taking a deep breath, she felt that the evening was exceptionally enchanting. Meanwhile, a tense atmosphere enveloped Lin Fan's apartment. The computer screen flickered with red numbers, displaying the real-time exchange rate of the pound against the dollar. Lin Fan fixed his gaze on the screen, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he engaged in foreign exchange trading. It's doubled. It's doubled again. Excitement sparkled in Lin Fan's eyes. Since his rebirth, he had been searching for a chance to amass wealth, having tried stocks, futures, and forex with little success. Until today, he had finally stumbled upon a golden opportunity. The pound was about to plummet. His phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from an old classmate, Jiaming Liang, inviting him to dinner in the bustling city tomorrow evening. Lin Fan glanced at it, but did not respond. As all his focus was on the computer screen, nothing could distract him. Time ticked away as the pound's exchange rate continued to plunge and Lin Fan's account balance soared. It was only at 3 in the morning that he finally ceased trading, exhaling deeply. Time to rest. Lin Fan stood up, turned off the computer, and walked to the window, overlooking the vibrant city, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The glaring sunlight seeped through the curtain's gaps, bathing Lin Fan's face as he groggily opened his eyes, finding Lu Xiaomei's slightly anxious face before him. "Director Lin, it's almost 8 o'clock. Have you forgotten?" Lu Xiaomei whispered carefully. "What?" Lin Fan jolted awake, the excitement and fatigue from the previous night crashing over him like a wave, leaving him momentarily disoriented. "You have an important meeting at 9:30 this morning, and also, the stocks you asked me to buy." It was only upon Lu Xiaomei's reminder that Lin Fan recalled last night's plans. He rubbed his temples, swiftly regaining his usual composure. "Tell me, what is the situation now?" Lu Xiaomei quickly opened the stock application on her phone. The XX stock opened high today, and it has already risen over 5%. "All right, sell everything at 920. Remember to do it in batches to avoid causing significant fluctuations." Lin Fan commanded methodically as he got out of bed. "Understood, Director Lin. Is there anything else?" Lu Xiaomei asked while operating her phone, discreetly observing Lin Fan's demeanor. As for the others, Lin Fan pondered for a moment. "Buy YY stock at 1:30 this afternoon. But only once the limit down is lifted." Although Lu Xiaomei did not fully grasp Lin Fan's strategy, she diligently noted all the operational directives. Once everything was arranged, Lin Fan finally rose and entered the bathroom. After completing his morning ablutions, he partook of a light breakfast before closing his eyes to rest. The morning stock market was rife with fluctuations, yet he appeared utterly unconcerned, as though everything lay within his grasp. Following the midday market opening, Lin Fan once again directed Lu Xiaomei to execute further operations. Within a mere hour, the funds in the account had doubled. Observing the dancing numbers on the screen, a barely perceptible smile graced the corners of Lin Fan's mouth. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Fan arrived punctually at the office. No sooner had he seated himself than Lu Xiaomei entered, carrying a document. "Mr. Lin, here is the meeting summary you requested. I have informed the 4 directors as per your instructions. They will convene in the conference room at 3 o'clock sharp." Lin Fan accepted the document and casually leafed through a few pages. "Very good, you may go." At precisely 3 o'clock, the 4 directors filed in and took their seats around the conference table. Lin Fan's gaze swept over them, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "The purpose of gathering you all today is to announce a significant matter." "Wait," Lin Fan interjected, raising his hand. "Before the meeting begins, let us first review this." He gestured toward another document on the table. Lu Xiaomei immediately understood and picked up the document, distributing it to the 4 directors. "This is..." Chun Fong opened the document, looking quizzically at Lin Fan. "These are my thoughts regarding the company's future development. Please take a look." Lin Fan interlaced his fingers and leaned slightly back, his gaze profound. The document meticulously outlined Lin Fan's vision for the company's future, encompassing everything from product research and development to marketing strategies, team building, and corporate culture, each aspect thoroughly contemplated. The directors grew increasingly astonished as they read. They had not anticipated Lin Fan's far-reaching vision and clarity of thought. "Mr. Lin, your plan is truly visionary and commendable." Wang Dan was the first to break the silence, expressing genuine admiration. The other directors nodded in agreement. "I am not one for empty rhetoric. Once a plan is formulated, it must be resolutely executed," Lin Fan asserted with conviction. "To enhance operational efficiency, I have decided to delegate certain authorities to you, the directors. Henceforth, financial approvals within your departments will be your direct responsibility." Upon hearing the words financial approvals, a flicker of surprise and delight crossed the eyes of the 4 directors. In the past, even expenditures amounting to a few thousand yuan required layers of approval, leading to inefficiencies. Now, with Lin Fan granting them greater autonomy, it was undoubtedly a recognition and trust in their capabilities. Moreover, Lin Fan paused thoughtfully. The company is currently experiencing rapid growth, with an increasing number of employees. I expect the administrative department to expedite the establishment of an internal office system to enhance communication efficiency and minimize unnecessary processes. Mr. Lin, regarding the internal office system, our department has already begun its construction and anticipates a trial operation by next month, Chun Fong replied calmly, as if everything was proceeding according to her expectations. Excellent. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Furthermore, I have another question. His gaze turned towards Hu Yanmei. What is the current total number of employees in the company? As of yesterday, the total number of employees has reached 523, Hu Yanmei replied. It seems our company is thriving, Lin Fan remarked with a smile, then shifted his tone. However, we must not rest on our laurels. Recruitment must continue unabated. We cannot allow personnel issues to hinder the growth of our company. Understood, General Manager Lin. Hu Yanmei nodded in agreement. By the way, regarding the matters we discussed previously about employee settlement and the company purchasing an office building, what progress has been made? Lin Fan inquired, directing his attention to Chen Fong. I have already been in communication with the relevant departments and believe results will emerge soon. Chen Fong replied with a steady tone, instilling a sense of confidence that everything was under control. Lin Fan nodded, preparing to speak when suddenly a thought crossed his mind. He picked up another document from the table. I have read this draft. It is well written, he began, hesitating momentarily. He had initially intended for the publicity department to compose an article detailing the company's future development plans, using this opportunity to showcase the company's strengths to the outside world. However, considering the company was in a phase of rapid growth, excessive exposure might not be beneficial and could inadvertently attract unnecessary competition. Thus, he reconsidered his decision. But what? Chen Fong pressed for clarification. Never mind, let us hold off for now. Focus your energies on other tasks. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, setting the manuscript aside. Though Chen Fong was perplexed, she refrained from pressing further and nodded in agreement. At that moment, Hu Yanmei knocked and entered. General Manager, didn't you ask me to contact that expert from Fudan University who specializes in mathematical modeling? I have made contact, and they indicated they could meet with you for a detailed discussion tomorrow afternoon. An expert from Fudan? Chen Fong and several other directors exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Lin Fan's intentions. Understood, Lin Fan nodded, envisioning a figure in his mind. Before his rebirth, the domestic quantitative trading scene had developed rapidly, giving rise to a number of adept individuals who utilized mathematical models for stock investment, and this Fudan expert was among them. Lin Fan recalled the painful experiences of his previous life regarding losses in the stock market and silently resolved to seize this opportunity. With his foresight, he aimed to make a substantial profit this time. Tomorrow, Lin Fan mused for a moment. I have a reunion with old classmates scheduled for tomorrow evening, so I may not have time to meet with this expert. Please inform them that I am available in the morning. Let us arrange the meeting at the company. Certainly, General Manager, Hu Yanmei replied before turning to leave the office. After bidding farewell to several directors, Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. Since his rebirth, he had been preoccupied with company affairs and had not had a chance to gather with friends for quite some time. This reunion, organized by his high school classmate Jia Mingliang, marked the first time he would participate in such an event since his rebirth, as his connections with classmates had dwindled since graduation. Upon this reflection, Lin Fan lifted his phone, perusing his contacts until his gaze settled upon the name Jia Mingliang. With a gentle tap of his finger, he initiated the call. Hello, Mingliang, it's me, Lin Fan. Indeed, tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock. At the Haiyue Tianfu Seafood Restaurant in the middle section of Jingxing Plaza. Let us not miss each other. After ending the call, a subtle smile graced Lin Fan's lips. He was already looking forward to this long-awaited reunion. He set down his phone and turned his gaze towards the window. As nightfall descended and the city lights began to twinkle, the metropolis was poised to embrace another vibrant evening, and he felt prepared to face all challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 54. A reunion of classmates the following day. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed the city, casting a warm glow on the towering buildings. The streets of Jingxing Plaza began to bustle with an increasing throng of people, the air filled with the tantalizing aromas of diverse cuisines, heralding the impending revelry of the night. Lin Fan changed out of his tailored suit into a more casual outfit and arrived at the Haiyue Tianfu Seafood Restaurant. With over 10 minutes to spare before their appointed time, he decided to stroll around the vicinity. Lin Fan, over here. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind. Turning around, Lin Fan spotted Jia Mingliang at the entrance of the restaurant, enthusiastically waving at him. After 3 years apart, Mingliang appeared to be even more robust than before, his face adorned with a hearty smile, exuding the same warmth he always had. Mingliang, it's been ages. Lin Fan greeted him with a smile, and they shook hands firmly. Indeed, it's been 3 years. You seem to be doing exceptionally well. You've become quite the entrepreneur. Jia Mingliang clapped Lin Fan on the shoulder with admiration and a hint of envy in his tone. Oh, it's merely a means to make a living. Lin Fan humbly replied with a smile. But you, I've heard you've ventured into business on your own. That's quite impressive. It's all small-scale endeavors. Nothing to boast about, Mingliang said, though pride was evident on his face. As they walked together, reminiscing about the amusing incidents from their high school days, it felt as if they were transported back to those carefree youthful years. By the way, where are the others? Have they all arrived? Lin Fan inquired. Most of them are here. You are the last one, Mingliang replied, leading Lin Fan toward the restaurant. Wait a moment. Lin Fan suddenly recalled something and pointed to a cafe adjacent to the seafood restaurant. I'm going to grab a cup of coffee. What about you? No need. I'll wait for you here, Mingliang said. All right, I'll be back shortly. Lin Fan entered the cafe, ordered an American coffee, and casually browsed through the news on his phone. Is this seafood restaurant truly owned by Mingliang's family? Suddenly, the conversation at the nearby table caught Lin Fan's attention. It really is owned by them. I didn't see that coming. He has been quite discreet about it. Indeed, I heard his family has a farm on the outskirts of the city that supplies this place, and business is booming, another voice chimed in. Is that true? How impressive. I suppose we should frequent this place to support his business, the first speaker remarked. Absolutely. We must ensure that the profits stay within our circle. The second person replied. Hearing their conversation, Lin Fan felt a surge of astonishment. He had never imagined that Jia Mingliang's family background was so affluent. It seems that over the years, he has quietly accomplished a great deal. After settling the bill, Lin Fan stepped out of the cafe, holding a cup of coffee. Jia Mingliang was still waiting for him, and, upon seeing him approach, smiled and inquired, "Why did you take so long?" "Oh, I bumped into an old friend and chatted for a bit," Lin Fan casually replied, then followed Jia Mingliang into the seafood restaurant. "Which private room is our class in?" Lin Fan asked. "It's upstairs, in the Feng He room," Jia Mingliang answered. The two took the elevator to the second floor and located the Feng He room. Lin Fan pushed the door open and found several people already seated, engaged in lively conversation. "Ah, our busy man has finally arrived. Mr. Lin, you truly are a person of many responsibilities." Upon seeing Lin Fan enter, everyone laughed and teased him. Lin Fan waved his hand with a smile, saying, "My apologies for the tardiness. I shall drink to that." "That is more like it." The group responded, while inviting Lin Fan to take a seat. As Lin Fan sat down at the table, he grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and began to crack them absent-mindedly, simultaneously pulling out his phone to scroll through short videos. After a while, the door to the private room swung open again, and a tall, fashionable woman walked in. "Ime, you've come too. It's been ages, Ime. You look more radiant than ever." Upon seeing her, everyone stood to greet her. Lin Fan looked up and recognized his high school classmate, Zhang Yimei. "Lin Fan, you're here too." Zhang Yimei smiled as she approached him. "Indeed, it's been a while." Lin Fan stood up, smiling as he shook her hand. "Where are you working now?" Zhang Yimei inquired. "I've resigned," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. "You've resigned?" Zhang Yimei exclaimed in surprise. "Why? Weren't you at a state-owned enterprise? That's quite a secure job." Lin Fan chuckled softly but remained silent, merely lifting his teacup to take a delicate sip. "Ime, don't pry too much. Lin Fan is now a big boss and wouldn't he be interested in the meager salary of a state enterprise?" At that moment, a classmate chimed in with a laugh. "Exactly. Mr. Lin has embarked on his own entrepreneurial journey. Who knows? He might go public one day." Another classmate added with enthusiasm. Hearing these remarks, Lin Fan simply smiled, refraining from any rebuttal. Zhang Yimei glanced at Lin Fan and then at the other classmates, seemingly grasping the situation, and chose not to press further. Instead, she shifted the conversation to other topics. Gradually, more classmates arrived at the private room. The atmosphere became vibrant as everyone shared updates about their lives. Some had switched to better companies, others had ventured into entrepreneurship, and some had parted ways with their employers to embrace freelance careers. "Waitstaff, please serve the dishes." At that moment, the door opened, and Jia Mingliang walked in. His voice interrupted the chatter among the classmates, and behind him followed several waitstaff, each carrying an array of delectable dishes that quickly filled the round table. "Wow, Mingliang, this is quite extravagant." "Indeed, it's just a class reunion, not a business banquet. This is rather lavish." As the classmates expressed their astonishment, Jia Mingliang smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Today, as we gather together, let us not stand on ceremony. Eat heartily, and if it's not enough, we can always have more." The dishes were abundant, and after several rounds of wine, the atmosphere in the private room grew even more fervent. As the conversation flowed, the topic inevitably returned to their recent lives. "Have you heard? That fellow Wang Chong switched jobs to Alibaba a while back. They say he's now earning $1 million a year. Is that true? Wasn't he always working at that foreign company as a designer? What prompted such a sudden change?" "Oh, it's all about the money. I've heard the benefits at Alibaba are exceptional, and the prospects are even brighter." "Oh, it's truly disheartening to compare ourselves. While we toil for a meager salary, he's already raking in $1 million. Listening to his classmates' debate, Lin Fan, seated in the corner, merely smiled without uttering a word. He had long anticipated Wang Chong's leap to Alibaba and knew he would thrive there. "Lin Fan, what are you up to these days?" Zhang Yimei suddenly inquired. "Me? I'm currently a freelancer, running a small business, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. Oh, so you've become your own boss. That's impressive, Zhang Yimei said with a smile, though a hint of unnoticeable disappointment flickered in her eyes. At that moment, Jia Mingliang approached with a glass in hand, cheerfully proclaiming, Dear classmates, let me toast to you all. These past few years, I've been busy away from home and seldom had the chance to reunite with everyone. I truly apologize for that. However, this time I plan to reside in Shanghai for an extended period, and we can frequently gather when time permits. Mingliang, you're going to stay in Shanghai? That is wonderful. We'll get to see each other often. The classmates enthusiastically welcomed him. By the way, Mingliang, do you have any plans for your return? A classmate inquired. Jia Mingliang chuckled and said, After discussing with my mother, we intend to open a branch here in Shanghai to expand our family business. Open a branch? Isn't your family in S City dealing in seafood? What prompted the sudden decision to establish a branch in Shanghai? Jia Mingliang took a sip of his drink and explained, My mother primarily manages our business. Recently, she visited Shanghai to assess the market and felt that there is significant potential for growth here, which is why we decided to open a branch. I see. Your mother certainly possesses keen insight. The classmates nodded in agreement. By the way, Mingliang, what kind of seafood business does your family run? Perhaps we could support your venture in the future. One classmate chimed in cheerfully. Jia Mingliang smiled mysteriously and replied, It's nothing particularly special, just a seafood restaurant. A seafood restaurant? It wouldn't happen to be this very high-wit tianfu, would it? Another classmate suddenly asked. Jia Mingliang was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Haha, it seems I can't hide anything from you. Indeed, this high-wit tianfu is our family's establishment. What? No way. The classmates erupted in astonishment, as none had anticipated that this lavishly decorated and bustling seafood restaurant belonged to Jia Mingliang's family. Mingliang, you certainly lack consideration. As classmates, how could you conceal such a significant connection? Had we known this establishment belonged to you, we would have dined here without hesitation. The classmates jested, while Jia Mingliang merely smiled and waved his hand, signaling them not to mind. The door to the private room was gently pushed open, and an elegantly dressed middle-aged woman in a qipao entered. Hello, everyone. I am Mingliang's mother. I am delighted to have you here today. Enjoy your meal and drinks. If there's not enough, just let us know. Jia Mingliang's mother radiated warmth, her demeanor kind and inviting, devoid of any airs of a proprietress. Her words filled the classmates' hearts with warmth. Wow, your mother looks so youthful. Auntie, your dishes are truly delicious. The classmates praised her, and she responded with a few cheerful words before turning to leave the room. Ah, how enviable Mingliang is, having such capable parents. Unlike us, who will have to toil hard after graduation. One classmate remarked wistfully. Indeed, having good parents could save 120 years of hard work. Another joined in agreement. Lin Fan refrained from participating in their discussion, sipping his juice while quietly observing the scene before him. He understood that the success of Jia Mingliang's family was not solely attributed to parental assistance. Mingliang's own diligence and efforts were equally significant. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open once more as the last two tardy classmates arrived, apologizing profusely while explaining their delay. All right, please take your seats. We've been waiting for you too. Jia Mingliang called to the waiter to begin serving the dishes. As each dish was presented, the classmates gradually shifted their focus to the delectable food. Just then, a young woman in a red qipao entered, pushing a food cart. She was tall and graceful, her exquisite features framed by long, dark hair styled into an elegant bun. Wow, what a stunning young lady. Whose girlfriend is she? Why isn't she being introduced? The classmates were captivated by her beauty, some even stealing glances. The young woman meticulously arranged the dishes on the table, flashed a slight smile, and gracefully exited the room. Mingliang, who is that beautiful girl? I don't recall you mentioning her, one male classmate inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Yes, Mingliang. You can't keep such a lovely girl hidden. Hurry and introduce us. Another chimed in. Jia Mingliang's expression shifted subtly. He set down his chopsticks and gazed at the closed door, a barely perceptible bitter smile creeping onto his lips. His smile faltered, and his eyes flickered with the hint of concealment. Silence enveloped the room, which had recently been filled with lively chatter, now so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Jia Mingliang hesitated, his brow glistening with fine beads of sweat. Mingliang, you wouldn't be telling us that this beauty is merely your family's waitress, would you? A keen-eyed classmate noted his unease and jested. She is not merely a waitress. She is my fiancée. The revelation from Jia Mingliang, who took a deep breath as if he had made a significant decision, sent shockwaves through the private room. His classmates exchanged astonished glances, their faces reflecting disbelief. Mingliang, you can't be joking, can you? One classmate stammered, unable to comprehend the words he had just heard. Jia Mingliang offered a wry smile and shook his head, a hint of resignation in his tone. I'm not joking. Her name is Shen Yingying. Shen Yingying? Lin Fan interjected suddenly, placing his wine glass down, his brow slightly furrowed. The name rang a bell, but he couldn't quite place it. Do you know her, Lin Fan? Jia Mingliang asked, somewhat surprised. Lin Fan shook his head. No, I don't know her. It just sounds familiar. Oh, Jia Mingliang acknowledged, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Yingying and I have known each other since high school. Known each other since high school. The classmates were even more astonished, reminiscing about their high school days, struggling to recall a girl of such grace and beauty by his side. Wait a minute, Mingliang. You don't mean to say you had feelings for this Miss Shin back in high school, do you? One classmate seemed to piece it together and asked tentatively. Jia Mingliang hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, I liked her back then, but she seemed to have no impression of me. His voice grew softer, as if lost in a memory, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. The classmates exchanged glances, none expecting such an unexpected secret to emerge from their reunion. Chapter 55. A gathering of classmates and longing thoughts. Lin Fan's market gains having liked her in high school, yet failing to confess during their 4 years at university. He now found himself regretting it, as she was about to be engaged to another. You must be feeling quite regretful now, Yulan remarked. Her tone a mix of exasperation and sympathy, yet she struggled to articulate her thoughts fully. Yulan, let us not put it that way. A male classmate interjected to ease the tension. Mingliang's feelings are merely a testament to his devotion. Besides, isn't this a tale of lovers destined to be united? Indeed. As the old saying goes, good things come to those who wait. Another chimed in. Let's not preach. Come, let us drink. The atmosphere quickly became lively once more, with classmates exchanging banter. Jia Mingliang, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head, yet his gaze continually followed Shen Yingying's figure. At that moment, Shen Yingying approached with 2 platters of food. Placing them on the table, Jia Mingliang hastily stood to introduce her. Yingying, these are my high school classmates, Lin Fan and Zhou Yulan. Shen Yingying greeted everyone warmly before turning to continue her tasks. Though her words were few, her every gesture exuded an elegance that naturally endeared her to those present. Your sister-in-law is truly beautiful, Mingliang. You are indeed fortunate. Indeed, her poise is unmistakably that of a refined lady. The classmates praised, and the admiration in the eyes of the female classmates was unmistakable. Jia Mingliang, feeling somewhat bashful from the compliments, busily attended to the guests, occasionally glancing at Shen Yingying. His gaze filled with affection. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, the classmates began to engage in lively discussions, traversing topics from work to life, from family to future aspirations, each person brimming with tales to share. Although Jia Mingliang was not particularly talkative, he consistently tended to Shen Yingying, gently serving her food and pouring her drinks, their sweet interactions drawing envy from those around them. Mingliang, you're being rather stingy. You must share your love story with your sister-in-law. We, the single ones, could use some inspiration, someone suggested, prompting a chorus of encouragement for Jia Mingliang to recount his romance with Shen Yingying. He glanced awkwardly at her, and seeing no sign of disapproval, cleared his throat and began. There's really not much to tell, just time slipped away amidst laughter, and before they knew it, it was already 9:30. It's getting late. Perhaps we should disperse? Someone proposed. Indeed, we have work tomorrow, another agreed. All right, let us call it a night. The group began to rise, preparing to leave. Oh, don't go just yet. It's rare for us to gather like this. Let us go sing karaoke, Jia Mingliang urged. No. I have to work overtime tomorrow, came the replies. I have matters to attend to as well. Let us save it for another day. The classmates attempted to excuse themselves, and just as Jia Mingliang was about to persuade them further, Shen Yingying held him back. Lin Fan approached the door, and Jia Mingliang hurried after him. Lin Fan, next time you have free time, bring your colleagues along for a meal. With my meager salary, I can't afford to treat so many, Lin Fan replied half-jokingly. No worries, next time it's on me. You all can eat to your heart's content, Jia Mingliang declared generously. Lin Fan smiled, said nothing more, and turned to leave the restaurant. Unable to resist the enthusiasm of his classmates, Jia Mingliang eventually relented and began to narrate the tale of his love for Shen Yingying. It turned out that he had harbored feelings for her since high school, but had lacked the courage to confess due to his introverted nature. After graduating from university and learning that Shen Yingying was to be engaged to someone else, he gathered the courage to pursue her fervently. Ultimately, his sincerity and persistence won her over, and they became a couple. The classmates listened with rapt attention, and the single ones were inspired. Vowing to learn from Jia Mingliang, and bravely pursue their own love stories. As laughter and joy filled the air, the evening drew to a close. And Lin Fan bid farewell to Jia Ming Liang and Shun Yingying before returning home alone. He powered on his computer and logged into his Forex trading software. At that moment, the international Forex market was bustling with activity. Watching the fluctuating numbers on the screen, Lin Fan formulated his strategy. He first shorted 1,000 lots of USD CAD at a price of 12,050, then quietly monitored the market trends. An hour later, just as he anticipated, the USD CAD exchange rate began to decline. When it reached 12,000, Lin Fan decisively closed his position and reversed his strategy to go long on 1,000 lots. Subsequently, the exchange rate of the US dollar against the Canadian dollar soared, swiftly surpassing the resistance level of 12,050. Lin Fan, observing the steadily rising profit figures, could not help but smile slightly. When the exchange rate reached 12100, Lin Fan closed his position once more, fully investing in the US dollar against the Canadian dollar, while also setting a take-profit point at 12080. After completing these actions, he peacefully drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Lin Fan was awakened by the ringing of his mobile phone. Groggily, he picked up the device, glancing at the time. It was only 6 in the morning. Who could possibly be calling at such an early hour? Puzzled, Lin Fan answered the call. "Hello, Mr. Lin, this is your account manager." A stranger's voice resonated on the other end. "What is it?" Lin Fan rubbed his sleepy eyes and inquired. "Congratulations, Mr. Lin. All your long positions in USD CAD have been fully executed, and your account's net worth has surpassed $10 million. Instantly, Lin Fan's drowsiness vanished. He hastily ended the call, opened his computer, and logged into his Forex trading software. Indeed, his account balance had transformed into $1,003,521,050, and he had amassed nearly $4 million overnight. Elated, Lin Fan rose to his feet and began pacing the room. Just then, the door swung open. "Brother, why are you up so early today?" Pei Wen exclaimed, gazing at Lin Fan in surprise. Behind her, Pei Si-si peeked in, still bleary-eyed and surveying the room. "It's Saturday, shouldn't you sleep a bit longer?" Pei Si-si yawned, evidently not yet fully awake. Lin Fan chuckled and shook his head, replying, "I am accustomed to rising early." Noticing Lin Fan's cheerful demeanor, Pei Wen joined in the laughter and said, "Brother, allow me to tidy up your room today. You work so hard." Yes, I'll help you fold the clothes." Pei Si-si chimed in with enthusiasm, rushing to the bedside to begin organizing. Unable to refuse their eagerness, Lin Fan let them be while he strolled to the window, gazing at the rising sun, feeling uplifted. "Hey, what's this?" Pei Si-si suddenly exclaimed, holding up a pair of men's underwear, her face turning crimson. Pei Wen, upon seeing this, blushed as well and playfully scolded, "Si-si, don't go rummaging through your brother's things." Pei Si-si stuck out her tongue, tossing the underwear back onto the bed and feigning a run. "I don't want to touch your brother's underwear. You deal with it. You little rascal." Pei Wen pretended to chase after her, and the two sisters turned the room into a playful chaos. Lin Fan, both amused and exasperated by the scene, walked over, picked up the underwear, and casually tossed it into the laundry basket. Seeing this, Pei Si-si leaned closer, a mischievous grin on her face. "Brother, are you embarrassed?" With a helpless shake of his head, Lin Fan replied, "You two little girls, hurry and wash up. I'll take you out for breakfast shortly." Only then did the sisters relent, cheering as they dashed into the bathroom. After having breakfast, the Pei sisters insisted on Lin Fan teaching them about stock trading. Unable to resist their pleas, he opened his computer and briefly explained some fundamental concepts. The sisters listened intently, occasionally posing questions. Time flew by, and before long, it was noon. Lin Fan took the Pei sisters out for lunch and then drove them to the driving school. In the afternoon, Lin Fan returned to the office. As he stepped inside, he noticed Hu Yinmei waiting for him at the entrance. "Lin Fan, are you free this evening?" she inquired. "I would like to treat you to dinner as a token of gratitude for your assistance last time." "No need to mention it. It was merely a small favor." Lin Fan replied with a smile. "I'm available tonight." "Wonderful. Then it's settled. I will bring Hu Min along, and we shall return to that restaurant from last time." Hu Yinmei interjected, making arrangements without waiting for Lin Fan to finish his sentence. "I must get back to work now. See you tonight." Before Lin Fan could respond, she hurriedly left. He shook his head in resignation and returned to his desk. Just as he settled in, his phone rang. "Hello, Lin Fan, it's me," came the anxious voice of Pei Si-si from the other end. I have encountered some trouble." "What is it, Si-si?" Lin Fan's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, "What happened?" I've been sued by that woman." Pei Si-si's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of tears. "What? Lin Fan sprang to his feet, urging her, stay calm, take your time, what exactly is going on? Just as Pei Si-si began to explain, a cacophony erupted on the line, followed by a piercing scream, and then the call was abruptly disconnected. Si-si? Si-si, Lin Fan shouted into the phone. But all he received in return was the monotonous tone of a busy signal. An ominous premonition welled up within him. Chapter 56. Turmoil and unrest. Lin Fan gripped his phone tightly, anxiety gnawing at him. The sound of Pei Si-si's startled exclamation and the commotion before the call ended filled him with unease. The woman she referred to must be the one who had previously harassed Pei Si-si in the mall, only to have her deceit exposed by Lin Fan and subsequently reported to the authorities. Could it be that she was relentless and had returned to cause more trouble? Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan forced himself to regain his composure. After a moment of contemplation, he dialed Pei Si-si's number again. The phone rang a few times before she answered, her voice still shaky. Hello, Lin Fan. Si-si, don't be afraid. Take your time and tell me what happened. Where are you? Lin Fan spoke in as calm a tone as he could muster to reassure her. Pei Si-si recounted the events in a fragmented manner. The woman had indeed filed a lawsuit against her, accusing Pei Si-si of defamation and harming her reputation, demanding an exorbitant sum in compensation. Panicked upon receiving the court summons, Pei Si-si had finally remembered to reach out to Lin Fan for help. Do not worry, Si-si. We have the law on our side. There is no need to fear her, Lin Fan reassured her. We have the mall's surveillance footage as evidence from the last incident, and the police have a record of it. She is making false accusations. But I have never been involved in a lawsuit before. I am scared. Pei Si-si's voice was laden with helplessness. Do not fear. I will take care of everything, Lin Fan replied with unwavering conviction. I will arrange for the best lawyer to handle this matter. You need not worry about anything and can focus on your work. Lin Fan continued. Not only will we respond to her lawsuit, but we shall also countersue her for extortion. I want to see who has the audacity to distort the truth and act with such impunity. After ending the call, Lin Fan immediately summoned LV Xiaomi. Xiaomi, please fetch Li Jiachuan for me. Shortly thereafter, Li Jiachuan arrived at Lin Fan's office. President Lin, you called for me? Yes, Si-si has been sued. Please attend to it immediately. Lin Fan succinctly recounted the series of events, clearly identifying the opposing party's actions as slanderous. Gather your evidence. If you need to countersue, do so without hesitation. Li Jiachuan listened intently, affirming, General Lin, I am confident that we will emerge victorious. They possess no evidence, while we have surveillance footage. She is likely to retreat in the face of difficulty. Winning the lawsuit is merely the first step. I intend to ensure that such malevolent behavior is exposed. A glint of cold determination flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. We must leverage this situation wisely and publicize our commitment to wielding legal instruments to safeguard our rights and purify the online environment, ensuring that those who spread falsehoods face justice. Li Jiachuan grasped Lin Fan's intentions and nodded. Understood, General Lin. I shall proceed immediately. After addressing the matter concerning Pei Si-si, Lin Fan checked the time and realized it was nearly time for his appointment. He stood, adjusted his attire, and took his car keys before departing. Miss Hu. It's been a while, Lin Fan greeted with a polite smile as he approached the two ladies seated in the restaurant. Within the private dining room, Professor Chun and a young girl were already settled. Professor Chun, I apologize for the delay. I encountered some traffic, Lin Fan said with a smile, simultaneously introducing the lady beside him, Hu Yanmei. This is Miss Hu, my friend and a senior executive at the company. Professor Chun, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Hu Yanmei greeted courteously and with poise. The young girl, curiously observing Lin Fan and Hu Yanmei, was Chen's student, Hu Min. Having heard her professor mention dining with a promising young entrepreneur, her initial disinterest was now piqued. During the meal, Lin Fan engaged in conversation with grace and wit, expressing his admiration for knowledge and academia, thereby leaving a splendid impression on Professor Chun. He skillfully referenced a broad range of topics, from the future trajectory of artificial intelligence to the technical challenges facing contemporary short video platforms, humbly seeking advice from Professor Chun and articulating his desire for technical guidance. While Professor Chun was a luminary in academia, he was less adept at business operations, prompting Lin Fan to propose that Hu Yanmei oversee subsequent collaborative efforts. Hu Yanmei's exceptional professional capabilities facilitated a swift preliminary agreement between the parties. The dinner concluded on a harmonious and pleasant note. Upon exiting the restaurant, Lin Fan's demeanor turned serious as he reviewed stock information on his phone. After the afternoon market opened, the stocks he held plummeted suddenly, erasing substantial profits and incurring losses. Realization dawned upon Lin Fan. He was being targeted. It seems someone has set their sights on me, he mused with a slight, cold smile, his eyes gleaming with resolve. He quickly assessed the situation, determining to divest all his stocks at the next market opening and to reinvest all available funds thereafter. If they wish to play, then I shall engage them fully. Upon returning to the company, Hu Yanmei had been waiting for some time. General Lin, I have successfully negotiated with Penguin Video. Their team will be at the company tomorrow morning at 10, she reported with a hint of excitement in her voice. Excellent. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with ambition. He recognized that the opportunity for his company's growth had arrived. The following day, adhering to his plan, Lin Fan sold all his stocks. Although he incurred some profit losses, he acted swiftly to mitigate further damage. Subsequently, he once again mobilized funds to significantly increase his holdings. He intended to demonstrate to those who sought to undermine him the futility of their efforts. Once he had settled his stock affairs, Lin Fan, accompanied by Qi Liang, drove towards Haiwei Tianfu. Today, he had arranged to meet with Huang Zheng and Chun Lei from Xuanming. Do you think Huang Zheng and Chun Lei will agree to our terms? Qi Liang inquired with a hint of apprehension during the journey. Let us do our utmost. Lin Fan replied with a faint smile, aware that this negotiation would not be straightforward. At Haiwei Tianfu, in the private room, Huang Zheng and Chun Lei had been waiting for quite some time. A knock echoed at the door. Please, come in, Huang Zheng called out. As the door swung open, Lin Fan and Qi Liang entered. Upon seeing Lin Fan's youthful visage, both Huang Zheng and Chun Lei were momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing their eyes. Mr. Huang, Mr. Chun, it is a pleasure to finally meet you, Lin Fan exclaimed, his face adorned with a confident smile as he extended his hand. Huang Zheng and Chun Lei quickly regained their composure, rising with smiles to shake Lin Fan's hand. Mr. Lin, you are indeed remarkably accomplished at such a young age. Seeing is truly believing, Huang Zheng remarked, appraising Lin Fan with admiration. Indeed, Mr. Lin has founded a company like Douyin Technology at such a tender age. One cannot help but be impressed. Chun Lei concurred. You flatter me. By comparison to you esteemed predecessors, I have much to learn, Lin Fan humbly responded, gesturing for Qi Liang to present the prepared gift. A modest token, a gesture of respect. Mr. Lin, you are too kind, Huang Zheng said with a smile as he accepted the gift. Please, have a seat and enjoy the specialty dishes of Haiwei Tianfu. I hope they suit your palate. As everyone settled in, the server began to bring out the dishes, and the atmosphere in the room gradually warmed. I have heard much about your keen eye for investment, Mr. Lin, with each of your ventures achieving remarkable success. I wonder what promising project has captured your interest during your visit to Chengdu. Chun Lei raised his glass with a smile. Mr. Chun, you jest. I merely consider myself fortunate, Lin Fan replied, clinking glasses lightly with Chun Lei. My primary purpose in Chengdu is to learn, to observe how esteemed predecessors like yourselves have built Xuanming into an e-commerce giant. You are overly modest. Douyin Technology is currently on a meteoric rise, with limitless potential ahead, Huang Zheng remarked with a grin. Though we at Xuanming had an earlier start, we faced numerous challenges. And we have much to learn from you young trailblazers. Indeed, the competition in the internet sector is fierce. We old-timers must keep pace with the evolving times. Chun Lei added thoughtfully. Lin Fan smiled subtly, recognizing that the pleasantries had concluded and the discussion was ready to turn serious. Mr. Huang, I have heard that you are currently preparing for a new round of financing? Lin Fan set down his glass, his gaze fixed intently on Huang Zheng. Huang Zheng hesitated slightly before responding with a smile. That is indeed the case, but our capital needs are not substantial. I understand. What you truly require is resources. Lin Fan interjected firmly. I can provide you with resources, but I have one condition. Huang Zheng and Chun Lei exchanged glances, intrigue flickering in their eyes. Please, do go on, Mr. Lin, Huang Zheng gestured invitingly. I wish to invest in Pinduoduo, Lin Fan stated directly, and I require a high valuation. Chapter 57. The banquet financing game. Huang Zheng returned to the financial market late at night, stating, 100 million, and I desire 10% of the shares. Lin Fan's tone was steady yet resonated with authority. Huang Zheng's smile faltered momentarily, only to erupt into hearty laughter. President Lin, you truly possess a sense of humor. You believe 100 million entitles you to 10% of our dream-seeking shares? The most we could offer is a mere 1%. Chun Lei interjected, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. 200 million, 20%. Lin Fan remained unperturbed, raising the stakes as if discussing the price of cabbage. Huang Zheng's laughter abruptly ceased. He had anticipated that offering a low valuation would deter Lin Fan, yet he was taken aback by his adversary's assertiveness, which defied all expectations. He glanced at the impassive Lin Fan and then at the visibly bewildered Chun Lei, momentarily at a loss for words. President Lin, is this serious? Chun-Lei ventured, a hint of disbelief in his tone. I am not jesting. As I stated, 200 million, 20%. Lin Fan's tone was resolute, showing no inclination to retreat. Huang Zheng calculated internally. Although a valuation of 200 million was not exorbitant, it was also not trivial. Moreover, with the backing of Douyin technology behind Lin Fan, a collaborative venture would undeniably be beneficial for dream-seeking's future. President Lin, you are aware that our dream-seeking is currently in a phase of rapid development, and our capital requirements are substantial. Huang Zheng attempted to negotiate further, but was swiftly interrupted by Lin Fan. 300 million, 20%. Lin Fan increased the offer once more, fully aware of Huang Zheng's apprehensions and how to assuage them. 500 million, 10%, no more. Huang Zheng gritted his teeth, ultimately making a decision. He understood that to refuse again would mean truly missing this opportunity. Deal. A slight smile graced Lin Fan's lips as he raised his wine glass, declaring, to a prosperous collaboration. Amidst the clinking of glasses, a transaction worth 500 million was thus sealed. Qi Liang and Chun-Lei, witnessing this moment, were enveloped in mixed emotions, acutely aware that the landscape of the e-commerce industry would undergo a seismic shift from this day forward. As the evening progressed, and the wine flowed freely, the atmosphere was joyful. Upon leaving the hotel, night had fallen. Lin Fan declined Huang Zheng's kind offer for an escort, choosing instead to stroll alone through the streets of Rongqing. President Lin, Mr. Jia has arrived and wishes to see you. Pei Si-si greeted him upon his return to the hotel room, speaking softly. Let him come up, Lin Fan replied, massaging his slightly throbbing temples. He surmised that Jia Mingliang's visit was undoubtedly concerning the ongoing legal matters. President Lin, I have completed the tasks you assigned. Jia Mingliang reported succinctly before standing to take his leave. Wait, Lin Fan called after him. Come to fetch me in the morning. We shall head to the courthouse together. After Jia Mingliang departed, Pei Si-si approached Lin Fan, her voice low. President Lin, how is the situation regarding the lawsuit? Rest assured, everything has been arranged. Lin Fan replied with a smile, patting her shoulder to convey reassurance. By the way, President Lin, Pei Si-si hesitated, as if she had something more to say. What is it? Lin Fan inquired, looking at her attentively. My sister, Pei Wen, has just arrived in Chengdu, unfamiliar with her surroundings. I sensed Lin Fan immediately understood her implication and smiled as he said, You want me to arrange a job for her, don't you? No, that's not it, Mr. Lin. Pei Si-si quickly interjected, shaking her head in explanation, her cheeks slightly flushed. All right, I see. I will ensure to make the necessary arrangements, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Rising to head towards his study. You two sisters carry on your conversation. I will check on the foreign exchange market. In the study, Lin Fan opened his computer and habitually began browsing the latest financial news. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes. The data before him seemed to come alive, rapidly shifting and forming strange patterns. What is happening? Lin Fan rubbed his eyes, yet the bizarre vision did not dissipate. Instead, it grew more vivid. He vaguely sensed that something unknown had altered his vision. Knock, knock, knock. A timid voice from outside the door called, Mr. Lin, may I come in? Enter. Lin Fan replied, rubbing his throbbing temples, temporarily setting aside his confusion. Pei Wen gently pushed the door open, peeking in. Her simple t-shirt and jeans complemented her innocent charm, starkly contrasting with her sister Pei Si-si's mature demeanor. Brother-in-law, what are you busy with? Pei Wen inquired as she approached Lin Fan, her curiosity piqued by the numbers and curves dancing across the computer screen. I'm reviewing some financial information, Lin Fan briefly explained, his gaze fixed on the screen. He noted that after the earlier anomaly, his vision seemed adept at capturing more information. Previously chaotic data now appeared clear and orderly to him. What is so fascinating about these numbers? They make my head spin, Pei Wen remarked, pouting, evidently uninterested. Haha, each field has its own expertise. Lin Fan chuckled lightly and asked, by the way, you and your sister have been in Chengdu for a while now. How do you feel about it? Are you adapting to life here? It's all right, just a bit homesick, Pei Wen replied softly, her gaze dimming. If you're feeling homesick, make sure to call home more often, or let your sister spend more time with you. Chengdu has many wonderful places to explore. I can take you both out this weekend, Lin Fan reassured her. That's not necessary. Brother-in-law, you are so busy with work, you needn't worry about us. Pei Wen quickly waved her hand. It's fine. Even the busiest work requires rest. Lin Fan responded with a smile. By the way, what are your future plans? Are you considering continuing your studies or entering the workforce? Pei Wen hesitated, seemingly unsure. You're still young. Take your time to think it through. No need to rush, Lin Fan encouraged her. Whatever decision you make, your sister and I will support you. Pei Wen nodded gently, warmth spreading in her heart. Well, It's getting late. You should rest early, Lin Fan said, glancing at the time as he stood up. I have matters to attend to tomorrow, so I won't keep you chatting. Oh, okay, Pei Wen replied, turning to leave. As she reached the door, she suddenly paused and turned back to ask, Brother-in-law, are you really not going to tell my sister about our company's affairs? There are certain matters that your sister is better off not knowing, Lin Fan remarked with profound significance. However, Pei Wen sought to express further thoughts, only to be interrupted by Lin Fan's dismissive gesture. Enough, it's getting late. You should rest early, Lin Fan reiterated, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Faced with this, Pei Wen swallowed her words and turned to leave the study. Once Pei Wen departed, Lin Fan resumed his seat before the computer, endeavoring to concentrate on the market trends before him. Yet, the previous conversation lingered in his mind, unsettling his thoughts. Suddenly, with a clatter, the mouse slipped from his grasp, jolting him to the realization that he seemed to have overlooked some crucial information. Chapter 58. Navigating the turbulent waters of the Forex market on Thursday night. The international Forex market surged tumultuously, the charts of the euro and US dollar pulsating on Lin Fan's screen, each candlestick igniting his nerves. He fixated on the display, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard, placing orders and closing positions in one fluid motion. The exhilaration of chasing trends and capitalizing on fluctuations ensnared him, and his account balance soared with each transaction. Yet, despite the doubling of his funds, he felt no joy. The capital was still too limited, laden with restrictions, and high costs eroded his profits. At 4 in the morning, as the night deepened outside, Lin Fan rubbed his weary eyes, concluding this thrilling bout. Clearly, he needed to devise a strategy to expand his capital. He mused to himself, rising to return to his bedroom. Morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, awakening Lin Fan from his slumber to the sound of gentle knocking. Mr. Lin, are you awake? Breakfast is ready, came Pei Si-si's soft voice from outside the door. Lin Fan responded affirmatively and proceeded to freshen up. Upon entering the study, he was surprised to find Pei Wen present as well. What brings you here? He inquired, his gaze scanning the Pei sisters. I couldn't sleep last night, so I came to chat with my sister, Pei Wen quickly explained, though her eyes betrayed a hint of avoidance. Oh, is that so? Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, his attention shifting to Pei Si-si. So, she stayed in your room last night? Pei Si-si's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. Yes, we hadn't seen each other in a long time and talked late into the night. Lin Fan chose not to press further. He approached the computer, instinctively launching the market analysis software. Did you come to the study last night to inquire about company matters? He asked, his back still turned, his tone calm, yet laced with an air of authority. Pei Wen's expression stiffened. She opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Well then, let us have breakfast first. Afterward, I have tasks for you both, Lin Fan announced, closing the computer and walking towards the door, leaving the Pei sisters exchanging glances. After breakfast, Lin Fan returned to the study, where the Pei sisters stood nervously on either side of him, their eyes glued to the computer screen. Si-si, sell all shares of XX Technology at the price of 1,023 yuan, Lin Fan instructed coolly. Understood, Mr. Lin, Pei Si-si responded, skillfully executing the transaction, her voice tinged with excitement. 1-1, how is it on your end? Lin Fan turned to Pei Wen. XX Mining has completely liquidated its holdings at a price of 875 yuan, reflecting a 3 increase from yesterday. Pei Wen's voice trembled slightly, clearly still reeling from the previous night's transactions. Indeed, the market opened high today. Capitalizing on the collective bidding to offload shares helps mitigate numerous risks, Lin Fan elucidated. He then instructed, next, liquidate all other stocks in the account without concern for the price. Act swiftly. The Pei sisters exchanged glances, somewhat perplexed. Yet they complied with Lin Fan's directives. However, an unexpected turn of events ensued. President Lin, the sell orders for XX Steel have lingered without execution, Pei Si-si said anxiously. What is happening? Lin Fan's brow furrowed as he opened the stock software to discover that XX Steel's stock price had plummeted unexpectedly, breaching their holding cost line. It seems substantial capital is being offloaded. We are experiencing a market crash. Lin Fan realized immediately, his expression darkening. What should we do now? Pei Wen inquired nervously. Let us wait and observe. If the stock price continues to decline, we will have no choice but to cut losses. Lin Fan inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain composed. Ultimately, they liquidated XX Steel at a price 5 yuan below their cost, significantly reducing Lin Fan's overall operational profit margin. President Lin, how about I invest some real money and trade alongside you? Pei Wen ventured tentatively, her eyes gleaming with desire. No, Lin Fan firmly declined. You are still in the learning phase. Operate with a simulated account for now. Do not hastily engage in real transactions. Pei Wen felt a twinge of disappointment, but refrained from further comment. Lin Fan, undeterred by her emotional shift, refocused on the computer screen, contemplating the next investment strategy. Si-si. Purchase Guizhou Matai at a price of 1,850 yuan, controlling the position at 50. Lin Fan issued his command with calmness. 1-1. Continue to monitor XX Technologies trends. Should the stock price retract below 10 yuan, buy in at that price, maintaining a position control of 30. Additionally, XX Pharmaceuticals may release favorable announcements this afternoon. Keep a close watch, and upon any significant price movement, execute a purchase, controlling the position at 20. Lin Fan methodically issued trading instructions while the Pei sisters diligently executed them. As time ticked away, the morning trading session drew to a close. All right, today's operations conclude here. Lin Fan stretched, easing his stiffened body. You may head downstairs to prepare lunch. I will continue to review market information. The Pei sisters tidied their things and departed the study. Lin Fan opened a financial news website, perusing the latest market updates and analyses. Influenced by the international market, all three major indices of the A-shares opened lower today, subsequently oscillating downwards. Multiple institutions have issued reports downgrading future market expectations, indicating that short-term market sentiment is unlikely to improve. Lin Fan's brow furrowed, a wave of unease washing over him. At that moment, the study door was gently pushed open, and Pei Si-si entered, carrying a steaming cup of coffee. President Lin, would you like some coffee? Lin Fan accepted the cup, took a gentle sip, yet remained silent. President Lin, what troubles you? Pei Si-si sensed Lin Fan's unusual demeanor and inquired with concern. Lin Fan set down his coffee cup, gazing deeply out the window, and slowly remarked, I have a foreboding. He hesitated, his brow furrowed, as his penetrating gaze seemed to pierce through the distant skyscrapers, glimpsing a future fraught with market turmoil. What foreboding? Pei Si-si's heart raced slightly. She could feel the gravity of Lin Fan's expression and understood that this premonition was significant. It's nothing. Perhaps I'm overthinking. Lin Fan replied, shaking his head as he suppressed his unease and reopened the stock trading app, noting that it was nearly time to commence the afternoon operations. As the market opened, the A-share market did not rebound as anticipated. Rather, it continued to decline amidst spreading panic. Lin Fan decisively instructed the Pei sisters to liquidate the remaining 15 stocks entirely, swiftly executing a new round of investments. XX Securities, sell all at 285 yuan. XX Bank, buy all at 567 yuan. His commands resonated like the clarion call of a battlefield, with the Pei sisters executing each order with precision akin to seasoned soldiers. Their operations became increasingly adept, their collaboration more harmonious, as if they had wholly immersed themselves in this financial war devoid of gunfire. With the last stock sold, Lin Fan exhaled a sigh of relief, his taut nerves finally unwinding. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. With just an hour left until the market closed, let us conclude today's operations here. He stood to stretch his somewhat stiff body and turned to the Pei sisters. Do you have any plans for the afternoon? I'm heading to the driving school to practice, Pei Si-si replied, setting down her mouse with a smile. I hope to obtain my license soon so I can drive you and Wen out for some fun. I have no plans. I'll just read at home. Pei Wen said softly, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward Lin Fan, as if anticipating something. By the way, Wen, I've noticed you seem to be wearing skirts less often lately, Lin Fan suddenly inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. Pei Wen's face flushed slightly, her eyes evasive as she stammered. I've been preferring pants lately. Is that a problem? Not at all. I was merely asking, Lin Fan chuckled, refraining from further probing. Yet his curiosity only deepened upon observing that Pei Si-si had also been donning skirts less frequently of late. It's getting late. I must take my leave. Pei Wen suddenly stood, grabbed her bag, and hurriedly exited the study. What's with her, acting all mysterious? Lin Fan murmured to himself as he watched her retreating figure. Lin, I'm off to practice driving as well. Goodbye. Pei Si-si waved as she too departed the study. Alone in the now empty room, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over Lin Fan once more. He felt that the Pei sisters were behaving oddly today, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. He approached the window, gazing down at the bustling street below, lost in contemplation. I'm going to the driving school this afternoon to practice, hoping to get my license soon so I can drive you and Wen out for some fun, Pei Si-si said, playfully shaking the registration form in her hand while winking at Lin Fan. Indeed, very well. Please take care, Lin Fan nodded in response. But his thoughts drifted back to the earlier inquiry. By the way, Si-si, I've noticed that you and Wen have not been wearing skirts lately. Is there a particular reason for that? Upon hearing this, Pei Si-si's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly adopted a casual demeanor, replying with a smile, "Oh, it's nothing really. The weather is getting warmer, and wearing pants is simply more comfortable." Beside them, Pei Wen put down the book she was holding and approached Lin Fan with a mock-serious expression, saying, "Mr. Lin, it's not that we're afraid of your wild instincts. If we wear skirts, we might not be able to escape if things get out of hand." Lin Fan was amused by Pei Wen's words and teased back, "Do I really seem that intimidating? Besides, even if I were to act on something, wouldn't you be able to flee in pants?" Pei Wen offered no reply, merely casting a meaningful glance at Lin Fan before turning back to her room. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Fan shook his head in resignation. This girl was becoming increasingly whimsical. After bidding farewell to the Pei sisters, Lin Fan returned to his office, where financial officer Qi Liang and legal advisor Li Jiachen awaited him. "Mr. Lin, I have compiled the financial report for Pinduoduo as you requested," Qi Liang announced, handing Lin Fan a document. The data indicated that Pinduo's user base and transaction volume were growing rapidly, showcasing a robust momentum. Lin Fan perused the document for a few pages, contemplating, "Indeed, Pinduoduo's model holds significant potential. Entering the market at this juncture is still timely. Mr. Lin, I propose that we consider investing in Pinduoduo under the company's name while simultaneously registering an offshore company to hold our shares in it," Li Jiachen suggested. "This would help mitigate certain legal risks and better safeguard our interests." "Your suggestion is commendable. We shall proceed as you recommend," Lin Fan nodded in agreement. "Please handle the registration of the offshore company with Qi Liang and complete it expeditiously." "Understood, Mr. Lin," Qi Liang and Li Jiachen acknowledged before leaving. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Fan began contemplating his forthcoming plans. Suddenly, he recalled a previous contract dispute with a company and inquired, "Li Jiachen, how is the preparation for that contract dispute progressing?" At the mention of the case, Li Jiachen's expression shifted slightly, and he hesitated before responding. "The situation regarding this case is rather complex." "What is it? Is there a problem?" Lin Fan detected Li Jiachen's unease and pressed for clarification. "It appears that the opposing lawyer has discovered some new evidence," Li Jiachen said, bracing himself. "I suspect." "What do you suspect?" Lin Fan interrupted, his concern mounting. "I suspect that the opposing lawyer might have a connection to Pei Si-si." Li Jiachen's words were cut short by Lin Fan. "Connected to Si-si? How could that possibly be?" Lin Fan's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding rising within him. "Contact Si-si tomorrow and ask her to come to the office." "I shall inquire directly." Lin Fan's tone betrayed a hint of urgency. He had a nagging intuition that this case was more intricate than it appeared. Li Jiachen, sensing the shift in Lin Fan's demeanor, felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. "Mr. Lin, I am merely speculating, and I lack concrete evidence," Li Jiachen said cautiously. "Tomorrow, I will reach out to Secretary Pei to ascertain the situation. Indeed, you must personally attend to this matter, and keep me promptly informed of any developments," Lin Fan said, rubbing his temples with a serious tone. After Li Jiachen departed, Lin Fan picked up his phone and browsed through the data on the app, attempting to divert his attention towards work. However, the words of Li Jiachen lingered in his mind, leaving him restless. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from the office door. Lin Fan looked up to see Lu Yang, the head of the microvision team, entering with several team members. "Mr. Lin, we have optimized the beauty enhancement module. Please experience the effects," Lu Yang said, gesturing towards a row of functional buttons displayed on his laptop screen. Lin Fan nodded and activated the camera, experimenting with various beauty effects. "This beauty filter is tailored specifically to your facial features, enhancing your appearance naturally and allowing you to present a more confident image during video conferences and live streams," a team member elaborated. Lin Fan gazed at his digitally enhanced reflection. Although his features appeared more defined and his skin more radiant, he felt a lack of authenticity and candidly remarked, "The beauty effect is commendable, but it seems somewhat distorted. I wish to retain some natural details without excessive embellishment." "Understood, Mr. Lin. We shall adjust according to your feedback." Lu Yang earnestly noted Lin Fan's requests. "Please continue your efforts to bring the product to market at the earliest possible date," Lin Fan encouraged. After bidding farewell to the microvision team, Lin Fan rose and moved to the window, gazing at the distant skyline as his thoughts swirled. As night fell and the city lights began to twinkle, a series of knocks interrupted his contemplation. "Mr. Lin, we are back." Pei Si-si's melodious voice rang from outside the door. Lin Fan turned to see the Pei sisters entering, a fruit platter in hand. "Mr. Lin, we have returned." Pei Si-si chimed, her smile bright. "We bought some fruits downstairs. Please have a taste." Pei Wen, with a curious expression, leaned closer to the computer screen, pointing at the fluctuating numbers. Brother, is this foreign exchange trading? Can you make money from it? Of course, as long as one operates skillfully. The foreign exchange market is indeed a treasure trove, Lin Fan replied with a smile, picking up a piece of cantaloupe and turning to Pei Wen. How are your driving lessons going? Don't mention it. She confuses the accelerator with the brake and nearly crashed into the landscaping. Pei Si-si interjected, her tone laced with playful teasing. That's an exaggeration. I've made significant progress. Even my instructor says I have great talent. Pei Wen retorted defiantly, as the sisters engaged in light-hearted banter. Watching their playful exchange, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. However, this light atmosphere did not last long, as his gaze soon returned to the computer screen, where the British pound to US dollar trend was steadily rising, just as he had anticipated. Time passed swiftly, and Lin Fan fixated on the screen, his fingers deftly dancing across the keyboard, each transaction meticulously calculated. That night was destined to be another sleepless one. As dawn broke on Saturday, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, illuminating the room. Lin Fan wearily removed his headphones, his eyes bloodshot from prolonged screen time. During the previous night, he had successfully capitalized on the rising trend of the British pound, augmenting his account balance by $20 million. However, he had also encountered a bottleneck. Due to the substantial volume of his funds, his operations began to grow increasingly cumbersome. The morning sunlight, piercing through the mist, cast a warm glow over the bustling city streets. Lin Fan ended a phone call, his brow furrowed. The vague attitude of lawyer Li Jichen only solidified his foreboding intuition. The situation was likely more complex than he initially imagined. Suppressing his unease, he drove to the office. Upon arriving, he received a call from the real estate office, informing him that he could sign the contract that day. Recalling his promise to the Pei sisters from the previous night, he sent them a message to meet for a house viewing at noon. As midday approached, Lin Fan led the Pei sisters to a villa district on the outskirts of the city. Throughout the journey, Pei Si-si animatedly discussed various layouts and decoration styles with her sister, while Lin Fan remained contemplative, his gaze deep and unfocused, lost in thought. Mr. Lin, what do you think of this one? The salesperson enthusiastically presented a European-style townhouse. Lin Fan surveyed the surroundings, slightly shaking his head. The lighting is inadequate, and the garden is too small. It does not appeal to me. After viewing several properties, Lin Fan found himself increasingly dissatisfied, critiquing each one for either an undesirable layout or excessive noise. The Pei sisters, initially brimming with excitement, gradually adopted a more cautious demeanor, realizing that Lin Fan was genuinely seeking a satisfactory residence, rather than merely browsing. Ultimately, at Minghu Garden, Lin Fan set his sights on a quaint French-style detached villa. This residence offered tranquility amidst the hustle and bustle, surrounded by elegant gardens. The luxurious and grand interior design resonated deeply with Lin Fan's aesthetic sensibilities. I'll take this one, he declared without hesitation, making a decisive choice. The Pei sisters looked at him in astonishment, not expecting Lin Fan to so readily purchase such an expensive villa. Mr. Lin, are you not going to reconsider? Pei Si-si asked cautiously. No need. This is the one, Lin Fan replied firmly, turning to the salesperson. Please proceed with the paperwork. After signing the contract, Lin Fan took the Pei sisters to a nearby restaurant for a meal. During the dinner, both Pei Si-si and Pei Wen appeared somewhat distracted, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Fan, their words caught in their throats. Lin Fan, naturally attuned to their unease, inquired, "What is it? Is the food not to your liking?" And no, Pei Si-si quickly shook her head, her eyes flickering. "What is it then? Speak your mind," Lin Fan urged, setting down his chopsticks and looking at them earnestly. Pei Wen bit her lip, summoning her courage to ask, "Mr. Lin, that villa is quite expensive, isn't it?" Lin Fan smiled lightly. "It's reasonable, not overly expensive." However, Pei Si-si hesitated for a moment before voicing her lingering question. "Why do you want such a large house? And what about it?" Lin Fan met her gaze, encouraging her to continue. Pei Si-si took a deep breath and inquired, "Since you are so affluent, why do you still choose to work in a state-owned enterprise?" Lin Fan articulated the latter part of her question for her. Pei Si-si paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Lin Fan set down his cup, his gaze penetrating as he looked at the two sisters, and slowly replied, "This question, in due time, you will come to understand." He did not provide a direct answer, but instead smiled meaningfully, taking a delicate sip from his teacup. Pei Wen, with her lively disposition and insatiable curiosity, was unwilling to let the matter rest and pressed, "Mr. Lin, please, just tell us. You've purchased a villa, so you must be quite wealthy. Why then do you still?" Shaowen. Pei Si-si quickly tugged at her sister's sleeve, signaling her to cease the inquiry. Pei Wen reluctantly closed her mouth, but her eyes remained fixed on Lin Fan, eagerly awaiting his response. Lin Fan set his cup down, his gaze sweeping over the sisters before finally resting on Pei Wen, teasingly asking, "What? Are you quite curious?" Pei Wen nodded vigorously, her face alight with anticipation. Lin Fan then deliberately elongated his words, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Convince your sister to be my girlfriend, and I shall divulge the answer." "Mr. Lin." Pei Si-si's face flushed crimson, and she shot her sister an exasperated glare. Pei Wen, however, seemed unfazed, cheerfully responding, "Sounds great. My sister is beautiful and capable. She would make an excellent girlfriend." "You little rascal, what are you saying?" Pei Si-si, both embarrassed and annoyed, reached out to tickle Pei Wen. The sisters burst into laughter, and Lin Fan couldn't help but smile at their antics. After a spell of merriment, Pei Si-si finally could not resist asking, "Mr. Lin, you still haven't revealed the source of your wealth?" Lin Fan's expression turned serious as he replied, "This is a matter I cannot disclose at present. However, rest assured, my wealth is acquired through legitimate means." "Then why do you still work in a state-owned enterprise?" Pei Si-si pressed further. "You could easily live a life of luxury without working." Lin Fan paused for a moment before responding thoughtfully, "Because I have more significant matters to attend to." "More significant matters?" The Pei sisters exchanged puzzled glances, not comprehending his meaning. Lin Fan chose not to elaborate, instead smiling and shifting the conversation. "Well, it's getting late. Let us return." Upon returning to the city, Lin Fan escorted the Pei sisters back to their residence before driving home. On Monday morning, as Lin Fan entered the company, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. The usually quiet office was brightly lit, with several employees from the technical department bustling around the computers, the sound of keyboards clattering resonating through the air. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Chen Fong hurried over, her expression laden with concern. "Mr. Lin, I apologize. But what is going on here?" Lin Fan surveyed the scene with a hint of confusion. "You see," Chen Fong began, "the office system we were using was exceedingly outdated and frequently malfunctioned, so we contacted a tech company last week for an upgrade. It was supposed to be completed over the weekend, but before she could finish, a young girl behind her interjected, but despite working overtime for 2 days, we still haven't resolved the issues." Lin Fan turned his head and saw a girl clad in a plaid shirt and denim jeans, her black-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, gazing at him with an expression of indignation. "Who is this?" Lin Fan inquired, casting a glance at Chen Fong. "This is our new technician," Chen Fong began to explain. But the girl interjected, "My name is Lu Xiaomi. Mr. Lin, you must have a word with their tech company. What is going on? The system has been upgrading for ages, and now we can't even access the most basic email functions." Cough, cough. "Xiaomi, please do not be anxious." Chen Fong chuckled awkwardly and turned to Lin Fan to elucidate. "Mr. Lin, we are working on a solution. Please rest in your office for now. I will notify you once it's resolved." "That's unnecessary. I shall wait here," Lin Fan replied as he seated himself at his desk. "I am quite curious about this new system and its workings." With a resigned expression, Chen Fong allowed the technician to continue troubleshooting the system. Lin Fan booted up his computer, only to find that besides the icons for My Computer and Recycle Bin, there was merely a shortcut labeled OA System. He double-clicked the shortcut, and a minimalist login interface appeared. After entering his employee ID and password, he clicked the login button. However, instead of entering the main interface as he had anticipated, an error message popped up. "Username or password incorrect. Username or password incorrect." Lin Fan furrowed his brow and meticulously verified his entries, confirming their accuracy. He clicked the login button once more. Yet, the system coldly displayed the same error message. "Username or password incorrect." Lin Fan found himself in a bemused state. On the very first day of the new system's launch, he, as the owner, was unable to log in. "Chen Fong, could you come here for a moment?" Lin Fan called out in exasperation. Chen Fong hurried over, and upon seeing the error message on the screen, she appeared equally perplexed. "How could this happen?" she exclaimed. "I don't understand. My employee ID and password are both correct," Lin Fan replied. "Please hold on. I will consult the technician," Chen Fong said, approaching Lu Xiaomi and whispering a few inquiries. Lu Xiaomi set down her mouse, approached Lin Fan's desk, and swiftly typed a few commands on the keyboard. Turning to Lin Fan, she explained, "Mr. Lin, you are new here, and your account has not yet been activated." "Not activated?" Lin Fan responded with a hint of disbelief. "How does one activate it?" "Please provide me with your employee ID, and I will assist you in activating it," Lu Xiaomi instructed. Lin Fan relayed his employee ID, and Lu Xiaomi promptly activated his account. "All set. You may log in now," she announced. Lin Fan entered his ID and password once more, and this time, he successfully logged into the system. Did your company develop this system in-house? Lin Fan inquired. No, we enlisted a third-party technology firm for its development, Chen Fong replied. Oh, Lin Fan nodded, beginning to navigate through the system's interface. The design was quite conventional, and the functionality appeared comprehensive. However, Lin Fan felt a vague sense of dissatisfaction, unable to pinpoint the exact issue. As he casually explored several functional modules, he suddenly noticed a peculiar detail. The ordering of employee IDs seemed rather odd. Chen Fong, how are the employee numbers organized? Lin Fan inquired. They are arranged according to the date of employment. The smaller the number, the earlier the joining date, Chen Fong elucidated. I see. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before suggesting, perhaps we should consider an alternative method of arrangement. An alternative method? Chen Fong appeared puzzled. Yes, for instance, we could randomize the order of the employee numbers, or have the management team adopt some of the later numbers, Lin Fan proposed. The intention behind this is to diminish the hierarchical perceptions within the company and foster a more egalitarian and liberated work environment. Chen Fong and Lu Xiaomi exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by Lin Fan's bold proposition. Mr. Lin, don't you think this idea is a bit avant-garde? Chen Fong hesitated before speaking. Lin Fan chuckled. Avant-garde? I find it quite reasonable. It is merely a minor adjustment that can convey a positive corporate culture. Why not embrace it? Chen Fong opened her mouth to respond, but ultimately remained silent. Lu Xiaomi gazed at Lin Fan with admiration, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The female technician adjusted her glasses, an expression of confusion evident, as she struggled to comprehend the connection between employee number arrangement and corporate culture. Conversely, Lu Xiaomi enthusiastically supported Lin Fan's suggestion, exclaiming, Mr. Lin is right. This way, no one will feel a sense of hierarchy based on their employee number. Although Chen Fong verbally deemed the idea avant-garde, she began to seriously contemplate its feasibility. After all, Mr. Lin is the boss, and it is essential to accommodate the boss's thoughts. Moreover, she sensed there might be some merit to Lin Fan's proposal. I will consult with the technicians and Lu Xiaomi to determine the best approach for adjustment, Chen Fong stated. All right, you may proceed as you see fit. There is no need to consult me on every detail, Lin Fan nodded, returning to his examination of the office system. He accessed the contact directory module to review the information of all employees. To his astonishment, the nicknames chosen by the employees were remarkably diverse, ranging from self-aggrandizing titles like Wind-like Man and Goddess of Grace to more demoralizing ones such as Relentless Brick Mover and Humble Worker. There were also amusing monikers like Braised Pork Enthusiast, Milk Tea Lifeline, and Cat Cult Leader. Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle, marveling at the creativity of today's youth. He noticed his own nickname was still the default Lin Fan, which seemed rather mundane. Thus, he clicked to edit and changed it to Novice Driver. Chen Fong, after a week of trial operation, we need to notify all employees to familiarize themselves with the various functions, especially the management personnel, who should lead by example. Lin Fan remarked as he closed his laptop. A week has swiftly passed, and thanks to your efforts and the technical department, our new office system is finally up and running for trial. Have the notifications been sent to the group, particularly emphasizing the responsibility of each department head to guide their teams in adapting to the new system? Lin Fan continued while browsing a web page. Yes, I sent them out this morning and specifically tagged everyone to reiterate the importance, Chen Fong replied. Chen Fong cradled a thermos cup, sipping delicately on chrysanthemum tea. By the way, General Manager Lin, how about organizing a training session one of these days? The system has numerous functions, and relying solely on self-study is rather inefficient. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, that sounds reasonable. Please arrange a time. Let us schedule it for next Tuesday afternoon. Find a large conference room, and I will provide a comprehensive explanation to everyone. Understood, General Manager Lin, Chen Fong replied. Meanwhile, several kilometers away at a driving school in the suburbs, Pei Si-si and Pei Wen were languidly waiting in line to practice driving. Sister, when do you think our salaries will increase? Pei Wen asked, her attention momentarily diverted from her phone. You've only just started. Are you already thinking about a raise? Pei Si-si teased with a smile. Oh, come on. I'm just anxious. Pei Wen pouted. One of my friends, who graduated around the same time, works in an internet company and earns several thousand more than I do. Pei Si-si offered comfort. Internet companies are notorious for their long hours. We have a 9-to-5 schedule here, no overtime, and the work is quite manageable. We should be content. Just then, Pei Si-si's phone vibrated with a notification. Has the salary arrived? Pei Wen, with keen eyes, quickly spotted the content of the message and leaned in closer. Pei Si-si opened the message, scrutinizing the amount, her brow furrowing slightly. Why is it over 1,000 less than I expected? What? That can't be right. Pei Wen exclaimed. Startled, Let me check mine. She pulled out her phone, and her expression shifted dramatically. Why is mine even lower than yours? This is unacceptable, she said angrily. I must inquire with Supervisor Chen to see if there was an error. With that, she promptly dialed Chen Fang's number. General Manager, this is Pei Wen. Has my salary been miscalculated? It's over 1,000 less than I anticipated, her tone laced with confusion and a hint of urgency. Lin Fan, upon hearing Pei Wen's voice, paused for a moment before realizing that salaries must have been dispersed. He opened his banking app and indeed found a new salary notification. Why hasn't mine been credited yet? Lin Fan mused, checking his message and discovering that it was indeed less than he had expected. It might be a system delay. The finance department can sometimes be slow, Lin Fan reassured Pei Wen. Just wait a bit longer. If it hasn't arrived by tomorrow, reach out to Supervisor Chen again. All right, Pei Wen replied, though her disappointment lingered. By the way, General Manager, are you free this evening? My sister and I would like to treat you to dinner as a token of appreciation for your care during this time. Her voice held a hint of excitement. Lin Fan hesitated, initially intending to decline, but then reconsidered. It would be an opportune moment to discuss Forex trading with them. Thus, he agreed. At 7 in the evening, Lin Fan arrived at a Hunan restaurant in the city center, where Pei Si-si and Pei Wen had already ordered their dishes in anticipation. General Manager, do try this chopped pepper fish head. It's exceptionally authentic, Pei Wen enthusiastically urged. Lin Fan smiled, nodded, and sampled a piece of fish, finding it indeed fragrant, spicy, and utterly appetizing. Lin, when do you think our salaries will increase? At the dinner table, Pei Wen could not help but bring up the issue of wages again. My friend, like me, is a recent graduate working in an internet company, earning several thousand more than I do. Lin Fan set down his chopsticks, took a sip of tea, and replied with a smile. Internet companies require a lot of overtime, hence the higher pay. In our state-owned enterprise, the job is stable, and the benefits are quite good. It is normal for the initial salary to be lower. However, Pei Wen was about to speak again when Pei Si-si silenced her with a glance. Lin is right. As newcomers, we should focus on learning, Pei Si-si said with a smile. After finishing their meal, the three of them exited the restaurant. It's getting late. You two should head back and rest, Lin Fan remarked. All right, Lin, you should also get some rest, Pei Si-si and Pei Wen replied in unison. By the way, I have something to discuss with you. Lin Fan suddenly remembered the Forex trading matter. After you finish your showers, come to my study. Huh? The Pei sisters exchanged puzzled glances. Yes, go ahead, Lin Fan said, offering no further explanation as he turned and walked toward his villa. Upon returning home, Lin Fan went straight to his study on the 3rd floor, opened his computer, and began to browse the latest Forex market trends. After about half an hour, a knock echoed from downstairs. The Pei sisters had finished their showers and quietly made their way to the study, gently tapping on the door. Come in, Lin Fan's voice called from within. Pei Si-si and Pei Wen entered, finding Lin Fan seated at his computer, intently focused on the screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard, exuding an air of strategic command. Have a seat, Lin Fan said without looking up. The Pei sisters settled onto the sofa opposite him, curiously surveying the study. The room was spacious, decorated in a minimalist and elegant style, filled with various books on the shelves, and adorned with a few calligraphic artworks, emanating a strong scholarly ambience. Do you know why I called you here? Lin Fan turned off the candlestick chart on his computer and faced the Pei sisters. No, Pei Si-si and Pei Wen shook their heads in unison. To teach you how to make money, Lin Fan said with a slight smile. Make money? The Pei sisters were taken aback. Yes, precisely that, Lin Fan nodded, continuing, you must have noticed that our salary levels are quite modest. To achieve wealth, we must rely on ourselves. Lin, you make a valid point, but we don't have much capital, Pei Wen replied. Capital is not an issue. I can lend you some, Lin Fan said. Huh, is that really appropriate? Pei Si-si asked, somewhat astonished. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Consider it a special benefit for you new employees, Lin Fan chuckled. However, I have one condition. What condition? The Pei sisters asked in unison. You must absolutely follow my instructions. Buy what I tell you to buy, sell what I instruct you to sell, without any doubts. Lin Fan's tone suddenly turned serious. The Pei sisters exchanged glances, each sensing hesitation in the other's eyes. So, are you unwilling? Lin Fan inquired. However, Pei Si-si still wished to express her thoughts, but was interrupted by Pei Wen's gentle pull. Mr. Lin, we are willing, Pei Wen said through gritted teeth, but we are utterly inexperienced in this field. What if we incur losses? You need not worry about that. I will guide you through it, Lin Fan assured them. Moreover, I guarantee you will not suffer losses. Instead, you will reap substantial profits. Really? Pei Wen's eyes sparkled with hope. When have I ever deceived you? Lin Fan replied with a smile. The Pei sisters pondered for a moment, realizing that Lin Fan had indeed never misled them, allowing them to relax. So, Mr. Lin, when do we begin? Pei Wen inquired eagerly. Right now, Lin Fan responded. Opening a trading application on his computer, I will demonstrate it for you. Pay close attention. As Lin Fan operated the software, he elucidated the fundamental principles of foreign exchange trading. The Pei sisters watched intently, determined not to miss a single detail. Do you see that? I just purchased one lot of euro against the US dollar. And I have already made a profit of 50 pips, Lin Fan explained, moving the cursor to the account balance and pointing at the figure displayed. $5,000. $5,000? The Pei sisters exclaimed in unison. They worked tirelessly for a month to earn such a sum, while Lin Fan had merely flicked his fingers to earn several months' worth of their salaries. Isn't that incredibly swift? Pei Wen remarked incredulously. This is actually on the slower side. If the market is favorable, earning tens of thousands of dollars in a single night is quite normal, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. The Pei sisters were left speechless, astonished that such a method of earning money existed, one that was swifter than printing currency. Now, it's your turn, Lin Fan said, handing the mouse to Pei Si-si. Give it a try. Pei Si-si took the mouse nervously and asked, What should I do? It's quite simple, Lin Fan said, leaning closer to Pei Si-si and guiding her hand, step by step. Under Lin Fan's tutelage, Pei Si-si hesitantly maneuvered the mouse, and soon, she completed a transaction. How does it feel? Lin Fan inquired with a smile. Pei Si-si glanced at the numbers on the screen, then back at Lin Fan, hesitating to respond. What is it? Lin Fan asked. I feel as if I am playing a game, Pei Si-si admitted. Playing a game? Lin Fan paused for a moment before realizing, smiling as he replied. You are correct. It does resemble a game, except that the money involved is very real. Really? Both Pei Si-si and Pei Wen's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course. It is real, Lin Fan said, pulling up his banking app to show them the account balance. See? This is actual money. Yet Pei Wen still harbored doubts. Isn't this too easy? Easy. Lin Fan chuckled in response. As you saw earlier, I had been scrutinizing the market for an entire night to identify this opportunity. Moreover, I must continuously monitor market dynamics. Should any unforeseen events arise, I must act promptly, lest I suffer significant losses. So that is how it works, Pei Si-si and Pei Wen realized. The Pei sisters finally comprehended that trading foreign exchange was not as effortless as they had initially presumed. Well, it's getting late. You should rest early, Lin Fan remarked, stretching and rising from his seat. President Lin, we still have something to discuss. Pei Si-si attempted to interject, but Lin Fan interrupted her. Let us address it tomorrow. I am quite fatigued, he stated, striding out of the study. The Pei sisters exchanged glances, sensing a hint of confusion and unease in each other's eyes, as if the situation was more intricate than it appeared. Observing the current volatility of the euro exchange rate, we should first buy with an upward target of 100 points, then set a sell order for a drop of 50 points, Lin Fan explained, deftly maneuvering the software as the rhythmic clicks of the mouse and the taps of the keyboard harmonized like an upbeat march. Pei Si-si and Pei Wen fixated on the computer screen, akin to eager schoolchildren, fearful of missing any detail. Do you see? It has already risen by 20 points. Once it reaches 100 points, we will. President Lin, is the money on this software real? Pei Wen suddenly interrupted, her curiosity piqued. Of course it is real. This is a legitimate international forex trading platform, Lin Fan replied with a smile. What is the matter? Don't you trust me? Not at all. It's just. Pei Si-si hesitated. We merely feel that this money comes too easily, almost unreal. Haha, this is merely the beginning. Once you become adept, you will realize that earning this money is not as daunting as it seems, Lin Fan chuckled. Now, stop dawdling, quickly open your accounts, and I will guide you through the process. Exchanging glances once more, though still somewhat skeptical, the sisters followed Lin Fan's instructions, downloading the trading software and registering an account. President Lin, we don't have that much money, Pei Wen remarked, glancing at the displayed account balance with apprehension. I've mentioned it before, I will provide the principal. You only need to focus on the trading, Lin Fan stated, handing Pei Wen a bank card. The password is 6 sixes. Pei Wen took the card, observing its sleek black design, which exuded an air of sophistication. President Lin, this feels rather inappropriate, Pei Si-si said, somewhat embarrassed. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Consider it a special training for you new employees, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Now, let us not waste any more time. Transfer the funds, and we shall commence trading. The Pei sisters, no longer hesitant, followed Lin Fan's guidance and transferred the funds from the bank card into the trading account. As moments ticked by, under Lin Fan's tutelage, the Pei sisters engaged in several trades. Though they were modest in scale, they managed to earn some profits. How about now? Do you believe it? Lin Fan inquired, observing the sisters with a grin. Yes, yes. The Pei sisters nodded enthusiastically, finally convinced that trading foreign exchange could indeed be lucrative. However, Lin Fan cautioned, the risks associated with forex trading are considerable. Without experience, one can easily incur losses. Therefore, you must always learn from me and refrain from operating blindly on your own. Understood? Understood, President Lin. The Pei sisters responded in unison. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, soon pointing to 11 o'clock. Pei Wen rubbed her tired eyes and stifled a yawn. Are you tired? Lin Fan inquired. Yes. Pei Wen nodded. Please fetch me 2 cups of coffee and some snacks. Without lifting his gaze, Lin Fan declared, tonight. We will work late into the night to ensure we reap substantial rewards. What? We have to stay up late? Pei Wen said with a grimace. But I have work tomorrow. Don't worry, I will arrange for you to take the day off, Lin Fan assured her. As long as you perform well tonight. I guarantee your salaries will be doubled this month. The promise of a generous reward invigorated Pei Wen, dispelling her fatigue. Si-si, let us go prepare the coffee. Pei Wen said, pulling Pei Si-si out of the study. Lin, is what you said true? Can we really earn that much money? Pei Si-si asked while pouring coffee into the cups. Of course it's true. When have I ever deceived you? Pei Wen replied confidently. Think about it. Didn't the stocks Lin suggested we buy yield profits? Oh right. Pei Si-si suddenly remembered. Lin Fan did indeed recommend several stocks, and they had performed well. At the time, we thought he was merely playing a game, so we didn't pay much attention. Now you see, following Lin Fan is undoubtedly the right choice. Pei Wen said, giving her sister a reassuring pat on the shoulder. The sisters returned to the study with their coffees, where Lin Fan remained engrossed in the computer screen, fingers dancing across the keyboard like a pianist performing a concerto. Here's your coffee, Lin. Pei Wen softly placed the cup beside him. Lin Fan took a sip, then set the cup down, turning to glance at the Pei sisters, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his lips. By 1 o'clock in the morning, the sisters were struggling to keep their eyes open. Pei Wen rested her head on the desk, nodding off like a chick pecking at grains. Pei Si-si fought to keep her eyelids up but succumbed to waves of drowsiness, leaning against her sister's shoulder, immersed in a sea of numbers. Lin Fan was oblivious to their fatigue. His mouse moved swiftly, and the figures on the screen danced, as if performing a rousing symphony. Suddenly, he felt an unusual weight on his leg. Looking down, he discovered Pei Si-si's head resting there. With a light chuckle, Lin Fan gently tapped Pei Si-si's cheek. Wake up. Don't fall asleep. Ah. Pei Si-si jolted awake, her head jerking up and colliding with Lin Fan's chin. Ouch. Lin Fan inhaled sharply, rubbing his chin and gazing at the startled Pei sisters with a bemused expression. You two should go rest if you're tired. There's no need to stay with me. The sisters, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly gathered their belongings and exited the study in a flurry. With the 2 burdens lifted, Lin Fan could finally focus on his work. He concentrated intently on the screen, fingers flying over the keyboard, and only shut down the computer with satisfaction at 3 in the morning. The following morning, as Lin Fan arrived at the office, Chen Fong entered carrying a document. Mr. Lin, this is the newly revised Code of Conduct Manual for the company. Please take a look. Lin Fan received the manual, perused it briefly, nodded, and remarked, Quite good. The content is comprehensive and aligns well with the company's current development situation. Mr. Lin, should we discuss the contents of this manual with everyone and solicit their opinions? Chen Fong inquired. Of course, the opinions of the masses are crucial. Lin Fan replied with a smile. How about this? You organize a staff meeting this Friday afternoon specifically to discuss this matter. All right, Mr. Lin. Chen Fong nodded and left the office. Meanwhile, in the development team's office, the atmosphere grew tense. Musically is on the verge of completing its Series B financing, amounting to tens of millions of dollars. Cheng Guang stared at the news on his phone, his brows furrowed. What? Gu Feng and Su Feng's expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Musically is their largest competitor. If they secure such substantial financing, it would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge for them. What should we do now? Should we alert Mr. Lin? Gu Feng asked. Alert? How would we do that? Should we inform him that we have been monitoring the movements of our competitors? Su Feng countered. What is the matter? Lin Fan asked without looking up as he sifted through documents. Mr. Lin, it's the weekend. Aren't you off yet? Cheng Guang inquired instead of delivering a direct report. Soon. Lin Fan glanced at his watch. It was already 5:30. He would leave after handling a few more documents. You truly are a workaholic. Cheng Guang remarked with a hint of admiration, knowing Lin Fan had been working overtime lately, preoccupied with the company's IPO. What can I say? That's the burden of being the boss. Lin Fan chuckled self-deprecatingly. By the way, Is there something you need? Oh, well, Chung Guang paused to gather his thoughts. I came across some overseas news that I wanted to share with you. Overseas news? Lin Fan set down the documents and looked at Chung Guang with keen interest. What news? Recently, Lin Fan had been closely monitoring the movements of the overseas capital markets, hoping to find the right opportunity for the company's IPO, hence his interest in Chung Guang's mention of overseas news. I saw a report. Chung Guang hesitated slightly, observing Lin Fan's expression, that a short video application called Musical.ly has topped the App Store charts in North America. A short video application? Lin Fan frowned slightly, having expected Chung Guang to discuss something related to the capital markets. Not this. Yes, it's a music short video software. A music-related short video application? Lin Fan's tone revealed a hint of confusion as he repeated the phrase, seemingly pondering its implications. Chung Guang nodded thoughtfully and continued to elucidate. Indeed, this application called Musical.ly bears a striking resemblance to the short video product our company is currently developing. Both primarily target the youth market, enabling users to capture short videos with various effects and filters set to music and share them on platforms. Oh, is that so? Why haven't I heard of it domestically? Lin Fan inquired, his interest piqued. Previously, he had urged his team to develop a short video application, drawn by the promising potential of the domestic short video market. He had not anticipated the emergence of a similar product overseas that had already garnered significant success. This product primarily caters to the overseas market and has little influence domestically. I had not paid much attention to it until recently. However, it has suddenly surged in popularity in North America with a rapid increase in user numbers. It is said that daily active users have surpassed 1 million, Chung Guang informed Lin Fan. Moreover, I have heard that their company is preparing for a Series B funding round, likely aiming to capitalize on this wave of enthusiasm. Such developments? Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly, taken aback by the gravity of this information he had overlooked. If what Chung Guang stated was accurate, Musical.ly could very well emerge as a formidable competitor for their company in the overseas market. Indeed, and I have also heard that Musical.ly's target demographic is not confined to overseas users. They are contemplating a strategy of exporting their product back to the domestic market in the future, Chung Guang added. Show me a demonstration of Musical.ly's product. Lin Fan said in a measured tone, realizing the complexity of the situation was greater than he had initially perceived. Chung Guang swiftly retrieved his phone, deftly navigating the interface to showcase Musical.ly to Lin Fan. As Lin Fan meticulously examined the various features of Musical.ly, his expression grew increasingly serious. The design of the application was both simple and clear, with a comprehensive functionality that mirrored their own developing version of Douyin almost identically. This, Lin Fan pointed at the screen, his brow furrowing, is astonishingly similar to our Douyin that we are developing. He paused, seemingly recollecting something, and continued. Was Musical.ly developed by an American company? Chung Guang shook his head in response. No, I specifically looked it up. It is a Chinese company that developed it, with its headquarters seemingly located in Shanghai. Shanghai? Lin Fan expressed mild surprise, not having anticipated that an application so popular in the North American market had originated from a domestic startup. Observing Lin Fan's reaction, Chung Guang cautioned, Lin, if our Douyin aspires to penetrate the overseas market, we will inevitably face direct competition with Musical.ly. Before he could finish, Lin Fan raised his hand to interrupt, his eyes glinting with an enigmatic determination. Chung Guang, please assist me in booking a flight to Shanghai, and do so swiftly. Lin Fan was still astonished that a product thriving in the North American market could stem from a domestic entrepreneurial venture. However, at that moment, he had been preoccupied with reveling in the success and joy brought by Douyin, neglecting the intricate details of its international expansion. In retrospect, it seems I vaguely heard that Douyin, in its venture into overseas markets, once acquired a foreign short video company, thereby swiftly establishing its presence. Could it be that a sudden thought crossed Lin Fan's mind? Could this acquired company be Musical.ly? Oh why, if this were indeed the case, everything would fall into place. As a product that had already garnered a substantial user base and market recognition, Musical.ly undoubtedly served as a highly enticing stepping stone for Douyin's ambitions abroad. Rather than expending considerable time and effort to compete, it would be far more efficient to incorporate it into their portfolio. Upon reflecting on this, Lin Fan's heart raced with anticipation. He realized that Musical.ly could very well be the key to Douyin's overseas success, as well as his own potential resurgence. Chung Guang, swiftly book me a ticket to Shanghai, Lin Fan proclaimed without hesitation. Understood, Mr. Lin. Chung Guang, though uncertain as to why Lin Fan suddenly desired to travel to Shanghai, keenly sensed that it might pertain to Musical.ly. Moreover, Lin Fan paused, his gaze piercing as he directed it toward Chung Guang. Please investigate this company, musical, ly, and see if there's any possibility. He lowered his voice, articulating the word acquisition. Chen Guang was taken aback for a moment before grasping Lin Fan's intent. He inhaled deeply and cautiously inquired, Mr. Lin, are you suggesting we consider acquiring musical, ly? Lin Fan gestured for silence, his expression profound. Let us keep this matter discreet for now and gather more information before proceeding. Chen Guang nodded in understanding. He was aware that for a company, acquiring another is no trivial endeavor, especially when it concerns a rapidly growing entity like musical, ly, which is not easily subdued. He quickly opened his laptop to begin researching relevant information about musical, ly. Mr. Lin, I have found some information, Chen Guang said a few minutes later, raising his head with a serious expression. Musical, ly has recently experienced a rapid increase in user growth, and its valuation has reached between $80 to $90 million. If we wish to pursue a full acquisition, it may be. What may it be? Lin Fan pressed, knowing that Chen Guang's next words would be crucial. It is likely that they will demand an exorbitant price that we may find difficult to accept, Chen Guang replied gravely. 80 to 90 million. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. This price indeed exceeded his expectations, yet it was not entirely beyond the realm of acceptance. He recognized that for a company with immense growth potential, such valuations often contain a degree of inflation, and given his desire for full acquisition, exorbitant demands were to be expected. Is there a way to negotiate a lower price? Lin Fan inquired, his tone imbued with a hint of determination. I have researched the operational status of Musical.ly. They are currently in a cash-burning phase, yet to achieve profitability. He paused momentarily, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. They are in urgent need of funds to sustain their operations. If we act now, we may secure a favorable price. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Chen Guang felt a surge of admiration. Indeed, Lin's sharp acumen had pinpointed the crux of Musical.ly's predicament. You're absolutely right, General Manager Lin. Musical.ly is actively seeking financing. Chen Guang promptly replied. I have already contacted several venture capital firms interested in investing in Musical.ly, and they have expressed eagerness for further discussions with us. Excellent. Lin Fan nodded. Go find Qi Liang, bring the company's legal counsel, and fly overnight to Shanghai. I wish to meet with Musical.ly's leadership as soon as possible to discuss the acquisition. Chen Guang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recognized Lin Fan's seriousness. Taking a deep breath, he responded earnestly, Rest assured, General Manager Lin, I will do everything in my power to facilitate this acquisition. Yes, Lin Fan encouraged, patting Chen Guang on the shoulder. I have faith in you. By the way, there is another matter, Lin Fan suddenly recalled. Please inform those venture capital firms that our company is very interested in Musical.ly and intends to pursue a full acquisition. However, we have reservations regarding their valuation and require further assessment. I understand your intention. Chen Guang's eyes sparkled with cunning. It was clear that Lin Fan aimed to exploit the information gap, creating pressure on Musical.ly and the venture capital firms to lower their expectations, thereby gaining the upper hand in negotiations. Go now, and be swift, Lin Fan waved his hand, signaling Chen Guang to prepare. Nodding, Chen Guang exited the office, aware that a pivotal commercial negotiation concerning the company's future was about to unfold. He hurried towards Qi Liang's office, lightly knocking on the door. General Qi, are you there? Lin General is looking for you. Oh, it's you, Chen Guang. Come in, come in. Qi Liang, who had been fretting over the data reports on his computer screen, immediately donned a cheerful expression upon hearing Chen Guang's voice and warmly invited him inside. Apologies for the interruption, General Qi. Chen Guang entered the office, shutting the door behind him. His tone carried a blend of excitement and urgency. There are new instructions from General Lin regarding the Musical.ly acquisition. An hour later, Chen Guang and Qi Liang, accompanied by the company's legal counsel, hurried to the airport, preparing to fly to Shanghai. Before their departure, Chen Guang made a point to call old Yang, the head of Musical.ly. Hello, General Yang. This is Chen Guang from Langzhou. We previously discussed General Lin's desire to meet with you. As he spoke, Chen Guang attentively gauged old Yang's tone on the other end of the line. Oh, it's you, Chen General. Hello. I remember you. You mean General Lin wishes to meet with me? When is this happening? Old Yang seemed somewhat taken aback, his tone laced with curiosity. Recently, our esteemed Lin has developed a keen interest in Musical.ly and wishes to engage you in a detailed discussion regarding the acquisition. I wonder if you might be available in the evenings over the next few days. Lin would like to treat you to dinner, allowing for a face-to-face conversation. Chen Guang, speaking rapidly, conveyed Lin Fan's intentions and schedule. After a brief silence on the other end of the line, a hearty laugh from old Yang resonated. Haha, splendid. Young people indeed possess vigor. Given Lin's earnestness, I shall certainly oblige. Let's meet tonight. You choose the place, and I shall arrive punctually. Very well, Yang. It is settled then. See you this evening. Chen Guang silently exhaled in relief. Matters were progressing even more smoothly than he had anticipated. Upon hanging up, Chen Guang promptly relayed the time and location of the meeting with old Yang to Lin Fan. Meanwhile, Lin Fan sat in his office, his brow furrowed as he focused intently on the computer screen. He attempted to search for information on Musically using various keywords, but found scant public information, which only solidified his belief that Musically resembled a pearl shrouded in dust. Once uncovered, it would radiate brilliance. It appears this acquisition is imperative, Lin Fan murmured to himself, his eyes glimmering with determination. As time ticked away, it soon became 4 in the afternoon. Lin Fan glanced at the clock, stretched lazily, and prepared to leave for home. I wonder how Si-si and Pei Wen fared in their driving practice today, he pondered, as he picked up his car keys and exited the office. However, upon returning home, he discovered Pei Si-si's car parked in the yard, with the 2 girls crouched in the garden, seemingly engrossed in some endeavor. Why didn't you go practice driving? Lin Fan approached them from behind, smiling as he inquired. Pei Si-si and Pei Wen turned at the sound, each adorned with an expression of excitement. Brother, you're back, Pei Wen exclaimed, brushing the dirt from her hands. Si-si and I didn't go practice driving this afternoon. Let us not discuss that now, Lin Fan interrupted. Come. Today I shall take you both out for a grand feast. Brother, is there a special occasion today? Why the grand feast? Pei Si-si asked curiously, feeling a sense of satisfaction despite the fatigue from their afternoon of gardening. Today, we celebrate your successful acquisition of your driving licenses. Lin Fan chuckled, affectionately ruffling Pei Si-si's hair. Once you both officially obtain your licenses, I shall buy each of you a car. Upon hearing this, Pei Wen leapt in delight. Really? Brother, you keep your promises. Of course I do. When have I ever deceived you? Lin Fan gazed tenderly at his 2 younger sisters, his eyes brimming with warmth. Yay, this is wonderful, Pei Wen exclaimed, embracing Lin Fan's arm, while Pei Si-si beamed with joy. Lin Fan guided the Pei sisters to a quaint private dining establishment located in the suburbs. The restaurant boasted a serene ambience, adorned with rustic elegance, and required advance reservations of at least 2 weeks to secure a table, a special choice Lin Fan had made for their celebratory dinner. Wow, brother, this restaurant looks amazing, Pei Wen exclaimed, captivated by the scenery as they disembarked the car. Indeed, brother, you've truly gone to great lengths, Pei Si-si remarked appreciatively. 3 individuals entered a restaurant, where a waitress clad in a qipao approached and guided them to their reserved private room. Sir, miss, here is our menu for your perusal, she said, presenting 3 exquisitely crafted menus to Lin Fan and his companions. As Lin Fan casually opened the menu, he was taken aback by the exorbitant prices listed. A seemingly simple dish of stir-fried seasonal vegetables was priced at an astounding 888 yuan, not to mention the rarer delicacies. Maintaining his composure, Lin Fan closed the menu and turned to the waitress, saying, to start, we would like 3 glasses of freshly squeezed juice. I'll have the Dream of Jade. Certainly. Sir, please hold on a moment, the waitress replied respectfully, taking the menu and departing. Brother, the prices here seem exorbitant, Pei Wen whispered, stealing a glance at the menu, unable to contain her astonishment. Indeed, brother, perhaps we should consider dining elsewhere. This place is far too extravagant, Pei Si-si added, her unease evident. Lin Fan smiled reassuringly. No worries, today is a special occasion. You need not concern yourselves with saving money for me. Order whatever you desire. Once the waitress served the juice, Lin Fan slowly spoke. Si-si, when this meal will likely cost around 100,000 yuan, so brace yourselves. 100,000. Pei Wen nearly dropped her juice, while Pei Si-si's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, you must be joking. How could a single meal possibly cost 100,000 yuan? Pei Wen's voice trembled with shock as she exchanged incredulous glances with her sister. This sum was enough for a down payment on a house back in their hometown. Yet here it was merely the price of a meal. Brother, have you lost your mind? Spending 100,000 on a meal is utterly outrageous. Pei Wen bit her lip, searching for an appropriate word to encapsulate her feelings, ultimately giving up, exclaiming, it's simply too wasteful. Though Pei Si-si remained silent, she gently tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve, her brow furrowed, clearly sharing the sentiment that this dining experience was excessively lavish. Lin Fan observed his 2 sisters, understanding that their frugal upbringing made it difficult for them to adjust in such a short time, and he felt no anger, only a gentle smile as he explained. Si-si, I understand your concerns. In the past, when I was impoverished, it was indeed wise to be frugal. However, now circumstances have changed. I possess the means to provide you with a better life. Why should I impose limitations on myself? Pei Wen attempted to voice further objections, but was interrupted by Lin Fan. There are no objections. As my sisters, your only responsibility is to enjoy yourselves. Allow me to handle the rest. With a resolute gaze, he added, moreover, this amount truly means little to me. Despite Lin Fan's assurances, the Pei sisters remained uneasy about the astronomical dinner bill. Throughout the meal, both appeared somewhat distracted, their enjoyment dulled. When the bill was presented, and they beheld the staggering total, Pei Wen could no longer contain herself and quietly complained, brother, this service charge is exorbitant. Over 10,000 yuan is outrageous. While the service was commendable, it hardly justifies such a price. Lin Fan was equally taken aback by the high service fee. Although he was indifferent to money, he too found the charge unreasonable. As he was about to speak, he noticed a waiter approaching with a professional smile. Sir, may I inquire if you are satisfied with our service? Lin Fan paused for a moment before responding slowly. With a gentle smile and a tone imbued with a hint of resolve, he said, the service is indeed commendable, yet the service fee of over 10,000 is rather excessive. How about this? I shall offer you 5,000. As a recognition of your service and to spare you any embarrassment. The waiter, clearly taken aback by Lin Fan's audacity to negotiate such a steep reduction, wore a smile that faltered noticeably. The Pei sisters were equally astonished. Although they deemed the service fee exorbitant, they had never considered haggling, particularly in a high-end establishment, fearing it might offend the staff. However, Lin Fan's next words left them even more astonished. If you find this unreasonable, feel free to summon your manager. I would be glad to discuss it with him. His calm demeanor was underscored by an undeniable authority. Ultimately, the waiter relented, accepting the 5,000 service fee and bidding farewell to Lin Fan and his companions with a beaming smile. Upon exiting the restaurant, Pei Wen couldn't help but exclaim, brother, you are truly remarkable. You dared to negotiate with them. Lin Fan chuckled lightly. In these times, money does not come easily. One must spend wisely and avoid waste. He paused for a moment before suggesting, since we have some time now, how about we explore the capital for a few days? The Pei sisters brightened at the mention of the capital, having never visited before. Yes, let us see the Forbidden City, climb the Great Wall, and immerse ourselves in the atmosphere of the capital, Lin Fan added with a smile. Absolutely. The Pei sisters cheered excitedly. Back at the hotel, Lin Fan began to pack his luggage. Opening the wardrobe, he surveyed the array of designer clothing, feeling somewhat perplexed. Pei Si-si, could you assist me with packing? I'm not quite sure what to bring. The Pei sisters eagerly agreed, opening the suitcase and helping him select outfits. Brother, where are your underwear? Pei Si-si suddenly inquired. Just as Lin Fan was about to respond, he realized something and abruptly closed his mouth. Pei Wen and Pei Si-si quickly caught on, their cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Brother, how could you? Pei Wen exclaimed, stamping her foot in indignation. Pei Si-si, blushing even more, retorted, pervert. Meanwhile, Chen Guang had arrived at the headquarters of the Douyin Short Video Company, where he met with its founder, Yang Luyu. Mr. Yang, it is a pleasure to meet you. Chen Guang extended his hand, wearing a professional smile. Mr. Chen, the pleasure is mine, Yang Luyu replied, shaking hands with Chen Guang, though a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. May I ask, why isn't Mr. Lin here? Mr. Lin has been quite busy lately, so he entrusted me to discuss matters with you, Chen Guang explained. Rest assured, we come with sincere intentions. Oh, and what may those intentions be? Yang Luyu inquired with keen interest. A complete acquisition of Douyin Short Video, Chen Guang stated, his tone steady yet resonant. Yang Luyu's pupils constricted, evidently taken aback by Chen Guang's boldness. He scrutinized the young man before him, filled with curiosity. This youth appeared to be barely in his 20s. What kind of formidable figure was Mr. Lin, who possessed such audacity? Mr. Chen, pardon my candor, but the current valuation of Douyin Short Videos has surpassed $1 billion. Are you certain? Before Yang Luyu could finish speaking, Chen Guang interjected. Mr. Yang, our President Lin has never faltered in his pursuits. He paused momentarily, a confident smile gracing his lips. Moreover, I am certain that you will be grateful for today's decision. On Saturday, under the brilliant sun, Lin Fan rose from his slumber at 9:30. After freshening up, the trio hailed a Didi to Rainbow Bridge Station. Soon, they arrived at the high-speed railway station. Lin Fan, engrossed in his phone, casually reminded the others. Got it, brother, no posting to moments, replied Pei Si-si from the back seat, absorbed in her own device. Not even glancing up. That's not what I was referring to, Lin Fan began, but was interrupted by Pei Si-si. Oh, brother, rest assured, we understand. We must keep your whereabouts confidential, lest we encounter another blockade like last time. She waved her hand dismissively, feigning understanding. Lin Fan shook his head in exasperation. These girls truly were incorrigible, seemingly unaware that the lesson from their previous experience had not sunk in deeply enough. The Didi sped along, swiftly reaching Rainbow Bridge Station. The trio, dragging their suitcases, merged with the bustling crowd as they entered the station. Lin Fan had already purchased their tickets online, allowing them to proceed directly through the gates with their identification. "What time is our train, brother?" Pei Wen inquired. "It's at 10:45. We still have some time. Let us head to the waiting room," Lin Fan replied, glancing at his phone, noting there was still over an hour until departure. They settled into the waiting area, finding an available seat. The Pei sisters took out their phones and began snapping selfies. Observing their youthful exuberance, a smile involuntarily crept across Lin Fan's face. "Brother, let us take one together." Pei Si-si noticed his gaze and cheerfully beckoned. Lin Fan shook his head. "You all go ahead. I'll sit this one out." "Oh, come on, brother, just one photo. It's not every day we get to go out," Pei Wen chimed in, urging him. Unable to resist their enthusiasm, Lin Fan reluctantly acquiesced. The three of them struck a pose, and Pei Si-si pressed the shutter, capturing a moment together. "All right, let us post it to Moments," Pei Si-si declared, preparing to open the app. "Wait." Lin Fan swiftly grasped her hand. "Didn't I say no posting to Moments?" "Why not?" Pei Si-si pouted, looking perplexed. "There's no reason. It's simply a rule." Lin Fan's tone was firm and unyielding. Pei Si-si opened her mouth to protest further, but was silenced by Pei Wen. "All right, Si-si, brother is looking out for us. Let us just heed his advice." Reluctantly, Pei Si-si pursed her lips, but ultimately conceded. An hour passed swiftly, and the announcement for ticket checking echoed through the air. The trio joined the throng heading towards the ticket gate, lining up to board the train. After a journey of over 3 hours, they finally arrived at Beijing West Station. As they disembarked, the Pei sisters were awestruck by the scene before them. An ocean of people, a relentless flow, and towering skyscrapers everywhere, epitomizing a bustling metropolis. "Wow, is this the capital? How grand!" Pei Wen exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. "Brother, where are we headed now?" Pei Si-si asked excitedly. "Let's go to the hotel first. I have made a reservation," Lin Fan replied, pulling out his phone to check the hotel address. "It's nearby. We can take the subway." "Subway? With all this luggage? Won't it be inconvenient to squeeze into the train?" Pei Wen expressed her concern. "Don't worry, we'll manage," Lin Fan reassured her nonchalantly. The trio arrived at the subway station and, amidst the throng of commuters, squeezed into the carriage. It was the peak of rush hour, and the subway was crowded, leaving little room to stand. Lin Fan shielded the Pei sisters, doing his utmost to create a buffer from the bustling crowd. "What hotel did you book, brother?" Pei Si-si asked, tightly gripping Lin Fan's arm. Her voice raised to be heard over the clamor. "Hanting Hotel. It's south relatively close to our destination," Lin Fan replied. "Hanting?" Pei Wen and Pei Si-si exchanged glances, both revealing a hint of surprise in their eyes. Although the Hanting Hotel offered decent accommodations, its prices were rather economical, typically attracting budget-conscious travelers. Given Lin Fan's current financial standing, he could easily afford a more luxurious establishment. "Are you dissatisfied with my choice of hotel?" Lin Fan noticed their expressions and inquired with a smile. No, we just..." Pei Wen began to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by a sudden break. The surging crowd jolted forward like a tide, and Pei Si-si lost her balance, her body teetering backward. "Be careful," Lin Fan reacted swiftly, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her into his embrace. "Ah," Pei Si-si gasped, momentarily taken aback, her cheeks instantly aflame from the warmth of the masculine presence enveloping her. "Are you all right?" Lin Fan looked down at Pei Si-si, concern etched on his face. "I am fine," Pei Si-si mumbled, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet Lin Fan's eyes. Just then, the subway arrived at the station, and the door slid open. "We've arrived. Let us get off," Lin Fan said, releasing his hold on Pei Si-si and stepping off the train first. The Pei sisters followed closely behind, exiting the subway station. "Brother." Pei Wen observed Lin Fan's back and suddenly asked with a playful grin, "What were you just, Lin Fan turned, puzzled by her tone. "When you held Si-si earlier." Pei Wen paused deliberately, leaning in to whisper in Lin Fan's ear. Was her waist soft? Lin Fan found Pei Wen's question amusing yet exasperating. He gently flicked her forehead and feigned seriousness. "What are you thinking, you silly girl? There were so many people on the subway. I was merely preventing her from falling." Pei Wen rubbed her forehead and made a face at Lin Fan, clearly unconvinced by his explanation. Pei Si-si, on the other hand, blushed deeply, her head bowed in silence, her heart racing like a startled deer. The trio followed the signs in the subway station to find their transfer line. The subway routes in Beijing were intricate, and the transfer process felt akin to navigating a labyrinth. Fortunately, Lin Fan had a good sense of direction, guiding them smoothly to the next line. Brother, why are we transferring? Can't we just ride directly to the subway station near the Hanting Hotel? Pei Si-si couldn't help but ask. I have previously visited the Hanting Hotel, and regrettably, there were not many delightful dining options nearby. However, upon searching online this time, I discovered a newly opened trendy restaurant near Tiananmen, which has garnered excellent reviews. As a result, I deliberately booked a hotel in that vicinity to facilitate our visit, Lin Fan explained. Wow, brother, you are so considerate, Pei Wen exclaimed with excitement. I knew you would treat us well. Although Pei Si-si remained silent, she felt a quiet joy within. She understood that Lin Fan was usually very busy with work and rarely had time to accompany them on outings. His meticulous arrangement of this trip showed how much he valued them. After several transfers, they finally arrived at their destination. Stepping out of the subway station, they were greeted by a wave of warmth, the sky a brilliant blue, and the sunlight radiant. The Pei sisters were profoundly astonished by the sights before them. It was their first visit to the capital, and they were filled with curiosity about everything. Brother, are we heading to the hotel now? Pei Wen inquired. Yes, the hotel is nearby. Let us walk there, Lin Fan replied, waving down a taxi. Please, get in. As the taxi cruised along the wide avenue, flanked by towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic, the vibrancy and prosperity of the city were on full display. The Pei sisters gazed out of the window, marveling at the surroundings, occasionally exclaiming in wonder. Upon reaching the hotel, Lin Fan completed the check-in process. Pei Wen eagerly accepted the room key and pulled Pei Si-si towards the elevator. Brother, we're going to rest in our room for a bit. We'll come down to find you later, Pei Wen said before stepping into the elevator, leaving Lin Fan standing alone. Watching the elevator doors slowly close, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile wryly. These two girls were indeed brimming with energy. Shaking his head, he turned and made his way to his own room. Unbeknownst to him, an unexpected turn of events was quietly approaching. Chapter 63. A journey through the capital. Lin Fan entered his room and quickly tidied up his belongings before sending a message to Pei Si-si, proposing they meet in the hotel lobby. He surmised that the two girls had likely begun their enthusiastic selfies in their room. Indeed, when he arrived at the lobby, Pei Si-si and Pei Wen had transformed themselves, their faces radiant with youthful smiles as they snapped pictures of the opulent hotel lobby with their phones. Brother, come quickly. This hotel is stunning, Pei Wen called out with excitement upon seeing Lin Fan. With a smile, Lin Fan approached and teased, the hotel you chose does not come cheap. It seems my bonus this month will be entirely spent. Oh, brother, don't worry about the money. It's a rare trip to the capital, so we must indulge a little, Pei Si-si said, wrapping her arm around Lin Fan's. All right, as long as you are happy. Lin Fan affectionately ruffled Pei Si-si's hair. Now, let us go get something to eat before we head to Tiananmen Square. As they exited the hotel, a wave of warmth enveloped them, yet it did nothing to dampen their spirits. Pei Si-si had pre-booked a renowned old Beijing fried sauce noodle restaurant on her phone, which was within walking distance from the hotel. Brother, I must tell you, this fried sauce noodle is absolutely delicious. A friend recommended it to me when she visited Beijing. As Pei Wen walked along, she excitedly exclaimed, is that so? I must indulge in it later. Lin Fan chuckled in response. Upon arriving at the noodle shop, the trio ordered a variety of traditional Beijing delicacies such as fried sauce noodles, stuffed intestines, and doji, engaging in lively conversation with a harmonious atmosphere. After satisfying their appetites, they strolled towards Tiananmen Square. Despite the scorching summer heat, the square was teeming with visitors from all corners of the nation, all drawn together to experience the solemnity and allure of the city. Wow, so this is Tiananmen. It's even more magnificent than what I saw on television, Pei Wen exclaimed, standing in the center of the square, gazing up at the grand Tiananmen Gate, momentarily speechless with excitement. Indeed, it is truly magnificent, Pei Si-si added, equally awed. Lin Fan surveyed the breathtaking scene before him, feeling a swell of pride within. He took out his phone to capture this beautiful moment. Brother, could you take a picture of us? Pei Wen tugged at Pei Si-si and they rushed to pose in front of the Tiananmen Gate, calling out to Lin Fan. With a smile, Lin Fan lifted his phone and snapped several photos, later exchanging them to leave behind a cherished group picture. Amidst the photo session, laughter and playful antics ensued, with Pei Wen's whimsical spirit leading her to strike peace signs and jump for the camera, causing Lin Fan and Pei Si-si to chuckle in disbelief. All right, enough of the antics. Let us go check out over there. Lin Fan pointed towards the great hall of the people. Sure, the Pei sisters chimed in unison. The trio continued walking, admiring the sights of the square, their faces illuminated with radiant smiles. Brother, you seem not to be tired at all, Pei Wen suddenly inquired. Yes, brother, we've been walking for quite some time. Don't you feel fatigued? Pei Si-si added curiously. Lin Fan smiled gently, about to respond, when he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. He pulled it out to see it was a call from Wang Jiamin at the company. Signaling for the Pei sisters to wait, he stepped aside to answer the call. Hello, Director Wang, what can I do for you? Xiao Fan, how are things going in the capital? I have something to discuss with you. As Lin Fan listened, he nodded, gesturing to the Pei sisters to explore ahead. By the time he finished the call, dusk had settled in, and the square's lights began to illuminate, casting a more majestic glow on the surrounding architecture. Brother, who called you? Pei Wen asked curiously. It was about some company matters, but it's all resolved now. Lin Fan replied with a wave of his hand. Let us head over to the Great Hall of the People and the National Grand Theater. Then find a place for dinner. All right. As night fell and the city lights sparkled, the Great Hall of the People and the National Grand Theater shone brilliantly under the illumination. The Pei sisters continuously clicked their cameras, eager to capture the enchanting night scene. After dining at a charming restaurant, they returned to the hotel after 9 o'clock. Lin Fan observed that although the sisters remained spirited, their pace had noticeably slowed compared to the day. Are you tired? Lin Fan inquired. We need to get up early tomorrow to watch the flag-raising ceremony. Not too bad. Brother, aren't you tired? Pei Wen curiously replied. We've been walking all day. How come you seem completely unfazed? Lin Fan chuckled, about to respond, when Pei Si-si interjected. Yes, brother, have you been to the capital before? You seem so familiar with this place. Lin Fan hesitated, unsure of how to explain. Should he reveal that he had actually traveled back from a decade in the future? All right, it's getting late. Let us hurry back and rest. He decided to sidestep the topic, as an early rise awaited them the next day. Before dawn on the following morning, Lin Fan arose and completed his morning routine, then knocked on the door of the Pei sisters' room. To his surprise, they had already risen. Why are you up so early? He asked in astonishment. Hee. We got up to watch the flag-raising ceremony. Pei Wen beamed. You wouldn't believe how magnificent it was. We took so many photos. Only then did Lin Fan notice the excitement radiating from their faces, clearly moved by the ceremony. Why didn't you call me when you returned? I wanted to join you, he said somewhat helplessly. Oh, brother, you walked for so long yesterday. We thought you needed more rest, Pei Si-si explained. Lin Fan felt a warm surge in his heart. It seemed his two younger sisters were quite considerate. After breakfast, the trio took a taxi to the Forbidden City. Standing at its entrance and gazing at the resplendent royal palace, Lin Fan was filled with countless emotions. In his previous life, he had visited the Forbidden City, but had not had the opportunity to truly appreciate its beauty. Let us go inside. Lin Fan beckoned the Pei sisters as he stepped through the grand gates. Crossing the Meridian Gate and walking over the Golden Water Bridge, a majestic palace came into view, the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The foremost of the three great halls of the Forbidden City. The towering Hall of Supreme Harmony, with its golden glazed tiles shimmering in the sunlight, seemed to proclaim the unparalleled supremacy of imperial power to the world. Pei Si-si and Pei Wen gazed upon this grand structure, their hearts filled with awe and reverence. Brother, is this the Hall of Supreme Harmony? It's truly spectacular, Pei Wen exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she wished to engrave the sight in her memory. Indeed, this is the Hall of Supreme Harmony, where the emperors of the Ming and Qing dynasties held significant ceremonies. Lin Fan nodded, introducing it to them, such as the emperor's ascension to the throne, the enshrinement of the empress, and the proclamation of important edicts. All took place here. Pei Si-si listened intently, as if envisioning centuries past, when emperors donned dragon robes, ascending the Hall of Supreme Harmony amidst a throng of civil and military officials. She couldn't help but exclaim, I wish I could travel back to ancient times and witness the grandeur of those days. Travel back to ancient times? Lin Fan smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. He mused to himself that he had indeed traveled back from a decade in the future. However, he dared not voice this thought, fearing it might alarm his innocent sisters. The trio continued along the central axis, visiting the Hall of Central Harmony, the Hall of Preserving Harmony, and subsequently the Palace of Heavenly Purity, the Hall of Mental Cultivation, and the Palace of Earthly Tranquility, among others. Wherever they went, the Pei sisters were consistently filled with awe, repeatedly pressing the shutter to immortalize these precious moments. Brother, the Forbidden City is truly vast. After wandering for so long, we've only explored a small fraction, Pei Wen remarked, her tone laced with a hint of fatigue, yet brimming with excitement and satisfaction. Indeed, the Forbidden City spans an impressive 720,000 square meters, housing over 70 palaces and more than 9,000 rooms. Completing the tour in a single day is no small feat, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Let us return tomorrow for more exploration, Pei Si-si suggested. I feel like my legs are turning to jelly. Lin Fan nodded in agreement, aware that sightseeing in the capital can be quite taxing, especially in the sweltering heat. Noticing that it was nearing noon, he proposed, let us find a place for lunch first, then we can visit Jingshan Park in the afternoon. Upon exiting the Forbidden City, Lin Fan observed a throng of people waiting for taxis, prompting him to opt for the subway instead. Although the train was somewhat crowded, it was preferable to being stuck in traffic. As they entered the subway car, Lin Fan was met with a wave of warmth. He gently wrapped an arm around the sisters' waists and softly advised, be careful and hold on tightly. Inside the cramped carriage, a medley of scents enveloped them, leaving Lin Fan feeling a bit stifled. He fanned himself with one hand, seeking a semblance of coolness, while Pei Si-si and Pei Wen clung closely to him, anxious not to be separated by the throng. Brother, are you feeling hot? Pei Si-si inquired with concern, tilting her head up to look at him. I'm all right, Lin Fan replied with a smile. It's a bit stuffy in here, but much cooler than outside. Indeed, the heat has been relentless these past few days. Pei Wen chimed in, I feel like I'm about to tan. A little tan is healthy, Lin Fan teased. When we return, you'll have a lovely bronze glow. The sisters chuckled at his jest. After exiting the subway station, Lin Fan led them to a restaurant where they ordered several traditional Beijing dishes. Once they had satisfied their appetites, they hurried off to their next destination, Jingshan Park. Standing atop the Wanshun Pavilion in Jingshan Park, they beheld the entire expanse of the Forbidden City. Gazing at the resplendent palatial complex before him, Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel at the opulence and grandeur of ancient emperors. Brother, what do you think it felt like to live in the palace? Pei Wen asked curiously. I imagine it's akin to residing in a prison, Lin Fan replied half-jokingly. Being confined to one place every day and lacking the freedom to come and go must be quite dull. That's a fair point, Pei Wen nodded in agreement. After leaving Jingshan Park, Lin Fan took them to the campuses of Peking University and Tsinghua University. As someone who once struggled academically, he held no particular fondness for these prestigious institutions. The Pei sisters felt the same. Their interest waned quickly after a brief, cursory glance around. Brother, let us go see the school where Jiang Yisin is pursuing her graduate studies, Pei Si-si suddenly suggested. Lin Fan paused for a moment, then realized that Pei Si-si wished to visit Jiang Yisin. He shook his head with a smile and said, let it be. She is now a graduate student. Burdened with heavy academic responsibilities, it is best not to disturb her. All right then, Pei Si-si replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. As evening approached, Lin Fan returned to the hotel with the Pei sisters. The day's itinerary had been quite packed, leaving everyone feeling somewhat fatigued. Brother, where shall we go tomorrow? Pei Wen inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Fan responded, let us climb the Great Wall tomorrow. Hooray! The Pei sisters cheered with excitement. On their way back to the hotel, they once again squeezed into the crowded subway. Lin Fan instinctively wrapped his arm around the waists of the Pei sisters, creating a small space for them. He inadvertently caught sight of a plump girl across from him, who was engrossed in sending a message to her boyfriend. I walked over 20,000 steps today. My legs feel like they might break. Don't you care a little? Lin Fan mused silently, realizing that traveling nowadays truly demands physical stamina. No wonder young people are embracing a more laid-back lifestyle. Suddenly, he felt something brush against his arm, and upon looking down, he discovered it was Pei Si-si's small hand gently grasping his sleeve, seemingly conveying some form of unspoken communication. In the crowded carriage, Lin Fan felt Pei Si-si's delicate grip, as if responding to his earlier thoughts while also expressing her own determination. He glanced down at her, and she happened to lift her gaze at the same moment, their eyes meeting. Pei Si-si playfully blinked, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Brother, we absolutely cannot just take it easy. Pei Wen, standing nearby, seemed to have guessed Lin Fan's unvoiced thoughts and stated resolutely, we must work hard to achieve the kind of financially free life you envision for us. Lin Fan chuckled, shaking his head at the vivacity and zeal of the two girls. He affectionately ruffled their hair and said, all right, let us strive together. Early Thursday morning, Lin Fan arranged for a private car to take the Pei sisters to the Badaling Great Wall. The driver, a warm-hearted Beijing man, enthusiastically shared with them the history of the Great Wall and various routes for climbing. Let me tell you, climbing the Great Wall requires taking it one step at a time. Don't be fooled by those who seem to rush ahead. Most of them will tire out eventually. The driver remarked while driving, turning back to them. If you feel fatigued, take your time, enjoy the scenery, and prioritize safety. Thank you, brother, we understand. Lin Fan replied with a smile, pondering that the driver was clearly someone who had experienced the challenges of climbing the wall. Upon arriving at the foot of the Badaling Great Wall, the Pei sisters were filled with excitement. eagerly anticipating the experience that comes with the adage. He who does not reach the Great Wall is not a true man. Lin Fan settled the fare, and after the driver offered a few more words of advice, he drove away. Brother, which entrance shall we use to ascend? Pei Wen asked, pointing at the sign. Lin Fan examined it and indicated one of the paths, saying, let us take this route. The north gate sounds quite imposing. The three of them began their ascent along the stone steps, initially taking photos with enthusiasm. However, as the steps grew steeper and their energy waned, their pace gradually slowed. I can't go on any longer, Pei Wen exclaimed, supporting herself on her knee, breathless. Why is the Great Wall so long? Where are we now? This is just the beginning. Lin Fan responded with a smile. Perseverance leads to victory. Keep it up. As he spoke, he grasped Pei Wen's arm, encouraging her to continue onward. Pei Si-si approached as well, linking her other arm with Lin Fan's, and together, the trio supported one another, ascending step by step towards the pinnacle of the Great Wall. However, upon finally reaching their destination, the scene before them proved somewhat different from their expectations. The view was indeed magnificent and awe-inspiring, with the sprawling wall winding through the majestic mountains. Yet, the throngs of people made it challenging to find a quiet spot for photographs. To the dismay of the Pei sisters, they noticed the wall was marred by graffiti, some carved with names, others inscribed with dates, and some adorned with drawings, tarnishing the historical integrity of this ancient landmark. How uncivilized! Pei Wen frowned and pointed at a particularly egregious piece of graffiti. How can people be so careless? They show no respect for cultural heritage. Indeed, it's quite a blight on the scenery. Pei Si-si echoed her sentiments. Seeing their disappointed expressions, Lin Fan smiled reassuringly. All right, don't be upset. We're here now, so let us appreciate the view. Let us head over there where it's less crowded. He led the sisters towards a quieter area. Before long, they arrived at the North 8 Tower, which offered a higher vantage point with expansive views, perfect for capturing photographs. Wow, it's so beautiful here. Pei Si-si exclaimed excitedly. Brother, quickly take a picture of us. Lin Fan pulled out his phone and directed it at the sisters. All right, smile. Cheese. The Pei sisters struck various poses while Lin Fan patiently captured their moments. Hey, brother, why don't you join us for a photo? Pei Wen suddenly suggested. Yes, brother. Come and take one with us. Pei Si-si chimed in. Initially reluctant, Lin Fan eventually relented to their persistent coaxing. He stepped between the two, wrapping an arm around each and flashing a smile at the camera. Excuse me, sir, could you please take a photo for us? Pei Si-si called out to a gentleman passing by, handing him her phone. Of course, no problem, he replied, taking the phone and, after a knowing smile at the trio, pressed the shutter button. Thank you. Pei Si-si took back her phone, reviewing the photo with satisfaction. It turned out great. Thank you. You're welcome. Just a small favor. The gentleman smiled and waved as he departed. By the time they descended from the Great Wall, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Lin Fan led the sisters to a nearby restaurant, ordering several traditional Beijing dishes to reward themselves. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Fan intended to rest for a while, but the Pei sisters knocked on his door. Brother, we want to explore Wangfujing. Are you coming with us? Pei Wen inquired. Wangfujing? Now, Lin Fan glanced at the time. It was nearly 7 in the evening. Aren't you tired? We're not tired at all. We're young and full of energy. Pei Si-si smiled and said, let us go, let us go. It's a rare opportunity to visit Beijing, so we must explore it thoroughly. Just as Lin Fan was about to say something, Pei Wen seized his arm and, without allowing for any objections, pulled him out of the room. Unable to resist the enthusiasm of the two spirited young ladies, Lin Fan yielded and accompanied them to Wangfujing Street by taxi. As night fell, Wangfujing was ablaze with lights, bustling with crowds, and alive with the vibrant energy of a thriving metropolis. The Pei sisters were dazzled, excitedly dragging Lin Fan through the myriad of shops. From international brands to charming boutiques, they wandered and marveled, their exclamations of delight punctuating the air. However, their enthusiasm gradually waned upon encountering some astonishingly high price tags. Pei Si-si picked up a beautifully designed dress, glanced at the price tag, and gasped, goodness, a single garment costs 5 figures. How exorbitant. Pei Wen echoed her sentiments, lamenting. Indeed, with that price, we could purchase several pieces back home. After their stroll, the sisters returned empty-handed, save for Lin Fan, who had acquired a dozen pairs of discounted underwear from a certain brand, courtesy of Pei Si-si. Brother, look at the quality of these underwear. They are quite affordable. Consider them a gift from us. Pei Si-si declared, shaking the shopping bag with a grin. Yes, brother, just accept them. Don't be so formal. Pei Wen chimed in. Lin Fan, both amused and exasperated, had no choice but to accept this unique gift. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Fan collapsed into bed, weary from the day's exertions. The Pei sisters, however, were invigorated and continued to roam around the hotel until late into the night. The following morning, when Lin Fan awoke, the sisters had already vanished from the room. After freshening up, he went downstairs for breakfast, only to discover them seated in the dining area. "Brother, you're awake. Come. Breakfast is ready. We saved your favorite tofu pudding and fried dough sticks." Pei Si-si warmly beckoned. "How did you both rise so early?" Lin Fan asked, somewhat surprised. "We went for a morning exercise at a nearby park. The air here is simply delightful." Pei Wen replied, beaming. Lin Fan nodded, choosing silence as he quietly enjoyed his meal. "Brother, which attraction shall we visit today?" Pei Si-si inquired, her voice brimming with anticipation. Lin Fan set down his chopsticks, regarded them, and replied slowly, "Today, we shall not go anywhere. Let us rest at the hotel." "What? Why not?" the Pei sisters exclaimed in unison, their faces displaying deep disappointment. "After a full day of exploring yesterday, are you not tired?" Besides, Lin Fan paused, his tone laden with meaning. The items at Wangfujing do not seem particularly affordable. On Friday, Lin Fan resolved to accompany the Pei sisters back to Wangfujing Street. This time, he did not merely follow them. He actively engaged in the shopping experience. "Si-si, what do you think of this trench coat? I believe it would suit you splendidly," Lin Fan remarked, pointing to a beige trench coat. Pei Si-si glanced at the price tag and gasped, "Brother, this coat is over 10,000. It's far too expensive. I think I'll look at something else." "Not to worry. If you like it, buy it. I'll cover the cost," Lin Fan said generously. "Really? Brother, you're too kind." Pei Si-si joyfully clung to Lin Fan's arm, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Brother, I want one too. I want one too." Upon witnessing this, Pei Wen rushed over and playfully tugged at Lin Fan's other arm, pouting adorably. All right, we'll buy them all," Lin Fan chuckled in response. However, as they approached the entrance of a luxury boutique, Pei Wen suddenly halted. "Brother, look, that's a Patek Philippe store," she exclaimed, pointing at the storefront with enthusiasm. Following her gaze, Lin Fan observed a lavishly decorated shop, prominently displaying the golden emblem of Patek Philippe at its entrance. "Go inside and take a look, buy a watch," Pei Si-si encouraged. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment before replying. "I know this brand. Their watches are quite expensive, aren't they?" "How expensive can they really be? Didn't you say you would buy us things?" Pei Wen teased, grinning. "Are you really worried about the cost?" Lin Fan found her words amusing. "I merely believe that a watch should be functional. There is no need to purchase something so extravagant." "That is not quite right, brother. A watch is a man's second face. A fine timepiece can elevate your demeanor and taste," Pei Si-si stated with utmost seriousness. "Yes, brother. Just trust us and step inside to take a look," Pei Wen chimed in. Unable to resist their enthusiasm, Lin Fan acquiesced and followed them into the Patek Philippe store. The interior was even more opulent, with soft lighting illuminating the exquisite timepieces that sparkled alluringly within the glass displays. A woman in a professional outfit approached them with a smile, asking, "Good day, how may I assist you?" "We're just browsing," Lin Fan replied. "Of course. Please take your time," the woman responded, maintaining her smile. "If you need anything, feel free to call for me." As Lin Fan's gaze swept across the watches in the display, he couldn't help but marvel at their staggering prices, often reaching hundreds of thousands, even millions. "Brother, what do you think of this one?" Pei Si-si pointed to a particular watch. Lin Fan glanced over. It was a complex rose gold timepiece, its dial intricately adorned with various subdials and buttons, exuding an air of precision and complexity. "This is part of our super complicated chronograph series, featuring a perpetual calendar, minute repeater, tourbillon, and other intricate functions," the saleswoman began to explain, but Lin Fan interrupted. "No need for the details. I'm just having a look," he added. "You two go ahead. I'll check out that corner." With that, Lin Fan turned and strolled away, leaving the Pei sisters to continue their selection at the counter. He wandered to a relatively secluded area, where a few understated watches were displayed. As he casually picked one up for inspection, he was suddenly addressed by the saleswoman's voice. "Sir, this watch is a limited edition from our brand, and purchasing it requires a qualification assessment." Her tone was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it resonated clearly in Lin Fan's ears. Qualification assessment. Lin Fan paused, taken aback. "Do I really need a qualification assessment just to buy a watch?" "Indeed, sir." The female receptionist smiled and explained that due to the limited release of this exquisite timepiece, they needed to evaluate the buyer's profession, source of funds, and social contributions to ascertain eligibility for purchase. Lin Fan looked at the receptionist and found the situation somewhat amusing. Just as he was about to speak, the receptionist produced a form and a pen from beneath the counter, presenting them to him with the words, "Please fill out this information first." As Lin Fan gazed at the form and pen before him, his smile gradually faded. The form boldly displayed the title Patek Philippe Exclusive Client Qualification Assessment, with numerous entries probing into his privacy. Must one provide such extensive details merely to purchase a watch? Lin Fan pushed the form back, his tone tinged with displeasure. The receptionist maintained her professional smile and patiently explained, "Sir, this is our brand's policy to ensure that every esteemed client receives the highest quality of service." High-quality service? Is that merely a guise for treating customers differently? Lin Fan scoffed, realizing he was witnessing the true meaning of a large establishment taking advantage of its patrons. "Sir, you misunderstand. That was not our intention," the receptionist attempted to clarify, but Lin Fan interrupted her. "There's no need for further discussion. I will not be purchasing this watch." Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to leave. The Pei sisters, observing the scene, also set down the watches they were holding and hurriedly followed him. "Mr. Lin, are you all right?" Pei Si-si inquired with concern. "I'm fine. It's just a watch," Lin Fan replied, shaking his head, though a hint of indignation lingered in his tone. As the three exited the store, Pei Wen could not help but voice her frustration. "This shop is utterly excessive. They require a qualification assessment to buy a watch. As if no one could afford it. Indeed, what esteemed clients they speak of. It seems they look down on others." Pei Si-si echoed her sentiments. Lin Fan took a deep breath to quell his simmering anger and said calmly, "Enough. It's not worth getting upset over such trivial matters." "But, Mr. Lin, you have always wanted a Patek Philippe, haven't you?" Pei Si-si asked. "I used to think highly of the brand, but now it appears to be just that. Nothing remarkable." Lin Fan replied, shaking his head. "A company that cannot show the most basic respect is not worth my attention, no matter how fine their products may be." "Mr. Lin is absolutely right." The Pei sisters chimed in unison. As they walked and talked, they unwittingly arrived at a cafe. "Shall we step inside for a moment?" Lin Fan suggested. "Certainly, Mr. Lin," the Pei sisters readily agreed. After ordering coffee, Lin Fan gazed out at the bustling crowd beyond the window, his thoughts swirling. Suddenly, he recalled the expensive foreign brand clothing in his wardrobe, and a wave of inexplicable resistance washed over him. "Si-si, Wen," Lin Fan turned to the Pei sisters. His tone resolute. "I have made a decision. From now on, I will only wear domestic brands." The Pei sisters were momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated such a declaration from Lin Fan. "Mr. Lin," Pei Si-si started to speak, but hesitated. "I know what you wish to say," Lin Fan interjected. "You think I am making a mountain out of a molehill, don't you?" Seeing her sister in distress, Pei Wen smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, please do not misunderstand. We simply believe that I should continue to wear those foreign brands, just as I did before, correct?" Lin Fan interjected with a hint of self-deprecation in her tone. "That is not my intention." Pei Wen quickly waved her hand, uncertain how to clarify her point. "What do you mean then?" Lin Fan's gaze fixed on Pei Wen, tinged with curiosity. "My meaning is quite straightforward." Lin Fan rose with resolute conviction. "From this moment forth, I shall proudly embrace my identity as a Chinese citizen, donning garments crafted by our own people and utilizing products of our own creation." The Pei sisters were momentarily taken aback by Lin Fan's sudden fervor, leaving them momentarily speechless. Observing their reaction, Lin Fan softened her tone, elaborating, "I do not intend to shun all foreign brands. I merely believe that our own creations are commendable and do not warrant blind admiration for the West." "But, Mr. Lin," Pei Si-si attempted to interject, yet Lin Fan interrupted. "What is wrong with foreign brands? Are they inherently superior to our domestic products?" Lin Fan countered, "Let me tell you. Those Armani and Gucci items in my wardrobe are nothing but trash. I shall dispose of them all." "What? All of them?" Pei Wen gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "That seems rather wasteful, does it not? What is there to regret? They are merely clothes. Out with the old, in with the new." Lin Fan waved her hand dismissively, her tone resolute. Seeing that her attempts at persuasion were futile, Pei Wen half-jokingly suggested, "Mr. Lin, since you wish to support domestic products, why not sell your BMW and replace it with a Hongqi?" Lin Fan's expression darkened instantly, her voice laced with displeasure. "Pei Wen, what do you mean by that?" Realizing her misstep, Pei Wen hastily waved her hands to clarify. "Mr. Lin, that is not what I meant. I simply, enough. It is getting late, and I must return to the office," Lin Fan interjected, grabbing her coat and exiting the cafe. Upon returning to the bustling metropolis, Lin Fan made her way directly to the office. Qi Liang and Chun Guang had been waiting for her arrival. "Mr. Lin, you're back," they exclaimed, rising to greet her. "How are things progressing?" Lin Fan inquired. "Mr. Lin, I have already made contact with the Dream Pursuit team. They are quite interested in our project and can arrange a meeting for further discussions next week," Qi Liang reported on the financing developments. Excellent. We must secure this funding. Lin Fan urged. Mr. Lin, I have encountered some challenges, Chen Guang revealed, a troubled expression on his face. I am currently negotiating a partnership with a company, but their terms are exceedingly stringent. I am concerned. Concerned about what? Speak. Lin Fan pressed. I fear they may be trying to exploit our technology and resources, ultimately sidelining us. Chen Guang voiced his apprehensions. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before asking, what is the background of this company? It is called Xingyao Investment, and it seems to have foreign financial backing, Chen Guang replied. Foreign investment? A glimmer of insight sparked in Lin Fan's eyes. I understand now. I will address this matter. You may return to your duties. Understood, Mr. Lin. Chen Guang departed from the office. Leaning back in her chair, Lin Fan gently tapped her fingers on the desk. Lost in thought. Xingyao Investment is intriguing. A playful smile danced on Lin Fan's lips, suggesting that it was time for him to pay a visit to this company. 2 days later, Lin Fan received an invitation to a gathering of college classmates. The event was hosted at a restaurant named Jinxiu Jiangnan, owned by his college peer, Jia Mingliang. Upon entering the private room, Lin Fan was taken aback by the scene before him. A tall, strikingly beautiful woman was surrounded by a group of men. Her expression a mixture of helplessness and distaste, yet she seemed reluctant to voice her displeasure. Jia Mingliang, aren't you going to intervene? Lin Fan approached Jia Mingliang and whispered. Following Lin Fan's gaze, Jia Mingliang's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly navigated through the crowd, pulling the encircled woman to his side and addressing the group sternly. Dear classmates, this is my fiancée, Shen Yingying. Please be mindful of your behavior. The crowd finally grasped the situation, their faces turning awkward as they dispersed with forced smiles. Shen Yingying cast a grateful glance at Jia Mingliang and nodded subtly at Lin Fan. Lin Fan returned her smile, feeling an increased admiration for Jia Mingliang. Old Jia, impressive. When's the wedding? You could have given me a heads up to prepare a grand gift. Lin Fan playfully punched Jia Mingliang's arm. Soon. We'll have the wedding once Yingying graduates, Jia Mingliang replied, his face radiating happiness. By the way, when will you introduce your girlfriend to us? The mention of this topic dimmed Lin Fan's smile slightly. Oh, that is still a ways off for me, he replied, recalling Lu Xiaoyun and feeling a mix of emotions. Old Jia, do you still remember Lu Xiaoyun? Lin Fan shifted the subject, lighting a cigarette as he asked. Lu Xiaoyun? How could I forget? She was the belle of our class. Jia Mingliang reminisced. Why bring her up all of a sudden? I heard she is doing quite well abroad. Married to a wealthy foreigner. Lin Fan shook his head with a bitter smile, choosing not to respond, inhaling deeply as the smoke swirled around him, his gaze growing distant. At that moment, a stylishly dressed woman approached with a glass in hand. Tall and elegantly made up, her lips curled into a charming smile. It was Zhang Yimei, Lin Fan's college classmate. Lin Fan, it's been ages. I heard you're quite the big boss now. Zhang Yimei's voice was sweet, her gaze subtly lingering on the understated luxury of the Patek Philippe watch adorning Lin Fan's wrist. The ever-informed Zhang Yimei, I see. Just a small feat, really. Thanks to the support of friends, Lin Fan replied, clinking glasses with her. Oh please, a small feat? I think you're trying to distance yourself from your old classmates. Zhang Yimei teased, then asked, what were you and old Jia discussing just now? You seemed quite secretive. Oh, nothing much, just casual talk. Lin Fan began, but was interrupted by Zhang Yimei. You weren't discussing girlfriends, were you? Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she speculated. Lin Fan. You don't still not have a girlfriend, do you? Should I set you up with someone? The people he knows are nothing but misfits. Far fewer than the quality resources I am acquainted with. Zhang Yimei chuckled softly, as if she could already envision Lin Fan's awkward demeanor when introduced to a blind date. Stop it, Zhang, the enchanting beauty. I don't have the funds to treat your friends to a meal. Lin Fan feigned nonchalance, eager to steer the conversation to a close. Who said anything about treating? Am I that kind of person? Zhang Yimei retorted, her smile vanishing as she spoke earnestly. I know a girl who is quite compatible with you. I'll introduce you to her another day. Noting that Zhang Yimei seemed serious, Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. And just as he was about to decline, she turned with her drink and walked away. On Monday morning, Lin Fan entered the office, instinctively surveying his surroundings. When his gaze fell upon Secretary LV Xiaomi, he paused momentarily. Today, she had traded her usual professional attire for a light blue floral dress, exuding an air of refreshing elegance. Lin Fan's eyes lingered on her for a few seconds before he turned and walked into his office. Later that morning, several senior executives arrived in succession to report on their work. Lin, the marketing data for last month is out. Sales have increased by 15 year-on-year, reported Gu Feng. The marketing director, hesitating slightly. But what? Lin Fan keenly detected the unease in his tone. However, the employee turnover rate has also risen by 5, particularly in the technical and sales departments, where some key staff members have left. Gu Feng continued, steeling himself to deliver the news. Turnover rate on the rise? Lin Fan furrowed his brow. The company had been experiencing robust growth recently. How could there be such an exodus of employees? Subsequently, Human Resources Director Chen Fong also provided her insights, indicating that measures had been implemented, though with limited effect. Director Hu, could you elaborate on the reasons behind the rising turnover rate? Lin Fan directed his attention to Hu Yanmei, the head of the HR department. Hu Yanmei adjusted her glasses, contemplating for a moment before articulating. According to our investigation and analysis, the primary reason for employee turnover is team coordination issues. She pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose and continued at a measured pace. Some employees have reported that internal communication within departments is poor, and team goals lack uniformity, leading to diminished work efficiency and even internal strife. Moreover, Hu Yanmei paused briefly, glancing at Lin Fan before proceeding. Additionally, some employees have indicated that certain team leaders adopt overly forceful management styles, lacking in humanistic concern, which creates a tense atmosphere and negatively impacts employee motivation and sense of belonging. Lin Fan nodded slightly. He had heard whispers of these issues before, but he had not anticipated their severity. Director Hu, what recommendations do you have? Lin Fan inquired. I believe we should reflect on our internal team-building practices, enhance the uniformity of team goals, and also pay attention to employees' personal development and career planning, providing them with better platforms for growth and advancement. Hu Yanmei responded without hesitation. Furthermore, we need to strengthen the training and management of team leaders, guiding them to establish proper management philosophies and foster a positive team environment. Lin Fan nodded in agreement, preparing to seek the opinions of other executives when his phone suddenly rang. Hello, Zhang Demei, what can I do for you? Lin Fan glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Zhang Yimei calling. Lin Fan, I've already arranged to have dinner with that girl this afternoon, so please do not schedule anything else for that time. Zhang Yimei's voice came through the phone, imbued with an air of undeniable authority. That's not the point. Zhang Demei, I've already expressed my disinterest in blind dates. Lin Fan replied with a hint of resignation. Do not bother with unnecessary excuses. 2 o'clock at our usual place. If you are not there, I will wait indefinitely. Without allowing Lin Fan to respond, Zhang Yimei abruptly hung up. Listening to the busy signal that followed, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle at Zhang Yimei's decisiveness and unwavering nature. He set down his phone, massaged his temples, and was about to resume the meeting when he suddenly recalled the team coordination issue mentioned earlier by Hu Yanmei. Lu Xiaomi, Lin Fan pressed the intercom button. Please notify all directors and heads of the development team to convene in the conference room at 2 o'clock. Understood, Lin General, came Lu Xiaomi's voice from the other end. At precisely 2 o'clock, the conference room filled with company executives and departmental heads, who exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the reason behind Lin Fan's sudden summons. Lin Fan scanned the room and began to speak. The primary purpose of today's gathering is to address the recent increase in employee turnover rates. Lin General, I believe the rise in turnover is largely related to the current project pressures. Numerous employees have expressed their concerns regarding excessive overtime and insufficient rest, leading to physical and mental exhaustion, spoke Gu Feng, the head of the development department, attempting to attribute the issue to external factors. Director Gu, overtime is a common phenomenon in every internet company. I believe it is more crucial to focus on enhancing work efficiency rather than merely complaining about long hours. Su Feng retorted sharply, showing no mercy in his counterargument. The real issue lies in team management. Certain team leaders lack effective incentive mechanisms and communication methods, resulting in low morale and diminished productivity among team members. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense as several other executives began to voice their opinions. Some attributed the issue to compensation and benefits, others to corporate culture, while a few pointed to recruitment challenges, resulting in a cacophony of conflicting viewpoints. Lin Fan listened quietly, refraining from rushing to share his own thoughts. His fingers lightly tapped the table as he mentally analyzed the myriad possibilities. He understood that the increase in employee turnover was a multifaceted issue, devoid of simple solutions, necessitating a comprehensive evaluation of various factors to uncover the root cause. Chen Feng, what is the status of the employee handbook you mentioned last time? Lin Fan suddenly turned towards Chen Feng, who was seated in the corner. As the company's human resources director, she had been responsible for internal cultural development and employee relations. Lin General, the first draft has been completed. When would be a good time for me to present it to you for review? Chen Feng replied promptly, flipping through her folder to locate a bound document. Let's do it now. Lin Fan accepted the document handed over by Qin Fong, swiftly perusing its contents before taking up a pen to inscribe a few additional notes. Please reorganize this document, print it out, and distribute it to each employee, he instructed. Lin Fan returned the document to Qin Fong, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, his tone growing serious. I wish for everyone to comprehend that the company functions as a cohesive whole, each department, each team, and every employee is an indispensable part of this collective. Only through solidarity and unified objectives can we propel the company towards growth and prosperity. I expect not to hear any further murmurs regarding team discord or management deficiencies from this day forth. He cast a deliberate glance at Gu Feng and Su Feng, the heads of departments, both seasoned employees with considerable prowess, yet whose authoritative management styles lacked a humane touch, resulting in some discontent among their team members. Well, the hour grows late. Let us break for lunch. We shall reconvene for work in the afternoon, he stated, glancing at his watch as he stood to declare the meeting concluded. As he approached the door, a thought struck him, and he turned back to call out to the departing LV Xiaomi, Secretary LV, please wait a moment and join me for lunch. At 1:30, Lin Fan returned to his office. Rather than diving into work immediately, he opened his computer to review the status of his stock portfolio. Oh, the market is performing admirably today. Several of my stocks have appreciated significantly. It is time to adjust my holdings, he mused, observing the numbers on the screen. A slight smile gracing his lips as his fingers danced across the keyboard, securing some profits while purchasing several promising stocks. Once he had completed these transactions, he stretched, stood, and approached the window, gazing down at the bustling crowd below, a thrill of control surging within him. In this new life, I shall live a distinctly different existence. Lin Fan silently vowed. Let's go, Secretary LV, it's time for lunch. He donned his suit jacket and exited the office, with LV Xiaomi closely trailing behind, her mind racing with uncertainty regarding Lin Fan's intentions. Nearby, a new Hunan restaurant had opened, renowned for its authentic flavors and reasonable prices, making it a popular lunchtime choice among employees. In a jovial mood, Lin Fan generously invited all staff to enjoy a meal at the establishment. Mr. Lin is so generous. Thank you, Mr. Lin. The employees cheered, eagerly proclaiming their intent to indulge and make the most of the occasion. Amidst the revelry, however, LV Xiaomi found little pleasure in her meal. Lin Fan had chosen to remain at the office during lunch. After the break, he returned to his computer, engaging in a flurry of stock transactions, reclining in his chair with a satisfied smile upon concluding his dazzling array of trades. He stood and moved to the window, casting his eyes downward where some employees sat in small groups at the relaxation area, basking in the afternoon sun, while others returned to their desks to seize the moment for some rest, preparing for the tasks ahead. LV Xiaomi, you will accompany me this evening. Lin Fan's voice suddenly broke the silence behind her. There are matters for which I require your assistance. Certainly, Mr. Lin, she replied. Lu Xiaomi was momentarily taken aback. Although a sense of unease lingered within her, she nodded in acquiescence. After all, as Lin Fan's secretary, it was her duty to comply with her employer's arrangements. I will pick you up at 7 this evening, Lin Fan declared before turning back to his desk, resuming his work. Returning to her own seat, Lu Xiaomi found it impossible to quell her racing heart. She took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to her close friend, Yi Qiuping. Qiuping, help. My boss wants me to accompany him out tonight. What should I do? Am I being lured into something inappropriate? I'm terrified. After a brief moment, Yi Qiuping replied, Haha. Xiaomi, congratulations. You're finally about to soar to new heights. Stop joking, I'm serious. I'm really anxious. What should I do? What are you afraid of? It's just a night out with your boss. You're his secretary. This is part of your job. Besides, Lin is young and accomplished, not to mention quite handsome. Even if it were something inappropriate, you wouldn't be at a loss. Yi Qiuping. Before Lu Xiaomi could express her irritation, her phone screen dimmed, and a new WeChat message appeared. At 7, I will be waiting for you downstairs. Sender, Lin Fan. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiaomi tucked her phone into her pocket and walked towards Lin Fan's office. Mr. Lin, did you call for me? Lin Fan, engrossed in his documents, looked up upon hearing her voice and gestured towards the chair opposite him. Have a seat. Where are we going tonight? Lu Xiaomi inquired cautiously. Lin Fan set down the file and fixed his gaze on her. What's the matter? Are you afraid? And no, Lu Xiaomi quickly shook her head. I merely wish to know if there's anything I should prepare. There's nothing to prepare. Just dress a bit more elegantly, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. Lu Xiaomi's heart raced even faster. She felt ensnared in an invisible web, unable to escape. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Come in, Lin Fan instructed. Hu Yanmei entered, and upon seeing Lu Xiaomi, She paused momentarily before smiling. Mr. Lin, I hope I'm not interrupting your work. Not at all. Do you have something to discuss, Director Hu? Lin Fan asked. Indeed, I wish to report to you in person regarding the collaboration project with Huadai, Hu Yinmei stated. I'm a bit fatigued today and would prefer to leave early. Perhaps we can discuss it tomorrow? Lin Fan rubbed his temples, appearing rather weary. Noticing his fatigue, Hu Yinmei nodded in understanding. Very well, Mr. Lin. Please take care of yourself. I shall take my leave. After Hu Yinmei exited, Lu Xiaomi, sensing the moment was appropriate, stood to excuse herself. Mr. Lin, I shall return to my duties. Lin Fan waved her off. Once Lu Xiaomi had departed, Lin Fan rose and made his way to the lounge, lying down to rest for a brief moment. After a day of concentrating on stock trading, he found himself feeling somewhat drained now that he could finally relax. In a haze, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Blinking awake, he saw Lu Xiaomi standing by the bed. Mr. Lin, it's already 7 o'clock, she said softly. Lin Fan sat up and rubbed his eyes. Let us go? As night fell, the city lights began to twinkle. Lin Fan and LV Xiaomei arrived at a restaurant named Lujiating. Mr. Lin, what brings us here? LV Xiaomei inquired with a hint of confusion, for the establishment's decor exuded an antique charm, suggesting a price point far beyond that of an ordinary dining venue. You will find out shortly, Lin Fan replied, offering no further explanation as he strode inside. The restaurant was sparsely populated, enveloped in a serene atmosphere. A waitress clad in a qipao approached them. Sir, do you have a reservation? Yes, box 202, Lin Fan replied. The waitress led them to the entrance of the private room, opening the door. Please, come in. Mr. Lin, I was just about to ask, LV Xiaomei began, only to be struck silent upon seeing a familiar figure within the room, Zhang Yimei, accompanied by a middle-aged woman. Upon noticing Lin Fan, Zhang Yimei's face lit up with surprise, and she was about to speak when Lin Fan interjected, Zhang Yimei, what brings you here? Zhang Yimei paused for a moment, then quickly regained her composure. I heard from my mother that you would be here today. Lin Fan, disregarding Zhang Yimei, turned his attention to the middle-aged woman. Auntie, why didn't you inform me in advance? I could have come to fetch you. Lin Fan's tone bore no trace of reproach, instead laced with a touch of playful banter, which only heightened Zhang Yimei's discomfort as she glanced helplessly at the woman. You child, are you placing the blame on your aunt? The woman chuckled, rising to stand before Lin Fan. Yimei has spoken of you, and indeed, you are quite the distinguished gentleman. I am her fellow townsfolk, surnamed Jing. You may call me Auntie Jing. Hello, Auntie Jing, Lin Fan greeted politely. Very well, please take a seat, Auntie Jing urged, then turned to Zhang Yimei. Yimei, stop dawdling and sit down. Once they were all seated, Lin Fan turned to LV Xiaomei. Xiaomei, have you eaten? Not yet, Mr. Lin, she replied respectfully. Then please go ahead and have your meal. You needn't worry about me. Just wait for me in the car once you finish, Lin Fan said thoughtfully. All right, Mr. Lin, LV Xiaomei acknowledged, turning to leave the private room. Does Xiaomei drive often? Lin Fan casually inquired, retrieving his gaze. Yes. She was my previous secretary and later transitioned to become my personal assistant, so she drives quite frequently, Zhang Yimei explained. Ah, I see, Lin Fan nodded, lapsing into silence. The restaurant's decor was steeped in rich tradition, and the private room exuded an elegant ambience, with a faint sandalwood fragrance lingering in the air, refreshing the spirit. The cuisine here is exceptional. You must savor it later, Auntie Jing enthusiastically remarked. Thank you, Auntie, Lin Fan responded courteously. Zhang Yimei sat nearby, observing Lin Fan and Auntie Jing engage in lively conversation, her heart a tumult of emotions. Stealing glances at Lin Fan, she noted how, after a decade apart, he had matured into a more composed and self-assured gentleman, exuding the charisma of a successful individual, making her words of greeting more difficult to articulate. Hongxiu, how forgetful of me. I was so engrossed in conversation that I neglected to introduce you, Auntie Jing exclaimed, slapping her forehead with a smile. This is, I know. Lin Fan, my old classmate, Zhang Hongxiu interjected, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she fixed her penetrating gaze upon Lin Fan. It has been a long time. Indeed, it has been quite some time since we last met. I never anticipated encountering you here. Lin Fan offered a subtle smile, discreetly averting his gaze from Jing Hongxiu's overly eager eyes. Their prior interaction had been limited to a single meeting at their high school graduation gathering, hardly qualifying as familiarity, let alone a reunion. Zhang Yimei, noticing their greeting, promptly handed the menu to Lin Fan, urging, Lin Fan, take a look and choose whatever you like. Don't be shy. Today, Auntie is treating. Lin Fan accepted the menu and casually perused its contents, replying with a smile. Auntie, allow me to order instead. You are the elder, and it would be inappropriate for you to bear the expense. Oh, you dear child, why be so formal with Auntie? Ime has mentioned that you are quite accomplished and flourishing in your career. Let this meal be a token of my good wishes for your success. Auntie Jing responded with a warm smile, her words imbued with the affection of an elder towards a younger generation, not to mention her admiration for Lin Fan's achievements. Indeed, Lin Fan, don't be so courteous with my mother, Zhang Yimei chimed in, casting a discreet glance at Lin Fan, signaling him not to decline. Understanding her intent, Lin Fan acquiesced and promptly ordered several dishes before handing the menu back to the waiter, saying, "Let us start with these. If we need more, we can always add." "Look at this child, so considerate," Auntie Jing remarked with satisfaction, turning to Jing Hongxiu. "Unlike some of the youth today, who display a complete lack of manners." "Auntie, you flatter me. I am merely doing what is expected," Lin Fan humbly replied. Lin Fan has always been exceptional, excelling in his studies and demonstrating remarkable capabilities at work. "We all envied him back in the day," Zhang Yimei added, glancing at Jing Hongxiu to observe her reaction. Jing Hongxiu maintained a polite smile, and upon hearing Zhang Yimei's praise, she merely smiled lightly and turned to Lin Fan, inquiring, "I've heard from Yimei that you are venturing into entrepreneurship now?" "Yes, I'm just getting started," Lin Fan succinctly replied, yet his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Zhang Yimei. For reasons unknown, he found her demeanor today somewhat peculiar, as if she were deliberately orchestrating a connection between him and Jing Hongxiu. "Starting a business must be quite challenging, I presume?" Jing Hongxiu asked with genuine concern. "Not too bad. Entrepreneurship requires some effort before one can reap rewards," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, wishing to steer clear of that topic. "Do not be so modest. Ime has informed me that your company is thriving and holds great promise," Auntie Jing interjected, her tone laced with pride, as though Lin Fan were her own child. Zhang Yimei, listening to this, felt a pang of jealousy and couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "What does it matter to me whether the company is doing well?" Although her words were soft, both Lin Fan and Auntie Jing heard her clearly. Auntie Jing's smile faltered momentarily before she feigned displeasure, scolding, "What is this, child? How can you speak like that? Lin Fan's success is the fruit of his hard work. You should not undermine it." Realizing her slip, Zhang Yimei stuck out her tongue and fell silent. Observing this, Lin Fan quickly interjected with a smile, "Annie, Ime is just straightforward. Please do not take her words to heart." "Yes, Mom, I was just speaking off the cuff. Please don't dwell on it," she added. Zhang Yimei echoed in agreement, while discreetly casting a reproachful glance at Lin Fan, reproaching him for his inappropriate remarks. "You, my child, are simply obstinate," Aunt Jing remarked with a resigned shake of her head before addressing Lin Fan. "Please do not take offense. Imei's character is such, sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted. In truth, she harbors a great admiration for you. I am well aware that Ime has always been exceptional. I spent quite a long time in pursuit before I barely managed to catch up with her," Lin Fan replied with a smile, subtly redirecting the conversation back to Zhang Yimei. "Ah, do not even mention it. At present, I am merely a laborer, toiling away daily without earning a substantial sum. My boss incessantly pressures me. It is utterly exasperating." Upon the mention of work, Zhang Yimei unleashed a torrent of grievances regarding her employer. One cannot view it merely in that light. The boss's stringent expectations are ultimately for the benefit of the company and everyone involved, Lin Fan countered with a smile. Fully aware that many employers exploit their employees under the guise of concern, yet he refrained from voicing such sentiments in this context. "Please refrain from defending him. You know exactly what sort of person he is," Zhang Yimei retorted, casting Lin Fan a disapproving look, clearly dissatisfied with his defense of their boss. Lin Fan chuckled softly, choosing not to engage further, and instead turned his attention back to Zhang Yimei, casually inquiring, "By the way, Yimei, do you still not have a boyfriend?" "No. Why do you ask?" Zhang Yimei responded, momentarily taken aback. "Nothing much, just curious. A remarkable young woman such as yourself must have numerous admirers, correct?" Lin Fan said with a teasing lilt in his voice. "There are indeed many admirers, yet none have proven suitable," Zhang Yimei replied, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Meanwhile, after escorting Lin Fan to the hotel, LV Xiaomi drove to a nearby renowned Min cuisine restaurant. She parked her car and confidently made her way to a window-side table where a stylishly dressed young woman was engrossed in her phone. "At long last, my dear lady has arrived. I have been waiting for ages," the woman exclaimed with a playful smile upon spotting LV Xiaomi. "Traffic was unbearable. What could I do?" LV Xiaomi shrugged helplessly, placing her bag aside. "Have you ordered?" "Long ago. I was merely awaiting your esteemed presence," the woman replied, handing the menu to LV Xiaomi. "Take a look. Is there anything else you wish to order?" "Not at all. I enjoy everything you have chosen, LV Xiaomi said with a smile as she casually perused the menu. So, how did your blind date go today? The woman inquired in a hushed tone, her voice filled with curiosity. Do not even get me started. It is a long story. LV Xiaomi sighed and briefly recounted the events of her blind date to her friend. Honestly, this person should pursue a fine second-generation heiress instead of vying for our Xiaomi's attention. Does he not consider his own worth? Shoo, keep your voice down. It would not do for others to overhear, her friend cautioned. What is there to fear? I have not spoken any falsehoods. Someone like her attempting to compete for our Xiaomi's affections. She should take a good hard look at herself. The volume of their conversation gradually diminished. Yet the spark of gossip in their eyes continued to blaze ever brighter. At that moment, in the hotel restaurant, Jing Hongxiu excused herself to the restroom, leaving only Lin Fan and Zhang Yimei at the table. Zhang Yimei set down her chopsticks, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Fan, and inquired, Lin Fan, please be honest with me. What are your true feelings for Hongxiu? Why do you ask? Lin Fan's eyes flickered as he took an awkward sip from his teacup. Is it not obvious? My mother has already told me that Hongxiu has a favorable impression of you and wishes to know you better. Zhang Yimei rested her chin on her hands, peering at Lin Fan, attempting to glean some insight from his expression. Your aunt is mistaken. I regard her merely as a friend, Lin Fan replied, setting down his teacup with a calm demeanor. A friend? Zhang Yimei countered, disbelief evident in her tone. Lin Fan, do not tell me you fail to notice Hongxiu's interest in you. She is the belle of our department, pursued by countless admirers. When has she ever been so proactive with someone? Lin Fan could sense the frustration in Zhang Yimei's voice, a feeling akin to disappointment. I recognize that Jing Hongxiu is a lovely girl, but I am truly not considering such matters at present, he sighed, the image of Pei Si-si flashing through his mind, stirring a complex array of emotions within him. Why? You do not already have someone you fancy, do you? Zhang Yimei's eyes widened, as if a realization struck her. Lin Fan remained silent, lifting his teacup to mask his emotions. He could not reveal to Zhang Yimei that he had already developed feelings for someone, especially since that person was a girl he had never known before his rebirth. Have I guessed correctly? Zhang Yimei pressed on, sensing Lin Fan's reticence. Who is she? Do I know her? Nothing of the sort. Please do not jump to conclusions, Lin Fan firmly denied, unwilling to divulge his personal affairs to anyone, even an old classmate with whom he shared a close bond. Since when did you learn to deceive me? Zhang Yimei regarded him with mild discontent. What is our relationship if you cannot share your thoughts with me? Lin Fan opened his mouth, uncertain of how to articulate his predicament. Should he confess that he had developed feelings for a newcomer at the company, significantly younger than himself, and moreover, the sister of his superior? Forget it. If you choose not to speak, then so be it. Zhang Yimei, sensing Lin Fan's reluctance to elaborate, decided to let the matter rest. Although her curiosity about his love interest lingered. At that moment, Jing Hongxiu returned from the restroom, noticing the subtle tension between the two. With a smile, she asked, What are you discussing so seriously? Nothing much, just casual conversation, Lin Fan replied with a feigned smile, standing up. I need to visit the restroom. As Lin Fan left the table, he headed directly to the restroom, needing a moment to collect his thoughts on how to navigate this situation. Indeed, Jing Hongxiu was an admirable girl, possessing an impeccable background, education, and appearance. However, his heart was already set on Pei Si-si, rendering it impossible to entertain another romantic involvement. Emerging from the restroom, Lin Fan made his way to the front desk, ready to settle his bill and depart. Sir, your bill has already been settled. The attendant informed him with a smile. Settled? By whom? Lin Fan asked, taken aback and puzzled. A lady, the server paused, her tone subtly shifting. She said, Consider it a token of gratitude for your company this evening. A lady? Lin Fan found himself increasingly perplexed. The first figure that flashed through his mind was unexpectedly Pei Si-si. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. How could she possibly be here? Moreover, she was unaware of his presence for a blind date. Indeed, she introduced herself as Jing Hongxiu, and the server hesitated momentarily, seemingly choosing her words carefully. A friend. Lin Fan interjected, already piecing together the situation in his mind. It appeared that Jing Hongxiu was resolutely intent on pursuing a relationship with him, even settling the bill while he stepped away to the restroom. Yes, she expressed gratitude for your company, the server confirmed. Lin Fan offered a wry smile and inquired, How much is the total? The total expenditure is 388 yuan, the server replied politely. Lin Fan retrieved 400 yuan notes from his wallet and handed them to the server, saying, No need for change. Thank you, the server said, taking the money before turning to prepare the change. As Lin Fan made his way to the restroom, a myriad of thoughts swirled within him. He had initially intended to settle the bill himself and fabricate an excuse to leave, but he was taken aback by Jing Hongxiu's unexpected gesture. Although he harbored no romantic feelings for her, he did not wish to feel indebted or allow her to misconstrue his intentions. In the restroom, Lin Fan splashed water on his face, gazing into the mirror with a sense of resignation. He had hoped that after his rebirth, armed with foresight into the future, he could lead a life distinct from the past. Yet, he realized he remained unable to seize control of his destiny, still ensnared by the complexities of human relationships. Upon exiting the restroom, Lin Fan strode directly to his seat and addressed Zhang Yimei, saying, "Yimei, I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." "What is the rush?" Zhang Yimei inquired, surprised by his sudden departure. "There's something urgent at the company that I need to handle." Lin Fan fabricated a casual excuse. "Oh, all right then," Zhang Yimei replied, somewhat disappointed, yet understanding the importance of work. She refrained from pressing him to stay. Lin Fan nodded. Turning to Jing Hongxiu, he said, "Jing Xiu, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Thank you for your hospitality today. I shall treat you to a meal another time." You're leaving so soon?" Jing Hongxiu clearly seemed unprepared, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossing her face. "Yes, there's truly an urgent matter at the company," Lin Fan asserted firmly, offering her no chance to persuade him to stay. "Very well," Jing Hongxiu acquiesced, seeing that Lin Fan was resolute in his decision. As he departed without a backward glance, Lin Fan understood that some matters could not be resolved through avoidance. Yet he truly lacked the emotional fortitude to confront them at that moment. After Lin Fan left, the smile on Jing Hongxiu's face gradually faded, and she turned to Zhang Yimei, asking, "Yimei, do you think he has no feelings for me?" Zhang Yimei sighed, hesitating to respond. Fully aware of the fiery and passionate nature of her childhood friend, who was both ardent in love and prone to impulsive actions. Although Lin Fan and Zhang Yimei had limited interactions, his demeanor revealed him to be a person with clear goals and a cautious approach, fundamentally different from Jing Hongxiu. Zhang Yimei pondered her words carefully before delicately suggesting, "I believe you and Lin Fan may not be well suited for one another." "What do you mean by that?" Upon hearing this, Jing Hongxiu grew anxious. "Is it because he thinks my education is lacking? True, my qualifications are somewhat modest, but I can improve myself. I could enroll in adult education or something similar to obtain a diploma. It is not merely an issue of education." "Hongxiu," Zhang Yimei quickly clarified. "While that is one aspect, what matters more are your differing personalities and visions for the future. Lin Fan is currently entirely focused on his career, but I can wait for him." Jing Hongxiu interrupted Zhang Yimei. "I can wait until he achieves success and becomes renowned." Zhang Yimei sighed, aware that Jing Hongxiu had developed genuine feelings. However, matters of the heart cannot simply be resolved by waiting. "Hongxiu, do not be foolish," she said, grasping Jing Hongxiu's hand earnestly. "You are still young and have many opportunities ahead. I know numerous outstanding young men, many of whom surpass Lin Fan in terms of qualifications. Allow me to introduce you to them, shall I?" Jing Hongxiu lowered her head in silence. She understood Zhang Yimei's concern, but her heart had already become occupied by another. At that moment, the waiter began serving the dishes, prompting Zhang Yimei to shift the conversation to different topics. Yet, Jing Hongxiu was somewhat distracted, her mind replaying every moment spent with Lin Fan. His every gaze and word was etched into her heart like a deep imprint. Stealing a glance into her bag, she retrieved her phone and opened WeChat, searching for Lin Fan's contact. She stared at his profile picture, a simple seascape, unable to look away as if it held all the answers. After a long hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to send a friend request, adding a note. "This is Jing Hongxiu, the one who had dinner with you today." Once she sent the request, her heart raced with anticipation, nervously fixated on her phone screen, fearful of missing any response from Lin Fan. "What are you doing?" Zhang Yimei inquired. Noticing Jing Hongxiu's preoccupied demeanor, "Your phone is practically glued to your face." And nothing," Jing Hongxiu stammered, hastily shoving her phone back into her bag, her cheeks turning slightly red. "I was just checking the time." Zhang Yimei cast a doubtful glance her way, but chose not to expose her deception, instead letting out a quiet sigh. Meanwhile, after leaving the restaurant, Lin Fan walked directly to a black sedan parked by the roadside. "Xiaomi, where are you?" "I've arrived," he said, dialing LV Xiaomi's number as he walked. "Mr. Lin, I'll be there shortly. Please wait just a moment," came the breathless reply from the other end. Lin Fan ended the call and settled into the car, instinctively pulling out his phone to send a message to Huang Zhang. "Mr. Huang, I have arrived home. Let us meet at our company tomorrow at 9 in the morning." In less than a minute, Lu Xiaomi hurriedly arrived. She noticed Lin Fan was already in the car and quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Lin. for being late. It's all right, I just got here too. Lin Fan replied with a smile, tucking his phone back into his pocket. Let us go home. Lu Xiaomi started the car and, stealing a glance at Lin Fan through the rearview mirror, observed him with his eyes closed, a hint of fatigue gracing his handsome face. Ding dong. The notification sound of a message chimed, prompting Lin Fan to open his eyes and check his phone. Lu Xiaomi's heart inexplicably raced, her gaze drifting back to the rearview mirror, only to discover a barely perceptible smile gracing Lin Fan's lips. What is going on? Whose message is it? Lu Xiaomi couldn't help but inquire. Lin Fan remained silent, the corners of his mouth curving slightly as his long fingers tapped swiftly on the screen. As if replying to someone of significance, Zhang Yimei, feigning nonchalance, remarked, Hong Xiuhua, I'm not saying this lightly, but you need to be cautious with men, especially those who are handsome and wealthy. They might just be playing around. Don't let yourself fall too deeply. Jing Hongxiu paused momentarily, then realized whom Zhang Yimei was referring to, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Sister Mei, what are you talking about? Today was our first meeting. First meeting, and already dining alone? Zhang Yimei countered. In this day and age, who still believes in love at first sight? I suspect you're merely trying to say something more. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Upon opening it, she was astonished to find a message from Lin Fan. Miss Zhang, I truly enjoyed the dinner with Miss Jing today. I hope we did not disturb you. The bill was covered by Miss Jing, so please transfer the red envelope to her. Thank you. Zhang Yimei stared at the message, utterly taken aback. She opened the red envelope to discover an amount in the 5-digit range. Her mouth agape in astonishment, she struggled to articulate a response. Jing Hongxiu, curious, leaned over to take a look, asking, What's the matter, Sister Mei? Who sent you a message? Lin Fan, Zhang Yimei stammered, pointing at the phone screen. He sent me a red envelope, saying you paid the bill and I should pass it to you. Jing Hongxiu was equally stunned. When did I cover the bill? You can't be serious. You truly don't remember paying, do you? Zhang Yimei's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Jing Hongxiu. After a moment of contemplation, Jing Hongxiu recalled that while settling the bill, she must have absent-mindedly handed her credit card to the waiter, her thoughts consumed by Lin Fan's smile, oblivious to everything else. I genuinely didn't know. Jing Hongxiu's face turned crimson, wishing for a place to hide. Oh my goodness! Zhang Yimei exclaimed, exasperatedly holding her forehead. Hongxiu, what am I to say? How could you be so oblivious? You let him spend so much on your first meeting. It's preposterous. But I've already deleted his WeChat. Jing Hongxiu's voice was barely above a whisper. What? Zhang Yimei sprang to her feet, gripping Jing Hongxiu's arm. You deleted his WeChat? Jing Hongxiu was startled by Zhang Yimei's sudden action and timidly nodded her head, murmuring in agreement. Zhang Yimei took a deep breath, striving to suppress the anger swelling within her, and spoke each word deliberately. Hongxiu, please listen to me. Meanwhile, in the black sedan, Lin Fan put down his phone and turned to look at the driver, LV Xiaomi. In a gentle tone he inquired, Xiaomi, where do you live? If it's convenient, I can drop you off. LV Xiaomi was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks slightly flushed as she glanced at the navigation. Oh, no need, Mr. Lin. I can take a cab back myself, it's not far. She quickly regained her composure and waved her hand dismissively. Her residence was in a makeshift urban village, a rather chaotic environment, and she was reluctant for Lin Fan to see where she lived, fearing he might think poorly of her circumstances. Noticing her hesitation, Lin Fan smiled reassuringly. It's quite all right. I happen to be passing that way as well. Let me give you a ride. It will save you a taxi fare. Really? It's unnecessary, Mr. Lin. LV Xiaomi attempted to decline again, but upon meeting Lin Fan's earnest gaze, she ultimately acquiesced. Then I shall trouble you. Not at all. It's my pleasure, Lin Fan replied, signaling the driver to proceed. During the journey, Lin Fan engaged in light conversation with LV Xiaomi, inquiring about her work and personal life. Although somewhat reserved, she responded to his questions with sincerity. Suddenly, Lin Fan's phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Jing Hongxiu. Mr. Lin, do you think I am being too abrupt? Do you look down on me? Lin Fan glanced at the message and quickly typed a reply. Miss Jing, you misunderstand. You are quite remarkable. It's just that I am not currently considering matters of the heart. I hope you can understand. I see, Jing Hongxiu replied, feeling a twinge of disappointment but mustering her spirits to respond. All right, I understand. Lin Fan set his phone down, a faint bitter smile gracing his lips. It wasn't that he was disinterested in romance. Rather, his mind was occupied with more pressing matters. He needed to leverage his abilities to alter the fate of himself and his family. As the car approached an intersection of the urban village, LV Xiaomi pointed ahead, saying, Mr. Lin, please stop at the next corner. I can walk in from there. Very well, Lin Fan nodded, gesturing for the driver to halt. Once LV Xiaomi exited the vehicle, Lin Fan watched her disappear into the dim alley, his heart a mix of emotions. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from the company. Mr. Lin, when will you be arriving? Mr. Huang is already here and waiting for you in the conference room. Got it. I'll be there shortly, Lin Fan replied, hanging up and instructing the driver to head to the company. The car resumed its journey toward the brightly lit city center. Lin Fan gazed out at the rapidly passing night scenery, determination shining in his eyes. Upon arriving at the company, Lin Fan walked directly to the elevator. As the doors opened slowly, he stepped inside and pressed the button for the top floor. The elevator ascended floor by floor, and Lin Fan's thoughts gradually returned to his work. Ding! The elevator reached the top floor, and Lin Fan stepped out. Immediately noticing the light still glowing from the finance office at the end of the corridor, he walked straight over and gently pushed open the slightly ajar door. The elevator doors slowly closed, isolating him from the cacophony of the outside world. Lin Fan took a deep breath, adjusted his suit, and walked with measured steps towards the chairman's office. As he passed the finance room, he noticed that the light was still on, and a vague figure was busily engaged at the computer. He gently pushed the door open, revealing Hu Min, who was intently focused on the screen, her brow furrowed. Fingers flying across the keyboard, the multitude of numbers on the screen dizzying to behold. Still at work? Lin Fan inquired softly. Hu Min was startled, turning around abruptly. Upon seeing Lin Fan, she exhaled in relief, a weary smile breaking through her features. Mr. Lin, what brings you here? It's quite late. Why haven't you gone home to rest? I had a matter to attend to at the office and noticed the finance room was still lit, so I came to check. Lin Fan replied, approaching Hu Min's side, his gaze falling upon the computer screen. Why are you working so late? Have you encountered some difficulties? Hu Min hesitated for a moment before speaking. Well, Mr. Lin, I am reconciling the funds for this investment project and have noticed. Her voice trailed off, barely audible, as if the words were difficult to utter. Sensing her unease, Lin Fan gently encouraged her. If there is an issue, please feel free to speak candidly. You need not worry. Taking a deep breath and summoning her courage, Hu Min continued, I discovered that the investment amount appears to be less than originally planned. Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly as he pressed for details. How much less? What might be the cause? Hu Min quickly retrieved the relevant data. Pointing at the screen as she explained, it's approximately 200,000 short. I have reviewed all the accounts and found no discrepancies, so I suspect. She did not finish her thought, but Lin Fan grasped her implication. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I understand. Do not disclose this to anyone. I will handle it. Hu Min nodded, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. With Lin Fan's reassurance, she felt secure. When Lin Fan left the company, it was already past 10 in the evening. He drove home to a cozy scene. Zhang Ba and Zhang Ma were packing their bags while Zhang Yisen assisted. Her face radiant with excitement about embarking on her university journey and the bright future that lay ahead. Brother, you're back, Zhang Yisen exclaimed, rushing over and pulling at his arm. We're leaving for the capital tomorrow. Is there anything you want to remind me? Lin Fan affectionately ruffled her hair. Smiling as he replied, study diligently in the capital. Don't worry about anything else. If you need something, just call me. Don't hesitate to spend money. I know. Brother, you've said it 1,000 times. Zhang Yisen laughed. Zhang Ma approached, handing Lin Fan a glass of water. Xiao Fan, it's your sister's first long trip, and your father and I are a bit uneasy, so we'll accompany her to settle in. We'll be back in a few days. Of course, Lin Fan nodded. You both can rest assured. I'll hold down the fort at home. The next morning, Lin Fan took Zhang Ba, Zhang Ma, and Zhang Yisen to the airport. As he watched their figures disappear through the security checkpoint, his heart swelled with warmth and hope. Upon returning to the company, Lin Fan immediately immersed himself in the demanding work ahead. Firstly, he must address the issue of the missing investment funds, and then finalize the details of the investment agreement with Huang Zheng. Mr. Lin, Mr. Huang has arrived and is waiting for you in the conference room. The secretary gently announced as she knocked on the door and entered. All right, I will be there shortly, Lin Fan replied, closing the document in his hand and rising to head towards the conference room. Inside the conference room, Huang Zheng was seated on the sofa, sipping tea. Upon seeing Lin Fan enter, he promptly stood to greet him. Mr. Huang, I apologize for the wait, Lin Fan smiled, extending his hand. Mr. Lin, you are too kind. I have only just arrived, Huang Zheng responded, shaking Lin Fan's hand. They exchanged pleasantries before taking their seats at the conference table. Mr. Lin, regarding our collaboration. Huang Zheng began, but was interrupted by Lin Fan. Mr. Huang, let's not rush into discussions about the partnership, Lin Fan interjected with a smile. I have a document here that I would like you to review first. As he spoke, He handed a document to Huang Zheng. If you find it acceptable, we can proceed to formalize the investment agreement today. Huang Zheng received the document and began to peruse it carefully. The contents were not overly complex, primarily addressing adjustments to the investment funds and some supplementary agreements regarding the details. Mr. Lin, I have no issues with this document, Huang Zheng remarked after finishing his review, though a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes before he regained his composure. Just what? Lin Fan inquired. Just, Huang Zheng contemplated for a moment. I would like to conduct an on-site inspection of your company. What are your thoughts on this, Mr. Lin? Mr. Huang, you are indeed a prudent individual. It is only natural, Lin Fan replied, as if anticipating Huang Zheng's concerns. Our company is located in the Jinxing building, not far from here. If you have time this afternoon, we could proceed there immediately. Huang Zheng appeared pleased with Lin Fan's promptness and nodded slightly. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Lin. The two rose and exited the conference room. Lin Fan instructed the secretary to arrange for transportation and personally accompanied Huang Zheng to the Jinxing building. Along the way, they exchanged insights regarding the investment project and industry prospects, fostering a harmonious and pleasant atmosphere. Upon arriving at the Jinxing building, Lin Fan guided Huang Zheng through the company's office area, introducing him to the company's development history, team composition, and future plans. Huang Zheng expressed admiration for the company's environment and team quality, particularly noting the vibrant young individuals within the organization, which bolstered his confidence in their future collaboration. After the tour, Lin Fan led Huang Zheng to his office. It was a spacious and bright room, featuring floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a sweeping view of the city. The decor was simple yet elegant, reflecting the owner's taste and demeanor. What is it? Huang Zheng pressed, sensing that Lin Fan had more to convey beneath the surface. Instead of responding directly, Lin Fan rose and walked to the window, gazing down upon the bustling city, his expression contemplative, as if he could see through the layers of towering buildings to the infinite possibilities of the future. Mr. Huang, what do you envision the world will be like in the future? Huang Zheng was taken aback by the suddenness of Lin Fan's question, pausing momentarily before descending into deep thought. After a brief moment, he cautiously replied, in the future, I envision a world where technology is more advanced, life is more convenient, and the bonds between individuals are closer. Lin Fan turned around, a subtle yet profound smile gracing his lips. Indeed, technology transforms lives. The future direction of our company revolves around this very principle. He approached his desk, retrieving a document to hand to Huang Zheng. This is a new product currently under development in our company, still in a confidential phase. However, I am confident that once it is unveiled, it will undoubtedly revolutionize the entire industry. Huang Zheng accepted the document and began to scrutinize its contents meticulously. The details were comprehensive, covering everything from the product's design philosophy to its technical implementation and market outlook analysis. The more he read, the more he was astonished, realizing that Lin Fan had not exaggerated. If this product could indeed be successfully developed, it possessed the potential to alter the industry's rules of engagement. What do you think of this product, Mr. Huang? Lin Fan inquired, his tone imbued with a barely perceptible confidence. I find the concept quite commendable, brimming with creativity and market potential. Huang Zheng replied after a moment of contemplation. But what? Lin Fan observed him with keen interest, aware that Huang Zheng harbored further reservations. The technical challenges of this project are significant, and the market risks are substantial. Are you certain, Mr. Lin, that you wish to invest such considerable effort and resources at this juncture? Huang Zheng articulated his concerns. Lin Fan chuckled lightly, opting not to directly address his query. Instead, he asserted, Mr. Huang, you must recognize that risk and opportunity coexist. If we cower in fear and refrain from taking risks, we shall forever linger in the shadows of others. He paused, his voice resolute as he continued, I have faith in my vision and in our company's capabilities. This project is one we shall pursue. Huang Zheng regarded Lin Fan's unwavering gaze, secretly admiring his boldness. He understood that Lin Fan was an ambitious, formidable, and capable individual, and collaborating with such a person promised a future filled with hope. Since Mr. Lin has made a decision, I shall refrain from further objections. Huang Zheng raised his teacup, proclaiming, here's to a fruitful collaboration. To a fruitful collaboration. Lin Fan echoed, lifting his own cup, their eyes meeting in a shared understanding that spoke volumes without uttering a word. After bidding farewell to Huang Zheng, Lin Fan stood by the window, observing the bustling traffic below, lost in contemplation. He recognized that the road ahead would be long and fraught with challenges, yet he was resolutely prepared to embrace whatever lay ahead. A knock sounded at the door, and Pei Si-si entered. Mr. Lin, the dream seekers have arrived. Shall we depart for the tour now? Very well. Lin Fan donned his coat. Yet the words of Huang Zheng from earlier echoed in his mind. Your company primarily focuses on traditional industries, with seemingly little engagement in emerging sectors. A thought flickered through his mind as they set off to visit Douyin Technology, where the itinerary was meticulously arranged, encompassing everything from the company's cultural wall to the office areas and the product development center. Lin Fan noted that while the office environment of Douyin Technology was simple, it pulsated with vitality. The employees were vibrant and brimming with enthusiasm, especially when Huang Zheng introduced a short video social application they were developing. The fervor and vision for the future profoundly resonated with everyone present. In the afternoon, Lin Fan and his team arrived at Dream-Seeking Company. In contrast to the simplicity and practicality of Douyin Technology, the decor of Dream-Seeking Company appeared much more opulent and luxurious. The spacious and well-lit office area, adorned with greenery and artwork, unmistakably showcased the company's formidable strength. After a day of touring, Lin Fan was filled with mixed emotions. The two companies, with their distinct styles, illuminated the shortcomings of his own. Upon returning to his company, Lin Fan promptly convened a meeting with the executives. What are your thoughts after our visit to Dream Seeking this afternoon? He asked directly. It is indeed a large company, in terms of both scale and strength. They far surpass us, Wang Pengji remarked thoughtfully. Yes, their office environment is remarkable. I almost considered switching to their company, Hu Yinmei added with a smile. As Lin Fan listened to their conversation, his expression grew serious. Having visited both companies today, I am deeply affected. Although Douyin Technology may be smaller in scale, it is vibrant, dedicated to product development, and brimming with confidence for the future. In contrast, we boast a lavish office and generous employee benefits. Yet how much do we invest in product development? Where is our sense of urgency? A profound silence enveloped the meeting room, and everyone lowered their heads. Lin Fan's tone was stern. I understand that everyone has been working very hard recently, but we cannot rest on our laurels. We must consistently maintain a sense of crisis and continually learn and innovate to remain undefeated in this fiercely competitive market. The evening banquet was held at an elegant private dining establishment, with senior executives from both companies in attendance. Amidst the clinking of glasses, the atmosphere gradually became more vibrant. Lin Fan and Huang Zheng engaged in animated conversation, discussing industry developments and future trends, both reaping substantial insights. After several rounds of drinks, Hu Yinmei approached Lin Fan with a glass in hand. Mr. Lin, I toast to you, thanking you for the lesson you imparted to our company today. Lin Fan clinked his glass with hers. You flatter me. Hu, it's all about mutual learning. I heard from Pengju that you are available this weekend. Would you be interested in joining me for a meal? Hu Yinmei's gaze sparkled with anticipation. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, recalling Hu Yinmei's captivating demeanor. And after a brief reflection, he replied, certainly, you may choose the time and place. Upon receiving Lin Fan's affirmative response, a subtle joy illuminated Hu Yinmei's face as she raised her glass. Then, Mr. Lin, see you this weekend. With that, she turned and returned to her seat. Lin Fan watched her retreating figure, downing his drink in one gulp, his gaze gradually becoming contemplative. He understood that Hu Yinmei's invitation was far more than a mere meal. Yet he also wished to seize this opportunity to gain deeper insights into Dream-Seeking Company and this charismatic female leader. Returning home after the banquet, it was already late at night. Upon opening the door, Lin Fan noticed the living room lights still ablaze. His sisters, Pei Si-si and Pei Wen, had yet to retire. Why are you still awake? Lin Fan inquired wearily, casually placing his briefcase on the sofa. Lin, we are waiting for you. Pei Wen cheerfully approached, holding a white box in her hands. Look, we bought new phones. New phones? Lin Fan inquired, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he accepted the box and opened it to reveal two second-hand Apple smartphones. Where did the money come from? He furrowed his brow, knowing that the sisters' salaries were modest and they usually practiced frugality. How could they suddenly afford such expensive devices? We bought them with our own salaries. Pei Si-si said somewhat bashfully. We wanted to learn how to edit videos. Short videos are all the rage now, and we want to give it a try. Lin Fan gazed into the hopeful eyes of the two sisters, feeling a swirl of emotions within him. He understood their desire to contribute to the company, but it seemed excessively burdensome to purchase second-hand phones for learning on such meager wages. Don't worry, Lin. We know our limits. Pei Wen, noticing Lin Fan's hesitation, said with a reassuring smile. We will work hard to contribute to the company as soon as possible. Observing the vitality and aspirations of these two young women, Lin Fan felt a warm surge in his heart. He nodded, saying, all right, it's commendable that you have this intention. If you need anything, just let me know. Don't push yourselves too hard. Thank you, Lin. The sisters chorused, their faces radiant with joy. As Lin Fan watched them return to their room and gently closed the door, a smile graced his lips. He turned to enter his own room, but suddenly recalled Hu Yanmei's invitation at the dinner table, along with her enchanting gaze. Meanwhile, Hu Yanmei had returned home after her gathering. As soon as she entered, she saw her husband, Wang Pengjiu, and daughter, Wang Yuhan, seated side by side on the sofa, one engrossed in the television, the other fiddling with her phone. Back, Wang Pengjiu asked without turning, his eyes still fixed on the screen. Yes, we had a company dinner and I returned a bit late, Hu Yanmei replied while changing her shoes. Mom, do you have to work overtime tomorrow? Wang Yuhan looked up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. You promised to take me to the amusement park this weekend. Recalling her commitment to Lin Fan, Hu Yanmei felt a pang of difficulty in her heart. Yet, not wanting to disappoint her daughter, she gently replied, Yuhan, dear, I have an important client to discuss this week, so I might have to work late. But I promise I will take you to the amusement park next week, okay? All right. Wang Yuhan nodded, though a hint of disappointment lingered. Why the sudden need to work overtime? Is this client really that important? Wang Pengjiu turned off the television and faced her. Yes, very important. It relates to the future development of the company, Hu Yanmei explained, sitting beside the sofa and taking a sip from the water cup on the table. So, I'm planning to invite him for dinner this weekend to discuss things thoroughly. Is it a man or a woman? Wang Pengjiu inquired casually, though his gaze was sharp as he scrutinized Hu Yanmei. A man, why? Hu Yanmei set down the cup, puzzled by her husband's reaction. Nothing, just asking, Wang Pengjiu replied with a faint smile, rising to head to his study. I have some work to handle in the study. You should rest early. As she watched her husband's retreating figure, Hu Yanmei felt a subtle sense of unease. She was well aware of Wang Pengjiu's character. Outwardly gentle and cultured, yet possessing an intense possessiveness, he was invariably sensitive to her interactions with other men. The following morning, taking advantage of breakfast, Hu Yanmei cautiously broached the subject of inviting Lin Fan to dinner over the weekend. Pengjiu, this weekend I intend to invite General Manager Lin from Douyin Technology to dinner. What do you think? Wang Pengjiu set down his coffee cup, pausing in silence for a moment before responding slowly. It is only proper to extend such an invitation. But who exactly is this General Manager Lin? I recall you have had little contact with individuals from the internet sphere before. He's a young man, just returned from abroad to start his own venture, brimming with ideas and ambition, Hu Yanmei replied, striving to downplay the situation. I've interacted with him a few times and find him quite impressive. I wish to explore deeper collaboration. A young man? A post-90s individual? Wang Pengjiu's tone betrayed a hint of barely concealed disdain. These post-90s youths tend to have lofty aspirations. Can they truly commit to earnest work? Pengjiu, times have changed. Today's youth are different from us, Hu Yanmei patiently elucidated. They are more innovative, more willing to strive, and adept at leveraging the advantages of the internet. We cannot view them through the lens of outdated perspectives. Before Hu Yanmei could finish her thought, Wang Pengjiu interrupted. All right, I understand. Do as you see fit. As she watched him rise and leave the dining table, Hu Yanmei opened her mouth, yet ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. She understood that persuading her husband to accept Lin Fan would not be an easy task. Time flew by, and before long, Friday arrived. After the stock market closed in the afternoon, Lin Fan, as per his routine, came to the office to manage his stock accounts. Just as he was about to leave, a knock echoed on the office door. General Manager Lin, are you available? I wish to discuss a collaboration with you. Hu Yanmei's voice drifted in from outside. Director Hu, please come in. Lin Fan set down his phone and gestured for her to enter. Hu Yanmei stepped into the office, her face bearing a hint of hesitation. General Manager, to express my gratitude for your and your company's continued support of our project, I would like to treat you to dinner this evening. I hope you would honor me with your presence. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Fan replied, Director Hu, you are too kind. I would be honored to accept your invitation. Then it is settled. I will await your arrival at Zui Xianlu at 6:30 this evening, Hu Yanmei said, a delighted smile illuminating her face upon receiving Lin Fan's agreement. At 6:30 that evening, Lin Fan arrived punctually at Zui Xianlu. Upon entering the private room, he found Hu Yanmei seated alongside a middle-aged man. General Manager, you have arrived. Allow me to introduce my husband, Wang Pengjiu, Hu Yanmei said, rising to make the introduction. Mr. Wang, it is a pleasure to finally meet you, Lin Fan said politely, extending his hand. General Manager, your youth and achievements are indeed commendable, Wang Pengjiu replied with a smile, though there was an undertone of scrutiny in his expression. Throughout the dinner, the three engaged in lively conversation. Although Wang Pengjiu initially harbored reservations about Lin Fan, the latter's confidence and unique insights into the internet industry gradually assuaged his preconceived notions. As the evening unfolded, Wang Pengju proactively raised his glass to toast Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, I raise this cup in your honor, hoping we may have ample opportunities for collaboration in the future. You are too kind, Mr. Wang. Striving for mutual benefit has always been our objective, Lin Fan replied, returning the toast. The dinner concluded with an atmosphere of conviviality. As they departed the restaurant, Wang Pengju gently patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and earnestly remarked, "Young man, work hard. I have faith in you." Lin Fan smiled and nodded, watching the couple, Hu Yanmei and her husband, leave. However, once back in the car, the smile faded from Lin Fan's face as he gazed out at the flickering neon lights, his heart devoid of emotion. Collaboration and mutual benefit? He chuckled softly to himself, a hint of sardonic amusement gracing his lips. In this world, how could sincerity abound? It was merely a matter of reciprocal necessity. He retrieved his phone and scrolled through the dinner invitations sent by old Huang, envisioning the eclectic array of individuals involved, and suddenly found it all rather uninteresting. Perhaps, I am indeed just a solitary wanderer. On the weekend, Lin Fan attended old Huang's gathering. The table was alive with clinking glasses and laughter. The conversation flitting from international affairs to personal anecdotes, yet not a single word of genuine sentiment was exchanged. Lin Fan felt like an outsider, observing this charade of pretense with a growing sense of isolation. These individuals resembled masked dancers, fervently playing their roles upon the stage of interests. Mr. Lin, you seem a bit downcast. Is the food not to your liking? Old Huang inquired, keenly observing Lin Fan's demeanor as he leaned in. No, I merely feel a bit fatigued, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, raising his glass and downing its contents in an attempt to extinguish his inner agitation. On Monday, as Lin Fan settled into his office, Lu Xiaomi knocked on his door. Mr. Lin, may I request a couple of days off? Time off? What is the reason? Lin Fan queried without lifting his gaze from his work. I have some matters at home, Lu Xiaomi stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Matters at home? Show me last month's reimbursement receipts, Lin Fan commanded, his piercing eyes fixed on her. Lu Xiaomi's heart raced. She recalled submitting a fraudulent dining receipt last month to meet the quota. Had Mr. Lin uncovered her deception? With trepidation, she returned to her desk, rummaging for the questionable receipt, and approached Hu Yanmei's desk nervously. Manager Hu, could you please verify if this receipt is genuine? Hu Yanmei took the receipt, scrutinizing it for a moment, her brow slightly furrowing. She then lifted her gaze and cast a meaningful glance at Lu Xiaomi. This receipt. Her words hung in the air, causing Lu Xiaomi's heart to race. She anxiously stared at Hu Yanmei, hoping to hear the reassuring words of authenticity. However, Hu Yanmei did not continue. Instead, she smiled knowingly and returned the receipt to Lu Xiaomi. You know in your heart what the truth is. Lu Xiaomi immediately understood. The manager had seen through her ruse. Ashamed, she lowered her head, too embarrassed to offer any further justification. Just then, a knock echoed on the office door, and Lu Xiaomi seized the opportunity to escape Hu Yanmei's gaze. Come in, Lin Fan's voice conveyed no discernible emotion. Lu Xiaomi took a deep breath, striving to calm herself as she approached Lin Fan's desk. Mr. Lin, you summoned me? Lin Fan handed her a document. This is the itinerary for next month. Please verify it once more. If all is in order, send it to the respective departments. Lu Xiaomi accepted the document and swiftly skimmed through it. Mr. Lin, this itinerary is flawless. Very well, Lin Fan nodded, his gaze lingering on Lu Xiaomi for a few seconds. You look quite vibrant in that outfit today. Lu Xiaomi was momentarily taken aback, glancing down at her professional attire, which she had deliberately chosen for today's leave. She hadn't anticipated that Mr. Lin would notice. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Her cheeks flushed slightly, as she sensed a hint of appreciation in Lin Fan's gaze. Now, off you go to work, Lin Fan said, averting his gaze and returning to his paperwork. As Lu Xiaomi exited the office, her emotions were in turmoil. She was perplexed by Lin Fan's sudden kindness. Had he discovered the forged invoice and was merely waiting for her to confess? At that moment, Chun Guang entered, his face betraying an unmistakable weariness. He walked directly to Lin Fan's office door and knocked. Come in. Mr. Lin, I am back, Chun Guang announced as he entered the office, placing a document on Lin Fan's desk. This is Musically's latest financing proposal. Their terms have become even more stringent. Lin Fan perused the document casually, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems they believe they have us cornered. What shall we do now, Mr. Lin? Chun Guang inquired. Since they wish to play games, let us indulge them, Lin Fan declared, tossing the document onto the desk, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Inform everyone. Initiate Plan B. Chun Guang felt a chill run down his spine, aware that Lin Fan was preparing to take decisive action. Exiting Lin Fan's office, He took a deep breath to steady his nerves before returning to his own office to call Yang Liu. Mr. Yang, I have just left Mr. Lin's office. Chen Guang spoke gravely. We reviewed Musically's latest financing proposal, and Mr. Lin's stance is, he paused, not to accept. On the other end of the line, Yang Liu fell silent for a moment, seemingly anticipating this outcome, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. It appears Mr. Lin still harbors doubts about our capabilities at Musically. This is not mere doubt, Chen Guang clarified. It's simply that we have our own strategic plans. And we hope you can understand. Understand? Of course, Yang Liu chuckled lightly. I shall await your good news. After hanging up, Chen Guang rubbed his temples, realizing that a silent war had begun. He then approached Hu Yanmei and Chen Feng's desks, whispering, Mr. Lin has new directives. Let us discuss them in the conference room. The three entered the conference room, where Chen Guang laid out Lin Fan's decisions and plans. Upon hearing them, Hu Yanmei and Chen Feng exchanged serious glances. Mr. Lin is determined to cut off their support, Hu Yanmei remarked. If Musically's financing fails this time, we must be fully committed. Chen Feng spoke with unwavering determination, resolute in her commitment not to disappoint Mr. Lin. I have already contacted several media outlets, Chen Guang declared, and unfavorable reports on Musically will commence tomorrow. Additionally, we must intensify our promotional efforts in overseas markets to seize the initiative. The trio deliberated over a detailed action plan, each acutely aware of the weight upon their shoulders, yet simultaneously invigorated with fighting spirit. They recognized the formidable challenge ahead, but with Lin Fan at the helm, they were confident of achieving ultimate victory. As evening descended, Lin Fan invited several high-ranking executives to a private dining establishment under the guise of fostering camaraderie. In reality, it was to strategize further assaults on Musically. Old Shun, you have a closer rapport with our overseas partners. Do you think you could? No problem, leave it to me, he assured. Amid the clinking of glasses, Lin Fan meticulously refined their strategy, and each individual silently raised their cup in a toast to the impending triumph. After a hearty meal, Lin Fan drove back to his villa. Upon entering, he sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere. In the living room, his two assistants, Pei Si-si and Pei Wen, sat side by side on the sofa, heads bowed in silence. What's the matter? Lin Fan inquired, puzzled. Who has upset you? Pei Wen lifted her gaze, her eyes reddened, hesitating to speak. Ultimately, it was Pei Si-si who mustered the courage to whisper, Mr. Lin. It seems we may have been deceived. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, casually tossing his half-removed coat onto the sofa. What happened? Take your time and explain. Pei Si-si sniffled and recounted the tale. The two sisters had recently seen an online advertisement for second-hand iPhones at a significantly lower price than the official rate, which piqued their interest. Having never owned an iPhone, they fell for the seller's sweet talk and, reassured of the product's authenticity, proceeded with a WeChat transfer. Upon receiving the phone, we were uncertain how to use it and planned to investigate over the weekend. Pei Si-si's voice dwindled. However, when Wang Chong visited today, he immediately identified it as a counterfeit, and that's when we realized. Lin Fan listened, bemused. How could these two sharp-witted girls be so easily misled? He picked up the Apple phone from the coffee table, scrutinizing it closely. The shoddy craftsmanship and sluggish system clearly indicated it was a knockoff. How much did you pay for it? 12,000, Pei Wen replied softly, her voice tinged with sorrow. Lin Fan sighed. In this day and age, scammers were indeed relentless, even fooling his two assistants. It seemed he needed to take the opportunity to educate them on fraud prevention. Well, don't be too disheartened. Consider it a costly lesson learned, Lin Fan consoled them. In the future, be more vigilant when shopping and refrain from placing your trust in strangers. Noticing their downcast spirits, he decided to divert their attention. By the way, have you eaten dinner yet? Not yet, Mr. Lin, Pei Si-si replied, shaking her head. Come on, let us go out for a feast. Order whatever you desire, Lin Fan announced, rising to head outside. After comforting his two assistants, Lin Fan returned to his study to attend to matters concerning overseas assets. He powered on his computer and logged into Citibank's website to apply for an offshore account. Before long, the account was approved. Lin Fan transferred a portion of his funds into the new account and subsequently opened a U.S. stock trading account, intending to invest this money in the stock market. He understood that the rise of TikTok was merely a matter of time. When that moment arrived, the capital at his disposal would multiply exponentially. This amount is far from sufficient, Lin Fan murmured to himself, his gaze resolute. At that moment, two assistants entered the study, carrying fruits and snacks. Pei Si-si, curious, asked, Lin, what are you looking at? Lin Fan pointed to the stock codes displayed on the screen, saying, I am researching the U.S. stock market, preparing to purchase some stocks. Wow, the U.S. stock market, Pei Wen exclaimed. Lin, you can trade stocks too? Just a bit of knowledge, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Would you like to take a look together? Upon hearing this, the two assistants were immediately intrigued and gathered around the computer, watching as Lin Fan placed his orders while exclaiming, such a vast sum of money. If you earn all of this, when will you ever stop spending? Lin Fan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied nonchalantly, this is just the beginning. Once we establish TikTok, Pei Wen covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment, as if the numbers dancing across the screen were rare treasures. Goodness, Lin. Is this too much? With this amount, you could never spend it all in a lifetime. Lin Fan chuckled softly, shaking his head, his tone laced with an air of mystery. We are still far from it. Once we get TikTok up and running, this sum will multiply by dozens. Dozens? The two sisters gasped in unison, as if they had just heard an outlandish fairy tale. Pei Si-si began to count on her fingers for quite some time, finally exclaiming, oh my, how much would that be? Pei Wen's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to Pei Si-si, her voice brimming with excitement and a hint of encouragement. Sister, why don't we invest some money in stocks too? Following Lin guarantees profit. Pei Si-si was startled and quickly waved her hand. No, we don't understand this at all. What if we lose money? What's there to fear? With our meager salaries, even if we lose it all, it won't hurt. Pei Wen dismissed her concerns. Besides, we can secretly follow Lin's lead. We'll buy whatever he buys. It must be a sure thing. Yet, Pei Si-si remained hesitant, torn between the fear of risk and the worry of being discovered by Lin Fan. Oh, there's no room for hesitation. Pei Wen clutched Pei Si-si's hand firmly, her tone resolute. It's settled then. Tomorrow I will open an account. We too shall become little wealthy ladies soon. Pei Si-si wanted to voice her reservations, but was defeated by Pei Wen's enthusiastic gaze, ultimately giving a gentle nod. As night fell and the city lights began to twinkle, the sisters' rented apartment remained unusually bright. Typically, at this hour, they would have completed their nightly routines and prepared for rest. However, tonight, Pei Wen was exceptionally excited, pulling her sister Pei Si-si into discussions about the stock account opening process. Sister, look, it's so convenient to open an account online now. All you need is an ID and a bank card. Pei Wen pointed enthusiastically at her phone screen, explaining, tomorrow morning, we'll head to the bank for a card, and then we can open our account. Although Pei Si-si verbally expressed her concerns, deep within her heart, she could not help but be influenced by her sister's enthusiasm. And a flicker of anticipation began to rise. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Pei Wen eagerly pulled Pei Si-si out the door. They followed their plan, first visiting the bank to set up a bank card, and then finding a cafe where they began to delve into the process of opening a stock trading account on their phones. Sis, look, this brokerage has lower commissions. Let's choose this one, Pei Wen recommended, pointing at the screen. Despite her ignorance on the subject, Pei Si-si attentively listened to her sister's explanations. With Pei Wen's assistance, the two swiftly completed the account opening process. Yay, we're officially registered, Pei Wen exclaimed, waving her phone as if she could already see wealth beckoning to them. All right, don't celebrate too soon. We haven't made any money yet, Pei Si-si said, though a slight smile crept upon her lips. After successfully opening the account, Pei Wen eagerly transferred her savings of 5,000 yuan into the stock account. Observing this, Pei Si-si also deposited her own modest 5,000 yuan. Now, we officially embark on our stock trading journey, Pei Wen declared with confidence. Tomorrow, we'll follow President Lin's lead. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had completed his work for the day and was preparing to head home early. Ever since the company moved to a new office, the Pei sisters had taken on the responsibility of caring for his daily needs. After work each day, he enjoyed the comfort of meals prepared by them, which brought him great pleasure. What would you like to eat today? Lin Fan dialed Pei Si-si's number. President Lin, you can have whatever you want. Today we bought your favorite dish, Pei Si-si began, but abruptly, Pei Wen's urgent voice interrupted from the other end. Sis, hurry. Future technology is about to hit the limit up. Quick. The call suddenly disconnected, causing Lin Fan to furrow his brows, sensing something was amiss. Chapter 71. The Little Secret Faces Misfortune in Stock Trading. A soothing retreat at the hot springs. The abrupt disconnection left Lin Fan with a tinge of confusion, which he quickly dismissed. Pei Wen was always spirited, surely. Something new had caught her attention. He drove into a bakery, selected 2 exquisite pieces of cake, and then proceeded home. Upon entering, a delightful aroma greeted him. The dining table was already adorned with 3 dishes and a soup. Pei Si-si hummed a tune as she brought the final soup dish to the table. What's the occasion today? Such a lavish spread. Lin Fan smiled, placing the cake on the table. I bought your favorite mango mousse. Wow. Thank you, President Lin. Pei Wen cheered, quickly seizing a piece. During the meal, Lin Fan casually asked, by the way, What happened to that reserve fund I left in the drawer? Oh, you mean the 50,000 yuan? We helped you deposit it in a fixed account at the bank a couple of days ago. The interest rates are high, after all. Money makes money, Pei Si-si explained, setting down her chopsticks. That sounds good. Lin Fan nodded, not suspecting anything. After the meal, Pei Si-si, as usual, brought over a ledger that meticulously recorded their recent expenditures. Lin Fan perused the account book, his gaze lingering on a particular entry for a few seconds. Why were there over 2,000 spent on underwear and socks? I recall that the items previously purchased were still in good condition. A fleeting look of panic crossed Pei Si-si's face, but she quickly regained her composure. Ah. It's like this. The mall is having a promotional sale. Buy one, get one free. We thought it prudent to purchase several sets. After all, they will be useful eventually. So that's it. Lin Fan did not press further. The accounts appeared sound overall, and he had always placed his trust in the Pei sisters. By the way, this weekend I plan to visit Yunding Mountain Resort for a hot spring retreat. You two should join me to unwind, Lin Fan suggested. Pei Wen displayed hesitation. Mr. Lin, I've signed up for driving lessons this weekend. I need to practice. I have to go to the courthouse this weekend, Pei Si-si stammered. The courthouse? What business do you have there? Lin Fan inquired, puzzled. Pei Si-si bit her lip, ultimately refraining from revealing the truth. On Friday, Lin Fan met with a PhD from the field of artificial intelligence to discuss a collaborative project. Meanwhile, the Pei sisters acted on the stock codes Lin Fan had previously provided, investing all their funds into the shares. Is this the only one we're buying? Nanhua Electric? It seems quite inexpensive. Pei Wen voiced her unease, glancing at the fluctuating numbers on the screen. Cheap is good. Once it rises, we can sell it off and make a considerable profit, Pei Si-si said, filled with anticipation. However, contrary to their hopes, shortly after their purchase, the stock price of Nanhua Electric faced immense selling pressure and plummeted dramatically. Heavens! How could this happen? Pei Wen looked at her dwindling account balance, her face turning pale. Don't worry. It might just be a temporary adjustment. It could rebound by tomorrow, Pei Si-si reassured her, although inwardly, she too began to feel anxious. At noon, Lin Fan returned home, only to find the house unusually quiet, devoid of the usual aroma of delicious meals. Si-si? Xiaowen. No one answered. Lin Fan opened the door to find the Pei sisters sitting on the sofa, their expressions dejected, with crumpled tissues strewn across the coffee table. What is going on? Who upset you? Lin Fan inquired with concern. Pei Si-si looked up, her eyes slightly reddened. Mr. Lin, it appears we've gotten ourselves into trouble. We've lost money on the stocks, Pei Wen choked out. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed himself, smiling to console them. I thought it was something serious. It's merely a financial loss, no need to fret. It has dropped, yes, but it may well recover next week. But we invested all our savings, Pei Wen lamented. All your savings? Lin Fan's smile faded gradually. How much did you invest in total? We each put in 5,000, Pei Si-si replied timidly. Lin Fan inhaled deeply, struggling to suppress his rising anger. Although 10,000 is not a vast sum, it represents the entirety of the Pei sisters' savings. Come, follow me to a place. Lin Fan grabbed the car keys, his expression somber. 2 hours later, at Yunding Mountain Resort, Lin Fan had booked a courtyard room with a private hot spring. After changing into his attire, he stepped alone into the hot spring pool, allowing the warm water to envelop his body. In the ethereal mist, he closed his eyes. Yet the anxious and helpless expressions of the Pei sisters surfaced in his mind. Situated amidst mountains and waters, the Yunding Mountain Villa is renowned for its serene environment and exceptional privacy, particularly its exquisite hot spring pools. The courtyard room Lin Fan booked is uniquely designed, featuring a rockery and flowing water, surrounded by lush greenery, with a steaming hot spring hidden within. Beside the pool, lounge chairs and refreshments await guests for their leisure. Dressed in a comfortable bathrobe, Lin Fan gradually stepped into the hot spring. The warm water enveloped his body, dispelling the fatigue accumulated over the past few days. As a soothing warmth flowed from below, calming his nerves, he comfortably closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, the air filled with a faint fragrance of grass and trees, refreshing his spirit. How is it? Quite nice, isn't it? Lin Fan called towards the room. Don't just stand there, come and try it. The spring water is excellent for the skin. The Pei sisters exchanged glances, hesitation evident on their faces. Clad in the light pink bathrobes Lin Fan had prepared, they appeared somewhat uneasy. Mr. Lin, we might just soak in the room. It feels too exposed here, Pei Si-si whispered. Exactly, what if someone sees us? Pei Wen echoed. What is there to fear? Each courtyard is private, and the sound insulation is excellent. No one will see us, Lin Fan reassured them with a smile. Come on. Relax and forget your worries. After much persuasion from Lin Fan, the Pei sisters eventually stepped into the hot spring. The water was perfectly warm, and the rising white mist highlighted their cheeks, giving them a delicate blush. Wow, this feels wonderful, Pei Wen exclaimed, the weariness of her body vanishing. Right? I told you would enjoy it, Lin Fan replied with a smile, gesturing towards a row of massage jets by the pool. Try those, they can alleviate muscle fatigue. Nodding in agreement, the Pei sisters approached the jets, their faces lighting up with comfort as they felt the water's impact. Observing their relaxed expressions brought a sense of satisfaction to Lin Fan. He rose from the hot spring, picked some grapes from a platter nearby, and leisurely savored them. Si-si, one, come over and help me massage my back. Lin Fan leaned against the edge of the pool, patting his shoulder. The sisters exchanged a glance before ultimately approaching him. Mr. Lin, is this all right? Pei Si-si gently pressed her hands against Lin Fan's shoulders. A bit more pressure. Yes, right there. Lin Fan closed his eyes, relishing this rare moment of relaxation. When, could you massage the front? Pei Wen hesitated, her hands hovering in the air as the scene unfolded. Enveloped in the gentle mist surrounding the small hot spring pool, Pei Si-si's fingers pressed lightly on Lin Fan's shoulders, each stroke measured and soothing. Pei Wen stood awkwardly beside them, watching her sister's movements, her cheeks slightly flushed. Mr. Lin, is this okay? Pei Si-si asked softly, her tone tinged with a hint of anxiety. Quite good, Lin Fan sighed contentedly, enjoying the rare moment of relaxation. Si-si, you have quite a strong touch. Hearing her employer's praise eased Pei Si-si's earlier tension, a subtle smile gracing her lips. From a young age, she assisted her mother with household chores, possessing a strength greater than that of the average girl. Xiaowen, could you help me scrub the front? Lin Fan suddenly said. Pei Wen was taken aback, causing the towel in her hand to slip into the water, splashing droplets around. Her face flushed crimson as she stammered, Lin. Mr. Lin, I. Pei Si-si also halted her actions, glancing at her sister and then at Lin Fan, who had his eyes closed, momentarily at a loss for words. Sensing the subtle shift in atmosphere, Lin Fan opened his eyes, looking quizzically at the two secretaries. What's the matter? Mr. Lin, let us head to the big pool instead. It's too stuffy here, Pei Si-si quickly suggested, pulling her sister along as they hurried outside. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Fan chuckled helplessly. Thinking how easily these two girls became shy, he rose, donned a bathrobe, and made his way toward the large swimming pool. Meanwhile, in the hotel conference room, Chen Guang was engaged in a discussion with several key technical staff regarding challenges encountered in their project. Suddenly, his phone rang, displaying a call from Yang Luyu. Hello. Lao Yang, what is the matter? Chen Guang answered, his tone casual. Chen Guang, what do you mean by this? Are you poaching right under my nose? Yang Luyu's voice held an edge of hostility. Chen Guang paused for a moment, then realized what Yang Luyu was implying. Lao Yang, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Stop playing dumb. Isn't it you who prompted that young Li in my company to submit his resignation? Yang Luyu's voice rose in pitch. Lao Yang, you can't spread rumors like that. I had no prior knowledge of Xiao Li's resignation. Besides, talent mobility is quite normal. How can you accuse me of poaching? Chen Guang's tone grew colder. Normal? You're offering conditions that are double what I provide. Is that normal? It's merely market value. What? Are you allowed to offer high wages while others aren't? Yang Luyu was momentarily silenced by Chen Guang's retort. Lao Yang, we're all in the same industry. It's healthy competition. Rest assured, I adhere to principles and won't engage in detrimental practices. Chen Guang replied coolly. Fine. We shall see, Chen Guang. Yang Luyu angrily hung up the phone. Chen Guang set his phone down, his expression darkening. He understood that Yang Luyu was genuinely furious this time, and the ensuing matters would likely not be straightforward. He looked at the people in the conference room, took a deep breath, and said, let us continue. Before he could finish, his phone rang again, this time from an unknown number. As he gazed at the unfamiliar digits, a sense of unease crept over him. He stepped into a corner to answer the call. A deep male voice, laced with a hint of mockery, greeted him, Director Chun. I hear you've been quite busy lately. How is the progress on your new project? Chen Guang tightened his grip on the phone, recognizing the voice of Zhao Lishuan, the CEO of a competing firm, Huachin Technology. He inquired curtly, Zhao, if you have something to say, please do. Zhao Lishuan chuckled lightly. I've heard you're embroiled in a lawsuit. An American is suing you for musically infringing on user privacy? Chen Guang's heart sank. He had kept this matter under wraps, so how had it reached Zhao Lishuan so swiftly? He feigned calmness as he spoke. Mr. Zhao's information is indeed quite astute. Likewise, Zhao Lishuan replied leisurely. I merely wish to remind you that some matters are not easily resolved. It would be prudent for you to plan ahead. With that, without waiting for Cheng Guang's response, Zhao Lishuan terminated the call. Cheng Guang held his phone, his expression dark as storm clouds. Zhao Lishuan's call was unmistakably a warning, perhaps even a veiled threat. Meanwhile, the radiant sunlight bathed the shimmering surface of the swimming pool. Lin Fan, clad in goggles, swam gracefully through the water, while Pei Si-si and Pei Wen lounged on deck chairs at the poolside, each with a glass of orange juice, engaged in casual conversation. Si-si, do you think we can win in court the day after tomorrow? Pei Wen asked, biting her straw with a hint of concern. Ever since learning that Musically was being sued in the United States, she had been restless, especially since it was she who had provided Lin Fan's contact to that American lawyer. Pei Si-si appeared considerably more at ease, smiling as she reassured her sister, "Fear not. Mr. Lin will undoubtedly find a way. He is remarkably capable, and there's nothing he cannot resolve." Lin Fan swam to the edge of the pool, removed his goggles, and shook off the droplets from his hair as he grinned at them. "What are you discussing?" "Mr. Lin, we are talking about the court hearing the day after tomorrow." Pei Wen replied candidly. "Oh, that," Lin Fan chuckled dismissively. "It's nothing to worry about, merely a trivial matter. But they are Americans, and they have engaged such a formidable lawyer," Pei Si-si said hesitantly. "What is there to fear?" Lin Fan interrupted. "We stand upright, unafraid of shadows. Musically has not infringed upon user privacy. We are in the right, and there is nothing to dread." Pei Si-si wished to voice more concerns. Yet Lin Fan silenced her with a glance. "All right, Si-si, do not fret over this matter. Focus on your work instead." As he spoke, he emerged from the pool, settled onto the deck chair beside Pei Wen, and lifted her half-finished orange juice, tilting his head back to take a sip. "Mr. Lin, that is mine," Pei Wen murmured, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "I know," Lin Fan replied with a smile, playfully pinching her cheek. "Consider it interest for your assistance in connecting me with that American acquaintance." Pei Wen paused for a moment, then comprehended Lin Fan's implication, her head bowing in shyness as she dared not meet his gaze. Observing her bashful demeanor filled him with a sense of pride, and his attention shifted back to Pei Si-si as he smiled and said, "Si-si, I shall collect your interest later." With that, he wrapped his arm around Pei Wen's shoulders, drawing her closer to him. Before Pei Wen could react, Lin Fan had embraced her, eliciting a startled gasp as her glass of orange juice slipped from her hand, splattering its vibrant contents all over her. "Oh dear, how careless of you," Lin Fan feigned surprise, his hands growing bolder as they traced up Pei Wen's smooth arm, ultimately resting on her slender waist. Pei Wen was paralyzed by his unexpected gesture, unable to move as she watched his hand wander over her, feeling the warmth of his palm seep through the thin fabric of her swimsuit. Her face flushed crimson, yet she felt unable to resist. Beside them, Pei Si-si, witnessing the scene, promptly rose to her feet, intent on halting Lin Fan. Yet, Lin Fan, seemingly endowed with a sixth sense, did not turn around but calmly addressed her. "Si-si, do not fret. I shall collect your interest later." As he spoke, he tightened his embrace around Pei Wen, leaning down to whisper softly in her ear, "Wen, your skin is truly exquisite." The warm breath brushed against the sensitive skin behind Pei Wen's ear, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She sought to retreat, but found herself firmly ensnared in his grasp. "Mr. Lin, please refrain from such behavior." Pei Wen's voice was barely a whisper, laced with a hint of desperation. "What is the matter?" Lin Fan feigned ignorance, his hands becoming bolder. Cornered, Pei Wen cast a pleading glance towards her sister, Pei Si-si. Seeing her sister on the verge of tears instilled a sense of fear within Pei Si-si. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her courage and declared, "Mr. Lin, please do not bully my sister. If there is an issue, direct it at me." Lin Fan erupted into laughter, releasing Pei Wen and stepping forward to tower over Pei Si-si, his gaze piercing. "Si-si, are you feeling jealous?" Pei Si-si's heart raced under his scrutiny, yet she feigned composure, replying, "I am not. I merely believe your treatment of Wen is excessive." "Excessive?" Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. "I merely wish to collect a bit of interest. What is excessive about that?" However, before Pei Si-si could articulate her thoughts, Lin Fan swiftly pulled her into his embrace. "Enough, Si-si, do not make a fuss," he murmured in her ear. "I have important matters to attend to tomorrow, so I shall let you both be today." With that, he released Pei Si-si and turned to stride back toward the villa, leaving the two sisters exchanging glances. Pei Wen watched Lin Fan's retreating figure, her emotions a tumultuous mix. She was uncertain whether to despise him for his disrespectful advances or to express gratitude for the job he had provided, which allowed her and her sister to lead a life free of financial worries. "Sister, what shall we do?" Pei Wen raised her gaze to her sister, her eyes brimming with helplessness. Pei Si-si sighed and replied, "What else can we do? Let us return for now." The sisters gathered their belongings and departed from the villa. The following day, Lin Fan awoke early, donning a crisply tailored suit, ready to set off for the courthouse. Upon descending the stairs, he discovered the Pei sisters waiting for him. "Good morning, Mr. Lin," they chirped in unison. "Morning," Lin Fan nodded slightly before instructing the driver. "Let us go." The car glided away from the villa, heading towards the courthouse. Throughout the journey, Lin Fan remained silent, his eyes closed in contemplation. Though his mind was preoccupied with the upcoming court proceedings, he understood that the case would be challenging. The opposing party was well prepared and on his side. Aside from possessing evidence that Musically had not infringed upon user privacy, there were no substantial advantages. Nevertheless, Lin Fan harbored no concerns. He was confident in his ability to triumph in this legal battle. As he realized he was not alone in this battle, with Li Jiechen, Lawyer Gao, and General Lin standing behind him, the driver's voice interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts. Lin Fan opened his eyes to find the car had already come to a halt at the courthouse entrance. He pushed the door open and stepped out. Li Jiechen and Lawyer Gao were already waiting there. "Old Li, old Gao, let us proceed," Lin Fan said as he strode towards the courthouse doors. Chapter 73. The courtroom's initial arrival. Unease amidst conclusive evidence before the solemn courthouse doors, Lin Fan stepped forward steadily, followed closely by the Pei sisters, as well as Li Jiechen and Lawyer Gao. The group traversed the spacious hall, their footsteps echoing in the vastness. "General Lin, our case is in courtroom number 2, Li Jiechen remarked, glancing at the subpoena in his hand, leading everyone deeper into the corridor. Upon locating the designated room, Lin Fan gestured for the Pei sisters to take their seats behind the defendant's stand, while he, alongside Li Jiechen and Lawyer Gao, moved aside for a quiet discussion. "Old Li, have all the arrangements been made?" Lin Fan inquired, his brow slightly furrowed, hinting at an undercurrent of anxiety. "Rest assured, General Lin, I have already spoken with the media," Li Jiechen assured, thumping his chest. "If we cannot reach a successful mediation today, we will apply for a postponement. And at that time, we shall have our media friends promote our cause effectively." Lawyer Gao adjusted his glasses and added, "I am thoroughly prepared. The evidence presented by the opposing side is riddled with flaws. We are bound to win this lawsuit." Lin Fan nodded, his gaze drifting toward the Pei sisters seated in the defendant's stand. They were engrossed in their phones, their faces etched with worry and unease. "What is the matter?" Lin Fan approached and asked softly. "General Lin, look," Pei Si-si handed her phone over, displaying a stock trading application on the screen, with Nanhua Electric prominently highlighted. Its stocks sharply plummeting. Pei Wen let out a long sigh, her tone heavy with regret. "Had I known, I wouldn't have been greedy for that little profit. Now, we're completely trapped." Lin Fan offered a gentle smile, reassuring her, "Do not fret. This is merely a temporary fluctuation. Nanhua Electric has solid fundamentals. It won't be long before it rebounds." At that moment, the courtroom doors swung open, and the plaintiff and her daughter entered, accompanied by their lawyer. The elderly lady, with her hair a mottled gray and her face lined with wrinkles, walked unsteadily, needing her daughter's support to move forward. Witnessing this scene, Pei Wen felt an urge to comment, but Lin Fan silenced her with a glance. He stepped toward the plaintiff and asked in a serious tone, "Madam, I must ask you, are you certain that your information was leaked solely due to the use of our company's software?" Before the elderly lady could respond, the female lawyer beside her interjected, "Sir, please mind your language. We possess ample evidence proving that your company's developed software has serious security vulnerabilities." "Evidence? What evidence?" Lin Fan interjected boldly. "Is it merely your word against ours?" Taken aback by Lin Fan's assertiveness, the female lawyer faltered, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. "Order." With the gavel strike, the trial officially commenced. The plaintiff's attorney rose first, commencing her impassioned statement. She vividly recounted how the elderly lady suffered the breach of her personal information due to the utilization of software developed with future technology, resulting in the disappearance of funds from her bank account and a significant mental toll. "My client, in her advanced age, has faced this unforeseen calamity. I implore your esteemed company to acknowledge its errors, assume the appropriate responsibilities, and provide my client with just compensation." The female lawyer concluded her fervent plea, only to observe that Lin Fan and Attorney Gao in the defendant's seat displayed no signs of panic, but rather an almost imperceptible smirk. Unhurriedly, Attorney Gao stood up, adjusted his glasses, and addressed the court. "Honorable Judge, the opposing counsel's assertions are entirely taken out of context and lack any foundation. We possess ample evidence to demonstrate that the elderly lady's funds were not stolen due to our software." As he spoke, Gao presented a document to the presiding judge. which was a police report indicating that an investigation had revealed the lady's bank card was fraudulently used by her grandson, entirely unrelated to any software she may have employed. The plaintiff's attorney appeared taken aback by the presentation of the police findings, momentarily flustered. Furthermore, Gao nonchalantly retrieved a laptop from his briefcase and connected it to the courtroom projector, stating, "We also have the testimony of an eyewitness." On the screen appeared the figure of a middle-aged man who had witnessed the entire incident of the elderly lady's grandson fraudulently using her bank card at the ATM that day. In the video, the man clearly recounted the events and identified the grandson. At this juncture, the expressions of the elderly lady and her daughter, along with that of the female attorney, turned notably grim. They had initially perceived this as a mere case of deception, unaware that the opposition had been meticulously prepared. Does the plaintiff have anything further to add? The presiding judge inquired sternly. The female attorney opened her mouth, at a loss for words. She glanced toward the elderly lady and her daughter, whispering, "What should we do now? I need to confer with my client." After speaking, the attorney assisted the elderly lady and her daughter out of the courtroom. "Well done, Attorney Gao," Lin Fan murmured, a sardonic smile creeping across his lips. Gao nodded in agreement and replied quietly, "Mr. Lin, it is now our turn to counterattack." A glint of cold determination flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. "I will make them understand that extortion comes at a cost." The female attorney returned, a hint of disarray on her face. "Your Honor," her voice gradually dwindling until it vanished into the silence of the courtroom. All eyes were fixed upon her, awaiting her decision. Chapter 74. The Dispute Unresolved. Taking a deep breath, the female attorney finally spoke. "Your Honor, we withdraw our appeal and request the dismissal of the charges against Mr. Lin Fan." The elderly lady and Zhang Chunxue exchanged astonished glances. Trembling, the elderly lady inquired, "Attorney, what are you saying? How can we simply let this go?" The female lawyer leaned in close to the elderly woman, whispering, "The current circumstances are decidedly unfavorable for us. The opposing party has amassed sufficient evidence. Should we persist in this entanglement, we may face even graver accusations." Upon hearing her words, the presiding judge furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is the plaintiff being serious? It is imperative to understand that making false accusations carries legal repercussions." The elderly woman and her daughter attempted to voice further objections, but the lawyer interjected, reaffirming, "Your Honor, we wish to withdraw our appeal and request the dismissal of all charges." At that moment, Lawyer Gao rose, asserting, "Your Honor, I must object. The defendant has maliciously slandered my client, resulting in significant emotional distress and reputational damage. We demand a public apology and compensation for the losses incurred. Moreover, the defendant has fabricated facts and extorted 130,000 yuan, which meets the criteria for criminal prosecution. We reserve the right to pursue criminal charges." The judge's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness upon hearing Gao's statement. After a moment of contemplation, he finally announced, "In light of the substantial disagreements between the parties involved, this case will be postponed for a retrial, with the specific date to be communicated later." Exiting the courtroom, Lin Fan observed the distressed expressions of the elderly woman and her daughter, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. "What is the rush? Do you wish to leave so soon? I assure you, this is far from over. I am not one to be easily intimidated." The elderly woman and her daughter remained silent, hurriedly departing under the lawyer's guidance. Lin Fan watched them leave, then turned to the Pei sisters and said, "Let us also take our leave." Pei Wen linked her arm with Lin Fan's, smiling as she remarked, "Brother, you were truly impressive. With just a few words, you frightened them away." Pei Si-si chimed in, "Indeed, brother, you are simply magnificent." Lin Fan chuckled and shook his head, replying, "All right, let us go." Old Yang and Lawyer Gao walked behind them. Old Yang observed Lin Fan and the Pei sisters' retreating figures, unable to suppress a sigh. "Lin, you are indeed fortunate, always surrounded by such beauties." Lawyer Gao chuckled and cautioned, "Old Yang, be mindful of your words, lest Lin hears you." Old Yang waved dismissively, "What is there to fear? I haven't spoken falsely. However, tell me, who do you think is a better match for Lin? These two Pei ladies?" Lawyer Gao smiled mysteriously, responding, "That is a question for another time." Lin Fan drove to the Four Seasons garden, heading straight for the property management office. Upon entering, he was met with a chorus of lamentations. "It's over. My stocks have plummeted again. How could this happen? I invested my entire fortune." Following the sound, Lin Fan spotted LV Xiaomi and her friend Yi Qiuping, both slumped over their computers in despair, fixated on the screens. "What are you two up to?" Lin Fan inquired. Startled by his voice, LV Xiaomi and Yi Qiuping quickly shut their screens, stammering, "In nothing." Lin Fan saw through their ruse, saying, You're stuck in a bad investment, aren't you? At his words, LV Xiaomi and Yi Qiuping deflated like punctured balloons, collapsing into their chairs. I knew it would come to this, Lin Fan lamented, shaking his head in resignation. I had warned you not to dabble in stocks, yet you refused to listen. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Fan drove towards the company. Midway, he suddenly realized that he had forgotten his mobile phone. How could he always forget something when leaving home? With a resigned sigh, Lin Fan had no choice but to call Lu Xiaomi to bring him his phone. When the call connected, Lin Fan said, Xiaomi, I've left my phone at home. Could you please bring it over? Certainly, General Lin. Just a moment. I will be there shortly, Lu Xiaomi replied. After hanging up, Lin Fan casually glanced at Lu Xiaomi's phone, only to discover that he was saved as Heartless Boss. Heartless Boss. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, a half-smile playing on his lips as he looked at Lu Xiaomi. Her face instantly flushed crimson. Wishing she could vanish into a crack in the floor, she hurriedly explained, General Lin, I was just joking. Please don't. Lin Fan waved his hand, indicating that she need not explain. He then picked up his phone and dialed Pei Si-si, speaking in a relaxed tone, Si-si, I've left my phone at home. Can you ask Xiaomi to bring it over? I'll be waiting downstairs. On the other end, Pei Si-si responded sweetly, then teasingly asked, Brother, aren't you afraid that Wen will get jealous if you have sister Xiaomi deliver your phone? What nonsense are you talking about? Pei Wen's voice came through the line, tinged with annoyance. Who would be jealous? Oh, still in denial? Your tone has betrayed you. Pei Si-si laughed, then lowered her voice, inquiring, have you developed feelings for brother? Pei Si-si, if you say that again, I'll be angry. Pei Wen huffed, feigning the intent to tickle Pei Si-si. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Pei Si-si chuckled, then turned serious, saying, Brother, we will have sister Xiaomi bring the phone over shortly. After hanging up, Pei Si-si looked at Pei Wen with a mischievous smile and asked, Wen, tell me honestly, do you really have feelings for brother? Pei Wen's face turned crimson as she stammered, unable to articulate a response. Pei Si-si was about to press further when she caught Pei Wen's irritated glare and decided against it, merely smiling knowingly. Lu Xiaomi hurriedly exited the office, holding Lin Fan's phone and car keys. While waiting for the elevator, she sent a WeChat message to Yi Qiuping. I'm doomed. I've labeled the boss as Heartless Boss in my contacts. What? What happened next? Yi Qiuping quickly replied, clearly intrigued by the unfolding drama. He said nothing, but after a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiaomi decided to share with her friend that Lin Fan had asked Pei Si-si to bring him his phone. What? He actually asked you to go to his house for his phone? Yi Qiuping responded with a flurry of shocked emojis. Isn't that a bit ambiguous? Could it be that he has feelings for you? Stop talking nonsense. Lu Xiaomi quickly denied, yet a ripple of uncertainty stirred within her. The elevator arrived, and she tucked her phone away as she stepped inside. Upon reaching the underground parking lot, she found Lin Fan's car and opened the door, only to discover that the Pei sisters were already seated inside. The three exchanged glances, an atmosphere of subtle awkwardness enveloping them. Lu Xiaomi pondered the relationship between the Pei sisters and Lin Fan, while the sisters assessed the young and beautiful secretary before them. Upon retrieving her phone, Lu Xiaomi hurriedly departed. Eagerly, she yearned to share her recent extraordinary encounter with Yi Qiuping, as well as divulge a significant secret regarding Lin Fan. With her phone and car keys in hand, she fled the office in haste, her mind racing with the embarrassment of earlier and Lin Fan's inscrutable gaze. Oh no, this time I am truly doomed. My boss must think I am utterly reckless. Perhaps I shall be dismissed by tomorrow. While waiting for the elevator, Lu Xiaomi hastily sent a WeChat message to Yi Qiuping. Stay calm, stay calm. Surely, the boss cannot be so petty. Besides, it was not intentional. He wouldn't dismiss you for a mere address, would he? Yi Qiuping quickly replied, attempting to offer her comfort. Yet, that look he gave was so terrifying. It felt as if he could devour me whole. Lu Xiaomi recalled the moment with trepidation. Ha ha ha. Could it be that you have developed feelings for him? Yi Qiuping sent a string of mischievous emojis. Nonsense. I certainly have not. Lu Xiaomi vehemently denied it, though her heart involuntarily quickened. With a chime, the elevator arrived. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiaomi stepped inside and pressed the button for the basement level. Upon reaching the underground parking, she swiftly located Lin Fan's car. As she opened the door, she discovered that, in addition to the driver, Lao Yang, two young girls occupied the back seat. One was pure and sweet, the other alluring and captivating, resembling blooming lilies and roses, yet astonishingly possessing strikingly similar features. Who are you? One of the girls spoke first, her tone laced with curiosity and caution. I am Lin's secretary, Lu Xiaomi. She quickly introduced herself while discreetly observing the two girls. Who might they be? Why are they here with the boss? Oh, you must be Xiaomi. I am Pei Wen, and this is my sister, Pei Si-si. The other girl greeted her warmly. a hint of pride in her voice. Lu Xiaomi suddenly realized they were the Pei sisters, Lin's secret weapons. No wonder he regards them with such esteem. He must fear their jealousy. She silently assessed the sisters, marveling at her boss's unique taste in women. Have you found your phone? Lao Yang, seated in the driver's seat, interrupted her thoughts. Yes, I have. Thank you, Uncle Yang. Lu Xiaomi promptly handed her phone to Lao Yang and hurriedly exited. She could hardly contain her excitement to recount her recent adventure to Yi Qiuping and share a significant secret about the boss. Hey, Qiuping, you will never guess what I just saw in the underground parking. Lu Xiaomi exclaimed, completely oblivious to the red light illuminating the intersection ahead. Chapter 75. A startling rear-end collision. The blaring of a horn pierced Lu Xiaomi's ears, sending her into a panic as she slammed on the brakes. The car jolting to a stop just shy of colliding with the Volkswagen ahead. That was a close call. Still shaken, Lu Xiaomi patted her chest. And before she could regain her composure, a furious knocking echoed from outside her window. How do you drive? You almost hit someone. Do you realize that? A stout, middle-aged man alighted from his Volkswagen, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Xiaomi and unleashing a torrent of invective. Lu Xiaomi hastily rolled down her window, her face a mask of contrition as she stammered, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't notice. Are you all right? How do you think I feel? Look at my new car. You've damaged the bumper. The man exclaimed, gesturing furiously at the noticeable scratch on the rear of his vehicle. Do you have any idea how much this car costs to repair? At that moment, Lu Xiaomi's heart sank. She realized it was her boss's car. If he were to discover she had dented his new vehicle, the consequences would be dire. Sir, I sincerely apologize. I am willing to compensate you for your loss. Let us settle this privately, she urged, eager to defuse the situation. The man scrutinized her with suspicion and inquired, privately? Are you sure about that? Absolutely. Just name your price, Lu Xiaomi replied, nodding fervently, intent on resolving the matter swiftly. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, this is a brand new car, and repairs 1T come cheap. How about this? You give me 5,000 yuan, and we'll call it even. 5,000. Lu Xiaomi gasped internally. He was bold to demand such a sum. Yet, in order to avoid further complications, she begrudgingly acquiesced, just as she was about to retrieve the money from her bag. The man interjected once more. However, I advise you to have it repaired at the Foresee dealership. This damage is significant, and should any issues arise later on, it could lead to complications. While the dealership might be pricier, at least there's a guarantee, he remarked, gesturing meaningfully at his car's rear. This vehicle is quite valuable. Noticing Lu Xiaomi's hesitation, he intensified his stance. Let me tell you, repairs at the Foresee dealership 1T cost less than 10,000 yuan. Consider your options. Pay me 5,000 now, or face over 10,000 at the dealership. 10,000. Lu Xiaomi inhaled sharply, realizing that this single incident could deplete nearly half a year's savings from her modest salary. However, if she chose the dealership, her boss would undoubtedly find out. Sir, how about this? I'll add a bit more, and we can settle as you suggested. Lu Xiaomi attempted to persuade him once again. The man waved his hand dismissively. Young lady, it's not that I'm unwilling to be accommodating. It's simply that this car is precious. I'm looking out for your interests too. If any problems arise later, we'd be entangled in disputes. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Xiaomi recognized the truth in his words. Yet she lacked both the time and energy to navigate such complications. She needed to have the car repaired quickly. Otherwise, the repercussions from her boss would be unimaginable. Very well, I'll go to the Foresee dealership, she conceded reluctantly. She rummaged through her bag for the insurance documents, took a deep breath, and said, Sir, let us proceed with the insurance. Upon hearing her decision, the man revealed a barely perceptible smile. All right, insurance it is. Please contact the insurance company promptly. Lu Xiaomi dialed the insurance company, succinctly explaining the situation. After hanging up, she turned to face the man before her heart a tumult of emotions. The man appeared to be considering her well-being, yet in reality, he was methodically leading her into the trap he had set. He seemed to discern Lu Xiaomi's thoughts, smiling. He gestured toward a vacant space by the roadside, suggesting, let us move the car over there so we don't obstruct others. Lu Xiaomi nodded, started the vehicle, and followed the man's direction to relocate to the roadside. Seizing the opportunity, the man extracted his phone and captured several photographs of the scratched areas on the two cars. Young lady, you are a novice driver, aren't you? Please be cautious while driving. Safety comes first, he advised earnestly, tucking his phone away. In the future, take your time and don't rush, unlike today. While the man continued his incessant chatter, Lu Xiaomi's mind was elsewhere. Consumed by thoughts of her boss's reaction to the incident, her heart racing with anxiety that she could not quell. A vehicle emblazoned with the insurance company's logo approached slowly and parked beside them. Once the insurance personnel arrived on the scene, they conducted a brief inquiry before commencing to photograph and assess the damages on both cars. The man remained by Lu Xiaomi's side, occasionally interjecting seemingly caring remarks, while in truth, he was monitoring her every move. Ultimately, the insurance company determined that they would cover the repairs for both vehicles and arranged to tow Lu Xiaomi's car to the designated repair shop. As she watched her car being towed away, a heavy weight settled in her heart, akin to a stone pressing down upon her. "Young lady, what is your name? Which company are you with?" The man inquired suddenly. Alarm bells rang in Lu Xiaomi's mind, prompting an instinctual desire to refuse to answer. But then she recalled that she had already filed an insurance claim, and all necessary information was available to the insurance company. Thus, she replied, "My name is Lu Xiaomi, from Xinghe Company." The man smiled and, without further comment, turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure heightened her unease. At that moment, Lin Fan was at the Jinxing building, collaborating with Su Feng's team to test their newly developed video toolbox. The filter effect was overly pronounced and lacked a natural quality, leading to a subpar user experience. Lin Fan pointed at the screen and offered his critique, adding that the editing function's operational steps were somewhat cumbersome and required simplification. Su Feng's team listened attentively, documenting Lin Fan's insights. They recognized his discerning eye and high standards for the product, which propelled their continuous learning and improvement. Subsequently, Lin Fan checked on the progress of Chun Guang and Gu Feng's team, providing them with valuable feedback as well. Once he addressed these matters, he glanced at the clock, nearly 6 in the evening. Xiao Lu should be returning soon, he thought, passing his phone to Pei Si-si. "My phone is out of battery. Could you please charge it for me?" "Of course, Lin Zong," Pei Si-si replied, taking the phone and connecting it to the charger. However, an hour passed, and Lu Xiaomi had yet to return. After waiting a considerable time, Lin Fan asked Pei Si-si, "Does Xiao Lu have her phone with her? Could you call her to check?" Pei Si-si picked up the phone, only to realize that Lin Fan's phone was still connected to the charger and had fully charged. "Lin Zong, your phone is charged. I hadn't had the chance to unplug it yet." Lin Fan took the phone, unlocked the screen, and, finding no missed calls, directly dialed Lu Xiaomi's number. After a few rings, the call was finally connected. "Hello," a timid voice came from the other end, accompanied by the announcement of subway stations. "Haven't you returned yet? Where are you?" Lin Fan inquired, his tone tinged with confusion. I'm on the subway. I'll be at the office shortly." Lu Xiaomi stammered, hesitant to reveal the incident of her car accident, fearing Lin Fan's reproach. "On the subway? But you drove here. How did you end up on the subway?" Lin Fan's confusion deepened, as he sensed something was amiss with Lu Xiaomi, yet he refrained from confronting her directly. Lu Xiaomi faltered, unsure of how to explain. "Never mind, just come back first," Lin Fan concluded, ending the call, his brow furrowed with growing concern. Over an hour later, Lu Xiaomi finally arrived at the Jinxing building. With her head bowed, clutching Lin Fan's phone and car keys, she lingered at the entrance, lacking the courage to step inside. Facing it sooner brings relief, she thought, taking a deep breath to muster her courage before stepping through the company's doors. Arriving at Lin Fan's office, she hesitated momentarily before gently knocking on the door. "Come in," Lin Fan's voice called from within. Lu Xiaomi pushed the door open and, with her head down, approached Lin Fan's desk, placing the phone and car keys softly upon it. "Mr. Lin, here are your phone and keys," she said quietly. Lin Fan looked up, observing Lu Xiaomi's anxious demeanor and the ill-fitting men's coat draped over her frame, and he surmised much of the situation without directly addressing it. Instead, he asked casually, "Why were you gone for so long?" Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiaomi prepared herself for honesty. I crashed your car." "Crashed?" Lin Fan feigned surprise, pressing on. "How did that happen? Is the damage severe?" Unable to conceal the truth, Lu Xiaomi recounted the incident in detail, her gaze fixed downward, her voice laced with guilt and unease. After hearing her account, Lin Fan did not respond with the anger she had anticipated. Rather, he spoke calmly. "As long as you're unharmed, that's what matters. Let the insurance company handle the vehicle damage." "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Lu Xiaomi felt a weight lift from her chest. "How long will the repairs take?" Lin Fan asked. "The insurance company said it would take about 3 days," she replied. "All right. Then you should rest at home for now. You need not come to the office these next few days." Leaving the office, Lu Xiaomi returned to the secretary's room, but hesitated to sit down. Approaching Pei Si-si, she softly asked, "Si-si, may I be so bold as to inquire how you usually address Mr. Lin?" Pei Si-si glanced up at her and replied, "Mr. Lin, why do you ask?" Lu Xiaomi hesitated. "It's nothing." Forcing a smile, she returned to her seat. Throughout the next day, Lu Xiaomi appeared somewhat distracted, her mind wandering during work. Pei Si-si noticed this and speculated silently, wondering if it was related to the car accident. On the other hand, Lin Fan learned that his vehicle would require 3 days for repairs, which sparked the idea of purchasing another car. He opened his phone and perused various images and specifications of luxury cars, ultimately fixating on an Audi A8L. That's the one, Lin Fan thought to himself, and subsequently dialed LV Xiaomi's number. Xiaomi, would it be convenient for you to come to my office now? Moments later, LV Xiaomi appeared at the door of Lin Fan's office, gently knocking. Come in. Mr. Lin, you called for me? Yes. Lin Fan gestured towards the documents on his desk. Please contact the Foresee dealership for me. I wish to purchase this vehicle. LV Xiaomi glanced at the file and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, Mr. Lin, do you intend to buy the Audi A8L? Indeed, is there a problem? No, not at all. She hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but add. I just feel that given your status, a Bentley or a Maybach would be more fitting. Lin Fan chuckled lightly, responding, those cars are too ostentatious. They do not suit me. He understood well that, considering his current identity and background, it was wiser to maintain a low profile. All right, I understand. LV Xiaomi nodded and exited the office with the documents. That evening, Lin Fan invited Dr. Min to dinner. Dr. Min had been troubled by her research project lately, appearing considerably haggard. During the meal, Lin Fan patiently offered her encouragement, using phrases such as the heights are lonely and the strong are destined to be solitary in an attempt to alleviate her stress. After listening to Lin Fan, Dr. Min felt a sense of clarity wash over her, and a long-lost smile graced her face. Meanwhile, the Pei sisters gradually came to terms with Lin Fan's decision to assign a personal secretary to LV Xiaomi. Lin Fan explained to them that this was merely a temporary measure, and once LV Xiaomi's injuries healed, she would return to her original position. 2 days later, LV Xiaomi returned to the company driving a brand new Audi A8L. Lin Fan took it for a test drive and was thoroughly impressed with the new car. You've worked hard. He tossed the car keys to LV Xiaomi. Go home and rest early. In the evening, Lin Fan received a friend request on WeChat with a note from Jing Hongxiu. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided to accept it. Lin Fan, long time no see. Do you still remember me? Jing Hongxiu's message quickly followed. Lin Fan stared at the screen, lost in thought. Her message appeared again, accompanied by a somewhat blurry selfie, in which he vaguely recognized the girl who had performed the peacock dance at the factory's anniversary celebration several years ago. As Lin Fan fixed his gaze on the phone screen, memories flooded back to 5 years prior, when he had just arrived at the factory, feeling a sense of novelty and curiosity about everything. That night, Jing Hongxiu, adorned in a peacock blue performance outfit, danced gracefully on stage, captivating everyone in attendance, including Lin Fan, who sat among the audience. However, after that brief encounter, their interactions were limited, merely exchanging nods when they occasionally crossed paths within the factory grounds. Lin Fan contemplated feigning ignorance. After all, his status had changed, and the sudden appearance of an old acquaintance could undoubtedly lead to unnecessary complications. However, he soon reconsidered. What kind of tempest could an ordinary textile factory worker like Jing Hongxiu possibly stir? Perhaps she merely wished to reminisce or seek assistance. With this thought, Lin Fan's heart softened, and he replied, Of course I remember. It has been a long time. I knew you would still remember me. Jing Hongxiu responded instantly. Are you free now? I would like to speak with you in person. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment before replying. I am not quite available at the moment. Let us discuss it over WeChat. It's difficult to convey everything over WeChat. I truly wish to see you face to face. Jing Hongxiu's tone carried a hint of pleading. Can we meet as old friends catching up? Lin Fan glanced at the screen, wrestling with his thoughts, but ultimately acquiesced. All right. Please suggest a time and place. How about right now, at the south gate of Century Park? Jing Hongxiu proposed. Lin Fan checked the time. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. He responded, All right, I will arrive in half an hour. Half an hour later, Lin Fan arrived at the south gate of Century Park and immediately spotted Jing Hongxiu standing among the crowd. She wore a simple white dress, her hair tied in a ponytail, looking pure and charming, albeit with a hint of fatigue on her face. Long time no see. Jing Hongxiu managed a strained smile upon seeing Lin Fan. Indeed, long time no see. Lin Fan nodded and inquired, Where shall we talk? There's a cafe over there. Let us sit for a while, Jing Hongxiu suggested, pointing to a beautifully decorated cafe not far away. Lin Fan surveyed the surroundings. The clamor of the amusement park was incessant and certainly not conducive to a conversation. Let us head to the artificial lake over there. It's quieter, Lin Fan proposed. Walking side by side along the lakeside, the evening sun cast a shimmering glow upon the water, with occasional birdsong echoing in the distance, creating a remarkably serene atmosphere. What are you working on now? Lin Fan broke the silence with a question. I'm still at the factory, doing quality inspection, Jing Hongxiu replied, her head bowed, her tone somewhat disheartened. It's the same old routine, repeating the tedious work day after day, with no future in sight. Jing Hongxiu confided in Lin Fan about her work frustrations and her uncertainties regarding the future. Lin Fan listened attentively, occasionally interjecting with words of understanding and comfort. Time passed swiftly, and darkness began to envelop the sky as streetlights flickered on. It's getting late. Shall we go for dinner? Lin Fan suggested after glancing at the time. No need. Jing Hongxiu began to decline, but her stomach betrayed her with an unmistakable growl. Lin Fan chuckled and said, "Let us go. I know a lovely restaurant nearby." At 6:30 in the bustling metropolis, the city was aglow with lights, and the streets thronged with people. Jing Hongxiu turned to enter the subway station, and Lin Fan observed her hesitance, choosing not to speak, but simply nodding gently. As the subway swallowed Jing Hongxiu's figure, Lin Fan withdrew his gaze and hailed a taxi, announcing his destination. On a weekend evening, the vibrant restaurant was even livelier than usual. Although it was not yet mealtime, the hall was already packed, and waitstaff hurriedly navigated between tables. As per their arrangement, Lin Fan headed straight up to the private room on the second floor. As he approached the door of the private room, he was greeted by a somewhat intense argument emanating from within. Why would you abandon a thriving business to associate with those people? Look at Lin Fan, and then look at yourself. The sharp voice belonged to Shun Yingying, laced with a hint of exasperated frustration. Oh dear, could you lower your voice? It would be quite unfortunate if someone overheard. Jia Mingliang replied with a suppressed tone, though his impatience was evident. What is wrong with having dinner and chatting with friends? How is that wasting time? Dinner and chatting? Do you take me for a fool? I am well aware of the character of your so-called friends. They are nothing but idle layabouts, indulging in frivolities. What good can you possibly glean from associating with them? Shin Yingying's agitation grew, her voice unintentionally rising an octave. Enough. I've heard you. Jia Mingliang interrupted her brusquely, his tone underscored by clear annoyance. Outside, Lin Fan stood at the threshold, listening intently to their exchange. He hesitated for a moment, raising his hand to knock, when a cacophony of hurried footsteps interrupted him, indicating that Jia Mingliang was preparing to leave. What are you doing? Shin Yingying asked, her voice tinged with suspicion. I'm just stepping out for a smoke. To clear my head. Jia Mingliang replied tersely, as he swung open the door and unexpectedly collided with Lin Fan, who had been standing right there. Both men paused in surprise. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Jia Mingliang's face before he quickly donned a smile. Ah, Mr. Lin, you've arrived. Please come in. Before Lin Fan could respond, Shin Yingying emerged from the room, her expression instantly brightening upon seeing him. Mr. Lin, you're here. Do come in and sit down. Don't linger at the door. Lin Fan nodded with a smile, though his gaze inadvertently swept over Jia Mingliang, who appeared flustered, his eyes darting as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. I haven't seen anything, Lin Fan remarked lightly as he entered the room. Please, continue. Upon hearing this, both Jia Mingliang and Shin Yingying exchanged slightly awkward glances. Shin Yingying quickly asserted, Mr. Lin, you jest. We have no pressing matters, just a casual conversation. Jia Mingliang chimed in, Indeed, indeed. It's merely my wife's concern for me, worried that I might lose focus while enjoying time with friends. Lin Fan shook his head with a smile, opting not to probe further, and proceeded to take a seat at the table. Observing this, Jia Mingliang hastily offered, Mr. Lin, would you like something to drink? Allow me to pour for you. No need to trouble yourself. I can manage, Lin Fan replied, picking up the teapot to pour himself a cup. How is business at your establishment? It seems quite lively outside. Jia Mingliang sighed. It's manageable, though quite exhausting. I find myself working late each night. From your tone, it sounds as if you're not particularly keen on continuing. Lin Fan perceptively noted the undertones of his words. After a moment's hesitation, Jia Mingliang glanced at Shun Yingying, and seeing no objection from her, he quietly confessed, to be honest, I have little interest in the restaurant industry. If it weren't for my parents insisting that I take over, I would prefer to pursue something entirely different. Have you considered what you truly wish to do? Lin Fan inquired. Jia Mingliang shook his head with a wry smile and confessed, I, too, am uncertain about what I wish to pursue. I simply have no desire to engage in the culinary industry. At that moment, Shun Yingying approached, gracefully carrying a teapot, and with a radiant smile. She refilled Lin Fan's cup, remarking, Mr. Lin, do not heed his nonsensical claims. He is merely a drifter, lacking any sense of direction. Jia Mingliang, somewhat disgruntled, muttered, What do you mean by lacking direction? I merely have yet to discover my true passion. Shun Yingying shot him a disapproving glance and said, If you genuinely sought it, you would have found it by now. I believe you are simply indolent. Jia Mingliang attempted to retort, but was interrupted by Lin Fan, who thoughtfully interjected, "In truth, I concur with Jia Mingliang's perspective. Every individual possesses their own interests and talents. It is only by uncovering what they truly wish to pursue that they can ignite their motivation and passion." "Indeed, Mr. Lin," Shen Yingying nodded in agreement. "But throughout his life, he has shown little more than an interest in leisure." "That may not be the case," Lin Fan remarked with a knowing glance at Jia Mingliang, slowly adding, "Perhaps he simply has yet to encounter a goal worthy of his aspirations." Jia Mingliang paused, appearing moved by Lin Fan's words, and fell into contemplation. The ambience in the private room grew subtly charged due to Lin Fan's statement, as Jia Mingliang's gaze flickered, lost in thought. Shen Yingying glanced between Lin Fan and Jia Mingliang, her words caught in hesitation. Just then, the door swung open, and Zhang Yimei and Li Yongji entered, chatting and laughing. "Oh dear, my apologies for our tardiness," Zhang Yimei said, her face a picture of contrition as she clasped her hands in greeting. "We were delayed by traffic." Li Yongji added with a smile, "Indeed, the roads in this city have become increasingly congested." Lin Fan welcomed them warmly. "No worries, we have only just arrived." With the arrival of Zhang Yimei and Li Yongji, the atmosphere in the private room regained its vibrancy, as everyone exchanged greetings and discussed their recent experiences. By 7 o'clock, all had gathered, and Jia Mingliang and Shen Yingying began to organize the meal. In no time, a sumptuous array of dishes adorned the table, and everyone raised their glasses in celebration, the atmosphere brimming with exuberance. As the wine flowed, conversations deepened. Someone mentioned Lu Qiaoyun, once the most demure and beautiful girl in their class, who had now relocated abroad and reportedly married a wealthy businessman, living a life of luxury. Alas, what a disparity in destinies, Zhang Yimei lamented. Back in the day, Qiaoyun was renowned as a gifted scholar. Who would have imagined she would become a lady of affluence? Indeed, some are simply more fortunate, Li Yongji chimed in, unlike us, who must toil endlessly for our livelihood. That is true, added Hu Yanmei, seated beside Lin Fan. I have heard that property prices in this city have surged again. For us salaried workers, owning a home is becoming increasingly unattainable. Indeed, a friend of mine recently purchased a 100-plus square meter apartment in Pudong, and the down payment was over 5 million. It's truly astonishing, remarked another colleague, Chen Fong. 5 million. Zhang Yimei exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of house could command such a price? It's a prestigious community, with a splendid environment and comprehensive amenities. Naturally, it comes at a premium, Chen Fong explained. As her colleagues exchanged opinions on housing prices, a whirlwind of emotions surged within Zhang Yimei. She lifted her glass and drained its contents in one swift motion, a fleeting hint of bitterness flickering in her gaze. Setting down her glass, she took a deep breath as if making a momentous decision, and declared resolutely, I have decided to resign. Rather than remain in this metropolis unable to afford a home, I would rather take a risk while I am still young. Curiosity piqued among her peers, and Li Yongji inquired, what do you intend to do? Share your thoughts. Perhaps we can assist. Excitement sparkled in Zhang Yimei's eyes as she replied, I plan to open a clothing store. The online market is challenging. I want to explore a physical storefront. I've had a passion for fashion design since childhood and have always dreamed of owning my boutique. Opening a store isn't a simple endeavor. There are numerous considerations, Hu Yanmei kindly reminded. Zhang Yimei nodded in acknowledgement, I understand. I've already surveyed several locations and drafted a preliminary business plan. I'm still a bit short on funds and wanted to ask if any of you would be interested in partnering with me. A moment of silence enveloped the room as everyone exchanged glances, none willing to respond. The risks of entrepreneurship were well understood, particularly when venturing into a new industry, which warranted caution. Noticing the lack of responses, a shadow of despondency crossed Zhang Yimei's features, but she quickly masked it, attempting to sound nonchalant. It's all right. I was merely inquiring. It's quite fine to go solo. It offers freedom. Lin Fan perceptively sensed the shift in Zhang Yimei's mood. He was aware of the hardships of starting a business, as well as the risks involved in borrowing money among friends, making him reluctant to express his thoughts too readily. At that moment, his phone vibrated, and glancing at it, he saw a WeChat message from Jing Hongxiu asking where he was. Lin Fan stood up, saying, I'm heading to the restroom. He exited the private room, casually grabbing his jacket from the chair and making his way to the cashier. Sir, your total is 600 yuan, the cashier smiled. Allow me, Jia Mingliang appeared at Lin Fan's side, snatching the bill and telling the cashier, please give me a discount. As per our usual arrangement. Brother, I insist on treating today. You shouldn't bear the cost, Lin Fan said, reaching for the bank card in Jia Mingliang's hand. However, Jia Mingliang evaded him, lowering his voice to insist, you are my guest. It would be unreasonable for you to pay. Besides, this amount is trivial to me. There's no need to argue. In the end, Jia Mingliang managed to enforce a significant discount before settling the bill and leaving. Upon returning to the room, Lin Fan found that everyone had satisfied their appetites and was preparing to depart. Zhang Yimei called out to him, "Lin Fan, tell me honestly, do you look down on Hongxiu?" Caught off guard by Zhang Yimei's unexpected question, Lin Fan hesitated, avoiding a direct answer, and replied, "Why do you suddenly ask that?" Zhang Yimei was about to elaborate further, but Li Yongji interrupted, "All right, it's getting late, let us be on our way." As the crowd rose to leave the private room, Lin Fan lingered at the back. Zhang Yimei cast him a meaningful glance, hesitating to speak. Upon returning to the room, Lin Fan deliberately avoided her gaze, pretending to adjust his coat. Yet, Zhang Yimei was relentless, lowering her voice to inquire, "Lin Fan, tell me honestly, do you disdain Hong Xiuxiu for having been divorced?" Lin Fan furrowed his brow, recognizing Zhang Yimei's concern stemmed from her friendship with Jing Hongxiu. However, he had no desire to discuss his romantic life, particularly not to critique Hong Xiuxiu. He responded dismissively, "You're overthinking it. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. We are merely friends." Friends? Ordinary friends do not dine and watch movies together daily. Ordinary friends do not bestow such lavish gifts upon one another, Zhang Yimei retorted, clearly unconvinced by Lin Fan's explanation. "Lin Fan, I know you have a kind heart and wish to spare Hong Xiuxiu from sorrow, but relationships should not be muddled. If you truly do not harbor feelings for her, you ought to clarify things sooner rather than later, lest you prolong her uncertainty." Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan acknowledged Zhang Yimei's intentions were well-meaning, yet he truly wished to avoid this topic. He picked up his coat and turned to say, "It's getting late. We should leave. Everyone is likely waiting." Zhang Yimei seemed poised to say more, but was halted by Li Yongji, who interjected, "Yimei, let it be. Matters of the heart are not for outsiders to meddle in." As they exited the room, the dazzling lights of the bustling metropolis illuminated the night, with traffic flowing like a river, as if the city never slept. They waved farewell and embarked on their respective journeys home. Lin Fan ambled alone through the vibrant streets, his thoughts a whirlwind. Zhang Yimei's words echoed in his mind. He did not lack affection for Jing Hongxiu, but having experienced a failed marriage, he had grown warier of love. He feared the prospect of further heartache, both for himself and for others. Upon returning home, Lin Fan took a hot shower, attempting to unwind. Outside, the city's clamor gradually subsided, with only the distant lights of tall buildings continuing to twinkle. He approached the window, gazing down at the familiar city, yet a sense of inexplicable agitation surged within him. He understood he could not continue to evade reality. Both his personal life and career demanded decisive choices. On Monday morning, Lin Fan arrived at the office early, his demeanor markedly less relaxed than usual. Sitting at his desk, he replayed the weekend's gathering in his mind, recalling Zhang Yimei's words, Jing Hongxiu's gaze, and his own internal conflict and hesitation. A knock interrupted his reverie, and he looked up to see Chen Fong standing at the door, holding a document. "Mr. Lin, here is last week's sales report for your review." Lin Fan accepted the report, though his gaze drifted to Chen Fong, who today wore a light blue dress, appearing particularly fresh and appealing. A sudden thought flashed through Lin Fan's mind. He set the report down and, with a penetrating look, said slowly, "Chen Fong, please notify everyone that we will convene a meeting for department managers and above at 3 this afternoon. I have important announcements to make." Chen Fong, taken aback by Lin Fan's intense gaze, nodded and promptly left the office. Lin Fan watched her retreating figure, a subtle, knowing smile gracing his lips. He realized that it was time for a change. The sunlight on Monday streamed through the blinds, casting dappled patterns in Lin Fan's office. He closed the sales report before him, yet felt no stirrings within. The figures and performances seemed incapable of igniting any genuine passion in his heart. Scenes from the weekend reunion with old classmates replayed in his mind like a film, with Zhang Yimei's words and Jing Hongxiu's gaze piercing him like thorns, rendering him restless. Rather than passively accepting the status quo, it was better to take proactive measures, Lin Fan murmured to himself. He picked up the phone and instructed Chen Fong to summon all department managers and senior executives for a meeting at 3 o'clock that afternoon. In the meeting room at 3, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. The executives exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain about the reason for Lin Fan's sudden emergency meeting. Lin Fan scanned the room and spoke in a solemn tone. "I have gathered everyone here today to discuss how our company can stand out and seize opportunities amidst the fierce market competition. Indeed, you are right, Mr. Lin. The competition in the market is increasingly intense. Although our company has always strived for excellence in product quality, we do need to enhance our promotional efforts. The marketing manager was the first to respond. Absolutely, we are in the digital age. We must keep pace with the times and effectively utilize new media platforms to ensure that more people are aware of our products, echoed the technical manager. Listening to the discussions, Lin Fan's mind was already formulating a plan. He tapped the table to capture everyone's attention and then declared, I have decided that our next promotional focus will be to venture into the realm of short video platforms. Short videos? Is that feasible? A chorus of skepticism filled the room. Lin Fan did not rush to explain. Instead, he stood up, approached the projector, and opened a short video app on his phone. Please take a look. This is currently the hottest short video platform, boasting a vast user base and rapid dissemination. Our products are inherently distinctive, and as long as the content is engaging enough, I am confident we can penetrate the market swiftly. As Lin Fan demonstrated and elaborated on his plan, he added, of course, this is merely my preliminary idea, and we will need to brainstorm together on how to execute it. He looked at everyone with anticipation in his eyes. I plan to personally create a few initial episodes to test the waters and gauge the effectiveness. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the crowd nodded in agreement. At that moment, the operations manager raised a question. Mr. Lin, what type of short videos do you intend to create? Lin Fan pondered for a moment, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his lips. I have never filmed before, he elongated the last word, his fingers lightly tapping the table as if deep in thought. His keen gaze swept over LV Xiaomi several times, causing her to feel increasingly uneasy. Mr. Lin, have I done something wrong? LV Xiaomi fidgeted with her fingers, perplexed as to why this young boss suddenly took an interest in her and inquired about the short video project. No, you are overthinking it. Lin Fan regained his composure, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. I was merely contemplating your image and demeanor. They are quite commendable. Perhaps you should give it a try. Try? Try what? Lu Xiaomi inquired, her confusion deepening. Why, filming short videos, of course, Lin Fan replied with an air of certainty. Did you not mention you have never filmed one? This would be a perfect opportunity to experiment. Lu Xiaomi's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated that her casual remark would lead to such an opportunity. As an ordinary administrative secretary, her daily responsibilities involved answering calls and managing documents, with no prior experience in short video production. Lu Xiaomi stammered, unsure of how to respond. What's the matter? Are you unwilling? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with playful intrigue. No, it's not that I'm unwilling. Lu Xiaomi hastily waved her hands, explaining, it's just that I have never filmed a short video before and I am uncertain about how to proceed. What's so difficult about it? I can teach you, Lin Fan remarked casually, as if creating short videos were as effortless as eating or drinking. He gestured for Lu Xiaomi to approach the desk while he leaned back in his chair, scrutinizing her from head to toe. From her exquisite features to her well-proportioned figure, and her fair skin to her slender legs, Lin Fan's gaze scanned Lu Xiaomi with an intensity akin to an X-ray. Under such an unabashed stare, Lu Xiaomi felt increasingly uncomfortable, her cheeks flushing a soft hue. She lowered her head, nervously clutching the hem of her clothing, unable to meet Lin Fan's eyes. Aside from work, what hobbies do you have? Do you possess any special talents? Lin Fan suddenly inquired. Hobbies? Lu Xiaomi hesitated, pondering before responding. I enjoy reading, watching movies, and traveling. And what about talents? Lin Fan pressed on. Talents? Lu Xiaomi hesitated, then softly replied. I have only learned to play the piano. I am not proficient in anything else. What? You can only play the piano? Lin Fan sat up straight, disbelief saturating his voice as if he had heard an outrageous joke. Lu Xiaomi was taken aback by his exaggerated reaction and nervously explained, I have played the piano since childhood, but I truly lack skill and other talents. Lin Fan's tone revealed a hint of disappointment. All right, I understand, he said, dismissing her with a wave of his hand, signaling that she could leave. Lu Xiaomi, confused yet compliant, exited the office as instructed. The young people of today. Lin Fan sighed, shaking his head as if lamenting something profound. He had originally assumed that a young and beautiful girl like Lu Xiaomi would possess some singing or dancing talents. But to his surprise, she could only play the piano. While the piano is indeed a refined art, it seemed of little relevance to short video production. It appeared that he would need to seek someone else. Lin Fan mused to himself. He opened his computer, created a new document, and began to devise a plan for the short video. A flurry of ideas danced in his mind, swiftly transcribing onto the page. Food exploration? No, too commonplace. Humorous skits? Also not feasible, lacking originality. Emotional narratives? It was utterly unfeasible, too cliché. Lin Fan continually dismissed his own thoughts, his brow furrowing ever tighter. Minutes slipped by, and he had penned numerous drafts of various types. yet none resonated with his expectations. What kind of content could possibly captivate an audience? In frustration, he raked his fingers through his hair, feeling as if his inspiration had been sealed away, leaving him bereft of a breakthrough. Agitated, he closed the document, resolved to take a break and refresh his mind. Just then, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a folder on his desktop labeled music. Of course, music. A spark ignited in Lin Fan's mind as a bold idea emerged. What if he combined music with short videos? Would it yield unexpected results? He eagerly opened the music folder, beginning to peruse the songs within. However, with each track he listened to, disappointment mounted. The folder was filled predominantly with old classics, timeless, yet lacking novelty, failing to resonate with the younger generation. I need something more unique, Lin Fan muttered to himself, opening a browser and typing in the words for a music website. The search results were a dazzling array of options, an abundance of music platforms available. Lin Fan casually clicked on several sites, searching for the songs he desired. Yet, after an extensive search, he still could not find a melody that would make his heart leap with excitement. Was he being too demanding? Doubt began to creep into his judgment. He closed the webpage, ready to shift his thinking. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. Many songs had yet to be released. Lin Fan smacked the table, a revelation dawning upon him. He recalled that many popular tracks were not unveiled until years later. Naturally, searching for them now would be futile. Thus, he would have to find songs of a similar style to fill the gap. Lin Fan pondered, stroking his chin. He reopened the music site, inputting several keywords to filter the songs. This one has a good rhythm, but the melody lacks allure. This one is catchy, yet the lyrics are too straightforward, lacking depth. He critiqued as he listened to one track after another, shaking his head or frowning, never quite finding a song that fully satisfied him. He felt akin to a discerning gourmet, surrounded by a feast of exquisite dishes yet unable to find a meal that suited his palate. Time slipped by, and soon it was noon. Lin Fan rubbed his tired eyes and decided to step out for lunch, promising to continue his search for the perfect song afterward. As he exited the office, he spotted Lu Xiaomi organizing documents and called out to her, "Xiaomi, come here for a moment." Lu Xiaomi quickly set down her files and hurried over to Lin Fan. "General Manager Lin, how may I assist you? Please inform the technical department to register a Kuaishou account under the name Such a Charming Beauty," Lin Fan instructed. "A Kuaishou account? Such a charming beauty?" Lu Xiaomi inquired, puzzled by her boss's desire to register an account on a short video platform and the peculiar name he had chosen. "Just follow my instructions. You need not concern yourself with anything else," he replied. Lin Fan did not provide extensive explanations. He merely waved his hand, signaling to LV Xiaomi that she could proceed. "Understood, Mr. Lin," she replied. Although her mind was awash with questions, she obediently set about fulfilling her superior's directive. "Oh, and one more thing," Lin Fan suddenly recalled, halting the departing LV Xiaomi. "Please inquire if anyone in the company has expertise in photography. I wish to purchase a set of professional filming equipment." Filming equipment? LV Xiaomi's confusion deepened. What is the boss planning? Is he venturing into the short video industry? "Yes, expedite this matter as well," Lin Fan urged, disregarding her puzzled gaze. "Of course, Mr. Lin. I will take care of it immediately," she affirmed, turning to exit the office. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Fan's desk was graced with 4 resumes. "Mr. Lin, these are the candidates recommended by various departments. Please take a look and see which one you find suitable," Wang Jimin respectfully inquired, gesturing towards the resumes. Lin Fan picked up the resumes, perusing them one by one. The first 3 candidates were women from the marketing, design, and administration departments, their photographs exuding youthfulness and their work experiences aligning with his expectations. However, as he reached the final resume, a frown involuntarily creased his brow. "What does this mean, Li Jiaqian?" Lin Fan pointed at the name on the resume, his tone tinged with displeasure. "What is this individual's role?" Wang Jimin hesitated briefly before glancing at the resume, his expression growing somewhat awkward. "Li Jiaqian." Lin Fan pronounced the name slowly, his sharp gaze fixed on Wang Jimin. Which department is he from? Why was he recommended? Wang Jimin, caught off guard, offered an awkward smile and stammered. "Li Jiaqian is from the IT department. He, heard that the company is planning to shoot short videos, so he self-recommended." "Self-recommended?" Lin Fan scoffed. "I suspect he merely wishes to fill a quota. An IT specialist tasked with filming short videos? That is sheer folly." Wang Jimin felt a chill from Lin Fan's piercing stare. He was acutely aware that Li Jiaqian was indeed an attempt to pad the numbers. Yet, he hesitated to dismiss Li Jiaqian outright, given that his father was a member of the company's board of directors. "Ahem, Mr. Lin, please don't be upset. Would you like me to consult others?" Wang Jimin ventured cautiously. "Forget it, that won't be necessary," Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. I am particularly interested in these three young ladies. Please invite them in. Wang Jimin felt a wave of relief wash over him as he nodded and exited promptly. Before long, three vibrant young women entered the office. Hello, Mr. Lin. They chimed in unison, their voices sweet and their smiles radiant. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, gesturing for them to take a seat. He then got straight to the point, asking, I have reviewed your resumes. Do you all have experience in video shooting? The three young women exchanged glances, and a petite girl timidly responded, Mr. Lin, we have only filmed lifestyle vlogs and haven't created professional short videos. Lifestyle vlogs are acceptable. Might I see some of your work? Lin Fan inquired with genuine interest. The petite girl softly remarked, all my vlogs are posted on Meipai. Meipai? Which Meipai? Lin Fan paused, recollecting that Meipai had only gained popularity as a short video platform years later. How could it exist now? Yes, that pink icon. Where many beautiful girls dance and sing, the girl elaborated. Oh, you mean that one? Let me take a look. Lin Fan's expression shifted to one of understanding as he retrieved his phone, opened the Meipai app, and searched for the girl's ID. Before long, her account appeared before him. Named the Candy-Loving Kitty, featuring a cartoon girl in a JK uniform, with a follower count of less than 1,000. Lin Fan clicked on her latest video, which showcased the girl baking a cake at home. The visuals were clear, the editing seamless, and the accompanying music cheerful, demonstrating evident dedication. Not bad at all. Your video is quite well made, Lin Fan praised with a smile, his eyes brimming with admiration. Really? Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Lin. The girl beamed with joy upon hearing Lin Fan's praise, her confidence visibly blossoming. Lin Fan browsed through her other videos, noting their fresh and adorable style. Featuring snippets of her daily life, cooking, shopping, traveling, imbuing a warm ambience. Your videos are impressive, filled with creativity and effort, Lin Fan remarked as he set his phone down, gazing earnestly at the girl. However, the type of short video I wish to create is somewhat different from your style. At this juncture, he abruptly halted. Turning his gaze toward the silent LV Xiaomi standing nearby, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his eyes. Xiaomi, come here for a moment. He beckoned her to take a seat opposite him. Though puzzled, LV Xiaomi complied and sat down, while Lin Fan's gaze flitted between her and the three girls. A subtle smile playing on his lips. Can you all dance? Have you heard the songs Learn to Meow, Calories, and Little Apple? The three girls exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. LV Xiaomi also looked at Lin Fan, uncertain of his intentions. Mr. Lin, is this some sort of test? She tentatively inquired. Lin Fan did not respond. Instead, unlocking his phone and playing the music of Learn to Meow. The lively melody echoed throughout the office, prompting the three girls to sway gently to the rhythm. Observing their movements, Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Quite impressive. It appears you all possess a natural talent for dance, he remarked with a smile. Here's the plan. This evening, each of you will film a 15-second short video using this song and calories, and present it to me by tomorrow morning. What? The three girls were taken aback, not anticipating that Lin Fan would ask them to create dance videos. Is there a problem? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. And no. They quickly shook their heads, feeling a twinge of anxiety, yet they agreed. Excellent, he concluded. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction and then turned to look at Lu Xiaomi. Xiaomi, please come with me. Lin Fan stood up and walked into the lounge of the office, with Lu Xiaomi following him in confusion. Mr. Lin, is there something you need from me? Lu Xiaomi inquired. Do you enjoy watching short videos? Lin Fan asked. It's not bad. I occasionally browse Douyin and Kuaishou. Lu Xiaomi replied. What kind of short videos do you find most captivating? Lin Fan continued. After pondering for a moment, Lu Xiaomi responded. I believe the visuals should be clear, the editing seamless, and the content engaging, ideally with some creativity and highlights. You make a very valid point, Lin Fan acknowledged. Then shifted the topic, what do you think about your dancing skills? Huh. Lu Xiaomi was taken aback, utterly unprepared for this sudden inquiry from Lin Fan. Blushing, she stammered. I can't dance. No worries. I can teach you, Lin Fan said, unexpectedly taking Lu Xiaomi's hand and drawing her closer to him. Lu Xiaomi's heart raced, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. She attempted to pull away, but Lin Fan held her firmly. Don't move. Follow my rhythm. Lin Fan's voice was deep and magnetic, as if imbued with a certain charm that compelled Lu Xiaomi to quiet down. The music began anew, this time featuring the energetic tune of Little Apple. The lounge door stood ajar, allowing the cheerful melody and Lin Fan's captivating guidance to seep out. In the office area, three girls exchanged glances, their eyes filled with curiosity and intrigue. Is Mr. Lin going to personally direct a video? Could he be taking on the role of director? No way, really? Does that mean we might be filming alongside Mr. Lin? They whispered among themselves, occasionally glancing toward the lounge, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. However, before their speculations could be confirmed, Lin Fan and Lu Xiaomi emerged from the lounge, one after the other. Lin Fan appeared in high spirits, a subtle smile gracing his lips, while Lu Xiaomi's complexion was flushed, her gaze evasive, as if she had committed some transgression. Xiaomi, this matter is now in your hands. Remember to find the most suitable director and actors, Lin Fan instructed, handing Lu Xiaomi a note with contact details. Hey, Liu, where are you? There's a serious issue. A panicked voice came from the other end of the phone. It was Yang Liyu's partner. What's wrong, Lao Zhang? Calm down and explain, Yang Liyu replied, though a sense of unease began to brew within him. I just received news that Xiao Yajun has been in contact with people from Qingwang. This morning, someone saw them together at a cafe, seemingly getting chummy. He might be considering a job change. What? Yang Liyu sprang to his feet, his expression darkening with rage. Xiao Yajun was a key technical staff member in the company, possessing essential expertise. If he truly decided to join a competitor, it would be a catastrophic blow to the firm. Things have taken a turn for the worse. Partner Lao Zhang's voice trembled. Our company has recently been besieged by a series of perplexing patent infringement lawsuits. I suspect someone is orchestrating this behind the scenes. Yang Liu took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Lao Zhang, don't panic just yet. I will return shortly to handle this matter. After hanging up, Yang Liu swiftly dialed another number. Once the call connected, he coldly inquired, Cheng Guang, are you playing dirty? From the other end came a flippant voice. Oh, President Yang, why such anger? Who's playing dirty? I don't quite understand what you're saying. Stop pretending. Yang Liu bellowed. Is Xiao Yajun with you? Are you behind these lawsuits? Ha ha, President Yang. The business world is akin to a battlefield. It's survival of the fittest. In this day and age, who still speaks of righteousness and morals? Cheng Guang's tone dripped with disdain. To be frank, our boss has made it clear. He intends to crush your company with financial might. If you know what's good for you, take your team and get lost, lest you find yourself crying without a place to turn. Yang Liu trembled with rage, yet felt powerless to retort. He recognized that Cheng Guang was backed by far greater capital and was no match for him. I advise you to recognize the times. Our boss has stated that if you are willing to bring your technology and team to us, the terms are entirely yours. Dream on, Yang Liu shouted, slamming down the phone. He knew he was facing an unprecedented predicament, but he would not concede defeat. Clenching his fists, his eyes sparkled with determination as he immediately called Lao Zhang back to inform all investors of a meeting in the company conference room at 2 p.m. I want them to know that I, Yang Liu, am not so easily intimidated. Meanwhile, at a driving school on the outskirts of the city, Pei Si-si and Pei Wen stood in line under the scorching sun, practicing their driving skills. Sister, why hasn't brother-in-law arrived yet? This sun is about to melt me. Pei Wen complained while fanning herself. If you're asking me, who should I ask? Pei Si-si replied, feeling a bit impatient. Let us wait a little longer. Perhaps he will show up soon. At that moment, a greasy middle-aged man approached, grinning as he addressed Pei Si-si. Two lovely ladies practicing driving? Would you like me to give you a few tips? I'm quite the experienced driver. Pei Si-si and Pei Wen wrinkled their noses in disgust, wishing to ignore the unwelcome advances of this man. Hey, beautiful, don't go. Let us exchange WeChat. The man persisted, trailing after them. Just then, Pei Si-si's phone rang. It was Lin Fan calling. Hello, brother-in-law, where are you? Wen and I are about to be baked alive. Pei Si-si answered, her tone laced with a hint of petulance. I'll be at the driving school entrance shortly. Just hang in there a bit longer. Great. Pei Si-si perked up, turning to the greasy man. Sorry, but my brother-in-law is here to pick us up, so we won't be practicing anymore. She then grabbed Pei Wen and headed towards the school entrance. As they hurried along, Pei Si-si spotted Lin Fan's white Audi Q5 parked at the roadside. Brother-in-law, Pei Wen exclaimed excitedly and dashed ahead. Lin Fan stepped out of the car, smiling as he looked at them. Why the long faces? Was the driving practice not going well? Do not mention it. They are merely a collection of disordered individuals. Pei Wen, fuming, settled into the passenger seat. Sister, hurry up and get in. I'm about to melt. Pei Si-si climbed into the back seat. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the interior of the car. Brother-in-law, your car looks quite new. Did you just purchase it? Yes, I just picked it up a few days ago, Lin Fan replied, starting the engine and smoothly pulling away from the driving school. And what about your BMW? Pei Si-si pressed further. Oh, it had a minor collision and is currently in for repairs, Lin Fan said casually, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. Pei Wen glanced at Lin Fan in the rearview mirror, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes, yet she chose not to inquire further. Let's go. I'll take you to eat first. Afterward, We can return home to shoot some videos, Lin Fan announced. Yay, I want to eat Japanese food. Pei Wen cheered. Lin Fan chuckled. All right, we'll go with your choice. He turned the car towards the carry center in the city center. An hour later, the trio returned, satiated and laden with goodies. Back at Lin Fan's residence, Pei Wen could hardly contain her excitement to begin filming the short video. Sister, let's change clothes first. Pei Wen eagerly tugged Pei Si-si toward the room. Wait, Lin Fan called after them. Hurry up. I'm waiting to edit the video. Got it. Pei Wen replied impatiently, pulling Pei Si-si into the room. Sister, I'm going to take a shower first. Could you help me pick out some clothes? Pei Wen said, beginning to undress. Take your time. Pei Si-si started, but was abruptly interrupted by Lin Fan's voice from outside. Are you done yet? Why are you taking so long? Pei Si-si and Pei Wen exchanged glances, an unusual sensation washing over them. Why the rush? Pei Wen shouted back, a hint of irritation in her tone. She quickly donned a nightgown and tossed a t-shirt to Pei Si-si. Wear this for now. I'll shower, and you can wash up afterward. Pei Si-si caught the t-shirt, her brow slightly furrowed. The shirt was tailored for men, baggy and unflattering on her frame. She walked to the mirror, tried it on, and reluctantly remarked, this shirt is far too large. It doesn't look good. I think I should wear my own. Oh, come on, just make do. We're only filming at home, not performing on stage. Pei Wen had already slipped into the bathroom, the sound of running water echoing. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Your brother-in-law is waiting. Pei Si-si sighed in resignation and reluctantly put on the oversized t-shirt. Just then, Lin Fan's voice called from outside. Are you ready yet? Why haven't you changed clothes? Pei Wen, drying her hair, poked her head out of the bathroom, exasperated. Yes, we're coming. She turned to Pei Si-si and urged. Hurry up. I'll go out and deal with your brother-in-law for now. Watching Pei Wen dash out, Pei Si-si felt an increasing sense of unease. She vaguely sensed something was amiss, but could not pinpoint what it was. Approaching the door, she gently opened it, straining to overhear the conversation between Lin Fan and Pei Wen. Why did you come out dressed like that? Lin Fan's voice carried a note of dissatisfaction. Did I not mention that you should dress stylishly and a bit more alluringly? Huh. Pei Wen's voice wavered with uncertainty. But what do you mean by but? Lin Fan interrupted her, exclaiming, just look at you, dressed like a high school student, devoid of any allure. Do you not realize that in the realm of short video production, the most vital aspect is to possess captivating elements that draw attention? Pei Wen's voice grew increasingly subdued. Go change into that spaghetti-strap nightgown and apply some makeup, Lin Fan asserted with an air of authority. And you, sister, ensure you spruce yourself up as well. Stop dressing so dowdily. Upon hearing this, Pei Si-si instantly comprehended Lin Fan's intentions, and fear gripped her, prompting her to retreat hastily into her room, her heart racing and palms clammy with sweat. What are you hiding from? Pei Wen's voice suddenly resonated behind her, startling Pei Si-si into a shiver. Observing her sister's pallid complexion, Pei Wen inquired with curiosity, what is wrong? You look so unwell. Pei Si-si took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. She pointed at the nightgown in Pei Wen's hands, her voice trembling as she stammered. Did he ask you to wear that? Pei Wen glanced at the nightgown and then at Pei Si-si, looking utterly perplexed as she replied, yes, why? Is there something wrong with this nightgown? I specifically chose it. Before Pei Wen could finish her sentence, Pei Si-si abruptly interrupted. No, you cannot wear that. Pei Wen was taken aback. Why not? Pei Si-si bit her lip, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. She struggled to articulate her concerns to Pei Wen, knowing she could not allow her to don that outfit. Sis, what is going on with you? Pei Wen sensed her sister's unease and asked with concern, has something happened? Pei Si-si inhaled deeply, forcing herself to remain calm. She pulled Pei Wen to the edge of the bed and lowered her voice, saying, do you trust me? Pei Wen regarded Pei Si-si's serious demeanor and nodded earnestly. Of course, I trust you. You are my sister. Pei Si-si clasped Pei Wen's hand tightly, asserting resolutely, then listen to me. We cannot follow his instructions. Chapter 80. The many facets of video shooting. Pei Si-si grasped Pei Wen's hand firmly, reiterating, listen. We cannot comply with his demands. She leaned in to whisper Lin Fan's requests and her own apprehensions. Upon hearing this, Pei Wen's previously pale face flushed crimson as she abruptly stood, exclaiming in indignation, this is outrageous. How can he treat us this way? We are not. Pei Si-si quickly covered Pei Wen's mouth, whispering urgently, keep your voice down. Do you want everyone to hear? Pei Wen inhaled deeply, her voice lowered. Then what shall we do? Are we truly expected to dress like that for the video? Pei Si-si bit her lip, her gaze resolute as she replied, certainly not. We must not allow him to manipulate us. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open and Lin Fan emerged. Spotting the Pei sisters whispering on the bed, He approached with a smile, asking, "Are you ready?" The sisters exchanged glances. Pei Wen took a deep breath, summoning her courage to say, "Mr. Lin, we feel that the attire you provided is rather unsuitable." Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, stepping closer to them as he appraised their figures, saying, "What is unsuitable? I believe it looks splendid. With figures like yours, you should boldly showcase them." Pei Si-si and Pei Wen both lowered their heads, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "All right, no need to be shy. It's getting late, so hurry and change," Lin Fan instructed, tossing two outfits onto the bed before turning to exit the room. The Pei sisters exchanged glances at the delicate fabrics resting on the bed. Ultimately, they complied with Lin Fan's request, changing into the clothes and applying light makeup. When they reappeared before Lin Fan, he nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Not bad, just like that, it feels right." He then handed them the prepared script, urging them to perform in front of the camera. However, Pei Si-si struggled to let go of her inhibitions, resulting in numerous NGs before she barely managed to meet the standards. "All right, we'll call it a day for now," Lin Fan observed the late hour and added, "Make sure to rest well. We'll continue tomorrow." The Pei sisters left, visibly relieved. Lin Fan watched their departing figures with a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He picked up his phone and uploaded the recently filmed videos across various short video platforms. "Now let us see how you perform," he murmured to himself, his eyes shimmering with ambition. "President Lin," came the hesitant and anxious voice of Lu Xiaomi from outside the door. "Come in," Lin Fan replied without looking up, his gaze fixed on the phone screen where the videos featuring the Pei sisters had already garnered numerous likes and comments. Yet he was aware that this was merely the beginning. Lu Xiaomi entered, her expression somewhat dejected. "President Lin, I filmed my part as well," she said, handing her phone to Lin Fan, where a video featuring her and Yi Qiuping played. However, the content of the video fell far short of Lin Fan's expectations. Although Yi Qiuping appeared poised in front of the camera, Lu Xiaomi seemed exceedingly tense, her expressions rigid and movements awkward, lacking any semblance of interaction. Each performer seemed to be filming independently, devoid of aesthetic appeal. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, patiently watching the entire video before returning the phone to Lu Xiaomi, calmly stating, "This won't do. We need to reshoot." "What?" Lu Xiaomi was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to believe her ears. "But we've filmed it many times already, and it still doesn't meet your standards. Then keep filming until you're satisfied," Lin Fan asserted firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. "You must remember, this is not merely about shooting a video. It's for the company and for yourselves." Lu Xiaomi and Yi Qiuping exchanged glances, both recognizing the resignation and bitterness reflected in each other's eyes. For the next hour, they tirelessly repeated the shooting process. Yet the results remained unsatisfactory. Ultimately, the exhausted duo had no choice but to concede. "President Lin, perhaps we should consider hiring professional actors for this project," Lu Xiaomi cautiously suggested. "After all, we are not professionals and cannot achieve the effect you desire." "It seems we have no other choice," Lin Fan sighed, acknowledging the truth in Lu Xiaomi's words. On Tuesday morning, the sun shone brightly, yet Lin Fan's mood was somewhat heavy. He sifted through the competition videos collected by Lu Xiaomi, aside from a finance department contestant who bore a striking resemblance to Fei Wang. The performances of the others were dishearteningly subpar. "Have you found suitable actors yet?" Lin Fan set down his phone, massaging his slightly throbbing temples, and raised his gaze to meet the eyes of Lu Xiaomi, who stood across the desk. "I have already contacted the graduate student from the Shanghai Theatre Academy's Department of Acting." Lu Xiaomi paused, scrutinizing Lin Fan's expression. "After reviewing our script, they expressed considerable interest." "Oh," Lin Fan arched an eyebrow, intrigued. "And then? They will come to the company this afternoon to discuss the details of the collaboration with you in person?" Lu Xiaomi continued, suddenly feeling her heart race, a peculiar sensation washing over her. "Excellent. Please make the necessary arrangements." Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. "Once my BMW is repaired, have them come directly to my office." "Understood, Mr. Lin," Lu Xiaomi replied, turning to leave the office, only to be called back by Lin Fan. "Wait, don't leave just yet." Lin Fan regarded Lu Xiaomi, a glimmer of something inscrutable flickering in his eyes. "Ask them to bring the actors' profiles and photographs. I wish to review them first." The afternoon sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a radiant patch of light onto Lin Fan's desk. His long fingers gently tapped the surface, producing a rhythmic sound as if he were contemplating something of great significance. "Mr. Lin, your BMW has been repaired and is parked downstairs." The assistant's voice interrupted Lin Fan's reverie. He glanced at the wall clock, noting it was already past 2. "Yes, I understand," Lin Fan replied casually, rising to his feet and walking to the window to overlook the bustling traffic and crowd below, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. "Mr. Lin, would you like to go down and see the car?" The assistant ventured, sensing Lin Fan's lack of intention to descend. "No need. Have the driver bring the car to the company entrance to wait for me. I will be down shortly," Lin Fan instructed before returning to his desk and dialing Lu Xiaomi's number. "Hello, Xiaomi, how are things on your end? Have the actors been contacted?" Lin Fan inquired. "Mr. Lin, everything is set. They will arrive at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and I have arranged the conference room." Lu Xiaomi's voice trembled slightly with anxiety. "There's no need for such formality. Have them come directly to my office," Lin Fan concluded, hanging up the phone. At exactly 3 o'clock, Lu Xiaomi entered Lin Fan's office, accompanied by 1 man and 4 women. "Mr. Lin, good afternoon. This is Tian Hao, a graduate student from the directing department of the Shanghai Theater Academy. These are the actresses." Lu Xiaomi began to introduce the young women, but was interrupted by Lin Fan. "No need for introductions. You may step out. I wish to converse with Director Tian." Lin Fan gestured toward the sofa, indicating for Tian Hao to sit. Tian Hao nodded and settled onto the sofa, while the young women followed suit, their heads bowed in apparent shyness. Lin Fan's gaze swept over the group, ultimately resting upon one tall, striking young woman, a fleeting look of admiration crossing his eyes. "Director Tian, the quality of the actors you have brought this time is quite impressive," Lin Fan remarked with a playful smile. "Mr. Lin is too kind. These are our school's finest graduates, and I am confident they will excel in this filming endeavor," Tian Hao replied with unwavering confidence. "That is well and good. I am a person of straightforward disposition, so I shall speak candidly. The short video I intend to shoot revolves around a theme." Lin Fan paused deliberately, observing the reactions of Tian Hao and several young ladies. "What is it?" Tian Hao and the girls in unison inquired, their eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Lin Fan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he slowly began to articulate. Chapter 81. Insights from the art school's casting and filming, which pertains to beauty makeup. He intentionally paused once more, gauging the audience's response. Upon hearing the theme of beauty makeup, the girls visibly exhaled, their faces lighting up with relieved smiles. Only Tian Hao remained perplexed, questioning, "Beauty makeup? But, Mr. Lin, your products are not." Lin Fan understood the source of Tian Hao's confusion. His previous ventures had been in gaming, which hardly seemed related to the realm of beauty makeup. He waved his hand, signaling for Tian Hao to refrain from worry. It is a new product targeting the young female market, thus requiring vibrant and youthful imagery for promotion. "I see," Tian Hao exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. "Rest assured, Mr. Lin, the students I have brought are the finest graduates from our performance department, both in appearance and acting prowess. They are exceptional and will undoubtedly showcase the allure of your product splendidly." "Indeed, I trust your judgment, Director Tian," Lin Fan replied with a slight nod, his gaze once again sweeping over the young ladies. "How about this, Director Tian? Have them each perform a segment for me to assess their actual capabilities." "Absolutely," Tian Hao readily acquiesced, turning to the young ladies. "You all heard that, right? Mr. Lin wishes to see your talents, so give it your best." "Understood, Director Tian." The young ladies responded in unison, their faces alight with eager spirits. "Let us not bother with any formal pieces," Lin Fan mused for a moment. "Simply sing this script to the tune of the snail and the oriole." As he spoke, Lin Fan handed an A4 sheet with the script inscribed upon it to Tian Hao. Tian Hao took the script, scrutinized it carefully, and then passed it around to the girls nearby. "Who will go first?" he inquired. "I shall." A sweet-faced girl with a ponytail volunteered, standing up. "Director Tian, I am ready." Lin Fan regarded her with keen interest, gesturing for her to commence. The girl took a deep breath, cleared her throat, and began to sing in an incredibly earnest, even solemn tone, "Our product." She poured herself into the performance, completely immersed in her own world, oblivious to the expressions of delight gradually emerging on the faces surrounding her. As the sweet girl began to sing, Lu Xiaomi could not help but burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth with her hand, yet failing to suppress the tremors of her shoulders. Tian Hao turned his head away, awkwardly stifling the upward curve of his lips. The other girls laughed uproariously, bent over with mirth, while the singing girl remained blissfully unaware. Lost in her performance and entirely oblivious to the joy she had inadvertently sparked among her peers, Lin Fan stifled his laughter and, once the girl concluded her song, spoke slowly. "What is your name, dear student?" "My name is Deng Jejia," she replied, clearly still unaware of the commotion she had caused, gazing at Lin Fan with anticipation. "Miss Deng Jejia, your vocal qualities are commendable, and you possess considerable performing potential. Lin Fan's tone was grave and earnest, devoid of any hint of jest. However, performance necessitates the adjustment of one's demeanor and emotions according to varying contexts and roles. Your previous performance was overly immersed, thus neglecting the emotions and messages that the script intended to convey, resulting in a certain dissonance. Deng Jiajia's face instantly flushed, and she lowered her head, murmuring, "I'm sorry. President Lin, I will pay more attention next time." "Never mind. This is merely a minor oversight. I am confident that you will excel in the future," Lin Fan encouraged. "Now, who else among the students would like to give it a try?" With Deng Jiajia's experience in mind, the other girls restrained their smiles, sitting up straight, fearful of becoming the next source of amusement. Nevertheless, under Lin Fan's guidance, they showcased their respective talents and characteristics. Some girls were sweet and charming, others vivacious and delightful, and one even performed a segment of Huangmei opera, eliciting applause from the audience. As Lin Fan observed their performances, he nodded inwardly. Though these girls were relatively inexperienced, they possessed significant potential. With a bit of refinement, they could become dazzling stars. "All right, that will be all for today," Lin Fan announced, rising and addressing Tian Hao. "Please organize their information and send it to me once you return. I will make the final decision." "Certainly, President Lin." He feared the prospect of further heartache, both for himself and for others. "You can rest assured I will send the information to you promptly," Tian Hao replied, nodding eagerly. Upon returning home, Lin Fan took a hot shower. "Very well," Lin Fan acknowledged, turning to the girls. "Thank you all for your hard work today. Be sure to rest well, and I look forward to our next collaboration." "Thank you, President Lin," the girls chorused, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. "Tian Dao, let us depart," Lin Fan said to Tian Hao, leading the way out of the classroom. "President Lin, please take a look at this agreement," Tian Hao called out, catching up with Lin Fan and producing a document from his bag. "There's no rush. We shall discuss it once we return to the company," Lin Fan replied, casually flipping through the pages while replaying the images of the girls' auditions in his mind, assessing their individual traits and potential. Upon returning to the company, Lin Fan summoned the legal team and handed them the document provided by Tian Hao. "Please review this agreement for me. If everything is in order, draft a more comprehensive version." "Understood, President Lin," the legal representative replied, taking the document and beginning to examine it meticulously. An hour later, the legal representative returned to Lin Fan's office with a newly drafted agreement. "President Lin, please review this document. If there are no issues, you may sign it." Lin Fan took the agreement, quickly scanned it, and once satisfied, affixed his signature. "Tian Dao, you should take a look as well." Tian Hao accepted the agreement, reading through it carefully line by line, and upon confirming its correctness, he solemnly signed his name. "To a fruitful collaboration." Lin Fan smiled, extending his hand. "To a fruitful collaboration." Tian Hao grasped his hand eagerly, filled with excitement and gratitude. With the support of someone like Lin Fan, his dream of directing could finally set sail. After bidding farewell to Tian Hao, LV Xiaomi could not contain her curiosity. "President Lin, that advertisement copy you wrote was truly remarkable." I nearly burst out laughing. Lin Fan smiled faintly and inquired, "Oh, what did you find amusing about it?" As Lu Xiaomi reminisced about Deng Jiajia's performance, she couldn't help but chuckle. However, out of consideration for her boss, she restrained her laughter and said, "It's that delightful contrast. It's particularly amusing." Lin Fan, observing Lu Xiaomi's struggle to contain her laughter, smiled more broadly. "I'm glad you enjoy it. I was concerned you might find it too vulgar." "Not at all. I find it quite creative and relatable. Today's youth particularly appreciate this style." Lu Xiaomi quickly waved her hands in denial, her admiration for Lin Fan deepening. She had initially thought of him as merely a wealthy boss, but was astonished to discover his remarkable talent as well. "That's wonderful," Lin Fan replied with a gentle smile, deftly shifting the topic. "By the way, please organize the information about those girls and send it to my email." "Of course, Mr. Lin," Lu Xiaomi nodded in agreement. "Also, keep track of the filming arrangements. We start shooting in 2 days. You'll accompany me to the set," Lin Fan instructed. "To the set?" Lu Xiaomi blinked in surprise, then excitedly asked, "Really? Can I go?" Lin Fan, noticing the sparkle in her eyes, nodded with a smile. "Absolutely, you are my secretary after all." Ecstatic, Lu Xiaomi nearly leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will work diligently." 2 days later, Lin Fan brought Lu Xiaomi to the filming location at the A City Art Academy. "Director Tian, are we all set?" As Lin Fan stepped out of the car, he spotted Director Tian Hao approaching. "Mr. Lin, you've arrived." Tian Hao greeted enthusiastically. "Everything is ready. We're just waiting for your signal." "Great," Lin Fan replied, surveying the surroundings and noticing a few unfamiliar faces alongside Tian Hao and several crew members. Mr. Lin, allow me to introduce you, Tian Hao said, pointing to a slightly plump middle-aged man wearing glasses. This is Brother Wang, our lighting technician, who is exceptionally experienced. Hello. Brother Wang, Lin Fan said with a smile, extending his hand. Hello, Mr. Lin. It's an honor. Brother Wang exclaimed, shaking Lin Fan's hand with surprise. This is, Tian Hao began, but Lin Fan interrupted, his gaze drawn to a familiar silhouette approaching them. Is that Pei Si-si? Dressed in a refreshing white dress. With her long hair cascading down her shoulders, Pei Si-si appeared particularly pure and charming. Upon seeing Lin Fan, she was momentarily taken aback, but soon a joyous smile spread across her face as she hurried over. Mr. Lin, what brings you here? Pei Si-si's voice was melodious, tinged with surprise. I came to check on the filming progress, Lin Fan explained with a smile. What about you? My sister is participating in the shoot today, and I'm here to cheer her on, Pei Si-si replied, pulling a petite girl beside her. This is my sister, Pei Wen. Pei Wen, clad in a pink t-shirt and denim shorts, with her hair tied in a ponytail, radiated youthful exuberance. She shyly glanced at Lin Fan and softly said, Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello, Lin Fan responded with a smile, somewhat taken aback to learn that Pei Si-si's sister was also involved in the shoot. Si-si, Wen, what are you doing here? Tian Hao approached, and upon seeing the sisters Pei Si-si and Pei Wen, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. My sister has come to participate in the shoot today, Pei Si-si elucidated. Ah, I see, Tian Hao exclaimed, his realization dawning upon him. You two carry on with your conversation. I shall prepare for the upcoming shoot. Once Tian Hao departed, Lin Fan engaged in conversation with the Pei sisters. Pei Si-si shared that Pei Wen had harbored a passion for acting since childhood, always dreaming of becoming an actress. Upon hearing that director Tian Hao was recruiting actors, she eagerly signed up to participate. As Lin Fan conversed with Pei Si-si, he observed the filming set. He noted that although Tian Hao was youthful, his directorial experience was extensive, and he had a keen grasp of the intricacies of filming. Action! With Tian Hao's command, the shoot commenced. Lin Fan stood to the side, attentively watching the actors' performances. He discovered that, despite being newcomers, the actors exhibited commendable skills. Particularly Deng Jiejia, who vividly portrayed the quirky girl from the advertisement. Cut. After the completion of a scene, Tian Hao approached Lin Fan and inquired, Mr. Lin, what do you think? Quite good, very spirited, Lin Fan nodded, then turned to Lu Xiaomi, saying, Xiaomi, you should pay close attention and learn from their performance. Lu Xiaomi promptly nodded, her eyes fixated on Deng Jiejia, eager not to miss any detail. The filming continued, with the actors diligently repeating the same actions and lines as per Tian Hao's direction. Lin Fan noted that Pei Wen, despite being a first-time participant, exhibited remarkable dedication. After each take that was not up to par, she humbly sought guidance from Tian Hao, practicing repeatedly until she met his expectations. 3 hours later, the first set of scenes was finally completed. Tian Hao wiped the sweat from his brow and approached Lin Fan, asking Mr. Lin, how do you find this set of shots? I have no objections, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. Excellent. Let us now transition to the next set of shots, Tian Hao said. Turning to call for the crew. Director Tian, wait for me. A sweet voice suddenly rang out as a tall, alluring girl hurried over. I want to join as well. Tian Hao, momentarily unable to recall her identity, gazed at her. Director, have you forgotten? I am. She leaned close to Tian Hao's ear and whispered, number 18. Lin Fan observed this exchange, a subtle smile gracing his lips, revealing an intriguing expression. Number 18? Tian Hao repeated, rummaging through his memory for the face associated with that number. After a brief moment, realization struck him. Oh, I remember now, you are Xiaoli, correct? Director. You finally remembered me, she replied. With a playful smile, the girl gracefully linked her arm with Tian Hao's, deliberately leaning against him. Director, I've made a special effort to dress up today. Just look. Tian Hao shifted uncomfortably, yet refrained from pushing her away, merely offering an awkward smile. All right. Xiaoli looks beautiful today, but we must focus on the shooting now. We can discuss it later. Lin Fan observed the scene quietly, choosing not to comment. He simply said to LV Xiaomi, let us head over there and take a look. After departing from the filming location, Lin Fan and LV Xiaomi settled into the car returning to the company. Habitually, Lin Fan picked up his phone to browse the web. Suddenly, recalling something, he opened the comments section of Xiaomi's latest work. The number of likes and comments had notably increased, indicating a surge in fan engagement during this period. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, his fingers gliding over the screen as comments scrolled past. Wow, Xiaomi's outfit today looks stunning. Please share the link. Xiaomi, what lipstick shade are you wearing? I need a recommendation. Oh my gosh, Xiaomi's smile is so sweet. I feel like I'm melting. Most comments were filled with praise and inquiries about products, but a few discordant voices slipped through. Why does Xiaomi look a bit off today? Is she unwell? That outfit doesn't seem to suit her. It makes her look a bit heavier. Has Xiaomi gained some weight recently? Her double chin is showing. Lin Fan frowned slightly. Although these comments appeared to merely discuss Xiaomi's appearance, they carried an undertone of bitterness, bordering on personal attacks. Just as he was about to close the comments section, his phone rang unexpectedly. Hello? Mr. Lin, it's Pei Si-si. Wen and I are back. Before she could finish, Pei Wen's tearful voice interjected, Sister, please don't say anything. Lin Fan's heart sank. I can't go on like this. Whoa. Pei Wen's sobs resonated clearly through the phone, and an overwhelming sense of foreboding washed over Lin Fan. Wen, what's wrong? What happened? Lin Fan strove to maintain a calm tone, though his grip on the phone tightened involuntarily. Mr. Lin, you need to come back quickly, Wen. Pei Si-si's voice trembled with emotion, her words fragmented, and Lin Fan's expression grew increasingly grave with each passing moment. Hanging up, Lin Fan promptly turned the car around. Hurrying back to the company, images of Pei Wen, tear-streaked and distressed, flashed through his mind, igniting a sense of urgency. Upon entering, he found Pei Si-si cradling her sister Pei Wen on the sofa, both their faces marred by tears. As soon as Pei Wen saw Lin Fan, her crying intensified, and she spoke in broken phrases. They went too far. Whoa, what's wrong, Wen? Take your time. I'm here, don't be afraid. Lin Fan gently patted her back, offering soft reassurance. Pei Wen looked up, her eyes brimming with tears as she pointed at the phone screen, choking on her words. They say I'm ugly, that I'm fat, and they even claim I'm only here because of my sister. Lin Fan took the phone, and there, on the screen, were the glaring comments from Xiaomi's latest work. Those piercing remarks struck his heart like daggers. He was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of cyberbullying. Yet he never anticipated that it would occur to someone close to him. Do not weep, Wen. Those remarks are utterly absurd and unworthy of your concern. Lin Fan reassured her as he perused the comments. You are by no means unattractive, and your figure is splendid. Those individuals are simply envious of you. But they said such harsh things. Pei Wen sobbed, clearly still reeling from the blow. Chapter 82. A day of tumultuous affairs on a sunny Tuesday morning. Lin Fan arrived at the office to find Tian Hao waiting at the door, a black USB drive in hand. Good morning, Brother Fan. The materials are ready for your review. Tian Hao greeted, his face displaying a blend of fatigue and eager anticipation as he handed over the USB drive. Lin Fan accepted the drive with a smile, giving Tian Hao a reassuring pat on the shoulder. You've worked hard. Let's head inside. Upon entering the office, Lin Fan plugged the USB into his computer and was greeted by a meticulously organized array of folders, each labeled according to a specific theme. Why are there so many folders? Did you create multiple versions for each script? Lin Fan inquired, taken aback. Indeed, Brother Fan. I thought it prudent to prepare several versions to afford you greater selection. Tian Hao explained, scratching his head. Moreover, different editing styles yield varied effects. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Tian Hao's foresight was commendable, and it was evident that he had devoted considerable effort to this task. He casually opened a folder labeled Housekeeping and Cleaning, discovering 5 distinct versions of short videos within. Each version featured slight variations in duration, visuals, and musical accompaniment, all centered around the theme of housekeeping. Impressive, quite innovative, Lin Fan remarked as he briefly reviewed the contents. Signaling his approval, please have a seat while I examine this more closely. Certainly, Tian Hao replied, dutifully settling onto the sofa, anxiously awaiting Lin Fan's final assessment. Lin Fan then opened the folder titled My Husband Is Not Home, eager to explore Tian Hao's creativity. This folder, too, contained 5 different video versions. He clicked through them, noting that the first 4 were rather conventional in filming and editing techniques. However, upon selecting the 5th version, ominously titled Original Version, Lin Fan's gaze fixated on the words, curiosity compelling him to play the video. The video commenced with a dimly lit scene. A woman in pajamas languidly sprawled on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, she appeared to spot something intriguing, sitting up abruptly, her eyes fixated on the screen, a sly smile creeping across her lips. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. The angle and quality of the footage bore no resemblance to professional cinematography, resembling instead the unsettling beginnings of certain undisclosed videos. Clearing his throat with discomfort, Lin Fan endeavored to suppress his embarrassment and continued watching. The woman set aside her phone and approached the window, drawing back the curtains, allowing sunlight to flood the room. She stretched languidly, then turned towards the camera, revealing a seductive smile as she said in a playful tone, "With my husband away, I can finally let loose. Today, allow me to indulge in the privileges of a queen." Upon hearing this line, Lin Fan immediately grasped that this must be the initial version filmed by Tian Hao, which had been red-hot multiple times due to concerns about appropriateness. Hesitating for a moment, Lin Fan couldn't resist inquiring about the audio of this version. "Why does it sound a bit? Fanggu, you noticed too?" Tian Hao scratched his head bashfully. "I was worried you might find it inappropriate. So I enlisted a friend to help me re-record the audio. The other versions all feature her voice. What do you think?" "Well, the voices in the other versions do sound more natural," Lin Fan nodded, choosing not to pursue the subject further. He dragged the progress bar of the original video back and watched it again. Setting aside the easily misinterpreted visuals and dialogues, the video itself was remarkably creative, with superior camera work, editing, and overall rhythm compared to the other versions. Particularly, the lead actress's performance, though somewhat exaggerated, exuded an enticing charm and sensuality that was captivating, making it hard to look away. Lin Fan's fingers hovered over the mouse, his gaze drifting. Suddenly, he realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. Steadying himself, he minimized the window of the original version and opened the other versions. Just as Tian Hao had mentioned, the audio in the other versions sounded more natural, and the visuals had been refined to eliminate potentially misleading scenes, yet the overall impact was significantly diminished, lacking the initial spark of brilliance. After spending several minutes meticulously reviewing all the versions, he leaned back in his chair, gently tapping his fingers on the desk, lost in thought. "Tian Hao, your filming techniques and creativity are commendable, and your editing skills are quite good, but these videos share a common flaw." Lin Fan paused, his tone serious. "They lack soul." Tian Hao, who had been reveling in the joy of potential recognition for his work, felt his smile freeze at Lin Fan's words. "Lack of soul?" he asked incredulously. "Fanggu, could you elaborate?" "In simple terms, there is no clear theme, no power to touch the heart," Lin Fan patiently explained. "Take your original version, for instance. While the visuals and dialogues were bold, it at least aimed to convey a woman's pursuit of freedom and independence. The other versions merely conformed to the platform's review standards, stripping away the original creativity and ideas, resulting in a lackluster presentation." After absorbing Lin Fan's analysis, Tian Hao experienced an epiphany. He had previously focused on the filming and editing techniques, neglecting the core element, content. "Fanggu, I understand now. You are right. I was too focused on form and overlooked the substance." Tian Hao suddenly realized, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Upon my return, I shall reflect deeply and strive to create works of greater depth and substance." "Indeed, I believe you possess that capability," Lin Fan replied, nodding with satisfaction. He then withdrew his phone from his pocket and handed it to the nearby LV Xiaomi. "Xiao LV, please inform the finance department to settle Tian Hao's final payment." Seeing Lin Fan's promptness, Tian Hao finally felt a sense of relief. He had initially worried that Lin Fan might refuse payment on the grounds of inadequate video quality, considering he was merely an obscure student while Lin Fan was the owner of the company. Such tales he had heard before. "Brother Fan, you are truly generous." Tian Hao expressed his gratitude. "In the future, should you require any video production, do not hesitate to reach out. I promise to deliver the finest work." "Very well. We shall collaborate again when the opportunity arises," Lin Fan replied with a smile, though his gaze held a hint of profundity. "By the way, you are about to graduate. What are your plans?" "Well," Tian Hao scratched his head, somewhat bashfully. "I intend to venture to the film city and see if I can find a crew to work as a directing assistant. If that doesn't pan out, I could always join a media or talent agency." Lin Fan's lips curled upward, seemingly anticipating this response. "You wish to go to Hongyan? The competition there is exceedingly fierce, and the film industry is currently not thriving. Making a name for oneself is quite challenging." He shook his head, dousing Tian Hao's enthusiasm with a dose of reality. "Media and talent agencies are also tough to navigate. Many are riddled with deceit. As a fresh graduate, you could easily fall victim to their tricks." Tian Hao, already feeling apprehensive, found Lin Fan's words deflating his spirits further, extinguishing the excitement he had felt moments earlier. Noticing this, Lin Fan chuckled and inquired, "Have you considered creating short videos?" "Short videos?" Tian Hao paused, clearly having not contemplated this avenue deeply before. "Brother Fan, are you suggesting something akin to the comedic short skits produced by your company?" Comedy is merely one genre. The realm of short videos is incredibly diverse, encompassing narratives, educational content, culinary delights, travel, music, and more, Lin Fan patiently elucidated. Moreover, the short video industry is burgeoning rapidly, with a vast user base, making it a promising field. Tian Hao felt a flicker of interest, yet hesitated, but I don't know much about short video creation. That is quite all right. You can learn gradually, Lin Fan encouraged. You possess foundational skills in filming and editing, coupled with abundant creativity. With dedication, you will surely master it in no time. Lin Fan's desire to draw Tian Hao into the short video industry was twofold. He recognized Tian Hao's innate talent and also considered the company's growth. Recently, Lin Fan had been contemplating a crucial matter. For the company to thrive in the long term, it could not rely solely on his content creation. A stable content production team must be established. Tian Hao, being youthful, energetic, and eager to learn, was precisely the talent he needed. Tian Hao, I have great confidence in you. Please think it over, Lin Fan said, patting Tian Hao's shoulder with a meaningful expression. Should you decide to pursue short videos, feel free to reach out to me at any time. Tian Hao nodded thoughtfully. Brother Fan, let me ponder over it and discuss it with my family. Ultimately, he refrained from immediately accepting Lin Fan's invitation, needing time to digest the information he had received that day. There was no rush. He could afford to deliberate carefully. Lin Fan nodded in understanding. Why don't you check your phone? You should have received the payment. Upon hearing this, Tian Hao promptly took out his phone and, indeed, found a message confirming the deposit of exactly 5,000 yuan, as agreed. Brother Fan, I'll take my leave now and won't disturb you any longer. Tian Hao stood to bid farewell, his face reflecting gratitude and anticipation. All right, take care on your way, Lin Fan replied as he accompanied Tian Hao to the door. After watching Tian Hao depart, Lin Fan returned to his computer, made a copy of the short video Tian Hao had created, and sent it to LV Xiaomi. Xiaomi, please upload this video to Kuaishou and Meipai. You can decide on the title and description. Lin Fan instructed. Sure, Brother Fan, LV Xiaomi replied. Beginning the process of publishing the video, Lin Fan then rose and made his way to the tea room to brew himself a cup of tea. During this period, the company was experiencing rapid growth, and Lin Fan increasingly felt the strain of inadequate manpower, particularly in content creation. Although he possessed the ability to foresee the future and could easily curate various trending content, he could not handle everything personally and needed to cultivate his own team. Tian Hao was a promising prospect, youthful, energetic, quick to learn, and passionate about the short video industry. If he could join the company, it would be a significant boon. With this thought, Lin Fan could not help but feel excited about the future. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted Lin Fan's reverie. Come in. The office door swung open, and Pei Si-si entered, clutching a stack of documents. President Lin, here are the materials you requested, Pei Si-si began, but her voice faltered, revealing a hint of panic on her face. Her eyes were red, evidently having cried, and she tightly clutched a report card. Lin Fan immediately understood. Taking the report card from her, he saw the stark word fail emblazoned under the second subject. What's this? You didn't pass the second subject again? Lin Fan inquired gently, setting the report card down. Pei Si-si sniffled, fighting back tears, and nodded. Oh, no worries. The second subject is notoriously difficult. Remember, I took 3 attempts before passing it myself. Don't lose heart. Keep pushing for the next time. Lin Fan encouraged, rising to pat Pei Si-si's shoulder in comfort. At that moment, another knock sounded at the office door. Pei Wen entered, holding a document. Upon seeing her sister's tear-streaked face, she asked, Sister, what's wrong? Pei Si-si quickly wiped her tears and forced a smile. It's nothing, just that I didn't pass the second subject again, feeling a bit down. What? You didn't pass again? Pei Wen exclaimed in surprise. Then suddenly remembering something, she rummaged through her bag and produced a report card, handing it to Lin Fan. President Lin, take a look. Lin Fan accepted the report card and found the second subject marked pass. He smiled at Pei Wen. Well, Xiaowen, you quietly managed to pass the second subject. Truly, you are a hidden gem. Hee, just lucky, Pei Wen replied bashfully with a smile. All right, you must treat us to a meal sometime. Lin Fan jested. Absolutely, Pei Wen nodded vigorously. Then, as if recalling something, she inquired, by the way, Mr. Lin, I noticed that our company's stock positions seem to have been completely liquidated. Well, today is Friday, and the stock market will be closed over the weekend. I decided to close all short-term positions to secure some profits, Lin Fan elucidated. Pei Wen wished to ask more about next week's operations, but Lin Fan interrupted her. I have already devised a plan for next week. Come to my office with your sister later, and I will explain everything in detail. As he spoke, Lin Fan picked up the car keys from the table. All right, it's getting late. Let us call it a day, and you both should leave work early. With that, Lin Fan departed the company, accompanied by his 2 secretaries, each harboring different thoughts. Let us go. I'll take you both to unwind, Lin Fan said. Opening the car door and gesturing for the 2 secretaries to get in, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. The car headed toward the outskirts, eventually halting in front of a hot spring hotel. Chapter 83. Celebrating birthdays at the hot spring hotel. The Golden Week, typically a time for family joy, brought no happiness to the Pei sisters. Ever since they learned that Lin Fan had liquidated all stocks in the company account, their hearts hung in uncertainty. Lin Fan feigned mystery, merely stating that he would provide a detailed explanation next week, which only heightened their anxiety. The hot spring hotel boasted a delightful ambience, yet Pei Wen and Pei Si-si found no pleasure in appreciating it. From room 1 to room 3, the gloom on their faces deepened, and they were reluctant to even step outside their room. Lin Fan was aware of their concerns, but chose not to address them directly, instead encouraging them to relish their holiday. On the afternoon of the third day, Lin Fan ventured out alone and returned with a cake box in hand. Come, taste the cake I bought, and see if it suits your palate, Lin Fan said with a cheerful grin, unveiling a beautifully crafted fruit cake adorned with the words Happy Birthday in frosting. Pei Wen and Pei Si-si exchanged bewildered glances. Today was not anyone's birthday, was it? Mr. Lin, you must be mistaken, Pei Wen cautiously pointed out. Not at all, Lin Fan feigned surprise. Is it not the birthday of you two sisters today? The sisters were further perplexed. Their birthdays were indeed some time away. Suddenly, Pei Si-si seemed to recall something and gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten your birthdays? Thankfully, I confirmed with the shopkeeper while purchasing the cake. Otherwise, it would have been quite the faux pas, Lin Fan chuckled, slicing the cake into 3 pieces. Pei Wen and Pei Si-si soon realized that Lin Fan had known about their birthdays all along, and this thoughtful gesture moved them deeply. After lunch, Lin Fan presented them with 2 exquisite boxes, saying, Happy birthday. Upon opening the boxes, the sisters discovered brand new Hong Kong version iPhone 6s devices, a rarity at the time. This is far too extravagant. We cannot accept such a gift, Pei Wen exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, Mr. Lin, you have already treated us to cake. We cannot accept the phones, Pei Si-si added, attempting to decline. Take them. Consider it a small token of appreciation from me as your employer. Lin Fan spoke insistently. You all work so hard. It's time for you to upgrade to a better phone. Unable to refuse his kind gesture, the 2 sisters reluctantly accepted the gift. Pei Wen held the phone in her hands, thoroughly captivated, as she explored its myriad new features, while Pei Si-si appeared somewhat distracted. All right, you take your time to explore. I'm going to soak in a hot spring to relax, Lin Fan announced as he rose and exited the room. Inside, only Pei Wen and Pei Si-si remained. Pei Wen enthusiastically shared the phone's various functionalities, yet Pei Si-si only occasionally responded, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the door. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Lin Fan, half asleep, felt someone nudging him. He opened his eyes to find Pei Wen standing anxiously at the bedside. Lin, wake up. Her tone was urgent, tinged with a hint of panic. Lin Fan, still groggy, sat up and rubbed his eyes, sluggishly inquiring, What's the matter? Pei Wen's cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered. She seems a bit unwell. Before she could finish her sentence, Pei Si-si appeared in the doorway. Her complexion pale and her steps unsteady, clearly not feeling well. Lin Fan instantly became more alert, noticing Pei Wen's lips were slightly swollen, as if they had been kissed. While Pei Si-si's eyes darted away, avoiding his gaze, he quickly grasped the situation, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Unwell? What seems to be the trouble? Let me take a look, Lin Fan remarked, making a move to rise from the bed. Pei Wen quickly reached out to stop him, stuttering, And no, it's nothing serious, perhaps just a slight heat stroke. A bit of rest should suffice. Heat stroke? With the air conditioning running so well in this room. How could that be? Lin Fan replied with a teasing smile in his eyes. Pei Wen, flustered under his gaze, avoided direct eye contact. At that moment, Pei Si-si murmured, I'll go wash my face to wake up. Forget the washing, let us head to the hot spring. The mineral water can invigorate the blood and is beneficial for the body, Lin Fan declared, already pulling back the covers and stepping out of bed. Pei Wen and Pei Si-si exchanged glances, both reading a mix of resignation and a hint of anticipation in each other's eyes. After changing into their swimwear, Pei Wen and Pei Si-si approached the hot spring, where they found Lin Fan already immersed in the steaming water, eyes closed in tranquility. Come on in. The water's just right, Lin Fan beckoned, opening his eyes to wave them over. Pei Wen and Pei Si-si hesitated momentarily before gradually stepping into the hot spring, where the water reached just to their chests. Pei Wen's figure was curvaceous, her black swimsuit accentuating her allure, while Pei Si-si appeared innocent and charming, her white swimsuit highlighting her fair skin. Lin Fan's gaze roamed over them, a deeper smile playing on his lips. Here, let me massage your shoulders to help you relax, Lin Fan offered, extending his hands to Pei Wen's shoulders. She shivered slightly, wanting to evade his touch yet too timid to do so, surrendering to his ministrations. Lin Fan's fingers were strong, applying just the right amount of pressure, bringing Pei Wen a wave of comfort and relaxation. She involuntarily let out a soft sigh. Lin Fan's fingers glided down her shoulder, gently caressing her skin. His movements were tender, yet they carried an electric charge that made Pei Wen's body tremble slightly. President Lin. Pei Wen's voice quivered, laced with a hint of pleading. Lin Fan paid her no heed. His gaze had already shifted to Pei Si-si. Si-si, come here. Allow me to massage you. His voice resonated with a deep, magnetic allure. Pei Si-si's body stiffened momentarily. She wished to decline, but found herself too timid to do so, slowly inching closer to Lin Fan's side. Lin Fan's fingers delicately pressed against Pei Si-si's temples. His touch gentle, yet causing a flurry of disquiet within her. Relax, do not tense up, Lin Fan's voice whispered in her ear, imbued with a certain enchantment that gradually eased her tension. Unbeknownst to her, Pei Si-si's thoughts began to blur, her body feeling weightless as if ready to soar. Just then, Lin Fan's fingers unexpectedly slipped down, softly brushing against her cheek. Si-si, you are truly beautiful, he murmured in a low, husky tone, akin to the tender whispers between lovers. Pei Si-si jolted back to reality, attempting to evade him, yet it was too late. Lin Fan's other arm had already encircled her waist, drawing her tightly into his embrace. Don't. Pei Si-si wished to struggle, only to find her strength utterly inadequate. Shoo! Lin Fan placed a finger upon her lips, silencing her protests. Your sister has already agreed to me. His voice resonated in her ear, laced with a hint of mockery and undeniable authority. Pei Si-si's mind became a blank canvas. She was at a loss for what to do, surrendering to Lin Fan's whims. Good girl, Lin Fan's voice echoed in her ear, tinged with temptation and a promise. His hands began to wander over their bodies, exploring. You speak nonsense, Pei Si-si exclaimed, attempting to push Lin Fan away, but he tightened his grip. Lin Fan chuckled softly, gazing down at the girl in his arms with deep, inscrutable eyes. Si-si, your sister is much more obedient than you. His words struck Pei Si-si like a thunderclap, disbelief widening her eyes as her sister Pei Wen's gentle smile flashed in her mind. She could hardly fathom that her typically reserved sister would engage in such behavior. Impossible, my sister, she stammered. Do you doubt it? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, his hand unceremoniously sliding from Pei Si-si's waist to her back, savoring the delicate softness of her skin. Pei Si-si attempted to evade him, but Lin Fan held her firmly in place. His warm breath brushed her ear, igniting a wave of shivers. Wen, come here. Lin Fan suddenly beckoned to Pei Wen on the opposite side of the pool. Pei Wen's face flushed crimson, her eyes flickering with hesitation as she approached. Come. Over to my side. Lin Fan's voice held an undeniable dominance. Pei Wen bit her lip, but ultimately found herself standing beside Lin Fan. He grasped her hand, pulling her close and seating her at the edge of the pool while he remained in the water, facing her. You. Pei Wen began to speak, but Lin Fan silenced her with a finger pressed against her lips. Lin Fan's voice was low and hoarse. Don't speak. Let me look at you properly. His gaze wandered over Pei Wen's body, carrying a hint of aggression and admiration. Her skin was fairer than snow, her figure graceful. And at this moment, her water-soaked white shirt clung tightly to her body, outlining her delicate curves and adding to her allure. Pei Wen felt uneasy under his stare, wanting to evade it, but not daring to. Lin Fan's fingers gently traced her cheek, then slid down her neck, finally coming to rest on the softness of her chest. Pei Wen's body trembled slightly. She wanted to pull away, but Lin Fan wrapped an arm around her waist, pressing her tightly against him. Don't move, Lin Fan whispered in her ear, his voice laced with temptation and command. His hands began to roam her body, exploring every inch of her skin, feeling her warmth and softness. Pei Wen resisted half-heartedly, her inner turmoil evident. Si-si, let us play a game. Lin Fan suddenly released Pei Wen and turned to look at Pei Si-si not far away. A mischievous smile curled at the corner of his lips, his eyes glinting with cunning. How about cops and robbers? Cops and robbers? Pei Si-si was momentarily confused, clearly not understanding what he meant. Lin Fan grinned mischievously, his eyes shifting between her and Pei Wen. Yes, I'll be the robber, and you two sisters will be the cops. Come and catch me. With that, he turned and dove into the water, swimming to the center of the pool like a nimble fish. He then surfaced, waving at the Pei sisters. Come catch me. If you catch me, there's a reward. Before Pei Si-si could react, Pei Wen blushed. She understood the implication of Lin Fan's words, but couldn't outright say it, so she could only glare at him in embarrassment. Sis, let us go catch him. Pei Si-si, however, was excited and pulled Pei Wen's hand, ready to jump into the water. Unable to resist her, Pei Wen followed her into the pool. "If you catch me, I'll grant you a wish," Lin Fan laughed in the water, intentionally keeping his distance from them. The Pei sisters chased after Lin Fan in the water, their clear laughter echoing in the night sky. Pei Si-si, caught up in the fun, tried several times to grab him but was deftly evaded each time. Finally, Lin Fan deliberately slowed down, allowing Pei Si-si to catch his arm. Caught you, Pei Si-si exclaimed excitedly. Lin Fan feigned surprise as he turned his head. "Oh no, you caught me. So, what reward do you want?" Pei Si-si proudly placed her hands on her hips. "I want," before she could decide what she wanted. Lin Fan suddenly reached out and pulled her into his embrace. "Ah," Pei Si-si gasped in surprise, tumbling onto Lin Fan's lap. Lin Fan wrapped one arm around her waist while the other cupped her full chest. Leaning in to whisper by her ear with a light laugh, "You walked right into this yourself." Pei Si-si's face flushed red. She tried to struggle, but was held even tighter. "Don't move. Let me look at you properly." Lin Fan's voice was low and hoarse, filled with temptation. His other hand wandered restlessly over her body, eventually closing around that softness. Pei Si-si couldn't help but let out a soft moan, her body trembling slightly. Lin Fan's fingers skillfully kneaded her, while his other hand reached out to Pei Wen, gently caressing her thigh. Pei Wen was taken aback by his sudden movement. She attempted to evade, but Lin Fan firmly grasped her wrist, drawing her close. "Do not fear, Wen, I shall not harm you," he whispered softly in her ear. His tone as gentle as one soothing a child. With one arm wrapped around her, his hands moved in unison, kneading with a fervor that was punctuated by tender kisses upon Pei Si-si's ear and neck, eliciting soft gasps from her. Sister Pei Si-si was suddenly overcome by a wave of anxiety as memories of that fateful night in Lin Fan's room surged forth. Could it be that? She abruptly lifted her head, casting a glance at her sister Pei Wen, only to catch sight of Lin Fan's fingers slipping beneath her sister's garment. In a moment of panic, Pei Si-si sprang to her feet, disregarding the droplets of water clinging to her skin, and fled. Her unexpected departure left both Lin Fan and Pei Wen momentarily stunned. Lin Fan's hand lingered on Pei Wen's thigh as he looked up in confusion at Pei Si-si's retreating figure, droplets cascading down his face, shimmering in the moonlight. "Si-si, what is the matter?" Pei Wen rose, calling out with concern. Pei Si-si did not look back. She merely quickened her pace, as though a fearsome beast were in pursuit. Lin Fan shook his head in resignation, observing Pei Si-si vanish into the night. He then turned his gaze to the still-dazed Pei Wen, desire evident in his eyes. "What is wrong with your sister? Is she unwell?" he asked, gently caressing Pei Wen's cheek. Pei Wen felt a flutter of unease under his gaze, retreating from his touch. Her eyes flickering. I do not know. Perhaps she is just tired and wishes to rest." "Tired?" Lin Fan's voice was deep and husky as he enveloped Pei Wen in his embrace, holding her tightly. "Then let her rest in my arms for a while." Pei Wen attempted to struggle, but Lin Fan's strength was overwhelming, rendering her efforts futile. She leaned weakly against his chest, feeling the rhythm of his strong heartbeat. Her heart a tumult of conflict and turmoil. Lin Fan remained silent, lowering his head to capture her lips with his own. His kiss was assertive and fervent, as if he sought to consume her entirely. Initially, Pei Wen resisted, but gradually, she succumbed to Lin Fan's ardor, responding to his kiss. Her hands instinctively wrapped around his neck, yielding to his advances. Lin Fan's hands roamed over Pei Wen's form, savoring the delicacy and softness of her skin. His fingers traced the contours of her body, as if admiring a magnificent work of art. "Wen, you are truly beautiful," he murmured in her ear, his voice husky and laced with temptation. A blush crept across Pei Wen's cheeks as she closed her eyes, unable to meet Lin Fan's gaze. She knew she ought not to surrender to these feelings, yet she found herself powerless to resist the pull of her emotions towards him. Lin Fan's fingers glided down Pei Wen's waist, descending until they rested on her thigh, gently caressing her, feeling her body tremble beneath his touch. "Please, do not." Pei Wen's voice quivered, laced with a hint of pleading. Lin Fan paid no heed to her reluctance. His exploration continued, ultimately finding the softest of places. A soft moan escaped Pei Wen's lips, her body quivering in response. Lin Fan's fingers danced provocatively, igniting a growing warmth within Pei Wen, her breaths becoming increasingly frantic. She yearned to halt Lin Fan's advances, yet found herself devoid of strength. Just then, a voice pierced the intimate ambience by the pool. "Sister, where are you?" It was Pei Si-si. She had returned. Upon hearing her sister's voice, Pei Wen reacted like a startled deer, abruptly pushing Lin Fan away and scrambling to her feet. disregarding her disheveled attire as she rushed toward the sound. "Si-si, I'm here." Lin Fan watched the two retreating figures with a resigned sigh. The moonlight danced upon the water's surface, shimmering and reflecting his desolate expression. He tilted his head back, allowing the pool water to wash over his face, attempting to cleanse the pang of disappointment deep within. Upon returning to their room, an oppressive silence enveloped Pei Si-si and Pei Wen, both rendered mute. Leaning against the door, Pei Si-si could still feel the frantic heartbeat from their earlier flight. Her hands twisted together tightly as her mind replayed the scene. A tumult of shame, embarrassment, and anger swirling within her, leaving her utterly disoriented. Meanwhile, Pei Wen sat at the edge of the bed, her head bowed. In the dim light, she caught sight of her disheveled clothing, the lingering warmth of Lin Fan's touch still evident on her cheeks. His breath and caress were indelibly etched in her memory, impossible to erase. Pei Si-si inhaled deeply, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions, and made her way to the window, gazing into the stillness of the night, attempting to regain her composure. The events of the evening had struck like a sudden tempest, shattering her tranquil existence and blurring the already vague boundaries between herself and Lin Fan. Pei Wen stood and joined her sister by the window, both standing side by side in silence, yet acutely aware of each other's unease and turmoil. Finally, it was Pei Si-si who broke the silence, her voice raspy, tinged with hesitation and uncertainty. "Sister." Pei Wen turned to her elder sibling, the moonlight illuminating the confusion and helplessness etched upon Pei Si-si's face, a vulnerability Pei Wen had never witnessed before. She realized that her typically strong sister was as lost as she was in this moment of profound uncertainty. "Sister," Pei Wen began, eager to voice her thoughts, but unsure where to start. The night's events felt like an entangled knot, binding them tightly and leaving them breathless. When Pei Si-si interrupted, her tone somber. "What do you think?" Pei Wen bit her lip, Lin Fan's visage flooding her mind, his gentleness, his assertiveness, his deep affection, each memory flashing before her, rendering her heart a chaotic mess. "I don't know," she confessed. Indeed, she was at a loss. She could not discern her feelings for Lin Fan. Was it gratitude, dependence, or love? Pei Si-si fell silent, for she too was uncertain. Their relationship, ostensibly that of employer and secretary, had long transcended such boundaries. Especially tonight, as the moonlight cascaded over the pool's surface, the distance between them seemed to dissolve into infinity. The intimacy of their skin brushing against one another ignited a stirring within her that she could no longer disregard. "Sister, we cannot continue like this." Pei Wen's voice shattered the silence, laced with a hint of resolve. Pei Si-si abruptly lifted her gaze towards her, her eyes brimming with astonishment and confusion. "Wen, you, sister, we can no longer deceive ourselves." Pei Wen inhaled deeply, summoning her courage to speak. "We cannot be the third party that disrupts someone else's relationship, nor can we allow ourselves to remain ensnared in this awkward situation." Pei Si-si was momentarily taken aback. She comprehended Pei Wen's implication. Yet the thought of relinquishing it all left her feeling deeply unsatisfied. "Sister, let us seek employment." Pei Wen's tone was unwavering. "Once the holiday is over, we will find jobs, leave this place, and start anew." Pei Si-si gazed into her sister's resolute eyes, her heart a tumult of emotions. She recognized the truth in Pei Wen's words. Enduring prolonged suffering was less favorable than a swift resolution. Rather than remain entangled in this ambiguous affair, it would be wiser to sever the ties altogether. "All right." Pei Si-si finally nodded, a trace of bitterness evident in her voice. The two fell into silence once more. Yet this time, their hearts were no longer clouded with confusion, but rather fortified with determination. After the holiday concluded, Lin Fan returned to work as usual, only to find the Pei sisters unusually reticent. During mealtime, they quietly consumed their food, each lost in heavy thoughts. Though Lin Fan felt a twinge of curiosity, he refrained from probing, choosing instead to silently accompany them. During lunch, amidst the bustling cafeteria filled with the aroma of delicious dishes, Lin Fan, Pei Si-si, and Pei Wen sat together at the table, yet none made a move to eat. The usually vivacious Pei Wen was particularly subdued, her head bowed as she absent-mindedly toyed with her rice. Pei Si-si was equally distracted, her brow furrowed as if she were grappling with a perplexing dilemma. Lin Fan naturally sensed the sister's unusual demeanor, but chose to remain silent. He understood that some matters required their own contemplation, and outside interference would only complicate matters further. Thus, he continued eating quietly, occasionally casting a concerned glance at the sisters across the table. The meal passed by tastelessly, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken tension. Upon returning to the office, Lin Fan busied himself with a backlog of emails, Yet the image of the Pei sisters' troubled expressions lingered in his mind. He knew that following the holiday, they would need to make their choice. Meanwhile, Hu Yanmei, having just returned from the long holiday, resumed her duties. Yanmei, how was your trip during the holiday? Inquired her colleague, Sister Zhang, with an inquisitive expression. It was just as it always is, taking the children out. What excitement could one expect? Hu Yanmei replied in a flat tone, though fatigue was unmistakably etched on her face. In truth, her experience during the holiday had been far from easy. Wang Pengjiu, seldom able to accompany her and their daughter, had taken them to the seaside of a neighboring city. However, the exhaustion from travel and his lack of romantic flair gradually dulled the anticipation she had once felt. What is wrong? You look rather unwell, Sister Zhang observed, noting Hu Yanmei's low spirits and expressing her concern. It's nothing, just a bit tired. Hu Yanmei forced a faint smile, unwilling to elaborate. Indeed, taking children out for a day of fun can be quite exhausting. Sister Zhang expressed her understanding, but look at these photos on my phone. They are all of my daughter at the seaside, simply stunning. Your little one must have taken quite a few as well, right? Yes, a few, Hu Yanmei replied absently, her mind drifting back to memories of the beach. Wang Pengjiu engrossed in his phone while their daughter attempted to build a sandcastle, yet he refused to lend a hand, leaving her to toil alone, drenched in sweat. By the way, Yanmei, take a look at this video. It's beautifully shot. Sister Zhang suddenly seemed to remember something, excitedly opening her phone and handing it to Hu Yanmei. Hu Yanmei took the phone absent-mindedly, but in the next moment, she froze. The video depicted a young couple frolicking on the beach, the visuals enchanting and romantic, accompanied by captivating background music that stirred one's heart. Where is this video from? It's remarkably well done. Hu Yanmei couldn't help but inquire, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. It's from that popular spot in our city. I heard it was produced by our company for a promotional video. What do you think? Sister Zhang said proudly. Hu Yanmei's complexion drained of color in an instant. She gripped the phone tightly, her gaze fixed on the couple in the video, her voice trembling as she asked, when was this filmed? Just last week, why? Sister Zhang looked at Hu Yanmei in confusion, unable to comprehend her strong reaction. Last week, Hu Yanmei murmured, her mind a blank. Last week. Wang Pengjiu had clearly stated he would be working overtime. Yanmei, what's wrong? Sister Zhang, noticing Hu Yanmei's distress, asked anxiously. Hu Yanmei took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. With trembling fingers, she rewound the video to the beginning, pointing at the man on the screen, and asked word by word, Sister Zhang, are you certain this is the promotional video produced by our company? Sister Zhang nodded, perplexed. Hu Yanmei remained silent, her grip on the phone tightening, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure. She recalled how, just before the National Day holiday, Wang Pengjiu had suddenly become unusually attentive, even buying her a necklace for the first time. Yanmei, what's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Sister Zhang inquired with concern. Ignoring Sister Zhang, Hu Yanmei abruptly stood up, grabbed her phone, and quickly walked to her desk, retrieving another phone from the drawer. Pengjiu, take a look at this video. The cheerful music and bright sunlight in the video stung Hu Yanmei's eyes. She inhaled deeply, striving to control her emotions, her voice trembling as she said, Pengjiu, did you say you were working overtime just to accompany her for this shoot? There was a pause on the other end, followed by Wang Pengjiu's impatient voice. What exactly do you want? I'm busy and don't have time for idle chatter. I'm asking you, who is the woman in the video? Hu Yanmei suppressed her fury, enunciating each word. What is wrong with you? I told you I'm busy. Wang Pengjiu impatiently hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping sound emanating from the phone, Hu Yanmei felt an icy chill engulf her entire being. The device slipped from her feeble grasp and fell heavily to the floor. The gazes of her colleagues pierced through her like searchlights, rendering her utterly mortified. Observing this, Sister Zhang hurriedly picked up the phone, her concern evident as she inquired, Yanmei, are you all right? Hu Yanmei remained silent, tears cascading down her cheeks as she slumped helplessly into her chair, her mind a blank void. Meanwhile, the door to Lin Fan's office was knocked upon, and Pei Si-si and Pei Wen entered. After a period of contemplation during the holiday, they appeared to have reached a decision. Mr. Lin, we have made up our minds. Pei Si-si inhaled deeply, her gaze resolute as she looked at Lin Fan. We choose to stay. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was not taken aback. He set down the documents in his hand and smiled at the sisters before him, asking, have you thought this through? I shall offer you one final opportunity to reconsider. It is not too late to withdraw. Pei Wen bit her lip, a flicker of struggle crossing her eyes. Yet ultimately, she stated firmly, Mr. Lin, we have decided. We wish to remain and strive alongside you. Excellent. Lin Fan nodded appreciatively. I believe your choice is the right one, and I will do my utmost to assist in your growth. After the Pei sisters departed the office, Lin Fan stood and approached the window, gazing down at the bustling street below, lost in thought. He understood that the sisters' decision to stay signified their readiness to confront all future challenges, and he would honor his commitment to guide them in creating their own domain in the professional realm. As the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, Pei Si-si anxiously stared at the computer screen. Due to various interruptions in the morning, she had not yet achieved her goal of entering the stock market. There was still no news from Boss Jiang, and it appeared he would not return for lunch. "Sister, do not worry. We will take our time," Pei Wen reassured her. "After all, we have no pressing matters this afternoon. We can proceed at a steady pace." Pei Si-si nodded, inhaled deeply, and continued to focus intently on the screen, her fingers flying across the keyboard. At precisely 2 o'clock, the stock market opened. Pei Si-si decisively placed her order, investing all remaining funds into the target stocks. "Sister, you are incredible. You are fully invested," Pei Wen exclaimed excitedly. However, Pei Si-si remained silent, her gaze fixed on the constantly fluctuating stock codes, her heart a tumultuous mix of emotions. With her work still unsettled, her sister was now taking risks alongside her, and the future path loomed fraught with uncertainty and challenges. At that moment, her phone rang. Pei Si-si glanced at the caller ID. It was from a company she had interviewed with earlier. Taking a deep breath, she answered the call politely. "Hello." Pei Wen watched her sister from the side, concern etched across her face. After hanging up, Pei Si-si grabbed her bag and said to Pei Wen, "I will step out to the restroom. Please keep an eye on the market for me, and call if anything arises." "Sister, where are you going?" Pei Wen asked. "Just downstairs to the company. I will return shortly." After Pei Si-si finished speaking, she hurriedly exited the office, leaving Pei Wen alone to face the incessantly fluctuating stock codes, her heart filled with trepidation. Chapter 85. The stock market and the hesitation of building positions amidst chaotic workplace affairs. Shortly after 2 o'clock, Pei Si-si abruptly ended her phone call, picked up her bag, and with a serious expression, said to Pei Wen, "I'll be back soon. Keep an eye on things for me." "Sis, are you really going? Perhaps you should reconsider. It's already quite late. Which company are you interviewing with this afternoon?" Pei Wen grasped her sister's hand, her face etched with concern. "There's no need to worry. The appointment is at 3 o'clock, and there's still time," Pei Si-si reassured her, patting the back of her sister's hand. "It's all set. And it wouldn't be good to cancel. Just stay home and keep watch. Call me if anything arises." With that, she hastily departed. At that moment, Lin Fan was seated before his computer, idly browsing the company's forum in search of intriguing information. How familiar does this username seem? Lin Fan pondered as he noticed the ID Xiao Mi wants to see the sea, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Lu Xiaomi? When did she change her name? Is she really off to see the sea, perhaps on vacation? Lin Fan recalled Lu Xiaomi's earlier mention of resigning to travel, piquing his curiosity. A series of knocks interrupted his thoughts as Chen Fong entered, holding a document. "Director Lin, here's the agenda for Thursday's meeting. Please take a look." Lin Fan accepted the document, glancing through it briefly before sighing. "Another meeting? I feel as though I'm drowning in them these days. There's no choice. The company is growing rapidly, and there's much to attend to. Please bear with it," Chen Fong responded with a smile. "Do you have any additions to the agenda?" Lin Fan returned the document to her. "I have no objections. Let us proceed as outlined." After Chen Fong left, Hu Yanmei knocked and entered hastily. "Director Lin, our current personnel count is sufficient. Should we consider pausing recruitment?" "Pausing recruitment?" Lin Fan set down the document, looking earnestly at Hu Yanmei. "While we are currently adequate, the internet industry evolves at an astonishing pace, and we must be adequately prepared to remain competitive in the future." "You are absolutely right. I hadn't considered that thoroughly." Hu Yanmei acknowledged, then asked, "By the way, Director Lin, what are your thoughts on the product proposal I recently drafted? Your ideas are coherent, and the logic is sound." "It's quite impressive," Lin Fan offered his praise. Once Hu Yanmei departed, Qi Liang rushed in. "Director Lin, the funds in the company account are nearing the warning line. Should we?" "I'm aware. I'll transfer 100 million shortly," Lin Fan interrupted. 100 million? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Qi Liang expressed surprise. "Not at all. We must maintain ample liquidity to address any unforeseen circumstances," Lin Fan clarified. "By the way, regarding the venture capital you mentioned last time, I've reconsidered and decided against it." "Why so?" Qi Liang inquired, perplexed. Although venture capital can swiftly replenish funds, they often demand higher returns and greater control, which I do not wish to impose on our company's development, Lin Fan explained. Qi Liang nodded in understanding. Just then, Li Jiachuan knocked and entered. "Director Lin, there's news about Pei Si-si's case. The court is expected to hold a hearing later this month." "All right, I understand. Please make the arrangements. I intend to audit," Lin Fan instructed. Just as Li Jiaqing departed, a young programmer burst through the door, slamming a resignation letter onto Lin Fan's desk. I quit. Is this supervisor out of their mind? Lin Fan picked up the resignation letter, glanced at it, and calmly replied, the company has its regulations. Resignations require a month's notice. To hell with that. I'm leaving today. The programmer retorted before storming out. Lin Fan shook his head in resignation, signed the resignation letter, and then called out to Lu Xiaomi outside. Xiaomi, come here for a moment. As night fell, Lin Fan, accompanied by 2 assistants, burned the midnight oil at the office, watching the fluctuating numbers on the screen. Yet, the Pei sisters couldn't find joy in the moment. Both were preoccupied with their thoughts. What's wrong? Are you two facing a dilemma? Lin Fan observed with a half-smile directed at them. Pei Wen was about to explain, but was halted by her sister, Pei Si-si, who shook her head, signaling her to remain silent. Well, no need to speak if you don't wish to. The outcome will be the same. Lin Fan feigned nonchalance. Though his gaze lingered on Pei Si-si's somewhat pallid face, a faint unease stirring within him. Come on, no need for long faces. This is our first practical operation together. So cheer up. He playfully patted the shoulders of the Pei sisters and pointed at the screen. Look, the euro against the dollar is about to rise again. Let us move quickly. Pei Si-si managed a faint smile and nodded, following Lin Fan's instructions. Meanwhile, Pei Wen appeared distracted, stealing glances at her sister, hesitating to speak. What's wrong? Are you two facing a dilemma? Lin Fan remarked teasingly. Well, no need to speak if you don't wish to. The outcome will be the same. He maintained his feigned ease, yet his attention remained fixated on Pei Si-si's pale complexion, the unease within him intensifying. As time passed, the numbers on the screen continued to fluctuate. Lin Fan remained focused, calmly issuing directives, while the Pei sisters mechanically executed them, behaving like emotionless machines. Time's up. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Lin Fan finally stretched and rubbed his tired eyes. That will be all for today. Please arrive early tomorrow. The Pei sisters quietly gathered their belongings, preparing to leave. Wait, Lin Fan called out to them. Tomorrow morning at 9, meet at the usual place. Don't be late. Understood. General Manager Lin, Pei Si-si responded softly, hurriedly pulling her sister away from the company. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Fan's sense of unease deepened. He sensed that the Pei sisters' troubles were perhaps more complex than he had initially imagined. The following morning, Lin Fan arrived at the office early, but the Pei sisters were nowhere to be seen. As time ticked by, it quickly became 9:30, yet the 2 assistants still had not arrived. What is going on? Did they oversleep? Lin Fan's impatience grew as he dialed Pei Si-si's number, but there was no answer. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to call Pei Wen's number next. However, the line was busy, and still, no one answered. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone suddenly vibrated, and a WeChat message appeared. President Lin, my sister. The message was incomplete when the phone's screen abruptly went black, and an inexplicable wave of dizziness engulfed him. He lost consciousness, collapsing onto his desk with a thud, causing his phone to fall to the ground, where the unread message seemed to silently convey something profound. Chapter 86. A visit to the sickbed. The jarring ringtone reverberated throughout the quiet office, jolting Lin Fan from his heavy slumber. He struggled to open his weary eyelids. His vision blurred, and his head throbbed as if it would explode. Hello, he rasped as he answered the call, only to realize he lacked the strength to speak. President Lin, are you all right? It's Si-si, came Pei Si-si's anxious voice from the other end. I saw your moments. Are you unwell? Moments? It dawned on Lin Fan that he had posted something in a daze the previous night, inadvertently blocking family from seeing it, only for Pei Si-si to catch a glimpse. I'm fine, just a slight cold. Lin Fan attempted to mask his weakness but succumbed to a coughing fit. You're just putting on a brave face. Wait for me. I'll be right over. Pei Si-si's tone was resolute, leaving no room for argument. Lin Fan wished to say more, but the line was already met with a busy signal. He sighed heavily, closing his eyes and surrendering to the fatigue and illness that consumed him. Shortly after, his phone rang again. This time it was Chen Fong, who, after exchanging pleasantries, kindly reminded him to rest and drink plenty of warm water. Following her was Hu Yanmei, whose tone brimmed with concern, even suggesting she come to the office to take care of him. Lin Fan declined their generous offers, yet warmth surged within him. As he scrolled through the likes and comments on his moments, he noticed that most male colleagues merely liked the post, with only Wang Chong leaving a brief message of concern. The female colleagues, however, exhibited greater enthusiasm, with many expressing their care. Among them, the most striking was Lu Xiaomi's comment, where she first recommended a fever-reducing medicine, then added, President Lin, please take care of yourself and don't overexert. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. It seemed Lu Xiaomi genuinely cared for him, albeit constrained by their professional boundaries. At that moment, the door creaked open gently, revealing two familiar figures. President Lin, we're back, the Pei sisters chorused, their faces etched with worry and concern. What brings you here? Lin Fan asked, astonished. You're ill. How could we possibly be at ease? Pei Wen responded, placing a thermos on the table. I made some porridge, please have some while it's warm. Gazing at the sincere faces before him, Lin Fan felt a mix of emotions. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, yet words eluded him. Pei Si-si's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling slightly. President Lin, please don't send us away. Let us stay and care for you. We truly can't bear to leave you alone. Looking into the concerned faces of the two women, warmth surged within him. He wished to refuse. But as he met their earnest gazes, the words of denial caught in his throat. Very well, you may stay. It will spare me from the tedium of solitude, Lin Fan remarked. Upon hearing his consent, the Pei sisters beamed with delight. Pei Wen, swift in her movements, ladled a bowl of congee and presented it to Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, please enjoy this while it's hot. I specially prepared this century egg and lean meat congee for you. Thank you, Lin Fan replied. Accepting the bowl and savoring a sip, a wave of warmth cascading through him. In times of illness, the solace of care and concern from others is truly a comforting sensation. Meanwhile, Pei Si-si busied herself arranging the bedding, chiding gently, Mr. Lin, you must take care of your health amidst your hectic work schedule. Falling ill can be quite troublesome. Lin Fan chuckled in agreement, yet inwardly mused that his health was robust. A mere cold had beset him due to an evening shower in the rain. Nonetheless, he dared not disclose the extraordinary nature of his rebirth to anyone, even to these two girls who showed him such tender concern. Just as the atmosphere among the three was congenial, Lin Fan's phone rang at an inopportune moment. He glanced at the screen, which displayed the name Jing Hongxiu. Hello, Hongxiu. What is the matter? Are you unwell? Her voice bore a hint of urgency. I saw your post on social media. How serious is it? It's nothing. Just a slight cold. I'm feeling much better, Lin Fan downplayed, wishing to alleviate her worries. You posted about it, and still claim it's nothing? Just wait. I'm coming to see you. Jing Hongxiu's tone brooked no argument. Before Lin Fan could protest, he was met with the busy signal on the line. He sighed in resignation and rubbed his slightly throbbing temples. What is happening? Who is coming? Pei Wen inquired with curiosity. It's Jing Hongxiu. She said she's coming to visit, Lin Fan replied, feeling a headache brewing. He had merely wished for some quiet time, yet the situation had unexpectedly turned lively. Jing Hongxiu? The one who accompanied you to the company last time? Pei Si-si couldn't help but ask, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Yes, Lin Fan nodded. Observing their eager expressions, he felt compelled to clarify. She is a friend of mine who happens to be in the vicinity on business and wanted to check in after seeing my post. The Pei sisters exchanged knowing glances, their expressions a mixture of understanding and curiosity. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone rang once more, Jing Hongxiu again. Hello, I'm at the entrance of the Four Seasons garden. Which room are you in? Her voice sounded hesitant, as though she lingered at the threshold. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan responded, please hold on. I will send someone to escort you. He then turned to the Pei sisters. Hongxiu has arrived at the community entrance. Would you mind going to meet her? Of course. Pei Wen readily agreed, tugging at the still-dazed Pei Si-si. Let us go. Once the sisters departed, Lin Fan lay alone on the bed, his mind awash with conflicting emotions. Jing Hongxiu's unexpected visit had caught him off guard, making him acutely aware that his tranquil life might soon be disrupted. Sister, what do you think the relationship is between Mr. Lin and Miss Jing? Pei Wen whispered as they made their way outside, her tone brimming with curiosity. Pei Si-si shook her head, indicating her own uncertainty. I sense that their relationship is rather extraordinary, Pei Wen remarked with a meaningful glance, then paused, turning to Pei Si-si. Why don't we subtly inquire about it later? At the entrance of the Four Seasons garden, Jing Hongxiu gazed at the community gate, a flicker of hesitation crossing her exquisite features. Initially, she intended to seize the opportunity of visiting Lin Fan to observe the nature of his life, curious if it truly reflected the tranquility and stability he portrayed on social media. However, as she contemplated stepping into his world, anxiety began to creep in. What am I thinking? I'm already at the door. I should go in. The cab driver's voice interrupted Jing Hongxiu's thoughts. Taking a deep breath, she opened the car door and stepped out, adjusting her coat before walking gracefully into the community. Meanwhile, Pei Wen and Pei Si-si, following Lin Fan's instructions, arrived at the entrance to receive Jing Hongxiu. From a distance, Pei Wen spotted a striking woman standing by the roadside, holding a phone and seemingly waiting for someone. Sis. Look, isn't that her? Pei Wen nudged Pei Si-si with her elbow, whispering. Following her sister's gaze, Pei Si-si immediately recognized Jing Hongxiu. It must be her. Let us go? Hello, are you Miss Jing? Pei Wen began to clarify their purpose, only to be interrupted by Jing Hongxiu. I know. You are here to pick me up, right? Let us go? Jing Hongxiu smiled lightly, turning first towards the community. The Pei sisters exchanged a glance, both surprised by the formidable aura emanating from Miss Jing, which drew one and yet also instilled a sense of restraint. As they walked, Pei Wen sought opportunities to engage Jing Hongxiu in conversation, attempting to discern the nature of her relationship with Lin Fan. Miss Jing, how long have you known our Lin General? Pei Wen inquired casually. Not long. We met at a gathering of friends, Jing Hongxiu replied, her response impeccably guarded. Pei Wen wished to probe further, but was subtly tugged by Pei Si-si, signaling her to refrain from additional questions. Although somewhat reluctant, Pei Wen recognized the need for discretion and ceased her inquiries. The trio soon arrived at Lin Fan's apartment. Upon entering, Jing Hongxiu was greeted by the sight of Lin Fan, pale and lying in bed, which instantly tugged at her heartstrings. She hurried to his bedside, her voice filled with concern. How are you? Are you feeling better? Much better. Look at you, making a special trip. I told you it's nothing serious. Lin Fan attempted to rise, only to be gently pressed back down by Jing Hongxiu. Stay put. Don't be stubborn when you're ill. Her tone, though tinged with reproach, could not mask the depth of her care. The Pei sisters, sensing the moment's intimacy, discreetly withdrew to the side. Really? There's no need to fuss. I'm just a bit under the weather, Lin Fan insisted, pulling a light blanket over himself as he addressed Jing Hongxiu. Still claiming you're fine when you look like this? Ignoring his protest, Jing Hongxiu turned to the Pei sisters. Could you please fetch me a cup of hot water? Thank you. Certainly, Pei Wen replied, taking the cup Jing Hongxiu offered, and, together with Pei Si-si, made their way into the kitchen. Sister, do you think Miss Jing has any feelings for President Lin? Pei Wen whispered to Pei Si-si, her tone rife with speculation. Pei Si-si shook her head, signaling her younger sister to refrain from making baseless conjectures and to focus on their own tasks. However, Pei Wen was eager to continue the conversation, only to be silenced by a glance from Pei Si-si, who pointed discreetly towards the kitchen door. Following her sister's gaze, Pei Wen noticed Lin Fan standing at the entrance, his calm demeanor fixed upon them. Si-si, why don't you take a break? I can manage here, Lin Fan said gently, yet with an undertone of undeniable authority. Pei Si-si glanced at Lin Fan and then at her inquisitive sister before letting out a soft sigh and turning to leave the kitchen. Chapter 87. The beauty enters the mansion, heart in turmoil. The glass door of the kitchen closed softly behind Pei Si-si, the stainless steel sink reflecting the ambient light. As Lin Fan accepted the white porcelain teapot from Pei Wen, his fingertips brushed against its residual warmth. The pearl earrings dangling from Pei Wen's earlobes caught the light, creating delicate arcs of brilliance. Is Miss Jing your university classmate? Pei Wen inquired, stirring honey into her water, the lemon slices swirling in the glass. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Lin Fan retrieving a celadone cup from the sterilizer, his well-defined fingers lingering momentarily on the dark glaze. Lin Fan paused while pouring the aged tangerine peel pu'er tea into the pitcher, the rising steam obscuring his expression. I encountered her at last year's alumni gathering, he remarked, his wrist slightly raised as the amber tea flowed gracefully through the air. I heard your sister has been watching empresses in the palace lately? Pei Wen nearly toppled the honey jar, the viscous liquid glistening like gold under the light as it clung to her fingertips. She observed Lin Fan pulling out a wet wipe from the drawer, suddenly noticing his dark-patterned silk pajamas and the fever patch resting on his collarbone. Outside the wrought-iron gates of the villa, the sycamore trees rustled softly. As Pei Si-si checked her watch for the third time, a black Audi A8 rolled over the fallen leaves and halted before her. When the rear window lowered, she caught a whiff of bergamot mingling with cedarwood from the perfume. Jing Hongxiu, with her chestnut curls brushing against the collar of her cashmere coat, adorned with ruby earrings that glimmered like solidified droplets of blood in the twilight, said, "Thank you, Secretary Pei." The fluid motion of her handing over the Hermes handbag was graceful, the chill of winter evident as the platinum bag's metal clasp touched Pei Si-si's palm. As they walked along the cobbled path, the lights by the fountain sequentially illuminated, elongating and fracturing their shadows. Lin Fan awaited them at the foyer, the glow of the crystal chandelier softening the contours of his pale face. In the moment Jing Hongxiu removed her long boots, Pei Si-si noticed the nearly invisible rose tattoo on her ankle, reminiscent of the ink smudge on Lin Fan's shirt cuff from the previous month. 38, 2 degrees. Jing Hongxiu stated as she placed the electronic thermometer back into the medicine cabinet. the metallic clatter rousing the drowsy Lin Fan. As she turned, her silk shirt brushed against the rosewood coffee table, knocking over the picture frame that Pei Wen had just arranged. In the photograph, a 20-year-old Lin Fan stood before a state-owned enterprise building, the word "intern" on his badge rendered indistinct beneath the crack in the glass. As Pei Wen entered with a cup of ginger tea, she stumbled upon Jing Hongxiu, who was bending down to adjust the thin blanket draped over Lin Fan's legs. The cashmere hem brushed against the fringes of the Persian carpet, revealing a delicate gold chain wrapped thrice around her ankle. Suddenly, she recalled the crumpled lottery ticket she had found in Lin Fan's suit pocket last week, its numbers coinciding perfectly with the winning combination published in today's evening paper. "Sister Si-si, shall we change the lily of the valley at the entrance?" Pei Wen stood at the study door, clutching a wilted bouquet, observing Jing Hongxiu flipping through the front pages of The Wealth of Nations. This hardcover book had been meticulously sourced from a second-hand market by Lin Fan after his rebirth, its spine marred by a crack resembling a lightning bolt. As twilight enveloped the villa, Jing Hongxiu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, engaged in a phone conversation. The ring on her ring finger transformed into a stark silver circle in the reflection of the glass, while the distant lights of the golf course twinkled like scattered stars. When Pei Si-si approached to refill her tea, she overheard Jing Hongxiu saying, "Yes, it's the merger case from 10 years ago." As they bid farewell, the automatic sprinkler system in the courtyard unexpectedly activated, casting a fine mist that wove a golden veil under the landscape lights. Jing Hongxiu paused to glance back at the illuminated bedroom window on the second floor, the chain of her handbag leaving a faint red imprint on her palm. Pei Si-si, standing 3 steps away with a black umbrella, could hear the subtle sound of her heels sinking into the lawn. The streetlights projected their shadows onto the body of the Rolls-Royce Wraith, and as Jing Hongxiu opened the car door, she abruptly turned her head. The night breeze dispersed the lingering scent of agarwood from her, and a fleeting sharp emotion flickered in her eyes. Pei Si-si gripped the umbrella handle, feeling the rainwater trickling down the watch face at the junction of the umbrella's ribs. Twilight seeped into the winding driveway of the villa community like ink dropped into clear water. As Jing Hongxiu adjusted the rearview mirror for the 3rd time, the platinum chain of her handbag made delicate scraping sounds against the leather seat. The car's fragrance, now 3 years old, released a barely perceptible bitterness in the base notes of bergamot, akin to the lingering aftertaste of American coffee on her tongue. "Have you known Secretary Pei for a long time?" she asked, directing the air conditioning vent towards the window, the condensation on the glass slicing through the halo of the streetlight. Pei Si-si's knuckles turned pale as she gripped the steering wheel, the rearview mirror reflecting Jing Hongxiu's fingers caressing her ruby earrings, marking just 2 years since her employment. She caught sight of the faint indentation on the inner side of Jing Hongxiu's ring finger and suddenly remembered the emerald ring of the same size nestled within the velvet jewelry box she had seen in the safe last week. The Audi jolted over a speed bump, awakening the dormant car speakers as Bach's unaccompanied cello suite reverberated within the confined space. Jing Hongxiu gazed at the moths relentlessly battering against the windshield, her nails gently scraping the crocodile texture of her Hermes bag. "Are you two in a relationship?" The screech of tires against the bluestone road drowned out the latter part of her question. Pei Si-si's force on the brake caused the dashboard warning lights to flicker to life, and the splashing rainwater formed a brief arc of light at the front of the car. As she unfastened her seatbelt, she noticed a thin sheen of sweat beading at her collarbone, the cold metal clasp pressed against her skin, tightening her throat. "Mr. Lin is waiting for you." The moment the intricately carved copper door of the villa swung open, a gust of wind carrying the scent of cedarwood wafted towards the cashmere hem of Jing Hongxiu's dress. She paused to examine the ink wash screen at the entrance, where the tea stains at the edges of the scroll coincided with the blemishes of a yellowed invitation from her memory. Pei Si-si's graceful movement as she bent down to retrieve her slippers resembled flowing water, and amidst the wisps of hair at the nape of her neck, the clasp of a rose gold necklace subtly revealed itself, identical to the one Lin Fan had forgotten in the conference room last month. "Come right in." A husky voice drifted down from the spiral staircase. Lin Fan's silhouette, supported by the oak railing, was sliced into a mosaic of light and shadow by the crystal chandelier. As the hem of his silk pajamas brushed against the steps, the intricate patterns emerged like entwined vines in the play of light. Jing Hongxiu noticed a spot on the Persian carpet beneath his bare feet, where an embroidered iris flower was missing 3 petals of gold thread. Pei Si-si silently retreated towards the kitchen, her silhouette reflected on the frosted glass as she wiped a wine glass. The short leather boots of Jing Hongxiu released a hazy white mist upon the heated floor, and her motion to unfasten the buttons of her coat came to an abrupt halt when the wall lamp in the second-floor corridor flickered to life, illuminating an entire wall adorned with commemorative photos of merger cases. Beneath the gilded title of the 1998 Equity Transfer Agreement of Panda Group, a 20-year-old Lin Fan stood at the edge of the group photo, a blue pen cap peeking out from his suit pocket. "You've got a fever." Jing Hongxiu's fingertips curled into a fist just before they were about to touch the edge of the fever patch. She turned, rummaging through her crocodile leather bag to retrieve a brown paper bag, the clinking of the medicine box startling the blue-eyed white cat dozing on the windowsill. Suddenly, Lin Fan grasped her wrist with a force that shattered the unfinished words upon her lips. The heat of his palm seeped through the silk shirt into her skin, and the subtle ticking of his watch harmonized with the chime of the floor clock in the corner. The sapphire necklace at Jing Hongxiu's neck began to pulse irregularly until a delicate sound of porcelain clinking echoed around the corner of the staircase. Pei Wen, holding a bone china tray, froze midway up the stairs, her mint green chi-pao revealing the graceful curve of her leg at the slit. The pearl earrings swaying from her earlobes mirrored the pair that Pei Si-si had worn that morning, refracting identical iridescence in the glow of the chandelier. As Jing Hongxiu took a half-step back, she knocked over the enamel vase at the entrance. Lilies of the valley and white bellflowers scattering across the black and white checkered tiles. When she bent down to pick up the flowers, her pupils constricted sharply. Through the reflection on the marble floor, she glimpsed warm yellow lights spilling from the study door on the second floor, where a figure clad in the same chi-pao as Pei Wen was tucking a lottery ticket into the pages of the Wealth of Nations. The halo of the crystal chandelier shattered into fine gold leaf along the rim of the bone china cup, and Jing Hongxiu gazed at the goji berries floating in the tea, suddenly realizing that the vine pattern on Lin Fan's pajamas bore an uncanny resemblance to the watermark of a confidential document from a decade ago. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the night rain wove a flowing spiderweb on the glass, slicing her reflected silhouette on the coffee table into a fragmented puzzle. "This is a Xinjiang small white apricot," Lin Fan said, piercing a piece of translucent fruit flesh with a silver fork. The crisp sound of glass clashing with the fruit fork stirring the blue-eyed white cat by the window. The medical tape on the back of his hand had turned slightly yellow, subtly echoing the 4-bag packaging peeking from beneath the coffee table. Jing Hongxiu tightened her fingers around the teacup's handle, her gaze traversing the ornate carvings of the spiral staircase's railing, where faint golden scratches bore witness to past nails' remnants. She suddenly realized that the entire villa was infused with an eerie symmetry. 2 bronze wall lamps in the foyer cast shadows at precisely the same angle. The indentations left by hands on either armrest of the leather sofa were identical to the minutest detail. Even the emerald green curtains cascading from the bay window exhibited a mirrored curvature. The sound of porcelain gently clinking emanated from the maid's room, and glimpses of mint green and burgundy fabric flitted past the frosted glass. As Pei Wen emerged, holding a fruit platter, Jing Hongxiu noticed that the 3rd button of her chi-pao was fastened, while Pei Si-si had just tied the 4th button in the kitchen moments before. The sisters maintained a remarkable synchronicity in their breathing. The angle at which Pei Wen lowered the fruit platter mirrored the action of Pei Si-si handing over slippers 2 hours earlier. "Do you need honey, Miss Jing?" Pei Si-si's voice floated in from the direction of the dining room, where she was positioning a silver sugar bowl at a precise 45-degree angle to the teaspoon. The clasp of her rose gold necklace shimmered with each movement, echoing the platinum diamond tie clip that Lin Fan had left on the desk the previous night. Jing Hongxiu abruptly set down her teacup, the celadone saucer producing an ethereal resonance upon striking the mahogany tea table. She caught sight of a faint pink mark on Lin Fan's nape, barely visible beneath the edge of a fever patch, perfectly matching the lip print found on the hotel matchbook tucked within the pages of the Wealth of Nations. Suddenly, the pendulum of the floor clock halted, plunging the villa into an uncanny silence, until a muffled thud from the second floor broke the stillness. "I'll check the air conditioning vent," Pei Wen said, hastening upstairs with a toolbox, her tassels swaying in rhythm with Pei Si-si's earlier motion of polishing the antique clock. Jing Hongxiu's pupils constricted slightly as she peered through the refracted image in the decorative mirror at the staircase corner, spotting a silver key tucked at Pei Wen's lower back, identical in shape to the spare key concealed within Pei Si-si's stocking. Lin Fan suddenly leaned forward, the rustle of silk fabric entwined with the mingled scents of cedar and traditional medicine. The forecatheter on the inner side of his wrist glimmered under the light, and the angle of the rolled edge of the infusion patch reminded Jing Hongxiu of a charred fragment of a contract. "You seem quite interested in them," he remarked, his Adam's apple casting a shadow on the fever patch at the base of his collarbone, resembling a swaying seal. A sudden clap of thunder outside made the crystal chandelier chime, while torrential rain streaked the floor-to-ceiling windows, distorting the view like a galaxy in turmoil. The ring on Jing Hongxiu's fourth finger refracted a sharp silver light in the lightning, and she noticed Lin Fan's gaze linger for half a second on a faint pinprick mark on her hand, matching the size of the needle discarded by Pei Wen in the kitchen 3 hours prior. Mr. Lin is truly considerate towards his employees, she said, lifting her chilled pure tea, the amber liquid leaving circular stains on the cup's wall. Suddenly, the intermittent notes of a piano being tuned echoed from the second floor. Playing the third movement of Clair de Lune, which she had impromptu performed at a reunion 10 years ago, Pei Si-si's motion of dusting the antique shelf abruptly halted, the gilded ornament in her palm reflecting a dagger-like glint. Lin Fan suddenly chuckled, the tremor in his chest causing the vine-like patterns on his silk pajamas to ripple like waves. He reached out to adjust the cushion, causing his cuff to slip and reveal a barcode tattoo on the inner side of his forearm. Jing Hongxiu had encountered the same code format in a classified document. Suddenly, the sound of rain outside thickened, and all the clocks in the villa chimed 11 o'clock in unison, shaking the fruit fork on the glass table into a strange tap dance. I thought you would ask first, Lin Fan remarked, as he pierced the flesh of the melon with a silver fork, an action that inexplicably evoked the image of a scalpel slicing through skin. The juice dripping onto the financial section of the newspaper, staining the headline of the Pfizer merger orange-red, regarding last month's subway derailment. He suddenly lifted his gaze, his dark pupils reflecting Jing Hongxiu's fingers tightening around her crocodile leather bag. A wisp of cedar-scented smoke seeped from the crack in the nanny's room door, mingling with a slightly sweet, burnt aroma. As Pei Si-si emerged with a freshly brewed Chenpi pu'er tea, Jing Hongxiu noticed the plain silver ring on her left ring finger perfectly matched the size of the commemorative ring from 1978, kept in Lin Fan's safe. The curve of the tea pouring into the cup twisted abruptly, shattering the reflected world into countless fragments. Jing Hongxiu's fingertips traced the seam of the crocodile leather bag, the goji berries on the rim of the celadone cup slowly revolving in the tea. What exactly does Mr. Lin do? She suddenly inquired, her gaze fixed on the barcode tattoo on Lin Fan's forearm. Outside, the torrential rain left silvery streaks on the glass, refracting the code into broken Morse signals. Lin Fan speared the last piece of melon with the silver fork, the juice seeping along the fork's tines into the financial headline, doing a bit of business. As he swallowed the fruit, the fever-reducing patch on his Adam's apple crinkled slightly, mirroring the shape of a paperclip that peeked out from the draft of the merger case beneath the coffee table. A blue-eyed white cat leaped onto the redwood display shelf, the gilded ornament reflecting 2 flickering flames in its eyes. For instance, transforming Pfizer's laboratory into a private pharmacy? Jing Hongxiu pulled an aluminum foil medication packet from her bag, her fingertips smudging silver ink as they swept across the English instructions. She pushed the pills across the checkerboard floor, the crescent white on her fingernail aligning perfectly with the cracks of the bone china plate Lin Fan had shattered the previous night. Lin Fan chuckled softly as he tore open the aluminum packaging, the movement of his Adam's apple causing the veins beneath his silk pajamas to pulse. As he swallowed the pill, the scratch on his neck flushed in the play of light and shadow, forming a perfect loop with the date of the hotel matchbook tucked inside the Wealth of Nations in the study upstairs. Pei Wen silently poured more hot tea, the mint green Chi-Pao's frog buttons mysteriously secured to the fourth loop. Miss Jing, do you have any further questions? The motion of Lin Fan adjusting his watch cast a gleam across the photo wall, the blue cap of his pen in the 1998 merger photo suddenly reflecting an unusual purple light. The pendulum of the grandfather clock in the corner resumed its swing, the sound of the gears meshing perfectly synchronized with Pei Si-si's rhythm as she polished the silverware in the kitchen. Jing Hongxiu gathered her cashmere shawl, the ruby earrings glistening under the chandelier like drops of blood. As she stood, the teaspoon she accidentally tipped struck the bone china plate, producing a tremulous C-sharp note. The questions that needed asking had all been posed a decade ago. The chain of the crocodile leather bag swept across the edge of the coffee table, slicing the headline of the Pfizer merger, stained with orange juice, into 2 halves. In the courtyard, where the torrential rain had temporarily ceased, the air was infused with the earthy scent of grass and foliage. As Lin Fan walked barefoot along the cobblestone path, the ground lights cast his shadow into a slender crucifix. Jing Hongxiu observed the night dew clinging to the hem of his nightgown and suddenly noticed the dark patterned vines revealing a double helix structure in the dampness. The starry sky reflected in the fountain pool was shattered by ripples, where the trajectory of a shooting star coincided with the scratch of Pei Si-si's necklace in the window's reflection. Secretary LV, the Four Seasons Garden. Lin Fan spoke to his smartwatch, which promptly displayed 27 missed call notifications. Jing Hongxiu caught a glimpse of the topmost entry, marked with Director Chen's number. Identical to the first line of the salvaged page from the personnel department's shredded directory from last week. A step back startled a resting owl, its feathers falling into the freshly trimmed lily of the valley tended by Pei Wen. The phone vibrated sharply in the stillness, and Jing Hongxiu's gaze fixated on the incoming call from Dr. Wang, her fingertips whitening from the pressure. As she turned, her sheepskin ankle boots crunched a half-dried leaf, the crack mirroring the scratch on the void lottery ticket in Lin Fan's safe. "I'll return on my own," she said, gripping the car key tightly enough for the platinum chain to imprint a purplish hue beneath her palm. Lin Fan raised his hand to catch the droplets falling from the eaves, his amber eyes reflecting the wrinkles of Jing Hongxiu's coat hem. The car was already at the intersection. When his watch emitted a notification, a dull thud echoed from the study on the second floor, as if something heavy had fallen. Pei Si-si appeared at the corner of the spiral staircase, her wine-red silk robe tied in a standard surgical knot. Reminiscent of the technique used by the nurse on duty the night Lin Fan was in the emergency room. Two beams of headlights pierced through the rain and mist. A black Bentley Mulsanne rolling over the waterlogged ground to halt at the ornate iron gate. As LV Xiaomi rolled down the window, the safety talisman hanging from the rearview mirror and the yellowing amulet in Jing Hongxiu's wallet both hailed from the same temple. The moment Jing Hongxiu opened the car door, all the lights in the villa abruptly extinguished, leaving only the luminous function of Lin Fan's watch illuminating the smile at the corner of his mouth. "There will be a heavy rain on Thursday," Lin Fan suddenly remarked, his fingertips gliding over the mist on the smartwatch surface. As Pei Wen approached, holding a black umbrella, its shadow sliced through the fever-reducing patch on his collarbone, creating a fragmented contour map. Jing Hongxiu's downward motion to fasten her seatbelt concealed the tremor in her pupils. As the car's screen reflected two slender figures in identical mint-green kipeos standing behind the curtains on the second floor of the villa. The red glow of the taillights faded at the end of the sycamore-lined avenue, and as Lin Fan turned, the silk nightgown brushed past Pei Si-si's fingertips. The two sisters followed him up the spiral staircase in unison, 3 pairs of footprints overlapping on the Persian carpet, forming a genetic map. The corridor lights on the second floor flickered on with each step, illuminating a newly added commemorative plate from Pfizer in the cabinet, its glazed surface faintly reflecting Pei when meticulously organizing a gold-embossed resume cover from Waste Capital. The aromatherapy machine in the master bedroom released its last wisp of cedar-scented smoke. As Lin Fan tore off the fever-reducing patch from his neck, the medical tape dangled at the edge of the trash can like a question mark. Pei Si-si poured the warm, traditional Chinese medicine into a jade bowl, the vine pattern etched at the bottom unfurling into a stock market candlestick chart amidst the ripples of the medicinal broth. Outside, the night wind lifted a corner of the curtain, casting the neon lights from the distant commercial district onto the navy blue suit Pei Wen was ironing, projecting a massive advertisement for the Thursday job fair. Chapter 88. Recovering from illness and engaged in affairs, exploring the secret heart with trepidation after a refreshing bath, Lin Fan emerged from the bathroom, invigorated. The Pei sisters were already dressed and seated at the edge of the bed. Upon his arrival, both shyly lowered their heads. "Brother Fan," Pei Si-si softly called out, her cheeks still adorned with a lingering blush of emotion. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, approaching the table to pour himself a glass of water, casually inquiring, "What are your plans for today?" Pei Wen eagerly responded, "My sister and I have an interview scheduled, one with Xianghua Media and another with Happy Orange, both involved in short video production." Lin Fan observed their expressions keenly, noticing the glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. He chose not to dissuade them, merely advising, "Be cautious and return home early." "Understood, Brother Fan," the Pei sisters replied obediently, grabbing their bags and departing. After seeing them off, Lin Fan began preparing to leave as well. Having rested at home for 2 days, he was aware of the accumulation of tasks awaiting him at the office. "Mr. Lin, how do you feel today? Do you need another day of rest?" Lu Xiaomi inquired with concern as Lin Fan entered the office. "I am quite well now. Thank you for your concern," Lin Fan responded with a smile, gesturing for her not to worry. "Is there anything important at the company?" "Nothing major, just that Mr. Li and a few others would like to convene a meeting to discuss the promotion plan for the overseas version of Douyin," Lu Xiaomi said while expertly preparing tea for him. Lin Fan nodded, taking a sip from the teacup. "Where are the others?" "They're in the conference room, waiting for you," Lu Xiaomi indicated towards the adjacent meeting room. Lin Fan rose and made his way to the conference room, with Lu Xiaomi following closely behind until he entered, whereupon she returned to her desk. In the spacious secretary's office, Lu Xiaomi found herself alone, idly scrolling through her phone, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of Lin Fan and the Pei sisters. Since her arrival, she had noticed the close bond between Lin Fan and the twins, often inseparable and frequently sharing the same residence, which piqued her curiosity about their identities and the nature of Lin Fan's relationship with them. Ding! The WeChat notification interrupted Lu Xiaomi's reverie. She opened the message to find one from her close friend, Yi Qiuping. Xiaolu, what are you up to? Busy with work? Lu Xiaomi chuckled, replying, not at all busy, just terribly bored. What about you? Still working overtime? Indeed. I'm about to drop from exhaustion. By the way, how is your new boss? Has he made any improper advances? Yi Qiuping sent a series of mischievous emojis. Lu Xiaomi couldn't help but roll her eyes, responding, what are you thinking? My boss is quite proper, though he does have two extraordinarily beautiful young ladies around him. She deliberately elongated her words, leaving her friend hanging. Yi Qiuping, intrigued, bombarded her with messages. Come on, don't keep me in suspense. What is the situation? Do tell. As Lu Xiaomi gazed at her best friend's message, a sly smile crept across her lips. Just as she was about to respond, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door, prompting her to hastily set aside her phone and look up. There stood Lin Fan at the entrance, his gaze calm and steady upon her. A flutter of apprehension coursed through Lu Xiaomi as she quickly turned off her phone screen, rose to her feet, and managed a faint smile. Mr. Lin, you're back. Indeed, Lin Fan replied with a slight nod as he entered the office. Noticing this, Lu Xiaomi promptly set down her phone and followed him at a brisk pace, thoughtfully closing the office door behind him. Mr. Lin, would you like some tea? She inquired, placing the freshly brewed hot tea beside him, her voice soft and gentle. I have compiled the reasons for the employees' resignations that you asked me to investigate. They are all in this document. Lin Fan accepted the file, casually flipping through a few pages before casting a glance of approval at Lu Xiaomi. Well done. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Lin, she replied, feeling a hint of shyness as she lowered her gaze. Yet inwardly, she breathed a sigh of relief. When Lin Fan had unexpectedly appeared, she had swiftly closed the WeChat conversation, hoping he had not seen anything inappropriate. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted the moment as Li Jiachen entered, followed by several company executives, including Chen Fong, Qi Liang, and Hu Yanmei. Mr. Lin, how have you been feeling today? Li Jiachen asked with concern, while the other executives echoed their sentiments of care. I'm feeling much better now. I apologize for worrying everyone, Lin Fan replied with a smile, inviting them to take their seats. There haven't been any pressing matters at the company lately, have there? Thanks to your strategic management, Mr. Lin, everything is running smoothly. Chen Fong remarked, her tone imbued with unmistakable admiration. Yes, Mr. Lin, please focus on your recovery. We will handle the company affairs, Qi Liang added in agreement. Clearing his throat, Li Jiachen spoke with seriousness. Mr. Lin, regarding the lawsuit with Wanxiang, the court has notified us of the hearing date, which is set for next Wednesday at 9 a.m. Understood, Lin Fan nodded, gesturing for Li Jiachen to continue. Both Chen Fong and Qi Liang reported that there were no significant updates requiring special attention. Mr. Lin, I have made some progress on my end, Hu Yanmei interjected. We have successfully recruited a seasoned architect from Tushio, whose technical expertise is exceptional. With his addition, our Douyin technical team will undoubtedly reach new heights. Oh, that is excellent news. Lin Fan's interest piqued as he inquired further. We must expedite the recruitment process, but we should also be cautious of potential risks. Has the architect signed a non-compete agreement with Tushio? He has, Hu Yanmei replied, though a look of concern crossed her face. The term is 2 years, with a penalty for breach amounting to 5 million. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, about to speak when his phone rang. Hello, Chairman Wang. Yes. I just got out of the hospital. Regarding our collaboration? No problem. I will discuss it further when I return. He stepped to the window to take the call, exchanging pleasantries before hanging up. Returning to his seat, he rubbed his temples, feeling a bit fatigued. Noticing the time, which was nearing 1 o'clock, he addressed the group. Let us conclude here for today. We will reconvene at 2:30 this afternoon in the same place. One by one, the executives departed the office. And as Lu Xiaomi gathered her documents, she paused to ask, Mr. Lin, will you be going home for lunch? Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, stating, no need. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. I shall simply rest for a while in the company lounge. LV Xiaomi nodded and turned to exit the office. Lin Fan entered the lounge and reclined on the bed, yet sleep eluded him. He recalled that the Pei sisters had not returned for lunch, which left him somewhat perplexed. Logically, they should have completed their tasks by now. Why had they not yet returned? Could they have encountered some trouble on the way? A flicker of concern crossed Lin Fan's mind, but he swiftly cast it aside. After all, the Pei sisters were adults, resourceful and clever. They should be capable of handling any significant issues. At precisely 2:20 in the afternoon, Lin Fan arrived at the conference room. This meeting was on a grander scale than the mornings, with every seat filled. He found a place at the front marked with the sign for Douyin Technology and took his seat. To his left sat a slightly plump middle-aged man, engrossed in his phone, the screen displaying a gaming interface. On his right was a stylishly dressed young woman, applying makeup while gazing into a mirror. "Hello. I am Lin Fan from Douyin Technology." He introduced himself with cordiality. "Hello. I am Zhang Chang from Xianghua Media," the middle-aged man replied without lifting his gaze, clearly uninterested in Lin Fan or his company. "Greetings, Mr. Lin. It is an honor to finally meet you. I am Chai Fong from Happy Orange. Our company specializes in e-commerce live streaming, and I hope we can collaborate in the future." The young woman enthusiastically handed him her business card, her face radiating a professional smile. Lin Fan accepted the card, nodding with a smile. "We can discuss collaboration later. What brings you here today, Chai General?" "I came to learn." Chai Fong winked. "I heard there would be many internet magnates sharing their experiences today. Such an opportunity is rare." "Indeed," Lin Fan chuckled, preparing to continue the conversation when the host's voice resonated throughout the room. "Good afternoon, esteemed guests. Welcome to our gathering." The host briefly outlined the meeting's agenda and then invited several entrepreneurs who had achieved remarkable success in the startup realm to the stage to share their insights. Lin Fan listened intently. These entrepreneurs hailed from various industries, yet their success stories shared common threads: keen market insight, formidable execution capabilities, and the audacity to take risks. Lin Fan mused silently that merely possessing foresight was insufficient to establish oneself in the internet sector. One must persistently learn and evolve. Subsequently, another leader took the stage to speak. His discourse was exceedingly formal, and Lin Fan found himself growing drowsy. Just then, he felt a gentle tap on his arm. Turning to his right, he saw Chai Fong, who, upon noticing his gaze, covered her mouth and whispered, "Mr. Lin, what do you think of this leader's speech? Is it not exceptionally passionate and inspiring?" Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that Chai Fong was playfully teasing him. He smiled wryly and shook his head. "Chai General, you jest. I have just been discharged from the hospital. My health has not fully returned, and I am feeling a bit drowsy." With a playful chuckle, Chai Fong exclaimed, "So that is the case. You must ensure you take good care of yourself, as health is the foundation of all endeavors." As the time passed, Lin Fan made a concerted effort to maintain his focus during the tedious speech of the leader, yet he found himself stifling yawns more frequently than he would have liked. Finally, when the meeting concluded, Lin Fan was among the first to dash out of the conference room. He headed straight for the parking lot, preparing to drive away. "Hey, Lin, wait for me," came Chai Fong's voice from behind. Lin Fan halted, turning around to see Chai Fong approaching briskly in her high heels. "Which residential community do you live in? Allow me to give you a ride," she inquired warmly. "No, thank you. I will drive myself," Lin Fan replied, gesturing towards a sleek black Mercedes nearby. "Wow, Lin, your car is quite impressive. I didn't expect someone so young to." Chai Fong's words were abruptly interrupted by Zhang Chang, standing beside her. "Chai, don't forget that Lin is a big boss. Driving a Mercedes is nothing for him. He could be flying a plane," Zhang Chang remarked with a hint of envy. Lin Fan chose to disregard Zhang Chang's snide remarks and smiled at Chai Fong. "It was a pleasure meeting you today, Chai. Let us chat again when we have the chance." With that, he opened the car door and settled inside. As Chai Fong watched the Mercedes drive away, a flicker of envy crossed her eyes. She took out her phone, retrieving Lin Fan's business card, and murmured to herself, "It appears that this Lin is quite the enigma. I must find an opportunity to learn more about him. What do you hope to discover? He is a major player, and you, a mere owner of a small e-commerce company, should not aspire beyond your reach." Zhang Chang interjected, dousing her enthusiasm. Chai Fong shot Zhang Chang a disapproving glance. "What do you know? This is about expanding 1S network, understand?" After which, she lowered her gaze to her phone, seemingly engrossed in composing a message. Meanwhile, Lin Fan navigated through the traffic, lost in contemplation about where to go. Home. It felt desolate, devoid of warmth and the comfort of a meal. The office. It was too far from home for such a trivial return. Perhaps a visit to the driving school? The thought sparked a decision within him. Gripping the steering wheel, Lin Fan drove aimlessly through the stream of cars. The sun's golden rays bathed his profile, casting a veil of uncertainty over his features. The notion of returning home barely crossed his mind before he dismissed it. Since the tragic passing of his parents shortly after his graduation, what was once a warm haven had turned into a cold tomb, and he rarely returned. The office was too far and not worth the time, especially since there was nothing pressing awaiting his attention. A visit to the driving school it would be, he murmured to himself. Ever since their last accidental encounter at the driving school, The Pei sisters had occupied his thoughts. The two girls, vibrant and charming, particularly the younger sister Pei Si-si, with her large, expressive eyes that seemed to pierce through to one's very soul, drew him in irresistibly. Resolved, Lin Fan turned his car towards the driving school. 20 minutes later, he arrived and parked by the roadside before walking through the school's entrance. At this hour of the evening, the practice area was relatively sparse. With few students present, Lin Fan meandered through the training grounds, his gaze occasionally sweeping the vicinity in hopes of catching a glimpse of the Pei sisters. To his dismay, however, he found no trace of them. How peculiar. Could it be that they had not come to practice today? Lin Fan pondered, filled with confusion. He approached the resting area and inquired of a coach sipping tea. "Excuse me, do you happen to know if Pei Si-si and Pei Wen are here to practice today?" The coach lifted his head, scrutinizing Lin Fan before shaking his head and responding, "I haven't seen them. Are you looking for something in particular?" "Nothing much. Just a casual inquiry," Lin Fan replied dismissively and turned to leave the resting area. He wandered around the driving school once more. Yet still no sign of the Pei sisters, and reluctantly returned to his car. Seated in the driver's seat, Lin Fan furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Logically, the Pei sisters frequented the driving school every afternoon. What could have caused their sudden absence today? Had something unfortunate occurred? No, I must make a call to inquire. With that thought, he promptly retrieved his phone, locating Pei Si-si's number. Just as he was about to dial, he hesitated. Wait, why should I call them? I am not someone significant in their lives. Why should I concern myself with their whereabouts? Lin Fan muttered to himself, a hint of panic creeping into his tone. Unbeknownst to him, he set the phone down, contemplating for a moment, but ultimately decided to take action. Lin Fan clutched the phone, its faint glow illuminating his indecisive expression. In the end, he dialed Lu Xiaomi's number. "Hello, Mr. Lin, what can I do for you?" Came Lu Xiaomi's sweet voice on the other end, tinged with curiosity. Where are you?" Lin Fan endeavored to maintain a calm and natural tone. "I just finished work, Mr. Lin. Is there something you need?" Lu Xiaomi replied, her tone now edged with caution. "Oh, nothing urgent. Just checking to see if you were off work." "I hope I'm not imposing," Lin Fan replied casually. Yet he dared not broach the subject of the Pei sisters, fearing that Lu Xiaomi might catch on to his underlying concern. "Not at all. I was just about to head out to dinner with friends. Do you need anything else, Mr. Lin?" Lu Xiaomi appeared oblivious to Lin Fan's true intentions. Eager to conclude the call. "Oh, then enjoy your dinner and be safe," Lin Fan said hastily before disconnecting the call. He slumped back in his seat, an increasing sense of agitation gnawing at him. He was at a loss as to why he felt this way. After all, they were merely two girls he had encountered briefly, yet they occupied his thoughts so profoundly. Once more, Lin Fan picked up his phone and scrolled to Pei Si-si's number. Hesitating for a moment, but ultimately lacking the courage to press dial, he reassured himself that perhaps he was overthinking it. The Pei sisters might simply have had an unexpected engagement and thus missed practice. "I should head to the office instead," he muttered to himself, starting the car and steering towards the company. Meanwhile, at the central business district on the opposite side of the city, Pei Si-si and Pei Wen sat in a small conference room, anxiously awaiting their interview. The room was rather modest, dominated by an oval conference table that nearly filled the space, surrounded by a few office chairs. Apart from the Pei sisters, 3 other young women were present, all there to interview for clerical positions. Pei Si-si anxiously twisted her fingers, her gaze occasionally darting toward the entrance of the conference room, her heart a tumult of anticipation and trepidation. This was her inaugural experience participating in a formal job interview, and it was with a sizable internet company. She harbored uncertainty about whether she would successfully pass through. "Sister, do you think we will succeed in the interview?" Pei Wen's voice was barely above a whisper, laced with a hint of tremor. Pei Si-si shook her head gently and replied in a hushed tone, "I don't know. We can only do our best." Just then, the door to the conference room was abruptly pushed open.